The man came from China on Earth. He had just transmigrated to this world 3 days ago. The good news is, he is a descendant of an earl. The bad news is, he is not favored at all. The words of a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes were almost tinged with helplessness. Field, you're an adult now. It's time to establish your own territory. After the Count finished speaking, he paused for a moment, even forgetting what he was going to say next. Field's predecessor was a very kind person, but in the eyes of the nobles, he was a cowardly and incompetent good-for-nothing. A voluptuous and beautiful young woman sat next to the earl. She was Field's stepmother. She looked down at him and said, "The vast Nightfall territory of the north will be your barony, enough for you to make your mark." Field sneered, cursing his predecessor's foolishness. How could he expect kindness to survive among nobles? His stepmother gave him a disdainful look. "You have a problem with that?" Field suppressed his anger. "As you wish, father. The north is a battleground between the two great races of humans and orcs. 10 years ago, the Holy Griffin Empire slaughtered an army of 300,000 orcs. It has now become a habitat for goblins and trolls. The situation in the north is now even worse. 300,000 orcs, humans, and animals have all turned into corrupted creatures." Field reassured himself. "It's okay. I still have a cheat code." With a thought, a transparent map appeared, on which a green dot was moving. "Go and prepare." The Count's face was deathly pale. His stepmother's delicate silk pajamas gave him a barely perceptible air of vitality. Furious, Field immediately made a request. "Father, I need your support. Expanding into Nightfall territory is no easy task." The stepmother leaned gently against the earl's arm. "Field, you've received more than enough." The Count said without hesitation, "You have received enough." The family members cast disdainful glances at him. Going out with black hair and black eyes is a disgrace to the Ross family. A bastard. Field's eyes were filled with anger. The original owner's birth was caused by the Count himself, so why should he suffer these injustices? His mother was a maid in the castle, a slave sold by a nomadic merchant. The Count had her after a night of drunkenness. Field's low social status, coupled with his inherited physical characteristics from his mother, were the reasons he was ostracized. 500 gold coins. In addition, you may bring your personal servant, the Count said, before being helped by his stepmother and hurriedly returning to his bedroom. Field was furious. 500 gold coins were a drop in the ocean for Nightfall, but it was better than nothing. "Hey, Field, Nightfall is a good place, a stinking place, and it suits your devilish eyes perfectly." Field's half-brother came over with a grin. "My fiefdom isn't so great. Falon City has beer and goats. Do you remember that little girl with flaxen hair?" The younger brother didn't care about Field's anger. Field's eyes narrowed sharply. It was the girl the original owner had loved. Later, her body was found lifeless in the back alley of the tavern. The original owner was so grief-stricken that he died of illness, which allowed Field to transmigrate into this world. My brother licked his lips. It was me. Her struggles were incredibly arousing. Field's pupils constricted sharply. His brother had actually done such a beastly thing. The younger brother sneered. "Once you go to that corrupt land, you'll never come back. I'll be very disappointed." Field asked coldly. "I didn't provoke you, so why are you targeting me?" The younger brother shouted angrily. "Because of that damned battle-chi potion you gave me. I took it, and I can't break through to the first rank of knight at all. Everyone calls me useless. It's all your fault. You must have poisoned me." Field sneered. "That's because you're too incompetent. When you have a lover, I'll make her be violated by a homeless man. Too bad you won't have the chance, you bastard." The younger brother laughed smugly. "You're asking for it." Field kneed his brother, sending him flying, then kicked him in the face, blood splattering everywhere. The onlookers were stunned. Field had always been an honest man, yet he had acted so violently. Before the guard could react, he grabbed his brother's blonde hair and prepared to slam him to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his neck and was lifted high into the air. The suffocating sensation almost made him faint. "What are you doing to my lord?" The one who grabbed Field by the neck was a woman with long, wine-red hair and mysterious runes on her forehead. The Chosen Ones. Field was shocked. The Chosen Ones were special beings in this world, possessing power greater than battle aura and magic, capable of both combat and support. Moreover, only women appear among the Chosen Ones. So all the gods in this world are women. Field's heart sank. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, his body was slammed against the wall. "So you really didn't dare kill me?" The younger brother drew his knife. "I'll kill you." Field wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew he was no match for the Chosen One. Enduring the excruciating pain, he quickly left. "Once I become stronger, I'll make you pay the price when I get back," Field thought coldly. Field looked at the map. What's that annoying green dot? It appeared during the time travel. The contract between the Chosen One and the Lord allows them to grow together. The Lord possesses unique talents that are related to the Chosen One and the territory they have a contract with. He quickly packed his luggage. The butler accepted the gold coins and waited with a look of despair for Field to depart. When the butler learned that they were going to the cursed land, he almost committed suicide, but in the end he gritted his teeth and went with them. Let's go. Field was preoccupied and had no desire to comfort the butler. As soon as the manor gates were opened, a cavalry unit dressed in haphazard armor came into view. The captain, a man in a red robe, said, "Your Excellency Baron Field, I am Captain Connor of the cavalry." "Then I'll have to trouble Connor," Field replied politely. "Maybe he'll be supervising me as I go to the execution ground. We'll go to Golden Eagle City first, then explore Nightfall territory. We'll need a lot of supplies," Connor explained. Golden Eagle City is the second largest city in the Ross family's territory. Field's second sister manages it, and the annual tax revenue is as high as 600,000 gold coins. Field traveled by horse-drawn carriage, spending most of the day before finally arriving at Golden Eagle City. Soldiers at the city gate leaned against the city wall, chatting and laughing, while harassing poor people entering the city and charging them exorbitant fees. Only when he saw Field's cavalry did the officer stand up and shout, "Move those things away. The Lord is coming." The soldiers quickly moved aside to make way for Field, bowing obsequiously. After all, he was a nobleman, and ordinary people dared not offend him. He slowed his horse and headed towards the Green Debt, arriving at the slave market in the north of the city. Damn, the stench is unbearable. Connor frowned and tried to fan the air with his hand, but he could still smell the pungent odor. Chapter 3. These greedy merchants are like vampires, unwilling to spend a single penny on bathing their slaves. Some of the slaves locked outside were completely naked, their exposed bodies laid bare before passers-by. "Sir, would you like to buy a slave? The slaves on our farm are all very diligent. Rare elven slaves, only 1,000 gold coins." Field was dressed in a well-fitting black robe and carried a fine steel longsword, giving him a noble air. Slave traders preferred to associate with nobles because nobles had strong purchasing power, unlike the poor and stingy. Field glanced around at the iron cages. Occasionally, a slave would meet Field's gaze, but would immediately lower his head. "How much?" Field asked as he looked for the green dot. The merchant rubbed his palms together. "Goblins, halflings, and pigs, 10 silver coins each. Demi-humans, 20 silver coins each. Orcs, 60 silver coins each." The merchant pointed to a slave locked in a cage, but the most eye-catching creature was an elf priced at 1,000 gold coins. The elf was extremely beautiful, dressed in revealing veils, but her eyes were empty. "This elf has already had 26 litters with goblins. Would you like to consider it?" "I'm not interested in her." Field glanced around, and the green dot's indicator appeared right in a cage. He shook his head. "How much are human slaves?" "Male slaves cost 40 silver coins, and female slaves cost 25 silver coins." The merchant grinned lewdly. They were mostly just there for work. "If you're looking for some fun, I'd recommend the elves. They're entertaining and versatile." Field felt a chill run down his spine. The nobility of this world were far from elegant and dignified. Instead, they were rife with feudal brutality and evil. It is said that the flesh and blood of elves can nourish yin and yang, and nobles even regard them as delicacies on the table. Field located the green dot, and his gaze fell on a cage in the corner. It was a demi-human, a white wolf demi-human, with red pupils and ears and a tail like a wolf. She was dressed in rough linen clothes, huddled in the cold, damp cage, her eyes occasionally glancing at the key at the merchant's waist. "A rare grassland species. Our slave-catching team went to great lengths to breach their stronghold." The merchant said smugly, "If you want to buy this wolf-like creature, you'd better bring some servants. It won't be easy for one person to handle it." "A beast-eared girl?" Field's eyes lit up. As a seasoned otaku from Earth, he was completely powerless against red-eyed, beast-eared girls. He gently reached out, as if teasing a dog, wanting to pat her head. The beast-eared girl growled, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Field's butler, Cal, frowned. "Lord Field, I don't want to cause trouble before you go to Nightfall. Only 3 gold coins." Seeing Field's desire, the merchant quickly raised the price. Field looked at him calmly. "You just said 20 silver coins for a demi-human. Are you kidding me?" "Oh, she's special. She was just captured recently and is guaranteed to be a virgin. She hasn't been seen by those filthy people." 50 silver coins. "Don't test my patience," Field said calmly. The merchant finally relented. "That depends on how much you buy." After careful selection, Field purchased 100 human slaves and 100 demi-human slaves, 120 of whom were male. Adding the beast-eared girl, the total cost was 53 gold coins. My lord, this is the slave's sole contract, which has been verified by the chosen ones. The merchant handed over a parchment covered with a string of names written on it. A contract. Field took the contract and found that it stated that those who defied his will would be burned to ashes by divine fire. Yes, this is an oath sworn with the blood of slaves. If they disobey your will, the divine fire will burn them to ashes. The merchant grinned lewdly and handed the rope to Field. You can do whatever you want and have fun, my dear customer. I will. Field waved his hand, thinking to himself that if he didn't have fun after going to Nightfall, he would probably be corrupted and killed very quickly. Chapter 4. Surviving in a deathly smog environment, where even breathing requires relying on fog lights, which are ridiculously expensive. In addition, maintaining the daily lives of more than 200 people is no small feat. So, did you get the loan? Field saw the butler's ashen face and had a general idea of what was going on. I'm sorry, sir. Even the greediest merchant wouldn't lend us money upon hearing your name, Cal shrugged. But I only received my appointment order today. How did the merchants find out so quickly? Field wondered. Cal rolled his eyes, clearly impatient with dealing with Field, who was about to die. Because your second sister knew about the fiefdom you were going to, she warned the merchants in the city in advance that the price would be increased tenfold, Cal said helplessly. Field was taken aback. Thank you. She's such a good sister to me. Field couldn't help but grit his teeth. The original owner had lived for so many years, yet he hadn't saved a single penny, becoming a thoroughly impoverished nobleman. He spent 180 gold coins to buy pack horses, farm tools, food, and books needed for the pioneering work, along with 17 pack horses. The food supply was plentiful, though not much, but enough for at least 35 days, more than enough. For slaves, a piece of black bread a day is enough to feed them, and 2 pieces of black bread mixed with bark and sawdust will make them willingly kneel down and call you father. Field originally wanted to recruit mercenaries at the tavern, but after hearing the words, Nightfall Territory, the mercenaries all rejected him without hesitation. That godforsaken place is no different from sending us to our deaths. Even the most tenacious cockroach would die there. As Field listened to these words of advice, he glanced at the animal-eared girl who was curled up in the haystack, wondering what was so special about this girl. The next morning, he found the slave. What's your name? Did you rest well yesterday? Field looked her up and down, and seeing her blank expression, he couldn't help but find it a little funny. Ashina, she said softly, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Ashina's voice was very weak. It was clear that she hadn't spoken to anyone for a month. After being carefully washed by the maid, Ashina's tangled, dry hair was cleaned until it was smooth and soft, and her snow-white long hair was draped down. She was the kind of mature beauty that Field liked, but her constantly trembling wolf ears and tail made her seem nervous and uneasy. After she gave her name, the green dot above her head disappeared, replaced by a simple panel. Name, Ashina. Level, unawakened. Advancement path, Wolf Rider Chosen 1. Status, malnourished, near collapse. Holy crap, Field couldn't help but exclaim. The green dot was actually an unawakened Chosen 1. Although the probability of awakening as a Chosen 1 is extremely low, the country invests a great deal of resources in testing every year. Ashina watched Field's actions and felt even more frightened. Her legs began to tremble, and she didn't know what she was facing. In fact, even after being bought by Field, Ashina was unwilling to die in humiliation despite the backlash from the slave contract. However, as the maid helped her undress, bathe, and even experience a level of comfort she had never felt before, she couldn't help but feel confused. The comfortable clothes are as light as feathers, without any stinging or fleas, and they feel so comfortable to wear. Perhaps I was made a sacrifice, Ashina thought to herself. When the time is right, I will definitely retaliate fiercely. Seeing her frightened expression, Field lowered his voice and said, Don't be afraid. I'm not the kind of pervert who kills for fun. I bought you all to expand my territory. He leaned casually back in his chair. By the way, does this suit fit? This is a maid outfit modified from common maid's clothing. Although conservative, it only exposes the calves and hands. Chapter 5. Perfectly suited. Ashina looked at Field, as if she saw through his intentions. Sir, is there anything I can do? Her job was defined among the maids as sleeping with men, but Ashina didn't believe it. In her view, humans have a natural aversion to demi-humans, as if they were monsters born from the defilement of goats. Of course, it's to help me expand my territory, Field replied matter-of-factly. Let's eat first, and we can talk while we eat. Upon hearing the word eat, Ashina immediately quieted down. Her stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. Shortly after the dining bell rang, two well-mannered maids entered carrying sauerkraut with sauce and honey bread. Ashina, you have. Field hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly realized that Ashina was gone, and he was completely dumbfounded. I'm here. Ashina was sitting quietly in the corner, in a duck-like position. What are you doing? Field asked in shock. I'm just sitting here waiting for my meal, sir. Did I do something wrong? Ashina became nervous when she saw Field suddenly get angry. Field strode over, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to the table. Sit down. Let's eat now. Ashina only dared to sit on a small part of the chair, staring at Field for a long time to make sure he didn't take out a whip or any other tool. Are you serious? Can I eat this? Ashina pointed at the plate of fragrant pork chops, her eyes filled with disbelief. Field shrugged. Of course. Ashina carefully lowered her head and took a bite of her steak. She quickly swallowed the steaks and broth from the plate, and within minutes, she had devoured 3 steaks and 5 white bread rolls. Field thought to himself, eat up, eat up. You'll have to help me with my work from now on. Phew, even if I die now, I'm not afraid anymore. Ashina licked the soup from the corner of her mouth, looking quite energetic. Not at all. I hope you can become God's chosen one. Field smiled, crossed his arms, and leaned back in his chair. Ashina responded weakly. The probability of being chosen by God is extremely low, and besides, I am a demi-human, and I have never heard of a human and a demi-human forming a contract. Field chuckled and said, How will you know if you don't try? I believe I can train you to be a chosen one. Okay, if there's meat to eat. Ashina licked her lips with lingering satisfaction. For the next 10 days, Field kept replenishing Ashina's nutrition. Every time they passed through a city, he would buy large quantities of meat and magical potions. In addition, Field also purchased fog lights, purification potions, and awakening crystals worth 150 gold coins. These magical items are essential for expanding into the Nightfall territory. Finally, they arrived at the last fortress in the north. Baron Bull's fortress, a stone castle built against a high mountain range, was able to withstand the corrupted creatures of the north. May the goddess of winter bless me and make me a chosen one. Ashina prayed silently to the wolf-like gods from inside the creaking carriage. The only thing that puzzled her was why Field would buy her precious potions, since she had never heard of a chosen one being able to awaken by taking potions. Perhaps it's an evil ritual, Ashina murmured. But even if it really is a sacrifice to the devil, it seems worth it. Oh, I really hope I'm the chosen one. Otherwise Baron Field will be furious, won't he? Ashina prayed silently. The steward, Cow, sighed helplessly. I never expected that my last visit to Kashin Fortress would be like this. Ignoring the steward's long sigh, Field, still on horseback, gently nudged the steward's shoulder and asked curiously, Did you often come to Kashin Fortress before? Cow rolled his eyes. Of course, you always donate your living expenses to the villagers here, or to the Bull Baron's treasury, so that he and his soldiers can eat, drink, and have fun. Okay. Field's lips twitched. At least Baron Bull would welcome us, right? It'll be much easier to get in and out of Kashin Fortress from now on. Chapter 6. Suddenly, a red skull icon appeared on the mini-map in my mind, rapidly approaching me. Could it be that someone has come to greet us? Field's heart tightened. The skull and crossbones symbol was definitely not a good omen. Connor laughed heartily. This is the most fortified part of the Imperial defenses. If there's danger here, I'll eat my warhorse's manure. Let me tell you, Baron, going to Nightfall is under the supervision of the law and the family. You cannot back down now. That is not the conduct of a nobleman. Connor said to the valet with disdain. Field responded with a curt, "Oh," signaling the slaves to slow down. Connor, riding his horse, was forced to walk at the front of the procession. Coward! How could the Earl have fathered such a weakling? However, not long after, Connor's expression froze, and his face turned extremely ugly. Field finally encountered the locals, who warmly welcomed them. Roar! Came a strange cry. They're here. Field chuckled. Looks like tonight's dinner is horse manure. Field bypassed the slaves blocking his way and saw the rotting corpses dressed in peasant clothes, their gray-white eyes fixed on him. Even from 100 meters away, the chill and stench of decay were already palpable. These rotting corpses were products of the northern province. What's going on? We haven't even reached the north yet. How come there are monsters? Connor cursed his bad luck inwardly. Mount up, knights, prepare for battle. Connor was furious, gritting his teeth. He had just mocked Field, only to be humiliated by this situation, and he was extremely dissatisfied. Connor raised his lance, reluctant but knowing that failing to perform his duty would mean never having another chance to interact with the upper echelons of nobility. The 20 cavalrymen immediately formed a line and spurred their horses toward the high ground on the right, using the slope to accelerate and quickly charge toward the horde of rotting corpses. Field shouted, "Link the wooden carts together. Any brave men, pick up your tools and fight with me. I'll reward you according to your performance." However, the slaves simply huddled behind the caravan, trembling or praying for miracles. The butler's legs trembled, and he hurriedly grabbed Field's robe. "My lord, let's get out of here quickly. There's no need to worry about these peasants. We can just buy more when they die." Field shook off the butler's hand and frowned, saying, "You're scared by something so small? You'd better not go to the northern province." "Do you think I wanted to come? The Earl specifically requested that I come." Cal almost wished he could die on the spot. Are there enemies?" Ashina jumped down from the carriage. "My lord, I will do my best to protect you." Ashina raised her little fist, trembling as she stood in front of Field, as nervous as a kitten in the cold wind. "Not really." Seeing Ashina's wolf ears perk up in tension, Field couldn't help but laugh, but he also felt a little gratified by her actions. "Help!" The farmers who were running at the front saw their savior and rushed towards Field, crying and shouting, while the rotting corpses also gathered around. "For glory!" Connor's cavalry charged. Shouting slogans, they met the menacing carnage ahead with their lances. A series of sounds of flesh being pierced rang out as several zombies were impaled by lances and crashed to the ground, their putrid blood gushing out and staining the ground a sticky purple. After charging with lances, the cavalrymen quickly turned back, wielding maces and sabers, cutting down the rotting corpses. Their war horses trampled over them, crushing chests, creating a scene resembling a massacre. The remaining carrion pounced on Field's convoy, their heads almost completely destroyed. They had no tactics, they just rammed the wooden carts and tore at their structure. "Oh my God!" The slaves shoved each other, trapped inside the caravan with nowhere to escape. The steward fared no better. "Damn it, a bunch of cowards." Although Field was somewhat afraid, he didn't exaggerate. "It seems I'll have to do it myself," he muttered to himself, gripping his longsword tightly. Field quickly approached a rotting corpse, plunged his long sword into its neck, and with a forceful pull, the corpse's head fell off like a broken tree branch. Ugh! The stench of putrid and fermenting feces filled Field's nostrils, and he almost vomited. Chapter 7. Killing corpses isn't that hard. Field casually flicked the blood off his sword. "Lord, watch out." Just then, another half-dead corpse crawled over, its target Field's ankle. In a moment of crisis, Ashina quickly grabbed the pitchfork from the wooden cart and nailed it to the ground. "Phew, well done." Field breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost been bitten. Although the corpse poison could be treated by the church's clergy, the cost was extremely high. He patted Ashina's head and said gratefully, "As a reward for saving my life, I will give you a gold coin." Ashina's eyes lit up instantly. Clearly she had never seen so much money before. "Huh? Really? But actually, this is what I should do." However, the slaves behind the caravan saw that the rotting corpses were not powerful enough to launch an attack from outside the wooden carts. Field continued to raise his sword, meeting the attack without hesitation. As blood splattered, the rotting corpses fell one after another beneath the sword and farm tools. In Chapter 7, at the same time, one of Connor's cavalrymen, while galloping, was grabbed by the cloak by a rotting corpse dressed as a village woman. With a sudden tug, the cavalryman lost his balance and fell backward, kicking wildly. With a sudden crack, the cavalryman fell to the ground, his head hitting the ground, and he instantly died. Connor, enraged, cursed, "Damn it, useless trash." What infuriated him even more was that Field was not scared out of his wits, but calmly commanded the slaves to fight. Cut off the heads of every corpse, pile them up, and then burn them on the spot. Field had been cramming on knowledge about decaying organisms along the way. He frowned as he looked at the gray fog in the distance. "We haven't even reached Nightfall territory yet, and we've already encountered so many zombies. This is a bad omen." Although his family treated him coldly and wanted to exile him, pushing him into a pile of corpses was still too cruel. "Thank you for your help, sir." The fleeing refugees knelt down as if they had seen their own father, prostrating themselves before Field and kissing his boots. "May the god of war bless your future." Field accepted it readily, glanced at the disheveled refugees, and asked, "Where are you from? How come there are so many rotting corpses? Shouldn't those decaying creatures be kept out by the walls of Kashin Fortress?" "It's the smog of death. That gray fog from the north has seeped through the fortress walls and shrouded our village of Oak." Because it was night, Most of the villagers were corrupted by the gray fog in their sleep and turned into rotting corpses. Only we were lucky enough to escape. The villagers' voices trembled, the memories making them so afraid they felt like they had seen a ghost, and they shook like leaves. Gray fog, or death smog, is the source of corruption. It mixes in the air, and once inhaled, plants and animals quickly die and then turn into corrupted monsters. Only lords or chosen ones are immune to this power. Alternatively, one can purchase the church's lamps of atonement to dispel the gray fog, but they are expensive. Field spent 50 gold coins to buy 2 lamps, only doing so because of his noble status. Field listened quietly to the villager's account, then frowned and asked, "Where is your lord?" Every border fortress has a chosen one stationed there. How could the gray fog have infiltrated? The Baron and the chosen one went to investigate the cult, leaving only the Baron's son in the castle. Let's go see the master here." After saying this, Field led everyone to get in order, mount their horses, and continue on their way. To enter Nightfall territory, he needed the local Baron's permission and clearance. When they arrived at Cashin Fortress, Field was awestruck by its grandeur. The continuous stone walls and towering towers blended seamlessly with the mountainside, forming a formidable defensive line. The city walls were riddled with crossbows, catapults, and cauldrons of boiling oil. Even an army of 100,000 would only result in crushed heads and bloodshed. The fluttering griffin banners around them proclaimed the majesty of the old empire. But one question puzzled Field. Where are they? Field was dumbfounded. There wasn't a single person on the entire city wall, and it was completely deserted in the distance. Connor was also startled, his face turning pale. Could it be an orc attack? If the orcs break through Cashin Fortress, the entire province will fall instantly. Probably not, otherwise it wouldn't be so quiet. Fortunately, torches were finally seen burning on the inner walls of the fortress ahead. "Don't come any closer." "Who are you?" shouted the people on the city wall. In the firelight, many figures could be seen, indicating that the castle still had a large number of troops. Field was puzzled. Why did they abandon the defense of the outer wall? "I am Baron Field of the Ross family, on my way to take up my post in Nightfall. Please open the gates of Cashin Fortress and let us through." The officer on the city wall hesitated for a moment, then brought in a young man, who was none other than Baron Bull's son. "No, my father hasn't returned. No one is allowed into the city. Leave here, or we'll shoot arrows." Hearing the strong response from the city wall, Field's lips twitched. He guessed the young man was terrified by the rotting corpses and quickly shouted, "It's me, Field. Do you remember I donated money here? I'm not an enemy. Just a few stinking coins. The entire empire has to send money to the border. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of my attention?" The young man replied with utter contempt and rudeness. Field gritted his teeth. The original owner's last act of kindness had all gone to waste. If he had more soldiers, he would have already stormed the castle, but he suppressed his anger and patiently said, "I rescued these villagers along the way, you." Before Field could finish speaking, another curse was heard. "Damn it, do you think my castle doesn't have enough food? Who told you to rescue those stupid things? Take one more step, and I'll shoot arrows." Chapter 8. Field was stunned. How could the people in front of him be like this? Their indifference made him feel an unbearable anger. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, extremely annoyed. The butler, Cal, shrank back uneasily, as if wanting to remind someone of something, but then held back. Everyone knew that Baron Bull and his son Richard had such a terrible reputation that no one wanted anything to do with them. "Wait, you're the Baron of Nightfall." The man on the city wall suddenly paused, a glint in his eyes. "Great, finally someone can shield me. I hope you can live a couple more days. But when you're being chased by the rotting corpses, don't come looking for me. I won't care about you, and I absolutely won't open the gate again." Upon hearing this, the butler couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Baron Bull's only son, Richard Bull, is nicknamed the Coward. We'd better not get entangled with them. Field's face darkened further, his veins bulging with anger, and he coldly replied, "If everyone plays like this, I won't be polite either. You can open the gates to Nightfall yourselves. It's safe there." Richard said this and turned back into the castle. "Now, get out of my sight, you stinking outsiders." The consultant carefully wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, "Young master, is it to deceive them like this?" "Shut up," Field interrupted him impatiently. He led his team away, but a new suspicion began to form in his mind. So that's why the rotting corpses appeared here. Field's lips twitched, and his hand unconsciously reached for the long sword at his waist. Fortunately, the orcs are isolated by the gray fog and bound by the peace treaty. Otherwise, the Empire's defenses would have become a joke long ago. Seeing his face turn ashen with anger, The villagers immediately surrounded him. Not daring to say anything more, they hurriedly took their leave. Sir, we're leaving now. Thank you for your help. Field glared at them coldly and said in a chilling voice, Did I allow you to leave? Your lord abandoned you, and now you are without a master and are under my care. This is free labor. No, no, sir, we are free people. The villagers looked reluctant. Richard's words had made them realize that going to Nightfall territory was almost a death sentence. I can let you go, but it'll cost you 5 gold coins as ransom. Consider it my way of saving you. Field drew his long sword without hesitation. Either go to Nightfall or pay up. Otherwise, I'll feed you to the dogs like meat. Do you understand? Few, it seems he really is a nobleman. Ashina stood to the side, letting out a sigh of relief. Field's gentle demeanor these past few days had made her somewhat uneasy, as if she were living in a dream. Now, seeing him display the ruthlessness of a nobleman, she felt relieved. After being threatened, the villagers immediately became obedient, kneeling down and expressing their willingness to go to Nightfall. Since they were going to die there anyway, they might as well try their luck. You worthless bastard. Field sheathed his long sword, thinking to himself, fists are the most convincing. My lord, don't give up. Ashina couldn't help but comfort Field when she saw that he was unhappy. Field glanced at her, paused for a moment, and only realized what was happening when he saw a hint of fear on her face. He quickly smiled and said, It's nothing, I was just spacing out. As Field approached the fortress gates, he was suddenly startled by the large number of skull and crossbones symbols on the mini-map. Is this what Richard meant by the city gates are safe? He cursed inwardly. This fool took the money but didn't do his job, and even tried to use the rotting corpses to trick him. If he rashly entered the fortress, the rotting corpses inside would definitely catch him off guard. Field was annoyed, but he quickly thought, since the Bull Baron's foolish son is holding the inner city and abandoning the outer outposts, can I make a killing? Anyway, no one will see. Thinking this through, he made up his mind, stroking his chin. Anyway, I'm not some saint. Why should I talk about propriety, righteousness, and shame? Robbery is the only way. Cow. Remember those who dared to fight back against the rotting corpses? Gather them here. If you don't have enough men, you can use any strong ones, Field ordered with a cold smile. Although Cow was timid, he was quite efficient and quickly found 30 slaves from different races. However, before we begin, we need to clean up those dung-eating bastards first. Field glanced coldly at Connor in the distance. Heroic knight Connor, although this is not my fief, as a nobleman of martial virtue, I have decided to help the farmers here by killing the rotting corpses. Would you like to join me? Field casually offered an excuse. Connor was stunned. He and one of his men had died, and now Field was offering to help quell the horde of corpses. He could hardly believe his ears. No, I have already escorted you to the border of Nightfall territory. You are just a short distance from the gate. I must return to the Earl to report back. Connor couldn't help but laugh, bursting into a hearty laugh. Sorry, but I think taking this rabble to fight the corpses is like taking pigs. At least the corpses will have enough to eat. Field looked disappointed. Well, I thought you could share the glory. Don't forget the laws of the Empire and the family's doctrines. Arrive on time. Connor left these words behind, then led his cavalry away, not even giving Field a chance to remind him, before he had even finished eating the horse manure. Are we really going to provoke the rotting corpses? Cow asked, trembling. Field waved his hand dismissively. You stay here and watch over the slaves. Don't let them escape. Anyone who tries to run away, just burn them to ashes with their slave contracts. As soon as he finished speaking, the slaves were terrified. Cow was granted a pardon. Field, with Ashina by his side, forced the slaves to equip themselves with sickles and logging axes and set off towards the rotting corpses. After walking for 10 minutes, Field went into a grove of trees. After confirming that no one was around, he took out a beautiful crystal ball from his warhorse pack. He checked Ashina's panel again to confirm that his previous judgment was correct. In Chapter 9, Sheena's body was no longer as weak as it initially was. She had gone from malnutrition to a state of subhealth, but was quietly approaching the edge of awakening. With the aid of an awakening crystal, she could immediately become a chosen one. My lord, is there something you need? Ashina nervously tugged at her sleeve. The meat chops she ate these past few days have greatly nourished her body, and she has become much more lenient towards Field. Looking back on those difficult days, even when she had to eat wild grass, she felt that her life was very bitter. Now, with such a special nobleman, she was able to eat such lavish meals, which completely overturned her understanding. What is this? Ashina asked, looking at the crystal in Field's hand. The awakening crystal, a treasure that cost me 60 gold coins. Field showed a pained expression. He only had 500 gold coins on hand. Every year on Awakening Day, the Empire uses these things to search for the chosen ones. One awakening crystal is enough to test nearly 1,000 people. Huh? You really think I'm the chosen one? Ashina was a little dumbfounded. Let's not joke around. Close your eyes and feel it. I have received instructions from God. You don't need to worry, Field said casually. Though it was all made up, he still handed the crystal ball to her. Ashina didn't consider herself a chosen one, but she didn't want to disappoint Field. Spending these days with him, she discovered that Field was a nobleman unlike any other. At least he treated her very well. When she touched the crystal ball with both hands, suddenly, countless blue starlight flashed out and quickly condensed into a goddess phantom as cold and aloof as ice and snow. The goddess of winter, who rules over ice and snow. The demi-human slaves present immediately recognized this goddess, who was their faith. My God, Ashina is actually the chosen one of the goddess of winter. Plop plop. Instantly, the slaves knelt down, trembling with excitement, as if they were ready to offer their hearts to her at any moment. Field was also witnessing such a miracle for the first time, and he was so excited that he was sweating profusely. It wasn't just good luck, it was practically a divine intervention. Blue starlight converged into strange runes. Ashina subconsciously reached out to touch them. As she moved, the light gradually subsided, eventually condensing into a mark that was imprinted on the back of her hand. At the same time, Ashina's body underwent changes. She became taller, and her perfect legs looked flawless, like a sculpture. Her skin was as white as translucent snow, her expression was aloof, her scarlet eyes exuded a cold aura, her features were more refined, and her beauty increased by 30%. She became assertive, disdainful, and possessed a natural allure. I really became the chosen one, my lord. How did you do it? Ashina asked in astonishment, her eyes filled with awe. The appearance of the chosen ones is never foreshadowed. Even the Empress of the Holy Griffin Empire, whose daughter was just an ordinary person. The other slaves were also stunned. They were all slaves. So how could Ashina become a chosen one after just a few days of training by Field? They thought Field was just using her as a plaything to tease, but they never expected that he would actually cultivate a chosen one. The chosen ones are the will of the gods. Don't worry about it, it's nothing. Field waved his hand modestly, then walked to the front of the group. Now, is there anyone still worried about our operations in the north, or my expansion plans? After a moment of silence, everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to say no. Believe me, as long as you do your jobs well and complete my tasks, you will not only regain your freedom, but you can even live a life free from want, Field announced loudly. Please let me sign a contract with you. Ashina spoke first. She remembered that Field had once said that he wanted her to become a chosen one so that he could expand the Nightfall territory. Of course, it was destined, Field replied mysteriously. The contract was not complicated. Ashina guided the power of the runes and formed a link with Field, and the contract took effect. After the contract was completed, Field took out the slave contract from his pocket. Although the mark of slavery had long been removed by the chosen one's purification ability, Field still went through the motions, tearing up the slave contract in front of everyone and declaring Ashina a free citizen of Nightfall. Ashina revealed a sweet smile, and with a casual wave of her hand, the rune materialized into a huge black dragon wolf. Its ferocious body was covered with hard armor plates that gleamed with a cold light, instantly stunning everyone. What is this? Field was a little stunned. The dragon wolf must be a mount bestowed by the goddess. Ashina tidied her hair, exuding an air of arrogance with every gesture. In addition, I have mastered many combat techniques. Chosen ones often acquire wondrous treasures, which endure even in death. The Ross family possesses a 6th-tier divine weapon, a lance, which came from a fallen Crimson Rose, chosen one. Field opened Ashina's panel. Name, Ashina. Rank, 1st Order Chosen God. Class, Wolf Rider. Divine skill, Extreme Cold Piercing Spear. Legion skill, Roaring Assault increases the charge power of cavalry under its command by 100%. Ashina's combat power has increased rapidly. Her dragon mount alone is enough to fight against a 3rd-tier battle or a knight. With Ashina's help, Field's courage grew. Those who had once threatened him were no longer a threat to him. Sooner or later, he would crush them under his feet. Field smiled with satisfaction. Now, go to the barracks and armory and see if you can find any useful equipment. As they approached the city walls, Field saw a moving skull icon in the distance on the map. There are some corrupted monsters here. Field drew his sword, his eyes sharp. It is the duty of every imperial noble to help the local lord eliminate the corrupted monsters. He lit the fog-dispelling lamps he had purchased from the church, and the golden light quickly dispelled the surrounding gray fog, preventing the slaves from being poisoned by the death fog. I feel the power of the Chosen One. Ashina pointed to the golden lamp in Field's hand. Field blinked. Without a doubt, it's a pity we don't know how the church manufactures them. It's a very profitable industry. A lamp costs 25 gold coins and can only be used for 30 days. As they entered the pass, Field did not allow the slaves to move freely, but instead made them stay closely together. After all, these men had not received military training, and sticking together was the safest option. Ashina gently pushed open the door of the barracks and saw two armored, rotting corpse soldiers inside. Although they were unarmed, they must have been infected by the gray fog before they could get their weapons. Kill them, Field commanded coldly, his eyes fixed on the lamellar armor on the rotting corpses. You'd better not damage the armor. Understood, Ashina responded, kicked open the wooden door, and rushed inside. After becoming a Chosen One, not only did her physical abilities improve dramatically, but Ashina's combat skills also became exceptionally refined. Chapter 10. The wooden door was kicked open with a loud bang, echoing through the gray fog and instantly shattering the silence of the city wall. The rotting corpses let out chilling howls, and the surrounding gray mist seemed to succumb to their arrival. As Field watched the skull markers gradually gathering on the mini-map, the faint roars in his ears made him tense, and his heart tightened inexplicably. Before the rotting corpse inside could launch an attack, Ashina struck first. Wielding a long sword, she slashed at the corpse's neck, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering the surrounding walls with a bloody sheen. She moved swiftly and ruthlessly. Another rotting corpse pounced on her, but she nimbly dodged it, flipped her longsword, and thrust it straight at her with tremendous force. Half of the corpse's head was instantly sliced off, and foul blood gushed out, instantly forming a pool of blood. Roar! The sounds of fighting attracted a group of corrupt soldiers from inside the passage. Their disgusting white eyes rolled as they crowded out of the passage. The slaves brandished crude farm tools, but none dared to step forward. The monsters, clad in heavy armor, posed a formidable threat. Field cursed under his breath. Just how many people have been infected? His mood grew increasingly heavy. Flame. Ashina suddenly summoned a dragon-blooded wolf, its enormous body almost filling the entire passage. She gathered her magic power, which flowed like a galaxy, and a ball of dark blue flames spewed from the dragon-blood wolf's mouth, instantly engulfing the rotting corpse before her. Only a few struggling, writhing corpses remained in the passage. In the blink of an eye, all the rotting bodies were burned to ashes. Such immense power. The slaves, who had been hesitating between fleeing and fighting, were stunned by the sudden battle. A few witnessed the figures being devoured, while most could only stare blankly at the ashes scattered on the ground. Is this the power of the Chosen Ones? It's a pity they burned all the spoils too. Field smiled slightly. Everyone, try to make some noise and attract the nearby corpses. Upon hearing the order, the slaves readily complied, banging on farm tools and making noise to attract more rotting corpses. Ashina and her dragon-blood wolves easily wiped out the gathered monsters. Soon after, all the monsters near the barracks were cleared away, and Field gained a deeper understanding of the power of the Chosen Ones. Now, look for something valuable. Field's eyes lit up, and a greedy smile appeared on his face. Especially weapons and gold coins. He had just dispersed the slaves when one of them ran over excitedly and shouted, "Sir, we found survivors." Upon hearing this, Field did not show any joy. Instead, he looked around, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. Ashina, recall your wolf. Now is not the time to reveal your strength, Field said in a low voice, knowing that revealing his identity as a Chosen One would be tantamount to suicide. He knew that once he revealed his immense power, his stepmother would definitely send someone to assassinate him, and then have Ashina find a new master. While his control over these slaves is strong, it would be fatal if exposed too early. The survivors might know where the important supplies are, Field thought to himself, pondering his next move. The survivors hid in a hidden bunker inside the city walls. The door had been doused with a purifying potion, which could barely withstand the gray fog for a while. Only when they heard the voices of living people outside did they dare to open the door. Thank you, Valkyrie. I thought we'd have to wait a week, by which time we'd have to eat each other's excrement to survive. A bearded officer cracked a disgusting joke, straightened his armor, and smiled as he approached Field. Let me guess, you're a newly promoted knight, aren't you? I'll definitely report your achievements to Baron Bull. You're too kind. It was nothing, Field replied calmly, glancing around with a hint of alertness in his eyes, only to be blocked by two soldiers. Where are your squires? The bearded officer glanced coldly at Field's slave soldiers, clearly not taking them seriously. Field shrugged. I'm not a knight, I'm Baron Field. Oh, Baron Field, the one who doesn't even have guards. You sent people to donate money, and they mentioned your name. The bearded officer's expression turned strange for a moment. After several shifts in his gaze, he seemed to have made a decision. He gestured to his subordinates and smiled, saying, Your Excellency, I've long heard of your kind heart. I wonder if you could do us a favor. Field frowned slightly, sensing something was off about the tone. My original owner was indeed kind-hearted, Field thought to himself, then pretended to be clueless. Tell me about it. We were drunk and forgot to turn on the fog lights, causing the fog to seep into the barracks. We've lost control of the barracks. This is a big problem. Baron Bull is not someone to be trifled with. Will definitely be executed. The bearded officer's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. So, Field revealed a playful smile. You're planning to come and join me? Ha! The bearded officer and his soldiers laughed loudly, then suddenly gripped his weapon and sneered. We're going to run away, but we'll need all the savings of a nobleman, and besides, once we kill you, no one will be able to find us again. Is this how you treat your benefactors? Field was furious. He had originally wanted to recruit the survivors and find supplies, but these people had taken the initiative to provoke him, which made him unable to tolerate it any longer. The bearded man scoffed. If I hadn't forgotten my fog lights, I would have already charged out. Who do you think you are? Field scoffed. What am I laughing at? His smile was full of sarcasm. Actually, I was planning to loot this place anyway. Perfect. If I kill you, there will be no witnesses. Ashina, do it, he commanded in a low voice. Just then, the soldiers beside him suddenly drew their swords and charged toward Field. However, the ghostly blue wolf shadow swept past in an instant, and the soldier's arm was torn off without resistance, as if pulled by an invisible force. With a dull thud, the soldier fell to the ground in agony, clutching his severed arm and letting out a pitiful howl. My arm! My arm! Ashina's dragon-blood wolf leaped into the air, its massive body almost completely blocking the passage, radiating an aura of oppression that instilled fear in all the soldiers. Monster! They exclaimed in terror, their faces filled with astonishment. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Baron Field had no foundation and no real power? The bearded officer turned pale. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake and was filled with regret. Field smirked coldly. Ashna, cripple them all. He licked his lips and said in a low voice, Slaves, I'm giving you a chance to test your courage. Kill one person, and you'll be rewarded with 1 silver coin. Chapter 11. This world is filled with bloodshed and despicable acts. Kindness and tolerance will only hasten one's death, especially for a nobleman like Field, who has lost patience with these bastards. Let iron and blood settle the matter. Baseness is the passport of nobility. As it turns out, fighting among humans is far simpler than fighting against rotting corpses. At least, one's own kind isn't scary. A human slave roared and lunged at a soldier with a severed arm, smashing his scythe into the soldier's neck and ripping his head off. The soldier's terrified expression remained on his face. Well done, it's yours. Field smiled slightly, took a silver coin from his pocket, and tossed it to him. I allow slaves to own their own property, and the more they work, the more they are rewarded. The slave's eyes instantly turned red. Silver coins were no small sum. They could buy 100 loaves of black bread, meaning they could extend their lives for 100 days. At that moment, money ignited their fighting spirit. Moreover, led by Ashina's giant wolf, the slaves were fearless, gripping their weapons and charging towards the enemy. It was an easy massacre, Field said casually. Before the Chosen Ones, the ridiculously small number of fully armored infantrymen was a joke. The heavily armored soldiers were crushed into two-dimensional figures by a single slap of the wolf's claws, and blood flowed from their corpses, forming a river of blood. Field showed no mercy, quickly eliminating the traitorous garrison. He then tiptoed carefully, avoiding stepping on the severed limbs on the ground, and cautiously entered the bunker. This is an armory. When Field saw the armory, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Before me lay a mountain of armor, exuding the scent of tung oil. Neatly bundled halberds, steel swords, and ironclad shields sat quietly on shelves, while crossbows hung on the wall and barrels of arrows were arranged according to their function. This equipment is enough to easily arm 500 people with an armor coverage rate of 100%. A single baron could not afford such a massive military operation. Most of these weapons and equipment came from all over the empire. Every year, the various lords had to allocate a portion of their resources and gold to support the construction of border defenses and prevent the invasion of corrupted monsters and orcs. If Kashan Fortress has such abundant resources as an outpost, I can't even imagine how rich the other giant fortresses must be. Aren't we rich? Ashina picked up a riding bough, her heart filled with joy. We've made a small fortune, and this is just the beginning. Field waved his hand excitedly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put on this equipment. Great. Upon hearing that they could be equipped with such expensive armor, the slaves excitedly untied their ropes and quickly donned suits of lamellar armor. For them, this was the first time they had felt the weight of armor. Although it was heavy, the immense sense of security it provided was exhilarating. The only downside was that the slaves were generally thin, and their steps became somewhat unsteady when they put on armor. Haha, Richard, aren't you trying to annoy me? Field rubbed his hands slyly, beckoning the first slave to approach. What's your name? Sir, my name is Lynx. Lynx seemed a little nervous. In an era when knowledge and information were strictly controlled, people from the lower classes were often given arbitrary names. After all, offending the nobility was no laughing matter. I have a task for you. Practice it twice first, Field whispered, then began to instruct the Lynx, gesturing mysteriously. Now that they've already embezzled Baron Bull's weapons and equipment, they might as well be a little bolder. After Lynx led the 20 slaves away, Field began to carefully examine the weapons and equipment. Take it all. We must take it all. Just imagining it makes me uncomfortable. Field paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. Ashna, go and have Cal bring everyone over here. Take all this equipment down from the city walls. We'll get it back after we pass the pass. Anyway, it's Nightfall's equipment now. Not enough. Weapons and equipment alone are far from sufficient. Field knew that going to Nightfall was a high-stakes gamble, and he had to go all in. Kashan Fortress was supplied by nobles from all over the country, but the villages under its jurisdiction still had to pay taxes on time. There were 6 large villages here, responsible for supplying the fortress with cattle, sheep, wheat, and taxes being continuously transported to the Baron's castle every year. The fertile land and abundant produce of this region are the foundation for their ability to maintain a powerful military. Amidst the rolling hills and deep valleys, a well-equipped troop of soldiers, bearing the banner of the Bull Baron family, made their way through withered vines and overgrown weeds toward Bullhorn Village. Niujiao Village is famous for its 2 towering watchtowers. Although these watchtowers are only 4 meters high, including the top, they are still the pride of the village. Standing atop the watchtower, with the help of the surrounding wooden walls and the militia, one could effectively defend against bandit attacks. Last night, they shot 3 rotting corpses. These monsters had slipped in from outside the wall. They are the adult soldiers. The villagers recognized the flag, but they didn't know why the soldiers had come, and they all looked bewildered. Soon, the Lynx appeared with his slave guards. Open the door, Lynx cursed, while the soldiers cooperated by forcefully plunging their halberds into the ground with a crisp clang. The Lynx, mimicking the air of an aristocrat, arrogantly shouted, "Do you want us to starve out here? You damn fools." The villagers suddenly realized what was happening and bowed their heads and stuck out their buttocks to greet them. "My lord, are you here to deal with the matter of the rotting corpses? Our village has just repelled the attack of the rotting corpses. We thank the gods and also thank you, Baron. We will offer up our youngest daughter to ensure that you are satisfied." The village chief, all smiles, greeted him warmly. But when he saw the Lynx, he paused, clearly taken aback. "Sir," he said, "I don't think I've seen you before." Lynx felt a chill, but immediately remembered Field's instructions. When faced with unpleasant problems, cursing is the most effective way to deal with them. "Fuck your mother, you Viper-S lackey, stop spouting nonsense." Lynx drew his knife. "I'm here to collect taxes, not to claim kinship, understand? I don't care if you've seen me before." The village chief, his face covered in drool, was so startled by the Lynx drawing its sword that he nearly fell over. "Damn it, sir, it's my fault. Agricultural tax, population tax, family tax, religious tax, land tax, exemption tax, and what else? You know, these are the taxes that we bulls regularly pay." The taxes in the Middle Ages were diverse, and there was always one that left farmers feeling helpless. Chapter 12, but it's not time to collect taxes yet, sir. A farmer couldn't help but cry out. The Lynx replied expressionlessly, "Protecting you is difficult because of the zombie invasion, and we need more supplies. If you have any objections, we can send you to hell." Field's task was to collect taxes. Although he could accept looting if his plan was exposed, he knew that collecting taxes was a safer option. After all, the slaves were not very good fighters, and if a conflict broke out with the militia, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pay the full amount of tax. The village chief gritted his teeth and immediately ordered the villagers to bring out their livestock and grain as well. He even put on a fawning smile. The young girl the Baron wants, I'll offer her up as well. A young girl. Lynx frowned slightly, his heart skipped a beat. Baron Field had not mentioned this matter before, so it was clearly Baron Bull's request. The slave guard beside him was about to refuse, but was immediately stopped by Lynx. Refusing would expose their identities. All right, take them all back, Field commanded softly. The village quickly descended into chaos, like boiling water poured into an anthill. 2 cows, for sheep, countless chickens and ducks, 5 cartloads of grain, 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 50 copper coins were all gone. The village's wealth was almost completely emptied overnight, and cries and pleas echoed everywhere. Nobles are truly terrifying, Lynx thought to himself. He himself had been enslaved because he couldn't pay taxes, and he knew the bitterness of it all too well. Whether the villagers evaded taxes or not is irrelevant. It's all just freebies they got anyway. Wow, so many livestock. Field directed the slaves to move the weapons and magical items. Suddenly, they discovered the fog-repelling lamps that the bearded officer had been longing for in another bunker. There were 3 in total, as well as a large amount of magical potions, especially those for treating wounds. Their value was incalculable, worth at least 200 gold coins. Field was surprised to see the tax revenue brought back by the Lynx. I didn't expect such a small village to collect so much tax. The tax rate must be frighteningly high. He hadn't expected that the Lynx could plunder so many resources from a village, even bringing cattle and sheep. It seemed that in this cursed land, he wouldn't have to worry about not having meat for a while. However, the only thing that made Field uneasy was that he had actually plundered a village. Don't be a saint. Staying alive is the most important thing. Field gently patted his head, comforting himself in a low voice. Chinese moral concepts simply wouldn't have worked in the Middle Ages. It was a dog-eat-dog world where people were barely surviving. So who had time to care about anything else? Only by surviving can one achieve anything. Moreover, Nightfall territory is located in front of Bull territory, and as a buffer zone, it is only natural for it to receive this support. The most important thing is to feed our people. Very good, 1 silver coin each. Field smiled and encouraged the Lynx, then generously added, once you have enough gold coins to give me, I will release you and make you free citizens of Nightfall. The slaves cheered like a tidal wave, filled with hope. Sir, let's go to other villages to collect taxes. Lynx's eyes lit up at the mention of a reward, and he immediately sided with Field, having long since discarded any sympathy he had felt earlier. The villagers of Bull territory have been plundered, so why should the villagers of Nightfall territory show sympathy? Field clenched his fist, his tone decisive. Of course, take their gold coins like crazy. Let's try to finish collecting taxes by tomorrow morning. We're a bit short on time. Go on. Continue pretending to be the guards of Bull territory to collect taxes. I'll give you a reward when we're done. Although the pace had to be quickened, Field knew that the other cities of the Empire were not as cowardly as Richard. They would soon realize the crisis in Bull territory and send troops to eliminate the corrupted monsters. He couldn't afford to be caught red-handed. Sir, and this little girl too. Lynx pulled over a little girl dressed in a plain robe, who looked to be about 12 years old. Do I look like a creepy old man? Bringing a little girl back to me. Field was stunned for a second, shocked. He was about to yell at her, but seeing the fearful look on Lynx's face, he immediately suppressed his anger and asked, what's going on? Why did you bring a child back? It was presented to Baron Bull by the villagers. I suspect it's not a good thing, and I didn't want to cause trouble. But to avoid suspicion, I brought it back on my own, Lynx whispered. There's no punishment. You did a smart job, Lynx. From now on, you'll lead the guard. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't like this sudden trouble, he wasn't going to punish him severely. Seeing that the little girl didn't seem to have anything special about her, Field asked her a few questions and then decided to take her in. Now that she knows Field's background, letting her go back is clearly unlikely, and she wouldn't fare well either. Staying with her offers a glimmer of hope. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Ashina opened her eyes slightly to the sounds of chickens, ducks, and cows, and lazily yawned. Yesterday's fatigue seemed to have vanished, and Ashina felt she slept very soundly. The mat beneath her was soft and had a faint scent of gardenia flowers, a warmth she had never felt in the damp, cold iron cage. Fortunately, Lord Field chose me to be the chosen one. Lord Field is such a good person, Ashina murmured to herself, her heart filled with gratitude. She stretched, and although she wanted to sleep a little longer, she got up when she heard Field say that they would be entering the gray fog today. How was your rest last night? Field was taken aback when he saw her approaching. Ashina's nimble movements distracted him for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. No need to rush. I'm still planning our route. I rested well, Your Highness. You are busy. Ashina replied softly, standing aside to wait. Field looked down at the map in his hand. It was the same version from 7 years ago. 7 years ago, many pioneering knights entered the north with their families and servants, full of ambition to expand their territory. However, almost none of them returned. All of them remained forever on this corrupt land, turning into monsters. Maybe they really are some kind of boss. This is troublesome, Field thought to himself. The strategic plan was brilliant, but the risks involved were enough to make one's scalp crawl. In Chapter 13, the steward Kareem reported somewhat impatiently, "Sir, all the goods have been packed, including last night's support supplies, 7 cows, 20 sheep, a pack horse, and some other miscellaneous items. All have been recorded in the ledger and are ready." He was dressed in decent cloth, but his expression was very somber. No one wanted to enter the north, especially this lifeless place. Standing on the city wall, all he could see was a thick gray fog, obscuring everything. Although he had considered escaping, he knew that Field would never give him the chance. The Lynx and those slave soldiers had been completely bought off by money and corruption, and Kareem was certain that if he dared to escape, he would be killed immediately, and Field would reward them with a silver coin. These slaves, they've even sold their souls for money, Kareem cursed inwardly. By the way, my lord, Kareem hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, is that Miss Ashina really the chosen one? Is she lying to us? Could she demonstrate a miracle? Last night, Field gathered everyone and announced that Ashina was the chosen one. Kareem harbored doubts about this. Field coldly replied, "What do I need to prove? Why don't you come and develop the land for me, and I'll be your steward? But you just need to survive the Empire's encirclement." He looked at Kareem, his brow furrowed. This steward had never been loyal from the start. If he hadn't been literate, Field would have thrown him out to be a stable boy long ago. Kareem fell to pressure, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. His master's change left him somewhat bewildered. Perhaps the pressure from his family was too great. After all, he didn't want to enter this dangerous place. As a nobleman enjoying a comfortable life, he naturally didn't want to face such a desperate situation. "No objections, let's go." Field lit the fog lights. These lights were quite expensive to burn per minute, but it was the only way for them to survive in this gray fog. He took a deep breath and stepped into the northern province. All sound and life vanished instantly, replaced by a deathly gray mist that even the sun's rays could not penetrate. An eerie silence hung in the air, making even Field himself feel tense and uneasy. Without the fog lights, the slaves would have long since lost their minds, rushing into the smog and turning into monsters. The ground was covered in decaying vegetation, and black tentacles writhed on it, occasionally tangling around the wheels. Field forced himself to remain calm and said with a cold laugh, "It's just like Silent Hill." Echoed from afar. The fog lights could only illuminate 100 paces ahead, while the roars seemed to originate from an even more distant place, giving one a sense of utter insecurity. Along the way, ruins, corroded iron spears, and withered heads were everywhere. Field even saw a faded griffin banner, clearly indicating that the Empire had sent many pioneer legions, but they had all died and become natives. Suddenly, Ashina said alertly, "My lady, step back behind me." Her eyes flashed with a scarlet light as she stared into the distance. A monster is approaching. Soon, a rotting corpse with half its face missing came into Field's view. Without hesitation, Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow. The corpse's head exploded, and the body fell heavily to the ground. "Watch out. More monsters are coming." Field saw a large cluster of skull markers on the minimap and knew they had been discovered. He commanded, "Form a wall of wagons. Archers, fire." At Kashan Fortress, Field acquired 80 crossbows and 100 imperial bows. Although only 2 or 3 of the slaves were skilled archers, the crossbows proved very useful, so he equipped 20 crossbowmen with them. As the monsters drew closer, the pressure on the team increased. The cries of rotting corpses mingled with the sound of footsteps, like a dark horde of zombies surging in. With the help of the mini-map, Field knew the monsters' locations, but faced with such a dense enemy force, they still had no choice but to fight back. "Fire," Field commanded, and the slaves nervously fired their crossbow bolts forward. The front row of rotting corpses collapsed as if they had hit an invisible wall. 7 or 8 fell. At the same time, Ashina summoned her giant wolf and pounced on the monster horde. Although she was only a level 1 chosen one, her combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary people. Her longsword flashed, and the rotting corpses fell one after another. The giant wolf's claws and flames also took many enemies, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. "She really is the chosen one?" Kareem rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Ashina shared most of the pressure, but even so, the tense atmosphere did not ease in the slightest. As the gray fog spread, more rotting corpses poured out, bringing immense psychological stress to everyone. Kill! The lynx growled in a low voice, raising its halberd to meet the charging corpses. Several halberds pierced the corpse's chest, and with a flick, the body fell to the ground like a rag doll. Lynx and his slave guards fought fiercely with the corpse, its fists and claws raining down on shields and armor with a clanging sound. Suddenly, Field noticed a rapidly moving skull icon on the map, which was now above his head. Without hesitation, Field immediately dismounted and stood on higher ground within the ranks, preparing to deal with the aerial threat. Just as he regained his footing, a sudden gust of wind swept in. "Watch out above," a teammate shouted. Field quickly ducked and drew his sword to thrust upwards. Looking up, he saw a Batwoman. It was a hairless, ugly monster with bat wings for arms and sharp claws for legs. Chapter 14. The Batwoman's wings flapped, and the 2 lumps of rotting flesh on her chest swayed with them, so disgusting that it was unbearable to look at. She swooped down and seized a female slave, who struggled and screamed in agony. However, no one could save her. Moments later, Batwoman tore her in two, blood splattering everywhere, the air thick with the pungent smell of blood, causing the surrounding crowd to scream in horror. Batwoman let out a mocking laugh. "Shoot that bastard to pieces." Field roared in fury. Without hesitation, the archers raised their weapons, and bolts and arrows shot out instantly. Amidst the explosive sounds, Batwoman had not expected that humans would have ranged attack capabilities. After being shot by an arrow, her body fell to the ground like a tattered rag, completely losing the ability to resist. "You ugly thing, how dare you attack my people? Every single one of them was bought with my money," Field roared, then recklessly pulled a halberd from the carriage and swung it down hard on the Batwoman's head, blood splattering everywhere. However, as the Batwoman was killed, chaos erupted on the flanks of the battlefield. Without the obstruction of crossbows, the rotting corpses surged toward them. "Everyone, get out of the way." Ashina quickly activated the power of the dragon wolf. Black scales began to smoke from her neck, and terrifying energy gathered, distorting the surrounding space. With a deafening roar, eerie blue flames erupted from the wolf's mouth, unleashing a heat wave like a bursting dam. The blue flames rapidly engulfed a large area in front of Field. Even the gray fog dissipated considerably in an instant. "It's so hot." The guards, clad in heavy armor, cried out in agony as they stood too close to the heat, feeling as if they were on hot iron plates. The filthy blood from the rotting corpses had also dried and smeared onto their armor. "Sorry," Ashina said, sticking out her tongue somewhat embarrassedly. The flames, burning and roasting, instantly annihilated a large number of rotting corpses. The remaining ones were no longer a threat, and the group successfully held off the first wave of zombies. Although we lost 3 slaves and 1 slave guard, it was still acceptable. "Rest here for half an hour. Women, go and retrieve the arrows." Field took the water jug and gulped down several mouthfuls of icy water to regain some clarity. Only then did he realize he was still in reality. "Thanks to you, Ashina." Field reached out and ruffled Ashina's hair. Ashina blushed, her wolf tail swishing like a propeller, as if ready to take off at any moment. Ashina shook her head, feigning modesty. "It's what I should do." But her expression seemed to say, "Praise me, don't stop." The northern provinces were indeed a cursed land. Without Ashina's help, Field knew he might not have lasted long either. Just as he was feeling a bit scared, a new sign appeared in his field of vision, a bunch of red exclamation marks. Were those monsters? No, the lines were arranged too neatly, exactly 19 in total. "What's with this sign?" Field frowned, looking at Ashina. "Go into the gray fog and lay in ambush. Be prepared to react to any situation." Cavalry Captain Connor and his troops also advanced through the fog. "These fog lights look like they're about to go out. Honestly, why are that idiot Baron's lights so big, while ours are so small?" a cavalryman complained in a low voice. "Shut up. Be careful not to make too much noise and attract the corpses." His comrade interrupted him hurriedly. "I sense something behind us," a vigilant cavalryman suddenly said. "We should take out Field before we enter the north, not now." Connor gave a wry smile. "You think I don't want to? But killing nobles openly and honestly would get us hanged." This is also why they came back after saying goodbye to Field, to find an alibi. Soon, Connor's team found Field's trail. The blood and corpses on the ground served as their guide, making it impossible to hide. "Brothers, take out Field first, then steal his fog lights. The fog will soon engulf everything." Connor's plan seemed perfect. They quickly formed a cavalry charge formation, and their horses began to trot. I can already picture Field begging for mercy. Connor laughed smugly. However, his smile froze the moment he saw Field. 30 fully armored guards stood firmly before the chariot formation, halberds in hand and shields raised, forming a defensive array. The filth, blood, and entrails of rotting corpses stained their armor, clearly indicating they were not to be trifled with. Field positioned himself behind the wagon formation, his crossbowmen already prepared, awaiting only the order to unleash a hail of arrows upon Connor's cavalry. Even without professional training, the crossbow bolts were powerful enough to pierce through the enemy. Damn it, we've been exposed. Connor stood frozen in place, instantly feeling like a joke. How is this possible? Isn't Field a coward with no connections? How could he have such a strong guard? The cavalrymen were in a panic. Heavy halberdiers charging into the enemy formation? Going to ram that damned wagon barricade? Retreat. Connor yanked on the reins, and his warhorse neighed and turned to flee. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall bear, like Black Wolf, appeared behind the warhorse, startling it and causing it to stumble. Connor was thrown off his horse, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Damn it! Before Connor could even pick up his weapon, a spear was pressed against his throat. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful werewolf, staring at him with a half-smile. Connor knew that one move meant certain death. What made him even more desperate was that she also took away his fog lights. This is the slave Field bought. Connor realized instantly. The being that could move freely in the gray fog without fog lights was actually Field's slave. Everyone was stunned. My God, how could they have encountered the Chosen Ones? If they had known that Field possessed such a creature, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they had been given 10,000 gold coins. Captain Connor, what are you doing here? You gave me quite a fright. Field said slowly, with a hint of slyness in his tone. Are you worried that I won't take up my post on time? Don't worry. It is the responsibility of nobles to expand their territory. Connor opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. In Chapter 15, Field said with a smile and a kind tone. So you must be here to escort us? Just like the chivalrous spirit says, praise the Valkyrie. Connor instantly relaxed, thinking that Field clearly hadn't realized their true purpose, and hurriedly echoed. Yes, that's right. That's wonderful. Field gestured for Ashina to step back. Come down and have a glass of wheat wine. We're about to set off, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to show your chivalry along the way. He casually invited the cavalrymen. Although the cavalrymen were apprehensive, they also harbored a glimmer of hope. Field seemed sincere, but they knew that a direct confrontation with the Chosen Ones would most likely result in total annihilation, with virtually no chance of escape. Moreover, Ashina had already taken the fog lights while knocking down Connor. Without them, crashing into the fog would be suicide. It seems the Baron hasn't discovered our plans, one of the cavalrymen whispered. That's true. Field has always been foolish, another cavalryman chimed in. Seeing Field's sincere expression, they couldn't help but recall his past kindness and weakness, and a fantasy began to form in their hearts. After being persuaded by Field to dismount, they nervously drank a few sips of wheat beer and finally relaxed a little. Sir, I think we should go back and report, Connor said, making an excuse to leave. Field almost burst out laughing, thinking to himself, these fools really think they can fool me. I've requisitioned your warhorses to expand our trade. I'll return them to you when we reach Nightfall territory, Field said casually. Didn't you just say you'd help us clear the way? Come on, let's clear the way. Connor suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly changed his words. I regret it. I'm really sorry, but I have to go back and report as soon as possible. The Earl may be getting impatient. Field sneered and looked at Ashina, signaling her to take action. Ashina's giant wolf suddenly pounced on a cavalryman, its teeth clamping down on his head, making a chilling crunching sound. The cavalryman instantly collapsed, blood gushing out, his body convulsing violently. Those present, including the residents of Field, held their breath, their faces filled with terror. The scene of violence sent a chill down everyone's spine. I was wrong. Baron Field, Connor cried out in alarm, immediately prostrating himself on the ground. It was your second sister, Liz, who ordered me to do it. Field replied with a smile. Do I have to say it again, Captain Connor? Go clear the way, or die right now. Connor felt a bone-chilling cold. All his illusions shattered in an instant. He had heard other nobles gossip that Field was as weak as a lamb, but now he understood that it was nothing but a lie. He cursed those liars fiercely, thinking to himself, this is Field's true colors. Under the threat of the guards, the remaining 18 cavalrymen without horses formed a small squad and walked at the front of the column. Field looked at the mini-map and saw a large group of rotting corpses rapidly approaching. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, Let's go. Nightfall territory is located in the southwest of the northern province. With the help of the mini-map, Field skillfully bypassed most of the monsters. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the Grand Manor. However, Connor's trembling hands and blank expression made Field realize that the carnage along the way had broken him. Now, he was being torn apart by rotting corpses, flesh buds wriggling from his wounds, the decay bringing him closer to death. Give him a quick death, Field said coldly. Without hesitation, Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow through Connor's chest. Then, the slaves expertly moved forward to plunder his supplies. We finally arrived at Starry Night Manor. It wasn't easy. Field looked at the manor gate and breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone cheered. Without Ashina's combat prowess and the help of the mini-map, Field would bet they would never have been able to successfully detour. Along the way, the swarms of rotting corpses nearly made it impossible for them to advance any further. Ashina stepped forward and tore open the part of the manor gate that was covered with thorns. The door creaked loudly and collapsed with a crash. Ashina quickly jumped back and said with a smile, "Looks like the gate needs some repairs." The large iron gate, statues, stone buildings, and those once prosperous gardens, though now corrupted and gloomy by the gray fog, still retained glimpses of their former grandeur. Field saw the corpses of humans, rotting bodies, and unidentified monsters among the decaying plants. Starry Night Estate, covering approximately 30 hectares, boasts swimming pools, gardens, farmhouses, woodlands, barns, wine cellars, stables, and villas, enough to be the size of 40 football fields. This estate belongs to Baron Sophia, who wields considerable power. Field knows that this is merely the Baron's fiefdom. Rumors suggest that Her Majesty the Queen's estate spans a staggering 500 hectares. However, despite the vastness of the area, there are also quite a few monsters. The decay has been going on for 10 years. The barns and stables are worthless. Field pulled out a map of the estate and carefully compared it with a miniature map. The gardens aren't worth wasting time on either. Should we clear out the main building directly or occupy a villa? Ashina seemed a little excited. After all, it was her first time encountering such a high-end building. The slaves were even more excited, whispering among themselves, their faces full of anticipation. For these people from the lowest rungs of society, working in a nobleman's villa, even as a lowly sweeper, was something to be proud of. Field stared at the main building in the distance, suddenly feeling uneasy. It seemed as if something was watching him through the dilapidated windows, and he felt a sinking feeling in his chest, and his breathing quickened. There might be a terrifying entity inside the main building. Don't provoke it yet. Field quickly looked away, rubbing his temples, his gaze falling on the mini-map marked with numerous skull icons. The most conspicuous thing is a huge red dot in the basement. A skull represents a corrupted monster, and this red dot is probably a monster. Chapter 16, The Grand Winery, the first outpost. My lord, why do you look so troubled? Ashina approached, bow and arrow in hand, a smile in her eyes. The most difficult period was right before we arrived here. Why are you only showing signs of trouble now? Waving his hand, Field didn't want to spread anxiety and discourage the already unsure crowd. He gave a teasing look and reached out to pinch Ashina's wolf ears. It's not that I'm having a hard time. I'm just wondering whether I should give my hard-working heroine a massage myself. Hey. Ashina's pretty face immediately flushed red. Her red eyes trembled like an earthquake, and she stammered as she tried to answer. But when she saw Field's expression as if he were teasing a child, she immediately realized that she had been teased, and immediately said angrily, "Lord, you've gone too far. I even cared about you. I'm not going to be friends with you anymore." Field patted his aching neck. "Thank you for your concern, but it's time to find a place to stay. I don't want to sleep in the carriage for another second. The creaking noise is giving me a headache. It would be much better to have a house to shelter from the wind and rain, even if the houses here are rotten beyond recognition." After carefully studying the map, Field said, "Let's go and occupy the large winery, Ashina. The main structure there is made of brick and stone, so it won't easily turn into a pile of ruins." The Grand Winery was located southeast of the main building, with vast tracts of fertile farmland once used to grow black pearl grapes for winemaking. Of course, those vineyards are a thing of the past. Now, the farmland is filled only with writhing black tentacles and rotting corpses. Grapevines and trellises can be vaguely seen in the farmland. This land once produced the empire's most famous black pearl wine. The women cleaned the fields thoroughly, leaving no filth behind. These wriggling tentacles and chunks of flesh may look terrifying, but they pose no threat. Field kicked aside a rotten lump of flesh with 7 or 8 eyes. These disgusting things were cute little animals before the gray fog arrived. "Yes, sir." The slaves dawdled. Complete it within 2 days, and I will pay you 10 copper coins as wages. These lands will be our food source in the future. Field unleashed his trump card, allowing slaves to possess money. The slaves' eyes lit up, and they quickly used farm tools to kill the corrupting creatures, increasing their work efficiency tenfold. Butler Perry rolled his eyes at the slave's appearance. Only a kind and generous master would do this. If these peasants weren't going to work, it would be easier to just hang them. At this moment, the freeman who had been lured by Field came over. Sir, you're being far-fetched. The land has been poisoned. Even if all the monsters are cleared out, it's still uncultivable. The villagers questioned, and someone stomped their foot, causing the soft, rotten ground to immediately sink in, forming a footprint filled with purple water. Look, it's like a swamp full of toxins. Oh, this damned smell is worse than a widow's crotch that hasn't been washed in 3 years. Upon hearing this, the slaves all cast puzzled glances at them. My kindness seems to have emboldened some people to take advantage of me. Field lowered his eyelids, his tone devoid of emotion. This is my order, not something I'm discussing with you. The villagers, still loyal to Baron Bull, couldn't quite grasp the situation, but what you're doing makes no sense. Field frowned, his eyes unfriendly. The guards, including Lynx, immediately drew their swords, creating a series of sharp, swift sounds. Even though Connor and his men were the main force along the way, the slave guards had still been tempered and developed a sense of military discipline. Those who were blinded by the flash of the blade immediately realized that their new lord was being questioned. They were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat and fell to the ground. The atmosphere was tense for half a minute. Field then waved his hand, not because he was deliberately showing off or indulging in feudalistic practices, but because he lacked a foothold in this place far removed from order. If he couldn't control these guys, he might as well give up being a lord and find a place to hang himself. You all go and clear the land too. All the land in the east is yours. And those fools who called me a daydreamer, go and get 5 lashes. Field gave them a small punishment as a warning, since they were needed for both development and farming. The villagers, already drenched in sweat, were immediately relieved upon hearing Field's words, replying as if granted a pardon. Yes, yes, yes. The group began to eradicate the corruption, which startled the corrupted creature into letting out a sharp, eerie scream. This is so Cthulhu-esque. Field gasped for breath, feeling nauseous. Staying in this cursed land for too long might drive him mad. We must quickly ignite the spark of civilization, starting with the winery. 2 farmers carrying torches pulled open the winery door, and a dark, putrid stench assaulted his nostrils. Field nearly vomited up yesterday's dinner, covering his mouth and nose and turning his face away. Watch out, there are a lot of footsteps on the 2nd floor. Ashina didn't react unusually to the stench. She had lived in much worse conditions during her time as a slave. We need to occupy this big house, and there may be flammable materials inside, so we can't use fire. Ashina nodded obediently. Leave it to me. Holding a steel shield to his chest, Field drew his longsword. Prepare the halberd. Prepare for the charge. Despite lacking formal training, the guards had figured out the ropes after days of fighting, and small square formations quickly took shape. Field took a deep breath and slammed his sword hilt against his shield. Hey, folks, our community's here to offer some warmth. Roar. The darkness was filled with eerie howls and screams. A sudden burst of footsteps, as dense as drum beats, erupted as a monster, its face disfigured and its body twisted, burst forth from the inky darkness, the sounds of flesh and metal clashing filling the air. Ashina and her wolf held off the main force of the horde of corpses. Her spear could easily reap the rotting corpses, and the giant wolf was like a tank. Even though it was covered in rotting corpses and turned into a sphere, its defenses were still intact. If Field hadn't stopped the dragon wolf from breathing fire, the battle would have been over by now. By the goddess above. The guard standing at the front row pierced through a rotting corpse and stumbled. Before he could regain his balance, he was immediately pounced on by the surging corpses behind him. Wearing armor, he crashed to the ground, dazed and confused. With a low shout, Field took half a step forward, his longsword slashing fiercely at the corpse's head. This wasn't an anime where the villain was 3 times stronger. The corpse was just a monster in human skin, without any armor. Where the sharp blade sliced through, bones and tendons snapped, and the entire head was severed. Thank you, sir. The guard stared in terror, his trousers damp with sweat. He had almost shared a passionate kiss with the monster. From his expression, which made him almost kneel down and call him father, it was easy to see that he had never shown such respect and gratitude to a nobleman. Chapter 17. I, the little mouse, am really doomed. Thank you, sir. The guard was still dazed. Field reached out and pulled him up, punching the guard on the shoulder with his fist, encouraging him. Training a suitable soldier is not easy. I'm still waiting for you to break free from slavery and become true warriors, or even knights. The guard listened with fervor. He had previously dismissed Field's promises as empty words or a nobleman's joke. But now, he truly felt that Field was different from other nobles. Charge for Lord Field. The people around them were also infected by the passion, and they frantically swung their halberds to harvest the rotting corpses. Soon, the rotting corpses attracted by the sound were all cleared away. Field roughly counted them and found that there were more than 70 rotting corpses. Field took a deep breath, but the stench in the air immediately rushed into his trachea, causing him to quickly shut his mouth. He muttered to himself, "Does the winery really need so many people? When the Empire decided to unleash the fog of death, why didn't they notify the people in the north to evacuate? Forget it, it's none of my business." Ignoring pointless questions, Field continued to explore the winery. After walking for a while, Field found the large room for brewing, and he imagined that he could find raw materials such as rock sugar and wheat. But what responded to his unrealistic fantasies was a grotesque Batwoman corpse, its eyes wide open in death, violently torn open from neck to groin, its internal organs missing. This barley is wasted. It was originally intended to make barley wine. Field noticed the things that could still be called barley scattered all over the ground. 10 years, plus the decay, had allowed the barley grains to slowly wriggle. Field marveled at the wonder of decay. Perhaps decay is not the devil's curse, but a special kind of radiation. Radiation? Ashina's brain went blank as she pondered the new words Field had used. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Watch out. Something is rapidly approaching." The speed was so fast that Field didn't even notice the skull icon flashing across the minimap. Clang! The guard standing in front changed his expression drastically, instinctively looking at the ceiling. In an instant, the shield he was holding shattered into many pieces, and the guard was sent flying backward, grabbing at his hands and feet. A monster resembling the Licker from Resident Evil appeared where the guard had been. Only its long, thin tail and nose revealed that it was a mutated rat. The rat monster shrieked and swung its claws at Field. Field felt a gust of wind, and the giant claw kept growing larger in front of him. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashina controlled the dragon wolf to flash in front of Field, curling up to firmly shield him. With a series of crackling explosions and sparks, the dragon-like wolf withstood the claw attacks thanks to its scales, without uttering a sound. The monster was bewildered, staring at its own claws, which had never been invincible, yet today had only managed to rip off 2 bloody scales. The dragon wolf raised its hand and slapped the rat monster to the ground. Lynx and the others immediately seized the opportunity, hacking and slashing wildly with their sabers and halberds. However, the rat monster, relying on its thick hide, only suffered minor cuts despite taking so many blows. It swung its long limbs, sweeping away 7 or 8 people like dust. Keep in mind that the guards were wearing full armor. Even if the lamellar armor wasn't heavy, the guards and armor together weighed over 100 pounds, yet they were so easily knocked away. You all step back? This is beyond the scope of ordinary creatures. Field, holding his shield, quickly found a corner to crouch down, cursing, "I forgot to bring the crossbow." For ordinary people, the only way to break through the defenses of this thick-skinned monster is with crossbow bolts. Let's leave it to Ashina. The rat monster got up, attempting to grab a guard and eat him as a snack. "I won't let you succeed." Ashina channeled her power into the spear in her hand, unleashing her full aura. The powerful impact sent the spear piercing the rat monster's body like tearing through parchment, then wedging between its bones. Had it not been for the terrain preventing Ashina from charging on her giant wolf, this attack would have pierced right through the rat monster. The rat-like creature let out a painful cry and swiftly reached out with its claws. Boom! Slammed into the rat monster's chest like a high-speed train, interrupting its attack and sending it flying, exposing its weakness. This is a Tier 3 corrupted creature. In confined terrain, it requires a Tier 3 human with battle aura or magic to kill it, or the aid of city defense ballistae or armor-piercing crossbows. Fortunately, the Chosen One is far stronger than ordinary people, and Ashina's combat power as a first-tier Chosen One was enough to crush it. The spear that kills with extreme cold. Ashina uses her divine skill for the first time. Starlight gathered in her hand, forming a long spear that resembled a surging azure dragon. Ashina poured in a massive amount of divine power. Then, using her legs to drive her waist, and her waist to drive her arms, she hurled it fiercely. The divine technique struck the rat monster, instantly spraying blood, breaking bones and tendons. Large chunks of flesh were shredded and plastered onto the wall. Phew, it's finally over. Ashina's face was slightly pale, and she looked tired as she breathed heavily. The battle ended in the blink of an eye, but the risks involved were suffocating. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily you were here, so the last venison steak is yours. Long live the Lord. Upon hearing that there was venison steak to eat, Ashina's tail wagged back and forth incessantly, and saliva involuntarily dripped out. Her aloofness during battle had vanished, but she patted her chest and said generously, I only need half. The Lord has worked very hard. Field was greatly relieved. The minimap shows that there are very few monsters left in the large winery. They are all represented by scattered little skull icons. Just to be on the safe side, Field first took the wounded out, applied medicine to them, and then led the rested team to thoroughly clean the large winery. The cleanup work didn't reach its final stage until 9 p.m. The entire winery was dilapidated, with landslides everywhere. The wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks stirred up gray dust. The only saving grace was that the overall structure of the winery had been preserved. The group searched the first and second floors thoroughly, but found nothing of value, just some black, broken pieces of wood that could be used to build sheds or for fuel. The wine cellar is down here, sir, the guard said as he stepped forward, ignoring the thick dust on the cellar door, and pulled it open with both hands, revealing a dark staircase. Field swallowed hard, nervously rubbing his hands together, muttering to himself, May God help me find something useful. A large number of oak sherry barrels were piled up in the dark cellar, some of which had been damaged by a landslide, and there were dried water stains and traces of rats everywhere. Chapter 18 Rare Fine Wine. Upon seeing the chaotic state of the wine cellar, Field was filled with despair. Fortunately, there's always a way out. Field only searched a few places before finding the unopened barrels of wine. Dong dong. He tapped the barrel gently, and a low, muffled sound came from inside. Field's heart skipped a beat, and a look of delight immediately appeared on his face. However, fearing that he might be disappointed, he pretended to be calm. Open this barrel, and hopefully it will be filled with fine wine, not tentacles. The fog only corrupts plants and animals. Inanimate objects generally don't turn into monsters, provided the wine is properly sealed. The guards pried open the wine barrel with great effort, and with a pop, the rich aroma of the wine wafted out. The bizarre experience of finding the aroma of top-quality wine in a winery filled with stench and monsters is comparable to finding shrimp in a toilet. This is it, the Black Pearl wine, which is now extinct in the Empire. Field was thrilled. He excitedly waved his fist and ordered the wine-craving guard beside him. Call my steward, Cow, and count the number of barrels available for drinking here. Seeing that Field was immersed in joy, Ashina carefully advised, My lord, even fine wine should be consumed in moderation. Many lords were ruined by alcoholism, spending their days in bars and brothels. Don't worry, Ashina, I don't want to drink these drinks. Field prefers iced tea or cola to alcohol. These rare wines, which have been out of print for 10 years, are all liquid gold. As long as they are transported to the imperial capital, no. As long as they are delivered to any nearby city, they will immediately bring us a massive amount of gold coins. As for the exact value, that depends on how much wine is here. But Field was certain that those high-ranking officials and dignitaries would fight tooth and nail for the fine wines. Oh, Ashina touched her lips with her slender fingers, looking thoughtful. Since Black Pearl wine is so precious, we can make wine too. Anyway, Starry Night Winery is in our hands. You're right, but that's something we'll only consider if safety is guaranteed. With the wine cellar handed over to Kaur, Field finally had time to examine his territory. Centered on the winery, the area roughly the size of an elementary school playground, this entire perimeter is occupied by Field. As long as it's not shrouded in gray fog and people can move around on it, it's considered true territory. What's on the territory isn't important right now, because it's full of decaying plants and creatures that need to be cleared away before that can be considered. Now, the real challenge begins. Field walked around the outermost edge of the road. Thanks to the villagers' efforts in clearing the area, the decaying creatures in the fields had decreased significantly, and the area finally looked somewhat human. The inhabitants huddled together the deformed, decaying creatures. These monsters were incapable of fighting, but their very existence was a form of pollution. The rotten wood cleared from the Grand Winery was put to good use. It was thrown into the monster pile and set ablaze. The monster's screams, like a cat in heat, rang out incessantly, accompanied by sizzling sounds as large plumes of gray smoke billowed from its body. My God, By the Valkyrie, these devil's minions have finally been eliminated. The maid patted her chest and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. The female slaves, on the other hand, cast envious glances at her. Being able to enter and leave the castle, eat the leftovers of nobles, and enjoy luxurious rest time is enough to make slaves envious. Scissors, I need you to do something. After touring the territory, Field planned to meet with his servants before issuing the new decree. My lord, you said. The maid, Scissors, immediately lost her smile, like a startled cricket, even her loud voice faltering. Despite Field's previous display of cowardice and foolishness, he remained a figure revered by the common people. Field has been busy with expansion these past few days and has neglected many things. He now realizes that there are huge class differences in the world. I remember the funny things that happened to Field's cheapskate father. The rival nobles planned a surprise attack on the family's caravan, but a farmer happened to stumble upon the noble's ambush location. The farmer immediately went to the castle and told the count about the enemy's plot. The count then turned the tables on them and defeated the enemy decisively. Logically, the farmer should have received a monetary reward, but the count, upon his triumphant return, had the farmer hanged and displayed to the public. The reason is that the peasant's lowly shoes, stained with disgusting excrement and mud, left base footprints on the count's carpet. In the eyes of the nobles, their subjects were nothing but a pile of excrement, and slaves were even worse than excrement. Field is not a saint. He will not overthrow himself, nor will he completely localize and become a thorough feudal aristocrat. I just want my people to live a good life, Field thought. Of course, they have to be obedient. Scissors, gather all the people who serve me here. I have something to say. Yes, sir. Scissors immediately lifted his apron and jogged off. The butler was the first to arrive. After all, he held the highest position among all the servants, so it was only natural that Scissors would notify him first. My lord, the number of wine barrels hasn't been counted yet. It will take at least 2 more days. The steward, Cow, came running up, panting. He looked very thin, with barely any flesh on his thighs, and seemed to be living a very difficult life. But his wages are the highest in the entire territory, 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. In addition, he is given tasks such as purchasing and accounting. As long as he puts his mind to it, his income can increase several times. Normally, 1 copper coin in the empire could buy a loaf of black bread, which was made from rye bran and sometimes contained sawdust and bark. Unlike the bread we imagine today, black bread was as hard as a rock. You could break your teeth if you tried to bite into it. The proper way to eat it was to soak it in hot soup until it softened, and then eat it with the coarse salt grains that were full of impurities. It has neither a wheat flavor nor a sweet taste. It's just salty with a bitter aftertaste. Even with such terrible food, many people can't earn enough for 2 loaves of bread after a day's work and end up as slaves. Maids, male servants, and cooks all earn 15 copper coins per day, which amounts to 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins per month. Before long, Field met his servants, 2 maids, a servant, and a cook. In modern society, having 2 or 3 servants is a very impressive thing, but in the Middle Ages, Field was just a poor nobleman. His sister, the woman who sent cavalry to try to kill him, had 20 male servants who were responsible for chopping vegetables, mincing meat, leading horses, and even trimming nails. Field's piercing eyes swept over everyone, and they all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact with the Lord, as that would be considered impolite. Chapter 19. The initial establishment of the territory and planning for the future. I still don't know what my manservant's name is, Field asked the butler. Sir, his name is Wagwan, earthenware pot. He's 16, and his parents are farmers. The cook is called Danpan, plate, and the maids are Jianzi, scissors, and Mac, sparrow. In this world, only those who possess knowledge, nobles, or those who wield extraordinary powers have pleasant-sounding names. For example, Field's full name is Field Ross, and Ross means rose, but as a name, Ross is more appropriate. Similarly, President George W. Bush's full name is George Walker Bush, which could be translated as George Walker Bush, but that sounds too strange. Sir, what are your orders? The earthenware pot was called out by name, and its voice trembled with fear. He was worried about being fired, so he slacked off for 10 minutes while mopping the floor yesterday. The makeshift bed you made for the carriage is very soft. If it weren't for it, I probably would have been shaken to pieces on this journey. Field said casually, snapping his fingers. Cow, here's a silver coin for the potter. Hiss. The others immediately cast envious glances. A silver coin was equivalent to more than 6 days' wages. The clay pot was stunned for a moment. Then its face lit up with ecstasy. It fell to its knees at Field's feet and kissed Field's boots, saying, Goddess above, thank you for your generosity. Lucky boy. Scissors pouted, clearly unhappy. What's so great about making the bed? She can even warm it. The clay pot silently vowed, I will never be lazy again, not even for a minute. The selection is held once a month, and everyone can receive a silver coin reward. As long as you perform well, everyone has a chance. I see the chefs making delicious dishes, the maids cleaning the rooms, and so on. Everyone was breathing heavily, exchanging glances, and seeing the fierce competition in each other's eyes. Field's lips curled into a slight smile. From now on, their work efficiency would be ignited by the silver coins. Most importantly, there would be instances of whistleblowing and backstabbing. Field needed them to do this. His subordinates forming cliques might not be a good thing, as it could lead to collusion and deception of the Lord. All right, you can go about your business. Field smiled at everyone and waved for them to leave. Everyone quickly left, but the butler took a couple of steps, then hesitated and came back. Field asked in confusion, What's wrong? My lord, well, it's not nice to say it like this, but as your steward, I feel it's necessary to offer you some advice. Since entering Nightfall territory alive, Cao has changed his previous habit of complaining and has begun to work diligently. Field raised an eyebrow. Speak freely. It's a question about race. You seem to have given demi-humans a path to advancement, promising them the possibility of becoming free citizens, but demi-humans are different from us. They're stupid. Sorry, apart from Lady Ashina, it doesn't seem necessary to give them freedom. Field pondered for a moment. We are now in the cursed lands, surrounded by death. As the saying goes, when you are in Azyria, be an Azyrian. Our Nightfall territory should have its own rules. I will announce a unified decree tomorrow, and then you will know. That evening, Field took out paper and pen and began drafting a farming plan for Nightfall territory. He wrote in Chinese characters that only he could understand: plunder and exploration. My territory is completely barren. If I want to develop rapidly and accumulate means of production, I simply cannot do it with just 200 people. Even the land is full of toxins. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. My lord, it's me. Ashina's voice came from outside the door. Field's plans require Ashina's support. Come in. I've been waiting for you. Good evening, sir. Ashina, dressed in a short maid outfit, posed shyly with her long, slender legs, her face showing a slightly bashful expression. Having escaped the harsh life of slavery, her jade-like skin was finally able to see the light of day again. In fact, even her feet were cool and white, with long, slender, and beautiful toes. What can I do for you? I don't know if it was just my imagination, but the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Field slapped his forehead. No wonder Ashina was acting so coy. Calling a girl to your room in the middle of the night will make anyone think all sorts of things. Ahem, it's about the development of the territory. Oh. Ashina's restless little hands immediately fell to her sides. She breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little disappointed. Sir, I have no management experience and may not be able to help you. Before becoming a slave, Ashina was a free woman, the daughter of a wolf-like hunter. She was illiterate and incapable of management. It's all right, you can learn. I'll teach you step by step. Besides, you're a chosen one. You have a natural advantage. The greatest class leap in this world is becoming one of God's chosen ones. 1 second you might face the death penalty, but the next you could become God's chosen one. The local nobles would declare you innocent and treat you as an honored guest, since God never chooses the wrong person. This is also why the lower classes are unwilling to rebel against the lords, because everyone has the opportunity to rise in social class. As long as their daughters or daughters-in-law become chosen ones, they will naturally have no worries about food and clothing. I've decided to kidnap my brother, Field declared, dropping a bombshell. Ashina was stunned. Is this something I can hear? All right, I support you unconditionally. After confirming that Field was not joking, Ashina pondered for a moment. I can sense that you are not a cruel or evil person. When she was a slave, Field never mistreated her or did anything inhumane to her while she slept. On the contrary, Field was the most unique person she had ever met. He treats demi-humans with equality. Well, even a bit fond of them? That might be an illusion, but there's no doubt that Field is a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured Ashina a cup of black tea. It's a long story. He still remembers the fierce and twisted look in his brother's eyes, which made him unable to eat or sleep properly. The younger brother was clamoring to kill the people he cared about, but Field was not the kind of soft persimmon that the original owner of the body could be easily manipulated. A fierce counterattack is necessary, and preparations must begin now. I'll explain the reason to you slowly. I need your help to train a light cavalry unit, the kind specifically designed for plundering. Field's dear second sister had aided him with 20 war horses, which were now coming in handy. After agreeing on the plan, Field convened a general meeting of all his subjects the next day, and even every slave had to attend. Everyone who came to participate was drawn to the wooden box next to Field, which was filled with silver and copper coins. Instead of launching into a long speech, Field presented a list. Members of the guard, come and collect your bounty according to the names I gave. 1 silver coin for each rotting corpse you kill. I mean what I say. Chapter 20 New Rules, Expanding the Army. Immediately afterwards, Field personally distributed the bounties to the guards, and the slaves were so moved that they burst into tears. How could you not be excited? The slave who captured the most was Iron Hammer, who obtained 17 silver coins, a fortune that many people could not accumulate in a lifetime. Even Field's maid was jealous. The others stared enviously at the money in their hands. If I had known, I would have joined when the guard was formed. Damn it, it's such a pity they didn't choose me. The person who was originally timid is now stomping his feet in anger. Listen, my people, I am now announcing the development plan for Nightfall Territory, which concerns the future of all of you. With the lure of money, the slaves' ears practically perked up, listening even more attentively than when the pastor was reciting prayers. First, to escape slavery, you only need to earn 1 gold coin for me. Don't despair just yet. I dare say, this would be impossible for any other lord, but in Nightfall Territory, it's simple. Look at the valiant Iron Hammer. One day, 17 silver coins. Hammer, upon hearing Field's praise, proudly puffed out his chest and even stood on tiptoe. This was the first time in his life that he had been praised instead of being called a stupid donkey or a fool. To his disbelief, it was the Lord himself who praised him. Goddess, I'm going crazy. Today must be my lucky day. Hammer felt the jealous or envious looks from everyone and was extremely proud. Field's lips curled up. The rules remain the same. Kill a rotting corpse, and you'll be rewarded with a silver coin. In addition, I'll issue a series of non-combat missions, such as farming, building walls, repairing things, or other tasks, and I'll give you bounties for all of them. Slaves have no motivation. Field desperately needs free men. Free men not only don't have to worry about their food, clothing, and shelter, but they can also be taxed. Moreover, only free men have the motivation to learn technology. A heated discussion broke out among the group, and Field announced the second point directly. Secondly, regarding the issue of race, I don't want to concern myself with that, as long as you don't violate the basic law. Although I am not a demi-human, my dear chosen ones are demi-humans. So put away your prejudices, look up at the surrounding fog of death, and don't kill everyone for some inexplicable reason. Field paused. Personally, I like demi-humans very much. As long as they are hardworking and honest and don't cause me trouble, they are my good subjects. Through these days of contact, Field felt that the demi-humans were not like some races that were only good for eating and being lazy and causing destruction everywhere, so he was happy to accept them. Also, Kemonomami, animal-eared girls, are really cute. Ashina's eyes reddened. She felt a sense of respect and equality. Third, when you pray in the future, include Ashina's name. This point troubled Field for a long time. He wanted to build a more scientific territory. However, the book says that the power of the chosen ones comes from faith and the prosperity of the city. Ashina is currently a first-order chosen one, and if she wants to advance to the second order, she needs a lot of faith power to obey orders. Field was skeptical of this, because if power was increased according to faith, then the Papal States, with its believers all over the continent, would be the most powerful entity, but that was not the case. Today, the Holy Griffin Empire has surpassed the Papal States in terms of high-end combat power, not to mention other powerful nations on the continent. Unfortunately, there is no control group, and we don't have the confidence to try things out randomly. Let's try it based on the experience of our predecessors first. Subsequently, Field again conscripted slave soldiers, without pay, but provided with 3 meals a day, their only source of income being killing the enemy. Unlike the last time when no one was willing, this time a huge crowd of people were crammed together to sign up. Field didn't accept everything. Pointing to the edge of the territory, he said, "Anyone who wants to join the army, run 5 laps around my territory. I will select the best based on their performance. Also, I'm very democratic. You can withdraw at any time." A single, casual remark was enough to make the 6 men give up. These guys were lazy. A loaf of black bread a day was enough to satisfy them. He can't even do basic obedience. He's obviously just looking to freeload. Field shook his head. He didn't need soldiers like that. The rest of them gritted their teeth and started running. The newly joined slaves were of much lower quality than the first batch. Most were weak and frail, and each one was as thin as a skeleton soldier. It wasn't until noon that the last one had run away. Looking at the last stumbling figure, Field was not angry but pleased. Physical fitness can be improved, but perseverance is hard to come by. After eliminating 2 guys who tried to be clever and skipped a few laps, Field got 23 soldiers. The wolf-like people from the original 30-man guard and mixed them with new recruits to form a 20-man raiding cavalry unit, while the rest formed a 33-man escort unit. If any nobles or knights were to come here, they would surely be stunned by Field's actions. Training commoners into an army was already insane, let alone slaves. Stupid, ignorant, cowardly, and timid, they weren't even fit to be cannon fodder. They'd be barely fit to fill the enemy's moat. Field actually organized them into groups and even provided them with armor and equipment. The steward glanced at the recruited skeleton soldiers, whose mouths were so wide they could swallow ostrich eggs. He was stunned by the Lord's behavior. He went to Field and said bluntly, "My lord, the previous 30-man guard was already outrageous. How did you expand it again and give precious warhorses to lowly slaves? They'll turn around and eat those precious warhorses. Don't get excited, Cal. Look at how well Lynx and Hammer are doing. They've done a great job. We're able to get this far and clear a foothold thanks to them. This is just a desperate measure. Faced with a real test, they will scatter in all directions." Cal pointed to the sky and said confidently, "A true soldier must be born into a military family, master various military skills and weapons techniques, and also have noble character." Field rubbed his temples. This guy must have been brainwashed by bards and novelists. Then what should we use? We're surrounded by monsters. Of course, we'll pay mercenaries and adventurers, Cal replied matter-of-factly. Mercenaries, these unreliable fellows, Field worried, would betray him at any moment. History had proven countless times that only soldiers from the people could build a truly capable army. "Thanks for your suggestion, but I'm going to give them a chance." Field rolled his eyes and said in an unquestionable tone, "Cal, give the soldiers extra food, an extra egg for each of them. This afternoon I'll take them out to clear out the monsters, and they'll prove their worth." With manpower scarce in the territory, Field dared not take everyone with him. Otherwise it would be disastrous if the base were destroyed. Chapter 21 Rum Village, More Monsters. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Field led his slave guards into the gray fog. In truth, it was difficult to perceive time while within the fog, as it was perpetually gray, only turning into pitch-black darkness at night. Ashina rode a giant wolf, leading the way. The Chosen One's eyes seemed to have been modified, allowing her to observe the world with greater clarity. Then came Field and his newly formed slave guard, advancing slowly through the thicket of thorns and fleshy tentacles. According to the map, we will soon arrive at Rum Village, a village that once provided the city with abundant vegetables. Unfortunately, all I can see right now is decay. Ashina put her hand above her eyes and strained to see into the distance. Watch out for our right front. There are 7 rotting corpses approaching. I think they are the villagers of Rum Village. Give the newcomers some practice. Seeing Ashina's relaxed expression, Field knew that the rotting corpses that came were just small fry, and it would be good for the new recruits to see some blood. Upon hearing this, the recruits all swallowed hard, their instincts telling them that they should run away now. But with their lord right behind them, they dared not make a move. The thought of the smooth and delicious eggs seemed to elevate the guards' souls. Many slaves had never even tasted eggs in their lives. At lunchtime, many didn't even have time to chew before hastily swallowing the eggs, and several choked on them. Even so, they all felt joy. To enjoy this pleasure, the slaves were willing to risk death. Roar! A woman resembling an ancient Lulon corpse emerged from the gray mist. She was naked, her shriveled and disgusting breasts drooping to her lower abdomen, and her entire body was covered in mucus. The experienced slave guards raised their halberds and thrust them out from all directions, firmly holding the rotting corpse in place. "Come on, stab her head to pieces, or stab her chest a few more times. Keep your hand steady and don't swing your body too much." The lynx generously shared his experience, then dragged the weak-legged recruit to the corpse. The new recruit raised his halberd several times but dared not thrust it, and was even so frightened by the howling corpses that he wet his pants. "This is a devil." A recruit's teeth chattered. Field had seen many zombie movies in his previous life, but the slaves had not. They believed that demons lived in the corpses and that one could be cursed by the demons if one was not careful. "Attack! Don't be a coward," Field shouted, determined not to let fear creep into the soldiers' hearts, because fear is contagious. If fear spread, more people would see the corpse as a demon, not a creature to be killed. "Even if it is a demon, with me and the Chosen One here, what are you afraid of? We'll kill the demon right here." "Uft." After being scolded by Field, the soldier finally handed over his halberd. Although he was blindfolded and almost missed and fell into the arms of the rotting corpse, he finally took the first step. After the recruit finished doing all this, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. See, it's not difficult, and there's no curse. Field pointed to the corpses on the ground and snapped his fingers lightly. As long as you keep your distance, they're easier to deal with than roe deer. The other rotting corpses swarmed around, and with the first person demonstrating, the other recruits also mustered their courage and launched an attack. After easily dealing with the monsters, Field led the group onward and soon arrived outside Rum Village. What's going on with these rotting corpses? Field looked at the trembling skull icon on the minimap and scratched his head in confusion. Are they dancing to Kini is too beautiful? Lord, I can clear out the corpses in Rum Village by myself. It's too dangerous up ahead. I'll go. Ashina's eyes darted back and forth, and a blush had crept onto her fair face. This strange appearance immediately piqued Field's curiosity. What exactly had Ashina seen? Let's go take a look together. Field rubbed his chin. Well, okay, Ashina stammered. When Field saw the explosion before him, he immediately regretted his stubbornness. A huge pile of deformed, rotting corpses were playing artificial humans in the farmland outside the village. The scene was incredibly chaotic. Even though the Kunpa music has completely disappeared, they seemed to be exercising instinctively. Field was so shocked he couldn't speak and covered his face, thinking to himself, did I actually travel to the world of an H-game? The female corpse from before didn't even have clothes on. The soldiers were amused and started shouting, instantly dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Boom! Ashina couldn't hold back any longer and immediately commanded the dragon wolf to purify the flames. Space twisted, and scorching blue flames engulfed most of the distorted figure. The crackling sound of bones exploding was incessant, and in the end, they all turned into ashes. Several rotting corpses, barely recognizable as human figures, screamed as they charged from behind. Iron Hammer reacted immediately. His tall body leaned back slightly, like a drawn bow. When the corpse got close, he blasted it away with a shield bash, followed by a merciless trampling. The fragile chest cavity was crushed, and the corpse immediately stopped moving. The guards were not to be outdone. After all, these staggering, decaying corpses were walking silver coins. With the halberd thrusting wildly, the unarmored, rotting corpses could only leave behind a trail of bodies. Let's charge into the village together, but be careful not to leave the range of the fog lights. Field was itching to take action, but unfortunately he was holding the important fog lights. Otherwise he would have liked to chop down a couple for his own amusement. Puffed, puffed. One after another, rotting corpses fell into pools of blood. The guards advanced steadily, and Field could clearly hear the footsteps of the men begin to synchronize, converging into a rhythmic boom, a natural drumbeat. Once the rhythm was mastered, everyone could feel the power of the collective. The recruits, initially hesitant, were quickly drawn in by the crowd and joined the slaughter. Soon, most of the rotting corpses in Rum Village were killed, and the place was filled with rotting bodies, emitting an unbearable stench. Field walked to the center of the village, where a dilapidated well had collapsed. He placed the fog lights there, and just 5 minutes after announcing the rest order, he noticed a large number of red skull and crossbones icons suddenly appearing on the mini-map. Watch out. There are monsters here. No, there are a lot of them. Without saying a word, Field was about to announce a retreat, but the enemy was extremely fast, even faster than a horse galloping. Sir, run. I saw. The guard on lookout rushed over, but was interrupted by Field before he could finish his sentence. Leaving Rum Village now would mean running into the enemy. The most urgent task is to find a place to defend. Chapter 22 Crisis Resolved. Strange little green vegetables discovered. My lord, don't stray too far from me in a moment. Ashina grabbed Field's arm and said in a low voice, I'm confident I can break through. Field understood what she meant and nodded, saying, I will, but I'm not willing to run away until the very end. Leave the cart here for now, and get the crossbow bolts ready. Having learned from his previous experience, Field brought the crossbow bolts with him. Roar! A dwarf-like monster used its long arms to flip over the broken wall, jumped onto a guard, and began to tear at him with its huge mouth. Squeak! Squeak! The lamellar armor even made a sharp sound as it was bitten. The guard was startled and tried to shake the monster off several times, but failed. Fortunately, Ashina reacted quickly, drawing her long sword and cleaving the monster in two. This is a corrupted monkey? With long arms and legs, and a tail. It must be a monkey. As if receiving some kind of signal, the entire village of Rum was in an uproar, with dwarf monsters jumping around everywhere, a dark mass like a rushing torrent. Field forced himself to calm down, quickly scanned the mini-map, and tried to calculate that one wrong step could lead to their demise. Run. Head southeast. There's a big yard there. 1, 2, 10. More and more dwarf ghouls scrambled over the ruins of Rum Village and jumped into Field's line of sight. Fire. Field gave the order, and the guards, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately fired their crossbows. The monkey monsters that were leaping over were instantly blown apart in bursts of blood, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, and their corpses fell to the ground. Clear the way. Ashina waved her hand, and the dragon wolf strode forward, spewing deadly flames as it advanced rapidly. Ashina herself decisively covered the rear. 5 monkey monsters pounced at the same time. When the monsters were in a straight line, Ashina flashed out, her long cavalry saber slashing through. After a flash of cold light, the 5 monsters were cut in half at the waist, falling down with blood splattering everywhere. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a monster crawling rapidly on the ground, attempting to leap up and launch a sneak attack. Ashina raised her long, slender, white leg and stomped hard on the monster's head. Crack! The monster's head exploded, its eyeballs popping out. Taking advantage of the time Ashina bought, Field led his men and rushed into the courtyard. The guards nearby had already moved stones and rotten furniture to block the gate. It's not safe here. Let's retreat further and use the houses for defense. Field glanced at the minimap again. The red markers formed a seemingly endless stream. The only consolation was that the monsters weren't heading for him, but were running in another direction, only to bump into Rum Village. Block the gate, take turns resting. They're just passing through and will be gone soon, Field encouraged the group. With the dragon-type wolf, Ashina, and the army, blocking the gate wouldn't be difficult. Before long, the corrupted monkeys launched a fierce and relentless attack. Unfortunately, Field's army was like a stubborn dam, with the guards holding the gate. The fully armored guards, even with heavy shields, made it impossible for the monkeys to break through. Ashina's giant wolf is like a fire-breathing tank, with thick armor that can't even be broken by corrupted creatures. Its only drawback is that Ashina is forced to leave her mount and become an infantryman. Field was panting heavily, his heart pounding. The infamous reputation of the Cursed Lands was no fluke. He was lucky to be alive. We need to build a high wall quickly. Rubbing his temples, Field was relieved that the monster wasn't heading towards the winery. The group covered for each other and held out for half an hour before the monster tide slowly disappeared. Phew, so tired. Ashina drew her longsword, shaking off the blood and grime. Even as a chosen one, her power was limited. This was the largest horde of zombies she had encountered since arriving in Nightfall. Fortunately, the last corrupted monkey was slain, and the surrounding monsters were wiped out. You've worked so hard. Field felt heartbroken seeing Ashina drenched in sweat. Ashina not only had to hold the line, but also deal damage and relieve the defensive pressure on others from time to time. It was thanks to Ashina's presence that no guards died. It could be said that everyone was holding Ashina back, but training the guards was necessary. Ashina winked playfully. Humph, no meat meal is free. Thank you, Lady Ashina. The guards thanked Ashina shyly, their eyes no longer filled with hostility and wariness, but with pure awe. The humans in this world are not like the people on Earth with their bizarre orientations. They have always been hostile to demi-humans, believing them to be monsters, hybrids of beasts and humans, and unclean beings. Let's rest for half an hour before we move on. Field poked the monster's corpse with his longsword, curious about its structure and the purpose of its migration. Rum Village had been decaying for a decade. Most of the houses had collapsed and the windows were broken. It was more of a large garbage dump than a village, and Field didn't even have much hope left. After resting, go in groups of 5 to search for loot. Take anything useful with you. Nightfall is a time of scarcity. Pots, pans, even pieces of wood are incredibly useful. He placed the fog lights in the center of the village, and Field looked out over Rum Village, considering whether it could become a base. Ashina returned after wandering around the village and reported, "My lord, I just noticed a strange plant in a farmyard. It was glowing with a green light, and I felt the power of magic." "Oh, let's go take a look." Field jumped up, the word magic particularly appealing. Could it be some kind of rare and precious treasure from a novel? Arriving at the house located on the west side of the village, the main building had collapsed, but the outer wall of the courtyard was made of piled stones, rather than a simple fence, so it was well preserved. Field immediately spotted a small patch of green plants, shimmering with tiny lights, as if driven by the instinct of life. He quickly moved closer and began to examine them with curiosity. "It looks a bit like a newly sprouted bok choy." Field poked it with his finger. A strange smell filled my nostrils. Achoo! Field sneezed loudly. Seeing that Field was choking, Ashina chuckled and said, "My lord, don't touch strange things." "Wait, are you all right?" Seeing that Field had become dazed and his eyes were unfocused, Ashina was startled and quickly went to check on him. Field's forehead veins throbbed violently, and his skin was covered in sweat. Something in his body reacted immediately. He could smell the pleasant scent on Ashina. Unable to control himself, Field immediately reached out and grabbed Ashina's wrist. Chapter 23: The Devil's Plant. Ashina hadn't reacted yet. Field threw himself on Ashina, burying his face in her neck, the unique fragrance of the chosen ones filling his heart. Then, Field pressed down hard. Her waist was soft and slender, so delicate that it could be grasped in one hand. "My lord, please don't do this." Ashina felt the warm, damp breath on her neck and looked around in a panic. She said this, but she didn't push him away forcefully. She even needs to control the powerful divine force within her body. Otherwise, the raging divine force might harm her lord. Feeling Field's breath, Ashina immediately felt a tingling sensation down her spine and her legs went weak. The next moment, Field reached his paws towards the mosaic. How could things have turned out like this? Ashina was both amused and exasperated. She needed to resist the pleasurable sensations emanating from her body and control her divine power to prevent it from going berserk. Trying to do two things at once only made her more sensitive. You can't do that. Ashina lightly bit the tip of her tongue, allowing her mind to clear slightly, and quickly retreated. It feels strangely comfortable. Wait. This thought is too weird. After all, nobody likes to watch content that's too extreme. There's something wrong with that plant. Sure enough, only demonic things can be found in the gray fog. Ashina was filled with regret. She should have burned that suspicious thing. Come looking for him anxiously. Oh my god. Ashina's shy face immediately showed panic. In a panic, Ashina broke free from the control and channeled her divine power, placing it on Field's brow. The pure divine power immediately dispelled the medicinal properties of the magical plant. Ugh, I feel so dizzy. Field, clutching his head, gradually regained his senses, his lustful desires suppressed by reason. He saw Ashina's face flushed crimson, yet she still pretended to be admiring the scenery. "I'm fine." The guards came over, but Field waved them off, signaling them to go outside and wait. "I don't think I've studied that little green vegetable yet." Frowning, Field felt like he had done this before. He shook his sore arms, then immediately bent down and reached out to pick one as a sample. "So, is this a magical plant?" "No. By the goddess of winter." Ashina was almost dumbfounded. If it happened again, she might not be able to control herself. She would even have to change her dress when she got back. How could she let Field do this to her again? "You just studied it. This plant is very dangerous." Ashina, feeling helpless, leaned close to Field's ear and whispered everything that had just happened. "What a bizarre plant." Field was shocked, but then sighed. "What a pity. I have absolutely no memory of it." "What do you mean, what a pity? You've terrified me. If this plant can devour souls, what will happen to the territory?" Ashina waved her finger angrily. "Even if you want to get me, you don't have to resort to this kind of, cough cough." Realizing she had said the wrong thing, Ashina immediately fell silent. "Yes, burn it. Burning it will thwart the devil's plan." Ashina gritted her teeth, her red pupils seemingly burning, like a fanatical villager attending a witch hunt. Field looked at the flustered Ashina and chuckled. "Don't rush. You need to be patient and tolerant with new things. Think about it. What would happen if you gave this to a horse or a cow?" Ashina's beautiful eyes widened, and she crossed her hands. "How perverted. You can't crossbreed." Cows and horses are impossible, but humans and demi-humans are. Off balance by her own actions. It's a problem with livestock breeding. With this herb, livestock breeding will be much simpler in the future. As long as the number of cattle and sheep increases, we'll have more meat than we can eat," Field said cheerfully, snapping his fingers. "Chosen ones have strong magic resistance. Royal scholars have conducted experiments showing that ordinary chosen ones can be immune to 35% to 70% of magic damage, while chosen ones specializing in defense can be completely immune to magic and can even reflect magic." Field handed over the jar, allowing Ashina to collect 3 samples, including the soil. The financial gains were meager. The guards searched the entire village of Rum and found a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. "The village is too poor. We are not the first visitors." Field picked up an old silver coin, gently brushed off the dirt, and the beautiful pattern on the coin was revealed again. When the Empire and the Orcs went to war, both sides would come to Rum village to plunder. It is expected that there are few coins. As for the rest of the spoils, there was a barely usable chair, a box, a dozen or so broken pottery jars, and a large pile of firewood, which was taken from the furniture inside the house. Fortunately, the return journey went smoothly, and they were not ambushed by any monsters. As soon as Field stepped into the territory, his eyes lit up. There were no wriggling tentacles or chunks of flesh in the farmland. It was as clean as if he had just had a thorough back scrub, washing away all the grime. All that remains in the farmland is toxic soil and the ashes from the burning of decaying organisms. My lord, we have cleaned up all the corruption in the territory and burned it to ashes, the slave said with a fawning expression, his body hunched over. Field, mounted on his horse, looked around and nodded, saying, "Well done. Each of you will be paid." The slaves were all smiles. "The next task is to repair my grand winery, remove the rotten remnants, replace the rotten wood, and repair the collapses and holes." Field had already planned ahead. Living in a place that was drafty and reeked of monster urine was torture for the body, even if Field's residence was the best place in Nightfall territory. "But sir, I don't know how to do carpentry." Field paused for a moment, as if he had forgotten this, and immediately shouted, "Is there anyone who knows carpentry, stonemasonry, or blacksmithing?" The field was completely silent. The steward, Cow, bluntly stated, "My lord, those who can master technology are all free people. Slaves are all useless." "Then let's recruit some. I was just planning to go to a city outside the Gray Fog." "What's the nearest city again?" "Oh right, Maple Leaf City in High Castle Province. They must have what we need there." The steward looked regretful. Each city's artisans have their own guild, which is directly under the Lord's jurisdiction. They can't be recruited with money. Besides, I don't think any artisans would be willing to come to Nightfall. I will go there myself." Field shrugged. He was used to the butler, Cow, who only offered objections and never thought about solving problems. Chapter 24, Awakening the Lord's Talent. "Perfect, I can bring some wine to sell. I'll label them as rare treasures, even though they already are. Add to that a bizarre story, and they'll definitely sell well." "Like a dragon's treasure?" Ashina seemed to understand, but not quite. Field snapped his fingers. "That's right, Ashina. Even if it's just a boot, if you find it in a dragon's lair, it's a boot guarded by a dragon. And we're not lying. Those wines are indeed guarded by powerful corrupted creatures, even though the corrupted creatures have absolutely no interest in wine." Ashina covered her mouth and laughed nonstop. "The carpentry work isn't urgent. First, clean up all the garbage in the large winery, remove all the rotten equipment and stones from the landslide, and then clean it up. I estimate it will take 3 days. Once you've finished, I will reward each of you with 20 copper coins." "Sir, you are so generous." Field's generosity is a consensus among everyone in the territory. Outside of Nightfall, even a freeman might not earn 20 copper coins after working for a month. For Field, the money he threw out would soon be back in his pocket, so it was nothing. He even wished the slaves would quickly become free citizens, because only free citizens were eligible to marry and have children. Similarly, free citizens were required to perform many important duties, such as paying taxes. Just then, Field felt an invisible force surge into his body. There was no increase in power, but he immediately sensed the difference. He had advanced to the first-tier lord. In fact, by signing a contract with the Chosen Ones, one has the possibility of becoming a lord. Field already possessed the talent of a lord, so all of this was a natural outcome. In this world, not only are there extraordinary knights, mages, or chosen ones, but lords can also have ranks. But it doesn't have much destructive power. The lord can see the general condition of his territory. Name, Field. Occupation, Lord. Territory, Starry Night Winery and nearby farmland. Sign Chosen One, Ashina. Population, 217. Development level, 1, nothing at all. Happiness level, -32, disappointment and depression. Environmental value, -89, fully corrosive, uninhabitable. Probability of a Chosen One appearing, 1 in a trillion. Lord Talents. Minimap, can detect surrounding creatures, exclusive talent. Panel, represents creature attributes, exclusive talent. Prosperity Realm, dispels the fog of death across the territory, accelerating the dissipation of the effects of corruption. Chosen One's bonus talent. Beast Taming, within the territory, it is easier to breed beasts for war, provided by Ashina. Conferment, upgrades 50 wolf riders to Tier 1, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes lit up, and he couldn't suppress the upturn of his lips as he laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at, sir?" Ashina scratched her head, looking curious. "Nothing, I just thought of something funny." Field ordered the fog lights in the territory to be turned off, which startled everyone, who thought Field was up to no good. "All right, I won't scare you anymore. Spreading his hands, Field laughed. I've mastered the Lord's talent, and I can ensure that the territory is not corrupted and eroded without the fog lights. The crowd was skeptical but dared not refute it until Field turned off the fog lights and the fog did not penetrate at all, at which point they relaxed. Then came ecstasy, and almost everyone was caught up in joyful celebration. After all, fog lights can only last for about a month, and if the Lords don't have the money to buy more from the church, they could die at any time. But only after the Lord gained the ability to dispel fog could they truly establish a foothold in Nightfall. There will be extra food tonight, and everyone will get broth and 2 loaves of bread, Field announced in a loud voice. Saving a fog light is worth 25 gold coins, which is equivalent to making 250,000 blackbreads in one go. Long live! The crowd cheered with joy. The maid, Scissors, exclaimed in her loud voice, "This is wonderful news. No wonder I dreamt last night that my grandmother was smiling at me. Lord Field, you are a born nobleman, with the blood of a lord flowing in your veins." Field was so flattered by the praise that he immediately said to Cal, "Give my maid, servants, and cook an extra serving of honey cake." "Good heavens, sir. We don't have much honey cake," Cal exclaimed, still in his penchant for offending people. "The maids can just eat your and Lady Ashina's leftovers. That's already the best food in the whole territory. There's no need for extra food." Squeak, squeak. The Scissors were almost grinding their teeth to dust, wishing they could pounce on Cal and scratch his face. The maid Sparrow was never one to talk, but she was also very angry. "All right, since everyone's in a good mood, Scissors, what are you standing there for? Go to the storeroom and distribute the cake to everyone." Field was never stingy with these small favors. Long live the Lord! The 2 sweet-toothed maids cheered loudly, as happy as 2 sparrows, and hopped and skipped towards the storeroom. Cal sighed and silently considered the resources in his territory. To the southeast of the northern province lies the province of Morningwind, where Field's father resides. To the southwest is the province of Highhold, and north of the northern province lies the homeland of the Orcs. Field decided to make a trip to Highburg Province, a province with 5 earls and mostly mountainous terrain. Sitting at the wooden table, the creaking broken window made him frown slightly. Field tried his best to remain calm. He carefully opened a book called Grey Fog and Death, a book worth 10 silver coins, written by Lucas, a famous scholar and explorer of the Empire. Gemini calendar, September 1st, 147. Today should have been a day of national celebration and awakening, but for the future of the Empire, I, Lucas, resolutely entered the abandoned and cursed land, the northern province. Fortunately, I was not alone. I was accompanied by 2 royal chosen ones, as well as the fallen nobleman Darren and his chosen daughter. Field leisurely picked up a slice of apple from the plate in front of him, put it in his mouth, and chewed. The sweet juice stimulated his taste buds, and Field perked up, continuing to read. With 3 stunning beauties by my side, this journey will surely be full of fun. Although the royal chosen ones are all terrifying 5th-tier beings, it won't stop me from feasting my eyes. I visited the 3 outer baronies of the north, Cloud Curtain, Night Curtain, and Dawn Curtain, when I was young. They were all wonderful places filled with fine wine and beautiful women. Now, however, they are rife with corruption. Among them, there are ugly bat women who frequently attack us. I think they are all corrupted prostitutes because their bodies still bear the marks of their unique tattoos and jewelry. My guard, Steel Fork, grabbed a bat woman to test the waters. What a brave, fearless, and adventurous fellow. May the goddess bless him. Puff. Chapter 25 Bloodshed. The Nighttime Attacker. Field spat out the half-chewed apple chunk and burst into laughter. It's outrageous that someone would dare to lay a hand on such an ugly female monster. Just like modern people's preferences, as long as it's female, there will be people who like it. Wiping away the tears that had welled up in his eyes from laughing hysterically, Field became curious. Does decay cause reproductive isolation between people? Poor Steel Fork, he eventually died from festering sores in his lower body. His great tits turned into a disgusting tumor, and he died in great pain. Corruption is the devil's curse, and Steel Fork probably won't be able to go to heaven. I think no creature can resist the curse except for those chosen by God. Field closed the book. The abundance of sensory vocabulary made him temporarily unwilling to continue reading. Lucas can only be considered an adventurer or explorer. As a scholar, he lacks rigor. Not all living things are susceptible to corruption, at least plants can. Field recalled the green plants collected in Rum Village. They were neither chunks of flesh nor tentacles. Oh! A scream came from outside the window. Field's hand trembled, and he almost knocked over the teacup he was holding to his lips. The steaming tea spilled down, scalding him. Not only that, but his wet clothes would be hard to dry in the darkness. Field glanced at the mini-map. There was no skull icon. Looks like it's some stupid fool who needs to be disciplined again, unable to control his lower body. Field rubbed his temples. The slaves were all mixed together, and violence and coercion were bound to happen sometimes. Even the whip couldn't change their nature. Slaves had no right to mate, but most of them were so hungry that they had no interest in procreation. Grown-ups. Hearing a trot outside the corridor, the male servant Wagwan hurriedly knocked on the door. "Come in, what is it?" Field went to the window and glanced out. It was still pitch black outside. Torches were lit downstairs, but Field could only see some panicked faces appearing next to the torches. It seems things are getting more serious. The earthenware pot lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, and said, "My lord, our territory is in grave trouble." Field felt a pang of anxiety, but remained calm. "Don't rush, tell me what's wrong." "Bandits. Armed bandits attacked our territory." Wagwan was still young, and he was so terrified that his hands, which were supporting him on the ground, trembled like someone with Parkinson's disease. Several slaves went to relieve themselves in the fields and were suddenly attacked by bandits who rushed out of the gray fog. They killed 2 of them with spears and captured a female slave. Field hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise, "Instead of continuing the attack, you chose to retreat?" "Yes, they left immediately." "Damn it," Field cursed. Knowing when to retreat demonstrates a certain level of wisdom. Could there be anything more absurd than encountering bandits in this godforsaken, poisonous place? Perhaps it's their lovable stepmother and siblings. It's possible that if they were to obtain information about the Chosen Ones, it would be dangerous. Field glanced at the mini-map again, but saw nothing unusual. This reminded Field of Connor's cavalry, who only displayed exclamation marks when they got close enough to be seen. It seems that the mini-map warning range is limited, only able to broadcast warnings from a greater distance to Chosen Ones and corrupted creatures. "Tell the others to hide on the first floor of the large winery. I'm going to pursue them." Field took a long sword from the shelf and strode downstairs. Ashina was already downstairs examining the body. When she saw Field coming down, she immediately apologized, feeling wronged. "I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest. It was my dereliction of duty to let the enemy into our territory." "It's not your fault. The territory hasn't even been walled off, so it's not impossible for enemies to infiltrate." Ashina fought a bloody day and was so tired that she didn't notice the enemy, which is normal. Field crouched down, reached out and tore open the tattered, smelly burlap clothes on the corpse, and immediately tilted his head in confusion. The wound on the abdomen was stimulated upwards. Were those bandits dwarfs? It is indeed very strange. Ashina rubbed her smooth chin and rhythmically shook her leg, her white thighs trembling slightly. These subtle movements allowed her to stay focused. It may not be human. Perhaps it is an annoying dwarf. Field's anxiety subsided somewhat. Things might not be too bad, at least not life-threatening. "Ashina, can your wolf smell the enemy's tracks?" A giant dragon wolf as a dog sounds absurd. Ashina slapped her forehead. "Why didn't I think of this method? Take me with you. I need to see what kind of bastards dare to attack my territory." Field gritted his teeth. He wasn't as kind as the original owner of this body. "I'm going to chop their heads off." Ashina, already familiar with Field's character, smiled and said, "Of course. I will be your sword." The giant wolf sniffed the corpse a few times. Then its dark blue vertical eyes pointed towards the northeast of Nightfall territory. The enemy fled there. Thankfully, we didn't run south. The enemy might not actually be human. Clang, clang. A dozen or so slave guards ran out, disheveled, many still in their armor, looking sleepy. Field twitched his lips, wanting to yell but holding back. Don't expect soldiers of this era to be as disciplined as the Chinese army. Undoubtedly, the guards were sleeping soundly, so much so that even as Field prepared to depart, most were still dreaming. "You guard the territory and don't let the enemy launch a counterattack." Field didn't plan to take them along either. The pursuit would be focused on speed, and by the time the troops were assembled, the enemy would probably have vanished. However, we need to put disciplined training on the agenda. A lazy army is ineffective and cannot even protect its basic territory. Ashina pulled Field onto the giant wolf. With Field's mini-map, the possibility of being ambushed was greatly reduced. More stable than a horse's back, Field's first feeling after mounting the giant wolf was one of comfort. Horseback riding isn't difficult. The horse's back is wide, and once you get used to it and maintain your balance, you'll be amazed at how much easier it is than riding a bicycle. After all, bicycles lack intelligence, and many skilled equestrians can even fall asleep while riding. Ashina's dragon wolf is even more stable. Its rugged scales won't prick you. They automatically retract and close, fitting together perfectly like a modern work of art. Set off. Driving the giant wolf, the two quickly rushed into the gray fog. All I could feel was my surroundings blurring rapidly, the wind whistling past my ears, and the wolf riders galloping at an astonishing speed. It was practically like a subway. Within 4 minutes, Ashina found the enemy in the dense, decaying forest. Chapter 26, Gray Mist Goblin. I see them. Ashina's red pupils shone with magical light in the gray mist. The enemy was resting in an open space, handling the corpses of female slaves. I envy your ability to see through the gray fog. I'm completely blind now. After signing the contract, the Lord also gained immunity to the toxins of the death fog, but he couldn't see through the gray fog, so Field's vision was completely white. What was that attacking the territory? They're a bunch of dwarfs, but not that fat. Can we win? If not, we should attack together with the guards. No problem. They're just ordinary life forms. Ashina felt the warmth of Field's chest against her back and unconsciously made a comfortable, purring sound in her throat, but her tone was still nonchalant. Just crush them, they won't notice our presence. Field carefully drew his long sword, trying not to make a sound, then lowered his voice and said, "Then crush them." Woo! A murderous wolf howl rang out, immediately shattering the frozen silence of the gray fog. The wolf's howl was met with a flurry of frantic screams. Only then did a bunch of red exclamation marks appear on Field's minimap. As expected, non-corrupted creatures need to be hostile towards me to trigger the warning. Whoosh whoosh. A series of javelins pierced through the gray mist and hurtled towards the two men. The giant wolf dodged with lightning speed, transforming into a blurry figure and easily passing by. The enemy can see us, so hiding in the gray fog is of little use. Field turned on the fog lights, and the view immediately became clear. All around were tentacles and vines that seemed to cast shadows, and various rotting corpses on the ground. But the most eye-catching thing was the group of dwarves. To be precise, they were a bunch of goblins with big noses and sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary goblins, these little monsters had the cloudy white pupils of the dead and yellowish-brown skin. The captured female slave, having been killed by the deathly haze while traversing the gray fog, was still stripped naked and tortured. Her left abdomen, decaying, developed a cluster of tiny tumors. Field, suffering from trypophobia, nearly died on the spot after only a fleeting glance. Upon seeing humans, the gray goblin danced and provoked them. They have the ability to be immune to the gray fog, which is not good news. Upon seeing the goblin's appearance, Field immediately understood that the gray goblins were the species that could survive the death fog. Let one go, but don't kill it, kill the rest. Ashina made no attempt to hide her murderous intent. Understood. Uft. The giant wolf suddenly appeared above the goblin at the front of the group. Ashina looked at the gruesomely killed slave, and anger surged on her pretty face. The speed of her spear increased again. With the sound of metal piercing flesh, the unfortunate goblin was stabbed in the chest. Blood gushed out, and he was immediately thrown away by the giant wolf's impact. He crashed to the ground like a rag doll, his bones broken. There were over 30 goblins, clad in ill-fitting armor, swarming forward like a yellowish-brown wave. Wielding rusty spears, they thrust from all directions, while some frenzied ones lunged forward in a spread-eagle formation, attempting to drag their riders off their mounts. Court death. The much-anticipated defeat scenes are merely products of Imperial novelists' desire to entertain the masses. Faced with the terrifying power of the Chosen Ones, goblins, or at least ordinary goblins, simply have no chance whatsoever. Without even breathing fire, the giant wolf rampaged through the goblin horde, while Ashina frequently thrust out her lance, each thrust taking the lives of one or even several goblins. Blood spread, seeping into the soil of the north, pooling into small pools of blood in low-lying areas. Wailing and screams rose and fell, creating a scene reminiscent of hell, especially given the unique Cthulhu terrain of the North Province. The goblins, having suffered heavy casualties, began to flee. However, it was utterly foolish to expose their defenseless backs to the highly mobile wolf riders. Ashina didn't immediately slaughter them all. In fact, she could have easily annihilated these rat-like creatures by having the dragon wolf breathe fire. Drawing her longsword, Ashina leisurely began her pursuit of the goblins. Field always managed to seize the opportunity, swinging his long sword past the fleeing goblins and cleaving them into pieces. Soon, only one goblin remained from the chase, and Ashina pursued it from afar. Creatures filled with fear are often unable to think. They tend to return to the safest place. After entering a forest, Field could discern on his minimap that there used to be a gravel path here. a safe and efficient route used by many travelers and merchants 10 years ago. But after so many years of decay, Field couldn't see any trace of its former glory. However, the string of skeletons by the roadside made Field feel that he had found the right direction. A camp in the dense forest, filled with decaying thorn bushes that resembled wriggling earthworms, was the best place the goblins could find to live. This goblin tribe was called the Blackwood Tribe, a name their leader was fond of. They were descendants of the noble Orcish expeditionary force, launched by the Orcish Emperor to attack the gateway to humanity, the Holy Griffin Empire. If only they hadn't failed, those despicable humans seemed to have found a way to manipulate the devil, unleashing a deathly haze that slaughtered every living creature in the entire northern land. Otherwise, he would already be in a warm and comfortable human city, playing Kuin with a princess. Fortunately, the tenacious goblins have adapted to corruption and evolved into gray mist goblins. In the future, there will still be opportunities to break through the damned walls of humans and capture some humans for reproduction, the goblin leader fantasized. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and a tan goblin stumbled in. "Boss, we've found a human camp," the goblin said in a language only they could understand. The goblin leader was overjoyed. "Beast God, where are they? I need them." Before he could finish speaking, the goblin leader's smile froze, because a giant wolf over 2 meters tall was already standing proudly in his line of sight. "Damn it, you bastard. You're the one who brought the enemy here." There were over 100 goblins in the camp, but their fighting strength was not as good as the previous 30. Field glanced around and knew the situation. What do they eat? Decaying plants. Field wondered, but now was not the time to study nature. With a wave of his hand, Field said angrily, "Burn them all to ashes. How dare they attack my people? They're tired of living. This is no ordinary goblin. We should strike hard." Chapter 27: Eliminating the Goblin Threat. The giant wolf's throat scales immediately spewed out a large amount of steam. Then, the heat surged like a dam bursting, distorting the space around it. The scorching temperature instantly blasted into the goblin camp, and the surrounding decaying plants immediately dehydrated and withered. The goblins fared even worse, engulfed in flames and writhing in agony, while the rest of the goblins scattered in disarray. Field recalled a scene from his childhood where he poured hot water on ants. Pillars of fire swept across the camp, and goblins, engulfed in flames, howled in agony. Many more were directly hit and burned to a pile of blackened ashes, while the remaining goblins, resigned to their fate in despair, retaliated with javelins and stones. Oh! The goblin leader, accompanied by 7 or 8 loyal followers, charged towards Field, spears in hand. Whoosh! The goblin at the front collapsed to the ground without a sound, its intestines and mangled organs spilling from a huge wound in its abdomen. The arrow that had killed it was embedded in the boulder behind it, its fletching still trembling slightly. Ashina, too lazy to command the giant wolves to attack, drew her bow and arrows, quickly firing at the goblins. The charging goblins didn't even have time to consider whether to escape before they were all shot down by streaks of silver light. Soon, all the goblins in the camp were killed. The earth was baked and cracked, and the ground was covered with grayish-white ashes. These goblins have armor, so they definitely didn't make it themselves. I think there's something worth exploring around here. Field remained focused, but unfortunately, the minimap didn't mark any resources. He picked up a rusty piece of iron that was barely recognizable as a piece of gold. This seems to be something from the royal family, but it's so rotten that even scrap metal wouldn't want it. The intricate and ornate gardenia pattern on it vaguely suggests that it is a shoulder armor made by royalty, which was worn as a helmet on the goblin's head. Field flicked his finger on it, and rust fell to the ground with a soft rustling sound. Well, what am I expecting? This armor is rusted to pieces, it's worthless. Disdainfully tossing away the trash, Field continued rummaging through the goblin camp. The concept of antiques doesn't exist in this era. My lord, I suspect there are still their nests nearby. It's strange that there are no cubs in the territory. Search carefully. Finding any treasure is secondary. We must wipe out this group of goblins completely. Field's expression was serious. He didn't want to leave behind a group of monsters who hated him. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Ashina tilted her head. She sensed that Field was unusually wary of goblins, even though they were both weak creatures. However, since the Lord had given the order, Ashina carefully searched the surrounding area. Just as they had predicted, after a thorough search, they found goblin cubs hidden in a burrow not far from the territory. Pushing aside the thorns obscuring the entrance, Field bent down and went inside. The entrance was small, but once inside, The space was quite spacious and filled with clutter, especially large piles of armor and weapons, all in terrible condition. The smell of rust and excrement filled the space with a pungent odor, but Field could ignore it. After all, the smell of decay couldn't be much better. Wow, wow, wow. A swarm of goblins, each the size of a weasel, huddled together, covering the ground. There were at least 100 of them. If they weren't found, it might take a month for them to recover. 2 deformed doe were imprisoned beside the goblins. Unsurprisingly, these 2 doe were the goblins' biological mothers. Goblins have no females and can only reproduce with other creatures, and they reproduce extremely quickly. Huh? Is it a species that is immune to the death smog? Field's eyes lit up as he went to examine the doe, but he was disappointed when he saw a mouth and eyes on the doe's back. It's just a decaying creature, but a non-aggressive one. Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. These peculiar goblins are extremely rare. You can't just get immune to death smog. That's true. Otherwise, the Empire would have already recovered the vast northern provinces. Something's not right. These goblins can already reproduce using corrupted creatures. Field suddenly realized this and gasped. Corrupted creatures were everywhere. If the goblins caught a large number of female corrupted creatures, it would pose a great threat to Nightfall territory. That is a problem. We'll have to keep an eye on goblins from now on. Ashina drew a long sword from behind her waist. The dragon-type wolf was too big to squeeze in, so they had to take matters into their own hands. Let's get started, and hurry up. Field picked up a rusty mace from the ground and, like playing whack-a-mole, smashed all the little goblins into 2D shapes. Then he gave the 2 corrupted deer a whack, sending them all to hell. After taking stock of the spoils in the cave, Field found a cave full of tattered armor. Moving them would be time-consuming and laborious, and they were useless, so he discarded them. However, a locked ironwood box caught his eye. Did you see the key? Field searched around. Ashina winked mischievously. Of course, my lord. She casually reached out her slender hand and pulled, tearing off the iron lock from the box, along with the decaying moss clinging to it. Okay, you're awesome. Field took a deep breath and cautiously and slowly opened the box, praying that it wasn't a trigger bomb or a mimicry. Fortunately, the pointless fantasy didn't materialize. The first thing that caught his eye was 2 flags, an old, faded griffin flag, and another flag that Field didn't recognize, with a strange pattern of eyes and a 6-pointed star, like the family flag of some noble family. Just like the Ross family flag, a rose made of abstract symbols and lines, Field didn't even want to use that flag. It looked like he was gay. Below the flag were rows of thin, sealed wooden cylinders. Carefully prying open the lid with a knife, Field could see that inside was a rolled-up parchment. Ashina's eyes lit up, and her wolf ears perked up. I feel like I've found something interesting. Is it a royal secret that's been sealed away for many years? Or is it a treasure hidden by some nobleman? Field was also very curious. From the worn griffin banner and royal armor, it was easy to see that these were equipment left behind by the royal army. The papers among them must contain something interesting. Carefully pouring out the parchment scroll, Field saw the flame pattern on the scroll and suddenly felt it looked very familiar. Ashina glanced at it, and then narrowed her eyes in frustration. I can feel the magic flowing through me. I think this isn't a treasure map. Sure enough, when I opened it, I found it covered with symbols I couldn't understand. This is a magic scroll. No wonder it looked so familiar. My sister went to a magic academy, and the magic scroll she brought home to show off was exactly like this. With that, Field, who had been itching to get his hands on it, aimed at the corpse of the corrupted deer and tore open the scroll. Chapter 28 Magic Scroll. Huh. A large ball of flame erupted from the scroll, setting the 2 corpses ablaze. The flames sizzled as they burned the decaying deer carcass. But that's all. The used scroll lost its magical luster and became nothing more than toilet paper. Without any flashy special effects, or the earth-shattering ghostly flames of dragons and wolves, Field felt like he was watching a fire-breathing acrobatic performance, not even as exciting as a gas cylinder explosion. I think I wasted 10 gold coins. Field realized belatedly, and immediately broke out in a sweat. Although magic scrolls deal very little damage, a Tier 1 magic scroll costs about 15 gold coins, and an antique magic scroll is worth about 10 gold coins, which is not cheap at all. Ashina stuck out a small, delicate tip of her tongue and said with a smile, "How could it be a waste? We've learned about the power of magic scrolls. Just like you said, practice makes perfect. Besides, this is the first time I've ever seen a magic scroll. It's very interesting. This little girl is very sensible. She actually knows how to save face. I only mentioned it briefly, and it's amazing you remembered it." Field was infected by her positive attitude and smiled as he patted Ashina's head. The box contains 24 magic scrolls. After deducting the ones Field used, it is estimated that they can be sold for 230 gold coins, a very rich reward. Picking up trash is quite interesting, Field thought to himself. I can make a fortune just by going out for a stroll. Due to the unique environment of the north, very few adventurers dare to venture deep into the region, resulting in the preservation of many valuable items. Back in their territory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief to see that Field had returned unharmed. After all, if something happened to their lord, they would be killed by the death fog that very day. Besides, Lord Field was an extremely good man, and the slaves thought that if Field could remain their lord forever, and they could at least have enough to eat, that would be a paradise. It's a goblin head, the more knowledgeable Freeman Dogpaw exclaimed. I've seen these filthy little things in big cities. They can even breed with sows and produce a bunch of little goblins. That's right, these are the monsters that attacked our territory. Field casually tossed the goblin's head on the ground and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. We have avenged the dead. We hope they can return to the embrace of the goddess. Long live the Lord. Thank you, Lord. The slaves were overwhelmed with gratitude. It felt wonderful to have their right to life respected, and they no longer had to worry about being killed by the monstrous monsters at night. Although Field's actions weren't motivated by human rights concerns, but rather by a desire to eliminate threats and ensure slaves could work properly, it didn't diminish the slaves' gratitude. Generally, lords didn't care about the lives of their slaves. They were only concerned with whether they'd have apple cider or cherry cider for dinner. Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Field was tired too. After solving the goblin problem, Field clapped his hands, then remembered something important. That was the guards' poor performance during the goblin attack. The guards on patrol were sleeping somewhere, and the rest were completely indifferent. If it weren't for the male servant, Wagwan, waking up a few guards, the entire territory would probably have been slaughtered before these guards even showed up. I can't even sleep peacefully without strengthening the military power of my territory. Ashina alone certainly cannot take care of the entire territory. After Field finished planning, he wrote it down in a language only he could read. Then he lay down on the bed, and the dilapidated floors and windows of the winery immediately creaked and groaned, with an unpleasant draft blowing in from the cracks between the bricks. We need to repair the house as soon as possible. Field covered his ears in despair, buried his head in the blankets, where only the scent of civilized society remained. The next day, after suffering greatly, Field finished his bread with blueberry jam and gathered all his soldiers, including the demi-human cavalry, who could not yet ride horses. Stand up straight, Field snapped. The guards knew they had performed terribly the night before, and they shrank back in fear. Some were even so scared they were about to wet themselves, thinking they were about to be hanged, but they dared not utter a sound, and kept stealing glances at Field's face, hoping to glean some clues. Field had intended to drag out the incompetent fool and whip him 30 times in front of everyone, but seeing that many of them were emaciated, with their ribs clearly visible, and some even looked like they were about to fall over just by wearing their armor, Field abandoned his impractical idea. Don't use 30 lashes, just 10 lashes will be enough to send them back into the womb. Even if they don't die, they'll be paralyzed for months. To save them, we'll have to use precious medicine, and we'll be the ones who suffer the loss. Most importantly, killing them would leave even fewer suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves. Field rubbed his temples, trying to console himself. The guards received only 2 fist-sized pieces of rye bread a day, with no pay, no freedom, and no wives. He honestly admitted that, from their perspective, Field himself wouldn't want to put in the effort either. Last night, the guards who patrolled the territory ran 6 laps around the area, and those who didn't come out to assemble ran 3 laps. This is the punishment. Don't even think about trying to cheat. Phew. The guards breathed a sigh of relief, and many of them even laughed. Although I don't understand why the Lord is so keen on running, running is much more comfortable than being whipped and whipped, which can leave a bloody gash. I love running. A guard chuckled, tossing down his weapon and loosening his armor. Wait, put on your leather armor before you run. Also, everyone must carry a weapon, Field emphasized. Before they could show any despair, Field added in a devilishly seductive tone. If we can finish before noon, everyone will get a slice of bacon. It is necessary to supplement nutrition. Bacon? Mommy, what did I just hear? Is it a holiday today, our beloved Lord? The earlier complaints in their stomachs instantly turned into farts, and the guards quickly changed into leather armor, shouldered their weapons, and began to run like madmen. The scene was extremely lively, attracting frequent glances from the slaves dealing with the decaying farmland nearby. The remaining 10 or so people looked at each other, their mouths watering at the thought of the smoked meat. Finally, Lynx mustered up his courage and cautiously asked, What about us, sir? We can run too. Field glanced around and saw that those remaining were the elite of the guards, many of whom had killed more than 10 rotting corpses. Field raised an eyebrow. You don't need to run. You were among the few who came out to assemble last night, so the smoked meat is yours. I have a new training program for you, called Standing at Attention. If you do well, you'll get an extra egg as a reward. Gudom. Upon hearing the word egg, another chorus of swallowing sounds erupted. Chapter 29 Training Military Posture. Last time Field gave them eggs, many of them barely chewed them before greedily swallowing them whole, choking and rolling their eyes back in their throats. The scarcity of food had filled them with a craving for protein, and many of them dreamed of the taste of eggs. They thought that the benefits from that time would never be repeated, and they never expected that the eggs they had been longing for would arrive so quickly. It's very simple, just follow my instructions. Field demonstrated the standing posture used by Chinese students during their military training, and then patiently corrected each one's mistakes. Field had high hopes for these outstanding guards, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the future framework of the army would need to be built with their help. After doing all this, Field had his servant bring a chair and an hourglass to keep track of time. Hold on for half an hour, and the eggs are yours. Field revealed a devilish smile. Iron Hammer awkwardly stuck out his buttocks, trying his best to stand up straight, his hands haphazardly pressed against the outside of his hips, and his feet spread apart at a certain angle. This is probably a kind of slapstick comedy that nobles enjoy. Hammer had heard that nobles loved watching clown performances. He had never seen a clown, but he guessed that it must look like him. Hammer thought to himself, but for the eggs, it's all worth it. Is there any work more tiring than carrying bricks or mining? Soon, Iron Hammer experienced firsthand how terrifying standing at attention was. The farmland of Nightfall territory, after being purified by the potion and Field's Lord's power, had not fully recovered. It was soft and rotten, as if it had just rained, and Iron Hammer felt like he couldn't stand up. To onlookers, it wasn't the land that was the problem, but the trembling of the people standing there, their legs shaking like jelly. Feeling the heaviness all over their bodies, the guards realized that standing was no easy task. The numb, aching sensation was as painful as carrying heavy loads all day. Iron Hammer was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and silently encouraging himself. For the sake of eggs. Several guards were silently chanting, and even though their bodies were swaying, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Field's lips unconsciously curled up as he glanced at the hourglass. Indeed, the incentive provided by material things is very powerful. After leisurely finishing a cup of black tea, Field announced a break, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing like slumps of mud. My lord, a brilliant move. This is how they should be treated. After taking inventory of the wine cellar, the steward, Cao, came over with a piece of paper still wet with ink to report. Seeing Field torturing the guards, he thought Field had grasped the key to nobility, not treating people as human beings. Cao was greatly relieved. Huh, you also understand the power of discipline. Field was surprised, even his posture became serious. The meaning behind standing at attention is not something that medieval people can easily understand. He didn't expect his butler to have such a forward-thinking perspective. Cao touched his nose in confusion. Discipline? I mean, to deal with slaves, you have to torture them in different ways so they will be obedient. Oh, that's all right then. Field was greatly disappointed, and he lazily lay back in his chair with a sly smile. This isn't torture, it's training. They did very well, so I've decided to give them extra eggs at lunchtime. Eggs? For slaves again? Cao was struck dumb, frozen in place, his mouth agape, almost fainting. My lord, this is the second time you've done something so absurd. Slaves should be whipped, not given eggs. Call could barely praise the idea of stuffing shiny gold coins into the treasure cave of an old, ugly witch, but the treatment of feeding slaves eggs made him feel heartbroken. Cao dares to swear that Field's actions are absolutely bizarre and outrageous in the entire empire. Even the most unruly playboy in the imperial capital wouldn't have made such a creative and wasteful move. Seeing the butler angrily tugging at his collar to catch his breath, Field found it amusing and comforted him. This is a cursed land, so of course we can't follow the rules like in ordinary areas. All the rules here will be brand new, and I'm sure you'll get used to them. By the way, how's the wine statistics going? That's exactly what I've come for. Getting down to business, the butler handed Field the results and excitedly reported. According to the standard sherry barrel count, there are 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 barrels of mead, 7 barrels of olive wine, 24 barrels of black pearl wine, and we also found a precious sparkling wine, that is, champagne, in only 1 barrel. The first 3 are common drinks, while wine is the most valuable. It's much better than I expected. That's great. Field stood up and paced back and forth, his heart pounding with excitement, and he laughed heartily. The most important thing now is to convert them all into cash. I won't feel at ease until they're all glittering gold coins. If a monster sneaks in and causes trouble, then all the gold coins will be gone. Cow, you will allocate some slaves to load 40 men's 10-day rations onto the carts. Oh, and the horse feed too. You will be in charge of checking for any omissions. I want to personally visit the local nobles in Maple Leaf City to find a market for the wine. Isn't this too risky? The death smog is no joke. We're unlikely to have the same luck as last time. If we encounter a large horde of zombies, something unexpected could happen. My lord, shouldn't we just let the Chosen One lead the team? Cow questioned, glancing around discreetly to make sure Ashina wasn't there before letting out a sigh of relief. He disliked that terrifying demi-human to no end. Besides, we've only been in Nightfall territory for a few days. Everyone needs your leadership. Field sighed helplessly. It would be dangerous if he didn't go. If Ashina were to perish, Field would have no chance of protecting the Great Winery. Without a mini-map, Ashina would almost certainly run into hordes of zombies, and not just 1 or 2 waves. Field knew all too well how dangerous the northern provinces were. They were like swimming in a sea of rotting corpses, and one wrong move could mean certain death. This is an order. Just carry it out carefully. Field waved his hand, turned his face away, and didn't bother to explain. Cow was one of only 2 literate people in the territory, but that didn't mean he was a talent for internal affairs. Sending the Chosen One to trade would just tell the whole empire that Field, an unfavored, helpless, and isolated little baron, possessed a precious Chosen One. In any case, Field cannot lose Ashina, nor can he expose Ashina to outsiders. What are they trying to do? Field noticed the 2 female slaves talking quietly and walked towards the outer edge of the territory. Perhaps it's a woman's little secret, or maybe it's gossip, or there might be a conspiracy. It's unlikely to be a conspiracy. Without fog lights, the only way to escape is to directly awaken as a Chosen One. He was probably going to fish idly. Field is very experienced at it. Chapter 30, Promulgation of New Laws, heading to the province of High Castle. The 2 are different races. It's true that demi-humans and humans can become friends. Field nodded with satisfaction, thinking about whether he could use the 2 of them as examples for publicity, so he followed them without making a sound. Then, the next moment, Field regretted doing something stupid. The 2 women squatted down together, their legs forming an M shape, revealing their muddy, dirty buttocks, and began their unrestrained defense. Field's pupils dilated in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Holy crap! My eyes! They actually urinated and defecated in the street. Is there no law anymore? Is that strange?" Cow touched his nose, not even frowning. He was used to it. The lower classes are just this filthy. The steward was unsurprised. This was the case everywhere in the Holy Griffin Empire, and even across the entire continent. Roads, streets, and even stairwells were filled with excrement, flies buzzed around, and rats roamed freely among them. Even the maids who served Field would secretly relieve themselves in the corners of the house because it was dark and scary outside. Cow secretly pondered. Perhaps the Lord simply enjoys spying, but is too embarrassed to say so in front of him. Moreover, the first thing Field did before going to Nightfall was to buy a toy. Although that toy became the Chosen One, Call firmly believed that it was just luck. After all, what nobleman isn't a bit abnormal? I was so busy dealing with territory matters that I forgot about it. Field pressed his temples, trying to lower his blood pressure. He suddenly remembered that the Middle Ages was an era of poor sanitation, which even led to the Black Death. He always traveled by horse, and the tall horses made him oblivious to the droppings in his territory. Field wiped the sweat from his brow. As a modern man, he would never allow medieval chaos to appear on his territory. Dirty and unsanitary conditions can breed viruses and cause diseases such as the Black Death. The housekeeper couldn't understand. Feces and... what are viruses? Cow, I am about to promulgate an important law. From now on, no one shall urinate or defecate in public places. Excrement shall be disposed of in a designated pit. Field wagged his index finger, then put his hands behind his back and said, "First, make sure everyone remembers this decree. Anyone who violates it will be warned the first 3 times, and then fined. 1 copper coin for slaves, 3 for free citizens." A fine. Cow's eyes lit up immediately. "You're a true economic genius." Field frowned. "It's just a fine. What does it have to do with the economy? Many lords have already levied a breathing tax and a blinking tax. But the excretion tax, the excretion fine, is something you have come up with for the first time. It is a truly ingenious idea. If it can be implemented, It will generate a large amount of revenue every day. The butler was overjoyed. He had been upset about Field wasting eggs, but seeing that Field's talent for extortion was just as good as his talent for splurging, Cao was immediately relieved. It seemed that Nightfall Territory's finances could last a long time. That's how a nobleman should behave. Cao bowed respectfully. You are a model of nobility. Field waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and do it. Next, Field continued training the guards. It wasn't until noon, when Ashina returned to the territory, that Field released the wailing and begging guards, allowing them to go eat. Field then summoned Ashina, who had just returned. How did the trip to the barn go? Field opened the mini-map, and the skull and crossbones markers for the barn location had all been erased, making it look extremely clean. Ashina playfully stuck out a small piece of her tongue, stretched lazily with a charming yawn, and winked playfully, saying, Thanks to you, the cleanup of the rotting corpses went very smoothly. The only pity is that there's nothing of value in the barn. The mountain of wheat has completely rotted, and the barn itself has collapsed. Ashina took out a bag containing samples of wheat from the barn. This was expected. You should go and rest. After several battles, Field realized that having ordinary soldiers operate alongside Ashina was simply making things more difficult for her. Therefore, Field planned to split the force into two groups. Ashina, with her superior combat skills and mobility, would frequently launch attacks to clear out the surrounding hordes of corpses. The guards would focus on training for the time being, spending the remaining time clearing out the remaining small waves of corpses. Field himself was responsible for supervising the training of soldiers and occasionally massaging Ashina's legs, rubbing her tail and ears. With clear division of labor, everyone has a bright future. And so, Field spent a week in Nightfall, and the territory extended 5,000 square meters eastward into the woods. It was less than the size of a football field, but it was a respectable achievement. Expanding the area under control is difficult. Fog lamps must be used to dispel the local fog first. Then, guards must eliminate the rotting corpses, followed by slaves clearing away all traces of decay, such as vegetation and small animals. Only after all this is done can Field's lordship permanently protect that land and ensure that no new corrupt creatures invade. Field has already identified the patterns. Hey idiot, watch your step when you lift the barrels. If you keep being this clumsy, I'll kiss your ass with my boots and shove your head into a sow's dung hole. The butler's angry roar came from downstairs. It's time to head to the High Castle province. Field put down his quill, stretched, and the maid's scissors immediately handed him a coat. Nightfall Territory has no food source, and its food is consumed very quickly. It would take a long time to obtain food from the farms, so food needs to be imported through trade. Downstairs, Field met the guard leader Lynx. He and the guards stood ramrod straight, though they still looked crooked and the formation was terrible. Field was extremely satisfied, though. The extra food they had given each day hadn't gone to waste. At least the guards weren't so thin anymore. My lord, we wish to be your shield, the Lynx cried out, filled with respect for his benevolent lord, Field. Take us with you. Haha, you've always been my shield, but now I need you to protect my territory. Field patted him on the shoulder. He only brought Iron Hammer and 2 others as guards on this trip. However, Field would bring Ashina and her entire raiding cavalry. 1 chosen one and 20 cavalrymen would already be a very good escort force. After carefully explaining the defense details, Field turned and left. The lord is the true nobleman, a benevolent lord with a spirit of bravery, Lynx remarked. Ordinary lords would not venture into the death fog so often. Chapter 31 The Perverted Lord, the Butler's Delusions. Yes, I am proud to have been able to protect my lord and his property. The guard beside him nodded in agreement. Butler Cao, on the other hand, was filled with worry and prayed silently. The male servant, Wagwan, comforted him. Don't worry, Lady Ashina is very powerful, and the goddess of winter will also protect the lord. Cao rolled his eyes in annoyance. What do you know? I'm worried about what will happen after you arrive in Maple Leaf City. You should know that Maple Leaf City also has chosen ones. Huh? But we're not going to war, we're going to trade, so there shouldn't be any fighting, right? Wagwan was intimidated by Cao, and his voice became much softer. Besides, I trust your personal charisma, sir. Field's performance over the past few days has won over the servants. So you're just a male servant, you little rascal. You have a lot to learn. The butler grinned smugly and boasted. The official faith of Maple Leaf City is the god of love and harmony. Their chosen one, the peerless dancer, rose to godhood from the red light district. Countless nobles are captivated by her, willing to offer up all their wealth and bodily fluids. Huh? There's such a thing. The clay pot was dumbfounded. He blushed just thinking about it. Otherwise, do you think Maple Leaf City, a remote border city, can be so wealthy, possessing several potion recipes and an irreplaceable commercial position, simply because of Baron Maple Leaf's personal abilities? Let me tell you, last time our lord went to watch female slaves use the toilet. That was too perverted. If the local lord had allowed the dancers to use their divine powers on Lord Field, given his self-control, he would definitely. Cough, cough. Never mind. In Cow's view, Field was simply there to hunt for beauties, and might even become so engrossed in the pleasures that he forgot all about home. The earthenware pot fell silent, only able to pray that its beloved lord would not be corrupted by evil. Wait, did I say something too much again? Cow suddenly realized something was wrong. If the lord or Ashina found out what he had said, he would probably go from being a steward to a stable boy immediately. No, it might be even worse. Despite the potter's seemingly harmless expression, Cow was sweating profusely and began to worry that the potter would betray him. Field didn't really want to trade in the more distant Maple Leaf territory, but the Bull Baron's foolish son was probably still keeping the fortress gates closed, and he had even plundered the Bull territory himself. Field didn't want to take a gamble. The Baron of Maple Leaf City is a very wealthy man who makes a fortune by refining potions from the magical plants in his territory. Field believes that Black Pearl wine will fetch an excellent price. My lord, do you really have to go in person? Ashina saw Field making preparations, wiping his gleaming long sword again, and sighed helplessly. This was a lord who insisted on doing everything himself and going to the High Castle province. Actually, you can leave it to me. The journey is too dangerous, and I will protect your property with my life to ensure that nothing goes wrong. That's what I'm worried about. Who asked you to risk your life to protect the gold coins? Gold coins can't by God as chosen. Field patted Ashina's head, causing a blush to rise on her face. Field patiently explained. In addition, I need to personally visit Baron Maple Leaf. From now on, the products of Nightfall territory will need to be consumed by that wealthy and powerful nobleman. There was one reason Field didn't mention. He could detect monsters in the surrounding area. Without Field, the caravan would repeatedly encounter hordes of zombies. Field lit the fog lights and hung them on the wagon, and the caravan set off. The hooves of the warhorses clattered on the road. Accompanying them were Ashina, raiding cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves responsible for carrying goods, and the maid Scissors, who was in charge of taking care of Field's food, clothing, and lodging. Leaving the Starry Night Winery, the group felt as if they had immediately entered hell, with twisted plants everywhere and ghostly shadows, as if a demon could fly out at any moment. The slaves looked around in fear. Although they were responsible for carrying goods, Field had equipped them with spears for self-defense. This road is really bad. Field was disgusted by the corroded road surface with small tentacles, and they would slow down the carriage. We should repair the road when we have the chance, and it would be best to open up the trade route and build a cement road that connects Nightfall territory directly to Maple Leaf territory. Before I could even utter a couple of exclamations, a large number of red skull and crossbones symbols began to rapidly approach. Watch out, they're coming. Field took a deep breath. Ashina's giant wolf roared and charged forward, slamming its spear down, instantly creating a shower of blood and a strange howl. Corpses collapsed like wheat being harvested, with red and white human fragments flying everywhere. Then the dragon wolf shook its head, and a beam of ghostly blue flames swept out, evaporating a large area of rotting corpses. The remaining cavalrymen quickly drew their swords and spears, raised their weapons with all their might, and charged towards the horde of corpses. Despite having only trained for a short time, the demi-humans were natural-born cavalrymen and quickly mastered the essence of horseback riding. For Lord Field, impress. The cavalrymen crushed them. On Field's mini-map, the red markers disappeared rapidly, while more red dots began to gather around. Come on, come on! Field shouted with high spirits, drawing his long sword with a clang. Maple Leaf Fortress is also one of the Empire's border fortresses, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. It not only has ballistae and catapults, but also a large number of mage towers. From a distance, it looks like there are floating magic crystals everywhere. As the group crossed the gates of Baron Maple Leaf's border fortress, a bright and clear world opened up before them, no longer the endless gray fog. My God, those knights actually came out of the gray fog. A soldier with a local accent pointed at the cavalrymen who were covered in black robes, and even their warhorses were covered in black robes, making them look extremely terrifying. This is too rare. They must be adventurers or the Empire's survey troops. Look at them. They're covered in the filth and blood of decaying creatures. Close the door immediately. Don't let the monsters in the gray fog follow us in. The officer cleared his throat. Welcome to Maple Leaf territory. Have a pleasant shopping experience. Thank you. Field hadn't expected to get in so easily. He had even prepared a bag of gold coins as a toll, but he hadn't needed them. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought I was going to be given a hard time. Nomura's cargo consisted of 10 barrels of black pearl wine, plus a box of magic scrolls. These scrolls were old and worn out, and Field worried that if he didn't act soon, they would only be good for wiping his backside. If we could open up the trade route, I wouldn't have to make the trip myself. Along the way, Field avoided countless large-scale zombie hordes and also annihilated several smaller ones. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach Hyberg Province smoothly. With almost no cost, only half a cart of grain was overturned in the pit. Chapter 32: A Land of Extravagance and Corruption. Simon Maple's Special Hospitality. Of course, thanks to Ashina's bloody battle, she was now exhausted and curled up in the carriage, fast asleep. The dragon wolf had also been put away, and she was now only serving as a maid. The demi-humans were too conspicuous. In the Holy Griffin Empire, all the demi-humans you could see were slaves. In order to avoid attracting attention, Field made them wear cloaks to conceal their identities. Continuing west from Maple Leaf Fortress for a day, you'll reach Maple Leaf City, a beautiful city built against the mountainside. This place, too, is a flower on the decaying branches of an empire. Before even entering Maple Leaf City, Field sensed its extravagance. The city walls, only 3 meters high, were ridiculously covered with flowers and silk banners, and there were almost no guards on them. A few guards gathered together, gulping down their drinks and scanning the passers-by with greedy and mocking eyes. The Mage Tower and Adventurers Guild in the distance, however, were particularly eye-catching. Caravans and travelers were everywhere, and even before entering the city, vendors carrying bundles were selling wine, tobacco, and snacks. Maple Leaf City has little defense, but it is a top-notch den of extravagance. The entire empire knows that Maple Leaf City is a helpless, female warrior, and no matter if you use sweet words, academics or magic, glittering gold coins, merchants or nobles, or direct attacks, warfare, it has little defense and you can do whatever you want. It offers everything from brothels and entertainment venues to gambling, sports competitions, and fine food and drinks. The only ones not welcome are those with empty pockets. The large group of vagrants squatting at the city gate perfectly illustrates this point. Many of the vagrants are even impoverished nobles without land, who have lost everything here and have been thrown out. Too bustling. After struggling for a while, Iron Hammer managed to find one word from his depleted vocabulary. Indeed, but Nightfall territory will be even more prosperous than this place in the future. Field was full of confidence. After all, he had seen big cities in his previous life. To him, Maple Leaf City was at most a daring tourist attraction. After handing over his identification and the city entry fee, Field easily entered the city. Hi, sweethearts, you must be tired from your journey. I'm your sweetheart big sister, and I'll be your dessert for just 10 silver coins today. I knock. The soldiers were stunned, their mouths watering, and their faces turning red. That's outrageous. No wonder Maple Leaf City is so famous. Even if you live 2 lives, this is the first time Field has ever seen such a scene, let alone his subordinates. This is right at the city gate. Clearly, the person in front of me is an excellent software hardening engineer with outstanding professional skills. Field was also feeling hot all over. He had heard that Maple Leaf City was corrupt and decadent, but he didn't expect to be playing such a big game as soon as he entered the city. No wonder it was a place chosen by Cupid. Ahem, no need. Field waved his hand after enjoying the view. My lord, this place is teeming with demons. I'd rather face disgusting, corrupt creatures. The maid, Scissors, blushed, her small hands unsure of what to do. Ashina also climbed out of the carriage, glanced at Field with disdain, and said resentfully, Sir, are you going to have some fun first? We can wait for you to finish. Don't doubt me like that. I'm not a casual person. Patting Hammer on the shoulder, the guy was already itching to get started, drooling and looking around. Field joked, Hammer, your name is wrong. Shouldn't you change it to Iron Rod? Iron Hammer scratched his head sheepishly. Sir, I'd like to go and spend some money. I need to polish my spear. How much money have you saved? In Nightfall, slaves are allowed private property, a privilege granted by Field. However, they can only save money, not spend it, and there's nowhere to spend it. Nightfall doesn't even have taverns. Guards, in particular, are quick to accumulate wealth. Killing a corpse earns them a silver coin, a bargain that would make people fight tooth and nail outside the north. 47 silver coins, Iron Hammer replied proudly. Save it for now. This won't be the last time we come to Maple Leaf City. Come back and enjoy yourselves when you're free citizens. Field preferred to keep them hanging on with goals so they would work harder to generate value instead of wasting time on software development. Ashna, you and the cavalry buy some good food to fill your stomachs, then go to the outpost to rest. I'm going to visit the nobles here. Maple Leaf Manor is one of the few noble manors in the Empire built in the bustling city center. Baron Maple Leaf, also known as Simon Maple Leaf, is a man who enjoys excitement and is not afraid of people making a lot of noise or assassination attempts. After handing over his calling card, Field waited for a while at the manor gate. Handsome Baron Field, I am a maid from Maple Leaf Manor, ordered to escort you into the manor. Your caravan will use the side gate. A glamorous woman, almost dressed in a silk swimsuit, bowed deeply to Field. The bow revealed almost all the beauty she could. Only those of noble blood are allowed to use the main gate. Please understand. Field rubbed his temples, inhaling the cold air to calm himself. This Baron Simon really didn't shy away from showing off his hobbies at all. Please lead the way. Upon entering the manor, the maid swayed her hips, leading Field through a maze of turns into a palatial building. Cough, cough. As soon as he entered, Field was choked twice. The pervasive moisture and smoke almost made Field think he had returned to the northern province, and he nearly had to bring out his fog lights. Hee, don't touch there. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have your way with me. 7 or 8 women were laughing and splashing in the hot spring, their white skin gleaming. Field glanced at them, and his blood pressure shot up. It wasn't that he had any evil thoughts, but he was worried about running into Baron Maple Leaf's wife. Field turned to leave when he heard a deep but slightly comical voice. Hey, Baron Field, don't be shy. These are your maids. Please help yourself. Holy crap, this guy's got a good date. But Field remained unmoved. If he really had an affair with the maid and conceived a child, and Baron Simon turned around and sent someone to assassinate him, then according to imperial law, the right of inheritance would belong to the child in the maid's womb. The properties of Nightfall territory and Field were then jointly ruled by Maple Leaf territory. The maid who was leading the way smiled wickedly and squatted down to unbutton Field's clothes. After awkwardly breaking free, Field straightened his robe and collar and said seriously, Thank you for your kindness, Baron Simon, but I came to visit you and discuss another business matter. Field, of course, knew the name of this stunning dancer, and he didn't want to be so captivated that he would lose all his value and end up homeless. Even though the maids still flaunted their beauty, Field, having grown accustomed to the stunningly beautiful chosen ones, had no interest in ordinary women. Chapter 33 The Wine Deal, Field's Fairy Tale. Your father was a brave and fearless nobleman. The Crimson Rose chosen one of the Ross family, who left behind a legendary story in the Empire. Simon said some polite words. In fact, the two had no connection at all, and the old Count's first chosen one had long since died in the war with the elves. Simon said loudly, I greatly admire his bravery and hope to meet him one day. Simon was a short, fat man with very fair skin, his face covered with freckles and lumps. He lay in the arms of 2 naked maids. After speaking, he pouted and sucked the cherry from the maid's hand, chewing it leisurely. Then, with a tisk, he spat the pit, along with his saliva, onto the maid's snow-white skin. The maid showed no displeasure. Instead, she kept giggling. It was truly decadent, and Field wasn't surprised. Many nobles were like that. After all, from childhood, they could get whatever they wanted, raising their threshold for pleasure very high. To get pleasure, they needed something even more stimulating. Field doesn't care as long as they don't mess with him. At Simon's gesture, Field sat down in a chair and said politely, You are the most skilled nobleman I have ever met in managing your territory. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is something I have never seen before. Haha, I like your honesty. The two, upholding aristocratic etiquette, exchanged pleasantries for a long time. Honestly, Field, you've inherited your family's bravery and wisdom. There aren't many people who can venture into the cursed lands and come out unscathed. Simon struggled to sit up, waved for the maids to leave, signaling the end of the small talk. He stood up. Let's talk in the reception room. Since you look down on these common women, forget it. Perhaps you'd like elves or mermaids. Hee. Unfortunately, I don't have any on hand right now. The previous batch was cooked and bought by other nobles. Field felt nauseous, but remained expressionless and said, Even mermaids? Of course, I'll take you to some fun underground parties next time. I guarantee I'll satisfy all your fetishes. Simon raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. Haha, then I have something to look forward to. No wonder you're called Baron Maple Leaf. Field laughed heartily. He wasn't really interested in the underground banquet, but as a seller, he naturally had to flatter him. Then, Field exclaimed with a thankful tone, I was able to get out of Nightfall thanks to my soldiers and the goddess's protection. I'm quite surprised myself that I was able to come out alive. It seems that luck is on my side for now. Simon clapped his hands and exclaimed, I love dealing with lucky people. Upon arriving at the luxuriously decorated reception room, Field's goods, after inspection, had already been delivered to the manor. From the reception room, one could see the sherry barrels outside the door. What are these? Iron Hammer, bring the monster out for Baron Simon to see. Instead of rushing to sell the goods, Field had a guard bring over a skull. It was the skull of a mutated rat from the Grand Winery. The head alone was as big as a young man's body, with horns and sharp teeth, like a demon from the region, revealing a ferocious sneer. This is the first extraordinary monster I encountered in Nightfall territory, a giant, corrupted rat demon. Its fur burned with purple demonic flames. Its claws could easily pierce through thick scales, and when it opened its mouth, it would unleash the shrieks of vengeful spirits. My vanguard was burned 7 men by its demonic flames in just one encounter. Damn it. Those were knights carefully trained by the Ross family, and they ended up as a pile of charred remains. Hiss. Simon gasped, rubbing his chin. Maple Leaf Fortress has never encountered an attack from the rat demons. They look really dangerous. Nobles don't care about facts. They value prestige and status more. Field held up the skull, his expression still showing lingering fear. He made up a fairy tale and said, This monster went in and out of my party 7 times. No one could withstand its claws. There was absolutely no way to counter it. Can you understand that kind of despair? I could only pray for a miracle. Simon nodded. It's like the despair of having eaten all the honey but having no stock. At the critical moment of life and death, it was the goddess who responded to me. A bolt of lightning carrying the might of heaven struck this damned beast on the head, and my knights finally had the opportunity to kill him. Thank goddess. Simon was stunned. He drew the prayer symbol of Cupid on his chest and said with lingering fear, The northern provinces are synonymous with hell. The church and the royal family have repeatedly tried to conquer them without success. The fact that you came back alive from there is a miracle in itself. Yes, but for the peace of the empire and for the precious treasures, I'm happy to take the risk. Field shrugged, pulling at his collar to cool off. Especially precious treasures, such as the rare Black Pearl wine, which has been extinct for 10 years. This greedy rat demon is also a clever monster who knows its value, and it guards the wine treasures closely. My God, what did I just hear? Black Pearl wine. The wine served at royal banquets 10 years ago. Simon's eyes lit up. Let me see those rare vintages. I can't wait. Nobles are powerless against precious things. Although it was not difficult for Field to obtain wine, the added difficulty of verbal communication drove up the price of the wine and significantly enhanced its prestige. As Simon pried open the barrel, the rich aroma of the wine filled the room. He couldn't wait to taste it, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This is the taste. You know what? My father had a bottle he treasured, and he only let me have a glass on my birthday last year. The velvety smooth texture. I bet my father was green with envy. Field laughed and said, Of course, a noble beauty needs to rely on a noble nobleman, and fine wine needs a noble person to taste it. Even modern shoppers are more willing to buy products with a story, such as the simplest example. Family, I'm giving you a treat. Goods that originally cost 900 million. I forced the boss to give a discount. Now they're only 9 yuan. Why not grab them? I feel like I've found a kindred spirit. I'll buy these precious wines, Simon admitted without hesitation. He then called a servant over and whispered a few words to him. Wait a moment, Baron Field. I need to discuss the price with my advisor. This is no small business. Please go ahead. After a brief discussion, Simon offered a price of 500 gold coins per barrel. That was exactly the startup capital that Field went to collect from Nightfall. A standard sherry barrel is about 500 liters, and 1 liter is equal to 2.1134 pints. 1 pint is a glass of wine. The wine that nobles would drink usually cost 25 copper coins a glass. Therefore, the price of a whole barrel of ordinary wine was about 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. Chapter 34 The Sinful Treasure of Maple Leaf City. If it's auctioned, the price of a rare Black Pearl wine can be 20 times higher, generally fluctuating around 550 gold coins. However, the auction house takes a 10% cut and also pays a portion of the goods tax to the nobles, so the maximum you can get through the auction house is 400 gold coins. Field was sold as a package deal, and by selling directly to nobles, no taxes were required. The price of 500 gold coins is already extremely generous. Friend, may I buy that rat monster's skull? 20 gold coins. I would like to hang this valiant trophy in my collection room. Of course. Field feigned a pained expression, suppressing a laugh. His story had clearly moved him. In truth, This wretched rat monster had lasted less than 3 minutes in front of Ashina and was of no value to him. Field gave a thumbs up. A noble status requires excellent artifacts to complement it. I think it also carries the divine might of miracles. After a trade route trip, I obtained 5,020 gold coins, a harvest that can only be described as terrifying. But Field didn't foolishly take all the gold coins. Instead, he paid 30 gold coins to deposit 3,000 gold coins in the large treasury opened by the Maple Leaf City royal family. This served two purposes. Firstly, to show his sincerity in cooperating with Maple Leaf City, and secondly, to avoid being robbed by bandits whenever he went out. Field knew perfectly well that no matter how lavish Simon appeared now, he was probably secretly heartbroken and already plotting to take the money back. Make money in Maple Leaf City, spend money in Maple Leaf City, and never think of taking a single penny home. Baron Field, it's a pleasure to do business with you. The maids have made the bed and prepared hot water at the perfect temperature. It's time to unleash your manly instincts. Of course, not those lowly maids. As Field had expected, Simon, having spent a large sum of gold coins, could no longer contain himself. Shaking the fat on his belly, he affectionately took Field's hand. I bet you've never touched a high and mighty chosen one. Well, Field thought to himself, my chosen one, I can pet him however I want, he's so adorable. Ahem, I really haven't touched one. Chosen ones are precious treasures, they're so rare. Field pretended to play along. Simon said generously, humph, Maple Leaf territory has a rare treasure. Come here, I'll let you handle it. You've never seen such a beautiful treasure before. The most precious treasure of the women's kingdom is its queen. Damn it, the rare treasure of Maple Leaf City isn't that dancer who could have a tally mark written on her by the groom and the horse, is it? Field's lips twitched. Sure enough, spending 5,000 gold coins had made Simon eager to get them back. Ahem, maybe next time. Field awkwardly wiped away his cold sweat and changed the subject. Baron Simon, do you sell giant wolves in Maple Leaf City? I need to buy a large number of them. Simon pulled Field upstairs while replying, giant wolves? Those rare creatures have only appeared in the nomadic Khanates. They're not easy to find. Field was in much better physical condition than Simon. The sickly nobleman before him had been ruined by wine and women. Field easily broke free after a few tugs. He took a few steps back and coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. The northern province is full of decaying plants, wriggling tentacles, and chunks of flesh. Horses can easily get their hooves stuck. I need a batch of mounts that are better adapted to complex terrain. Besides, giant wolves are very cool. They will become a symbol of my bravery. Knowing he couldn't keep Field, Simon could only shake the fat on his belly and say, I'll have the caravan keep an eye out for the giant wolf. No one will refuse gold coins. Even cubs are acceptable. I guarantee I can pay a price that will satisfy you. Once Simon actually buys it back, who else but me will buy it in large quantities? Field thought to himself, and he would still haggle over the price then. Field's Lord skill can appoint 50 Tier 1 wolf riders at once, but requires giant wolves, who will be a powerful asset to Field. In addition, the genes of the dragon-wolf hybrid must also be preserved, as they are an invaluable treasure. Just like the royal griffin, it also originated from the sacred griffin of the founding emperor. The treasures left behind by the chosen ones are not limited to artifacts. They can also include animals, technology, or magical energy, all of which can be utilized. I'm going back to the north to continue my conquests. I feel treasure and glory beckoning me, Field said simply before turning and leaving. Not long after Field left, Simon looked pained and groaned as he walked toward his guest room. Oh, my lovely gold coins, small, pitiful, tempting gold coins. Good heavens, they've all left me. Is there anything worse than this? Except for the time my long bread broke. Upon arriving at the guest room, Simon casually opened the door, revealing a captivating figure dressed in a light gauze dress, her legs crossed in a graceful pose, who had been waiting for quite some time. I thought it would be the handsome Baron of Nightfall, the woman said coldly. Although she was dressed provocatively, her eyes were unusually calm. Besides, that thing of yours isn't a loaf of bread. It's more like a maggot. It failed. Baron Field isn't interested in women. He prefers adventure and taking away the gold that should be mine. Simon didn't get angry at the sarcasm, but said regretfully, I should have known better than to let those lowly maids seduce him. He probably thought I wasn't good enough. I should have just let you go. Who knew we'd close a deal worth 5,000 gold coins? Damn it, there are still treasures left in the north. Isn't it full of corpses and tentacles? Maybe I should send someone to assassinate him. Haha, you're being stingy again. Long-term business is the way to make more money. They've already saved up money to show their sincerity. Now is not the time to kill them, and besides, we can't do it in Maple Leaf City. Simon looked as aggrieved as a 200-pound child. Okay, you're right. Your greed has frightened him. What an adorable little boy. I really want him. The woman licked her lips seductively, leaning back on the cushions, securing her right hand with shackles. Her eyes gleamed slyly as she added, or perhaps he has unique tastes. Nobles always have all sorts of strange fetishes. Some like handsome men, some like young children, and some even enjoy watching killings. So, Simon, have your servants tell him that on the 15th of 3 months from now, Maple Leaf City will be holding an underground veiled ball. Make sure he attends. I guarantee I can satisfy all his desires. I did mention it briefly, Simon said, shrugging. The woman replied matter-of-factly. Then we'll send out formal invitations. The Maple Leaf City Ball welcomes anyone of value. Well, actually, I don't think he'll live that long. Luck won't always be on his side. The corrupt monsters in the northern provinces are no joke. Many chosen ones have perished there. Chapter 35, Finding Talent. The woman swayed her slender arms lazily. That would be perfect. Didn't he deposit some of his gold coins with us? The dead are not protected by royal laws, so there will be no evidence, and we can just swallow them up. However, I really can't bear to see this smart and sensible little boy die. At least I should get to taste the bitterness. After saying that, the woman shackled her feet, a strange flush appearing on her face. Inject the beastmen in the basement with a berserk potion, then bring them here. I've already tied myself up, so I can make sure the rampaging divine power won't crush them. Simon wiped away his cold sweat and said worriedly, Take it easy, don't exploit all the orcs to death. These strong ones are hard to find now. Ever since the northern province was destroyed by the Grey Fog, the price of orc slaves has skyrocketed. Do you know how much money I spent on orcs? This is the price you pay for making me wait in vain. Just a small price to pay, Simon. Field stepped out of Maple Leaf Manor, the sunlight soothing his nerves. Phew, the money problem is solved. Now it's time to purchase supplies. This time, buy more food and livestock. Due to the unique environment of Nightfall territory, even after pollution is eliminated, the land lacks fertility, resulting in very low agricultural output. Field plans to build a ranch, mainly raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, whose manure can effectively promote soil fertility. It's worth mentioning that prices vary in each city of the empire. A copper coin can buy a loaf of bread in Golden Eagle City, but if you go to the impoverished Western Mountain region, you can only buy the aroma of bread, and the shopkeeper will let you smell it. As a place with a developed service industry, Maple Leaf City is not interested in war. The number of slaves is extremely small, and they can only buy human slaves, mostly women and children. The price of a strong laborer has exceeded 3 times the price of a woman. Food and fodder are also major purchases. Nightfall territory has no production and can only rely on Field to feed the entire territory. Currently, it seems that it is not Field exploiting the people, but the people exploiting Field. Only Field possessed a modern perspective. Other nobles wouldn't have made such a losing proposition. Before making any purchases, I need to recruit some management and internal affairs personnel. Field rubbed his temples. There are only 2 literate people in the entire territory, and Cow's management skills are rather average. In addition, we are short of craftsmen, and the large winery needs repairs. After gathering his thoughts, Field said to the guard, Hammer, send the gold coins back to the post station first, then come with me to the tavern later. Taverns were the talent market of the Middle Ages and also one of the most well-informed places. After finishing everything, Field arrived at the tavern in Maple Leaf City and pushed open the door to enter. Everywhere there was a loud rumbling noise. People of all shapes and sizes gathered together, boasting about their glorious deeds. Some were playing cards or rock, paper, scissors. Everyone seemed to be laughing heartily, but those smiles were nothing more than masks on their faces. Who knows how depressed they'll be after they sober up. Field, dressed in a black noble robe with a steel long sword at his waist and 3 guards behind him, entered and startled everyone. They fell silent and looked at Field with strange expressions, thinking he had come to arrest some fugitive. 3 cups of barley wine, Field said, tossing out silver coins like a magician. The rest of the money is yours. Upon hearing that Field wasn't there to arrest anyone, the tavern instantly returned to its noisy state. Sir, thank you for your generosity. The bartender respectfully set down his wooden glass, his smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He reached out and shoved the silver coins away. 3 glasses of barley wine were only 15 copper coins. Field had given too much. Don't rush, I need to ask you some information. Let me tell you about the recent major events in the Empire first. Field gave the wine to Hammer and his men, as he himself had no interest in the rough, sour barley wine. Have you heard about the theft of the armory in the Bull territory? The Count of Nibelungen has begun the investigation, and of course, the unfortunate Baron of the Bull will be severely punished. But I'm very curious. Who could have moved more than 2,000 sets of armor so quietly? Only the devil could have done that. 2,000 sets. Field frowned. He could only find about 500 sets, right? It's estimated that the old man in Nibelungen inflated the figures and then took the opportunity to balance the books. This is actually a good thing. If the Count reports the truth, it means he's determined to find the murderer. But if he reports an inflated figure, it means the Count also wants to profit, and he'll probably just grab some bandits and kill them to settle the score. The tricks of the nobility are nothing more than a scheme to advance their own interests. Field smiled slightly. Very good. Is there anything else? There is another major event. The imperial family has lost a fifth-tier artifact, a trophy from the despicable heretics, the Eye of Desire. It is said to be able to bewitch people and turn normal people into their puppets. The heretics are so rampant because of their large-scale westward expedition. The capital of the Purple Gold Empire, the gateway and barrier of the rich inland sea, has been besieged for a month. As for the other cities of the Purple Gold Empire, they have all fallen. Anything else? Field had no interest in the news because it was worthless. He was in the dark territory, and whether or not the theft occurred was none of his concern. Anyway, I didn't steal it, and I have no ability to touch a fifth-tier artifact. The bartender wiped the glass in his hand. That's all. If you're not satisfied, I can give you a glass of barley wine. I'm looking for some people to help me with some things. Do you have any connections? Field didn't want to drink. The bartender, with an expression of instant understanding, whispered, pockmarked face, a true outlaw. For just 20 silver coins, he'd even assassinate his own parents. Or the Mad Dog Mercenaries, a bunch of complete lunatics who take pride in eating the hearts and livers of their enemies. The price is extremely high. They won't do it for less than 30 gold coins. But there are rumors that they murder their employers, so you'd better be careful. I don't want assassins or mercenaries. Knowing the other party had misunderstood, Field waved his hand. I don't want to assassinate people, but I need capable people. Field said. To be specific, I need people with practical skills, such as management, architecture, herbalism, or craftsmanship. Oh, that's strange. Aren't you going to look for the offspring of other nobles? Nobles would usually hire knights or squires to take on management roles. Don't think that squire is a lowly profession. In fact, it is an exclusive channel for nobles to win at the starting line. Squires are usually the second sons of the family. They go to other lords to learn martial arts and knowledge, and incidentally help the nobles and become familiar with them. Let me think. There is one who can manage things, Warden Tate, who can read and write. But he's a rigid idiot who refused to bribe and insisted on upholding justice. Haha, hopelessly stupid. He was eventually framed by his subordinates, and now he's lost his job and is drinking alone. That sounds all right, Field nodded. Chapter 36, Meeting My Brother's Financial Advisor. There's also the horse hunter Doom. That bastard sneaked into the Lord's backyard in the middle of the night, wrestled a stallion, and escaped hanging by sophistry. A very courageous freak. Perhaps you could appoint him as a diplomatic advisor. Field nearly flipped the table over. The amazing cat horse hunter. Nightfall lacks capable workers, and as for diplomacy, it can't afford to play the game of alliances and counter-alliances with the rotting corpses. Don't sneak into the stables in the middle of the night and break your beloved warhorse. Let's talk about Tate, Field said, wiping away cold sweat. After learning the information, Field went to Warden Tate and sat down without any hesitation. My name is Field, the Lord of Nightfall. Field said sincerely, his fingers interlaced. I need someone who knows how to manage, is literate, especially good at controlling slaves, and can detect any disturbances. I wonder if your expertise is up to the task. Tate was a middle-aged man with a thick beard who looked extremely resolute. I can read and write. I learned it from an old monk when I was a child. But the problem is, all I know how to manage prisoners. At least we have something in common. I will give you a salary that is far above the market rate, 3 times your original salary. But you have to be alive to enjoy it. I have a wife, a daughter, and a mother. The northern provinces are not a place for humans. They are an absolute death zone. Nightfall is dangerous, that's for sure. But if you're content with the status quo, it might be even more dangerous. Field shrugged. I've heard you're upright and incorruptible, which has offended quite a few people during your law enforcement career, and your colleagues don't like you either. I think the local gangs have been preparing for revenge for a long time, especially against your family. They dare. Tate's eyes turned red as he angrily smashed a wooden beer glass, spilling beer all over the floor. Judging from your reaction, I knew I guessed right, and you yourself knew it too. Field knew this hit a nerve. Let's go. Let's go to Nightfall. It may be a corrupt hell, but it might be better than a rotten hell. Also, to add, the North provinces aren't absolute dead zones. At least I'm still alive. You've convinced me. Tate slumped down, worried that the thugs would harm his wife and daughters. Right now, I just want to escape. Perhaps the remote, cursed land is my final resting place. Field then verified Tate's knowledge. About 15 minutes later, Field laughed and placed a gold coin on the table. This is a settlement fee. Come find me at the post station outside the city before noon tomorrow. Tate was almost blinded by the gold coin. He never expected that the nobleman in front of him would be willing to take out a gold coin after only chatting for a short while. That's too much. Now that Field was wealthy and powerful, he immediately said firmly, "This is my sincerity, don't let me down." Okay. Tate didn't waste any more words and quickly left. Sir, I heard you're looking for talent. A scantily clad woman bent down and approached. Field glanced at it, but his gaze was immediately drawn away. This ditch is truly bottomless. Ahem. Yes, you have a recommendation? Field replied instinctively. The woman dribbled the ball toward Field, then pointed to her chest. Throw a silver coin into my treasure trove, and I guarantee it will be worth it. Field, feeling dizzy from being hit by the cotton, quickly stood up, kept a distance, and then handed the silver coin to the woman. Miss, I'm only here for valuable information, not for pleasure. Please be serious. He's the kind of man who rejected a stunning dancer. So of course he's not going to fall for her. The woman shifted uncomfortably for the first time, experiencing the feeling of seriousness and gentlemanliness. She said, All right, sir, I have a carpenter client, an old friend, named Greyhound. He's extremely skilled. Very skilled at carpentry. He wants to try his luck in another city to earn more wealth. Perhaps you could recruit him. Where? Field stood up excitedly. He went to the Chamber of Commerce to look for a job. Just like what he encountered in Nightfall, the streets of Maple Leaf City were filled with garbage and excrement, the stench of which was overwhelming. Field rubbed his nose. Since coming to this world, his nose hadn't felt comfortable for a single day. Hello, I'm here to see Greyhound. I heard he's looking for work, and I think there might be a place for him in my territory. Field approached the reception desk of the Merchants Guild. Oh, you're a bit late. He has already been recruited by the merchant and economic advisor Kuchi and is about to go to Falon City to build stables for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's younger brother, is also a perverted nobleman who killed the original owner's beloved. After answering respectfully, the receptionist paused for a moment, then pointed behind Field and said, Sir, Kuchi is here. Perhaps you can buy that carpenter if you pay enough gold coins. Field turned his head and saw Kuchi's terrified eyes. Kuchi was a refined businessman who wore a fine linen long-sleeved shirt and leather boots. The wool cloak he wore alone could feed an ordinary person for 2 or 3 months. You. Kuchi thought he was seeing a ghost and tremblingly tugged at his son beside him. By Valkyrie above. Can you see him? Damn it, didn't Field go to Nightfall? He's back as a ghost. His son was also bewildered, rubbing his eyes, craning his neck, his face full of disbelief. Don't make such a fuss. Field stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at the businessman, who was well past 50. I'm not dead yet, are you surprised? Unexpected. Kuchi was completely bewildered. In his memory, very few people who entered the northern province ever came out alive. At least, it was impossible for someone without the protection of an army and the chosen ones to do so. Therefore, after Bull Territory proved that Field had entered the northern provinces, the Ross family had already tacitly accepted Field's death. Even the rooms were vacated and used as temporary guest rooms. They even invited relatives and friends to a memorial party for Field, where everyone sang, danced, and played until very late. Damn it, I have to tell Lord Adrian. Kuchi exclaimed in a low voice, but as a seasoned businessman, he still managed to maintain a fake smile. Oh, thanks to the goddess's blessing, it's a pleasure to see you safe and sound, esteemed Baron Field. The words sounded nice, but this old man didn't even offer a basic greeting. He was extremely perfunctory. It's a pleasure to meet you too, my brother's economic advisor. Field's lips curled up, showing no sign of blaming Couch for his rudeness. Kuchi patted his chest. You are as kind as ever. I wonder what business you have with the Merchants Guild. If I can help, I will do my best. I think Lord Adrian will be happy to help as well. He often misses you. Chapter 37, The Merchant's Trick. Ignoring the pleasantries, Field nodded and answered without hesitation. I need a carpenter. I heard you recruited Greyhound. Since you're willing to help, you can give me Greyhound. Or, I can buy him. My territory needs someone to do carpentry work. Kuchi's lips twitched. I was just being polite, but you actually took it seriously. I'm afraid that's impossible. Falon City needs carpenters to build stables. The situation is urgent. Without stables, the livestock industry in the territory may suffer significant losses. I'm sure you don't want to see your brother's territory suffer losses, do you? All right then. Field pouted, putting on a disappointed expression, looking as aggrieved as a 200-pound child, but inwardly he was sneering. Kutch almost laughed at Field's expression. He's still that cowardly, incompetent good-for-nothing, unchanged. He's truly tarnished the noble bloodline of the Ross family. Kutch kept a straight face and comforted him. Humility is a virtue of nobility, and you have always been a noble nobleman. Then you guys go first. After all, I dote on my younger brother the most. Field shrugged, gave Kutchy a deep look, and turned to leave. Haha, what a cowardly little brat. Father, did you see his aggrieved expression? He looks like a sick dog. Kutchy's son, Lance, couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as Field left, he burst into laughter. He doesn't even dare to try to hire a carpenter. Keep your voice down. After all, he's a nobleman. We should maintain basic humility when we see him. Kutch didn't take Field seriously either. He twisted his fat belly a couple of times, and then analyzed. Field probably didn't enter the northern province. I guess he sneaked here to have fun. We need to inform the Baron as soon as possible. A living Field can take away a lot of his fortune. The old Earl is being squeezed dry by his stepmother Field, and he thinks the time to divide the inheritance is just around the corner. As Adrian's economic advisor, the more wealth Adrian possessed, the more wealth he would accumulate. With just a simple manipulation of the accounts, he could enjoy the profits for several lifetimes. What if he really does enter the northern province and comes out unharmed? After all, luck is something no one can predict. Kutchy nodded and said, then he's probably out purchasing supplies. Lance, send someone to find out his whereabouts. I'll load the goods here as soon as possible and leave tomorrow morning. Yes, father. Lance gave a sly smile. On the other side, Field took out a parchment from his pocket, on which a shopping list was written. We need to buy some slaves. Nightfall's manpower is far from enough. We also need magical items, cloth, and food. Sigh, we're lacking everything. The money they had barely received was thrown into the fire. Seeing Field casually pondering the list, Hammer felt indignant on behalf of his lord and mustered his courage to ask, Sir, what about the carpenter? Should I give that old bastard a beating and bring him back? I know what I'm doing. Let's wait and see. Field smiled slightly, not wanting to elaborate. Let's go buy foglights first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hammer scratched his head, not understanding what a bullet was. Field arrived at the church. Those who could collect taxes from royalty and nobility were naturally incredibly wealthy. The church walls were entirely covered with expensive stained glass windows, depicting stories from the god of light. Reflecting the sunlight, these windows shimmered and sparkled brilliantly. The old priest of the church, who was staring blankly at the nun's curves. I need fog lights, an air purification solution. How much? Field cleared his throat. The old priest was startled. Ahem. Oh, you're a lamb seeking divine protection. Welcome. Let me make it clear beforehand. The fog lamp isn't about money. It's about offering and atonement. The fog lamp requires an offering of 25 gold coins, while the purification potion is 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you. Exorbitant profits, absolutely exorbitant profits. Field calculated that it would take 3 purification potions to quickly eliminate the decay from 1 acre of farmland. The fog lamps, however, only last about 25 days. Just by staying in his territory purifying the farmland, Field was burning over 20 gold coins every day. The purified water well is even more terrifying. It is estimated that 80 doses of purification agent will be needed before the water is safe to drink. This is still the result of Field not fully developing the land. Fine, I'll take them all. Field didn't want to deal with charlatans, but these special products were only available to the church. Even the royal family didn't have the secret formulas. The old priest's eyes lit up, his previous displeasure at being disturbed vanished, and a smile appeared on his face, revealing wrinkles that resembled the bark of an old locust tree. Wait, I'm willing to offer more. A man with a big nose walked in, took out a gold coin voucher, and said, I'm willing to offer the god of light 10 more gold coins. Please give me all the divine gifts. The priest paused, his face beaming with a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum. Good, good, I can feel it. You are even more devout now. 20, Field said expressionlessly. The big-nosed man said in a sly tone, 21 gold coins. 30, 31. Fine, it's yours. Field conceded decisively, his brow furrowed as his mind raced. Is this guy a shill for the church? I didn't check the almanac before I went out today. Why am I so unlucky? Regardless, Field was unwilling to suffer a loss. 30 gold coins was already a very high price. He couldn't guarantee that he would be so lucky next time and find Black Pearl wine. However, do you think you can just take what I want from me so easily? Whether you're a member of the church or not, If you steal my things, you should be prepared to pay the price. Watching the big-nosed man take the goods, Field handed a small bag of gold coins to the guard, whispered a few words to him, and then went to continue shopping as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha. Just as Field reached the corner, he heard the big-nosed man's maniacal laughter behind him. Did you see his expression? It's funnier than a circus clown. Kuchi's son, Lance, ran out of the alley, beaming. Is it fun to tease a nobleman? What a wonderful experience. I'll have this written on my tombstone. My children will be so proud of me. The big-nosed man put his hands on his hips and laughed smugly for a moment, but then felt a wave of fear wash over him. Lance, but he's a nobleman after all. Is he really all right? Of course it's all right. With Baron Adrian protecting us, there's nothing to be afraid of. Field is known for his cowardice. Back then, Baron Adrian played his sweetheart to death, and he's still doing just fine, isn't he? Haha, that's really funny. The two joked mischievously for a moment. Lance grinned, nudged the bearded man's back with his elbow, and laughed. Let's continue to tease him, but we'll have to return the goods later. If my father finds out I've misappropriated so many gold coins, he'll definitely kill me, huh? Chapter 38 Selling Scrolls. Merchants caused trouble for the second time. Field went to the Magician's Guild to sell the magic scrolls. These scrolls were quite old, and Field was worried that if they were left unused, they would become a pile of waste paper. This old magic rune must be from 8 years ago. It was highly efficient and powerful, but unfortunately, time has eroded much of its magic. The wizard, dressed like Gandalf, carefully examined the scroll, then put down the crystal in his hand and said kindly, 100 gold coins in total. I'll take them all. Only 100? Field had plenty of money and naturally looked down on such a meager income. A magic scroll costs 15 gold coins, and there are 23 here. It's not worth it if it's less than 200 gold coins. The magician stroked his beard. Please don't rush. These scrolls are too ancient. The newer the magic, the better. As a form of energy, time only diminishes magical energy. Besides, these runes are outdated. Modern magic scrolls are much more efficient. Wow, that's pretty scientific. I thought magic was like in fantasy novels, where the older it was, the more powerful it became. As a science in this world, the evolution of magic only eliminates the old magic. Just like after computers were invented, no one wanted to use an abacus anymore. 150, that's the bottom line. Field's face turned green. After stroking the scroll, the magician said, Deal. Consider it making friends. This is a magic book? It's too expensive. Field curiously took down a gorgeous book called Flame Robe from the cabinet, priced at 320 gold coins. This is a very rare quick learning spell, and it's a one-time consumable. The mage gently tapped the book with his staff and patiently explained, Drip your blood into this groove, and you will automatically master this new spell. The runes in the book are magical patterns. You don't need to understand them. Field was astonished. That's simple. Otherwise what? Magic is for understanding the mysteries of nature and communicating with the rules. Of course, the simpler the better. Magicians are human too. Nobody likes to look at a bunch of old, outdated stuff. However, simply mastering it is useless. You still need magic to activate it. The magician kindly reminded him. Field had no magical power whatsoever. In the entire Nightfall territory, the only person with extraordinary power was Ashina, who used divine power. It seemed that even buying a magic book was useless. Give me this copy of Winged Beast Vision, Field said, glancing at the approaching figure with a barely perceptible smile. An interesting choice. This spell is cast on a bird, and you will gain the bird's vision and experience the joy of soaring through the sky. It only costs 200 gold coins. I'll buy it. I'm very interested in flying. Field decisively reached for his wallet. I'll offer 201 gold coins. The cheeky big-nosed guy leaned in again. This time, the magician ignored him, merely glancing at the big-nosed man and saying indifferently, This gentleman arrived first. Field silently gave the magician a thumbs up in his heart. What a conscientious merchant. Add another 10 gold coins, and I'll take this book. Big Nose said urgently. The magician ignored the idiot, but when he turned his head, he saw that Field was winking at him frantically. Okay. All right, but you need to pay now. The magician was puzzled for a moment, but the clever man immediately cooperated with Field. Field immediately feigned anxiety and said angrily, I don't believe you can pay. The bearded man immediately pulled out the Merchants Association certificate and slammed it on the table. It's guaranteed by Baron Adrian's deposit. Then get me Illuminating the Aurora, Field said with a grim face. I'll still put in one more gold coin. The two worked together seamlessly, and soon the bearded man had deducted 1,300 gold coins from Adrian's savings account. This time, It was the bearded man's turn to be sweating profusely. At this moment, the guard who had gone to run errands returned. All right, you win. Field chuckled, took 2 steps outside, and turned back to say, congratulations, enjoy this fun. Field had just stepped out. Refund them all. The magic books are way too expensive. The bearded man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He almost couldn't afford the 2,000 gold coins. He didn't even want to think about the consequences if the Baron found out. The mage's face darkened. Are you playing me for a fool? I am the chief mage of Maple Leaf City. You snatched an order from a noble guest, and now you want a refund? I think someone wants to be turned into a sow by magic and sent to the commoner's dinner table. Can I just pay the original price? My lord magician, the premium will be waived. Big Nose immediately backed down. Magicians were not to be trifled with. The magician scoffed, since you purchased it in Baron Adrian's name, then he needs to personally issue the refund. All right. Big Nose shrank his neck, and together with the guard, he carried a thick stack of quick-learning magic and staggered out. As soon as he stepped out, he muttered under his breath, damn old fogey, if Adrian finds out, I'll definitely be skinned alive. I'd better talk to Lance. You bastard, how dare you mess with my wife? Brothers, cut him down. A hysterical roar erupted from the crowd, immediately eliciting screams. Big Nose was loading the magic book onto the truck when he heard this noise and immediately became interested. How wonderful it was that someone was in a worse situation than him. However, he saw several angry, twisted faces lunging at him. Lance walked out of the bakery next door, carrying an exquisite cream cake. Field must be driven to a mental breakdown by this, right? How could a stupid and cowardly guy possibly be a match for me, the son of the economic advisor of Falon City? However, he soon witnessed a horrifying scene. Kill this bastard. A dozen or so homeless men dressed in tattered hemp clothes, wielding rusty knives, tackled the bearded man to the ground. One of them, with a pockmarked face and missing teeth, stabbed the bearded man's neck repeatedly with the knife. With a scream, blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The bearded man tried to scream, but his trachea had been brutally severed, and he could only make a hissing sound as air leaked out. Regret filled the bearded man's mind with endless remorse. At this moment, he understood that Field had immediately ordered his guards to hire these mad killers after he bought the church's supplies. A typical treacherous nobleman. He had a happy family, but because of that son of a bitch Lance, he was forced to seek out thrills and provoke the nobles. This time we're really doomed. Sure enough, it's all too easy for nobles to kill commoners. Even the thugs might not be severely punished. A little bribery with gold coins would get them out of jail in no time. After all, the dead don't provide gold coins, but the living do. Lance, I'll test your mother. Ugh, he twitched twice, and the bearded man died with his eyes wide open. The coachman, guards, and 2 helpers suffered the same fate, surrounded by the bloodthirsty thugs who stabbed them repeatedly with tetanus blades, and they soon fell into pools of blood. Chapter 39. The United Nobles, the Falon City Caravan. The women screamed, some pushing their way in to see what was happening, others running away. The street, already filled with debris and garbage, descended into chaos. Field smiled and nodded at Hammer. Iron Hammer and his men, relying on their armor, swaggered into the crowd and led away the bearded man's horse that was carrying goods. Lance stared wide-eyed, his whites bloodshot, at everything in disbelief. Everything had been going according to plan, so how could it have suddenly turned out like this? That foolish Baron. Damn it, those money and goods. Lance realized Field's intentions, and a cold sweat immediately ran down his back. The worst part was, the amount he had embezzled wasn't small, and now Field had taken it all. Baron Adrian would surely skin him alive when he found out. Lance muttered to himself, I was just teasing him. No, it wasn't even teasing, it was just fair business competition. How could he use such despicable tactics? In the chaotic crowd, Lance spotted Field standing on the steps. Having fun, Field mouthed, then brandished a knife at his neck. With a dumbfounded look on Lance's face, he turned and walked away with a flourish. Let's go. Let's not buy supplies for now. Let's go outside the city. Also, have someone keep an eye on Kuchi's movements. Stretching comfortably, Field was overjoyed. Today was a good day. He had made nearly 2,000 gold coins. Sure enough, once he shed the shackles of worldly morality, gold coins would come flooding in. You little brat, how dare you disgust me? It's time to give him a little business shock. An imagined business war. Business elites engage in a brilliant game of wits and strategy. Real-world business warfare. Solving problems directly at the physical level with a small amount of money. Sir, that was the pockmarked man. It cost 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess, I did exactly as you instructed and didn't mention your name once. The guard handed over the remaining coins with a fawning smile. Well done. Field rewarded him with 2 silver coins. The other guards were envious. They could earn 2 silver coins just by delivering a message, and they were determined to make more appearances in front of the Baron in the future. The next day, at the border of Maple Leaf City, Kuchi's caravan sped along, its wagons laden with valuable goods, the horses' hooves making a pleasant, crisp sound on the cobblestones, while the extraordinary knight Gareth sat astride a beautiful black northern racehorse. So many potions. Baron Adrian is so rich. Gareth stared at the carriage with envy, as if he could hear the clinking of the crystal bottles of potions. If I had a chest of potions, I could easily advance to a 3rd-tier knight. He had been stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier for 2 years, but due to the scarcity of wars in recent years, he had no opportunity to make a lot of money and could only work as a guard in a caravan out of boredom. Damn it! A curse suddenly came from inside the carriage. Gareth was startled and stared at the carriage for a long time. When he was sure that Kuchi hadn't run out, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his muttering had been heard. Kuchi's face turned pale, and he angrily shouted, "Why did you provoke the Baron? Then why should we leave Maple Leaf City immediately?" Lance didn't answer directly, but instead looked unconvinced. "Because this is Baron Simon's territory. What else do you want? To mess with Baron Simon?" "Well, I'm sorry, Father, but we should report this to Baron Simon and then arrest Field," Lance said indignantly. "Besides, I saw him kill Big Nose, and I can testify if necessary." "Don't mention the big-nosed guy. To a nobleman, what difference does it make whether a commoner dies or a rat dies? Besides, you fool, do you know what happens when you falsely accuse a noble? The entire continent will not tolerate us. Even if it's not a false accusation, the noble will automatically assume it is." Kuchi gasped, clutching his head, which was throbbing with pain. "I didn't expect you to be so stupid. It seems that your long-term pampered life has made you arrogant and even dare to consider yourself part of the noble class. Nobles are masters of banding together. Despite their fierce battles, they can be surprisingly united when faced with attacks from the lower classes. After they have crushed the lower classes with warhorses and lances, will they greedily participate in the infighting to divide the spoils. This is determined by class. If Field could be overthrown by the lower classes, the authority of other nobles would immediately be damaged, and a 2nd or 3rd noble would soon be overthrown by the lower classes. Unlike the loosely organized lower classes, the nobility truly help each other when needed. This was also when Field had nothing, and no slaves or servants mocked him. At most, the steward dared to complain. Kuch looked 30 years older. "Don't be fooled by my imposing presence in front of my servants and the respect I command from other merchants. With just one word from Baron Adrian, I could be hanged that very day, not even overnight. You're no different. If you were to expose Field, Baron Simon would kill you first, and then he'd go after Adrian and Field to discuss the issue of interests." Lance felt a chill run through him and asked in fear, "What should we do?" "Let's go back to Falon City first and tell Baron that Field is not dead. Baron Adrian will deal with him. As for the 2,000 gold coin hole, I need to think carefully about whether it's due to tampering with the ledgers or Field sending people to rob us." "Robbery? Field could never have robbed us, and Sir Gareth wouldn't give us false testimony." Lance was still unconvinced. "Field is a treacherous villain. If you hadn't sworn to the goddess, I would have always thought Field was a coward. I never imagined he would kill someone." Even Kuchi thought the reason was too far-fetched. It was common knowledge that Field had no connections. You were too stupid to try and fool him. Boom, boom, boom. What's that sound? Before the two could even step out of the carriage, they heard the extraordinary knight Gareth say, "Thieves are trying to rob our Falon City caravan. They're courting death. Don't they know I'm here to keep watch?" As Kuch stepped out of the carriage, he immediately spotted 20 medium-armored cavalrymen shrouded in black robes and carrying lances roaming the right flank of the convoy. The wind howled around them, and every now and then, glittering scale armor and lamellar armor would peek out from their black robes, making them look just like the ringwraiths from Lord of the Rings. Evil, ruthless, and filled with murderous intent. "You call these bandits?" Kuchi instinctively wanted to curse, but seeing Gareth's nonchalant expression, he immediately relaxed. "Phew, I panicked. With a 2nd-tier battle Oronite here, there's no need to worry. To those with extraordinary power, ordinary cavalrymen are truly like bandits, dying at the slightest touch." Chapter 40 Looting. A 1st-tier knight can take on 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen single-handedly, and a 2nd-tier knight should be able to handle 20 men without any problem. Not to mention, they also have knight squires, caravan guards, and workers who are equipped with crossbows, so they can hold out for a while. Kuchi regained his composure and commanded authoritatively, "Halt, protect the cargo, and prepare for battle." The rest of the caravan had no fighting spirit. They were already quite frightened by the sight. Upon hearing this, they immediately scrambled to draw their weapons. The guards, on the other hand, mainly used short spears and swords. It's been so long since I've fought. I'm itching for a fight. Gareth couldn't wait to embrace the glory of battle, and he spurred his horse forward. Come on, let's hope you can hold out a little longer. The attendants beside him immediately followed. Ouch! Just as they were about to engage the enemy, a terrifying wolf howl rang out, and Gareth felt his warhorse tremble violently. Its momentum immediately slowed down, and Gareth had to reach out and stroke its mane to calm his mount down. Gareth sensed a powerful and chilling aura. In the time it takes to breathe 3 times, a giant wolf climbed the high slope, looking down at the caravan below with an air of dominance. Its body was covered in thick, glossy black scales. Its ferocious form seemed ready to devour anyone at a moment's notice, and its savage eyes sent chills down the spines of the caravan members. Ashina, also wrapped in a black robe, sat atop the giant wolf. Now was not the time to reveal her identity, but her appearance immediately plunged Gareth into terror, because his fighting spirit was trembling. The level of the Chosen One before them is irrelevant, because a first-tier Chosen One, as long as he is a combat type, can definitely kill a third-tier battle Oronite, even if he is a level above him. The Chosen Ones. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Despite every cell in his body urging him to run, the pressure like a floodgate bursting, Gareth's chivalrous spirit wouldn't allow him to flee. Besides, he was counting on escorting the caravan to make money. If he ran away, his worth would be diminished. He immediately roared, "Couchy, you idiot! Get the caravan moving. I can only buy time." For glory! Gareth gritted his teeth, raised his lance, and leaped onto his horse. For glory! The 5 attendants beside him gritted their teeth and followed. Huh! A chosen one of gods, actually participating in plunder. Gareth's roar contained powerful fighting spirit, and just speaking made people's eardrums hurt. As long as you pledge allegiance to Baron Adrian, money, servants, and resources are all within your grasp. Gareth hoped to slap the Chosen Ones away in shame, for it was truly rare for the Chosen Ones to be out looting. No matter where in the Empire a Chosen One is, entering a noble's castle to serve is a matter of a single word. However, Ashina showed no interest in replying, while the dragon wolf lowered its body slightly, like a bowstring ready to be drawn. Gareth let out a low shout, knowing that the other party did not want to negotiate, and immediately drew his spear, leaped onto his horse, and seized the initiative. Roar! The dragon-like wolf suddenly spewed out a scorching pillar of fire, the devastating flames instantly turning the surrounding land into a cratered wasteland. Alarm bells rang in Gareth's mind. He immediately gripped his spear, wisps of white battle aura emanating from his palm, spreading across the entire spear and enveloping it, instantly imbuing it with a terrifying power. Boom! Gareth brandished his spear wildly and slammed it hard against the pillar of fire. Flames scattered in all directions, but Gareth's face turned pale, and his internal organs trembled. Is this the fighting power of a battle knight? It's very strong. Ashina's wolf ears twitched. It was her first time fighting a battle knight, and she felt very novel about it. Suddenly, her red pupils contracted sharply as a sense of danger came over her. Ashina casually urged her giant wolf to dodge. Although the dragon wolf looked huge and clumsy, it disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. In the instant he disappeared, Gareth, like a high-speed train, flashed forward, enveloped in white battle aura. He was covered in heavy armor, plus the heavy armor of his warhorse. The immense power was concentrated on a single point of his lance, which slammed into the spot where Ashina had been standing, blasting a crater and sending up countless pieces of debris. Damn it, they actually dodged it. Gareth said angrily. The high-end combat forces of both sides had already clashed. Silverclaw, the captain of the raiding cavalry, glanced subconsciously at Field, who was watching from afar, and then raised his spear. Charge. Leave no one alive who resists. Kill. Kill. These cavalrymen had only been trained for a short time and were not very skilled, but they had defeated numerous hordes of zombies and were fearless in the face of the enemy. After all, nothing was more terrifying than twisted, rotting corpses. They charged boldly towards the caravan, 20 riders charging with the ferocity of 200, an unstoppable force. Kuchi had been a merchant for the Ross family for many years and had seen countless bandits and robbers, even the private armies of rogue nobles. But this was the first time he had ever seen the Chosen One personally lead an army, all of them elite, fully armored cavalry, to participate in a raid. Kuchi was startled by the sight of the cavalry charge and said anxiously, Could it be Baron Maple Leaf leading his army to raid us? I've heard he's greedy by nature. This is too ruthless. Release the arrows. The hastily organized group of able-bodied men scattered a sparse barrage of arrows. In movies and TV shows where light armor is as fragile as paper and heavy armor is as fragile as paper folded in half, the soldiers in full armor possessed terrifyingly strong defense against arrows. After a series of clanging sounds, most of them remained completely unaffected, their speed undiminished. Only one unlucky soldier was struck in the calf by a crossbow bolt, tumbling and falling from his horse. Before they could even load a second crossbow bolt, the distance of 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The cavalrymen, carrying the momentum of their charge, fiercely rammed into the convoy. A young man carrying a crossbow bolt was the first to be hit and was struck in the shoulder by a lance. Instantly, his entire right arm was shattered into pieces. The cavalrymen behind him rushed in and trampled him into a bloody pulp. Run! The able-bodied men then realized that they had been tricked by Kuchi. They were just helping to transport goods, earning only a few loaves of bread per trip, and they had inexplicably become human shields. Kuchi had intended to use cannon fodder to block the cavalry's strongest charge, but he soon regretted it. The morale collapsed in an instant. The able-bodied men crumbled at the first contact, dropping their weapons and scattering in all directions. This flight, in turn, disrupted Kuchi's own guard, causing even the guards to lose their will to fight. Wolf-like people are natural-born cavalrymen. When they see the enemy in a chaotic mess, the cavalrymen immediately draw their long swords and slash wildly, or thrust wildly with their spears. They are already on high ground, so they can easily kill with a simple wave of their hands. Those who unfortunately fell didn't need any finishing blows. They were immediately trampled into the ground by feet and hooves, turning into a bloody, mangled corpse. Help! I want to go home. Die? Kill them. Chapter 41 Looting, Part 2. Slashing, howling, screaming. Everyone was unleashing their biological instincts. After a brief exchange with Ashina, Gareth heard the screams of his companions behind him and saw the masked man in black robes in front of him acting nonchalantly. He was instantly enraged and charged at Ashina with all his might, while his entourage launched an attack from all directions. This is boring. I'll send you back to the goddess's embrace. Ashina felt bored. Although a second-tier battle Aura Knight could master special skills, he was ultimately too weak. A fierce wind blew, but instead of retreating, Ashina advanced, quickly thrusting her spear with terrifying density. Suddenly, the gunfire was as dazzling as a galaxy. Ashina usually lets the dragon, wolves attack because they excel at group attacks and are extremely fast at clearing out corpses. As the chosen one, her personal combat strength is the strongest. Oops! Gareth felt countless stars flash before his eyes, a bizarre and surreal sight. When he realized it was the light of a gun, he saw clusters of blood splattering out, like a red curtain hanging in the air, refusing to fall. So fast, this is the power of God. The attendants could not believe it, and they all fell from their horses and died, their blood splattering everywhere. Gareth, heartbroken and riddled with over 10 bullets, his body ice-cold, fluttered off his horse. Before he even hit the ground, the dragon wolf bit him, ripped open his armor, and began to gnaw at him. To the wolf, a human with battle aura was merely a tonic. The greyhound huddled inside the overturned carriage, desperately pulling cabbages to cover himself. My dear goddess, this is truly terrifying. Please, don't let them find me. I'll give anything for you. The last caravan guard lay dead in a pool of blood. Few survivors remained in the entire caravan. Only workers dressed in rough clothing and a few maids were left. Stop! Field rode over and stopped the bloodthirsty cavalry. The cavalrymen were completely unrecognizable. Their once gleaming armor was now stained red with blood, and each of them exuded a chilling aura of killing intent, like demons. Soldiers who have seen blood are in a completely different state from those who haven't. After tallying the losses, 3 raiding cavalrymen were found wounded. 2 of them, due to poor riding skills, fell from their horses and sustained serious injuries, requiring them to remain in bed for the time being. No one was killed in action, as they were all well-armored and difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate. No wonder in ancient times, possessing armor was a capital offense, Field thought to himself, then nodded to the group. 1 head for 1 silver coin. You've done a good job. The wounded should rest well now. Don't worry about medicine and food. I'll take care of them. I obtained quite a few potions when I raided the Kashan fortress. Long live the Lord. The crowd was deeply moved. Next comes the time to tally up the harvest. I am the economic advisor to Baron Falon City. Don't kill me. Shut up. Silver Claw glared at Kuchi, grabbed one of them with each hand, and dragged Kuchi and his son like two dead dogs to Field. Field also wore a black cloak. The honor of a nobleman is paramount, and if he were seen looting, it would be very difficult to do business in the future. "We meet again," Field said in a calm tone, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "It's you, Field." When the two saw Field's face, their expressions froze, their mouths opened and closed, and for a moment they didn't know what to say to express their shock. "Tell me about my brother, such as his military strength, defense deployments, and the chosen ones." Kuch sensed the hostility in Field's tone and shrank back in fear. "What do you want to do? Didn't he say he was going to kill me and my beloved?" Field clenched his fists and spoke the terrifying words in a slow, deliberate tone. "And I am a man who likes an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You bastard, he's your brother. You both have the blood of the Ross family flowing through your veins." Kuch shouted. Slap, slap. Silverclaw slapped him twice hard, knocking out 3 front teeth. "Show some respect." "How ridiculous. You only allow him to kill me, but not me to kill him, right? Before you become my enemy, you should be prepared to be killed." Field waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine if you're stubborn now. I have plenty of ways to pry your mouths open." I'll talk. Lance shouted. Adrian possesses 1 4th-tier knight, 12 3rd-tier knights, and a total of 500 other men. In wartime, he can conscript 3,000 militiamen, making him extremely powerful. Most importantly, Adrian has a 2nd-tier chosen one, Allison, known as the Fire Spirit Butterfly, who is also a rapid spellcaster and commands a unit of extraordinary mages, making her a formidable force. Of course, Adrian could only control 1/10 of the power in a short time. After all, the knights were loyal to the old count, and Adrian, as a new lord and a greenhorn, had no way of controlling them. The two, having nothing better to do, simply revealed all the secrets. Field nodded. His younger brother was very strong, and it was too late to defeat him now. It was more important to get back to Nightfall territory and farm. "I forgive you." Field turned his horse around, and then made a throat-slitting gesture to Silverclaw. The father and son quickly stood up, but before they could even take a step to run, they were kicked to the ground, and several steel knives mercilessly slashed down. "I curse you to go to hell," the two screamed. Field shrugged. "I forgave you, but I didn't say my men forgave you. Oh, and don't forget to cut off their heads as a finishing blow." This scene left Greyhound and the others dumbfounded. The high and mighty Lord Kuchi was actually dragged out by the fierce soldiers, who snatched his clothes and stabbed him more than a dozen times. "Damn it, what was I thinking when I thought of leaving Maple Leaf City?" Greyhound wet his pants in despair, wishing he could go back to the day before and slap himself twice across the face. However, the expected executioner's blade did not fall. Field, mounted on his horse, said, "You have been incorporated. Those with skills, stand on the right." Also, who is Greyhound? Almost everyone rushed to stand on the right, even those who knew nothing about it. Recruitment? Technology. Greyhound was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Did this mean he didn't have to die? "I am Greyhound. Whatever you command, sir, I am willing to do." Greyhound jumped out immediately, ignoring the large wet patch on his pants, and knelt down in front of Field. "I am the Lord of Nightfall territory. I've heard your carpentry is quite good. As long as your work performance satisfies me, your life will be much better than in Maple Leaf City. The same goes for you all." Field pointed to the remaining 7 people, 3 of whom were Kuchi's maids. This old man actually had more maids than he did. He deserved to die. Chapter 42 The Loot, Encountering the Church. The cavalrymen had already begun sorting through the spoils of war. Silverclaw opened a large, exquisite wooden box. The neatly arranged crystal bottles almost blinded him. He exclaimed excitedly, "Sir, you really should take a look at this. So many potions." Field strode forward, and even he, a man of many talents, couldn't hold back his laughter, bursting into a loud laugh. "This isn't a potion, it's a magic potion, a special magic potion from Maple Leaf City." "Potion?" Seeing the Lord's joy, Ashina smiled as well. She picked up a bottle of potion and shook it in front of her eyes. The brownish-red liquid inside swirled back and forth. Ashina suddenly looked suspicious. "This isn't some strange thing, is it? We mustn't let the Lord come into contact with strange things, like the evil plant from last time, which could turn a person into a pervert. If you want to cultivate battle chi, you need to take this." Just like Gareth just now, to become a super knight, one must first take an awakening potion and then train with magic potions. However, magic potions are very expensive, with a single bottle often costing over 50 gold coins, which is difficult even for a knight to afford. This leads to a situation where the stronger individuals reach higher levels, become wealthier, and can then purchase more potions to consume, thus becoming even stronger. The gap between extraordinary individuals can be widened very quickly. However, potions are of little use to the chosen ones. At most, they serve as supplements or something to drink casually. It's useless for Field personally. He's already missed the age to awaken his fighting spirit. Let's go check out the other goods. Field rubbed his hands together expectantly, finding it as thrilling as opening a blind box. After half an hour of cleaning up the battlefield, Field obtained 2 boxes of potions, totaling 60 bottles. He also acquired 327 gold coins in cash, armor and equipment for a second-tier Aura Knight, a cartload of silk, a box of healing potions, 12 pack horses, and other miscellaneous items, with a total estimated value of 5,000 gold coins. We're all family, what's his mind? Field robbed the entire caravan without any hesitation. Indeed, no man can get rich without windfall gains, and no horse can get fat without night grass. A casual raid by newly trained cavalrymen is worth as much as bringing in rare, high-quality wine at great risk. He didn't care at all about his younger brother's reaction. After tidying up, the group returned to the inn outside the city, where Tate was already waiting. I thought you had changed your mind. Tate let out a long sigh. Although the guards Field left at the post station kept urging him to be patient, he had sold his house and couldn't calm down until he saw the Baron. Tate, with his stern face, made a rare joke. I thought I could embezzle a gold coin. Field laughed. Then you'll miss out on 10,000. His family dismounted from the donkey cart and bowed to Field. An old woman with a headscarf and buck teeth was clearly Tate's mother. Tate's wife was plain-looking, even quite ugly, with dark skin and wide-set eyes, her left eye misaligned with her right. However, Tate's daughter was extremely beautiful, with snow-white skin and wearing a long blue dress. After nodding and smiling at them one by one, Field said, "Let's go buy supplies. The slaves we buy later will be handed over to you for management. I trust you won't let me down." Tate was uncertain, but knowing he had no way out, he immediately shouted, "Leave it to me, my lord." Thanks to his brother's financial assistance, Field saved the money he would have spent on fog lights and purification potions. As a result, he directly bought 300 slaves, 200 of whom were men. Maple Leaf City was unwilling to go to war, which led to a shortage of slaves, and most of the slaves he bought were old and weak. The remaining goods consisted mainly of the most important grains and fodder, enough to feed the territory for 3 months. In addition, there were 5 cattle, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, 25 camels, and a number of noble furniture and clothing. The total cost was 1,970 gold coins, with the bulk of the money going towards livestock, which was an era in which livestock were more expensive than people. In addition, Field bought 3 homing pigeons, the kind that coo. Fortunately, Tate demonstrated some management skills. He divided the slaves into 2 groups, strong men and women, children, and the elderly, who carried different goods, greatly increasing the carrying capacity of the group and making it less bloated. Looks like this salary wasn't wasted, Field thought to himself. The group set off that day and rested for one night after arriving at the border of the Gasburg province. The next morning, Field came out of his tent and, to his surprise, found members of the church there as well. A Holy Armor Knights Order, numbering 30, each radiating aura of battle aura. In addition, there were 20 nuns, dressed in austere and simple nunneries, not the modern kind with slits up to their arms. At least Field could only see their faces, not even their ears. The slaves knelt before them, while the nuns preached and spread their teachings. Unlike the religions that Chinese people imagine, which preach virtue and then collect donations, the church in this world not only collects taxes from the king, but also excommunicates him, launches divine punishment armies against heretics, and controls a prosperous nation comprised of 3 provinces in the fertile southern inland sea region. Nominally, including the Holy Griffin Empire, there are over 100 countries of varying sizes, all officially worshipping the holy light goddess of the church, who is also known as the Mother of Gods. But whether she is a mother or not, nobody knows. Since no one has ever actually seen God, the only miracle is the chosen one. Everything else is fabricated. Field can just make things up without any psychological pressure. "We're sorry, we didn't want to disturb your rest." The nun didn't say she had forgotten, but explained with great tact. "Okay, I can accept that explanation." Field shrugged. "Wait, you are Sir Field Ross." A nun in a pristine white robe looked at Field in astonishment. "My God, did you really survive in Nightfall? Thank the goddess of light. This must be a miracle." Field looked puzzled. "You know me? Everything is a miracle." A gentle, pleasant voice came from behind the nun, who immediately stepped aside and stood respectfully to the side. The speaker was also a nun in a white robe, but the radiant angelic symbol on her forehead indicated that she was a chosen one, and a chosen one of the holy light. I am Eliza, a third-order chosen one from the church. When we passed through Rose territory, we heard that you were going to explore Nightfall territory, and we prayed for you. A third-tier chosen god possesses terrifying combat power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one person could form an army. Field instinctively worried that she would expose Ashina, but Eliza didn't even glance at Ashina. The chosen ones seemed to be able to block each other. Chapter 43 Conversation with the Nun. Field had noticed before that the mini-map did not show the chosen ones who had been contracted, and even if Ashina did not hide her aura, Field could not find her symbol on the mini-map. If there is no contract, its location will be marked on the mini-map. However, it will disappear after the contract is signed. No wonder I've been so lucky. It turns out a beautiful nun blessed me. Field sneered with his eyes closed. He hadn't received any help from the church from beginning to end, and Ashina wasn't chosen by the holy light, but rather by the demi-human winter god. Field slowly stepped forward, smiling politely. You came to my pioneering group specifically for missionary work? Not only that, Your Excellency Baron Field, we hope to cooperate with you. Eliza clasped her hands together, the huge, soft cotton ball swaying back and forth between her clasped arms, both alluring and holy. Field squinted, his eyes blurry, and said, Please explain in detail. Our aim has always been redemption and purification, Baron Field. You are isolated and helpless in Nightfall territory, constantly threatened by the dead, and your people are lost sheep. However, the church can establish a church in your Nightfall territory, as well as a garrison for church warriors. I believe this is a good suggestion that can relieve you of the defensive pressure. Although Eliza used a highly inflammatory tone, Field found it increasingly strange. If it weren't for his excellent facial expression management skills, Field would have frowned deeply. Isn't this just a military garrison? It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. You're so fierce. Oops, so powerful, a third-tier chosen one. If you were to squat in my territory, this territory would probably instantly become yours. Besides, when Field first went to Nightfall, he didn't receive any support from the church. Now that they've already occupied a corner of the territory, the church has come running as soon as they smelled it. How shameless. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. In fact, we haven't even gained a foothold yet. If you want to help, just give us gold coins and fog lights, and my people and I will pray and praise the goddess's grace every night. In that case, let's talk about it another day. Eliza looked aggrieved. Good. It's not impossible to talk about it later. Field patted his head, banishing the distracting thoughts. By the way, Sister Eliza, where are you going? Perhaps we can travel along the same route and take a carriage, Field shamelessly suggested. If they were willing, he could lead them crazy into the pile of corpses, freeing them the combat power of the chosen ones and clearing out all the hordes of corpse monsters in Nightfall territory. Of course, if you want to go to your own campsite, that's out of the question. Eliza, whose toes were wrapped in white silk, knew what Field was thinking and immediately refused. There's no need for that since it's on our way. Purifying monsters is the goddess's test and arduous training for us. Thank you for your kindness. Field pouted. What a pity. By the way, did you go to the northern province just to eliminate monsters? That's part of the reason. But the main purpose is to retrieve the lost artifacts. Eliza drew a strange pattern on her chest, her eyes filled with sorrow. To resist the Orcish invasion and to save the corrupted beings, the church has sent armies and chosen ones many times, and many sisters have died in the northern province. As messengers of God, it is our duty to retrieve their artifacts and prevent them from falling into defilement. When a chosen one dies, their soul and divine power remain in the weapon, forming a divine artifact. However, the artifact will also degrade over time, eventually turning into a handful of yellow sand. Our destination does not pass through Nightfall, so we appreciate your kindness. How many artifacts are there in the northern province? Does Nightfall have any? Field's eyes gleamed. Noticing Eliza's unpleasant expression, Field said in a compassionate tone, Oh, I mean, perhaps I can help you look for them. If we find them, we can exchange them for more fog lights and purification potions. Thank you for your kindness, but we cannot fulfill either of your requests. The artifact belongs to the God of Light, and the fog lamp and purification potion are not mass-produced. They are made from the God of Light's chosen. Well, anyway, the production volume is very small. Field persisted. So, do you have the coordinates of the Imperial artifact? Does Nightfall territory have them? I don't know, Baron Field. I still hope to build a church in Nightfall territory. Eliza sensed Field's persistence, but she was not giving up. She gently grasped Field's arm with both hands, and then something even gentler pressed against her, like a strong wind that made her feel like she was in the beauty of nature. That day will come. Once my pioneering team has established itself and can barely be self-sufficient, I will definitely let you know. Field shamelessly continued to enjoy himself, but ruthlessly offered Eliza a pie in the sky that she could only dream of. He feared being killed if he refused too firmly, though the possibility was absolutely zero. The church's influence has been declining in recent years, and the major empires are trying their best to get rid of its influence. If they were to take action against the nobles again, they would probably be doomed immediately. The two talked for a long time, but couldn't reach a single point of consensus. Select 50 strong slaves and equip them with spears. We are about to enter the gray fog. After loudly announcing the order, Field remounted his warhorse, bowed slightly to Eliza, and said, "Goodbye, charming nun." "Goodbye." Eliza leaned on her long legs and easily mounted her warhorse. "May the holy light protect you." Returning to Nightfall territory was no easy task. With slaves and prisoners, the group totaled around 350 people, meaning they were highly likely to encounter a horde of zombies. As Field had predicted, the bloated transport caravan was immediately subjected to a barrage of attacks as soon as it entered the northern provinces. Roaring corpses emerged from the ruins, the decaying forest, and the soil, charging ferociously forward. "Goddess, what I see, a living devil." Tate and the slaves had the same expression, looking back in panic, trying to find their way back, but could only see the gray haze connecting the sky. Tate had a vague feeling that he had been tricked. Tate had heard that the North was full of monsters and death, but he hadn't taken it seriously. It was a rather abstract concept, and nothing beats the shock of seeing it with his own eyes. However, Tate immediately shut up, not because he had a strong mentality. Swish. The Black Knights around Field drew their cavalry sabers in unison. What was even more terrifying was that the sabers were not shiny, but covered with dried reddish-brown blood and yellowish-white grease. It won't take more than 2 days. With his years of experience managing death row inmates, Tate could tell at a glance that those knives had just finished cutting people and wouldn't mind cutting something else. Slaves, no disorderly conduct, no running around. Tate dared not be the first to speak out. While reassuring the slaves, he glanced worriedly at his family's carriage. Chapter 44: Arrival at the Camp. "Don't panic. Kill any who try to escape." Cavalry Captain Silverclaw roared in a cold voice, brandishing his longsword. To Tate's bewilderment, the cavalry had no intention of attacking the corpses. Instead, they subtly surrounded the slaves like sheep, as if ready to slaughter them at the slightest provocation. What ruthless cavalry! But what about those rotting corpses? Tate wondered. A deep blue light flashed, and a giant black wolf leaped out. Without pausing, the wolf darted through the zombie horde, casually waving its claws to easily crush or shred the zombies. Everyone stared in disbelief, forgetting even their fear. Was there a giant wolf in the group? They hadn't seen it before. Accompanied by flashes of fire like electric arcs, a blue flame erupted from the giant wolf's mouth, then multiplied exponentially, sweeping back and forth. The crackling sound of the flames, like firecrackers, rang in everyone's ears, and the charging horde of corpses was wiped out. What's going on? Tate felt overwhelmed by the amount of information. His brain couldn't process it all. "Ashna is my chosen one, whom I have a contract with." Field patted the stunned Tate, pointed to Ashna, who was dressed as a maid beside him, and then said to Tate, "Go and settle the slaves. Let's get going as soon as possible." "But then Tate didn't know what to say for a moment, and stammered incoherently. "Field actually has a chosen maid? Even in the wealthy Maple Leaf territory, there is only one chosen one, this stunning dancer. What does Field rely on to attract a chosen one to pledge allegiance?" No wonder Baron Field dared to enter Nightfall. He was protected by the chosen one. As adults often say, "This is nothing." Field's maid, Scissors, chuckled. The carefree maid squinted her eyes. "Even I'm not worried. So what do you, as a man, have to be afraid of?" Tate scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed by the maid's mockery. "Cheer up. The more efficient we are, the less likely we are to be surrounded by hordes of zombies." Field glanced at the mini-map, where numerous skull icons were stirring, covering the entire map, giving Field a vague sense of unease. Zombies has become more active. Damn corrupting creatures. They just keep coming back to haunt us. "Hurry, we need to get the slaves moving," Field said, his tone becoming more forceful. Breaking through the horde of corpses is dangerous, but staying put is just waiting to die. Tate gritted his teeth, not caring about anything else. "Yes, my lord." Countless rotting corpses burst forth from the gray mist, only to be burned to ashes by the dragon-type wolves. Then, wave after wave of rotting corpses rushed forth, like moths to a flame, with no end in sight. Field's fears came true. When the group arrived at the winery, 39 people had died from the attacks of rotting corpses and monsters. 1 warhorse had broken its leg, 2 pack horses had been bitten to death, and 7 goats had been used to lure the horde of corpses. The losses were significant, but fortunately, the food was not lost, and no one in the cavalry was killed. Tate's face was so black it could burn like coal. This journey had been more perilous than any other moment in his life. His daughter and wife disembarked from the carriage in terror, their legs giving way, and they collapsed to the ground, stunned for a long while, still huddled together, trembling. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't regret entering the northern province. The attacks from the rotting corpses were almost constant along the way. If he hadn't been trapped in the gray fog and unable to get out, Tate would have slapped himself twice and turned around and left. Upon arriving at the territory, Tate was shocked by what he saw. He thought the northern province was bad enough, but Field's castle was just as bad. Strictly speaking, it was like a large, leaky winery. Well, it was exactly a large winery. Fortunately, the heavily armed guards and the formidable strength of the Chosen One, Ashina, gave him a glimmer of hope. Field was also in a bad mood. Compared to the first time, the losses in this transport were too great. After all, there were no human shields. Back then, Connor's knights were completely wiped out, which allowed Field to successfully reach the manor. This was too greedy. A team of 300 is too big. We couldn't protect them all if we were attacked. Rubbing his temples, Field tried to calm himself down. Fortunately, we're still doing well as long as we brought all the food back. The good news is that the territory has not been attacked during the long time Field has been away. The slaves were already digging in the fields, and the first batch of farmland was purified and put into production immediately. Although the land is barren, it is still much better than being abandoned. Without plows, the work is too slow. Field rode his horse toward the large winery, looking around. The slaves were digging holes haphazardly in the fields with hoes or their bare hands. This scene was very different from what Field remembered about farming. The lack of field ridges meant that they did not know the ridge system, and there were not even ditches between the fields. Nightfall has several oxen. As long as they are equipped with plows, they can plow the fields quickly. But it doesn't matter anyway, since there aren't many farmlands, and the slaves can still complete the task by manpower alone. It also keeps everyone busy, preventing them from harassing women or getting into fights after they've eaten their fill. The entire Nightfall territory is filled with slaves. Tate was stunned. Field was the most unique lord he had ever seen. Not entirely. A small plot of land south of the large winery was allocated to free people, about 10 of them, whom I recruited. Field spoke frankly. Nightfall territory didn't have many secrets. After all, without fog lights, ordinary people couldn't escape. Tate's mouth could open wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. So this place is perfect for you. It's like a big prison, and the smog is the cage. Your job is to be my domestic affairs advisor, prevent slave revolts, and assign them tasks. It really is similar to a prison. Tate's lips twitched. Actually, there is a difference. They are human beings too. I plan to set aside some of their working time for rehabilitation, such as training them in new skills or changing some bad habits. Field looked at the excrement on the ground and frowned again, especially urinating and defecating indiscriminately. It seems that his initial ban had little effect. Fortunately, the weather wasn't warm, otherwise Field might have had trouble even sleeping. Tate had recovered from his initial fear and was looking around. The slaves working nearby, upon seeing Field riding a tall horse, immediately dropped what they were doing and ran to him, kneeling in respect. Next came the patrolling guards and Cow, who was wandering in the fields. They excitedly ran over upon seeing the returning procession. Thank God, Lord Field, you're finally back. Cow was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He wanted to rush forward and kiss the horse's hooves. He was very worried that Field might have escaped alone or died on the way, which would have been the end for him. Chapter 45. People always have to face reality. Yes, but it was mainly thanks to Ashina and the heroic protection of the warriors. Field wouldn't mention the mini-map. It was his personal secret. Ashina's eye bags were a bit heavy, and her beautiful eyes unusually revealed a lazy look. Even a chosen one would feel tired after killing corpses all night long, but her wolf ears still twitched proudly, indicating that she was in a good mood. Without saying anything fancy, Ashina simply nodded to everyone. She had recently taken a liking to Field's calm demeanor and rarely showed her lively side in front of others. Only in private did he enjoy playfully teasing Field. We are willing to give our lives for our Lord. When Hammer and the others heard Field praise them, they immediately straightened up. For some reason, their Lord particularly liked it when people stood up straight. Since their Lord liked it, they were happy to do so. Hammer tapped his breastplate with his right hand, which was covered in dried blood. Thanks to the protection of the goddess of winter for our dear lord. Okay, after going out for a while, they've become even more obsequious, a bunch of lackeys. Cao rolled his eyes in disdain, but a smile also appeared on his face. The more guards returned, the safer the territory would be, and he wouldn't be so scared that he couldn't sleep or even dare to go to the toilet. My lord, forgive my bluntness, but please don't take any more risks. I pray every night and can't sleep because I'm so worried, Cao shouted. I won't be leaving the territory for a while after this trip. Although Maple Leaf City was beautiful, it didn't feel like home compared to his dilapidated territory. Moreover, the journey was too arduous, and Field was exhausted. He waved his hand and said, First, arrange accommodations for my advisors and free people, and then allocate a piece of land for the slaves to live on, right next to the previous slave camp. Field was too exhausted to do anything more. Several days of frantic fighting and intensive map observation had left him completely drained. The cavalry will have 3 days off, and so will you, Hammer, and the rest of you. Go and rest well. Cao, organize the freemen to feed the slaves. Give each of them 2 loaves of bread and a bowl of vegetable soup. I don't want them to survive the zombie horde only to die of hunger. Field felt a pang of regret at the sight of the 30-odd slaves who had died, most of whom were slow-moving and elderly. They were all laborers. It was such a waste. Back at the Grand Winery, Field felt the air was fresher, though a faint musty smell lingered. It was much fresher and more comfortable than outside. The stone walls revealed their original color, instead of being covered in blackish-purple decay. The house was damp, clearly indicating that the maid Sparrow hadn't been lazy and had cleaned the winery thoroughly. There was no more excrement inside. Field had seen quite a bit before. Some servant, too lazy to go outside, always relieved himself indoors. Fortunately, as Field's authority grew, that fellow dared not do it anymore. Of course, it's also possible he cleaned it up himself. Don't let me catch him. Field was curious about which bastard it was. If it was the maid, she'd get a good spanking. After dinner and a relaxing bath, Field leaned back lazily in his cushioned armchair, feeling completely relaxed. The newly purchased furniture made Field's room look quite presentable. At least the tables, chairs, and bed had been replaced with high-quality pieces that exuded an aristocratic feel, and he no longer had to worry about the chairs creaking. Field took out the spell book, the Flame Robe. Although he had no magic, it did not stop him from being curious about magic. Knock, 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 the door was knocked on. Not angry about being disturbed, Field put the magic book back on the shelf and cleared his throat. Please come in. Excuse me, Lord Field. The visitor was Tate, who was known as the Warden. Nicknames were common in this era, and Field had fantasized about getting the title Iron Rod or Devil Muscle Man because they sounded cool. My lord, I have come to hear your thoughts so that I can manage Nightfall territory more accurately. Tate did not rest, but instead walked all over Nightfall territory. His body odor was obvious, and he seemed somewhat anxious and worried. For example, should this year's focus be on taxation, population, or food? These were the things that nobles focused on. You get into work mode much faster than I expected, Field nodded in satisfaction. When Field saw that his face was as black as a chimpanzee's, he thought he was going on strike. Tate said honestly, people have to face reality. My family is already tied to Nightfall, so of course I have to do everything I can. I don't want my child to die in the mouths of rotting corpses. Very good, but the focus of our work going forward is neither taxes and food, nor population. Field took a sip of his black tea. The dilapidated environment of Nightfall territory does not currently allow for production. Even setting a hard target like 100 million gold coins per day is useless. It's just empty talk. Field has no interest in playing games. The first step is to gradually reclaim the corrupted farmland and houses, and organize manpower to remove the traces of corruption. As the Lord, I possess domain talent, and as long as the corruption is completely eliminated, the fog of death will be unable to penetrate. Field paused for a moment, then said, the second is to civilize the slaves, turning them all into obedient and skilled laborers, and ideally, all of them into free citizens. I think you should be a professional at civilizing people. However, I must remind you that although some slaves may seem pitiful, some of them have committed numerous illegal acts behind the scenes. We need to sort them out as soon as possible so that we can proceed with our work. It is people who are noble, not their professions. Similarly, it is people who are base, not their circumstances. Ironically, there was oppression even among slaves. This time, Tate was surprised. It's amazing that you have such accurate, well-organized, and forward-thinking guidance on management. Goodness, this guy looks so upright, but he's actually quite good at flattery. Field chuckled. Isn't this a very basic skill? No, at least I've never heard of it. Lords usually focus on this year's taxes and grain, or the army, their families, and noble ladies. You're the first one to care about the affairs of the lower classes. Oh, Field tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a pleasant sound. He liked to tap the table when he was thinking. Thanks to the wisdom of the Chinese people and advanced modern education, even things that Field did that he considered ordinary were unbelievable to people of this era. Chapter 46: Ineffective Decrees and Manure. Furthermore, my lord, I think Nightfall territory needs proper housing. The slaves are always crammed into tents made of rotten wood and rags, which is not so bad. What's terrible is that even the free people don't have houses. This will cause discontent among the people, if you care about what they think. This problem will take time to solve. Field pulled a spare map from the bookshelf and handed it to Tate. Only after I reclaim the forest in the east and the quarry can the housing problem be solved. In addition, I also need to plan the site selection. Here's the map for you. If you have any ideas, please let me know. Yes, sir. Tate felt trusted and supported. Although Nightfall territory is worse than Maple Leaf territory, it seems that something new is sprouting here. The next morning, the maid brought pudding, white bread, and goat's milk. There are no dairy cows in the territory, only beef cattle. Fortunately, goat milk is not bad, but the quantity is very small. Ashina wore a lace-trimmed, fitted aristocratic gown, which Field bought in Maple Leaf City and slightly altered to suit Field's aesthetic. Although Ashina loves her maid outfit, she wasn't wearing it today because she was on holiday. Ashina, now dressed in a dress, almost made Field feel embarrassed to look at her directly. It took him a moment to mentally prepare himself before he could regain his composure. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Ashina propped her face up with one hand. Her eyes, which exuded a captivating and wild charm, were half closed and slightly open, appearing dreamy and leaving one wondering what she was thinking. White stockings clung tightly to her perfect leg lines, giving her an air of nobility and elegance. Her cross-leg posture revealed an alluring and mysterious area. Stockings existed in this era, but they weren't made of the ultra-thin material of today. Nowadays, stockings are thicker, and you can only vaguely see some flesh-colored sheen, but they certainly don't give off a revealing feeling. Unlike the rigid and formal posture of a noble lady, Ashina's toes, encased in stockings and wearing slippers, swayed alluringly. Other nobles might find this rude, but Field was happy for Ashina to unleash the lively nature of the wolf-like creatures, so he only taught her some noble and modern etiquette, not all of the feudal doctrines. Anyway, this is Nightfall territory, and Field is in charge. What do you need me to do today? Ashina lazily scooped a spoonful of pudding with a silver spoon and put it in her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. After savoring the sweetness, Ashina blinked her big eyes and suggested, "How about we go treasure hunting? It would be great if we could find some treasure." The discovery of wine and magic scrolls brought Nightfall a large sum of money, and Ashina has become somewhat obsessed with treasure hunting. I'm not going today. If you'd like, you can come with me to the grassroots level. Field frowned as he finished drinking the goat's milk. It was very viscous, and the cook had even added salt to it, so it didn't taste good. Ashina paused for a moment, then repeated the strange phrase, "Going down to the grassroots?" Ahem, it's just to give some guidance to the peasants and slaves on their work. Ashina replied without hesitation. Okay, let's go together. Leaving the Grand Winery, the chaotic slave camp came into view immediately, though it was deserted now. The slaves had been driven out to work by Tate early that morning. Slaves didn't get breakfast. They didn't even have time to eat. To be precise, even free citizens didn't eat breakfast. It was too much of a luxury. In the Middle Ages, ordinary people ate 2 meals a day. Lunch was called breaking the fast, a more formal meal involving thanksgiving and prayer to the gods. Dinner was more casual. Field observed that it was more of a late-night snack than a formal meal, as free people ate very little in the evenings. Breakfast, known as a breakfast meal, was generally eaten only by nobles, who had to observe aristocratic etiquette. For example, breakfast could not be taken back to one's room to eat, and one had to wash one's hands with a shallow dish of water and a towel before eating each course. Of course, none of that matters. Field still ate according to Chinese dining habits. I regret not riding a horse. After walking only 2 steps, Field covered his face in exasperation. There was excrement everywhere on the road. Although excrement could fertilize the land, it still needed to be composted. Clearly, my previous decrees have failed. Field looked around and, not seeing Cow, turned to the maid Scissors and said, "Go and fetch that old codger Cow, and also call some of the freemen who have influence." Before long, Cow walked over looking embarrassed. accompanied by an old man named Old Dove. Old Dove was originally a villager from Bull territory, but after Field tricked him into coming here, he had become the de facto new village chief, able to resolve minor issues for the free people, such as neighborhood disputes and family conflicts. "Greetings, sir." The two bowed simultaneously. "Good day." Field smiled back at them, then asked, "Is the problem of indiscriminate urination still difficult to solve? Tell me about the difficulties you've encountered." Cow said guiltily, "There are too many of them, and each one of them is as stupid as a pig. The moment I utter a word of advice, their blockheads forget it completely. Besides, they don't take verbal advice seriously, and they even act like scoundrels, insisting that it's their first offense. Indeed, even if some elderly people in modern times do bad things, verbal advice is completely useless. It's like you're talking nonsense." Moreover, out of sheer kindness, he gave them 3 chances. With several hundred people, each having 3 chances, he could practically fill up Nightfall's territory to the brim. Having said all the nice things, it was time to strike hard. Field wished he could confiscate their tools of the trade. "Announce this. From today onward, anyone caught urinating or defecating indiscriminately will be punished. Free citizens will be fined 1 copper coin, or a lash if they have no money. Slaves will be punished 3 times more, either 3 copper coins or 3 lashes. There will be no further warnings." Field's face darkened. Furthermore, organize the children and women among the slaves to collect excrement every day and pile it up. What a clean and fussy nobleman, the old Dove thought to himself. It's just dumb. I really don't understand why he has to go to the trouble of putting it all together. Is he going to build a statue? "Do you fertilize and compost when you farm?" Field asked the old Dove. "Fertilize." The old Dove looked bewildered. "We water, weed, and catch insects. And of course, most importantly, we pray. We pray to the goddess for a bountiful harvest." Well, Field's lips twitched. No wonder there weren't many people in this era, yet there wasn't enough food to eat, and people were always starving to death. Even the most fertile land would eventually be depleted if crops were planted frequently. "Then you should fertilize," Field said, pointing to the farmland. "Pile up the manure and use it to irrigate the crops after they are planted." By the goddess of harvest. What did I just hear? I should tear my ears off and throw them away. Old Dove's eyes rolled back, and he almost died of a brain hemorrhage. If the person in front of him hadn't been the Baron, Old Dove would have definitely started a fight. Chapter 47, From Farmland to Kitchen, a complete transformation. I was just thinking that Baron Field was a clean man, but it turns out that his purpose in collecting excrement was to dump the filth on his food. Too aristocratic. Too extravagant. To cover the blessings of the goddess of harvest with filth and unclean things? That is blasphemy and will be punished by the gods with terrible disasters, such as locust plagues and droughts. "Sir, you must be joking." The old turtle dove blushed and rambled on about his farming experience. "We are professionals in farming. I have farmed all my life. How could I not know?" Field wouldn't argue with the old-fashioned, but waved his hand and said, "Perhaps you are right, but I will make the land cultivated by slaves be done according to my requirements." "That is an order." "My lord, only magical creations and chosen ones can influence food production." Faced with such a crucial matter as food, Cow dared not let Field act recklessly. "You just need to keep praying, and God will answer you." "Well, it's God again." Field rubbed his temples. The existence of chosen ones in magic is indeed a treasure of this world, but it has also had a significant inhibitory effect on production and technology. The most common consequence is a lack of diligence in labor and a drastic decline in initiative. If one cannot grow food, lives in poverty, or even trips and falls while walking, they will blame themselves for not being devout, and then lavishly donate money to the church, waiting for a miracle to occur. I know that magic and the chosen ones can affect production, but Nightfall cannot do that. We need to find other ways. Ashina is purely military-oriented and does not contribute to production. These are my orders: compost, and then irrigate the fields. Also, when planting radishes and cabbages, cultivate them using the ridge system. When planting wheat, loosen the soil twice and try to keep the land level. The ridge system has advantages such as increased ventilation, fertile soil, and loose soil, but Field didn't explain. He was used to dealing with these old fogies. "These are my decrees. The fields cultivated by slaves must be cultivated exactly according to my requirements. You can cultivate them however you like." There were only about 10 free people, and they couldn't cultivate more than a few acres, so they were just good for reference. "As you wish." Although the old turtle dove looked reluctant, the land belonged to the nobles, and Field had left room for them to cultivate the farmland without fertilizer. Before his transmigration, Field had spent his childhood in his rural hometown and had some basic agricultural knowledge. Of course, even if that knowledge wasn't applicable to the farmland now, It would be a minor loss, since the land in Nightfall territory couldn't grow much anyway. Then, Field personally instructed several slaves to dig a barely decent ridge before leaving satisfied. Will Nightfall be full of wheat and vegetables next year? Ashina looked back with interest. Hopefully, but it certainly won't be enough for everyone, and we'll have to rely on imports again. If only meat could be grown. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, Ashina became more interested in meat. Meat is still the best tasting food. Field, being a carnivore, nodded in agreement. That's true, but vegetables can be made delicious too. It's just that my chef hasn't tried it, or rather, his meat dishes are just so. Modern cooking methods are extremely disgusting. For example, fish heads are stewed with cream, cabbage is boiled for half a day to make cabbage porridge, meat and fruit are stewed together, and there is also jelly made from a mixture of fish jelly, mutton fat, and animal offal. Field's chef did the same thing, even though Field had told him more than once not to put oranges on the grill when roasting meat. But the devilish chef firmly believed that it would taste better that way. Really? I think the barbecue is delicious now. Ashina tilted her head. Also, can vegetables taste better too? Of course. I happen to have some free time today, so I must show you what real deliciousness is all about. Field glanced around and saw Tate starting his work at the new slave camp. My advisor has already started his work, so let's give him a chance to prove himself. Let's head to the kitchen first. Having been busy defending his territory and eliminating corruption, Field hadn't bothered with the cook. Today, however, he went to the kitchen himself to prevent the cook from making any more bizarre dishes. The current kitchen is the same one that the winery used before, and it is very spacious. But when Field went inside, he immediately sensed the rudimentary nature of the place. Unlike a traditional Chinese kitchen, there's no stove here. Instead, there's a makeshift cooking pot set up with a tripod and a soup pot, and you have to be careful not to tip it over while cooking. A huge amount of smoked meat hangs on the wall, various vegetables are piled on the ground, and there's a tree stump in the corner with an axe stuck in it, a tool for chopping bones. Then there was the grill, already skewered with steak and 2 apples, which the chef called a plate. This guy had a particular fondness for refining fruit, as it was a skill he was very proud of. However, he could pickle fruit and make fruit pies, which was barely acceptable to Field. With his round belly, the plate-like man, the fattest man in the territory, was envied by all the slaves and freemen. He chuckled and said, "Hee, sir, today at noon I will make apple-roasted pork ribs, Brussels sprout soup, and orange and almond stewed cured ham. I've also added chili peppers as seasoning." She is dead. Thank you. When Field heard oranges, almonds, and cured ham stewed with chili peppers, he couldn't hold back anymore and was so angry he almost had a stroke. The chef had made this dish before. Field took a bite and rinsed his mouth with 5 cups of black tea. Without hesitation, Field gave the entire dish to the servants, and even more strangely, they all praised its deliciousness. They've clearly never eaten a proper pork dish, treating Swill like a state banquet. The orange and almond stew with cured ham is out. I want to create a new dish called dry pot beef. Prepare some beef tenderloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms, and peppers, Field instructed. What is a dry pot? Seeing the chef's hesitant and suspicious expression, Field had no choice but to repeat himself with a stronger tone. No one likes to be questioned in their field of expertise, and Field understood that. But in order to avoid being poisoned by culinary disasters in the future, Field used a commanding tone. He longed to demonstrate it himself, but if a nobleman were to cook it, the chef would be so ashamed that he would hang himself that very night. Don't add water directly to the pot, plate. This cooking method is completely new. Listen to me. First wash and chop the ingredients, then pour some oil into the hot pot. This step is called heating the oil, and then, on the other side, under the protection of 5 guards, the maid Sparrow was preparing to serve food to the slaves. The main people serving the food were 10 free men, while Sparrow was responsible for supervising and also for showing her face to make her presence known. The slaves must be made aware of who is feeding them. Lunch consisted of barley porridge and black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City was of much higher quality than the bread we bought from Golden Eagle City. Chapter 48 Black Feather and White Feather, Chaotic Rice Eaters. Lunch consisted of thin porridge and heated black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple City was much better than the previous ones. Each loaf weighed 10 pounds and contained a large amount of bran, but at least it wasn't so bad that it contained stones, sand, and sawdust. The bread was cut into fist-sized pieces for easy distribution. Smelling the aroma of food, the slaves abandoned their work without hesitation and rushed toward the carriage. The guards immediately raised their halberds, blocked the slaves' path, and shouted at them, forbidding them from advancing. "I want to eat. Damn brick, it's me." "You bastard, you've been eating eggs for days and already forgotten about us." "Yeah, we're practically family. We've been locked in the same cage. Give me an extra loaf of bread." Some slaves began to try to build relationships, but most resorted to insults. A few of them were people who had been dismissed from the guard because they had refused to fight or had been lazy during training. They are now so filled with remorse that they can't sleep at night. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, the thought of their former cellmates, now living a life of luxury, is more painful than death. Every time they wake up, they slap themselves in frustration. "I deserve to die." After all, the guards could eat meat every day, and in the eyes of slaves, eating meat was the pinnacle of life. Who would have thought that instead of the guards becoming cannon fodder, the Baron would actually provide them with food? No looting allowed. The Lord has ordered everyone to line up and collect their food. The guards completely ignored the attempts of their former cellmates to reconnect. Ever since they started getting extra food every day, such as bacon and eggs, they had become die-hard loyalists of Field. Even more of a simp than a simp. Now, if Field tells them to beat up their own father, these guys who were starving before will rush up without hesitation and give him a righteous kick. "Line up. Please form 10 lines," the maid Sparrow shouted in a soft, delicate voice. When no one paid any attention to her, she angrily put her hands on her hips and said, "Line up. Otherwise, you won't get any food." What a beautiful woman. I'd gladly give up 50 years of my life if I could have her for one night. "Shut your dog mouth. She's a noble lady. Be careful, or I'll gouge your tongue out." I know I was wrong. The man who had spoken out of turn immediately broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that he would be dragged out and beheaded by the guards. Clearly, the maid's clean and beautiful attire led the slave to mistakenly believe that Sparrow was also a nobleman. This was an unspoken perk of being a castle maid. One's status was always a cut above that of ordinary people. Just like a leader's driver, when the leader is not around, the driver becomes the leader. Fortunately, the Sparrow didn't hold it against them. If it had been scissors instead, they would have used 2 loaves of black bread as bait to have the other slaves beat up the guy who said the wrong thing. In fact, Sparrow really enjoyed being treated like a noble lady. The feeling of being looked up to was irresistible. She cherished the task Field assigned her and was determined to do her best. Soon, the slaves jostled and pushed, barely managing to form 10 rows. A few stronger slaves, cursing and swearing, dragged others and cut in line. But this violation was immediately suppressed by the guards. The guards rushed forward and punched the line cutters, knocking them down. Not a single egg was wasted. They were all turned into fighting power. "Those cutting in line, be at the very back," Sparrow said, hands on her hips, trying her best to appear fierce. The slaves finally calmed down a bit and began to reminisce about the violent scene that had just unfolded. "Haha, did you guys see that just now? Just one punch, wow. Those guys were too fierce. No wonder it could kill the rotting corpse. I heard the Baron provides meat for the guards every day. I want to join too. Then I can beat people up whenever I want, haha." The slaves excitedly discussed loudly that violence allowed them to release their pent-up emotions and become the subject of conversation for months to come. How terrifying. The disheveled girl, Bayou, tightened her filthy hat. This smelly burlap hat belonged to another kind old slave, but the old man died on his way to Nightfall territory. He was caught by a Batwoman and torn to pieces in the air. Fortunately, the warm hat was left behind, and the 2 sisters would take turns wearing it, sharing their few assets. Her twin sister, Koroba, had already begun to sob softly. "Be strong. Just don't look at them. We'll be able to eat soon." Although both of them were 11 years old, the older sister had become stronger earlier. Bayou held her younger sister tightly in her arms to prevent her from being kicked and trampled to death by the crowded slaves. Fortunately, the 2 sisters were lucky and got a relatively good spot in line. "This is food bestowed by Lord Field. You must work hard for him." Sparrow kept repeating this sentence, and she thought so too. Only the dear Baron would be so generous in sharing food. Sparrow pouted. "This is food that Lord Field risked his life to bring back." "Work hard?" Bayou silently repeated it to herself several times, and finally let out a long sigh. They once had a happy family. Their parents worked very hard, going to the fields no matter the weather. Their father was also highly skilled at shooting birds with a slingshot. He would take the prey to the castle to sell, and occasionally he could get some leftovers that the master didn't want. That time was the happiest time for the sisters, and delicious leftovers always appeared in their dreams. Their names also come from the blessings of birds. Unfortunately, his father later collected some branches from the forest, intending to make a better slingshot. The forest is the private property of nobles, and it is forbidden to pick up any animals, berries, or even branches from it. This is a serious violation of the law. That evening, their father was hanged for embezzling noble property. Their mother was sexually assaulted several times by the security team captain, who had long harbored malicious intentions and eventually went insane and jumped into the river. The two sisters narrowly escaped the clutches of the sheriff, but while begging, they were inexplicably captured and enslaved in Maple Leaf territory. After being starved for 3 days, they were handed over to a lord named Field. Bayou had thought of dying several times. Perhaps that would be the only relief. This world was truly rotten. Despair was the same everywhere. Bayou estimated that Nightfall territory was no different from her homeland. Each person will receive a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of black bread. Dinner is already included, and no food will be distributed tonight. 2 pieces of black bread are a day's worth. 2 loaves of bread. Reality immediately shattered Bayou's memories and despair. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in a low voice, "Are you kidding me? 2 loaves of bread a day, plus porridge? Goddess above, is this a joke?" On the way to Nightfall, 2 loaves of bread a day were enough to eat quickly and get there. But once in Nightfall, normally 1 loaf of bread every 2 or 3 days should be sufficient. Why are there even more? It must be that the Lord drank too much and misinterpreted the decrees. Chapter 49, Everyone Can Rest. Briefly, Bayou trembled with excitement. He was sure he would be able to eat his fill. "We have so much to eat." The younger sister smiled through her tears, turning her head to give Bayou a dirty grin. "It'll be our turn soon." Feeling his younger sister gripping his small hand tightly, Bayou's eyes hardened. If he died, his cowardly sister would surely be violated by those bastards and die in a cold, dark corner. "You must survive. Don't grab it. Don't reach out and take it. Your dirty hands will ruin the porridge." The villager serving the food cursed and waved his stick. With his right hand, he used a ladle to scoop a spoonful of porridge from the earthenware jar. The porridge was so sparse that even a dog would find it shabby. "It smells so good. So many wheat grains." Yu's eyes widened, and she let go of her sister's hand. This kind of thick porridge is only available during the new year. Then, the villager took a piece of black bread the size of an adult's fist from the wooden basket next to him and impatiently shoved it into Yu's hands. "It's still warm." Kuroba swallowed hard, grabbed the bread, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute." Sparrow called to Blackfeather, took a loaf of bread from the basket, stuffed it into Blackfeather's arms, and gave him a sympathetic smile. "You took 1 less. You'll go hungry tonight." The villager who deliberately gave her 1 less loaf of bread was very unhappy. "She's a useless little bastard. There's no need to give her 2 loaves of bread. 1 loaf would be enough for her to eat for 3 days. If there's a lot of food left over, they can steal some when the maids aren't looking." Knowing what they were thinking, Sparrow immediately crossed her arms and turned her face away. "This is Lord Field's order. The Lord said that all slaves will receive 2 loaves of bread and a serving of porridge." Well, anyway, in the wealthy bull territory, adult slaves should get a loaf of bread every 2 days, and children every 3 or 4 days, the villager said sarcastically. "But this is Nightfall. Everything here is brand new." Sparrow was getting a little angry. She used Field's usual phrase to emphasize, "Everything is brand new." The guard maintaining order nearby frowned. The words bull territory always made them very sensitive. Lord Field had suffered humiliation there. He immediately gave him a kind look. The villager, sweating profusely, shrank back and said, "You're right. It was my mistake." Bayou felt extremely relieved, but dared not cheer in public. He could only give the sparrow a grateful look with beaming eyes. To her surprise, the sparrow smiled at her too. "Am I seeing this right? Such an elegant and refined woman actually smiled at me?" Bayou was dizzy. He pulled his sister to a secluded corner to sit down. Without saying a word, he wolfed down a piece of bread and licked the porridge used to soak the bread clean. The wooden bowl was so shiny that it could be taken back and reused. The little girl felt a rare sense of fullness. Her abdomen, which had been thin due to long-term malnutrition, was slightly bulging. "Oh, it's delicious." The younger sister was drooling and opened her mouth wide to take a bite of the second piece of bread, which startled Bayou, who quickly slapped her sister's hand. "You can't eat any more of this. We have to hide it," Bayou said sternly. "Ugh." Feeling the pain on the back of her hand, the younger sister grimaced, and tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. "Don't cry." Bayou rubbed his sister's head and changed to a gentler tone. "These good days won't last much longer. If we eat all the food, we'll starve to death in an emergency. So, sweetie, let's hide the bread and eat it when we're almost starving." "Okay." Kuroba handed the bread to her older sister in a childish voice, pouting, "You can't eat it secretly, okay?" Bayou was both amused and exasperated. His younger sister was quite clever, so he pinched her nose and said indulgently, Okay, I'll definitely invite you when we eat." The 2 sisters weren't the only ones doing this. Most slaves would hide their bread. To them, it wasn't just bread, it was a means to survive. Who knew what the nobleman's orders would be tomorrow? Even if the Lord wasn't a bad person and was willing to give everyone food, the executors might not comply. The villagers' actions today were a prime example. Sister, what do you think the Lord looks like? Karoba asked, hugging his knees. Probably a beer belly, rotten teeth, an arrogant guy. Based on the image in his memory, Bayu replied irritably, then looked around warily. Or maybe a scraggly drunkard. Humph, so drunk he forgot to change his decrees. Karoba, drooling, savored the taste. Don't say that. People who give you bread are good people. Lunchtime is over. Get back to work, the guard shouted, herding the slaves back to the fields. Sparrow was a little tired, but working for the Lord made her happy. Humming a little tune, she returned to the kitchen of the Grand Winery. She was also looking forward to lunch. What are you all doing huddled together? Sparrow saw several colleagues sitting around the table with serious expressions and immediately went over to them. The maids all love to gossip. Sparrow, this is the lunch bestowed by the Lord. It's called dry pot beef. It's very special. Usually, the Lord would only give us the leftovers, but this time he shared some with us directly. One of the main reasons the servants liked Field was that he was a very picky eater. Many of the cook's delicacies, such as fruit, smoked fish, and nut stew, Field would only take a bite at most, leaving the servants to enjoy the rest. Of course, there will also be chops, goat milk, or even the most delicious venison. Just one bite can make them happy for a whole month. Similarly, the servants didn't like Ashina at all because she never wasted food. Ashina always finished all the food with a smile, a stark contrast to her beloved Lord. And she can eat whatever she wants without gaining weight. Why does it look like this? It looks like dried up feces, and it also looks a bit like my aunt who was burned to a crisp. Scissors bluntly said. And there's no fruit or broth. How can it taste good? Just like Field had seen the culinary disaster. This time it was the servants' turn to break out in a cold sweat. They had never seen or heard of such a dish before, and they also thought it was a bizarre and haphazard creation by Field on a whim. The clay pot glanced at the Scissors, already planning to go and tattle. Scissors, don't talk nonsense. Sparrow angrily nudged her with his elbow. You are insulting the Lord's reward. Oh, I'm sorry, you all know what I mean. I have the utmost respect for Lord Field. Scissors quickly smiled apologetically at everyone. If the Lord knew, he might marry her off to that ugly, perverted old man. Next time, I'll clean your rooms too. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. At least it smells good. Chapter 50 The Mysterious Spy. Why are you all looking at me like that? Good heavens, can you even be picky about beef? We're all servants, not nobles. Even though it looks strange, if the Lord tells you to eat real feces, you have to eat it. After saying that, Sparrow picked up a piece of beef with a spoon and ate it with a do-or-die attitude. The next moment, the sparrow's taste buds were immediately conquered by the unique flavor. The carefully marinated beef was fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and every bite was full of rich meat juice. The dry pot cooking method greatly enhanced the taste of the beef, and the vegetables absorbed the essence of the beef while returning their fresh aroma. Perfect. Apple and almond stewed bacon. What a load of rubbish. No wonder the Lord doesn't like to eat it. After a long silence, the sparrow managed a strained expression. Goddess above, this is awful. I'll throw it away. Why throw it outside? If it's not tasty, you can give it to the slaves. The Scissors squinted, a suspicious look on their face, and reached out to grab it, but the sparrow dodged it. Something's not right. You're up to something. Condiments on the plate were licked clean. It's so delicious. Scissors smacked his lips, still wanting more. As expected of the Lord, you actually know that such a delicacy exists. That's right. After all, our master is a nobleman. Only the chef's plate broke down, and he muttered to himself. How is this possible? How can it taste so good? Field himself thought it was just SOSO, at least not the taste he wanted. Too much salt, and the heat wasn't controlled properly. Also, did they add sweet curry powder? It tastes weird. Field smacked his lips. Ashna, what do you think? Ashina's mouth was stuffed full, so she couldn't reply. She could only give Field a thumbs up. You glutton, Field said, taking a leisurely sip of tea. Originally, he planned to rest for 3 days and relax, but Field couldn't stay idle on the second day. The territory was producing nothing and was in a dangerous area. He felt anxious and uneasy if he didn't do something. There were many things to do in the territory, but none of them could be resolved with just a few words. Field decided to address the problem of timber scarcity. As soon as Field finished dressing and opened the door, he ran into Ashina, who was carrying a bow and a gun. She seemed to have returned from outside. Her face splattered with blood and dirt, and a new empty area without a skull marker appeared on the mini-map. clearly her handiwork. "Good day, my lord." Asina's serious expression vanished the moment she saw Field. She smiled, lifted her skirt, and greeted him sweetly. "What do you need me to do today? I've had a good rest." After saying that, Ashina pointed to her eyes. Sure enough, the slight dark circles under her eyes disappeared, and her red wolf eyes looked both lively and alluring. This guy hacked his way back from Maple Leaf territory, hacking for 4 days and 4 nights. He only rested for 1 day yesterday, but he's already full of energy, and his eyes aren't even dry. "The chosen ones recover so quickly," Field exclaimed. "I'm just about to lead my troops to retake the logging camps, and I need your protection." "Yay, it's so much fun to do things with you, sir." The girl flicked her tail, then suddenly remembered something and frowned. "Sir, I felt something was off last night. Around 3 a.m., something was spying on our territory. I went out and circled the area several times, but I didn't find anything unusual. But I'm sure my senses are right. No wonder you were carrying a weapon. Do you know what that thing is? It's not a goblin again, is it?" Field immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "That shouldn't be the case. Goblins can't escape your clutches at all. It wasn't a goblin. I remember the smell of goblins. The smell I smelled last night must have been from a corrupted creature, but it was brand new and could block my senses. The wind told me everything. The smell of that thing was mixed with extremely strong killing intent and hostility." Field paused for a moment, then said, "I understand. You go have breakfast first. I'll tell the patrolling guards to be careful." Ashina shook her head, and after considering it, said, It would be best to tighten the defenses, patrol in groups of 5, and equip them with horns." She rarely offered opinions on military matters, and remained completely silent on domestic affairs, simply doing whatever Field told her to do. If Ashina were an official in ancient China, the emperor would definitely be pleased. But it was precisely because Ashina rarely expressed her opinions that Field paid special attention to her ideas. "It's actually this dangerous." Field nodded seriously. Ashina was someone who didn't flinch even when facing a third-tier rat demon. Anyone who could make her wary was definitely not a good person. A new round of conscription needs to begin. The current defense forces are still insufficient. Let Tate handle this. Field rubbed his temples. Hopefully, the lumberyard still has timber left. If there are wooden walls, defense will be much easier. "I will protect you with my life," Ashina solemnly promised. The logging camp is located to the east of the Grand Estate, at the junction of the forest and the lake. This lake was originally a beautiful ribbon running through the Grand Estate and Starry Night Lake, but now it is filled with skeletons, with countless gray-white decaying reeds and skeletons standing in the water, which is also gray-black. To purify this lake, tens of thousands of bottles of purification solution would be needed. Aside from the writhing vines and scattered bones, the most common sight along the way was tentacles, formed from decaying weeds. Field was already used to it. The first time he encountered Cthulhu-themed content, the disgusting scenes filled Field with horror and fear, but after seeing so many, he found the little tentacles on the ground rather uninteresting, even somewhat cute. These tentacles are not like those in hentai anime, where they grab women and make them give birth. They have no offensive power or strength. At most, they can make it difficult for wheels and horses to move. One of Field's greatest pleasures was to poke the tentacles around him with his lance and watch them curl up into a ball, like a mimosa. After marching, the river slowly entered the range of the fog lights, and the group could vaguely see the logging camp on the opposite bank. The huge houses were hidden in the darkness, like a giant beast ready to devour its prey. The guards had dispersed and were engaging the rotting corpses. "Don't make too much noise. The corpses have very sensitive ears. You guys help me out." The guard captain, Lynx, whispered something to the 2 men beside him, then bent down and quickly stepped forward, groping behind a decaying corpse that resembled a woman. Uft! The Lynx gripped the middle of the halberd and, with a barely perceptible movement, stabbed it into the corpse's neck. The guards beside him immediately stepped forward, grabbed the corpse's hair as it was about to scream, and together with the Lynx, ripped the corpse's head off. Despite the gruesome scene, the 2 men didn't even flinch. Chapter 51: The Lumberyard, Part 1. Almost no sound was made throughout the process, except for a few crisp sounds from the friction of the nail plates. But another guard beside the Lynx, not paying attention, stepped on a writhing, rotting ball of flesh and instinctively cried out in alarm. Roar! 3 rotting corpses immediately burst out of the gray mist, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced. The guard who had made the mistake tried to shout a warning, but his mouth was immediately covered. The Lynx hissed viciously, "What are you yelling about? Don't make a fuss." After saying that, Lynx took the initiative to face the corpse. He was no longer the same as before. The high-intensity battles every day had transformed him from a thin and timid slave. The lynx charged forward, thrusting its halberd forward. It immediately felt the metal weapon pierce flesh, easily disemboweling the unarmored corpse, its body almost folded in two. The other two rotting corpses flanked him, and Lynx lunged forward, grabbing the rotting corpse's right hand that was reaching for him. His halberd pierced the rotting corpse's throat without stopping. He then used the small shield hanging in his left hand to smash down the last rotting corpse. Puff! The lynx stepped on the rotting corpse and smashed it to pieces with the edge of its small shield. Captain I. The guard who had caused the trouble looked embarrassed after seeing that the lynx had killed all the rotting corpses. Be careful. Keep clearing the way. Lynx didn't argue with him. The other guards did the same, quickly eliminating the scattered, decaying corpses. That big mass up ahead should be the stone bridge. The lynx searched along the riverbank and found the bridge, which was covered with aquatic plants. Several rotting corpses were trapped inside, staring blankly at the sky. Did you hear anything? A guard asked. Everyone held their breath and, sure enough, heard faint cries of no and help coming from the fog on the other side of the river. There's a living person? Everyone was excited. It wasn't easy to find a living person in Nightfall territory. Let's go save him quickly. Put away your curiosity. The Baron's orders are to find the stone bridge. I'll go report to him first. While the guards were fighting, Field, not far away, was also practicing his riding skills. Hurry! Field spurred his horse, and it galloped off. Feeling the wind whistling past his ears, Field experienced a roller coaster-like thrill. He spotted the rotting corpse ahead, raised his lance, and aimed it at the grotesque carcass. Uft! He felt the lance tremble, and the corpse's neck was severed by the sharp lance, with foul blood gushing out indiscriminately. When engaging the enemy, do not hesitate or slow down, Lord Field. You must trust your judgment. Ashina urged the giant wolf to come closer and walk alongside Field. Either deliver a thunderous blow to the enemy, or do not engage them at all, but instead maneuver around them to find an opportunity. Field nodded thoughtfully. If we slow down, the impact will be greatly reduced. Yes, if a cavalryman gets stuck in a group of infantry, he will be dragged off his horse and killed. Report, we found the bridge. Lynx trotted over. Also, we heard cries for help. A cry for help? Are you sure you didn't mishear? Field frowned and glanced at the small map. The opposite bank of the river is covered with a dense array of skull and crossbones markers. Ashina sniffed for a moment. I didn't sense any strange living creatures. Everyone heard it, but I didn't let them check. Lynx scratched his head. Sorry for the trouble. This child has been clever since he was little. Field nodded in satisfaction. You did a good job. In the northern province, you can never be too careful. Ashna, the battle ahead depends on you. Clear a path to the lumberyard. A massive horde of zombies is beyond the capabilities of the guards. It requires the intervention of the chosen ones. Field commanded. Lynx, you lead the guards to protect the slaves. On this trip, Field brought 10 slaves to transport supplies and pick up some spoils of war. Even the smallest ant is still meat. Along the way, I collected 12 copper coins and 2 copper ornaments. Ashina spurred the dragon wolf to the stone bridge. The dragon wolf slowly opened its mouth, and then suddenly shot out a column of dark blue lava, turning the gray lake blue. Zzz. All the aquatic plants were scorched and withered, revealing the original appearance of the blocked stone bridge. Driftwood? No, it seems like there are magical plants. Standing on the bridge and looking around, Ashina's gaze settled on a brown wooden lump a dozen meters away, covered with wriggling moss. A flower with purple downy hairs stood there, carrying a faint, ethereal aura, its tip emitting fine, beautiful rays of light. That's right, it's the fluctuation of magic. It's really rare for it to grow on driftwood. Without hesitation, Ashina jumped to the nearby riverbank and reached for it with her spear. Before she could touch it, the driftwood suddenly rose high and split open in the middle with a hideous gash. A cold light gathered into a beam, and a sense of danger immediately came over her. How cunning! It actually hid in the water to block out the scent. This is not driftwood at all, but a second-order decaying crocodile. The crocodile burst out of the water, its enormous body, 6 or 7 meters long, reeking of a nauseating stench, and bared its massive, fong-filled mouth as it lunged forward to attack. The dragon wolf glanced indifferently at the monster with its vertical eyes, pressed its limbs down slightly, and then suddenly rushed out, easily dodging the crocodile's attack. Boom! The enormous head slammed into the shore, kicking up a cloud of gray dust. The decaying crocodile, oblivious to the pain, quickly spun around in a bizarre posture that could almost break its neck. Its massive tail lashed out with tremendous force, slamming down on the spot where Ashina had landed. In an instant, a loud, muffled thud was heard, and a huge crater appeared on the riverbed, causing the lake to churn and startling a large number of deformed, decaying fish. The crocodile's gray pupils scanned back and forth for a long time before it gradually stopped moving. "Are you looking for me?" Ashina's skirt fluttered as she appeared behind the crocodile. She then suddenly thrust out her gun, its unstoppable sharpness piercing the corrupted crocodile through, sending a cloud of blood mist into the air. Before the crocodile could retaliate, Ashina nimbly landed on its head, unleashing a powerful winter force and slashing down on the monster's head. Suddenly, the crocodile's hard, stone-like scales exploded, and brain matter and blood splattered onto the lake and shore. Squeak! With legs or hands squeaked as they approached and licked the blood. "Humph! Sorry, you're also within the scope of elimination." Having said that, the dragon wolf jumped into the lake, dragged the crocodile carcass ashore, turned its head and spewed out a sky full of flames, burning all the small creatures in its sight to ashes. What a waste of such a big crocodile. If it were an ordinary magical beast, we could have eaten it. Ashina plucked a magical purple flower from the crocodile's carcass and pouted regretfully. But the skin might be useful. Chapter 52, The Lumberyard, Part 2. What's the use of this magical plant? Having learned from his previous mistake, Field didn't touch it carelessly. Instead, he craned his neck, looking curious. "Ashina, do you know?" Ashina quickly put the magical plant into the jar. "You can't smell it randomly, and you can't look at it carelessly either. What if you get poisoned?" "You're being too careful," Field said awkwardly. His previous wicked act had left a considerable shadow on the little girl. "I don't know the specific effects. It would be great if there were a pharmacist so I could take it back and nurture it." After saying that, Ashina placed the jar on the trolley. The slaves then stepped forward on their own initiative to dismember the crocodile's carcass. "Help!" The smog, like the desperate howl of someone struggling in flames before death. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice, and she turned her head towards the direction of the logging camp, her nostrils flaring slightly. "I also heard someone calling for help, and it was coming from the direction of the logging camp, but there was no sign of life." Definitely, this is the northern province. The possibility of it being human is extremely slim. Everyone be careful. Field remained unmoved and instead drew his longsword, looking wary. To be able to shout for help for so long with such a strong voice, either the situation is not dangerous at all, or it's a monster imitating the sound. "I'll be careful." Ashina gripped her spear tightly and rushed into the gray fog. After running towards the logging camp for more than 10 seconds, a horde of corpses appeared in her sight. They huddled together, twitching occasionally, and aimlessly crowded into the logging camp. Squeak! The thick walls of the logging camp creaked under the weight of the rotting corpses, which were very sensitive to sound. The cries for help from inside drew them closer. "Help!" The eerie cry for help grew louder, suddenly emanating from the logging camp. The source of the sound is inside the house. Lord Field was right. There won't be any living people in a pile of corpses. Ashina spurred the giant wolf to leap onto a high spot, scanned the area, and a smile of surprise appeared on her lips. There's also a lot of timber. The houses in the territory are settled. Around the logging camp, several open areas were piled high with logs, most of which were intact, while some were rotten or covered with mushrooms and moss. However, compared to the trees that had turned into monsters, the logs here were definitely an extremely valuable resource. This logging camp at the large estate not only supplies the estate, but also Starry Night City, and its output is extremely high. Because there is a river here, as long as the felled timber is thrown into the water and floated downstream, it can drift into Starry Night City and then be retrieved for use. This can save a lot of manpower and resources and reduce transportation costs. Swish! A long, thin tail with sharp spikes suddenly darted out from Ashina's side, carrying a sharp edge and stabbed unexpectedly. An ordinary person, even a battle knight, could be killed by such a sudden attack. Ashina remained vigilant, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She merely tilted her head casually, the spike brushing against her hair. The enemy's attack missed, and Ashina thrust her spear in the direction of the attack, striking the attacker in the throat. She then twisted the spear. The spinning spear spun out several thick jets of blood. The attacker was a first-tier corpse. Its eyes were wide open. Its neck was almost completely severed, and it collapsed to the ground without even making a sound. Ashina seemed unfazed, muttering, "We can't set fire here. If we burn all the wood, Lord Field will be furious. But there are so many corpses here that it's impossible to count them all. If we don't use area of effect attacks, it'll take at least a day to kill them all. I've got it, let's do it this way." Ashina had a great idea. A woo-woo-woo. The dragon-type wolf let out a wild howl. Roughly translated, I want to hit 10,000. Sai nabla sai. The sound was like a dinner bell, activating all the rotting corpses in the logging camp, who turned their heads in distorted and bizarre postures. Roar! The rotting corpses surged in like a black tide, their faces etched with a bloodlust. Run them over. Black Wolf. Ashina patted the dragon wolf's head, and the dragon wolf's limbs suddenly flashed with blue light. Its body pressed down slightly, and then, accompanied by a violent whooshing sound, it crushed the horde of corpses with unstoppable force, like a merciless high-speed train. Boom, boom, boom. Along the entire straight line were all smashed into a cloud of blood mist, and anyone that grazed or collided with them ended up with their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Without pausing, the dragon-like wolf charged forward again, and Ashina twirled her spear gracefully, making a face at the horde of zombies. The fearless horde howled, giving chase with chaotic steps, while Ashina led the horde slowly away in another direction. Using the terrifying mobility of the dragon wolf, Ashina lured the horde of corpses to a distant open area, then turned around and fed them dragon flames, burning them to ashes before patiently attracting the next batch of rotting corpses. After the slaves had skinned and removed the crocodile claws, Ashina had finished the battle. Sir, the rotting corpses at the logging camp have been dealt with, and the logging camp is well preserved, so we expect to make a profit. Field pumped his fist excitedly. Well done. Thanks for your help. Wait, I need your help. Seeing Field about to leave, Ashina, her cheeks slightly flushed, pointed to her head and puffed out her cheeks, saying, I've been fighting for too long. My head is spinning. I need to rub my head to feel better. The little girl had simply gotten used to being teased by Field. Every time he finished eliminating an enemy, Field would pat her on the head as encouragement, which had created a conditioned reflex in her. Field couldn't stand it, so he quickly put his hand on Ashina's head and rubbed it. Okay, stop feeling dizzy. Stop feeling dizzy. Ashina. So happy. After clearing the obstacles from the road, the group arrived at the logging camp. Looking around, Field saw 3 buildings at the logging camp: a timber processing plant, a timber storage warehouse, and houses where the loggers lived. Help! Before they could even take stock of the supplies, the eerie cries for help came from inside the house again. Everyone was startled. Following the sound, the door to the house was wide open, revealing everything inside. Apart from overturned furniture and some severed limbs, there was nothing else that could move. The house was gloomy, with only a faint, eerie breeze blowing through it. By the goddess above, this must be the work of an evil spirit. The guards, who were about to step forward, exchanged glances and stopped in their tracks. Hesitantly, they raised their halberds. Daring to fight a rotting corpse didn't mean they weren't afraid. The slaves were utterly terrified. If Field hadn't been there, they would have scattered in all directions. Chapter 53 First Tier Divine Artifact. This was an extremely superstitious era, and their fear of demons and ghosts was unimaginable to modern people. What's going on? Was that cry for help made by a monster? Field frowned, pulled out the mini-map and looked at it again and again, confirming that there were no living beings inside. My lord, this is very strange. I'm certain there's no sign of life in the lumberyard anymore. However, please be careful. Ashina stepped in front of Field without hesitation, worried that something strange might jump out and attack the lord. There should be a basement inside. The sound was hollow and long, like it was coming from underground. Field stared at the small map for a while, and then, combining that with his basic physics knowledge, he figured out what was going on. Your status is esteemed. Please do not approach. Let me scout ahead. Black Wolf, protect the Baron. Ashina told the dragon wolf to stay behind, while she drew her longsword, bent slightly, and held the sword in a defensive stance before cautiously groping her way into the house. Help! A cry for help suddenly came from inside the house. The sound is coming from the corner of the wall. Ashina's ears perked up, and she slowly walked to the corner of the wall following the eerie and ferocious sound. Why would there be a carpet in the corner, and lumberjacks wouldn't buy wool carpets? After scanning the area, Ashina's eyes lit up as she noticed something unusual. She immediately lifted the dusty carpet, revealing a pull ring. Ashina hesitated for a second, then reached out. It really is a basement. Let me see what you are. Squeak. The hidden door was pulled open, and an extremely strong smell of blood rushed out. Cough, cough, how disgusting. Even as a chosen one, she was choked and looked down with narrowed eyes. Ashina's pupils suddenly dilated, and she suddenly flashed out of the danger zone. Her powerful divine power gathered on her longsword, ready to cleave anything that jumped out in two at any moment. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Field tried his best to remain calm, and the guards held shields and halberds. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Half a minute passed, and still no enemy appeared. Ashina flicked her tail. Huh? I clearly saw a woman in white. No need to rush. Time is on our side, Field reassured her. It's really strange. Even Ashina was curious this time. She carefully peered into the basement entrance for a while, and then breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, there is no danger. There is a magical artifact in the basement that can preserve sound and images. I guess the magical fluctuations were too weak for me to sense. Upon hearing this, several slaves felt their bodies go limp and collapse to the ground like mud. Field wiped away his cold sweat and laughed. That's good. It's probably a recording stone. I saw that kind of item when I went to the Maple Leaf City Mage Association before. However, hearing human cries for help in the death-ridden northern province is truly terrifying. Lynx, you guys stay outside and protect the slaves. Let them collect the spoils. I'm going down to check. After the basement was ventilated, Field and Ashina climbed the rickety stairs and went down to the basement. Holy crap, Field exclaimed, triggering his primal instincts from his past life. Even Field, who was used to seeing rotting corpses, froze in place in horror and gasped sharply. The room was filled with a large number of human fragments. At the same time, there were 5 girls, only their upper bodies remaining, nailed to the wall naked, and died with their bellies ripped open. Their dried intestines, mixed with disgusting putrid worms, flowed onto the ground. Blood from all directions converged in the middle of the basement, forming a strange magic circle. In the center of the magic circle was a young girl, who had probably been dead for more than 3 years and was almost blended into the ground. However, judging from her nun's attire, it was easy to tell that she was a member of the Church of Holy Light. Of course, the most compelling evidence is the continuously playing recording stone. A young girl in a white robe, her eyes filled with terror, screamed desperately, "Help!" Then, an unseen figure severed her limbs and left behind an insect. A large amount of blood mist immediately exploded around her, accompanied by wriggling tentacles, eerie incantations, and the girl's screams. After the photostone screening ended, there was a short pause before it was played again. The eerie images, combined with the hellish scene, terrified Field. The two looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Ashina, however, was more composed. After a moment of silence, she exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, she is the Chosen One." You mean someone is hunting down the Chosen of the Holy Light?" Field had recovered his composure. He rubbed his chin. Due to his different status and way of thinking, Field was good at considering things from the perspectives of domestic and foreign affairs. It could be that the Empress sent someone to do it. It's no secret that the Holy Griffin Empire wants to get rid of the Papal State's interference. Of course, it could also be the Kingdom of Franvia sowing discord. Ashina was dumbfounded and looked completely bewildered. ABA. How would I, a mere white wolf subhuman, know about human imperial diplomacy and such? By the way, how do you know she's a Chosen One? Field put away his pointless thoughts. After all, the Empire's diplomacy had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't be bothered to think about it further. Ashina strode forward, took a dazzlingly exquisite silver brooch from the corpse, and shook it a couple of times in her hand. Because of this, you see, no wonder I didn't sense any magical energy before. The recording stone is driven by divine power. Field then noticed that a soft, mysterious light was shining around him, and the area was icy cold. He had initially thought it was from the basement, but it turned out to be emitted by this little gadget. The moment the brooch was taken, the photographic stone stopped working, the girl's tragic experience slowly disappeared, and only a gentle silver light remained in the basement. However, Field didn't care about any photostone. He took the brooch from Ashina and found that even after being in the basement with the corpse for so long, it hadn't gotten dirty at all. Field stared intently at the mysterious brooch, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "How is this so similar to the family's divine artifact?" The exquisite craftsmanship alone is something that even modern machines cannot replicate, let alone the profound power it contains. Because it's a first-tier divine artifact, otherwise how could it have divine power? Ashina clicked her tongue, crossed her arms, and said unconvinced, "Is it strange? Although I don't have a divine artifact, I also have a divine gift. You can touch the Black Wolf." The gifts bestowed by the gods are incredibly diverse. Each Chosen One can obtain any one of these gifts upon awakening, with weapons being the most common. Just a pat on the head is enough. While overjoyed, Field didn't forget to take care of Ashina's little feelings and immediately gave her a good pat. Chapter 54 Silver Iris Brooch. Ashina was clearly enjoying herself so much her tail was trembling, but she still stubbornly said, "Perverted lord, if you suddenly grab me again, I'll bite you." I'm so scared. Although Field had suspected something before, he wasn't sure. But after receiving confirmation from Ashina, an overwhelming sense of joy welled up inside him. It's important to understand that divine artifacts only remain after the death of a chosen one, and chosen ones are rarer than pandas, making the number of surviving artifacts even smaller. Therefore, each divine artifact is strictly controlled by the Empire and its nobles, making circulation virtually impossible. The Empire, facing financial difficulties, once sold 5 artifacts, including a first-tier divine artifact, with a starting bid of 1 million gold coins. Field felt as if he were holding a heavy weight of gold in his hands. This must be what Sister Eliza was talking about, that many artifacts were left behind in the northern provinces. Field was overjoyed. Back then, when we asked Sister Eliza if there were any artifacts in Nightfall territory, she was too proud to say. According to imperial law, everything on the territory belongs to the Lord. Field bluntly labeled the artifact as made in Nightfall. The church? We're really not familiar with it. It's something that grows on the ground, passed down from our ancestors, and has been claimed since ancient times. After playing with it for a while, Field handed the brooch to Ashina. Take a look and see if it works. No, this is a divine gift from the goddess of holy light, and it clashes with my winter god power. Forcing its use will only cause a backlash. However, you can use it, or someone else can. Ashina pushed the brooch back to Field and said softly, "Drip your blood on it, and this artifact will recognize you as its master. I think it will be helpful to you." All right. Field didn't hesitate. He had been coveting the artifact for a long time, and immediately pricked his finger with the brooch. As a mysterious power emanated, the blood was absorbed by the brooch, and Field immediately felt a holy light surge into his body. A strange, comforting aura emanated from him, and at the same time, the feeling of comfort made Field hum softly. After recognizing the artifact as its master, it feels as if the artifact is one's own hands, and the mind becomes one with it. A new section for divine gifts has been added to the Lord's panel. Divine gift, Silver Iris Brooch, Tier 1 artifact. Source, Goddess of Holy Light. Effect, the wearer can freely change their appearance, body shape, and voice. It is an illusion and does not change the real structure. Active, activate the brooch, transforming it into a Silver Iris Longsword. Tier 1 artifact, special effects available only to those chosen by the Holy Light. Field laughed heartily, put his hands on his hips, and had an expression that said, "I'm so awesome." The effect may seem simple, but it is quite powerful. If you can change your appearance, voice, and body shape at will, doesn't that mean you can just become the neighbor next door anytime? Sister-in-law, don't turn around. My brother directly becomes sister-in-law. Turn around anytime. I really am my brother. Or, stepmother, keep going. I really am my father. Lord Field, you seem to be thinking about something very strange. You're even drooling. Ashina's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a suspicious expression. Does this artifact have some strange function? Without further ado, Field used the power of the iris brooch. After a moment of spatial distortion, Field transformed into Ashina's appearance. Ashina covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in shock. Oh no, the Lord has turned into a girl. What am I supposed to do? No, wait, isn't this exactly what I look like? Hee, let me test the size. Field grinned mischievously and patted his chest. However, the 2 seemingly white cotton balls were just illusions. He couldn't even touch a ball of yarn. Seeing Ashina's shocked expression, Field said in an amused tone, "It's all an illusion. Don't be nervous. I'm not that perverted." Ashina sniffed the scent, then said with relief, "The scent and heartbeat haven't changed, so it was indeed an illusion. The ability to change the scent is quite impressive. It even fooled my eyes. However, the scent can't be changed, so you should be careful about that. It seems I can't hide it from someone who's interested, but it's quite useful nonetheless." Field bent down to look under the skirt. "Hey, please don't do this." The girl was on the verge of tears. "The thing I regret most is giving this thing to you. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." After deactivating the brooch's transformation ability, Field activated another ability, instantly conjuring a magnificent longsword shimmering with silver light. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris longsword trembled slightly, as if it possessed sentience. It's a pity that only the chosen one of the Holy Light can unleash the full power of the artifact. After transforming the longsword back into its original form, Field pinned the brooch to his clothes. Judging from the ability, it can both change its appearance and conjure up hidden weapons. This chosen one was probably an assassin in his previous life. Becomes someone the assassination target knows, then take advantage of the enemy's momentary lapse in vigilance to carry out the assassination, during which various romantic stories will unfold. It sounds like a movie plot. That's so cool. However, now that the body is rotten to pieces, Field has no interest in giving up his noble status to cosplay as Jingku. He shrugged. Take the recording stone with you. I feel that her death is not as simple as I thought. Perhaps I can use this footage to make some profits in the future. By the way, Ashina, write down this strange array pattern. This array is really unsettling. I feel the same way. Field emerged from the basement via a creaking ladder. The Lynx had already organized the slaves to search for useful supplies, piling them all in the open space in front of the lumberyard, mostly furniture, but also some logging tools. Seeing Field emerge, the Lynx quickly trotted forward to report. Sir, the logs here are thicker than my waist. Moving them will be a huge undertaking. We have limited manpower, so why don't we move the smaller planks first and come back to move the logs next time? Well, that's the only way. Field looked around. Many of the pieces of wood that hadn't been eroded by time were types of timber he'd never heard of in his previous life. They were sturdy and durable, capable of serving as the main beams of large buildings, but also exceptionally heavy. Field took a couple of steps, then turned back and said, Also, send someone to bury the body in the basement. There's no rush. We can do that after you finish your current work. Oh, and by the way, watch out for that old wooden staircase. Don't break your leg. The cause of death for the girls found dead in the basement is still uncertain, but it was all quite tragic. Since I accepted their divine artifact, I should at least offer some token of appreciation. If we're transporting logs, let me see if there's a shortcut. Field opened the mini-map, intending to find the best route for transport. From a big winery. Holy crap, what is this? A scarlet that wandered along the border of the territory. Chapter 55 Crisis. Territory under surprise attack. Field still remembers when he first arrived at the manor. He was spied on by some creature, and that chilling feeling is something that anyone who has experienced it will never forget. The spying came from the basement of the main building of the manor, marked with a red dot on the mini-map. Initially, Field was constantly worried about an attack, but as time passed and the red didn't move an inch, Field finally felt relieved. I was planning to develop my strength first and then kill it. But now, that red dot has appeared on the outskirts of the territory without any warning. At the same time, a cluster of skull symbols has also appeared out of nowhere. That's right, it just appeared out of thin air. Just a minute ago, the area around the territory was peaceful, and the surrounding corpses had been cleaned up as best they could. That thing has escaped. Field broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that danger was imminent, and quickly called Ashina. What's wrong, sir? Field simply called out her name, and Ashina jumped up from the basement, quickly flashing to Field's side, her eyes subconsciously scanning the surroundings. That thing you mentioned has gone to spy around the territory again. Go back and protect the territory first. I will gather the men and come over shortly. Field did not shout in a panic, but pondered for a moment, and then lowered his voice and said, It would be best if we could defeat it. If not, retreat to the large winery. If that doesn't work, retreat. Remember, don't be reckless. Nightfall can function without anyone, but without the chosen one, destruction is just a matter of minutes. Ashina nodded solemnly, mounted the dragon wolf, and a burst of intense purple and blue light surged from the black wolf's body. The huge dragon wolf, like a black missile, shot fiercely into the deathly gray mist. Various corrupted creatures along the way were immediately crushed to pieces, dust rose, and stones and sand flew. Phew, it's really troublesome not having superhuman power. Field sighed. Especially when facing superhuman enemies, it was easy to feel a sense of helplessness and defeat, but only for a moment. Field gritted his teeth and put away the messy and boring emotions. It would be strange if the territory wasn't invaded, otherwise the nobles would have already reclaimed the northern provinces. Field shouted, Lynx, leave the cart here and take the troops to the Grand Winery immediately. Prepare for battle. Yes, sir. While the slaves were still in a daze, Lynx dropped the stool he was holding and responded loudly. On the other side, at the Starry Night Winery. Woo-woo. The deep sound of horns rang out for the first time in the Grand Winery, perhaps 10 years ago during the Orc invasion. But just as before, the slaves who heard the horns reacted by looking around in bewilderment. When they saw the heavily armed guards beginning to assemble and line up, they immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. The territory erupted into chaos as slaves and free men dropped their farm tools and began fleeing toward the Grand Winery. Amid screams, cries, and curses, the massive crowd descended into utter chaos. Calm down. The monster is still far away from you. Tate held a whip and tried his best to maintain a pitiful order in the crowd. Upon hearing this, the slaves became certain of one thing. A monster really was coming. The running became even more chaotic, with people falling down every now and then. Fortunately, Ashina's suggestion was very timely. Field did not send the slaves to explore new territories, but instead had them stay near the winery to loosen the soil, so that the slaves could reach the winery as soon as possible. This imposing stone building embodies the Starry Night family's aspirations for wine. Constructed entirely of marble blocks hewn into squares, it resembles a fortress and is spacious enough, which is why Field chose this location as their base. Cal, on the second floor of the Grand Winery, was furious to see the slaves rushing in to take refuge. The master shouldn't have allowed them to take refuge. Those damned lowlifes will dirty the floor. Earthenware pot, tell the guards to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them go upstairs or into the basement. In the opposite direction of the slaves' advance, a group of 20 guards, while preparing their equipment, assembled in the direction from which the horn had sounded. Damn idiot, what are you running for? If you're going to die, we'll take the fall. Iron Hammer spat on his hand, then rubbed it on his beloved mace until it gleamed. Hee hee, I'm only 9 silver coins away from escaping slavery. When that happens, I'm going to be drunk every day and go to Maple Leaf territory to show those stinking roast chickens the tenacity of Nightfall territory men. Haha, you'd better live to see that day, Iron Hammer. The guard next to him put on his iron helmet, and when he ran, his full suit of armor made a clanging sound. I will. The hammer slammed its head against the helmet. After running for a while, a large number of corrupted creatures came into their view. They immediately saw the situation at the boundary of the territory. Rotting corpses. A large number of rotting corpses rushed into the territory. Countless corpse shadows ran wildly and howled. Some rotting corpses attacked the carts placed in the farmland indiscriminately, while others had a clear purpose and ran wildly towards the winery. Every now and then, stray arrows would streak across the sky, striking the horde of corpses and pinning some unfortunate ones to the ground, thus reducing their numbers. Following the trajectory of the arrow, Iron Hammer saw a wooden fortress surrounded by rotting corpses. Because of the scarcity of materials in the Nightfall territory and the need to constantly expand their living space, there are no proper walls, but there are small wooden forts. Wooden stakes were driven into the ground to form a simple, circular fortress. Though called a fortress, it was more like a series of low wooden walls that barely reached chest height, resembling a sheep pen. Behind the low walls, wooden supports were used to form a stable triangular structure on which sharp objects or vines could be placed. Behind the wooden walls, there was only enough space for soldiers to stand in 2 rows to launch an attack, but similarly, the engagement area with the rotting corpses was also reduced. These wooden forts are undoubtedly more suitable for the current territory than walls. Reality is not a game. Building a wall is not a matter of clicking a mouse, but building a small wooden fortress is very simple. Field used the wooden fortresses as part of the soldiers' training and casually built a few, which unexpectedly proved to be very useful. It was Young Fun and the others. I thought they were dead. The guards, nicknamed Sheep Dung, were struggling to thrust their halberds through the cracks in the wood. They didn't need to aim. They just mechanically thrust them out, bringing back a piece of shredded flesh. Every now and then, guards would take arrows from boxes, string crossbows, and then shoot at the rotting corpses climbing up the wooden wall. Everyone follow me. Let's help with the Sheep Dung. Iron Hammer roared, hoisting his spiked hammer as he headed towards the wooden fortress. Roar! The rotting corpses also noticed the group of tin cans, and their previously unsteady and disordered steps suddenly quickened. One particularly powerfully built corpse, with an unusually large right hand, charged ahead, leaving the other corpses in its wake. Everyone knew that if this wasn't a superhuman corpse, it was at least an exceptionally ferocious one. Chapter 56. The other party threw in rotting corpses at you. Even when running at high speed, his steps and arm movements remained remarkably steady, and the muscles in his right arm were even writhing. Without a doubt, he is about to launch a thunderous attack. Iron Hammer kept relaxing his shoulders, holding the nail-headed hammer, ready to step forward for a head-on collision, but was stopped by his comrade. Don't always think about using your stupid donkey-like strength. Let me do it. Don't forget to treat me to barley wine later. The guard who had spoken stood up straight, took out a longbow from his back, drew it with all his might, and shot it at the rotting corpse. With a buzzing sound, the arrow cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, covering the distance of 30 paces in an instant. Roar! The corpse's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It leaped up, using its momentum to dodge the arrow. The corpse behind it, however, was unlucky. The stray arrow pierced its stomach, pinning it to the ground. Oh, damn it, this thing can dodge arrows. If I had another chance, I would definitely shoot it dead. Give me a break. Save your weak, useless thing for shooting roast chicken in the belly. They're charging. Form ranks. Hammer roared. For Lord Field. For Nightfall. The crowd roared in encouragement. A small square formation quickly took shape, the sound of footsteps striking the ground like a dense drumbeat. Guards wearing iron helmets and armor gripped their weapons tightly, stretching forward with all their might, their hands creaking as they rubbed against the metal. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed. Prick! The sounds of weapons clashing against flesh filled the air. The seemingly unstoppable Chelan arm corpse was struck in the arm by two halberds from different directions the moment they made contact. The Chelan arm corpse was staggered by the halberds, its defenses suddenly wide open, and it was immediately stabbed in the stomach by one of the halberds. The corpse screamed and fell to the ground. What are you yelling about? Iron Hammer's eyes widened, and he raised the mace high, then brought it down with a bang, smashing the rotting corpse's head flat. Cold blood splattered everywhere. Even if the enemy is a monster, the advantage of armor and long weapons is still overwhelming. Be careful. Before Iron Hammer could even feel smug, a gust of wind blew from the side. Hearing his teammates' warning, Iron Hammer hurriedly raised his weapon to block. With a crisp clang, the spiked hammer was smashed by the attacker and trembled violently. The huge impact hit his shoulder armor, and Iron Hammer's face immediately turned 2 shades pale. Another strange-looking, rotting corpse jumped out and swung its fist, with streaks of gray light enveloping its fist. Watch out, it's an extraordinary corpse. With a clang, it went clang. A sharp pain shot through Hammer's hand. The iron mace had actually bent. Had it not been for the armor dissipating some of the force, his hand would likely have been shattered by the impact. But Hammer showed no fear. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued charging forward. His left arm shield slammed into the corpse, which, being mindless, only scratched at itself. The shield flew high, its edge striking the corpse's nose and eyes, instantly snapping its nasal bone. Filthy blood and disgusting slime mingled and smeared its entire face. Awoo! After losing its sight and sense of smell, the rotting corpse began to go berserk. Crazed, rotting corpse, Brother Kuin unleashed a flurry of iron backer, 3-point shot, and other erratic movements, preventing the guards from getting close. His immense power flipped the iron hammer to the ground, and it looked as if the crazed corpse was about to crush it. In the next instant, a dazzling silver line ripped through space, piercing straight into the throat of the rotting corpse. Its power remained undiminished, and it continued to penetrate several more rotting corpses. Phew, that was just in time. As soon as the dragon wolf stopped, Ashina began to draw her bow frequently, shooting silver arrows in all directions, specifically targeting the most threatening rotting corpses. Those first-tier corpses were no match for the arrows imbued with divine power. Even the rare second-tier corpses would be crippled if hit and would no longer pose a threat. Ashina surveyed the battlefield. Where's that damn thing? I can't let you get away this time. The guards felt a sense of relief wash over them, as the pressure receded like a tide. The despair they had felt when they were surrounded vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce counterattack. Reinforcements have arrived. Kill them. Send them to hell. The guards, cursing and swearing, rushed toward the rotting corpse. If we can't beat the superhuman corpses, we can't beat you, little Karami? Ashina, having failed to find the spy, said, Never mind. Let's clear out the guards' minions first. Black Wolf breathed fire. An invisible ripple slowly spread through the space, followed by a dark blue pillar of fire that violently slammed into the densely packed area of the corpses, sweeping wildly in all directions like a space-based weapon. Suddenly, the horde of rotting corpses erupted in a burst of brilliant flames. Countless corpses began to sizzle and ooze oil, transforming into twisted figures in the fire. After a while, they clawed and screamed wildly, then collapsed like ashes, turning into bone ash. Squeak! A gigantic scorpion monster landed on the territory, rolling twice on the ground. Its 5-meter-long body was particularly terrifying. Ashina frowned, because through the gray mist she saw that the giant scorpion had been thrown over, rather than running there on its own. Judging from its aura, this is a genuine Tier 3 monster. Although its aura is not as strong as the rat demon from the Grand Winery back then, it is still very powerful. It was actually thrown in like a toy. Without a doubt, it was that mysterious guy. He doesn't even dare to show himself. Or is he testing the territory's defenses? A cold glint flashed in Ashina's eyes. Last night, he was just spying, and today he sent in corrupted creatures. What a cautious fellow. He must be intelligent. Ashina narrowed her eyes, nocked an arrow, and channeled a large amount of divine power into the bow. The ordinary bow and arrow then faintly exuded the power of a divine artifact. Don't let me catch you, or you'll regret it. The next moment, Ashina clearly saw a figure hiding in the woods in the gray fog, using iron chains to toss a dozen or so rotting corpses into nightfall, as if it were just tossing them around for fun. Now, accompanied by immense divine power, the silver arrow arrived in an instant. Ashina's wolf ears twitched slightly as she heard the thin, sharp arrowheads piercing muscle, tearing blood vessels, and shattering bones. Hit! Ashina's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Let me see what you are. Before that, we can't let a third-tier monster destroy our territory. Once the corrupted giant scorpion is dealt with, the scales of victory will quickly tip in Nightfall's favor. You guys clean up the remaining rotting corpses. I'll go after them. Ashina left a message for the guards, then commanded the dragon wolf to breathe fire at the giant scorpion's face, easily drawing its aggro. The corrupted giant scorpion, slow as it was, could only follow the dragon wolf, eating its darts. Ashina lured it away from its territory. Ignoring the giant scorpion behind her, Ashina quickly arrived at the location of the figure. Chapter 57 The New Chosen Ones, but hostile. A woman with her eyes closed lay in a dense thicket of decaying bushes, blood gushing out. An arrow had struck her in the heart. The icy power of winter had utterly destroyed her heart, along with the large rabbit on her left side. Her beautiful black dress was now tattered and torn. Not a corrupted creature? Impossible. I can clearly smell corruption. Ashina was confused and instinctively moved closer. Her pupils contracted slightly. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Ashina's mind, and a strange sense of crisis surged through her. No, it's not human, Black Wolf. Get out of the way. Ashina and the dragon wolf retreated at lightning speed. Almost the instant they retreated, a 2-meter-long red and black greatsword flew out of the forest, carrying a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! The greatsword grazed the dragon wolf's cheek as it slammed into the ground. Although it missed, cracks appeared on the scales on the dragon wolf's cheek. The sound of chains rang out, and the greatsword was taken away with it. Ashina's red eyes showed a rare look of solemnity. This is a ferocious greatsword with eyes on its blade and a long, thin chain at the end of the hilt, making it look like a steel snake from a distance. A divine artifact, indeed, chosen by the gods. Ashina coldly observed the person before her every move. No wonder I couldn't sense it. It was divine power. The chosen ones cannot perceive each other. You got it right, the demi-human chosen one, or rather, demi-human-flavored food. A very mature and sophisticated voice rang out, yet it sounded quite gentle, like that of a friendly neighbor. Countless strands of blood gushed from the greatsword, piercing into the black-dressed woman's chest. The flesh buds writhed, instantly healing the wound. An unusually eerie aura, as if awakening, slowly unfolded before Ashina. That arrow was truly impressive. I was planning to test it again, but I didn't expect you to discover it. The woman casually pulled out the arrow, smiled sweetly, and picked up the floating greatsword. Standing at 1.73 meters tall, her figure was precarious in the front and taut in the back, almost swaying precariously. Her long, straight legs gave her an explosively powerful, perfectly proportioned physique. With each step, her fleshy calves would tremble in a breathtaking arc. Ashina caught a glimpse of the bat wings behind the woman's waist and a long, thin demon tail, and gave a cold smile. Are you a demon? This is the first time I've seen one in its physical form. How interesting. I'm not a demon. I'm a demi-human food. You can call me Rosalia Starry Night. I'm 24 years old and a student. I'm a first-order chosen one. So their surname is Xingye? Ashina suddenly realized that the former master of Nightfall territory was the Xingye family. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard the Lord mention it before. All right, hurry up and get into my stomach. My stomach is empty. It hurts so much. Rosalia said, then lashed out with a maniacal expression, her body shooting out like a cannonball, a terrifying killing intent spreading around her. Humph, we're all first-tier chosen gods. Who's afraid of who? Ashina winked mischievously and said playfully. Besides, if your belly is empty, my lord can let you get pregnant. If Field heard this, he would surely praise Ashina for being sensible, saying that he hadn't spoiled her for nothing. Bite. Ashina was not afraid of her. The two figures darted back and forth, spears and chains intertwined, and a series of ear-piercing friction sounds were accompanied by violent energy fluctuations. The woman stepped close and swung her greatsword, which resembled the two-handed greatsword used by the flower of the Empire, heavy infantry. It was capable of both defense and offense, and its heavy weight could inflict damage on heavily armored targets. As a divine weapon, its damage was self-evident. The spear and the greatsword clashed, sparks flying and a piercing sound erupting. The dragon wolf attacked from below, and a burst of dragon flame sent Rosalia darting out of the battle. Splash! The chains swept across, and Rosalia, carrying a great sword, came forward and swung it. I'm at a disadvantage. My power is being depleted so quickly. Ashina gritted her teeth as her divine power was rapidly consumed in the collision. The opponent wields a divine weapon, while his own spear is merely imbued with divine power. He would be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Moreover, the woman before him, though seemingly frail, possesses strength more than 10 times greater than the monsters he had encountered before. My own divine gift is a nimble dragon-wolf hybrid. There's no need to use my weaknesses to exploit someone else's strengths. With a swift movement, Ashina ceased her desperate struggle. Her spear traced a strange arc, piercing through the greatsword's hilt at an extremely tricky angle, and thrust diagonally into Rosalia's shoulder, embedding itself directly into her snow-white shoulder. Uft! Blood flowed freely. What a cunning dog! Rosalia chuckled twice. Then several streaks of blood gushed from the greatsword, filling the wound on her shoulder. Ashina was furious and protested loudly. Not a dog, but a wolf. Oh no, a white wolf demi-human. It's the same for everyone. My stomach is so empty, I really want to eat. Then go get pregnant. Are you a dog? It's a wolf. The two argued and fought at the same time, but soon Rosalia realized something was wrong. She discovered that she was gradually losing touch with Ashina. Only when Ashina was cornered would she resort to a direct confrontation, striking and retreating in a single blow. Once they were far enough apart, she would have her giant wolf breathe fire or simply draw her bow and shoot arrows. Uft! An arrow pierced Rosalia's snow-white neck. Rosalia collapsed to the ground without even uttering a sound, blood slowly flowing from the wound. Black Wolf, simmer her over low heat for 3 minutes. Oh no, roast her for 30 minutes. Ashina raised an eyebrow. She wouldn't go any closer to check. She didn't even use her divine skill. How could she die so easily? The free energy in the air was rapidly compressed into the dragon wolf's mouth, as if the surrounding air had been sucked out. A domineering dragon flame swept across, and just as Ashina had predicted, Rosalia, who had been feigning death, jumped up. It was too late to escape this time. He could only grit his teeth, brace his greatsword to defend against the dragon's flames, and at the same time, blood gushed out from the greatsword again to heal Rosalia's wounds. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon fire lasted for a full 3 minutes, cracking the earth and turning the soil to dust. Only then did the dragon wolf cease its attack. 30 minutes was simply too much. It was practically draining it dry. Ashina raised her eyelids slightly. She heard heavy, shaky footsteps behind her. The greatsword is still here, so it shouldn't be dead yet. But that corrupted giant scorpion has come looking for us. This is really troublesome. As Ashina expected, an eerie light flickered in the eye of the giant sword hilt, and countless blood vessels emerged, weaving back into a human shape. But unlike last time, Rosalia is a whole size smaller this time. She transformed into a girl about the same age as Ashina, also wearing a black dress, with a face similar to before, but without the allure, instead appearing extremely pure. Chapter 58. Defeating Rosalia and battling the giant scorpion. Ashina's eyes widened as she stared at Rosalia's chest. Completely different from the previous surging waves, the current rabbit was only average. Huh? It's gotten smaller. Annoying food. You didn't even fall for my tricks. Rosalia's attempt to feign death failed, and she was even scorched by the flames for 3 minutes. She was furious. Her slender hands gripped the great sword, and her long, white legs were crossed in a defensive stance. Even your tone has become younger. How interesting. But with such a stupid deception, no normal person would fall for it. With a smile, Ashina waved her hand, but her left hand imperceptibly reached into her quiver and picked up a feathered arrow, saying in a persuasive tone, "As for you, why did you attack Nightfall territory? Corrupted creatures are the common enemy of everyone, aren't they? As a noblewoman, do I need to explain myself to a lowly demi-human like you? Nightfall territory is my territory, and you are the intruders. Furthermore, not only you, but all intruders, humans, orcs, or brainless goblins, including your so-called lousy lord, should all be in my belly." Why was she so hostile towards her own territory? Ashina guessed wildly that the person in front of her might be an assassin sent by the Ross family. That's why she deserves to die? Especially since she was disrespectful to her lord. Ashina's beautiful eyes instantly filled with a sharp killing intent. She rarely got angry, But when she heard this woman in front of her actually specify that she wanted to kill her lord, she was immediately enraged. She thought of the vulgar words she had heard in Maple Leaf territory and immediately made no attempt to hide her malice. If your stomach is empty, the animals of Nightfall territory can fill it for you. Why has the treatment worsened? They were just saying they were going to send the Lord, but now they've turned into animals. You might as well have your Lord come. No. Wait. No one will do. Ashina smiled slyly. You vulgar and filthy savages. Rosalia didn't have many words to curse, and after a long pause, her pretty face turned red with anger as she said, I will kill you all. Then let's give it a try. Ashina raised her hand and fired an arrow. Without pausing, she charged forward with her spear at the ready. Rosalia, now in her teenage form, was much faster. With just a slight tilt of her head, she dodged an arrow that was about to strike and gripped her greatsword to launch a counterattack. The two figures collided violently like high-speed trains, unleashing terrifying energy fluctuations that distorted the very space around them, shattering the surrounding decay with the aftershocks. Swiftly released the greatsword from her grasp, using the chain to greatly extend its attack range. The sharp impact, accompanied by a deafening roar, was like a streak of crimson light, striking the dragon wolf's hind leg with lightning speed. Boom! 5 or 6 black scales flew off, along with a large amount of blood gushing out. The divine power was frantically ravaging its body, and the dragon wolf let out its first painful groan. Back then, when it withstood the rat demon's full-force attack, it hadn't even uttered a sound. Gotcha! Let's see how you manage to scurry around like a pesky rat now. Rosalia smiled. You'd better kneel down and beg for my forgiveness right now, or you'll suffer a lot. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Ashina's clear voice rang out, Black Wolf, charge. A powerful, eerie blue light suddenly erupted from the giant wolf's limbs. As a divine gift, and a rare living artifact at that, it wasn't something that could be paralyzed by a mere sword thrust. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the dragon wolf, almost in the blink of an eye, like a comet, trailing an eerie blue tail, crashed into the still unresponsive girl. Like a magnificent, enormous cannonball, Rosalia was blasted into the forest behind her, sending sand and stones flying and flattening the decaying vegetation along the way, creating a vacuum zone. In just 3 seconds, a delicate, boneless hand supported the greatsword, propping the body up, and said in a slightly aggrieved voice, You're hurting me. I have to get serious. Listening to the sounds from the smoke and dust, Ashina was somewhat speechless. You're really tough. Ashina's voice was weary, and the injured hind leg of the dragon wolf trembled slightly. Chosen ones are already tough, but this guy in front of me seems to have maxed out his toughness. Boom, boom, boom. A massive figure crashed into the battle. The frenzied, corrupting giant scorpion emitted strange insect-like chirps, its gray eyes flashing with rage and pain, as its 2 enormous iron pincers reached out from the left and right. Like 2 indestructible scissors, they clamped down hard on Ashina. They followed us. This is getting a bit troublesome. Ashina urged the dragon wolf to retreat quickly and spat out a series of fireballs imbued with the power of winter. These peculiar flames could not only effectively burn and corrupt creatures, but also produce a strong slowing effect. Crackling sounds. The 3rd-tier corrupted creature is a disaster-level existence. Wherever the iron pincers swept, whether it was twisted, decaying plants, rotting corpses, or even hard rocks, there was only one fate. They all exploded. This demonstrates the terrifying power of the iron pincers. We need to create some distance between ourselves and the giant scorpion before dealing with that woman. Ashina calmly analyzed the situation, but things weren't as bad as she had imagined. Rosalia simply picked up her greatsword, turned around, and left. You wait. I'll settle the score with you after I finish my meal. With that, he coiled the chains, carrying away the 2 foolish, rotting corpses. The greatsword flew out, instantly shredding them into pieces, while the pure life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. What an amazing artifact. So it gets its energy from killing, and then uses the greatsword to heal itself. I guess what she meant by dining was simply killing. Ashina's eyes lit up. Rosalia vanished into the smog in a few flashes, leaving no trace. If a chosen one wants to escape, it is very difficult to track them because they cannot be sensed. Back then, Ashina was right under the nose of a 3rd-tier holy light chosen one and was not discovered. Damn it. Then I'll take care of you first. Ashina glared angrily at the crazed giant scorpion. If it hadn't interrupted, she might have been able to take care of Rosalia right now and add another divine weapon to her territory. His figure weaved back and forth amidst the attacks of the iron pincers, dodging all the giant scorpion's attacks. Meanwhile, The spear light in his hand flashed one after another, like starlight, without the slightest gap, all hitting the giant scorpion's pincers. Unable to withstand the attack any longer, the giant scorpion's mandibles burst open, revealing a gruesome wound. At the same time, the dragon wolf seized the opportunity, tearing at the soft flesh of the wound with its claws and pouring dragon flame directly into its mouth. The raging flames spread and burned directly inside the giant scorpion's belly, the pain emanating from its very soul, causing even the corrupted creature to wail in agony. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hooves approached, and the surrounding gray fog was dispelled as Field arrived with his cavalry to provide support. Chapter 59, Trying to Escape? Lightning Whirlwind Slash. By the time Field arrived, the unfortunate, corrupted giant scorpion was already charred and burnt to a crisp. Are you all right? Field rushed over as soon as he dismounted. Seeing the fresh blood flowing from the dragon wolf's body, he unconsciously clenched his fists in anxiety. Where are you hurt? Ashina smiled sweetly. Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, I'm fine. The blood is from the enemy. Also, Black Wolf was a little injured. The dragon-type wolf looked a bit listless. The long run and its injuries had left it lying on the ground, baring its teeth. Wonkai is injured. It seems the enemy's strength is terrifying. I've never seen it suffer a loss before. Field frowned. Take it back to the territory. We have plenty of medicine and can heal it as soon as possible. Field circled the dragon wolf and saw a wound the size of a bowl on its hind leg, with patches of flesh rotting and even gray smoke rising from it. He was immediately heartbroken and patted the dragon wolf's head, wondering if it could feel his pain through its thick armor. As a divine gift and an extremely rare, living artifact, it possesses a very strong presence within the territory. Moreover, it doesn't need to be fed. It can eat almost anything, and when hungry, it will eat some rotting corpses, making it arguably the most hard-working creature in the Nightfall territory. What is Wonkai? You mean the Black Wolf? Ashina asked in confusion for a moment. Then her pretty face lit up with a smile. No need for that. Ordinary potions won't work on it. I'll take it back and nurture it with divine power for a day. That's good. With a sigh of relief, Field's brow finally relaxed. Tell me about the monster you encountered. Well, but before that, Ashina leaned closer to Field and said with a hint of grievance, I've worked really hard too, okay? Why did you only take Black Wolf's head? Who said, if you suddenly grab me again, I'll bite you? Field was both amused and exasperated, and decisively reached out to give him a good pat and rub. Ashina, wavy dash. After her initial excitement subsided, Ashina regained her seriousness and said softly, I'm sorry, I lost track of that guy. Don't blame yourself. I know where it is. It's in the basement of the main building. Anything that threatens our territory must be eliminated. Field glanced at the mini-map. The red dot was in the main building. Tell me what attacked our territory. She is a chosen one, and she calls herself Rosalia's Starry Night. How is that possible? Field was dumbfounded. He immediately thought of the classic advertising slogan for the last bus of Route 13. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Xiansheng has been drowned for 10 years. Rosalia is the daughter of Baron Sophia Starry Night. She was witnessed dying 10 years ago when the gray fog erupted. She was torn to pieces by a monster. Field shuddered. Damn it. How did this incident take such a strange turn? Ashina scratched her head. Anyway, that's what that woman said. Don't worry, she's about as strong as me. And she has a demon's tail, so she's probably a monster in disguise. She must be a monster, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed in Nightfall for so long. Field didn't believe that a pampered young lady would hide in a main building full of monsters. But speaking of which, is she really the chosen one? Seeing Ashina nod solemnly, Field said thoughtfully, It seems that monsters can also have chosen ones. Damn it, the Church and the Empire have never mentioned this. There isn't even any news about monster chosen ones on the market. They must be hiding a lot of secrets. Field stroked his chin. Let's assume Rosalia is the chosen one of corruption, but we don't know whether she corrupted first and then died, or died first and then corrupted. They will definitely die first. Ashina has the absolute right to speak on this point. The knowledge I have received tells me that the chosen ones cannot be corrupted. Well, now that we've identified the enemy, things are much easier. Field was furious and angrily clenched his fist. Crush it. How dare they attack our territory? Whether you're a corrupted chosen one or a remnant noble, you'll all die. I didn't know the meaning of the red dot before. The unknown is always the most intimidating. But now that I've fought her, it doesn't matter anymore. Besides, I'm in much better shape than when I first arrived. I have a fully fledged guard unit and a base. I'm not feeling well right now and need to rest for a day, Ashina said weakly. Black Wolf also needs time to heal his injuries. Of course, I also need to make preparations. I need to mobilize the entire territory. There are too many corrupted monsters in the main building. You will need the assistance of the guards. You want to farm in peace, but you won't let me? Fine, then I'll just have to put up with it. Back in his territory, Tate reported on the casualties. Rosalia's method of attracting the zombie horde was particularly bizarre. She simply threw them in wrapped in chains. The number of zombies was small, and they did not cause any real deaths. Only 3 guards suffered minor injuries. On the contrary, 7 slaves who were not attacked throughout the incident were seriously injured. They fell and were trampled during the shoving, nearly being crushed to death. Fortunately, the slaves were lightweight, so the trampling did not hurt too much. 22 people suffered minor injuries, including 1 male slave who was jerked by another male slave in the chaos, barely qualifying as having a minor injury. Field fell into a brief moment of contemplation, unsure of how to respond. Oh, what a bunch of damn idiots. Look at the floor covered in footprints. It'll take at least 3 days to clean it all. Cal exclaimed dramatically, venting his frustration. It should have been completely repainted a long time ago. Nightfall seems to be getting a bit urbanized. My lord, it is my fault. Tate apologized sincerely. I have failed your expectations. Please punish me. Given the current level of education and discipline, the vast majority of people are destined to be ignorant, let alone slaves. There's no need to be too harsh on Tate for this, especially when a large-scale military operation is about to begin. After we take down the main building, punish the slaves by cutting their food in half for 3 days. The reason for the punishment isn't getting the floor dirty, but rather insubordination. Also, you'll be punished with more meticulous work from now on. This takes effect today. Waving his hand, Field said gently, Your family wasn't frightened, were they? No. Tate looked like he was about to cry. He thought Field would punish him severely, but he didn't expect the Lord to be so kind. He opened his mouth several times, but finally expressed his determination with a bow. With a major battle looming, Field wouldn't choose a crucial moment to impose punishment. Well, that's good. All agricultural work is suspended. Organize all male slaves and strong female slaves to be responsible for transporting timber from the logging camps, digging pits, and building fortifications. I need to deploy troops to the main building. The rest of the elderly and weak were assigned to transport supplies, care for the wounded, and burn the rotting corpses. I permit you to use violence. If we lose Chapter 60, we'll have to play a revival match. Early in the morning, do-do-do, the dull thud of a carpenter hammering would drifted up from downstairs. Since arriving in Nightfall, Greyhound had become one of the busiest people, with endless carpentry work every day. He was currently in the open space below the Grand Winery, instructing the slaves on how to make simple barricades. This craftsmanship is quite good. That woman wasn't exaggerating. Field reached out and pushed the tightly sealed window, which no longer made any creaking noises. Looking down at the barricades that had been built all night, he felt relieved. Scissors, take a portion of honey porridge to Greyhound. We can't let the only carpenter in Nightfall go hungry. Yes, sir. Scissors replied, and seeing Field adjusting his clothes, Scissors quickly stepped forward to help, asking worriedly, Sir, are you going to? Yes, this battle is very important. Field drew his steel longsword, glanced at it, and then put it back. I've been having nightmares these past 2 days. If I don't clear out the monsters in the main building, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at all. As the territory expands, the area where everyone is active is getting bigger, but the boundary is getting closer and closer to the main building. Sooner or later, they will have to fight Rosalia. Field glanced at the mini-map. A large, scarlet in the basement of the main building was moving slowly inside, as if it might jump out at any moment. I will not allow anyone to interfere with the development of the territory. Scissors opened its mouth, wanting to dissuade the Baron from going, but the words that came out were changed to, I wish you a successful campaign. I will, Field said in a light tone, then left the large winery. You should have advised the master not to go. The maid Sparrow stopped wiping the table, put her hands on her hips, and scolded in a soft tone. It's too dangerous. Why not have the chosen one take the guards? Scissors rolled his eyes. It's not that simple. Last time I went to Maple Leaf territory with the Lord, I felt that many things were completely different from what we imagined. War is not about 2 sides lining up their ranks and barbarically hacking at each other, but about strategy and command. I can't explain it in detail, but our Lord can do things that no one else can. Sparrow pouted. She was still upset that the adults hadn't taken her last time. Seeing the Scissors acting all high and mighty made her furious. As Field walked out of the Grand Winery, Ashina had already assembled her troops. The main building was close to the territory's border. Field brought 18 cavalrymen, 47 infantrymen, 30 temporary armed slaves, and a militia of 5 free men. According to the Defense Act, free men were obligated to defend the territory, although Field had no intention of using them. This battle has depleted the territory's defensive forces, except for the wounded. If you can't beat Rosalia, don't worry about territory anymore. Just play a revival match against Lao. 2 men leaning on wooden canes approached. Your Excellency, please allow us to go as well. We can continue fighting. They were the ones who had suffered serious injuries while defending the territory. Although they had received medical treatment, they still needed time to recover. Field patted the 2 men on the shoulder. We'll talk about it after you've recovered. Besides, I'm not telling you to be idle. Going to supervise the slaves is also a contribution to Nightfall. The group set off, with fog lights along the way, and a large number of slaves built simple wooden forts along the route. Building numerous small, inexpensive fortresses, layering them with defenses, and equipping them with crossbows for a defensive counteroffensive is currently the optimal solution. It's a pity we don't have muskets, Field said regretfully. We must develop musket technology in the future. The main building of Starry Night Manor is a prime example of the fusion of romantic and solemn architectural styles. For over 230 years, the Starry Night family cultivated the land in the northern province, choosing not to build fortresses or castles, but instead devoting all their energy to constructing this grand manor brimming with artistic flair. Everywhere there were arcades, Roman columns, sculptures, and fountains, but unfortunately, these magnificent decorations could not preserve the Starry Night family bloodline. The extinct Starry Night family was jointly ruled and inherited by the distant Ross family, and finally fell into the hands of Field. Outside the main building, slaves came and went, clearing a space and driving wooden stakes into the ground. 3 simple, semicircular wooden fortresses were beginning to take shape. Besides that, they placed wooden chevaux de frise. The greatest advantage of the rotting corpses was their numbers and their fearlessness. As long as their numbers were reduced by using a large amount of debris, they wouldn't be difficult to deal with. In addition, slaves were responsible for transporting military supplies such as purification potions, medicines, and crossbow bolts, placing them in a corner of the wooden fortress. The guards were already clad in heavy armor, each carrying a long halberd on their shoulder. The sharp, menacing halberds formed 2 forests of spears, with links and iron hammer, each leading a squad. Although there were only 40-odd men, each had fought in several battles and was not just there for show. For a moment, the halberds formed a dense forest, and the army's momentum was overwhelming. The warhorse spun restlessly, and Field, gripping the reins, commanded, "Cavalry, clear out the swarming carcasses." Animals seemed to be more sensitive to danger than humans. The warhorses were all restless, a situation that had never occurred before. There's no doubt that Rosalia is very strong. She's yours to deal with, Ashina. Field stared at the blood-red warning sign on the mini-map, his heart pounding with tension. Leave it to me. Ashina's crimson eyes scanned the building before her as she extended a slender finger. She should be in the basement. I can sense threats of varying degrees in the other rooms, but the basement is eerily quiet. This is very illogical. Field gave her a thumbs up for guessing correctly. How about I charge in and take a look? Ashina asked. Field shook his head. No rush. Let's conserve our energy first. Before the enemy comes out, let's clear out the surrounding corpses to avoid being distracted by the corrupted creatures like last time. This battle needs to be resolved in one go. Ashina nodded obediently. The corpses outside the main building had their clothes rotten, or their clothes and flesh were fused together, making them look extremely grotesque. The demi-human cavalry charged out from the left flank of the army like a whirlwind, sweeping across the square. The horde of corpses was immediately divided into smaller groups by the cavalry. Once the smaller groups posed no threat, Silver Claw led the cavalry to surround them. The armor clattered against their bodies with a crisp crack, and a direct hit would shatter bones, while a mere graze would send them tumbling to the ground, only to be trampled into minced meat by the iron hooves. They didn't even need to use lances. The cavalrymen could easily take down a bunch of heads by simply swinging their long sabers. Ashina was very skilled at training cavalry, and with the added intensity of combat, her slave cavalry quickly became comparable to the family knights of minor lords. These skilled cavalrymen would soon be able to wipe out the surrounding corpses. Chapter 61 Offensive. The main building has 4 floors above ground, and the stone walls are covered with purple decaying plants. Through the broken windows, you can see the interior. The overturned furniture was covered with the secretions of decaying organisms, like a spider's web. The rotting corpses huddled together with empty eyes, most of them dressed in burlap clothes, some even in tattered armor. Field even saw a rotting corpse wearing a mage's robe. Be careful, the sounds of fighting have alerted them. As soon as Ashina finished speaking, the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor seemed to burst open, and a bunch of bizarre, decaying creatures poured out. Accompanied by a sinister laugh filled with murderous intent, an emaciated, rotting corpse landed on the ground and, without giving Field time to marvel, charged forward with huge strides. 1, 2. Ashina counted. No need to count. There are too many. We can't possibly count them all. At a glance, at least 100 had emerged, and the number was still increasing. Seeing so many monsters, Field's face turned serious. Ashina shook her head and said, "No, I'm analyzing their levels. There are quite a few extraordinary corpses. Extraordinary rotting corpses, and quite a few at that." Field's eyelids twitched, but he remained calm and signaled the cavalry to retreat. "Bring the cavalry back. Halberdiers, hold the wooden walls for defense. The rear ranks, prepare to fire arrows. Use enchanted arrowheads directly." The slaves blew the horns, and the cavalrymen, upon receiving the order, immediately abandoned the fighting and quickly returned to their formation from the right flank. They were all panting heavily, their long swords trembling incessantly, not only because of fatigue, but also because of excessive excitement and the surge of adrenaline. Slaves accompanying the army came and went, constantly stringing crossbows and dipping arrows in purification potions. The enchantment Field spoke of involved soaking the arrowheads in purification potions, potions imbued with the power of holy light, which were extremely effective against corruption. The horde of zombies was rapidly approaching the wooden fortress where the Lynx was located. Behind the wooden wall, the halberdiers stood in dense ranks, stretching their halberds forward as far as they could, aiming them at the howling, charging corpses. "Loose the arrows." Field gave the order. Whoosh! Ashina drew her bow and arrow. The silver arrow, carrying the power of the winter god, was like a magnificent comet and slammed into the head of the second-tier corpse at the front. The second-tier corpse's face vanished. To be precise, most of its head had been blasted off by an arrow. Bang, bang. As if it were a signal, the guards and armed slaves in the back row all fired their crossbows upon seeing the silver arrow, the crisp sound like firecrackers, instantly creating a cacophony of explosions. There was no need to wind the crossbow. The guards would simply hand the used crossbows to the slaves behind them, who would then wind them and return them to the guards. Thus, even with only 30 or 40 people in the back row, arrows could be rained down like locusts, continuously. Arrows pierced the sky, immediately bringing with them wails and rain of blood from the horde of corpses. Large numbers of rotting corpses fell to the ground, struck by arrows, like wheat being harvested. Crossbow bolts are inherently powerful, and they attack flesh and blood bodies that have no armor for protection. Ordinary corpses die with a single arrow, and crossbow bolts can even pierce through their bodies, killing the corpses behind them as well. Extraordinary corpses don't fare much better. Under the extremely strong restraining effect of the purification potion, they can also be targeted and killed. Even if they don't die, the intense burning sensation on their bodies will cause their already numb souls to feel intense pain, thus losing their fighting ability. Using so much purifying solution is extremely extravagant. "Watch out for the enemy's ranged attacks," Ashina said, instinctively stepping in front of Field to shield him. She had been keeping a close eye on the battlefield. "I'll take the attack. Don't worry, I trust the Nightfall soldiers." Field gritted his teeth, glancing at the mini-map. The red dot was still in the basement. "We're all first-tier, chosen gods. The more power we preserve, the better our chances of winning." Ashina's crimson eyes swept across the battlefield as she warned, "Be careful, the enemy also has long-range attack capabilities." The rotting corpses endured 7 or 8 more waves of arrows. The guards entered the corpses' firing range. From behind, the strange monsters sprang forth numerous bone spikes, which they then hurled at the army formation. Thanks to Ashina's reminder, Field immediately responded. "Cease fire. Raise shields. Prepare to engage." The guards immediately raised their iron shields to cover their heads. Almost simultaneously, the clanging of metal striking metal rang out, and bone spikes fell into the army formation. They were blocked by shields, iron armor, and wooden walls, but many guards still grimaced from the stinging pain. The slaves behind the formation were not so lucky. 3 of them were nailed to the ground by bone spikes on the spot. The remaining slaves were so frightened that their legs went weak. They turned around and tried to escape, but when they saw the cavalry pressing behind them, they were afraid of being killed as deserters. They were at a loss for what to do. "Go behind the low wall and continue loading the crossbow." Field waved his hand. "Beware of arrows." Ashina twirled her spear with one hand, the rapidly spinning spear acting like a rotor, knocking down all the flying bone spikes. Field's forehead was sweating, but his expression remained unchanged. He couldn't appear panicked in front of the soldiers. There are many kinds of decaying creatures. The rotting corpses we encountered before, which could only howl, were nothing more than the lowest level cannon fodder. Luckily, I wasn't reckless when I came to the manor. If I had attacked the main building directly, there probably wouldn't have been any trace left. Boom! The corrupted creature charged forward like a mad dog, completely ignoring the gleaming halberd that greeted it. It rammed into the halberd, its head being pierced through, while its body crashed into the wooden wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Roar, roar, roar. Corrupted creatures poured out of the main building's various exits, roaring at the top of their lungs, before crashing into the defensive lines. The wooden fort tactic proved highly effective. The rotting corpses had to climb over or break through the thick wooden walls to kill the guards, but the guards could easily smash the corpses' heads with halberds and maces. Within 15 minutes, countless rotting corpses lay at the foot of the wooden wall, and the air was filled with a suffocating, thick stench of decay. Here I come. Just as Field was about to launch a flank attack by his cavalry, he suddenly noticed red dot markers mixed in with the wave of rotting corpses. Field felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he hadn't let his guard down. If he had been a second later, the entire defensive line might have collapsed. Field said in a low voice, "She's hiding in the horde of corpses. Leave it to me." Ashina was clearly serious now, extremely so, and she even spoke less. Ashina pretended not to know anything, left from the left wing, and pretended to attack the flank of the rotting corpse, urging the dragon wolf to charge out. A thick, dark red energy ripple suddenly swept out, accompanied by crackling sounds. All the rotting corpses along the way exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, and the explosions continued in the air for a long time. Humph, still so fond of resorting to underhanded tricks. Ashina's expression was icy, and she snorted disdainfully. Having been prepared, she dodged the explosive attack with a mere flash. Chapter 62 Shocking. Etiquette from Corrupted Creatures. Make up for yesterday's missed update. After recovering, Rosalia has returned to her mature and sophisticated self. Why? How could you dodge my divine technique? Rosalia's pupils dilated in shock. Logically speaking, it is difficult to defend against a chosen one sneak attack, because divine power is neither battle aura nor magic, and is difficult to perceive. Upon hearing this, Ashina sneered and shook her head, refusing to waste any more words, and directly urged the dragon wolf to launch an attack. A flash of eerie blue light appeared beside Rosalia in an instant. The dragon wolf opened its massive jaws to an astonishing arc, its sharp teeth biting down with terrifying force, directly plunging into Rosalia's tender body. Rosalia, temporarily exhausted from unleashing her divine power, could only watch helplessly as the foul-smelling maw bit down. Uffed. Blood splattered everywhere as Rosalia's upper body was eaten. Black Wolf, swallow it. Although this move was perverse, Ashina would not show any mercy. She said coldly, "I don't believe that eating you will restore you." In just 3 seconds, it was proven that this method was not feasible. The dragon-like wolf felt intense discomfort, even though it usually fed on carrion. A torrent of blood surged wildly through its mouth, even managing to pierce its lower jaw and shatter many teeth, causing copious amounts of blood to seep out. Ugh! A large mass of flesh and blood was vomited out, and the dragon wolf looked extremely uncomfortable. "How dare you let that lowly stray dog eat me? You deserve to be hanged." The blood vessels throbbed, restoring Rosalia to human form, but this newly restored mature woman form was merely a trial period, fleeting in an instant. Field didn't even get a clear look before seeing an elegant and pure noble woman glaring angrily at Ashina. "It's a giant wolf, not a wild dog." Ashina shook her delicate white index finger, raising an eyebrow with a slightly flirtatious air. She seemed to enjoy teasing Rosalia, tirelessly correcting her mistakes. Then, Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. "Are you going to run away again this time, esteemed noble lady?" "Ugh, I never ran away. I've always upheld the honor of nobility." Rosalia's face flushed with shame and anger, and even the long chain binding her left hand trembled violently. Rosalia gritted her teeth in anger and looked in Field's direction. The Holy Griffin Empire must have been ruined by its cowardly soldiers. It was destroyed by demi-humans in just 10 years. How come even the northern province has demi-human chosen ones? Field met Rosalia's bright, starry eyes, and both of them were taken aback. "Oh my God, I must be dreaming. You're actually a human lord." Rosalia's head was spinning, and she put her fair hand to her forehead. "A human lord, and an ancient noble one at that, can actually contract a demi-human. Why would I have such a dream?" I must be starving. Ancient nobles? Ashina was puzzled and looked at Field with a question in her mind. That sounds so high class. The title doesn't matter, but she really hasn't left Nightfall territory for 10 years. Field was both amused and exasperated to hear the term ancient nobles in the northern province. 10 years ago, or more precisely, 7 years ago, black hair and black eyes, as well as gray hair and gray eyes, dark skin, and a high nose and deep-set eyes were the most orthodox symbols of nobility. On the contrary, blonde and red hair, or other random hair colors, including Ashina's silver hair, were considered lower class and were referred to as barbarians or savages. However, the ancient kingdom of the Inner Sea, the Phoenix Empire, had long since perished. Even its rightful successor, the Purple Gold Empire, was recently overrun and massacred by heretics. Meanwhile, the westward expansion of nomadic tribes from the east brought natural disasters and a large influx of black-haired slaves. The so-called symbols of ancient nobility veered to another extreme. Unless proven by a family genealogy, anyone born of slaves or enemies was subject to severe discrimination. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself was the driving force. The empire's high-ranking officials, including the empress, were all blonde barbarians, so they couldn't possibly look down on themselves. Hello. Although this isn't a ball, it's a pleasure to meet you. Surprisingly, Rosalia's attitude improved considerably. She suppressed her anger. A faint smile appeared on her face, her long, shapely legs slightly bent at the knees, and she gracefully nodded to Field while lifting the sides of her skirt with both hands. In this cursed land filled with filth, blood, and rotting corpses, the golden flowers blooming there are as beautiful as works of art. Hello, beautiful lady. Field returned the greeting with aristocratic courtesy. Endured countless cold shoulders in the Ross territory, I never expected that a beautiful noble lady would take the initiative to greet me in the Nightfall territory. It just goes to show that life is full of surprises. Of course, it would be great if this thing were actually a living person. The red dot on the mini-map has been replaced by a simple panel. Name, Rosalia Starry Night. Rank, Tier 1, Corrupted Chosen. Type, Guardian Infantry/Corruption Hybrid. Status, Confused, with an extreme urge to kill. Lord, none. A contract cannot be signed until the enemy is defeated. So, you can form a contract after defeating them? Field rubbed his eyes, hardly believing it himself. Field decided to try peaceful means first. Rosalia, perhaps we can talk. You are here. No way. Rosalia smiled sweetly, her voice slightly groaning as she hugged herself and trembled as she said, although I don't want to cut down nobles, I can't help myself. Just thinking about being able to slice open the body of an ancient noble makes me tremble with excitement. That moment will be the light of my entire life. You're a pervert. Indeed, corrupted creatures possess only a pure bloodlust, even if they retain memories or intelligence. Negotiations failed. Ashina, beat her to a pulp. Field did not hesitate and immediately ordered an attack. Whoosh. A silver arrow flashed by. Ding. Humph. Do you think your little trick will work a second time? Rosalia was constantly on guard against hidden arrows. The moment she heard the sound of something cutting through the air, she flicked her chains, deflecting the arrows. Her killing intent surged, and she swung her great sword, cleaving the surrounding corpses in half at the waist. A large amount of life energy flowed into the greatsword. Divine skill, endless slash. The demonic eye at the center of the greatsword gleamed with terrifying crimson light, and with a powerful hum, 7 or 8 immense sword energies of destruction swept out. The surface of the sword energies was a corrupted gray-black. At a glance, it seemed to pull one's very mind into it, driving one to madness and despair. This time, let's see where you run to. The destructive sword energy, seemingly tearing through space, quickly blocked all of Ashina's escape routes. Black Wolf, hold on. Ashina decisively abandoned her mobility, having no direction to escape, and could only hide behind the Dragon Wolf. All the scales stood up, and the Dragon Wolf's dark blue flames surged out rapidly, as if it had put on a suit of armor. Chapter 63. Oh no, I think I've brought the boss home, Part 1. The powerful sword energy, several meters long, spread out as if it were a tangible force, crushing and destroying the surrounding corpses, trees, and buildings that blocked its path, turning them into dust and disappearing into the air. As this terrifying energy ripple spread, the guards defending the wooden fortress trembled with fear, their faces turning deathly pale. What terrifying skill! Field was sweating bullets for Ashina. The Dragon Wolf's defense was also rising rapidly, with a large amount of flames attached to its scales, as if the scales had been quenched. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the two sides collided. The corrupted creatures that got too close were almost strangled and annihilated before they could even groan. A pitiful whimper rang out, and the dragon wolf flew backward, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. Ashina staggered 2 steps and found an opening to leave the attack range. The other ripples of sword energy slowly disappeared from sight and eventually vanished into nothingness. Ashina shook her head, feeling dizzy and disoriented, fluffing up a cloud of dust from her beast ears, and looked in the direction of the dragon wolf. The dragon wolf sensed its master's call and stood up shakily. Half of its once beautiful scales were gone, and broken scales and bone fragments were stuck in its flesh. Its body was covered with deep wounds that exposed the bone, making it look particularly terrifying. "Ha, you think that's all?" Rosalia's face was also pale, but she rallied her spirits and quickly slaughtered her own kind around her, constantly absorbing their life energy. "I said I would eat you, and I won't go back on my word." Bang! A short crossbow bolt struck Rosalia in the back, immediately followed by a blinding flash. "Ouch! That hurts." Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Rosalia jumped up in fright, quickly pulled out the crossbow bolt, smashed it into pieces, and angrily questioned Field. "Where did your noble spirit go? How could you launch a sneak attack? What's the point of worrying about spirit? Let's survive first, then we can talk about this." Field always prioritized practicality, frantically cocking the unloaded crossbow while yelling at the stunned soldiers. "Don't just stand there, fire." Bang bang. Small pieces of fletching immediately fell. The arrows, soaked in the purifying potion, were extremely effective against corrupting creatures. Rosalia had no choice but to stop reaping the lives of her own kind, and instead swung her chains to deflect the incoming arrows. There were still quite a few arrows, which pierced through the gaps in the chains and landed on the girl, making a hissing sound as they burned. Rosalia screamed in agony. Okay, if this continues, she definitely won't be able to hold on. Field's nerves relaxed. Now we need to control the damage and not kill her outright. However, something terrifying happened. Rosalia simply stopped blocking the arrows and let them fall on her. "These things chosen by the holy light are really annoying, but do you really think you can kill me with these?" Rosalia casually pulled out an arrow, broke it in half, and revealed a mocking smile. "Although it will hurt a little the first time you are hit, you will get used to it. It's even a little comfortable." "Holy crap, does it have to be this insane? You're a fucking masochist, aren't you?" Field exclaimed with a start, taking a deep breath. But then he smiled slightly. "Ashina, spare his life. I still have a use for him." Field's attack merely bought Ashina time to refine her divine skill. Divine skill, the extreme cold-piercing spear. Unlike Rosalia, Ashina rarely uses her divine skills because if her divine skill misses, she cannot release a second one for a short period of time. But its power is undeniable. A thin but incredibly fast divine spear instantly magnified before Rosalia's eyes. Boom! Unlike the first time she unleashed her power at the Grand Winery, Ashina didn't have to worry about her divine power affecting the buildings, and this time her divine skill truly displayed its normal strength. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded across the sky. It seemed as if the entire Starry Night Manor trembled violently, and the ground was torn open by the violent force. Ordinary people were doomed. After a ringing in their ears, they nearly went deaf. A terrifying force exploded before Rosalia. Before her face could even freeze, the color drained from her body, turning her deathly pale. She then violently coughed up blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Before the blood could even touch the ground, it was shattered and disintegrated by the power of the winter god, disappearing into nothingness along with Rosalia herself. "It's over." Field gasped for breath, his heart pounding. "Looks like the ashes have been scattered. Oh well, it's a good ending. I can accept it." "Be careful, sir. She's not dead yet." Ashina stepped in front of Field, delivering the shocking news. "Sir, you and the soldiers should retreat first. The affected area will be even larger." There aren't many corpses around anymore." Field glanced at the minimap. The surrounding corpses had been almost completely wiped out by the repeated bombardments from the 2 chosen ones and the attacks from the guards. Only a few survivors remained inside the main building. "Lynx, let's go to the second line of defense." Before Field could leave, the smoke was suddenly blown away by a strong wind, and a cracked and broken black greatsword in front of the main building began to ooze blood. However, this time the material was obviously insufficient, and it slowly wove together a cute figure. With her small, delicate feet touching the ground, Rosalia's lowly version slowly emerged, like a pitiful and adorable porcelain doll. She slightly parted her pink and thin lips and said angrily, "It hurts so much. My head is about to be knocked sideways." Although it's cute, Field is almost numb. From an older woman into a young girl, and then from a young girl into a little girl. Logically, shouldn't being beaten make you grow bigger? Why did she shrink instead? Another generation younger. Ashina exclaimed in shock. Can you even handle a weapon now? After all, the greatsword was much taller than the little girl's. Damn it, I'll go all out against you. The greatsword behind her emitted a dark gray light. Rosalia stretched out her delicate white hand and said in a soft, cute voice, Gluttony greatsword, disintegrate. As if glass had shattered, the greatsword instantly crumbled. Countless twisted lines of blood, like tiny snakes, converged from all directions into Rosalia's body, eventually coalescing together. A 3-story-tall western dragon slowly emerged from the void, constructed from bloodlines. Its ferocious bone wings unfolded, covered with blood streaks and rotting flesh. It lacked any sense of solemnity and instead exuded an aura of death and decay. Ashina, let's go together. For the first time since arriving in the northern province, Field felt powerless. Ashina had used her divine skill and was now in a weakened state, while the dragon wolf was in an even worse state. Ashina waved her hands repeatedly and said in a relaxed tone, No need, she was just struggling at the end of her rope. Even the divine artifact has been shattered. You still have a trump card? Field was overjoyed. Of course, I also had a fight with her. Ashina smiled confidently. Chapter 64. Oh no, I think I've brought the boss home, Part 2. Rosalia, now transformed into a corrupted dragon, could not fly. Her dragon wings, located at her waist, swept out, clearing away the wooden fortress of the first line of defense and the surrounding corpses, scattering them like toys. Countless debris flew out in all directions. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and chaos reigned. Some soldiers were fleeing in disarray, while others were fighting against rotting corpses. Screams of humans and the sound of things falling could be heard everywhere. What was originally a clear and straightforward situation has been turned into a mess. Eyes, radiating a cold, deathly aura, stared lifelessly at everything on the ground. Then, the dragon's body began to move, like an old machine covered in spider webs. With each step, it shook off large amounts of flesh and blood. Just as Ashina said, Rosalia was fighting back in a desperate attempt to escape death. Judging from her appearance, she could collapse into a pile of minced meat at any moment. Roar! The dragon's ferocious maw was torn open along with its cheeks, and countless white light bullets spewed out, containing a terrifying corrupting power. Like a meteor shower, they fell to the ground one by one, a completely indiscriminate attack. Despite being covered in wounds, the dragon wolf continued to spew fireballs or directly ram into the light projectiles to intercept them. But it was ultimately futile. People were frequently struck by the projectiles and died without a trace. Worse still, there were rotting corpses gathering around, because the commotion earlier had caused the wandering corpses to start converging on this spot. Damn it, she can't even die in peace. We can't let her keep killing people. Ashina's ease vanished instantly, replaced by gritted teeth in anger. Besides, she's heading straight for the Grand Winery. Once she reaches the Grand Winery, the master's hard work will be ruined. Damn it, I still ended up exploding with her. Don't do anything rash. Field was stunned. He dodged the flying wooden crate and then plunged his long sword into the head of a rotting corpse. My lord, please hide first. I'll take care of that idiot soon. Ashina led Field to a safe place, looking extremely anxious. Black Wolf, come here, prepare to charge. Seeing Ashina summon the dragon wolf, Field was startled and quickly pulled Ashina away. It's not worth dying together with her. I feel she's about to collapse. Let her collapse on her own. As long as you're here, we can rebuild 10,000 territories. I know, but I promised you I would protect Nightfall territory and its people. Please believe me. I said I am your sword. Ashina said, then turned and followed the blood-soaked dragon wolf towards the corrupted dragon. Black Wolf charge. Wolf, covered in blood, crouched low, as if hunting, as eerie blue flames scorched its body, evaporating the flowing blood. Coupled with its twisted, ferocious face, it resembled a beast from hell. Boom! Like a cannonball, the dragon wolf rose directly into the air, like a dark blue comet, trailing a blue tail flame, and crashed straight into the corrupted dragon. The corrupted dragon, which was already collapsing, had no defense at all and was directly hit by the dragon wolf into its belly. Dragon-type Black Wolf, disintegrate. A muffled sound rang out, and in an instant, countless black scales spanning across space flew out from the corrupted dragon's body. Rings of almost tangible, ghostly blue fire waves spread outwards from the corrupted dragon's belly. Even the already dead corrupted dragon let out a scream. The explosion of the artifact was a force that burned the soul, and Field could see her pain even from a great distance. Boom! The corrupted dragon's pupils suddenly contracted, followed by a massive explosion. Countless bits of flesh and blood fell, scattering on the ground with a crackling sound, and the huge skeleton was directly reduced to dust. Field raised his shield above his head, feeling the tapping sound, while worrying about Ashina's situation. The scattered, rotting corpses began to gather together. Damn, there are always cockroaches to kill. Field drew his longsword and killed one of them. Before he could kill the other corpses, he saw the corpse in front of him being trampled to death by a warhorse. The newcomers were a cavalry unit, consisting of 8 men. My lord, we are late. Silverclaw scratched his head through his iron helmet. They were also extremely disheveled. Because they were all born slaves, they did not know any honorifics and spoke very bluntly. It's not too late. Field noticed 2 streaks of light crashing into the main building and immediately mounted his horse. Come with me to the main building. Leave it to us, Silverclaw said worriedly. You need to be careful. Let's go. Field didn't want to say anything and simply spurred his horse and set off. Protect the master. The cavalryman immediately followed. On the other side, it hurt so much. Rosalia was free-falling through the air, struggling to open her eyes. As soon as she squinted, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes filled with a chilling coldness. Behind Ashina was a phantom image of a wolf spirit. Her face was extremely haggard, but the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. Hello, noble lady. This was Ashina's first time attempting a self-destruction. Although it was a dragon wolf that exploded, she herself suffered considerable backlash. How was it? Did the feeling of the artifact exploding inside your stomach fill you up? After saying that, Ashina, as she approached the ground, simply threw a punch, slamming Rosalia directly into the building. Rosalia crashed into a wall, tumbling and finally coming to a stop against it. Her once smooth legs were now filthy, and her beautiful black dress was tattered. You despicable demi-humans, don't even think about making human nobles submit. Rosalia gritted her teeth and tried to stand up. In the blink of an eye, Ashina arrived. Her scarlet eyes still gleamed like jewels in the darkness. She held a cavalry saber, the long tip of which sparked countless fires as it scraped against the ground. If you didn't know the situation, you'd think he was a perverted butcher chasing after a poor little girl, like a fantasy version of Chainsaw Killer. Uft! Ashina pinned Rosalia to the wall with a single blow. With a beast-like gaze sweeping up and down, Ashina playfully licked her long, sharp nails. I'm curious, do you have a baby form? Because of the separation of the dragon wolf, Ashina is now in a berserk state, empowered by a divine artifact. You can't kill me. Corruption will eventually spread throughout the world, and I will be reborn in the fog of death. Ashina gave her a cold glance and waved her hand dismissively. Whatever. Why did I lose? Rosalia, still in her little girl form and lacking mental fortitude, burst into tears, vomiting blood twice. Both possessed divine skills. Both could disintegrate divine artifacts, yet she was the one who suffered a crushing defeat. Because in the battle of the chosen ones, every bit of strength is of utmost importance. From the moment my lord learned that you were mingling among the horde of corpses, your chances of winning were 0. Besides, you can't control corpses, can you? Ashina asked, her voice sharp. But I have someone helping me, like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps. Chapter 65. Oh no, I think I brought the boss home, Part 2. Ashina, are you alright? The soldiers cleared away the rubble, and Field crawled into the house through a hole in the wall. Other soldiers with shields and knives followed, all looking wary. Field immediately saw Rosalia pinned to the wall and Ashina smiling beside her, and only then did he feel relieved. You go out and keep watch. Field waved his hand, and the soldiers responded and left. Thanks to you, I'm alright. No longer as cold and wild as when she was attacking people, Ashina had returned to her previous docile self. Field was heartbroken. Ashina's condition was poor. The wolf spirit phantom behind her swayed and twisted, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. The disintegration artifact, while granting greater power, was only temporary and should only be used as a last resort. Your wolf, Field pointed at the phantom and said worriedly. I didn't expect the artifact could self-destruct. Can it be restored? Will it have a big impact on you? It won't affect me much. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep, and the wolf will recover too. Knowing that the Lord was concerned about her, Ashina withdrew the wolf spirit and whispered in Field's ear. It will take the black wolf 7 days to recover to its peak condition, but it will be ready to fight again in 3 days. That's good. Field breathed a sigh of relief. After retrieving the wolf spirit, Ashina was visibly weakened, and her body swayed a few times. Field quickly stepped forward to help him up. Actually, I don't need help, it's just... The Lord's sudden approach surprised her. Ashina's eyes darted around instinctively, looking a little shy, before she finally glanced cautiously at Field. Oh, really? Huh. Field's hand froze in midair, instantly embarrassed. It turned out that shaking him twice was going to make him faint. In the past, when watching TV, the characters would sway a couple of times and fall to the ground, unconscious, and then do whatever they wanted. Shaking doesn't equal fainting. Tang Nyo's inequality is a killer. But I'll still play along with you. With that, Ashina smiled sweetly and leaned into Field's arms. He was immediately enveloped in a fragrant embrace, a sweet and soft scent unique to women wafting in. Field didn't even know where to touch, because every part felt wonderful. Hey, don't touch it. Ashina covered her face, then turned her head and made a face at Rosalia, hanging on the wall. Puff. Rosalia coughed up a mouthful of blood, so angry she almost died. Is this really necessary? If I lose, I should be the one contributing the defeat animation. Why the hell are you guys preparing to put on a show for me? Show some respect to this little girl. Treat her with childlike eyes. You, don't believe this nasty demi-human. When she was slashing me just now, it was terrifying. Rosalia protested in a hoarse voice. After Rosalia protested for a while, the two got back to their normal behavior. After all, people don't like to watch anything that's too outrageous. My lord, what are your plans for dealing with this monster? Ashina, as if transformed into a medieval peasant preparing for a witch hunt, revealed a terrifying glint in her eyes. Perhaps we could torture it to extract useful information and then burn it. Or we could simply sell it to the Church of Holy Light. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. The nobles will not yield, sob. Rosalia's eyes were blurry with tears, which, combined with her exquisitely beautiful face, made her look extremely cute. Field glanced at Rosalia's status bar, which had changed from undefeated, cannot be contracted, to can be contracted. Why not just contract her? Field said matter-of-factly. Killing her would be such a waste. She's caused so much damage to our territory. We have to capture her and reform her through labor. Oh. Both women were shocked. My lord, what did Ashina do wrong? Why did you abandon me? Ashina immediately wilted, her ears drooping like airplane ears, looking aggrieved. As expected of an ancient noble family, you have excellent taste. Submitting to my feet is a wise choice. However, corrupted creatures cannot be contracted by humans. I can infect you and set a precedent for you, making you my personal male concubine. Rosalia was extremely smug. Even while hanging on the wall, she could still proudly put her hands on her hips. Hearing their answers, Field was at a loss and quickly patted Ashina's head. How could I not want you? Why not just make 2 contracts? Field suggested. Rosalia laughed incessantly, even spitting out blood from laughing too hard. She said, Of course not. Your teacher is too irresponsible. Even if a chosen one is from the same pantheon, they can only contract with one person, let alone someone from a different, even hostile, pantheon like me. Besides, only those of the same kind can form contracts with each other, such as between humans, between demi-humans, and so on. Why would you form a contract with a demi-human chosen one? You're a demi-human in disguise, aren't you? Is that really the case? 3 faces of utter bewilderment, that JPG. Well, let's give it a try. Practice makes perfect. Field wouldn't abandon his goal based on just one sentence. Besides, you don't want to die, do you? These words struck a chord with Rosalia. Even as a mad, corrupting creature, she possessed intelligence and did not wish to die or suffer. Ashina still remembers what she said about using her to breed with animals. Who knows if the demi-human in front of her will actually do it? You're really bold. The Empire has conducted countless experiments on this. Otherwise, why would those high-ranking officials give their precious chosen ones to their offspring or ministers? Oh well, don't blame me if it causes a backlash from divine power. Ashina was extremely worried. Forget it? I'll work even harder. Let's give it a try, Field said through gritted teeth. Satisfy you. Rosalia tore open her tattered long dress, revealing the chosen mark on her snow-white thighs, which shone with an eerie light. Countless gray-black death energies surged out, converging into an indistinct and indescribable phantom of a goddess. Then a divine force connected with Field's body. Rosalia let out a wicked chuckle and said in a soft, cute tone, You're playing with fire. The power of the goddess of corruption will definitely kill you and crush your soul. Before the words were even finished, the God-chosen contract was successfully completed. Rosalia's bright, starry eyes widened in disbelief. It succeeded? You must be kidding me. Field didn't even seem to notice. He casually waved his hand and said, "No big deal. We're very familiar with the goddess of corruption." "What goddess?" "Sorry, I'm a materialist and an atheist. They're all here to be my sex. I mean, to work for me and build up my territory. I don't think I really want to cut you down anymore." Rosalia shook her head, her eyes clearing up. The murderous intent and deathly aura that had filled them vanished. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." Field casually sat down on a piece of old furniture for a while, then wondered, "Wait a minute, does this mean I've brought the villainous boss home?" Chapter 66, Ashina's Prank. Rosalia's name has also appeared on Field's Lord panel. Name, Rosalia Starry Night. Rank, Tier 1, Corrupted Chosen. Class, Guardian Infantry / Corrupted Hybrid. Divine Skill, Endless / consumes life force or divine power to unleash a large-scale sword aura / Divine Artifact, Gluttony Greatsword, absorbs life force, condenses blood threads, can easily repair the host's body. Side effect is to generate hunger. Special Ability, Corruption Immortality, a body composed of special divine power, making it difficult to kill. Even if crushed into pieces, the soul will return to the fog of death, awaiting the next descent. Legion Skills, none. Territory Bonus, none. Field looked at the panel, pondering. Corrupted creatures are truly peculiar. They are actually immortal beings. It makes sense that they can't provide buffs to legions and territories, since corruption only causes destruction. But it's not a big problem. With Rosalia, the territory's combat strength has at least doubled. Before, whenever Ashina went out, Field was always worried that his house would be robbed. Now that Rosalia is with them, Nightfall territory finally has both offensive and defensive capabilities. I never imagined that corruption would have chosen ones, let alone that it could be contracted. This northern province is no cursed land. It's clearly a land of good fortune. Field was overjoyed. I've decided. I'm going to capture all the Pokemon and contract all the corrupted chosen ones. The existence of one corrupted chosen one implies the existence of many more. At the same time, Field also learned that the uncontracted corrupted chosen ones were marked with red dots on the map. Field turned to look at the two of them. Ashina and Rosalia both have the same expression. Sigma, degree, Konudi, Inku. Huh? You really made a contract with her? Ashina's pupils dilated in shock. No wonder I was so puzzled when you made a contract with me. There's never been a precedent for a demi-human and a human making a contract. You can not only make contracts across races, but you can also make contracts with multiple chosen gods. It's incredible. Field waved his hand. Keep it low-key. It's just a trivial matter. The freedom of sexual desire extends to the number of races that can be contracted. This is a shock to people from another world, and even to a small group of Chinese people. Indeed, after all, I was trained by you. You truly deserve to be called the Lord. Ashina thought of what Field had said before, that he would make her the chosen one so that she could have the strength she had today. Put her down. The contract with the corrupted chosen one is very binding. There's no need to worry about her betraying you. Pointing to Rosalia hanging on the wall, a long knife still stuck in her chest, blood gushing down. For most people, that amount of blood loss would have sent them to their deaths, to fight Luda in a resurrection match. All right, but please be careful. Corruption is the embodiment of the devil. After a moment's thought, Ashina stepped forward, drew her long sword, and sheathed it. She didn't forget to bare her teeth and warn Rosalia, "Don't even think about hurting anyone, especially Lord Field, or I will nail you to the wall a second time." The little girl's eyelids drooped, and she was too weak to speak. Without the Gluttony Greatsword to heal her wounds, she could not recover. Such a serious injury. Field took off his robe and pressed it against Rosalia's wound, then took out a potion from his pocket to stop the bleeding. Although ordinary potions were not very effective on the chosen one, it was better than doing nothing. I'm fine, I just need to get some sleep." Rosalia blinked repeatedly, her mouth agape, uttering a string of indistinct words. "What?" Field leaned closer to listen, but found that Rosalia had already fainted. She said she was very grateful to the Lord. Ashina's ears twitched, but her eyes darted around, her hands behind her back, looking completely innocent. Field smiled with satisfaction. The little girl is quite sensible. In fact, Ashina heard it clearly. The little girl said, "Pregnant, not now." When I was arguing with Rosalia before, I threatened her, saying that if I caught her, I would make her pregnant. Who the hell knew they actually caught them? Now there's another problem. Should we announce the corruption of the chosen ones in Nightfall? Field was in a dilemma. This was no trivial matter. It concerned Nightfall and his own future, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Whether it was corrupting the chosen one's abilities through the contract or exposing their corruption, It was a choice between diplomacy and domestic policy. Throughout the entire continent, there was no rumor of the corrupted chosen ones. Corrupted creatures were always regarded as demons, and of course, they were no different from demons. If people knew that Field could contract with demons, the consequences would be self-evident. Countless righteous people would definitely raise Nightfall to the ground. Moreover, even the gentle Ashina has made the humans in the territory feel uneasy, and the appearance of Rosalia will cause the humans in the territory to have a mental breakdown. Ashina offered no opinions on domestic or foreign policy. She smiled and said, "I will listen to you, and I will unconditionally support any decisions you make." "Then let's keep it a secret for now." Field's lips curled up. "Perfect, we need secret forces too." "Yes, my lord." Ashina stretched, revealing her exquisite curves. Sweat from the battle glistened on her skin, making it white and radiant, like a fine piece of porcelain. In the dimly lit room, she emitted a captivating glow. She pleaded sweetly, "Lord Field, I want meat when we get back. 3 servings. Oomph, when have I ever skimped on your meat?" Field picked up Rosalia. "Let's go back to the Grand Winery." On the morning of the 3rd day, Rosalia lay peacefully on the large bed, the blankets rising and falling with her steady breathing. Her soft, thin lips, paired with her snow-white skin, were like a perfect strawberry decoration on a creamy cake. The window was open, and a gentle breeze occasionally blew in. Field looked out the window and saw that the sky was still hazy, but it had cleared up considerably. "Perhaps we'll see the sun soon." Field sat on the edge of the bed and took a sip of black tea. He had never missed the sun so much. Although plants could still grow, it was still strange not to see the sun. I don't really miss her. But she's been sleeping for 3 days and still hasn't woken up. Ashina pinched Rosalia's cheek. She had been taking care of the little girl these past few days, making sure the maid didn't come into contact with the corrupted creatures. Ashina gave a sly smile and whispered in the little girl's ear, "If she keeps sleeping, she'll get pregnant soon." Rosalia frowned slightly, revealing a pained expression, but she didn't seem to be resistant. "She's carrying the child of a dragon-blooded black wolf," Ashina said slyly with a smug look on her face. Rosalia looked extremely conflicted, her small hands clutching the blanket tightly, as if she were making a desperate struggle. "Uffed, just kidding, Mississippi." Ashina stopped her prank. Rosalia regained her composure. "The memorial service is about to begin. Let's go together." Chapter 67 Post-War Relief. The memorial service was held in the southeast corner of the territory, in a cleared area that had been cleaned of decay, as it was too far from the large winery for crops to be planted there. Field designated an area there as a cemetery. The military operation against the main building resulted in the deaths of 26 people, including 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 free man, and 3 demi-human cavalrymen. Most of them died at the hands of Rosalia. The Chosen One's dismantling of her divine artifact unleashed a terrifyingly powerful force. But that's how war is. There's no war without deaths. Only killing the enemy is a fairy tale. As a lord, all Field can do is take care of the living. "Thank you, Goddess of Light, for taking the souls of your servants. Thank you, Goddess of Light, for allowing the souls of your children to rest." The eulogy was read by Old Man Spotted Dove, a free man. Because of his age and experience, he was able to recite it with some difficulty, though his recitation was halting and his hands were trembling, showing that he was putting his heart into it. Of course, it was more likely simply due to nervousness. Slaves were cremated, while free citizens were buried. Burial was a right enjoyed only by free citizens and above. Those who believe in the Holy Light believe in a judgment by the Holy Light, and that after death, people must lie quietly in the river of light, awaiting judgment from the Goddess of the Holy Light on their final destiny, whether to go to heaven or hell. This theory is used almost universally across the entire continent, since the official faith is the Goddess of Holy Light. In fact, there was no atmosphere of grief among the crowd. Most people were quite indifferent. They simply came because Field had told them to. Besides, they were entitled to a loaf of black bread and were exempt from labor. Death is nothing strange to most people, especially slaves. He reached out and touched the spot in his heart. A gold coin was hidden inside. There really are gold coins. Haha, it's like a dream. Before coming here, Iron Hammer had never touched a gold coin in his entire life, not even his father or grandfather. If they were alive, they would be insanely jealous. The gold coin's beautiful, heavy texture was simply intoxicating. He had killed enough rotting corpses to obtain this gold coin. Once he handed it over to Field, he could escape slavery and truly live a life that could be considered human. Hammer had no interest in listening to Old Dove's ramblings. In his view, slaves were simply sent by noble lords to work in dark, sunless mines, only getting a bite of dry bread every 2 or 3 days, and dying from hunger, cold, disease, or being eaten by monsters. That was perfectly normal. Instead of grieving for others, he should be thinking about how to get more bread. For the guards, the only use of the goddess of holy light was for fog lights and purification potions. The Lord is about to give a speech. His comrade nudged the hammer with his elbow. Stop showing off your gold coins. Iron Hammer immediately stretched his neck. Oh, I must listen to what the adults say. Field didn't launch into a long speech. He finished very briefly, but Hammer took it all in, especially the sentence, "They will become heroic spirits, forever guarding Nightfall, and we will forever remember them." This left Hammer scratching his head, feeling a strange mix of emotions. But he was uncultured and couldn't express himself, so he could only get excited for a while. What's most shocking is that Field actually gave the deceased something called compensation. The guards didn't even know about the money. It was a rule Field had just established, and it was announced today. Field cleared his throat. Free citizens will receive a pension of 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins, and slaves will receive a pension of 20 silver coins. The pension will be given to their relatives, and if they have no relatives, it will be confiscated and used to improve the army's food supply. When the money was handed to the wife of the dead freeman, almost everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a good thing. Many women whispered among themselves. Wow, that's a lot of money. Iron Hammer felt many burning gazes fixed on him. The guard, who had initially been looked down upon, instantly became the object of many women's affections. Even some handsome free men were looking at the slave guards with strange eyes. Damn it, I'd better have a son soon, or I can't let my money go to someone else. Almost all the guards thought so. Everyone, let's disperse. Only after all this is done can the war be considered over. As he walked along the road, Field sighed. So many people had died in battle, which saddened him. He even remembered the names of many of them. You've done very well, Ashina said gently, taking Field's hand in hers. Field nodded, perking up. It can be even better. Actually, ordinary people, well, or slaves, don't need funerals at all. Fighting for you is their duty. Ashina hesitated for a moment, then said with a sigh, "You are too kind. Slaves are like weeds on the prairie, they're everywhere. I was a slave myself, and I know I have no value. I can't write, and I can't manage." Uff, don't think like that. You can learn all of these things. Field patted Ashina's head and laughed. It is the people who create history, just as wild grass makes up the grassland. Nobles and elites are just, cough cough. Where did that come from? Field had intended to say that nobles and elites were merely exceptionally beautiful flowers or trees, but they still needed to rely on the grasslands. However, this concept is useless now. Productivity is not up to par, and talking about it only adds to the trouble. It's like talking to a caveman about AI. You might as well give him a peach. As long as you can make your people live a good life, that's enough. This is Nightfall, it's brand new. Field snapped his fingers. Of course, the compensation is all good and no bad. It has many benefits for me, the most obvious being that it boosts morale and gives them peace of mind. Good day, Your Excellency. Tate came towards them, accompanied by more than 30 slaves and 3 wagons loaded with chopped timber and 2 chests of black bread. Good day, Tate. How's the clearing of the debris around the main villa coming along? It's almost finished. We still need to make about 7 more shipments. We've recovered a lot of supplies, so we won't be going back to the Grand Winery for lunch today, Tate said efficiently. We'll also be bringing timber with us on the way there to build walls and a wooden fort. Good. Don't get too close to the building yet. There are still some scattered monsters inside. The recapture of the main building and villa is a foregone conclusion. Our chosen ones are all in a weakened state, so there is no need to take any risks or be aggressive at this time. Field looked around. He planned to move to the main villa and leave the large winery as dormitories for the slaves. The winery was located in the very center of a vast expanse of farmland, allowing for the effective cultivation of all the surrounding fields. Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. Tate was very busy, so he gave a brief report and left. By the way, Ashina, come with me to see the little green vegetables. Chapter 68 Little Green Vegetables, Northern Divine Oil, and Brother Duh. The little greens that Field mentioned were not the kind that were commonly eaten, but rather magical plants from Rum Village that could give people a strong desire to breed. Field named it Yang Chao, which wasn't a very nice name, but it was simple and easy to remember. Ashina's tail stood on end, her pretty face flushed slightly, and her toes, wrapped in white silk, rubbed against the ground. Are we going to play this big so early in the morning? Field replied matter-of-factly. Yes, Nightfall territory is producing nothing, and I'm getting really anxious. Since we have magical plants, We definitely need to put in the effort to study them. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ashina said helplessly, "All right, but please don't come near me the whole time, for your safety." The room where the sunflowers are grown, located in a corner on the second floor of the Grand Winery, is locked with chains and labeled "Do Not Enter." You can't get in without a key, but you can climb through the window. But what if some idiot, out of sheer madness, insists on coming in through the window? You'll be instantly driven mad by the magical plants, then frantically try to break the stone walls of the Grand Winery. Or you could jump out the window. The cattle farm isn't far away, so you could try to gore a cow, if you're not afraid of being gored to death by the bull. The young grass in normal soil is almost withered, Ashina said from inside the house. But the young grass in the decomposed soil is in normal condition. Fortunately, a control group was set up. This plant is specifically suited to a decaying environment. Field said thoughtfully, "Life will find its own way. Even in a land of death, life can exist. But it doesn't contain any toxins." Ashina took a bite without batting an eye. "It even tastes a little sweet." "You are awesome. The Chosen One's magic immunity is too overpowered. I only smelled it once, and it wanted to pounce on everyone, even though only Ashina was present at the time. Try Rosalia next time. Pull out those wilted young grasses and crush them into juice." Field, standing far away, watched as Ashina methodically completed everything. He then instructed, "Now add well water, a lot of it." Soon, a bottle of blue potion emitting a subtle scent was completed. "Let's try it on the sheep." There were still 11 sheep in the pen, including 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. The original plan was to kill the old sheep for meat, but because 2 warhorses had died in the battle of the main building, their remaining rations could be used to feed the other animals, so the plan to kill the sheep was postponed. Ton. He poured a bottle of medicine into the old sheep's mouth, before Field could even observe its condition. The old sheep went berserk, bleeding wildly twice. Its aged steps vanished instantly, and drooling, it charged into the flock of ewes, unleashing a frenzied rampage. The scene was terrifying. The ewe had never seen anything like it before. Before they could even react, the crazed ram mounted them and rode them wildly. If you add music, Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Dad's mom is called. How brutal. Field licked his lips, already considering having someone try it. "We need to record the duration of the drug's effects so that no one dies in the future. Hurry up and lay the eggs, so that more meat can be produced." Ashina was muttering to herself, feeling happy at the thought that Nightfall territory could produce more sheep. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ram was almost a dried-up corpse. It lay weakly on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. The ewes were slightly better off, but they all huddled together in fear, their eyes closed. 6 hours and 32 minutes. Field rubbed his dizzy head. "I watched nearly 7 hours of lamb videos just to record the most accurate data. It needs to be diluted at least 1,000 times. If a normal man were to work nonstop for 6 hours, he would definitely die. Even sheep can't withstand it, let alone humans." "Sir, please have some tea. This is what you ordered, called egg tarts, right? The chef has made them. Please check if they are correct." Ashina brought over a plate containing dessert and black tea, placed the plate on the low table next to Field's chair, and thoughtfully poured the tea. "By the way, it's apple-flavored. Tart shaped like a pancake, but with a wonderful aroma. Even if you develop it, don't make it too often. Cream, milk, and sugar are all scarce resources. Let's enjoy it when Nightfall gets richer." Field took a bite and could still taste the apple pieces. "It tastes good, but the presentation needs improvement. I will reward the chef with this month's silver coins." "I agree." Ashina blinked. "By the way, that sheep must be exhausted." "Yes, he's still clinging to life, but there's no way to save him, and there's no need to try." I glanced at the poor old sheep, which had already returned to the goddess's embrace, if the goddess would so choose. "Well," Ashina stuck out her tongue, revealing a sly smile. "Let's slaughter it and eat the meat." Field knew Ashina's little scheme all along. The little girl was just waiting to eat roasted lamb chops. He smiled indulgently and said, "By the way, have the chef clean out the innards." "Great. Long live Lord Field. Dilute the potion 1,000 times. 1,500 times. It shouldn't drive anyone mad just from smelling it. Just enough to ensure its effect lasts 10 to 20 minutes. I plan to sell it all to Maple Leaf City. That corrupt place will definitely love it." Field thought to himself, at least Baron Simon would definitely like it. Back then, when he was lying among a group of women, his thing didn't even react. He was probably impotent. "As you wish, my lord. But I prefer fighting. Will I have to keep brewing potions from now on?" Ashina asked, looking aggrieved. "As long as we determine a ratio, and as long as the smell of the medicine won't affect people, we can hand it over to the people to make." Besides, one herb can be brewed into so much medicine, it won't be too much trouble. Okay, Ashina agreed readily this time. But then she pondered, what do you plan to name it? And how much will it cost? Spending a lot of time with Field, Ashina's thinking gradually became more divergent, and she began to consider things more comprehensively, commonly known as becoming smarter. Good question. As for pricing, I'll have to think it over carefully, but I've already come up with a name, Field said smugly. One part will be coated in flour and made into pills, called DA. The other part will remain in bottles and be called Northern Divine Oil. Of course, the bottled version will only be supplied to nobles. Commoners can't afford the glass bottles. The glass bottles in Nightfall were contributed by potions and purification solutions. Duh? Brother duh. Ashina was clearly taken aback by this inexplicable word. She shook her head, her two beast ears swaying along with it, and said happily, I think Northern Divine Oil sounds really good. After all, it's a product that I, Ashina, and the Winter Gods Chosen participated in. Any product will become much more expensive once a Chosen One joins it. Let's call it Happy Bean then. Field thought for a moment, then gave up. Sounds funny, doesn't it? Chapter 69 Awakening. Field made the final decision. Let's call it Happy Bean. After agreeing on the Happy Beans, Ashina was able to eat lamb chops as she wished. Sigh, I'm so full from dinner. I'll bring some for the little girl too, but I don't know if she'll be able to eat human food. Ashina ladled out a bowl of porridge and cut 2 slices of white bread before picking up her plate. She had been taking care of Rosalia these past few days to keep her existence a secret. Rosalia is recovering well. She should be able to eat and digest. Field yawned and said worriedly, I wonder when she'll wake up. You've had a hard time these past few days. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten her so badly back then. Ashina regretted it a little and picked up the plate to go upstairs. Field walked behind Ashina and looked up to see her long, shapely legs, which kept straightening and bending as she climbed the steps, looking particularly alluring against the backdrop of white stockings. Her slippers made a soft thud as they stepped on the ground. Ahem, it's not your fault. It'll probably end up like Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina had never read fairy tales. Field laughed. It's only a kiss that wakes you up. You'll understand when I tell you this story next time. Her ears perked up immediately, and Ashina shuddered as if she had been electrocuted. She whispered, strange stories are fine, but please don't tell them during the day. After chatting idly for a while, the two arrived at Field's door. Upon opening the door, they were both taken aback. Where are the people? The blanket was pulled back, and Rosalia was gone. Oh no, did she escape? Ashina quickly stepped in front of Field, glancing around warily. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger appeared in her hand. My lord, be careful of her sneak attack. Rosalia's terrifying frequency of sneak attacks left a lasting impression on Ashina. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with the contract. Let me sense her location. Field frowned, but remained calm. The Lord and the Chosen One shared an invisible divine connection. Although the Chosen One could not be found on the mini-map, the Lord could know her approximate location as long as she did not actively block it. In the cemetery? Ashina's thoughts were pessimistic. Could she be digging up graves for food? Or infecting corpses? Corrupted creatures are dangerous. Should we gather our troops? We need to be careful to prevent even greater losses. Probably not. If she had any evil intentions, the corruption contract would kill her instantly. Let's go check on her first. The corruption pact is ridiculously binding. Violators are annihilated, both in spirit and soul. The Winter Pact, on the other hand, is more lenient. Regardless of who breaches it, they only suffer severe damage, not death. Of course, the contract is a two-way street, and the Lord cannot kill the Chosen One of the contract. Ashina, with Field in tow, quickly arrived at the perimeter of the cemetery. A gentle breeze stirs the trees, casting swaying shadows. The quiet night is filled with tranquility and peace. The surrounding corruption has long been cleaned up. As long as one is far enough away from the gray fog, the Grand Winery now looks like a secluded cottage nestled in the mist-shrouded woods. Rosalia was still a little girl, her black dress fluttering gently in the wind, revealing her delicate skin, which shimmered like the moon in the night. Despite her adorable and innocent appearance, her bright, starry eyes held a deep sadness. After a long silence, Rosalia folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower and bent down to place it in front of the tombstone. Sorry. Rosalia let out a long sigh. After mourning, Rosalia turned to go back to her room, only to see Field and Ashina staring at her in a daze. Huh? I came out for some fresh air. What happened to the winery? Huh? Rosalia was flustered and at a loss, then put on an innocent look and crossed her arms. The night is really nice tonight. Am I right, Field? Don't call adults by their first names. Ashina's tone softened. Even if they are chosen ones, it's not allowed. Rosalia puffed out her thin chest, put her hands on her hips, and said arrogantly, "Humph, I am also a noblewoman, and I am Field's sister. Of course I can call her by her first name." "All right, Miss Rosalia," Field thought to himself with amusement. "It's good to see you're awake. Come in and have something to eat." "Field, as a nobleman with chivalrous spirit, you shouldn't be so presumptuous in flirting with a noble lady." "I'm still unmarried and can't just enter a man's room," Rosalia said smugly. "Although you, like everyone else, fell for me at first sight, I still maintain the pride of a noble lady. However, now that you are my lord, I will give you a tiny bit more favor." Rosalia was a renowned beauty in life, with countless suitors, and she became even more beautiful after becoming the chosen one. But Ashina is no less stunning, and Field certainly wouldn't fawn over her just because of her looks. What's more, she looks like a little girl now, delicate and adorable. Bang! Field gave Rosalia a roasted chestnut for the head. "Ouch, that hurts, Field, you're so mean. You bad guy." Rosalia cried, tears welling in her eyes, clutching her head. "I'm ignoring you for 30 seconds. You drama queen, do you want to eat now?" Field was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't even used any force. How could he possibly make the chosen one cry? Rosalia said, looking aggrieved, "Eat. By the way, don't run around like that in the future." Ashina looked around. "You'll scare the people. I'm so cute. It's their good fortune to meet me. They can brag about it for the rest of their lives." "Bragging? Are you referring to the demon tail behind you, or the little wings on your waist?" Ashina chuckled. "From now on, you can't show your face when you go out, and you'll have to wear a cloak. If the church or other nobles find out about your existence, it will cause a lot of trouble. I hope you understand. That's a small matter. I rarely show my face in the past. What noble lady would act like a monkey, showing herself off to commoners every day?" Rosalia curtsied gracefully, no longer acting coquettishly. Her eyes revealed a mature look as she solemnly addressed Field. "Whenever you need my help, just give the order. Perhaps we've had some disagreements before, but please forgive me. We're in the same boat now, sharing both glory and hardship." "That's for the best," Field said with satisfaction. "By the way, as your chosen one, I'll make it clear in advance that I am a corrupted chosen one, and I'm of no help to the territory's production." Rosalia put her hands on her hips with a matter-of-fact expression. "However, I am a noblewoman, well-educated, and proficient in internal affairs. In addition, I have a gift for you." "What is it?" Field asked curiously. "You'll find out soon enough," Rosalia said with a mysterious smile. "Don't be afraid, relax. Also, Miss Ashina, please don't be nervous either." Chapter 70, Rosalia's Gift. "Ha ha, how did the Gluttony Greatsword become like this?" Rosalia's artifact was summoned. Field couldn't hold back. The once ferocious and domineering greatsword is now more appropriately called the Greedy Dagger. It's only the size of a palm. The key is that the terrifying and deep demonic eye that was originally located at the hilt now reveals wisdom, like the eyes of a husky, blinking and looking quite silly. "Don't interrupt." Rosalia wanted to laugh too, but bit her lip and tried to look serious. She stomped her foot impatiently. After the artifact is disintegrated, it takes time to recover. Look at Ashina. I don't believe her dog can still be so domineering now. "It's a wolf," Ashina emphasized. Field was amused by the two clowns and could only suppress the ever-growing corners of his mouth. "Okay, I won't interrupt. You'd better make good use of this from now on, and don't waste my first time. It's also my only time." After Rosalia finished uttering her outrageous remarks, before Field could even retort, Rosalia transformed into a blood-red thread and burrowed into the Gluttony Greatsword. Then, a pure bloodline, in a beautiful arc, burrowed into the back of Field's neck. Holy crap! Field was startled and immediately felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck, but he quickly calmed down and reassured Ashina beside him. "Don't be nervous. Rosalia won't mean any harm." I felt a surge of heat rush in, and streams of energy I had never experienced before flowed through my meridians and into every cell in my body. In an instant, Field's pores opened up, but his mind was like a roller coaster, suddenly tensing up, and then his mind went blank, as if his thoughts had flown into a higher dimension, and his soul and body merged. Then, pure battle chi began to slowly appear, flowing through every corner of his body. This is it. Field felt a surge of power coursing through his body, enough to smash a bull. Of course it's fighting spirit. Aren't I amazing? Hee hee. Soft, cute voice sounded in my ear. Permanent battle aura. Only one level. But if I advance, I will pull you up with me. Field was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. He had missed the age to cultivate battle chi, but he was able to regain battle chi and enter the extraordinary realm in this way. Battle aura is not something commonplace. Countless ordinary nobles strive for it their entire lives. Yet Field acquired it so easily. If they knew, they would be furious. Especially his younger brother, who was taking aura potions and going mad, still failed to become a first-tier knight. That's incredibly awesome. No wonder so many people seek the Chosen One, Field exclaimed. Each of the Chosen Ones possesses bizarre and terrifying abilities. Rosalia offers no help to the territory, yet unexpectedly, she greatly enhances his personal abilities. This is your only chance to regenerate your fighting spirit, so please don't waste it. Of course, you are the Lord, so don't rely on your fighting spirit to show off. Leave the fighting to us, and please take care of yourself. As soon as the voice in her ear finished speaking, Rosalia's bloodline left and then reformed into the shape of a little girl. Let me reiterate, protect yourself. Don't try to be a hero. Rosalia put one hand on her hip and extended her fair index finger with the other, looking every bit the teacher. No problem. Now that he has advanced to the first tier of Battle Knight, he has the ability to protect himself against ordinary people. However, if he encounters a Chosen One, he will still be instantly killed with a single strike. Field has a clear understanding of this. Don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. Field added, "Thank you for your generosity. If she doesn't tell me, then I definitely don't know." The panel has flaws. He doesn't know a lot of information, such as that artifacts can be disassembled, and that his Lord abilities may not have been upgraded. Just don't bully me from now on. Rosalia's mature look vanished, replaced by a silly and cute expression. So, Field, your bed is mine from now on. Huh? I just said I wouldn't bully you, and now you're taking over my bed. That's such an unconventional way of thinking. Let's sleep together. You're captivated by my scent, aren't you? But I'm not married yet. This is too fast. Arranged marriages are no small matter. Rosalia said hesitantly. You should set up another bed. I'll allow you to stay a meter away from me. Ashina appeared behind the little girl at some point, picked her up like a doll, and pinched her cheek. Noble lady, of course you'll be in the same room as me. Don't disturb the adults' rest. Welcome to bother me. It would be best if you two came together, then I, Devil Muscle Man, can handle it. Demi-humans are disgusting. Let go of your sharp claws, Lord Baron Field. Save me. Rosalia's pupils dilated in shock as she waved her hands wildly at Field. My knight, are you just going to stand by and watch this evil dragon wreak havoc? Ashina was furious. You're the evil dragon. If you don't obey, I'll have the black wolf bite you. It can't bite me. It must be weak too. Rosalia broke free and said smugly, Look at your little dog. Field also cast a curious glance, wondering what the separated dragon wolf would look like. Satisfy you. A flash of blue light appeared, and a black puppy that looked like it was just a month old landed on the ground, looking incredibly clumsy. Ha ha ha, hey, let's talk this out. Don't unleash your dogs. Before Rosalia could finish laughing, the dragon wolf chased after her and bit her, scaring the little girl so much that she ran around in a panic and ended up clinging to Field's back. Field covered his face. This is going to be interesting. No wonder Ashina always enjoys teasing Rosalia. She's seen through Rosalia's goofy nature. The next morning, clang. Rosalia flicked her finger across the gluttony greatsword, producing a long, melodious ringing sound. The 3-day period has passed, and my gluttony greatsword is back in its place. Although it is not at its peak, it is still usable. After the artifact is disintegrated, it takes 1 day to reforge, 3 days to become usable, and 7 days to return to its full state. Rosalia slept for 3 days, and today is the perfect day for her to use it. Field, I need to kill some more to recover. Let's go chop some things together. Whatever creatures stand in your way, just cut them down. The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, carrying a great sword, looking like she was ready to be carried to victory. With a calm bite of bread in his mouth, Field nodded. I also want to try my hand at fighting spirit, so I'll have to trouble you today. Do I really have to be on duty today? Ashina asked, looking pitiful. Her animal ears drooped, and she stared at the duty roster in her hand, feeling utterly miserable. The duty roster was divided into 2 days, marked with a dog's head and bone wings, representing the schedule for guarding the Grand Winery. Field quickly patted his head to reassure him. We'll team up tomorrow. The territory needs your protection. All right, Rosalia, you must protect the master. If you lose even a single hair, I'll have the Black Wolf eat you alive. Chapter 71 Dowry. One more chapter for comments, discussions, rewards, and lovely readers. Nightfall. Inside a hidden small iron mine. Roar. A rotting corpse with shackles on its body charged toward Field with a strange howl. Uft. Field drew his iris-long sword. stepped closer to the rotting corpse, and with the power of his shoulder and elbow, the long sword hummed as it flew out. There was no obstruction whatsoever. It was as easy as cutting into soft tofu. The sword flashed and slashed into the corpse's cheek, slicing off his entire jaw. Broken teeth fell to the ground, and the corpse's filthy blood gushed out as if it were free. Then he fell to the ground, letting out a terrifying scream. Field stepped forward, stomped on the corpse's body, and delivered a final blow, killing him. Phew, we've almost killed off the rotting corpses in the mine. They must have been criminals before they decomposed. This place isn't far from the big winery. Once our territory expands here, we can start mining. Shaking his hands, which were trembling slightly from exertion, Field turned to look at the 12 uniformly dressed corpses behind him, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Yes, but most of the criminals in Nightfall territory have been sent to the front lines as cannon fodder to fight the orcs. There aren't many left here. By the way, have you adapted to the power of battle aura? Rosalia rummaged through a box for a while and complained, "If only the soldiers could help me. I have to find things myself." The cold, foul blood flowed over the blade, running down the longsword. Field felt his right hand become sticky and slippery, which was very uncomfortable. "I've almost adapted. My battle chi has greatly enhanced my strength and speed. If I had a battle chi manual, I could cultivate even faster." Rosalia dusted off her hands, shook her head, and said thoughtfully, "The matter of the secret manual is not urgent. Your talent should not be wasted on battle chi. We should build up our territory. A prosperous territory will help the Chosen Ones advance. Besides, most battle chi manuals also come from the Chosen Ones, so they're nothing special. I've never seen anyone who can contract with the talents of different Chosen Ones before. Contracting with more Chosen Ones will be of greater help to you. You're right, combat isn't suitable for a lord. Having the ability to protect oneself is enough." Field wouldn't give up his comfortable lordship to play a berserker. What would happen to the girls if he messed things up? Ta-da! Found it. Rosalia happily showed off the key in her hand, the simple little key jingling incessantly. "What is this?" Field's eyes lit up. With Rosalia, a native noblewoman, Nightfall territory had virtually no secrets. This hidden mine isn't marked on any of the maps sold in the market. Even my own personal map doesn't show it. Rosalia, on the other hand, seems very familiar with the mine. "Come with me, there's something good for you." Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled. "You'll definitely be happy." "Great news? It's a new game. Come on, it's even more exciting than a game." The two weaved through the gray fog, finally stopping at a hunter's hut. Rosalia entered and smashed open the floor with her greatsword, revealing an iron cellar door beneath. "Hee hee, inside is my dowry that I secretly saved up." Rosalia was overjoyed. "I've been saving it up for a long time. My stingy mother, in order to protect her treasure, forbids me from having any contact with men, forbids me from getting married, and even plans to send me to a convent." Field was shocked, staring intently at the little girl in front of him. How could I possibly know this? Similar to the East, women in this world need a dowry when they get married. The dowry is not limited to huge sums of money or servants. Some generous nobles even provide cities and territories as dowries. But it's troublesome if you have a stingy family. For example, the King of France, who owned vast fertile lands and countless gold, sent all his daughters to convent to become nuns in order to save money on dowries. Of course you can know. Rosalia scurried down like a cheerful magpie. "My dowry is a first-tier divine artifact." The basement was damp, with foul-smelling dirty water dripping down from time to time, splashing onto the slightly decaying golden treasure chest. On the display shelf in the very center of the basement were exquisite crystal glasses, but they lacked the luster of a divine artifact and instead showed signs of cracking. "It's bad." Rosalia held back for a long time, her hands trembling as she picked up the cup, tears streaming down her face. "It's only been 11 years, and its power has completely dissipated. Divine power, as a form of energy, is still subject to depletion. Without the nurturing of a chosen one, divine artifacts will gradually degrade and eventually turn to dust. A flawless creation, as expected of Miss Xingye of the Starry Night family. Your taste is impeccable." Field patted the little girl's head to comfort her. Seeing that Rosalia remained silent, Field felt heartbroken. "Isn't there still a box of treasures? If you want a divine artifact, I'll buy it for you later, and then you can save it up again." "Idiot, idiot, who am I going to give my dowry to? It's all your property anyway." Rosalia gave him a good thrashing with her little pink fists. After calming down, she wiped away her tears and said, "Don't touch that box. That's a mimicry monster. It grabs people and makes them give birth to babies. I wonder if it's still alive after 11 years. What the hell is this mimicry monster?" Puffed Field couldn't help but exclaim, "Why would you put such a weird thing in the house?" "To keep out thieves." After putting away the broken crystal glass, Rosalia dug a hole in the corner and pulled out a key, but she was clearly not as excited as before. "I also have some savings, not much. Let's go take a look." Field asked curiously, "About how much?" "More than 1,000 gold coins, and some jewelry, if no one finds it." Ox. Field felt ashamed. That young girl had managed to amass so much wealth, and even after being dead for 10 years, she still had money to spend. When he himself transmigrated, he was truly penniless. "It's a pity that the wealth accumulated by the Xingye family over generations has all been taken away," Rosalia said solemnly. "What's going on? To be honest, I'm quite confused about this. Why didn't you leave the northern province back then? As nobles, how could you not know about the empire releasing the death fog?" This was outrageous, Field wondered. "Yes, this is very strange. Before the gray fog erupted, my mother, Miss Sophia, along with the chosen ones of the family, secretly packed up all the wealth, artifacts, and potion recipes in the family treasury and transported them away. I don't even know where they were taken. The war is raging. The orcs have breached 17 fortresses in 3 days. Even Lionheart, the central city of the north, has been massacred, with 20 chosen ones falling. Yet the major families have not even made a basic response. I couldn't contact my mother, and there was no fortress in Nightfall territory. Left with no other choice, I had to shrink my defenses and send out scouts in an attempt to send all the people of the territory to Starry Night City for refuge." Chapter 72. Pregnant women, but no increase in population. But before the scouts returned, the guards reported the news of the rotting corpses. The large number of rotting corpses appearing in the logging camp caught Nightfall territory off guard. Then the corruption followed the river and entered Starry Night City, and the entire city was instantly infected. Nightfall territory fell into corruption without any action. I originally intended to gather my troops and defend it from the main building. As you know, I was killed by a suddenly appearing corrupted dragon, and when I woke up, I had become the chosen one of the corrupted gods. Field thought of the strange rune array at the lumberyard, and he rubbed his chin. The rumor is that the former empress communicated with the power of the devil, sacrificed everyone in Nightfall, and killed the orcs and their minions. I don't know then. Rosalia shook her head. What happened before is no longer important to me. Well, we're here. That cave is where my secret stash of money is. From now on, that money will belong to you and me together. Guided by Rosalia, the two found a hidden cave. There were also many broken corpses around, all fresh. Something's not right. Field, take care of yourself. There have been living beings here recently. Rosalia frowned and summoned the Gluttony Greatsword. There are people active in the cave right now. Hopefully, it's just a few foolish thieves, so I can have a good taste of human blood. Are you sure it's a living person and not a goblin? Field took out an iron shield from behind him and drew his iris longsword, assuming a defensive stance. Yes, I'm pretty sure. The uniquely human sweet smell of blood and the smell of amniotic fluid? It's incredible. Someone got pregnant and gave birth in the gray fog. Rosalia paused for a moment when she mentioned pregnancy, secretly glancing at Field's expression, then licked her lips with her little tongue. But my senses are far inferior to Ashina's. Be careful. Without encountering any resistance, the two successfully entered the cave. Fog lights. Field immediately spotted the small, bright fog lights, which emitted a soft glow and cleared away the fog inside the cave. It really is amniotic fluid. Then, Field saw something truly shocking. The women lay on the ground, their bellies swollen like balloons by the monsters, making them impossible to look at directly. It really is the world of H-games. Field was shocked. He bent down, instinctively wanting to help the women. But he immediately stopped. In this strange northern province, one couldn't just touch things carelessly. Field wondered cautiously. Is this the work of goblins? No. How could goblins have fog lights? No. Rosalia smiled, glancing at the large rock in the cave, then said casually, "These women are ruined. Their brains have been destroyed, turning them into vessels for monsters. The babies in their wombs could be born at any moment." Field saw Rosalia wink at him with her right eye and instantly understood what the little girl meant. He pretended to be nonchalant, but slowly walked to the corner, his right hand gripping his longsword tightly, his nerves on edge, and said, "How pitiful, not knowing who the murderer is. Then we'll have to ask the owner of this place." Before he could finish speaking, a dark shadow fell from above, accompanied by a violent whooshing sound, and slammed into Field. Die. They actually tricked me. Fortunately, he was prepared. Field leaned back slightly and raised his shield. Grotesque greatsword. tethered by an iron chain and gleaming with intense killing intent, struck the sneaky figure in midair, cleaving him in two. Like a watermelon bursting open, blood was splattered everywhere, and several streams of pure life energy were plundered by the gluttony greatsword. Dare to ambush, my lord? You're asking for trouble. Rosalia sneered, then revealed a pleased expression. The taste of a battle knight is so delicious. Now that she had made her move, Rosalia stopped pretending. She turned to the large rock, grinned, and swung the gluttony greatsword. Crimson and black light swirled around it as it sliced through the boulder. Get out here and kneel before my lord. The sword strikes, the stone splits. Two figures flashed out at the same time. Both were women. Damn it, we've been discovered. No wonder he's the chosen one. If we can't escape, then let's take them all with us. The two looked at each other. With his arms crossed, Field asked sternly, Who are you, and what are you doing here? Tell me the truth, and I might consider letting you go. I'm not a bad person either. I'm Baron Field, nicknamed the Lion of the North. Of course, this was Field's nonsense. From the moment they saw the chosen ones, they didn't care who they were. They either became part of the Nightfall or were buried in the ground. The northern provinces are far from as innocent as they seem, and Field sensed a conspiracy. Hell, let us go. Watch out for yourself. The red-haired woman at the head laughed wildly. I regret to inform you that even the chosen ones have their divine power exhausted. You will pay with your life for catching us in the act. The cost of lives? If you were truly powerful, you wouldn't need to resort to sneak attacks. Despite Field's analysis, he still cautioned, Be careful, Rosalia. Retreat if you encounter danger. No problem, Rosalia smiled. Everything is under control. The two women tore the scroll in their hands to shreds. The bound women let out a collective, agonizing scream. The next second, with a series of splattering sounds, deformed monsters with spider legs burst forth, splattering blood in a bizarre display. As soon as the spiders emerged, they climbed to the top of the cave in strange postures. Red-haired woman, like a devout believer, shouted in a high-pitched voice, Let me show you what the vengeful spider woman tastes like. Rosalia smiled sweetly. I'll savor it carefully. My stomach's empty right now. Squeak. 13 shrieking spiders simultaneously let out eerie screams, and in an instant, countless red skull icons popped up on Field's mini-map, almost turning the entire mini-map red. Even more spectacular than the monkey carcass horde of the past, with countless decaying spiders swarming into the cave. Corruption spiders, common decaying creatures, are about the size of a greyhound and adept at pouncing on and tearing apart their prey. One or two pose no threat, and can even crush a slave, but a swarm of spiders is a different story. All I could hear was the rustling and crawling sound, which sent chills down my spine. Ha ha ha, do you hear that beautiful sound? Countless spiders will overwhelm this place, and you will be buried with us. The two women laughed maniacally, like lunatics, startling Field into taking a step back, afraid of being infected. Then, they actually stripped themselves naked, displaying themselves in a starfish shape. We are willing to offer our flesh and blood as a sacrifice to God's coming. May glory shine upon us. Chapter 73 Unrivaled Grass Cutting. TSK, what a terrible physique, all clumsy muscles. They must be from the Imperial Army. Rosalia glanced at them calmly, neither killing the wraith spider nor chopping them up. Field, please don't stare like that. Believe me, my physique is much better than theirs. The little girl stood proudly with her hands on her hips, looking like she thought I was so awesome. After Rosalia pointed it out, Field still upheld his gentlemanly principles and generously appreciated their performance art. What are you doing? By the way, can you take a shower? The astonishing ocean scent could be detected from 20 meters away. The two women kept their eyes closed and didn't reply, muttering unintelligible prayers. They're both waiting to be eaten by the bugs. They look like cultists who have infiltrated the army. Rosalia gripped the gluttony greatsword and swung it around casually. However, their hopes may be dashed. Be careful. Field warily raised his shield to guard against the wraith spider's attack. Within half a minute, countless corrupted spiders surged into the cave entrance, like a slowly advancing black tide. Before the little spiders could even reach Rosalia, a resentful spider the size of a motorcycle couldn't resist any longer. It twisted and turned several times in the air in a bizarre and contorted posture before shooting out sharp spider legs that stabbed Rosalia viciously. A newly born first-order creature dares to act presumptuously in front of me. As the two met, Rosalia casually grabbed the spider's leg with her delicate white hand, then flung it away, sending the wretched spider crashing against the stone wall like a kite with a broken string. Before the wretched spider could even scream, the gluttony greatsword was already swung over, splitting the spider in two, causing juices to splatter everywhere. Squeak. The rest of the corrupted spiders have arrived. Just food. Rosalia gripped the chains, maximizing the range of her slash, and then suddenly unleashed the gluttony greatsword in a fan shape. The moment her hand moved, the air itself was torn apart by the terrifying force, producing a deafening sonic boom. Boom. The greatsword of gluttony, along with its chain trail, swept past, instantly creating a cloud of blood mist. Accompanied by the screams of countless spiders and the sounds of objects being cut, the open space inside the cave was immediately covered with filth, blood, and severed limbs. Wow, what a terrifying area of effect. Similar to the dragon fire of the dragon wolf, it seems Rosalia can easily inflict area of effect damage. Field felt a sense of relief as he looked at the spiders that had been wiped out, but the thought of Rosalia being an enemy still filled him with lingering fear. If only Rosalia had ignored Ashina and charged straight into the crowd. Countless life essences surged into the great sword, were transformed into blood threads, and returned to Rosalia's body. More, please. The more I kill, the more excited I get. Rosalia's pupils trembled with excitement as she unleashed several terrifying sword beams. Divine skill, endless slash. 3 massive sword energies, imbued with the aura of corruption and death, swept through the air, cleaving even the cave walls in two. The sword energies then crashed into the surging spider horde, ravaging the land for miles, shattering and disintegrating everything they struck, spider, tree, or rock. Using divine skills now? You're courting death. The 2 madwomen stopped chanting their prayers and instead sneered. Field shrugged and said calmly, "Why can't we talk? Perhaps our territory can be mutually beneficial with your organization. Weapons, artifacts, or slaves are all negotiable. I recently acquired some good stuff called Happy Beans, which supposedly can help you cool down and restore your femininity. With you? You're not worthy." The red-haired woman laughed loudly, but unfortunately, due to her exercise, her breasts were as hard as her pectoral muscles, so even though she laughed and trembled, there was no beauty in it. You short-sighted nobles will never understand what a great world we want to build. Could it be the society? Field's eyes widened, but the thought of these guys harming women and acting like crazy fanatics immediately extinguished that possibility. Field showed a disgusted expression. Don't leave things unsaid. Riddler, get out of Gotham. Heh. In short, nobles like you must die, the red-haired woman said coldly. Don't think that the Chosen One can protect you. Divine skills are not to be used casually. Divine skill, endless slash. No sooner had the red-haired woman finished speaking than Rosalia slapped her in the face, having already accumulated enough life energy to unleash her divine skill for the second time. This time, the sword light was even more terrifying in range and power, with a full 7 waves of sword energy slowly slashing out as the red-haired woman stared in disbelief. Wherever the sword energy touched, the spiders all shattered, their limbs and blood scattering on the ground, forming a disgusting carpet of flesh and blood. You savage woman, make your spider-flavored food more delicious. More. Countless streams of pure life force surged into Rosalia's body, slowly transforming the little girl into a young woman, even her voice becoming more mature. What kind of monster is that? The 2 crazy women took a step back in unison. They really didn't expect this scene. Shouldn't it be that its divine power is quickly exhausted, then it flees in panic, and finally it is overwhelmed and devoured by spiders? Field's patience was running out. He mimicked their tone and said coldly and arrogantly, "You think you're worthy to know? Get out of here, all of you." Unlike ordinary chosen gods, Rosalia's life-burning divine skill is actually most suited to her, granting her the ability to absorb life force and grow stronger with each battle. Therefore, one should not engage Rosalia in a direct confrontation, but rather employ guerrilla and kiting tactics, or simply overwhelm her with firepower. For example, Ashina's divine skill can directly destroy one of Rosalia's forms and damage her divine artifacts. Less than a minute later, Rosalia unleashed her 3rd endless slash. Countless chaotic sword energies almost leveled the area around the cave. The corrupted spiders were all slaughtered. Inside the cave, the remaining wretched spiders, their voices hoarse from screaming, could not summon any of the corrupting spiders, and could only stare at each other blankly. Field could even see fear in the wretched spiders' compound eyes. Is the ball over already? I'm only half full. I haven't had enough fun yet. Rosalia turned gracefully, and then, a great sword wrapped in blood and fierce aura shot out, smashing the wretched spiders one by one into a mess of mush on the stone wall with incredible speed. When Rosalia's unfriendly gaze swept over her, The usually quiet madwoman's pupils dilated in shock. Yellow urine flowed down her thighs, and her eyes regained their clarity. Humph. Now you know how powerful I am, right? You were so arrogant before. Field was practically dying of laughter. Wait. Stop. You said we could talk. I'll tell you everything. We're from. Chapter 74 Imperial Survey Corps. Perhaps due to intense fear, the woman's frenzied expression suddenly cleared. She clutched her hair and cried out in anguish. Stop. We are the Imperial Survey Corps. Go and rescue Miss Sherry Garcina. She is on the Claudia Road, on the way to Nightfall territory, and she carries important intelligence about the corruption. What she said is probably true. They were the ones who had a mental breakdown before. Rosalia nodded seriously and said to the two women, for the future of the Empire, quickly tell me the important information. I feel a force in your heads that is rapidly expanding. We were attacked by terrifying corrupted monsters. Miss Sherry ordered us to evacuate with the wounded, but in Nightfall territory, we were taught. Just as she mentioned a key word, both women's heads exploded simultaneously, splattering yellow and white filth everywhere. Rosalia flashed in front of the god Field and waved away the filth. They triggered a restriction. The spellcaster forbade them to think of or mention a certain thing. No wonder they were delirious and looked like fanatics. They had been possessed. Field frowned, his expression serious. He crossed his index fingers and pondered for a moment. The Imperial Survey Corps is mainly responsible for investigating the degree of corruption. Logically speaking, no human should attack them. The spread of corruption is a matter of safety for all humanity. Field paced back and forth. It could be a personal feud within the Survey Corps, or a conspiracy. She was trying to say a certain word, but she couldn't. It's really frustrating. Corruption, heretics, cults, it's all a mess. Field was in a state of confusion, with various factions all eager to make their move. The westward expansion of the heretics had such a profound impact. Rosalia pondered for a moment, then shrugged her pale shoulders, yawned, and shielded her eyes slightly with her hand. I know nothing about the current situation in the Empire, but it has nothing to do with us. How could things get any worse than being stuck in a pile of corrupted creatures? As the chosen one of Field, Rosalia has no awareness of the corrupting creatures and has become a complete, corrupt traitor, showing no mercy when killing them. That's true. Reminded by Rosalia, Field nodded. I'm just a minor baron. I can't concern myself with the important affairs of the Empire. There's no profit to be made, and all the major powers are just trouble. As long as they don't mess with me, they have nothing to do with me. Field felt relieved and put away the iris longsword, turning it into a brooch and pinning it to his heart. He flicked his wrist and said, I need to think carefully about the Survey Corps matter. I'll go back to the Grand Winery first. It's nice to see you relax. Rosalia lifted her skirt and smiled at Field. I think my hidden stash of money is still there. Rosalia, in her girl form, appeared somewhat aloof. She tiptoed through the spider's corpse and dug out an iron treasure chest in the corner of the cave. That's it. Wow. A golden legend. Upon opening the treasure chest, Field felt as if he were blinded by headlights, his eyes filled with glittering gems and coins. The various beautiful pieces of jewelry, all crafted from gold and silver and inlaid with colorful gemstones, shone brightly even in the dim light. Besides that, there was a whole chest full of gold, silver, and copper coins. It was clear she even hid the copper coins herself. For you. Rosalia lowered her head slightly and spoke in a much softer voice. Her jade-like feet seemed to have nowhere to go, her knees rubbing against each other until they were even red, showing that she was uneasy. Really, you're giving this to me? Field was a little taken aback. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had received a gift from a girl, and from such a beautiful woman no less. Besides, Rosalia had said that it was her private savings, prepared as part of her dowry. Could it be? Rosalia's dress changes with the shape of the dress. Now, the upper part of the dress has a ring fixed to her neck, and her snow-white skin, which seems to be overflowing with the fragrance of cream, and her cleavage are exposed to Field. She wasn't wrong before. Rosalia does have a great figure. The mature, older sister form would definitely be better. Of course, Sir Field, this is all your wealth. You can do whatever you want with it. Rosalia looked up and smiled. From now on, you will be my foot slave. Urgent. What should I do if a noble lady confesses her love to me? This is happening way too fast. I thought we'd only known each other for a few days, and we're already getting married? Field's face flushed red, his head spinning, and he instinctively wanted to hug her. I just can't do anything with you. Being your husband. Wait, what did you just say? Be my foot slave, huh? Although this is my first time trying it too, I believe you'll do a great job. Rosalia elegantly covered her mouth and chuckled. Foot, foot, foot. What is a slave? Field slapped his forehead, cold sweat pouring down his face. Humph. Of course you'll be responsible for taking care of my daily life, making me happy, and massaging my delicate feet to relieve my fatigue. Of course, when you pay your respects in the morning and evening, you can just kiss the back of my feet. As for kissing other places, that depends on your performance. A question mark slowly popped into Field's mind. Give me back the cute little girl version. This perverted girl is terrifying. I originally thought Rosalia was an M, but now I see she's actually an S? Please don't go too far. Field refused righteously, then tapped her head with his knuckles, giving Rosalia a good, roasted chestnut, and said angrily, "Little girl, don't go too far. If I don't beat you up today, I'll see you don't know who the king is." Massaging feet is fine, but it shouldn't be considered etiquette. I enjoy doing it, but that doesn't mean I have to. Liking beautiful feet doesn't mean being a simp. That's an inequality. I'm done with it. Rosalia chuckled, rubbing her head. Just kidding, dear Field. How could I bear to let you be a slave? I don't think you're joking. Field sighed, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity. You can keep the jewelry, and I will use the coins to develop the territory. I will repay you 100-fold in the future. As long as you're good to me, that's enough. I like your gentleness and sense of responsibility." Rosalia was very happy. Don't take the joke from earlier to heart. Actually, I want to be your foot slave. But please stop talking. Field almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At least not now. You really are a masochist. I wasn't wrong about you. If this continues, they will be struck down by the laws of the Great Tao. By the way, let's check around the area. Since they're the Survey Corps, they must have equipment nearby. Field thought of the important matter. He was almost desperate for money. The battle at the main building had resulted in the loss of a large amount of military equipment, and he was now very eager for weapons and equipment. Chapter 75, Who is Spreading Rumors? After searching around the cave, the two actually found 5 of the Survey Corps' wagons. The horses pulling the cart were already dead, their bodies covered in tentacles and tumors. Before long, they would become rotten horses, so Field had no choice but to finish them off with a knife. Inside the first 2 carriages lay several male corpses. Lifting the white cloths revealed that their bodies were covered with teeth marks and lacerations. They were probably wounded soldiers of the Survey Corps, all of them dead, their eyes wide open, filled with resentment. There are no living people. Rosalia shook her head, then swung her knife and chopped off the corpse's head to prevent it from turning into a zombie. Field said matter-of-factly, "Someone who can pull off something as elaborate as the Spider-Woman wouldn't make a basic mistake." The other 3 vehicles were all high-quality items. Field found armor even better than that of the border fortress. 10 sets of heavy chainmail. In the absence of gunpowder weapons, chainmail's defensive capabilities were terrifying. Most weapons couldn't penetrate it, and blunt weapons would have most of their force absorbed. The value of 10 sets of chainmail is enough to buy a farm. In addition, there were 17 heavy horse armors, several fine weapons, 2 boxes of aura potions, and a box of personal items stained with blood, such as jewelry, coins, a will, and a family banner. Without a doubt, they are out of ammunition and food. Apart from their hard weapons and armor, they have no medicine or food. Field saw the crux of the matter at a glance. He only found half a piece of gnawed bacon, which he had kept hidden in his heart. Field shook his head and said, "Even the wounded who retreated first are in such dire straits. I can't even imagine Miss Shirley's situation. They've probably already been defeated, and then they're putting on a defeat animation with the corrupted creatures. After all, there are no supply depots or villages along the way for them to plunder, so the Knights of the Empire have no way to get food." Rosalia put one hand on her hip and swung her flail like a propeller with her right hand. She said playfully, "Even the chosen ones need to eat, except for the invincible Miss Rosalia, of course." Rosalia's killing spree was just pointless. "You will receive my title, Nightfall First Model Worker." Field was overjoyed and bestowed the title upon her. From this day forward, the dragon wolf that can survive by eating carrion and Rosalia that survives by cutting carrion will be known as the #1 workhorse of Nightfall. "No way," Rosalia protested loudly. "I'll punish you by making you not kiss my feet for 30 seconds. Compared to arrogant titles like Stunning Dancer or Bloody Rose, Nightfall's #1 worker is utterly stupid. Therefore, our army needs to establish a comprehensive logistics system in the future." Field automatically ignored Rosalia's outrageous statement. Unlike the Eastern concept of supplies first, troops second, the major nobles of the empire did not attach enough importance to logistics and often resorted to plundering to supplement their food supplies. Only the Kingdom of France, influenced by mercantilist ideology, began to improve its military support. However, The mainstream on the continent was still more willing to take from the enemy. Rosalia chained up several carriages and dragged them all back to her territory. Then she wrapped up her jewelry and hid it in a place known only to herself. She's a hoarder, isn't she? She loves hiding things so much, Field muttered, before heading back to the Grand Winery. Having just commanded the slaves to store the spoils, Field hadn't even had a chance to sit down properly. My lord, Tate requests an audience. The earthenware pot held a rag in his hand as he cleaned the entire winery. Let him in. As soon as Tate entered, he immediately started talking about work. Sir, I have discovered that the slave community is already experiencing serious internal strife and infighting. Slaves are already at the bottom of society. How can they band together and fight amongst themselves? Field sat up straight and looked up, gesturing. Go on. That's right. Strong and powerful slaves would rely on their physical strength and fighting ability to privately divide up territory and population, form gangs, and fight among themselves, such as secretly uprooting the crops planted by their rivals. Wherever there are people, there is a social hierarchy, and even slaves are no exception. Within the gang, there are also superiors and subordinates. Strong slaves not only do less work, but also dump the work on the weak and use force to steal the food and money from the weak. Field exhaled a breath of stale air, his tone unfriendly. So a lot of resources will end up in the hands of those who don't work, while those who work hard will get less. My food is constantly fattening up the lazy ones, while those who work hard can only struggle with hunger. Yes, your analysis is spot on. Tate was indignant. He hated parasites the most. We need to find those guys and hang them. Oh, this seems a bit extreme. After the Great Battle, Nightfall Territory had a population of only 427, which was simply too much to bear. Killing will not solve the problem at all, and it will also reduce the population and happiness of the territory. No one wants to live in a territory where they could be hanged at any time. Hanging one group will only lead to another. Gathering resources is a biological instinct. You can't forcefully blame individuals. Don't expect everyone to be a saint, Tate. Otherwise, what's the point of management? Field was very rational. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Tate, I selected 30 men yesterday for recruit training. You have them assist in suppressing and punishing gang members, temporarily serving as a law enforcement team. Turning to look at Cal, who was joining in the fun, Field said, also, Cal, you can spend an hour every night teaching the soldiers and security forces. Just teach them a few of the most commonly used words and numbers. Huh? Why should we teach them to write? They could die at any moment once they're on the battlefield. Cal looked reluctant. Besides, they're all blockheads. They'll never learn. Just do as I say. Field waved his hand. Cal looked reluctant. Huh? I heard that some people are spreading rumors that I spied on female slaves when they went to the toilet. Field took a leisurely sip of tea. Oh, I don't know which damned bastard said such an outrageous thing. The goddess will definitely make his mouth rot. Cal was so scared that he was sweating profusely, and his legs were shaking like noodles. I will definitely teach the soldiers to write. I will. What you gave me is not trouble, but honor. I will cherish it. Very well, go ahead. Field put down his teacup. Cal scrambled away. Tate looked puzzled, stood up, and said, Sir, I'm going to work too. Don't rush. I plan to devise a new way of working, breaking down tasks to individuals. For example, a slave will be given 5 copper coins for cultivating an acre of land and 3 copper coins for cleaning up the corruption in a plot of land, instead of the previous chaotic system where everyone worked together and received wages together. Chapter 76, Mastering Instant Magic. Of course, I plan to abstract the copper coins and call them work points. You just need to add or subtract them after his name without actually giving him money. After all, money can be stolen, but work points won't, Field shrugged. Once they reach the value of a gold coin, they can be freed from slavery and become free citizens. In addition, when the territory has more resources, work points can be exchanged for extra bread, living supplies, or other things. They will work hard for a better life. Tate's pupils dilated. That's right. As long as work points are recorded, strong slaves can't steal them at all. In addition, only individuals who have done the work can get the work points, which are calculated on the spot. Strong people can't embezzle them either. Just as Field was about to end the conversation, he suddenly remembered that the previous ban on indiscriminate defecation had expired. No, I've fallen into my trap of being too civilized and kind again. We've taken too big a step. Field patted his head. We should treat work points as a long-term goal and proceed slowly, one step at a time. First, have the security team crack down on gang problems, encourage whistleblowing, catch the perpetrators, confiscate their property, publicly whip them. and then send them to the most arduous posts to work hard. Field slammed his fist on the table. If hanging harms the population, then severe punishment plus forced labor should be imposed. Your fairness is astonishing. Tate trembled with shock. He secretly marveled that coming to Nightfall territory might have been the best decision he had ever made. Go ahead and do it. I'll keep an eye on the process. After seeing Tate off, Field found Ashina, intending to discuss the Survey Corps with the two chosen ones. Rosalia hasn't returned yet. Come on in, I need to talk to you. Field pulled Ashina into the room. Huh? In broad daylight, you want to? Ashina's voice trailed off, and she finally covered her face. Yes, waiting around is a waste of time. It's a good opportunity to study magic. Field took a quick magic spell from the bookshelf and handed it to Ashina. Can you master it? Or copy a book? Ashina examined it once and said, I cannot copy or use it. This is a creation of the Chosen One, like a divine artifact. However, you or someone else can learn from it. Would you like to give it a try? Like the church's fog lamps and purifying potions, they're also products of the Chosen Ones. No wonder they're so expensive. Field was disappointed. No one in the territory has magical abilities. It seems we can only leave them to gather dust for now. Ashina smiled beautifully and said in a doting tone, but it is precisely because it is a creation of the Chosen One that it can be driven by divine power. If you want to play, I can lend you some divine power. You should be able to use it yourself without any problems. You can actually borrow it? Field exclaimed in shock. Then wouldn't I be able to become a great mage? No, it's not that I'm hiding anything. Divine power can only be transferred to the contractor, and the effect is extremely weak, making it difficult to put to use. It's not like Rosalia sharing her battle aura. You'll know once you try it. It's less than 1% of a first-tier mage's power. Ashina tiptoed and sat on Field's desk, then crossed her legs, her toes hooking onto her slippers. Even the white stockings couldn't hide her pink soles, and her perfect arches outlined a bony curve. My lord, don't blame me if you're disappointed. You'd better find a spellbook with extremely low magic consumption. Field stared blankly at the barely visible part that had been squeezed out. This little girl is getting bolder and bolder. When we first bought her, she only dared to eat sitting on the floor. In the blink of an eye, she dares to sit on her desk with her legs crossed. In a while, it might sit on my face. It's not bad, though. Field cleared his throat. I won't blame you. All right, then. Ashina's wolf ears suddenly twitched mischievously, as if she were having a playful tiff. She sighed and said in a helpless yet tempting tone, If you want to gain divine power, you have to kiss to transfer it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ashina blushed and quickly stuck out her tongue and waved her hands to cool down. Oh my god, what did I just say? Ashina already regretted it. No problem. I've been waiting for this line for ages. Field suddenly stood up and walked briskly to Ashina. Hey, I was just kidding. Ashina was so frightened that her hair stood on end. She was a rather conservative person, and the only reason she dared to tease Field was because Field spoiled her so much. Field didn't care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed her hand, while his other hand began to wander, touching her slippery skin. Next, the soft jade enters the mouth, and it tastes sweet. It's not an exaggerated claim from a chivalric romance novel. It really does taste sweet. The warm air from my breath felt incredibly comfortable on my face. Ashina, whether bewildered or afraid of hurting Field with her outburst, simply kept her eyes tightly shut and trembled slightly. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, I've come to fix the floor, as you instructed this morning. Greyhound's knocking came from outside the door. Ever since he was captured by Field and brought to Nightfall, he's been responsible for all the carpentry work in the camp. I'm busy, come again tomorrow. Field's tone was unfriendly. I completely forgot about that. The Greyhound was startled by Field's terrifying tone, and a series of gurgling and scrambling sounds came from outside the door. Ashina was also startled. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free from Field's embrace, rubbing her head as she said, Next time, let's talk about divine power. No way. Field was furious. Let me go. I was just kidding. You don't need to kiss here to transfer divine power. Ashina clicked her tongue. She had almost suffocated just now, although she felt inexplicably excited. Field was shocked. Then where should we kiss? Nothing is needed. Lord, you're so perverted. Ashina covered her face shyly. Fine, I'll let you go. The contract between the chosen ones is much stronger than a marriage certificate, so there's no need to rush. Ashina touched Field's forehead with her hand, and a surge of pure power, carrying a terrifying pressure, rushed in. Field felt as if a majestic snow-capped mountain appeared before his eyes, pressing down on him so hard that he could hardly breathe. Fortunately, the pressure only lasted for a moment. Field regained his senses and found himself drenched in sweat. That's all I can do. Ashina noticed Field's tired expression and was a little worried. Her knowledge came from inheritance, and practice always had some deviations, so she didn't dare to do anything reckless. Are you alright? It possessed only a sliver of divine power, but enough to power the instant magic. Of course, this sliver of divine power was useless in any other aspect. It's like borrowing 2 batteries from AI to play with a flashlight, but that doesn't mean you have the AI's computing power. Field took out the feathered beast sympathy and dripped his blood into it. The spellbook immediately began to turn, and strange runes shone with a dazzling light. Field immediately mastered the magical skill of feathered beast empathy, as if it were innate. Although he did not understand the specific meaning of the runes, he could still activate them. I'm going to try it now. Chapter 77 God's Perspective, the current state of the territory. From the pigeon coop and cast a feathered beast sympathy spell on it. A beam of silver energy flew from the fingertip and entered the pigeon's head. Instantly, Field felt his field of vision expand, as if he were watching a split-screen video, and for a moment he didn't know which side to look at. Interesting. Fortunately, Field came up with a good idea. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. The screen immediately went black on one side, and only the pigeon's field of vision could be seen. Ashina, release the pigeons. Okay. Open the old wooden windows of the Grand Winery, and homing pigeons soar through the sky. Field immediately gained a godlike perspective, seeing the entirety of Nightfall territory. The overall tone was a dark brownish black, with a touch of pale gray. The soil, heavily eroded by the smog of death, though purified, still retained some color. Looking down from above, it resembled viewing an old black and white television set. The slaves lived in tents made of broken wood, old cloth, and withered grass. Broken wood was a scarce resource, cleared out from the ground. Decaying plants were a miracle if they didn't kill people, let alone build houses. Those in the worst conditions didn't even have shacks. They could only sleep wrapped in tattered burlap, huddled together. The free people lived a slightly better life because they were no longer forced to do labor. They were already digging mud and building houses. Field saw the most classic hearth, a facility built in the middle of the house, which served the function of a stove plus a heated kong in northeast China, used for cooking and heating. Women wove cloth next to the hearth, occasionally glancing at the pot of porridge cooking on the hearth. Goo-goo. The pigeons smelled the aroma and fluttered their wings to land on the earthen wall built by the free people. I miss the days in Bull territory. Although we didn't have enough to eat, at least we could live in a house with a roof. Shut up. Have you forgotten how many times I was whipped last time? The woman weaving glared at her husband. Don't expect me to take care of your rotten ass. I'd rather marry a slave soldier in the guard than live with you. Oh, damn it, this short-sighted shrew. You actually want to be with a slave. The man was furious. A slave can never rise above his station, and his sons and grandsons will be slaves too. The woman spat out a mouthful of phlegm in a very uncouth manner. Pa, the Lord said that as long as 1 gold coin is earned, the slaves will be freed. Do you know how much money the guard can earn? It is said that Iron Hammer already has a gold coin in savings. I have never seen so much in my life. If this money is returned to Bull territory, he can become the richest man in the village. The humiliated man nearly fainted with anger. Then can you even get out? There are no merchants, taverns, or markets in Nightfall, and you have nowhere to spend your money. It'll happen sooner or later, the woman retorted. Don't use that as an excuse to avoid work. I'm already weaving cloth. I can go directly to the winery to exchange it for oats. Nobles don't keep their word. Baron Bull takes away so many little girls every year, saying they're going to be maids or choir girls, but none of them ever come back. Our little Fanny is no exception. No news of her at all. Silence fell in the room. Field listened silently to the end. It's time to establish a market or an exchange system to allow goods and commodities to circulate. Otherwise, the productive enthusiasm of free citizens will be dampened. As for the little girl, she probably met with some misfortune at Baron Bull's place, but she can't control Baron Bull, at least not for now. The homing pigeons were drawn by the aroma of the porridge in the pot and could not resist any longer, so they flew down. The porridge in the pot hadn't boiled yet, but it already had tiny bubbles, with bran floating on the surface. In modern times, this stuff wouldn't even be as good as rice water, but in Nightfall territory, it was already considered a top-quality food. Good heavens, where did that bird come from? Get away. That's for the children. The couple agreed on the food and immediately waved their hands to scare the pigeons away. It wasn't that Field was playing a prank on his people out of mischief. Rather, he simply couldn't control the pigeons. This little magic only granted him the ability to see and hear. The homing pigeons fled in panic, circling around the winery. Field worried several times that the silly bird would crash into the gray fog and turn into a pigeon monster. Fortunately, animals are wary of the death smog, and the pigeon eventually landed in the farmland cultivated by slaves. Field could see slaves planting broad beans on the crooked ridges. A male slave absent-mindedly dug a shallow pit with his hand, then threw the seed in, and casually stomped on it a couple of times, even kicking the seed out of the pit. He didn't even bother to look at it before digging up the next one. That's all right. The other one is already asleep in the field. Field even saw people eating the seeds raw. Damn it. There's no way this will produce anything. Field almost jumped out of bed and ran to the fields to grab them and give them a good beating. No wonder slavery was destined to be eliminated. This level of productivity would make even a dog shake its head. Fortunately, at that moment, someone shouted, "Damn you, get up and get to work." Tate arrived with 2 members of the security team, who were new recruits from Field, armed with sticks and whips. They kicked and punched the slaves, giving them a severe beating. The fool who stole the seeds will have his food halved for 3 days. The lazy fellow, you all supervise him and make him redo the work. There will be no pay for this acre. As for the one who sleeps in, go move some wood. Running around will keep you from sleeping, so get moving. Don't waste the adult's bread. Tate quickly made a series of judgments, and the 2 recruits, looking smug, promptly went to carry them out. Very good, a reasonable punishment, neither cruel nor overly compassionate. Field observed all of this and nodded in satisfaction. The orders were carried out effectively, and Tate was able to put them into action as soon as Field finished speaking, which pleased Field greatly. A person who can properly implement government orders is a treasure of the Nightfall. Sister, look at the pigeons over there. Shoo. Field was still considering when he heard the girl's voice. The pigeons looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 dirty little mud monkeys staring at them with their big eyes blinking. That's rare, they're twins. Field compared them back and forth, confirming that the 2 looked exactly alike, but their temperaments were very different. The one holding the stone appeared strong and assertive, while the little girl squatting there looked timid and melancholy. Wait a rock! Field exclaimed in surprise. Bayou clutched a stone in her hand, her mind replaying the bird-hunting techniques her father had taught her. She leaned down slightly, her right hand gripping a sharp stone tightly. Sister, don't do this. Hey, cried out in alarm, trying to scare the pigeons away, but feeling her sister's gaze, she shrank back and dared not do it. Licking his lips, Bayou's stomach twitched at the thought of the meaty aroma, and saliva dripped from his mouth. Little sister, don't make a fuss. We'll have bird meat to eat soon. Chapter 78. The bird was shot, an additional chapter for the friends who gave suggestions and set the settings. The pigeon was incredibly silly. It had no idea it was about to be attacked and stubbornly refused to move, only cooing. Field couldn't control the pigeons, so he could only silently pray that they wouldn't hit anything. Sister, don't. Seeing her sister about to throw the stone, Kuroba frantically waved her hands. Stop. This is the Lord's property. Idiot, birds aren't. After saying that, Bayou threw a stone without listening to his sister's explanation and accurately hit the pigeon that was hurriedly flapping its wings. Field felt dizzy, and when the pigeon's vision cleared, he saw a pair of clear, large eyes staring at him. Beautiful eyes, like a clear, pure sapphire blue. But Field could see in it pure appetite. According to imperial law, everything on the land belongs to the local lord. A core principle of the Griffin Empire, land belongs to the nobility. However, this law has loopholes. It doesn't address the ocean and the sky. Therefore, shooting birds is not illegal, but hunting without permission, even if it's just shooting squirrels and rabbits, or collecting branches or cutting down trees, is illegal as long as it involves the land. However, lords will also issue regional decrees and make changes to imperial laws. For example, designating specific areas for gathering firewood and issuing permits for hunters. Field's face darkened, and he was about to tell his servant to bring the pigeons back. Sister, let's send the pigeon back to the Lord's castle. Blackfeather's teeth were chattering. There are no normal birds in Nightfall territory, only flying monsters, so the pigeon must belong to the Lord. What? Oh right. Bayou's pupils dilated in shock as he belatedly realized what was happening, but he still stammered. What if? What if it really is wild, or a gift from the gods? And, I've already been seen. The other slaves had already seen them catching pigeons, and greedy eyes were looking over from all directions, everyone wanting a piece of the pie. Bayou knew that using excuses like finding an injured pigeon wouldn't work. They stood up the Lord. Report them immediately. Lord Tate said there's a reward for reporting them. Isn't that a wild one? I've seen caravans with bird cages. They must be the Baron's pets. Pets and wild animals are 2 different things. If a nobleman finds out that his pet has been beaten, he will definitely resort to torture. Wah! The younger sister was already squatting on the ground crying, her tears washing away the dust from her face, leaving streaks of tears. I don't want my sister to die. Their father was hanged for taking the Lord's branch. Bayu slumped to the ground in despair, unsure whether to let go of the injured pigeon in his hand or keep it, as if it were a red-hot iron. She didn't dare to think about how those bastards would bully her sister if she died, so she stubbornly said, "We will cure the pigeon." Poor child. Rubbing his temples, Field tried to cut off the divine power supply to the feathered beast's sympathetic connection. After several attempts, he actually succeeded. Field sat up and saw Ashina curled up asleep beside him. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her toes were long and rounded, and her smooth toenails revealed a faint pink color, as if they were painted with light and elegant nail polish. Combined with her smooth and fair skin and perfect arches, she looked so pitiful. Field didn't hesitate to massage her feet. That's terrible, so terrible. A lord has to give his subordinates massages. The girl hummed sleepily through her nose. The lecherous lord. She then glared at Field with a reproachful, yet charming look. Let's not use torture on the young girl. Although pigeons aren't cheap, Field, whose soul comes from modern times, wouldn't actually hang the little girl who made a mistake. If he used a whip, one lash would send her back to the womb to be reborn. Directly pardoning someone or imposing too lenient a punishment is also not feasible, because it would leave the people with the image of the Lord being too kind, or even weak and saintly, which would immediately inspire other slaves to follow suit. In the dog-eat-dog world of the Holy Griffin Empire, Field needs to maintain absolute authority. My lord, a slave has come to report that some fool has injured your pigeons. The servant, Wagner, rushed up and knocked on Field's bedroom door. Field stretched. I understand. Give 3 black loaves of bread as a reward to the whistleblower. One thing at a time. Those who are loyal to you should still be rewarded. Your generosity is truly admirable. The earthenware pot exclaimed, and immediately went to fetch the bread. This kid's been sucking up to me a lot lately, and he even reported Cow for spreading rumors. Field rubbed his chin. Wald is really loyal. We should try to get him some management experience. The castle will eventually need to recruit more servants, and a reliable person is needed to coordinate this. Field got up, opened the door, and went downstairs with Ashina. The 2 sisters were already huddled together in fear downstairs. Bayu had often imagined what it would be like to meet the Lord, how she should bow and kneel, but this time the situation was different. Having made a mistake, she was filled with fear. Perhaps Baron Field is a monstrous monster with a face full of scars who specializes in eating children, and now he has found the perfect opportunity to devour them. The 2 sisters remembered their father, who had also knelt before the castle, awaiting the Lord's verdict. They prayed for a miracle, but in the end, their father was hanged in despair. Squeak. The doors of the Grand Winery opened. Bayu saw a young man walking towards him, wearing a black fitted robe with a beautiful silver brooch on his chest and a fine steel longsword hanging at his waist. He walked with a brisk and energetic gait, completely different from the timid male servant. He's probably the Baron's knight. Bayu guessed in his heart that the bard's praise of the knight's handsomeness and might had been completely confirmed. The only thing that differed from my expectations was myself. How wonderful it would be if I were a princess or a noblewoman, instead of a slave waiting to die. Kneel down and don't look the adults in the eye. The clay pot was furious when it saw the 2 of them looking so stupid. They were actually infringing on the adult's property. There were only 3 pigeons in Nightfall territory. The 2 little girls knelt down, trembling, and Field rubbed his temples. As a fine young person who received compulsory education and was born under the red flag, I really can't bear to see the people suffer. It's really not a big deal. It's just a matter of apologizing to someone from another era, and at most, you'll have to pay $100 in compensation. How did you shoot down the pigeon? Field asked knowingly. Seeing the little girl tremble, Field said in a gentler tone, Don't be afraid, tell me properly. We just threw stones at them. The 2 shrank back like kittens, and Bayu stammered. I swear, I really didn't know that the pigeons were the Lord's private property. Chapter 79 The Council of Gods. Field was delighted. He didn't know if it was luck or skill, but he hit the target on his first try. The pigeon was in all right, though its right wing was injured, and now it was like a roaming chicken, looking around blankly. I will heal it. Kuroba mustered his courage, clenched his fists, and pleaded with tearful eyes, Please don't kill my sister. I beg you. I will do anything. Haha. Poor little girl. I didn't mean to kill anyone. After all, Nightfall territory hasn't issued a law forbidding the hunting of birds. Field gave himself an out. Imperial decrees only stipulate that land belongs to the nobles. Only the nobles' own decrees on their territories stipulate the wealth of rivers and skies. However, the pigeons are indeed my private property. I'm punishing you too with labor reform. Every evening, go to the chicken coop and clean up the chicken droppings for a month straight, without pay. Any objections? Huh. The two sisters were dumbfounded. Field asked doubtfully, any objections? No, no. Thank you for your kindness, sir. The two replied excitedly, bursting into tears of joy. They never expected the punishment to be so lenient. Picking up chicken droppings considered a punishment? For the two sisters who grew up doing farm work, it was just a routine matter. Go to the courtyard behind the Grand Winery and find the butler cow. He will tell you what to do. Let's start today. After dealing with the situation, Field looked at the two running figures and asked in bewilderment, why are they so happy even though they've been punished? Ashina winked playfully. I guess you feel honored to be doing this for you. When the two returned to their room, they found that Rosalia had already come back some time earlier. She was sitting at her desk with her long white legs crossed, drinking Field's black tea, but holding Field's development plan in her hand, looking completely bewildered. Why can't I understand a single word you wrote? Rosalia asked, turning the paper over and over in confusion. It would be a miracle if anyone could understand it. It's written in modern Chinese. That's the effect I want, so that a few spies don't sneak in one day and see all my little secrets. Field shrugged. Now that Rosalia is back, let's discuss the Survey Corps. Field recounted the details of his trip to Ashina. Should we go and rescue Sherry Garcina or not? Of course, we might end up wasting our time, but let's not discuss that for now. Pointing to the paper map of the Northern Province, the outermost three territories of the Northern Province are Cloud Curtain, Night Curtain, and Dawn Curtain, leading to Highhold Province and Rick Province. Among them, Cloud Curtain territory also leads to the homeland of elves and dwarves. Originally, Cloud Curtain territory was a place where elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs fought each other. The corrupted monsters there are definitely much stronger than those in Night Curtain territory. In contrast, Nightfall and Dawnfall, thanks to the imperial defenses and the cleanup efforts of the royal and ecclesiastical forces, don't have a particularly large number of powerful corrupted creatures. The deeper one ventures into the northern provinces, the more terrifying the enemy becomes. Claudia Road is the only route from Viscount Griffin's domain to Nightfall domain. If they still have mounts, they could probably reach Nightfall territory in a day. Field was conflicted about saving the person. It wasn't out of sheer kindness, or because he felt aroused just because it was a woman. Garcina? If I remember correctly, it's a family with a history of 600 years, right? The family worships the goddess of war, relies on courage and loyalty, and is deeply trusted by the royal family. They are a rare duke with real power. The empire has 7 electors who can also be earls, viscounts, etc. Titles are related to power, but not absolute. The imperial throne is theoretically elected by vote, but in reality, it always belongs to the Griffin family. Even though the former empress turned the northern provinces into a corrupt land, the current empress is still a member of the Griffin family, and the nobles of the northern provinces didn't vote against her, since they were all dead. In addition, the empire has 13 dukes and 67 marquises. Less than a third of them held real power. Most of the dukes' territories were merely nominal, managed by imperial county officials. The power of the Garcina family is less than 1,000th of what it was 10 years ago. Shrugging, Field looked amused. They are indeed the Empress's loyal dogs, but the vanguard against the orcs is the Garcina family. They are the ones shrouded in the gray fog. They are the main force of the expeditionary force, and they are the main force of the Survey Corps. Almost all of the family members are dead. In short, he was so competitive that he ended up doing all the work in the company. Uffed. Rosalia spat out the black tea, then wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Then Miss Sherry's value is going to be greatly reduced. As a noblewoman, Rosalia knew what Field wanted. Benefit. Nobles can truly benefit from any promised or legally binding agreement. If Sherry can be rescued and an agreement negotiated, Field can reap some rewards. Whether he's alive or not is still a question. Field sat down, looked at Ashina, who looked completely bewildered, to his left, and then at Rosalia, who was drinking tea. Apart from myself, everyone else participating in the discussion was a chosen one. Field paused for a moment. There will be more chosen ones in the future. Will we have to vote then? But you still have to follow my lead on the general direction. It would be best if they died. The equipment and treasures they left behind would all be ours, and they wouldn't cause us any trouble. Once people start thinking from a self-interested perspective, everyone's words become cold and indifferent, and Rosalia is no exception. However, the possibility of them all dying in battle is not high. The Survey Corps will definitely have chosen ones protecting them. At most, they will be in extremely poor condition. If they are in very poor condition, we will either seize the chosen one or kill them all, Field said coldly. However, if they are in relatively good condition, offering help in their time of need can earn us favors and benefits, or we can simply negotiate with Sherry. Other nobles is different from the original owner's previous act of giving away money indiscriminately out of a saintly heart. This time, it's genuinely profitable. Wouldn't that expose our territory? Ashina asked. Field explained methodically. That's all right. First, their willingness to eliminate the corrupted creatures along the way will relieve some of our burden. Second, the Nightfall territory's legal claims are on my side, and no one in the entire empire can arbitrarily seize it. Third, the Nightfall territory is worthless and has nothing to offer. The Nightfall territory that they cared about was worthless in the eyes of normal nobles. Otherwise, the northern provinces would have been occupied by nobles long ago, and no one would be willing to invest their precious resources in the corrupted lands. The only thing to worry about is the malice from the family, but Field's trip to Maple Leaf territory had already revealed that he was alive. Nightfall territory cannot remain isolated in the gray fog forever. Sooner or later, people will find out. Of course, the most crucial things, such as the existence of the Chosen Ones, cannot be exposed. I need to make careful arrangements for this. Chapter 80 The Horde of Zombies surges, Sherry's Chosen One. In the dead of night, amidst a dark and gloomy fog. Tap, tap, tap. With the thunderous sound of hooves, 6 knights spurred their horses and galloped southward. Roar, roar, roar. After a sharp cry, a dark mass of rotting corpses appeared everywhere, and the decaying creatures covered the entire mountainside. As far as the eye could see, it was like a river bursting its banks. The rotting corpses crowded forward along countless narrow passages, like tiny, black or gray torrents, slowly seeping into this broken world. The knight at the very front of the group, holding a fog light, shouted hoarsely and hysterically through her helmet. Charge out. We're almost at nightfall. Don't let them surround us. Having said that, he used the exquisite dagger strapped to his leg to pierce the warhorse's body. Due to the intense pain, the warhorse neighed and increased its speed by 3 points. Sherry's heart was bleeding. This was her rare magical beast horse that had accompanied her as she grew up. Now, she had forced out its full potential with a knife, and it was now completely ruined. Hurry up and keep up with the young lady. The surrounding knights followed suit, ruthlessly squeezing the last bit of life out of their warhorses. This cavalry was like a small fish darting through a rapid current, barely hanging in front of countless corrupt elements. Be careful. Before they had gone more than a few steps, a knight covered in blood spurred his horse, howled, and charged forward with his lance. Watch out for what? Shirley's face and forehead were covered in sweat, and she even started to feel dizzy, not understanding what her teammates were shouting. By the time she came to her senses, a distorted, rotting corpse had leaped high into the air, about to pull her down. With a loud crash, the long-handled lance struck the corpse's chest at the crucial moment, sending splinters flying and blood gushing out as the corpse was sent flying backward. Thank you, Knight Cabra. Sherry suddenly realized, cold sweat pouring down her back, but her voice seemed to be blown away by the bloody storm as soon as it came out. Lifting his helmet, a handsome and youthful-looking young man revealed a sunny smile. I am going to become Miss Sherry's chief knight. It would be my honor. Shirley's tired face froze before she could even smile. A massive halo of purple light arrived in an instant, cleaving the Cabra Knight in two from his forehead to his horse's body without warning. The young man's radiant smile was still on his face when, in the next moment, he and his horse were shattered, collapsing to the ground like rotten flesh. Warm blood splattered on Sherry's body, seeping through her armor and giving her a terrifying warmth, a warmth colder than ice. That halo again. I'll see what it is. Let's fight. An old knight burst into laughter, his sanity completely depleted, and went utterly insane, charging towards the rotting corpse with a monstrous laugh. Despite his boastful words, he didn't even make a splash before being torn apart and devoured by the corruption. Sherry's pupils trembled, and she also wanted to charge forward to the death, but a dense burst of dark purple light flashed behind the horde of corpses on the hill behind her. Sherry still shouted woodenly. The rotting corpses are about to launch a ranged attack. Sure enough, the next moment, a large number of black and purple javelins fell like rain. Battle technique, Yuan Chi Slash. Sherry's true chief knight decisively made her move, unleashing a powerful battle chi slash that made the rain of javelins seem to have hit a wall, causing them to bounce off. Well done. Shirley mustered a sliver of courage again, encouraging everyone loudly to maintain their composure and prevent any more from having a mental breakdown. Each knight was one of the family's few remaining assets. They couldn't afford to be sacrificed again. Before the words had even finished, 300 corrupted cavalrymen immediately charged out from the flank of the corpse, including some of Sherry's former knight companions. Damn it, I'll go hold them off a bit longer. The last female knight in the group couldn't take it anymore. Valtry, don't go. Your divine power is almost gone. I have rested for a long time, and the goddess of war will protect me. With that, the female knight known as Valtry roared. Divine skill, breaking army armor. Several streaks of light quickly converged on his body, and Valtry was like an iron tank, crushing the horde of rotting corpses. Instantly, the zombie horde's attack faltered. Another cavalryman charged forward, shouting, I too will embrace the battle and aid Lord Valtry. All of this was observed by Field and his associates. They adhered to the philosophy of whether there are fish or not, cast your line twice, and lingered on this path for 2 days. Field, Ashina, and 15 demi-human cavalrymen hid on a small hill, while Rosalia acted alone and hid in another location. Ashina, do you think that Chosen One will survive? Or do you think Sherry will survive? With Ashina's explanation and referring to the map, Field was able to understand everything that had happened. Ashina said confidently, they all survived. There's also a Tier 3 battle knight in the team. Although Rosalia and I were able to kill Sherry, her Chosen One went berserk, so it'll probably be difficult to deal with. Sherry's Chosen One didn't even disintegrate the artifact, so she probably still has some trump cards up her sleeve. Since the artifact didn't disintegrate, it wasn't a crisis at all. In addition, the Corpse faction also has a Chosen One. The Halo from earlier was one, but she doesn't seem to want to leave the Viscount's territory. To be precise, there are 2. Field looked at the 2 red dots marked on the map, his mouth watering. I can't wait to grab him and discipline him severely. But with so many corrupted creatures assisting, capturing 2 Chosen Ones from the midst of a massive army is pure fantasy. Then save more people, exchange them for benefits, and send a signal to Rosalia. Field mounted his horse, gun at the ready. Be careful. Boom, boom, boom. Walter charged into the horde of corpses, his heavily armored fists striking left and right with devastating force. Whatever monster came before him was pulverized with a single punch. In an instant, he stood firm against the onslaught, unstoppable by 1,000. The warhorses neighed, and the corrupted cavalrymen raised their lances and began their charge on Valtry. Come on, let me show you the weight and power of the broken army armor. With armor that can reduce physical damage by 80%, the attacks from the rotting corpses were practically tickling her, not to mention that she herself was wearing 3 layers of heavy armor, all of which were exquisite armor crafted by masters. Smashing a Tier 3 corpse with a single hand, Valtry launched a frontal cavalry charge. Valtry, Sherry cried out, her heart filled with anxiety as she watched her contracted Chosen One being overwhelmed by the corrupted cavalry. Don't worry about her, the chief knight shouted. While the 2 were still in a daze, Shirley's warhorse was grabbed and killed by a rotting corpse that emerged from the ground. No, damn it. Shirley fell from her horse, her eyes instantly turning red. Her beloved warhorse, which had traveled far and wide, was like family to her, and now it lay dead before her eyes. She staggered to her feet and frantically swung her longsword, hacking the rotting corpse to pieces. The chief knight was startled and quickly dismounted. Miss, please take my seat. Tap, tap, tap. Chapter 81 Partners of Justice. Enemy? No, it's not. Sherry was just filled with despair when she saw the gray fog being dispelled, and she was overjoyed. Her eyes revealed an uncontrollable joy. As the fog dissipated, a cavalryman dressed in a black cloak emerged from the gray mist. Before even engaging the enemy, the knights raised their crossbows, and with a loud bang, the rotting corpses that had surrounded them fell to the ground. Field lowered the crossbow that had missed its target, then raised his spear and, with swift, deft movements, slashed down 2 rotting corpses. The demi-human cavalry charged forward, quickly slaughtering the surrounding rotting corpses. Please help us. When she saw that the person who came was dressed as a nobleman, Shirley could no longer hide the joy in her eyes. She waved her hands and pleaded with Field for help. I am Shirley Garcina of the Imperial Survey Corps. Our mount is exhausted. Field hadn't spoken yet. Shirley then threw something at Field. Take this, we need horses. I'll pay you more. Field opened his palm and was almost blinded by the dazzling light. It's not a flashbang, but a magical artifact. The main body of the artifact is a cone-shaped frame woven from golden threads, similar in shape to the Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! The difference is that the hollow frame has a beautiful ruby in the center. Holy crap, so generous? This is a steal. Without even stating his conditions, the other party tossed him a divine artifact without a word. Field couldn't help but gasp. This woman was terrifyingly wealthy. She's incredibly rich. Old noble families are truly amazing. Field accepted it without hesitation, then pricked his finger and dripped his blood onto it. With a soothing power, as the blood was absorbed by the ruby, Field immediately felt his mind clear, as if boundless wisdom was flooding his head. Then came a vast and powerful aura that filled Field with awe. Has been recognized as its master. It feels as if you have gained an extra pair of hands. An additional item has appeared in the Divine Gifts section of the Lord's panel. Divine Gift. Eyes that pierce through the mist. Tier 1 artifact. Source. Goddess of Wisdom. Effect. The wearer can see through illusions. Illusions caused by first-order divine power or less. Active. Activate the artifact to gain a farther and clearer field of vision. Special effect. Available only to the chosen ones. Telescope. Field's lips twitched. Once he taught the craftsman how to make glass, wouldn't he be able to sell telescopes in bulk? But Field quickly put aside his dissatisfaction. This magical artifact would be useful at least for now. Even if it became useless in the future, he could simply sell it for money, which would amount to at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Looking up and seeing Shirley's expectant eyes, Field gave a bright, sunny smile and casually said, "Greetings, Miss Shirley. I am Baron Field of Nightfall. You may call me by my title, Partner of Justice." Puff. What the hell? My partner of justice? You threw your own divine weapon over, and you didn't even hesitate for a second before taking it. Sherry was so angry, she almost vomited blood. If she hadn't been forced into a corner, she wouldn't have traded her precious artifact for a horse. But having been constantly attacked by hordes of zombies along the way, and now without her warhorse, she simply didn't have the courage to continue. An endless horde of zombies, and one by one, my companions die a gruesome death. Ashina said the three of them wouldn't die, which was Ashina's judgment, but Shirley didn't think so at all. Her sanity was on the verge of collapse. "Hello, Baron Field, please help us." The chief knight beside him also knelt on one knee. "Baron, for the sake of our fellow countrymen in the Empire, please grant us your assistance. May the goddess of war bless your future." Field had assumed that the Aura Knight, relying on his third-tier strength, would try to steal the horse right away. He had even arranged for Rosalia to pretend to be a wild, corrupted creature, ready to provide support at any time. Little did he know he had been too naive. "Of course, we have spare horses." He wasn't the type to take money and not do the job, so Field readily offered 3 spare war horses, adding politely, "Besides, nobles should help each other. Thank you for your generosity." Both of them wore weary smiles. The month and a half of reconnaissance mission had taken a toll on them. When Field saw Shirley swaying, he thought of going forward to help her up politely. But as soon as he got close, a terrifying smell of menstrual blood mixed with rotten entrails and pickled and salted fish for 49 days wafted over him, almost killing Field on the spot. Good heavens, it smells worse than an old widow's loincloth that hasn't been washed in 3 years. "Let's go, let's shake off the rotting corpses." Field's face was grim, but he couldn't bring himself to vomit. He could only turn his head and gently pull on the reins. The warhorse immediately turned around. After glancing at the mini-map, Field urged, "Follow me. I'll take you away." "Where's Walter?" Sherry, mounting her horse, glanced worriedly at the chaotic battle in the distance, then shouted, "Don't linger. Let's go. We've received help from other nobles." "Roger that. You guys go first, I'm coming." The voice from afar also became louder. Walter rallied his spirits, smashing the surrounding corpses as he strode to catch up. As expected, her chosen ones still have fighting power. After taking a deep look at the 2 wild corrupted chosen ones marked on the map, Field silently vowed, "Wait, once I've developed enough, I'll capture them all, train them, and then add them to my maid troop." Rosalia and Ashina fought their own battles in the gray fog. Although Field wanted to hide them, he didn't mean they would shirk their responsibilities. Field wasn't that reckless. He didn't dare to rescue people with only 15 riders. The greatsword unleashed streaks of sword energy, while the dragon flames of the dragon wolf spewed out in all directions as the 2 frantically fought off the surging corpses. Buzz. A streak of purple light flashed past, accompanied by a chilling tearing sound, and swiftly attacked Rosalia. Ashina's wolf ears twitched, and she immediately knocked an arrow, which shot out like a shooting star. Like a sharp weapon shattering glass, the purple halo was blasted apart by Ashina. "Beware of sneak attacks. I didn't expect you to help me. Thank you." Rosalia belatedly realized what was happening, carrying her greatsword and looking around. "So who ambushed me?" "You. Corrupt, human aura, strange." A stiff, occasionally twitching brown-haired woman slowly emerged from the horde of corpses, like the nurse from Silent Hill or a large, exquisite porcelain doll. Her posture was contorted and bizarre, yet possessed a unique beauty. A large expanse of luminous white adorned her chest, and a mole on her left breast, far from being out of place, added a touch of allure. A red ribbon was tied around her slender waist, and her white skirt, short and slit, fluttered in the wind, revealing her flawless figure. Ever since Rosalia and Field made their pact, the zombies no longer consider her one of their own and will attack her without hesitation. Rosalia was used to it and greeted him generously. "Hello, I am a noblewoman. Where did you come from? Little dessert." "Violet, corruption, vampire, hybrid, chosen one. Hello, I want to kill you." Chapter 82 Pure White and Violet. A corrupting conspiracy. "You talk so strangely, you sound so clumsy." Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled. With a flick of her right hand, the gluttony greatsword seemed to come alive, exuding a chilling aura of death, like the Grim Reaper. "Killing you would be fun." Violet licked her lips, revealing a twisted smile. Without the slightest fear or hesitation, she darted forward. Suddenly, a giant scythe appeared in her hand, its sharp blade gleaming with a purple light, accompanied by a buzzing sound and eerie blood, as it fiercely clashed with the greatsword. However, in just a moment, Rosalia overwhelmed Violet with her terrifying power. "Dare to go head-to-head with me? How cute. You deserve to be eaten." Rosalia gracefully raised her chin, and then, with immense power, she slammed the greatsword down. The imagined sensation of collision, or the silky smooth feeling of cutting through flesh, did not occur. The greatsword flashed down and smashed into the soil. Well, Rosalia looked up in confusion after the loneliness was shattered, and found that the violet was like a liquid. After a ripple of light and shadow, it returned to normal. Before Rosalia could react, the scythe in Violet's hand transformed into two swords, which pierced Rosalia's back. The swords then turned into a pool of blood and entered Rosalia's body. Divine skill, blood explosion. Well, Rosalia's pupils contracted sharply, feeling a surge of violent blood coursing through her body, like a flood bursting its banks. Strands of blood condensed from divine power exploded violently in the blink of an eye, accompanied by muffled thuds, shattering all the meridians in Rosalia's body. Countless streams of purplish-red light burst forth from Rosalia's body, only to be collected into Violet's hand. "Is the artifact a pool of purplish-red blood?" Ashina gasped upon seeing this, patting her chest. "Luckily, I didn't attack rashly. Noble lady, have you learned your lesson? Don't always act like a reckless fool." "Ouch! How could such cold words come out of your warm breath?" Rosalia propped herself up with one hand on her greatsword, her body riddled with wounds. "You actually put on a show for me? Luckily, I've been dead for 10 years, so I don't care about these injuries." The life force stored in the gluttony greatsword quickly transformed into blood vessels, healing its master. "If you used this on a normal chosen one, you might actually succeed, but I don't care." In just a few breaths, Rosalia was as if nothing had happened, her figure rushing forward quickly. The gluttony greatsword almost became a black shadow, flashing a chilling light as it skimmed along the ground, and suddenly swung down at the blank-faced Violet. This strike was aimed at her neck, and the violent explosion of the air clearly showed that Rosalia had not held back. "It's no use, it's the same." Violet didn't care. The purple blood quickly entered her body, and her body rippled again. The greatsword passed straight through her, without harming her in the slightest. "Damn it, it's that trick again." Rosalia swung her sword, nearly tripping herself, just as Violet was about to strike again. "Don't even think about it." At the critical moment, Ashina commanded the giant wolf to breathe fire, forcing Violet back. "Leave the rest to me. Neither of you can kill the other." Violet will not run away, and demi-humans will be killed as well. Although she sensed a threat from the dragon flames just now, Violet's unwavering pupils remained blank as she stared at Ashina. A gust of foul wind swept by, and brown hair brushed against the vampire's pointed ears, causing the earrings to sway gently. She seemed so dull, completely different from Rosalia. Ashina saw despair and sorrow in the Violet's crimson pupils. "I don't know why, but I feel that she must have loved to laugh before she was corrupted." "Uff, Ashina, stop analyzing a vampire with a screw loose. What we need to do is eliminate the corrupted creature or defeat her, bring her to Field, get her pregnant, and then you can have another godson or daughter or something." Rosalia continued, spouting outrageous statements. Ashina's lips twitched. Corrupted creatures, their brains don't seem to work very well. However, Ashina has forgotten that it was she who first uttered the outrageous statement. Take her back and get her pregnant. All right, take her back. The master will be very happy. Ashina aroused herself, and in an instant, her spear unleashed 17 beautiful spear flowers, while dragon flames surged from the mouth of the dragon-like wolf. Just as the two were about to make their move, the ground trembled violently, and an enormous, decaying worm burst forth from the earth, instantly sending sand and stones flying. Ashina instinctively dodged, watching helplessly as the worm swallowed Violet whole and burrowed into the soil, disappearing from sight. Hey, it's been eaten. What did it taste like? I want some too. Rosalia looked shocked. Taking a sniff of the lingering scent in the air, Ashina shook her head. She's not dead, she's just left Nightfall. We'll continue to hold off the other corpses and then lure them away. After saying that, the two went in different directions. The Viscount Griffin is a truly legendary place. In fact, a viscountry is quite peculiar. This title does not originate from an earl's fiefdom. While a viscount status is lower than an earl's, there is no hierarchical relationship between them. It is more akin to a special imperial appointment, and sometimes a viscount can become a powerful regional ruler. Of course, it doesn't matter now, since everyone in the viscount's territory is dead. A mountain peak overlooking the night sky was surrounded by countless rotting corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and blackish-gray, decaying matter. Only one white figure stood out, embraced by the rotting corpses. TCH. The putrid worm poked its head out, twitched twice, and spat out a person. Violet is not a good girl. She cannot leave the territory of the Viscount. The plan is to let the Survey Corps escape. Disgusting, worm, pure white, you deserve to die. Violet looked up at the girl in front of her. Her whole body was clean and white, wrapped in white bandages, and she did not look like a rotting corpse at all. Her pure white hair was as white as snow, and her pupils were clear blue, sparkling with a pitiful look. Her delicate face was adorned with a light and serene makeup made of divine power. Don't blame me like that, Violet. We are companions. The corrupted girl, known as the Pure White, smiled gently. Comrade, you smell so good. Perhaps we can become one. As soon as she finished speaking, the exquisite music box in Pure White's hand opened, and a large mass of writhing, indescribable objects surged out, with countless tentacles controlling Violet. Uft! Violet's hands were torn off, and blood gushed out. Ugh! Violet groaned in pain, only to find that her divine power was completely controlled, and she couldn't resist at all. Click, click. The unspeakable monster devoured both arms in a few bites, and still wanted more. All right, Violet, be good. I won't really kill you. Pure White closed the music box, revealing an innocent smile. It's just punishment for being a naughty child. You're a cute vampire. Your hands will heal soon. Don't cry. Chapter 83 Nightfall's First Guest. This is my castle. It looks like a large winery. No offense. Shirley looked at the square stone building in front of her, suppressing her inner complaints, and forced a compliment. It's unique. An artistic castle. I really like it. Yes, it's a converted winery. Field waved his hand dismissively. The two horses rode side by side, their hooves splashing mud as they trod the muddy road. Though they were said to be riding side by side, Field kept a considerable distance from Shirley, not out of gentlemanly courtesy, but simply because Shirley smelled terrible. The demi-human cavalry behind him were all shrouded in black robes, silently lined up in 2 rows. As soon as they entered the territory, the leader, Silver Claw, made a gesture, and the cavalry departed in another direction. While look at those cavalrymen, they're no less impressive than the knights of the Garcinia family. Sherry's chosen one, Valtry, exclaimed with wide eyes and exaggerated enthusiasm. Chief Knight William carried a great sword on his shoulder and a lance in his right, the triangular banner bearing the family crest fluttering once more. William said in a steady voice, "Yes, Lord Field is a respectable nobleman who dares to take root in Nightfall territory for the future of mankind, which is awe-inspiring." Haha, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Field scratched his head shyly. No wonder he became the chief knight. Who wouldn't like his flattery skills? He was forced into joining Nightfall territory. Otherwise, he would have been assassinated or stripped of his noble title. There are so few people here. And it's so dilapidated, Shirley added to herself. The slave camp in the distance was filled with rotten logs. The large winery was slightly better, but the brick and stone buildings were stuffed with mud and moss, which were meant to protect against the wind, but they didn't look very nice. The only advantage is that the air here is 100 times fresher than in the smog, and it only smells of rotten wood. Because I sent slaves to work in the logging camps, the crops here are almost saturated, new farmland cannot be cultivated, and the purification potion has run out. Field shrugged. He didn't want a large number of slaves mixed in here. After all, the slaves knew about Ashina's existence. Although a strict prohibition had been issued beforehand, there was no guarantee they wouldn't gossip. Therefore, most of the people in the territory went to clean up the main building and the lumberyard. Well, I was just mentioning it casually. In fact, being able to lead people into the gray fog to explore is already quite remarkable. Seeing that Field was intentionally or unintentionally keeping his distance, Shirley's eyelids closed slightly, but she was quite angry inside. Whether on family property or at royal balls, she always managed to be one of the focal points. The dazzling golden tulip was her title. This was the first time she had ever been rejected by a man, and although she was indeed in a sorry state at that moment. Humph, once I've washed up, you'll see what this proud noble lady really looks like. Field smiled. Thank you for your praise. It is a pleasure to receive praise from the young lady of the most loyal and brave family in the Empire. No need to be so formal, Field. Just call me Shirley. I think our meeting was very pleasant. We're already friends, aren't we? Although Shirley was somewhat displeased that Field had taken the artifact, she was still grateful. Holding the reins in one hand, she turned around and smiled. I know your father, Earl Kurt, a brave and fearless knight. You are very much like him. Field gave Shirley a strange look, making sure the woman wasn't being sarcastic. It was just more boring pleasantries. Field sighed silently. Nobles always loved that kind of talk. Indeed, his adoptive father was a brave and fearless knight, and he enjoyed riding his beautiful stepmother so much that he became as thin as a mummy. Let me ride next time. Thank you. I also want to be a brave and fearless knight. Yes, for the future of the Holy Griffin Empire, the Ross family has no weaklings, Field replied politely. After speaking, Field caught a glimpse of Ashina and Rosalia out of the corner of his eye. The two of them waved to Field furtively, and knowing that they had completed their mission, they immediately relaxed. My valiant knights, I have prepared guest rooms for you. Please do not mind the simplicity of the territory. I have shown you my utmost sincerity. Having given them a heads up beforehand, Field had an extreme distrust of nobles. After all, none of the nobles they've encountered so far have been normal. The decadent Simon, the bizarre Baron Bull, and a bunch of bastards from the family. In comparison, Rosalia, who occasionally makes outrageous statements, is already the purest noble girl. Field treated them like thieves. You're too kind. This is a perfect haven. Our cavalry has been traveling through the cursed lands teeming with hatchlings for a month and a half. We can't take a bath, we can't change our clothes, and we even have to sleep like owls. It's been torture for me. The winery was so shabby it resembled a slum. Sherry may have been disgusted by it, but she was genuinely happy. Don't worry, there's enough food and clean water. The amount of food depends on how many dishes we serve, Field thought to himself. As night falls, Mr. Plate, the chef of the district, welcomes his busiest day yet. Hurry up, do you want to embarrass the adults in front of the guests? Cow urged incessantly, while giving the earthenware pot that was chopping meat an unfriendly glance. Sparrow, Scissors, are you just going to watch me work all by myself? Hurry up and bring me some flour. The Plate said in a gruff voice, wiping his sweat as he rotated the large steak on the grill. Good heavens, what kind of guest is this, that they need so much meat? I didn't slack off, but you'll have to carry the flour yourself. My shoulder almost dislocated from boiling water, Sparrow replied while washing the vegetables. Why are you all here? Who's going to serve the adults and guests today? Scissors was a little confused. She couldn't imagine a nobleman without servants. I will take good care of Lord Field. As for the guests, well, they will take care of themselves. Ashina appeared out of nowhere, dressed in a maid's outfit, and picked up a tray from the table. You need a bag of flour, right? I'll bring it to you soon. As soon as Ashina stepped out, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The guests are taking care of themselves? This is too outrageous. My lord is worried that we will expose the matter of the chosen ones. As a knowledgeable man, Cao naturally understood the reason. Keeping my lord's secret is the duty of a servant. We are very loyal. The maid, Scissors, pouted. Of course, but we must be careful. There are bound to be chosen ones who have the ability to read memories, so it's best to be cautious. Cao suddenly thought of something, shuddered, looked around, and whispered, You wouldn't understand how bizarre some chosen ones are. They can even turn people into puppets. Chapter 84 The Trend of Corruption. As if showing off, Cao excitedly said in a trembling voice, Do you know who the greatest nemesis of the great Ross family is? It's the elves. After the death of the family's most powerful chosen one, Crimson Rose, the next few chosen ones also died in the war against the elves. Now the family's chosen ones are dwindling, and the strongest chosen one is in the hands of the second young lady. But I've heard that there is a chosen one who can create puppets, and he has been living in seclusion in the Ross family's castle. You know that? You're not bragging, are you, Mr. Cow? The maid, Scissors, rolled her eyes and immediately questioned him. She was one of the few people who weren't afraid of the butler. After all, always serving the Baron closely gave her an invisible sense of authority. Of course, I overheard it myself when the Count's eldest son was having an affair with his wife's sister, and it happened on the rooftop balcony of the castle, even though it was a windy day. Cow was extremely proud, his thin face beaming with joy. The scene was deathly silent. Seeing that the servants had fallen silent, Cal gradually realized that he had once again brought up a very dangerous topic. Looking at everyone, especially at the harmless expression on Wagwan's face, Cal suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. You won't tell anyone, right? Now I know why the adults won't let us greet the guests, Sparrow said, speechless. Scissors nodded. I'm afraid even the color of an adult's underwear will be revealed by the mole. On the other side. Phew, that feels good. I've finally gotten rid of that nasty slime and bloodstains. After washing up, Shirley wore a loose shirt and coat, her wet hair neatly draped over her shoulders. A confident smile graced her beautiful face. Shirley glanced at Field, but noticed he didn't react much. Damn it, if only I had a proper long dress instead of the ugly clothes Field provided. Otherwise I would have definitely charmed him. You look much better, radiant, beautiful lady, Field commented casually. Shirley hummed, then smiled and said, I like your honesty. Chief Knight William and Walter also came in. After cleaning off the blood and grime from their bodies, the two really looked like characters from a TV series. William is a square-faced, muscular man who rarely smiles and whose every move exudes determination. Perhaps he would be perfectly capable of cosplaying the Might of Demacia. Walter, on the other hand, resembles a female bodybuilding champion, with explosive muscles all over her body, but she has a beautiful face. The chosen ones are sure to be good-looking. Goo! A loud bang came from the stomachs of the three men, making them blush. My apologies, Your Excellency. We are so hungry that we haven't had a single piece of bread for 6 whole days. Walter laughed heartily, then scratched his head and apologized profusely, casually easing Sherry's embarrassment. Please have a seat. The food has been prepared long ago. I was worried you wouldn't like it. Field quickly gestured and smiled gently. I think we understand each other. This is a corrupt land, and it's difficult to maintain the luxurious standards of the nobility. This is all the help I can offer. As long as there's food, that's enough. Walter couldn't hold back any longer. He sat down, grabbed a piece of meat, and wolfed it down. Even Shirley struggled to maintain her elegance. Using a knife and fork was the maximum restraint she could muster. Field had prepared an explanation for why he hadn't used maids, but Shirley and the others didn't care at all, saving Field the trouble of explaining. Some nobles seem easy to get along with, Field thought. I was too sensitive. I used to treat them like thieves and guard against them. So satisfying. The three of them rubbed their watermelon bellies with contentment. They had eaten enough food for 15 people, and Field had been worried that they would overeat. Seeing that the guests had stopped eating, Field put down his teacup, washed his hands with a damp handkerchief from the sink, and then rang the bell on the table. Ashina quickly came out and silently tidied the table. I never expected you to keep a demi-human maid. Shirley wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, looking surprised, then gave a feigned look of disgust that said, You're so weird, but I understand you. Field was amused by Shirley's silly expression and knew that the young lady in front of him did not mean to mock him, so he asked in return, It's cute, isn't it? Indeed, everyone has different tastes, and I respect everyone. Shirley tilted her head, but as if she had thought of something, her expression suddenly became serious. Lord Baronfield, I have some bad news. Although it will displease you, I feel it is necessary to give you a warning. Oh, Field immediately straightened his back and leaned forward slightly. You might as well just say it. It's corruption. Massive amounts of corruption are gathering. Shirley's smile vanished, replaced by an extremely sorrowful, even fearful, voice. They're everywhere, spreading from Lionheart City all the way to the Viscount's territory, and they're still gathering. It was a terrible natural disaster, something that has never happened before. Valtry nodded. My lord, I am Valtry, a second-order chosen one. I can swear by my faith. Of the 200 members of the Investigative Knights, only the 3 of us survived. After speaking, all 3 fell silent, and tears streamed down Shirley's face. Field sighed and joined in the silence. About a minute later, Shirley wiped away her tears. Corrupted creatures have always been aimless and illogical. To be precise, their goal is to kill and corrupt others. In the past, when our Survey Corps entered the northern province, although there were always hordes of zombies, we have never felt anything like this. Field frowned slightly. What does it feel like? Please describe it in detail. The corrupted creatures began to cooperate with each other, arrange their troops, and use their wits to create a hierarchical relationship. I feel that corruption gave birth to beings who can control all corrupted creatures, namely emperors. Shirley's face was gloomy, and the endless gray fog outside the window gave people a chill down their spine. Fuck it. Field slapped his forehead. He had been corrupted for 10 years. So, as soon as he entered, his corruption had already given rise to intelligence. So, Field, leave the northern provinces quickly and return to the imperial defenses. Nightfall territory is indefensible. Once attacked, it will fall in an instant. Do you know when they'll attack? Field suppressed his agitation and took a few deep breaths. It will take at least a year, or at most 3 years, before they launch an attack on the defense line, Shirley said decisively. I've been fighting alongside my father since I was 8, and I'm very familiar with the nature of all kinds of monsters. Time is running out. 1 year. Field paused for a moment, then said bluntly, abandoning one's fiefdom without authorization is a violation of imperial law. Besides, I have nowhere else to go but Nightfall territory. Chapter 85 Rejecting the Invitation. Nobles are not simply sitting idly by. They also have obligations, such as paying taxes to the royal family, waging war, and defending their territories. Although the existence of the wretched place Nightfall territory has no impact on the royal family, if Field were to flee on his own, he would have to say goodbye to his life as a nobleman. You have extraordinary courage, and if I'm not mistaken, you are a first-tier battle Oronite, right? Sherry said in a seductive tone. Why not become my knight? I can grant you a knightly territory, and you will have the opportunity to rise in military merit. His Majesty the Emperor values the Garcinia family very much. Well, Field immediately thought of the Survey Corps' crates full of belongings and the girls sacrificed to become spider monsters, and a chill ran down his spine. Did the Empress really value the Garcinia family as Sherry had imagined? Thank you, but I have my own plans. Field sincerely thanked her, then declined Shirley's offer. The knights of the Garcinia family were practically expendable resources and filler characters. They had no chance of advancement and perished on various battlefields. It's better to fight for yourself in Nightfall than to follow a master who is prone to total annihilation. Sherry shook her head, her anger and confusion making her stand up. Your stubbornness will kill you and your people. Staying here is just waiting to die. Please think long-term. That's not necessarily true. There's still a year to go, Field said, leaning back in his chair. Running away isn't my style. Let the corruption come. I'll destroy it. By the way, let us completely destroy the corrupted chosen ones. Well, countless people have tried to expand into the north, but they all died here. Now that corruption has taken hold, the North Province will only be more dangerous. A year is enough time. To even hold on to this small piece of land is incredibly difficult. Seeing Field's unmoved expression, Shirley scoffed, but inwardly she felt a pang of regret. Rotten and decayed? He'll probably just rot and decay. What a handsome young man. Why isn't he a bit dim-witted? Following the Garcinia family, his future is bright. We'll rest for the night and leave early tomorrow morning. If you change your mind, you can come with us tomorrow. We can look after each other on the road. After saying this, Shirley and the others went back to their rooms to rest. Field remained alone, propping his chin on his hand, silent for a long time. Before Field could even get up, a pair of slender hands touched his shoulders, and Ashina said calmly, My lord, do whatever you want to do. I will protect you until the last moment of your life. Field was taken aback, turned around, and unconsciously put his arm around Ashina's waist. You said it yourself, so I won't hold back. Hey, you perverted lord, that's not what I meant. Like a startled rabbit, Ashina hopped far away, both amused and exasperated. I was worried about you. Don't worry, things aren't that simple. Besides, we in Nightfall aren't lambs to the slaughter. We're just getting started. Field snapped his fingers. Tell Scissors and the others to clear the table. By the way, where's Rosalia? She went to the main villa to clean up the remaining corrupted creatures. As a corrupted creature, Rosalia is incredibly aggressive when it comes to killing her own kind. Okay, Ashina, how's the Happy Beans and Northern God Oil coming along? Ashina twitched her ears, looking like she was about to praise. It's ready to be handed over to the people to make. But as for the results, we haven't tried it yet. Very good. I'm going to Maple Leaf territory again right away. These new products will become the backbone of our economy. Field gently patted Ashina's head. Ashina, Omegako. The next morning, Sherry and her 2 companions said a brief farewell and, carrying food and water supplies, left the Grand Winery for Maple Leaf territory. Their departure was so swift that Field's arrangements seemed utterly useless. They showed no interest in Nightfall territory, didn't chat with anyone, and barely even glanced at the territory, Ashina reported. Miss Sherry left a voucher for 1,000 gold coins, saying it could be exchanged in Maple Leaf territory. Also, she said you could seek refuge with her if you encounter a corruption invasion. She's such a nice person, giving me both divine artifacts and money. I don't understand what she sees in me that she wants to recruit me. Maybe she heard I'm the Iron Rod. She has good taste. Field chuckled. Since she's so kind, next time we'll send her all the Survey Corps' relics and say that this is the only one we found. During Rosalia's battle with the spider, Field swallowed a large amount of Survey Corps supplies. The armor and weapons cannot be returned, but the clan emblem and will should be returned. Field yawned, gazing at the surrounding fields. Our territory is worse than a village in the normal world, so naturally she wouldn't care. It's a good thing she's not interested. Wait, why do I feel like someone is sobbing? No, come back quickly. Cow stood on the second floor of the Grand Winery, his face filled with sorrow, tears streaming down his face as he gazed into the distance. Oh, Mr. Cow, do you know Miss Shirley? Why are you crying so sadly? Sparrow, the maid sweeping the floor, looked puzzled, but her hands kept moving, efficiently sweeping away the dust. I don't know them, but I've heard of the Garcina family. Butler Cow was extremely saddened. What saddens me even more is that the Baron refused Miss Sherry's invitation. So what if they refused? Sparrow was puzzled. Adults are always right. Foolish. If we follow Miss Sherry, we can leave the northern province, right? The Sparrow couldn't stand this and got angry, slamming the broom on the ground. Stop running away. We are only loyal to Lord Field. This isn't about running away, Sigh. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. If a high-ranking nobleman introduces me, I can preserve my reputation and leave this dangerous area. I'm doing this for your sake, sir. Running away because of a bad battle is cowardly, but leaving because of an invitation from a high-ranking nobleman is called honor. Do you understand? I don't care. The adults are definitely right. Sparrow insisted on being deaf. Field, of course, was unaware of the servants' quarrel. He had received good news. The remaining rotting corpses in the main villa have all been chopped up by me. I guarantee there are no omissions. Rosalia, completely shrouded in a black robe, returned to the Grand Winery, carrying the great sword of gluttony, her face still stained with corrupted blood. Well done. From now on we'll have a big villa to live in, and you can choose any room you like. Field was overjoyed. Although the winery was nice, it wasn't comfortable to stay at and wasn't very convenient, since there were only a few rooms. Yay, I've been wanting to stop living with demi-humans for ages. I'm going to live under your bed. Rosalia cheered. Chapter 86 Windrise Town and Starry Night Fortress, sunset over Fulon City. The space under the bed is outrageous. Field almost couldn't hold back. This is terrifying. Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled. Then I'll stay upstairs from you. Finally something that seems more reliable. Field nodded in agreement. This is acceptable. I'll cut a hole under the bed, and you can climb up if you can't sleep at night. I won't find it scary. Rosalia continued her indirectly defiant remarks. That way, it'll be easier for you to greet me morning and night. So you're trying to steal someone by chiseling a hole in the wall, right? Field was ashamed. Anyway, I don't want to share a room with a demi-human. Rosalia said with a mischievous grin and a teasing tone. Field, you don't know, when Ashina sleeps, she always giggles and licks people, so I can't sleep well at all. No, no way. Ashina looked bewildered, then clenched her fists and said angrily, You're the one who's annoying. Every day when I wake up, you hold my head like you're nursing a baby. It's suffocating. Okay. You guys are having a silver platter without me, huh? Upon arriving at the main villa, Field, led by Rosalia, spent 3 hours exploring all the rooms and secret passages of the villa. The main building of the manor was extremely magnificent, and even though it had suffered damage from decay, the main structure remained intact. As long as the collapses and holes were filled and the traces of decay were removed, it would be habitable again. The main building covered an area of about 6,000 square meters, most of which consisted of decorative sculptures, gardens, and corridors. After removing the areas that had become ruins, the effective living area was not large. But this also shows that there is a lot of room for improvement. The ornate carvings and painted decorations were useless to Field. It would be better to convert them all into pillboxes and battlements. There are 120 rooms with different functions, including 36 large bedrooms. There is also a huge basement, or more accurately, an underground shelter, which has a study, bedroom, and living room. Rosalia would hibernate in the basement before being recruited. With a crisp crack as the flames rose, Rosalia lit the aristocratic candlestick, illuminating the basement with a soft glow. Field sat at the long table and spread out a huge map. This is a detailed map of Nightfall territory, marking all the industries, fortifications, defensive strongholds, and most importantly, Starry Night City, Rosalia explained. This map is a family heirloom passed down through generations and has always been kept in the study in the basement. Very good. With this map, our operations in Nightfall territory will be much easier, especially when we attack Starry Night City in the future. Field nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. In addition, I want to renovate the Starry Night Grand Estate. We don't need that many villas and gardens. We need stone walls and towers. Field drew 2 lines on the map. It would be best to build it as a bastion, with large towers to house large ballistae and cannons. Cannons. Both chosen ones looked puzzled. Haha, there's no rush for now, and we can't rush it. Starry Night Castle should focus on restoration first. Expansion will require a professional castle planner. Field pondered for a moment. As for the large winery, let's not waste it. It can be used as a small fortress and refuge for the region. Besides, the slaves and free people around here have already built villages that are not yet sizable. Ashina nodded in agreement. Yes, it would be a huge undertaking to move all the villagers away. From now on, the area around the Grand Winery will be renamed Windrise Town, and the Grand Estate's main building will be renamed Starry Night Castle. After naming it, Field pointed to the location of the quarry on the map. Next, we'll switch to infrastructure construction. Rosalia, you'll go and eliminate the rotting corpses in the quarry. Ashina will be in charge of security, protecting every inch of land where people live. Yes, sir. Humph, they still have to rely on me. The 2 accepted the order. Besides, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Field then connected the Grand Winery and Starry Night Castle with his hand gesture. We need to connect this road. The damaged Starry Night Castle produced a lot of stone waste. We'll break up the waste and pave the road with it. Although cement is better than gravel, Nightfall doesn't allow Field to use such a superior material right now, and besides, there's so much stone waste that it would be a waste not to use it. Now, let's all take action. Field is full of energy. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the stained glass windows, casting a mottled and strange light that was originally brilliant. Fulon City is a border city in the province of Reek, possessing both extremely fertile plains and rugged mountains. Fulon City sits at the junction of these 2 landscapes. The city is famous for its beer, goats, and horses. Meanwhile, the city's master, Adrian Ross, sat at a long table bathed in the dappled sunlight of the setting sun. He reached for a cute rag doll, his brow furrowed. The stained glass was green, so the light filtering through was also green. The variegated light made the otherwise dashing young nobleman appear somewhat eerie. My dear older brother, why do you always send me these boring toys? I'm not a child anymore. Damn it, he's humiliating me. Growing more and more agitated, Adrian stood up, slamming the toy to the ground. His teeth clenched, his face contorted in a rage. I'll kill him. And my sister, and that cowardly 3rd brother. Oh, and that damned sister. Standing to the side was the chosen one, Allison Marius, casually fiddling with the rose ribbon at her waist. Her ample breasts, seemingly about to burst forth, were accentuated by her beautiful clothes. Her adorable hair accessory gave her a playful air, but her expression was melancholic, lacking any semblance of liveliness. She was used to her lord's temper. Although her lord had a bad temper and would sometimes curse, he would never go so far as to hurt her. Adrian was simply going crazy for no reason. Should I burn them? As soon as she finished speaking, her originally gray hair instantly turned a molten wine red, as if it were on fire. One after another, red, openwork butterflies fluttered about. A ball of flame in Allison's palm, like a sun, instantly illuminated the entire hall. The servants all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. The flames seemed to dispel the bad luck. Adrian plopped down in a chair, rubbing his temples in pain. No need. Put it in the storage room. If you have nothing else to do, leave here. My lord, I have a request. A hint of sadness appeared on Allison's cold face. I hope you can accept the refugees of the Purple Gold Empire and give them food and water. They are my fellow countrymen, and I cannot stand by and watch them die. Chapter 87. The Situation. With her gray hair and the surname Marius, Allison is a remnant of the Purple Gold Empire. However, she moved to the Holy Griffin Empire with her family before the empire was destroyed. The last capital of the besieged Purple Gold Empire also reported its fall a week ago. The world's coveted city, the Purple Gold Royal City, fell completely into the hands of heretics. The emperor and the chosen ones were all killed or defiled. What followed was a massacre of the inhabitants. Fortunately, the heretic emperor was of good character and spared half of the population. Therefore, refugees from the Purple Gold Empire were able to flood into the Griffin Empire. Adrian paused for a moment, then said, I will accept wealthy merchants, and I can also offer assistance to chosen ones, mages, or aura knights. But those who truly need help are. Allison was about to continue speaking when Adrian raised his hand to stop her. You don't actually think I'm in a good position right now, do you? I don't call the shots in Falon City all by myself. My father controls most of the power, and he's even assigned officials to oversee it. He's a real bastard. Of course, even if there are supplies, I won't give them to the refugees. They're useless except for taking a dump. Okay, I understand. Allison lowered her head, feeling wronged, and accepted the answer helplessly. Adrian didn't want to say more and looked in another direction. Have they found the killer of Kuchi? Is it that bastard Gareth? He seems to have vanished into thin air, disappeared without a trace. We have absolutely no clue. We haven't found any survivors or witnesses. Baron Simon even wrote to you to express his condolences. Adrian's advisor stepped forward to answer. After a moment's hesitation, the advisor continued. There's one more thing. Baron Simon mentioned your brother, Baron Field. Not only is he not dead, but he also made a lot of money from Simon. You think I don't know? Adrian began to lose control again, his body trembling slightly. How could he not be dead? He definitely didn't go to the northern province. Yes, he definitely didn't go. That cowardly good-for-nothing has already violated the laws of the Empire. He's utterly disgracing the family. But he brought out the head of a monster and fine wine from the deathly haze. Moreover, the garrison at Maple Leaf Fortress confirmed his entry into the northern province. Adrian was so angry he almost flipped the table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Now, Allison, go to Maple Leaf territory and kill Field. I will not allow my family fortune to be taken by this good-for-nothing. Adrian slammed his fist on the table and roared. Also kill Simon too. All my goods are gone on his land. It must have been him. It couldn't have been my good-for-nothing brother. Sending chosen ones to other noble lands to murder nobles is tantamount to declaring war, and we are no match for Maple Leaf territory, the advisor said calmly. Sending troops is also not an option, as that would also be an act of war. Besides, you don't want to be labeled a brother killer, do you? A nobleman's reputation is paramount. He can oppress the lower classes at will, be kicked to death by warhorses, or drown in a latrine. But if he harms his own family, he will be nailed to the pillar of shame and will never have any friends again. That's settled then. Before Adrian could speak, hurried footsteps could be heard outside. My lord, the lowly people of Idavan province have been instigated by cultists and have rebelled. The messenger scrambled in, handed over the letter, and his words caused everyone present to gasp in shock. In the prosperous city of Nojesk in the province of Athaven, the Cult of Shadows launched a rebellion. Viscount Lucius, the border guard, and his family were killed and sacrificed by the cultists. Several surrounding barons were also caught off guard. 3 were killed, and 1 escaped with the help of the chosen ones. One of the retainers widened his eyes. This is not a rebellion of the common people. The common people cannot defeat fully armed soldiers, much less the chosen ones. A weaker baron can easily subdue several times the number of peasants or slaves by summoning 5 knights, 100 fully armed soldiers, and 500 or 600 conscripted serfs. Not to mention those who possess the chosen ones and the viscounts of fortified castles. Yes, so the royal family has taken notice. This is a conspiracy. The fall of the Purple Gold Empire has stirred up the dark forces. Of Idavan province was furious and demanded that the nobles in the province immediately quell the rebellion. The imperial family also requested assistance from the surrounding provinces. As a neighbor of Atawan province, Falon City will inevitably be affected. Everyone fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the northern provinces, Field was extremely busy. Ding ding dang dang. A large, gray boulder, even carved with exquisite patterns depicting philosophical discussions about the starry sky and humanity, was carelessly tossed on the ground. The dragon-like wolf then smashed it to pieces with a single slap. The slaves, on the other hand, took the smaller stones, broke them into even smaller pieces, and laid them flat on the compacted roadbed to build the gravel road. After a week of construction, the road is beginning to take shape. Without a theodolite for distance measurement, roads will inevitably be uneven, and materials will be laid unevenly, which will affect their service life. But Field was already quite satisfied. This path was temporary and would be replaced by better materials in the future, such as cement or magical materials. Raw materials from quarries and logging camps were continuously transported into the territory. The inferior scraps were bought by slaves to build shacks. Yes, they were bought. Field set up a makeshift market in front of the Grand Winery, selling discarded items like scrap wood. A single copper coin could buy a large bundle, which could be used for starting fires or building sheds. The market's profit margin was practically zero, and Field didn't expect them to buy much anyway. The market was simply a way for Field to express his domestic policy direction and let his subjects know that their money would eventually find a place to be spent. This action also motivated the freemen, who were willing to work for Field to earn money, transport stone in the quarry, or join other jobs. Once the first harvest is complete, we can stop the food rations. Field's heart bled as he watched the food dwindle. From now on, the free people will be responsible for their own profits and losses, or they can buy food with money. The entire territory's food supply came from Field, including the free people, since they couldn't be allowed to starve. My lord, the first batch of happy beans is ready. Ashina ran over, cheering happily. I made a ton, and they taste sweet. Don't eat that stuff like candy. Field was speechless. Ashina was too greedy. How's the experiment going? Ashina blushed. I don't know who's in charge of this, Cow. Chapter 88, The Unlucky Pigeon. When Field found Cow, he was hiding behind a mud wall, spying on the scene inside the house with two free men. Yes, that's it. I swear to the goddess, you are incredibly strong. Muda, ora. The two inside fought fiercely, and I'll omit 10,000 words about it. But anyway, even the great Tao was obliterated. Goddess above, do not let me fall into the chaotic hell. Cow's eyes widened as he made a prayer gesture at his chest. The two free men were even worse, not knowing where to put their hands. My God, is that really something that Bean Sprout Tom could do? The freemen looked at each other in disbelief. Tom is known for being weak. How could he possibly have tortured the widow like that? Look at her. It's unbearable to look at. Of course he can. He took a potion developed by Lord Field called Joy Bean. Cow couldn't bear to look and silently noted down the time. The effects last for 1 hour, with good and stable results. The side effect is weakness. 5 data points have already been recorded in the notebook. It's amazing. The free man's face was full of desire to have it. No one would refuse to be an invincible man. The Baron is a genius, a man who has mastered miracles. That's right. The Baron's research in that area is unparalleled. The maid said that the Baron's bed always smells of a woman, and it's not Miss Ashina's. I suspect that the Lord must have another lover. The free man had intended to gossip, but when he glanced behind Cow, he immediately gasped and gestured repeatedly with his eyes, saying, My lord isn't married yet. How could he have other women? You must be mistaken. My goodness. He's already so wild before marriage. What will he be like after? Let me tell you, the Lord even observed goats breeding for a whole day. The Lord is truly a king among nobles. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. Cow became more and more excited as he spoke, completely unaware that the two free men were sweating profusely. I know, the joy beans are a gift from Cupid to the Baron. The Baron is actually a believer in Cupid. Cow. Field smiled and put his hand on Chow's shoulder. Hiss. Cow gasped, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. In the afternoon, after being publicly whipped, Cow obediently handed the documents to Field. 1 yang grass can make about 1,600 joy beans. As for Northern Divine Oil, the production is determined by the number of glass bottles, so it is not included in the statistics. These are the experimental data. As you instructed, we conducted the experiment on 5 men and have been observing them continuously so far. No side effects have been observed. Very good. Preparations for the Maple Leaf Territory trip need to be completed as soon as possible. Prepare supplies for 30 people. I will personally lead the team again. After carefully reviewing the data, Field picked up his red tea and took a sip. Do you have any opinions on the pricing? 5 silver coins for joy beans and 3 gold coins for Northern Divine Oil, Cal said cautiously. Do you know why I didn't beat you to death? Field grinned menacingly. You gave me inspiration to make up stories today. These medicines are no longer magic potions, but divine medicines, a gift from the god of love. Don't mention any more young herbs. These are gifts from the gods. Could it be? Yes, 25 silver coins for joy beans and 50 gold coins for Northern Divine Oil. Field's eyes revealed his desire for gold coins as he licked his lips. Those who take it will receive divine grace, undergo a cleansing of their marrow and bones, and be reborn. Hee. Cow broke out in a cold sweat. He had personally witnessed the production of this drug. Simply crush a magical plant, then add water, and more water, finally pour in some flour, and roll it into balls. You don't even need to add sugar, as the yang grass itself is sweet. Ashina would always easily bring back a bunch of those magical plants, which she would then plant in a room on the 2nd floor of the Grand Winery. What if they don't achieve the desired results? For example, a complete transformation. Field mimicked a pastor from the Church of Holy Light, saying in a tone of disappointment, "It's because they're not devout. They should have bought more. Go and make more pills. I'll take them all with me." Field waved his hand. "Don't spread rumors about me anymore, especially strange ones. What happens inside the castle must not be known to the outside world." "Yes, sir." Cal limped out. "Wait a minute," Field called out to him. "Go to the warehouse and get a bottle of medicine. Also, if the pills sell well, I'll give you a raise." "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Cal Lee's snot bubbles were coming out of his nose. That old fellow is really well informed. It's a bit of a waste to have him as a steward. Field rubbed his chin. It's hard to find the right place for a person, and a qualified lord should make the best use of his talents. Perhaps I should set up an intelligence department. He actually guessed that he was hiding someone, but it wasn't a lover, it was Rosalia. She always hid in her room to sleep, because Field's bed was the softest in the entire Nightfall. There's just no way to deal with her. Once the clutter and rubble in Starry Night Castle are cleared out, and there are enough rooms, this problem can be solved. Wow, the adult's pigeons. We're doomed. Ashina's exclamation came from upstairs. Field, looking puzzled, put down his teacup and hurried upstairs, only to find the room where the magical plants were kept open. Field immediately realized something terrible. Humans wouldn't go into this room, but that didn't stop pigeons from flying in. Sigh, the pigeons we bought at a high price aren't very useful, and they wear out very quickly. Field was speechless and had no choice but to hold his nose and go in, only to see Ashina come out holding a dark black bird. "Your pigeons accidentally ate some magical plants and ended up like this. It's all my fault. I forgot that the pigeon that was shot down by the slave can fly now." Ashina looked aggrieved. "This isn't your problem, and I didn't expect it either. But something I do find strange is this thing really a pigeon?" What Ashina held in her hands was a black raven, its body jet black, its feathers gleaming like steel. Even more eerie was the scarlet eye on its forehead, and its entire body exuded an aura of evil. Damn, even the species has changed. This is clearly a crow. How did it become Nige, a vulgar term for a pigeon? Could it be that the Yanqiao has side effects, turning people into black people? Field frowned. If it really had side effects, that would be terrible. "It's not Yanggrass. I've tested it, and it's non-toxic." Ashina shook her head and gestured as she spoke. "Remember the corrupted crocodile we destroyed? It was during the battle at the lumberyard. I obtained a purple potion from the crocodile's head. The pigeons became like this because they accidentally ate that magical potion. They've lost all life." Chapter 89 Black Crow and the Gathering. "No life." Field poked the pigeon with his finger, looking puzzled. "Why do I feel that the feathered beast sympathy magic hasn't disappeared?" On a whim, I tried to learn some quick magic and applied the feathered beast sympathy to a pigeon, which essentially established a mental link with it. "I'll try this magic again." Field closed his eyes, his consciousness seemingly sinking into the deep sea and then suddenly surfacing, flowing freely. The next moment, the three-eyed pigeon slowly raised its head, opened its red eyes, and said in a hoarse, deep voice, "Isn't this a clear view? This pigeon isn't dead." Lord Field, why are you talking with pigeons?" Ashina picked up the pigeon and placed it in front of her. Field was also stunned, and he and Ashina stared at each other. "Don't panic. I seem to be able to control this pigeon." Field made the pigeon turn its head, and sure enough, it saw itself with its eyes closed. It immediately exclaimed with delight, "It seems we have inadvertently improved this quick magic." The original sympathetic connection between birds and animals was quite useless. It could not control the movements of birds and could only act on the instincts of pigeons. They could even be thrown down by people with stones. Things are completely different now. "Spread your wings." The pigeon spread its wings, its black feathers like blades, menacingly unfurling. Its once powerless feet transformed into eagle-like claws. Field exclaimed. It seems that the strange magical plant transformed the pigeon's body, but also killed its consciousness. Fortunately, my magic preserved the imprint of its consciousness. As consciousness returned to itself, the pigeon seemed to lose its power and fell straight down, where it was caught by Field. "Hee, I can have a drone now." Field was overjoyed. Since the species has changed, it shouldn't be called a pigeon anymore. From now on, it should be called a black crow. Field casually gave it a name and stroked the black raven's steely feathers. "It really looks like a Prussian eagle. It would be nice to use its design as a flag in the future. Now, let's test its data." Then, as if he had discovered a new toy, Field released the black crow, letting it fly around the territory. Shockingly, the black raven flies at incredible speed, its normal flight speed comparable to a peregrine falcon's sprint, leaving the slaves with only a black afterimage. Furthermore, it can enter the gray fog without being corrupted, perhaps because it was originally a corrupted creature. A loss may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Field was having a great time playing in his room when there was a knock on the door. Field straightened his collar. Please come in. My lord, the assembly is about to begin. As per your orders, I have gathered all the people in the open space. Tate was as efficient as ever, never wasting words. However, he was a workaholic. He had been working day and night on the construction these past few days, even personally moving rubble. As for his wife, children, and mother, he had long forgotten about them. His wife, on the other hand, has been working at the winery, helping to make happy beans. Happy beans require no technical skill, and the workers Field employs are all free women who are meticulous. So far, there have been no poisoning incidents, and even if one did occur, the female workers would not cause a major accident. Tate's daughter, Alexia, spends her days in the Free People's Settlement, playing with the little girl Absinthe. She is one of the few people in Nightfall who takes time off from work. As for Wormwood, a typical silly name for a freeman, she came from Bull territory. When the villagers offered her to Baron Bull, Field intercepted her. She was cared for by freemen and maids, and had no worries about food or drink. Her daily job was to cook porridge for the slaves. Field multitasked, perching the Black Raven on the roof of the Grand Winery while rising and drawing his long sword at his waist. Very good. Have the bread been distributed? Yes, they've all been distributed. Tate smiled and nodded. You're very generous. Haha, it has nothing to do with generosity. I just want them to realize that listening to me is like having bread to eat. Field doesn't shy away from expressing his thoughts. Since having two chosen ones, he has become much more confident in his actions. Even if the worst happens and everyone in the entire territory betrays him, he can still turn the tide with the help of two chosen ones, and he himself will still be a first-tier battle knight. The top 3 combat forces in the territory are all in my hands. Power, strength, and money are the sources of a man's confidence. Field muttered to himself. It's been a long time since I checked the happiness level in the territory. Name, Field. Occupation, Lord. Territories, Starry Night Fortress, Windrise Village, and surrounding territories. Sign Chosen Ones. Ashina, Winter, Rosalia, Corruption. Population, 427. Development level, 2, nothing at all. Happiness level, -3, slightly depressing. Environmental value, -25, devastated, surrounded by decay. Probability of a chosen one appearing, 9 in 100 billion. Damn, it's much better now. Field laughed. It's just that the development level is increasing very slowly, but the happiness level and environmental value have improved significantly. The probability of a chosen one appearing in the territory has increased 9-fold. Although it is still infinitely close to 0, it has given Field hope. Let's go see the people. Field was full of enthusiasm. Outside the Grand Winery. Run. Whoever is the slowest will have to steal Mr. Cow's boots. Tate's daughter, Alexia, like a joyful lark, ran ahead of Wormwood, excitedly heading towards the crowd. The little girl was at an age where she was playful and full of interest in the territory. In fact, when she first arrived in Nightfall territory, she was terrified, believing she had stumbled into a witch's lair or the home of a swamp monster, a place only a lying child would go. The territory was a scene of utter devastation, littered with rotting remnants, writhing chunks of flesh and tentacles, and slaves with faces filled with despair. The little girl was so frightened that she hid under the covers in her room all day, refusing to peek out even when she was covered in sweat. There were no flowers, no companions, and no bustling market. However, by today, or rather, several days ago, Alexia had gradually adapted to this place and witnessed the changes in the territory firsthand. The corruption had been eradicated, and the deathly haze was getting further and further away from her, almost disappearing from her sight. Cavalrymen clad entirely in black robes frequently patrolled the area, and heavily armored guards never slacked off while on duty at the Grand Winery. Alexia's first step outside the winery was to accompany the maid Sparrow to the Free People to prepare rations for slaves. It was then that she met the little girl Wormwood, a girl who had almost been sent to Bull Fortress. Hey, Wormwood, look, Uncle Hammer is standing on the stage. Are they going to dance? Let's go up and dance together. Bitter AI shrank her neck. I don't know. I only know how to cook porridge. Alexia tugged at her friend's arm. Stop thinking about cooking. Come on, dancing is a lot of fun. No, the adults are about to speak. Bitter AI quickly stopped them. Chapter 90 Ashina vs. Field, cracking down on enclosure movement, second harmony. Good day, my people. I am your lord, Baron Field. Field stood straight on the stage and waved to the crowd. Good day. Greetings, sir. Many people in the crowd responded, some slaves even waving frantically with smiles on their faces. Field recognized at a glance that most of those responding were slaves who had joined the guard. Finally, someone responded enthusiastically, Field thought. The last conference was like giving a speech to a corpse, so lifeless. Field's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes firm and bright. I won't waste any more words. I promised before that if someone earned 1 gold coin for me, he would be freed from slavery and restored to his status as a free man. To date, a total of 6 people have earned 1 gold coin, and they are from my guards. With that, Field pointed to Hammer and his men. Holy crap, this guy's a beast. How does he make money so fast? They've been killing corpses, and it's said that 1 corpse is worth 1 silver coin. I'm so envious. I also want to stand proudly in front of everyone. Field made a pressing down gesture, signaling them to be quiet. If we unite and carry out my orders, we will gain gold, food, and freedom. We will not only survive in Nightfall, but thrive. Hammer, Lynx, and the others listened with intense excitement, their fists clenched tightly, their bodies burning with rage. Since becoming slaves, their spirits had died. Slaves had no chance of liberation. Their only hope was to work desperately and strive for a place in heaven after death. However, they were able to regain their freedom one day. It's like a dream. Hammer was extremely proud, raising his head arrogantly. From now on, I will no longer be a slave. I will get married, have children, and build my own mud house. So what are your plans for the future? Lynx pulled out a gold coin from his pocket. He also had 3 silver coins in his pocket, as there was nowhere to spend them in his territory. Iron Hammer replied matter-of-factly, Go on to be a soldier. There's no meat to eat anywhere else. What a straightforward reason. Lynx's lips twitched. Why do I feel that becoming a free citizen wouldn't be much different from my previous life? That's because the adults are too lenient. You've never been to the dark, sunless mines, or been treated like pets, forced to kill each other. Our lives as slaves as guards are actually similar to, or even more comfortable than, those of free people outside. What free person gets to eat a piece of jerky every day? Iron Hammer clearly had a story. Government orders may change, but no matter what, following the adults' arrangements is always the right thing to do. I never expected you to have such insights. Lynx was shocked. You're right. I hereby pardon your status as slaves. From this day forward, you are legal residents of Nightfall. Then, Field smiled as he destroyed the slave contracts and accepted 6 gold coins. Sure enough, money makes money. The original 40 silver coins grew into 1 gold coin, and in the process, they also solved a lot of problems for Field. We also want to work in the guard, Lynx and the others said in unison. Of course, they are just soldiers, regular soldiers. Field named them one by one and encouraged them. The monthly salary is tentatively set at 3 silver coins, plus 1 silver coin for killing a rotting corpse. Compared to before, I now have a fixed monthly salary. Yes, sir. Everyone was overjoyed. They really have been pardoned. The crowd was incredulous and began to murmur among themselves. Surprisingly, no officials came forward with some laws or pedantic pronouncements to confiscate the gold and confine them to slavery. Instead, they readily granted the pardon. The slaves, on the other hand, saw hope and were filled with passion, eager to rush into the fields and plow around a couple of times right now. Very good. Everyone can go back to work now. I look forward to the day when you are even richer. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly ran back to their posts. Hee, let's create a lot of value. Field's lips curled up as he fiddled with the gold coin in his hand. Sir, are you really just going to set them free like this? Cal wished he could gouge out his own eyes. He couldn't tolerate Field's wasteful behavior the most. They have already been treated well enough, and this will put a burden on our finances. Money only becomes money when it's in circulation. If it's just piled up in my warehouse, it's just a bunch of cold, hard, precious metals. Field waved the gold coins in his hand. Look, this is proof that silver coins turn into gold coins. If we take these gold coins and buy more slaves, we can turn them into even more gold coins. But, the housekeeper felt a strong itch on his head, but couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Field didn't explain further, but instead used the feathered beast empathy spell to summon his drone, Black Raven. However, Field frowned as the crow flew past his room. Who's in my room? Is it a maid? Field kept the crow hovering and glanced at it discreetly. But then she saw the wolf-eared girl sitting on her pillow with a mischievous grin, her smooth wolf tail swaying proudly back and forth. Sniff, the adult's bed has a faint fragrance. The adult is very clean. It smells so good. She licked her beautiful long fingernails with a smug grin and said, That wretched Rosalia, she dared to mark her territory with her body sent so casually. I can't lose to that woman either. Ha ha ha. This place must be stained with my body scent. What the hell? So Rosalia always sleeps in my room, using the excuse that the bed is the softest. Is that a lie? Is the real purpose an evil land grab? An attempt to divide up ownership of their own beds? So please stop torturing me. No, we have to fight back. These two little vixens have really gone too far. Field hurried upstairs and opened the door to his room. Ashina has a strong sense of perception. When Field opened the door, she was already tidying up her desk in a serious manner, and the bed was clean and tidy, though a little warm. My lord, what's wrong? Ashina asked, looking bewildered. Fine, fine. So you're secretly engaging in land grabbing behind my back? That despicable capitalists are extorting and exploiting agriculture for primitive accumulation. I absolutely cannot allow it. Ashina looked completely bewildered. What are you saying? I don't understand. That's fine if you don't understand. I don't know what I'm saying either. Now, let's face the punishment. Field didn't hold back and slammed the door shut. Huh? No, that's not allowed. The girl staggered backward. Didn't you just say you were going to mark your territory with your body odor? Field revealed a terrifying smile. Come and fight. If you lose, you'll have to contribute a defeat animation. How? How could you hear me? Ashina's pupils dilated in shock. Her senses were ridiculously strong. Back then, Rosalia, who was also a chosen one of the gods, could be detected just by her wandering around the Nightfall territory. She suddenly thought, could it be that black raven that used my divine power mark? Chapter 91, Ashina's defeat. Field pressed forward aggressively, his sharp palm strikes attacking from both the left and right. I surrender. I surrender. Ashina said, both amused and exasperated. How could I possibly attack you? But please, act normal and don't bully me. Surrendered? Too weak. Surrender is admitting defeat, and admitting defeat means handing over the defeat animation. Field's palm strike was undiminished in power, hitting Ashina squarely, even though its attack power was 0. Please stop. I beg you. I don't want to hurt you when I fight back. Ashina blushed, let out a muffled groan, felt a tingling sensation, and was a little unsteady on her feet. The cloying, sweet scent of femininity kept flooding into his nostrils, completely destroying Field's proud rationality. With a non-existent advantage in strength, Field easily overwhelmed the chosen one, grabbing her trembling foot with one hand and pressing her down with the other. The power of the chosen one is nothing more than this. You're already showing signs of exhaustion after just one palm strike from me. How laughable. The first chosen one will be crushed by me, a being of the same rank. Field's blood boiled with excitement. No one in this world can defeat a combat type, chosen one of the same level. Ugh, no, my divine power will go berserk, and it's very difficult to suppress the rampaging divine power. Ashina couldn't control herself either. Her sharp nails gently dug into Field's skin. The tingling, stinging sensation and countless silky sensations caused Field's brain to shut down completely. Little she-wolf, don't underestimate humans. I'll show you the true power of humans. Totally crazy. Synopsis. Field and Ashina discussed the social background, historical significance, and evaluation of the enclosure movement, engaging in a profound discussion. The full text is 10,000 words. Please click to expand. All right, my lord, I'm exhausted. Ashina yawned, her eyes bulging with dark circles. The land enclosure movement is too profound. Your knowledge has filled my head to the brim, and I can't learn anything more. As expected of me, the Lion of the North. Field stood up energetically, almost falling over, but still asked coldly, do you still dare to play the land grab? Do you still want to accumulate capital? I won't dare again, the girl replied incoherently, then fell asleep, muttering, knowledge, I've mastered it all. All right, next we'll aim for the title of King of the Chosen. But before that, let's go to Maple Leaf City for trade. No, let's eat and drink first. I'm starving. Field felt weaker than ever before. This battle was, in fact, a lose-lose situation. Because he was about to leave Nightfall territory for a while, Field was particularly busy as he needed to finish all the territory matters. 3 days later. My lady, the goods have been loaded onto the wagons. Ashina pushed open the door. She was still dressed in her maid outfit and showed no signs of distress. She gently reminded her, the army has also been assembled. Okay, go to the quarry and call Rosalia. Field put down his quill and stretched. Rosalia has been busy clearing out corpses lately, and when she has nothing to do, she goes to the quarry to cut stone. She could even slice through hard stone with her greatsword. Ashina asked doubtfully, is Rosalia going too? That territory will be unprotected. The territory will be left to the troops stationed there. I will only take 5 infantrymen and 5 cavalrymen this time to manage the slaves. The battles on the road will be your responsibility. Rosalia will not intervene unless it is a critical moment. Is there some special operation? Ashina keenly sensed the problem. Normally, Field would leave a chosen one at home. Field nodded. That's right. That's why I brought potions. As the two were chatting, Rosalia climbed in through the window, casually tossing off her black robe. She glanced at Ashina with a sour look and said angrily, "From today onwards, I will not go anywhere except by Field's side, so as not to be persecuted by some beast who actually stole my foot slave. You look like you're trying to persecute me. Also, you're a damn cat, foot slave." Field rubbed his temples. Rosalia grinned at Ashina, while Ashina made a smug face. "Stop fooling around, everyone. We need to get down to business." Field stopped the two of them from fooling around. "Rosalia, you'll have to stay in the carriage." "No need. I can actually hide it very easily." Having said that, Rosalia transformed into countless blood threads, surging into the Gluttony Greatsword. Only one blood thread pierced through Field's neck, connecting the greatsword to Field. "How about it, disguised as a divine artifact?" Rosalia's smug voice echoed in my ears. "Really?" Field reached out and picked up the Gluttony Greatsword, swung it a few times, and found it as light as a feather. "So light. Actually, I'm the one controlling it, otherwise it would be very heavy." "All right, let's go." Field wrapped the Gluttony Greatsword and slung it over his shoulder. Downstairs, Hammer and his men were fully armed, carrying square shields and halberds, standing ramrod straight, awaiting Field's orders. "Sir, aren't you going to take any wine to sell?" Cal asked, puzzled. "Let's not take it for now. Taking out wine too frequently will greatly reduce its value. We'll sell it later." After personally inspecting the goods, Field mounted his warhorse. "Let's go." Target, Maple Leaf Territory. Maple Leaf Ridge, under a dim sky, was a gathering of more than 50 robust figures. As the flames rose, torches were lit, allowing them to see each other clearly. I had a fucking blast killing like that. Did you guys see that? The spear pierced that female official's stomach, and she even peed herself. A man with naturally curly hair, wearing leather armor and a breastplate hanging on his chest. Maple Leaf Territory's defenses are really weak. Anyone can easily sneak in by disguising themselves as a refugee. Another man with a thick beard kept wiping the blood off his longsword. "Hey, mage, killing someone and finding lost goods have two different prices. Don't worry, Bloodhand. I won't treat you unfairly." The man dressed entirely in a red robe chuckled. "Who were you going to kill again?" Bloodhand cracked his fingers with a terrifying sound. The mage pulled out a portrait. "Kill this baron." Clang. Bloodhand drew his sword immediately. "Are you playing me? No wonder you were acting so mysteriously. You're here to die." The mercenaries' expressions immediately changed, and they all pointed their weapons at the mage, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Many of them spat out thick phlegm and cursed. Bad luck. Why kill the baron? For women, power, or land? It doesn't matter to the Bloodhand mercenary group. What matters is that the baron has fully armed guards, heavy cavalry that can crush everything, and if they're unlucky, they might even run into Aura Knights, whom they can then slaughter like butter. Chapter 92 Blood Hand Mercenary Group. Haha, don't be so nervous. If he were really that powerful, I wouldn't have come in person. The red-robed mage chuckled. Besides, don't act like law-abiding citizens. You have a history of murdering nobles, like the ones at Wolfhowl Fortress. Hee. I was just testing your true intentions. If the price is right, we brothers will take turns rolling around in the queen's bed. Upon hearing the red-robed mage expose their past misdeeds, Bloodhand laughed instead of getting angry, sheathed his knife, and came up to warmly put his arm around their shoulders. "All you have to do is carry out your duties." The red-robed mage slapped away the outstretched hand and sneered. Mercenaries have little morals or discipline. They are among the few who would dare to murder nobles or even usurp the throne. The same was true in the Middle Ages of the previous era. Sforza usurped the throne of Milan, and in 1066, Robert the Bearfox, also a mercenary leader, conquered Sicily. The target is Baron Field. You can inquire about him. He's a cowardly and incompetent good-for-nothing with few soldiers under his command, or perhaps none at all. Find him first, then kill him. The bounty is 500 gold coins, and all his wealth is yours. Oh, a nobleman without soldiers? Bloodhand tilted his head in confusion. That's a fart. The mercenaries burst into laughter. I can't wait to strip the Baroness or my daughter down to her bare skin and hold her in my arms. Come on, do you think anyone who comes to Maple Leaf Territory is married? They're all here to hunt for women. Ha! All right, the mage interrupted them, adding, I will assist you throughout the process. I am a second-tier fire mage. A second-tier fire mage is already considered a canon of this era, with astonishing destructive power. It would be best if we had a mage to assist us, but we won't blindly rush in and risk our lives. Give us some time. We want to verify that what you said is correct. Bloodhand grinned greedily. If it's different from what you said, then it'll be a different price. Bloodhand mercenary group extinguished their torches and disappeared into the darkness. As soon as Field took his first step into Maple Leaf Fortress, he heard cheers. See? I told you he'd come out alive. The soldier opening the city gate laughed as he vigorously turned the winch. He shouted, "Please come into the fortress, Your Excellency Baron. We have hot soup and olive wine. Sir, please come in and have a couple of drinks." Many soldiers on the city wall cheered loudly. While some rejoiced, others grieved, and some soldiers hung their heads in dejection, shedding tears for their empty pockets. It's unbelievable that someone actually managed to get out a second time. Sigh, it made me lose all my money. The soldier who had won money stepped forward and invited. "You are our hero. Please come in and have a couple of drinks. We even have a bed ready. You really have come out of the north for the second time. May the goddess protect you." Damn it, they actually dared to bet on me. But the feeling of being welcomed is really heartwarming. I won't drink the wine. Thank you for your kindness. Field raised his eyelids slightly. Sure enough, the atmosphere changed as soon as they arrived in Maple Leaf territory. Even the soldiers were unruly and undisciplined, gambling and drinking heavily. But he was in a good mood and wouldn't hold a grudge against the soldiers. The journey was quite easy, probably because I had a small group of people, 5 infantrymen, 5 cavalrymen, 15 slaves, and the maid Jianzi. With the help of the mini-map and the Chosen One, I easily reached the border fortress. It's worth noting that the Maple Leaf Territory border fortress isn't considered private property of Maple Leaf Territory, but rather joint property of the Empire and the Maple Leaf Baron, with the Empire holding the majority stake. After all, even the wealthy Baron Simon couldn't maintain a massive fortress and its continuous walls. Wow, it's been so long since I've been to the world of living people. It's so dazzling, I want to destroy it. I want to kill everyone. Unlike Ashina, who was catching up on sleep, Rosalia, hidden in the greatsword, kept chattering in Field's ear. "You'd better not get caught," Field whispered. "I will be careful." "My lord, be careful. I sense a hostile aura coming from over there on the mountain." Ashina lifted the curtain, yawning as she pointed in the direction. "Hey, okay, I understand." Field glanced at the distant hilltop, which was surrounded by dense forest and could not be seen clearly. Amidst the farewells of the fortress soldiers, Field led his men toward Maple Leaf City, arriving the following day. Maple Leaf City remains the same, with its 3-meter-high, almost comical-looking walls adorned with beautiful silks and flowers. The difference, however, is that the number of homeless people has increased dozens of times over. Disheveled and numb-faced, the people huddled together, numbering at least 1,000, a sea of heads. Even the unprepared Maple Leaf City had to send in troops and officials to maintain order. So many homeless people? Field was astonished. "Humph," came a sweet, coquettish laugh from beside Field. "You must have come from the moon." Field looked in the direction of the sound and saw an extremely beautiful older sister. She was dressed in the caravan's linen clothes and had a headscarf wrapped around her head, making her look like a married woman, but her lively manner made her seem like a young girl. "Pretty much." Field winked at the woman. "Would you be willing to help me figure this out? They are refugees, some from the Purple Gold Empire, some from the Atan province, and of course, some real homeless people." The woman shrugged, her eyes showing disgust. "War is always like this. Despicable people will harm ordinary people who love life for their own short-term gains." "You're right," Field smiled. "What exactly happened?" "The Purple Gold Empire has perished, and the heretics continue their westward expedition. The Kingdom of Valaya, the Inland Sea Trade Alliance, the Papal States, and the Hunrolia Empire, also known as the Shield of Holy Light, have organized the Divine Punishment Army, which should be able to defeat the heretics. In Atan province, internal strife has broken out. Cultists have seized the missing 5th-tier artifact, the Eye of Desire, and have raised an army of tens of thousands overnight. The governor has begun to unite with the major nobles to quell the rebellion. There is no doubt that Atan province is doomed this time. The situation changes so quickly. Field was not surprised but pleased, but a sigh appeared on his face. In times of prosperity, the people suffer. In times of ruin, the people suffer. "Oh, you actually have such insights." The woman looked surprised. Field smiled lazily. He smelled the scent of profit. Only during periods of significant change can one have the opportunity to reap huge profits. "I hope you're not someone who loves war and killing." The woman raised an eyebrow and left with the caravan. Field waved his hand. "Of course not. Thank you very much for your help." No sooner had the woman left than Field waved his fist. his face beaming with excitement. Itaan's Viscountry is in rebellion. Haha, that's great. Field sneered. Fulon City is right next door. Chapter 93 Simon's Chosen One, Florine. He still remembers his brother's mocking expression. Fulon City is known for its goats and beer. He a goat, right? He, beer, right? Field licked his lips, a greedy glint in his eyes. Still be laughing when I get there. I'm going to slap you in the face and rip your hood off the ground. The earlier statement, when a dynasty prospers, the people suffer. When a dynasty falls, the people suffer, was indeed Field's lament. He was happy to treat his own people well. As for dealing with adversaries, well, then I'm a warmonger. Iron Hammer and the others broke out in a cold sweat. The adults' expressions were terrifying. Ahem, Ashina, take everyone to rest. Oh, and gather some more intelligence. Field gave Ashina a bag of gold coins. Buy some good food for the boys and my maid. They must be tired from the journey. You should eat something to replenish your strength. I don't need any more help. Don't underestimate me. Ashina chuckled, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll follow your orders. Thank you, Your Excellency. Everyone wanted to rush down and call him father. Iron Hammer, I haven't forgotten what I promised last time. You're all free now, go have some fun. Field took out 5 gold coins for the guards and some happy beans. Don't forget to show the true strength of the Nightfall men. These gold coins are your advance salary. Work until you're dead, then work like there's no tomorrow. If anyone asks, just say it's a divine medicine bestowed by the Baron, a gift from the god of love. You can share some with them, understand? Iron Hammer and the others took the items and exclaimed excitedly, Understood. Field needs their help with advertising. That night, Field didn't even visit Baron Simon. As soon as Hammer and his men returned, Simon's invitations came one after another. There was a knock on the door of the post station, and the maid told Field that Simon's Chosen One had come in person and warmly invited him to stay at the manor. Such a grand affair. It's the middle of the night, isn't it? Looks like some people are getting impatient. Field yawned. Things were developing faster than he had expected. Even the Chosen Ones are here, so we have to give them face. I'm coming too. Rosalia, who had been standing in the darkness in a daze, turned around, put her hands on her hips, and protested. Nobody's getting us disconnected right now. Field was speechless. What was this link? It sounded really strange. I'll get it done for you next, so you can be naughty. However, this cannot be rushed. Rosalia is a master of empty talk, spouting outrageous statements, but she maintains the composure of a noble lady. When she has nothing to do, she likes to read books or drink tea, and occasionally she plays chess alone. Field patted Rosalia on the head and comforted her. You can stay hidden in the shadows. I'll go to the manor alone. But Rosalia's eyes were filled with worry, but remembering that Field always kept his word, she nodded and said, If you encounter any danger, just call me. I will be lying in wait outside the manor. I know what I'm doing. After tidying himself up, Field walked out of the post station and saw the waiting carriage. Dear Field, you came to Maple Leaf City. Why didn't you come to see me first? I've been admiring you for a long time. A sickeningly sweet laugh came from the carriage, and then a seductive figure lifted the curtain. Field glanced over instinctively, and his mind went blank. Sexy, the epitome of sexy. Field couldn't even find the right words to describe the woman before him, so alluring to the core. Standing at 1.75 meters tall, with a graceful and voluptuous figure, at least an E-cup, she walked with a swaying, almost unsteady gait, her long, straight legs trembling with each step, creating a breathtaking tremor. It's definitely a big truck. It shouldn't be divine charm, but rather her figure and looks. My thinking ability is still intact. Field pinched his thigh, the pain bringing him back to his senses. This was the first time he had ever seen such a charming woman. Hello, I am Field, Baron Nighthold. Let me introduce myself. My name is Florine, the Chosen One of the Third Order Cupid. Welcome to Maple Leaf City. Florine spoke slowly, yet the ambiguous scent between her lips made Field feel shy. I hope we can spend countless wonderful nights together. Third tier. Upon hearing that the other party was a third-tier chosen god, Field was startled and all his thoughts vanished. According to historical records, the strength of the Chosen Ones was related to the prosperity of their territories, and it seems that this is indeed true. Field maintained his composure and said, Forget about countless nights. I'm here for a visit and trade. I'm sure you've heard about the happy beans. When I got my hands on this wonderful thing, the first thing that came to mind was my old friend Simon. Oh, don't you miss me, Florine? I'm so sad. Florine pretended to be sad and came up to take Field's hand warmly. Her snow-white rabbit pressed against Field's arm and rubbed against him a couple of times. Don't listen to the gossip of outsiders. My divine skills can't make people lose their minds. Noticing Field's wariness, Florine chuckled. My divine skill is in crafting potions, healing, and hee, it's a little secret. You'll know if you've ever had fun with me. But it's definitely not about bewitching people, I swear to Cupid. Of course I believe you. Field hadn't believed her at first, but when he heard her swear, he became more convinced and acted much more naturally. Thank you for your trust. I prefer to win over men with my own charm rather than divine power. After a brief chat, Field ordered his men to load up the goods and head to Maple Leaf Manor. Unlike the tranquility outside the city, Maple Leaf Manor was under heavy guard this time, with soldiers patrolling back and forth. Field even spotted many ferocious and bizarre magical beasts tied to the ground. When they saw Field, they bared their teeth, looking ready to attack. Stupid child, he's a guest. Don't be rude, Florine scolded softly. The monster immediately shut up and lowered its head pitifully. Lord Field, you'd better be careful too. There have been a lot of murders lately. Not only are commoners and merchants being killed, but even nobles are being murdered. Florine pouted and said angrily, those annoying cultists, I really don't understand what they're thinking. Isn't it good to enjoy life? I don't understand it either. Field shrugged. Otherwise, why would they be called cultists? They're bound to cause trouble. Hello, dear brother. I apologize for not being able to pick you up. Things have been quite turbulent lately. Hope you didn't run into any trouble on your journey. As soon as they reached the door, Simon, wearing slippers, came running over with heavy steps, grabbing Field's hand as if he were seeing a half-brother. Chapter 94. The Dinner, the Strange Table. With Simon gripping his hand tightly and gazing at him with such affection, Field's lips twitched violently. Suppressing the urge to slap this pervert to death, Field forced a smile and said, Baron Simon, it must be fate that allowed me to escape from the northern provinces once again and be welcomed by you. Please come in. Simon, looking touched, pulled Field into the house. Upon seeing Simon, Field's last bit of tension vanished. Come to think of it, the gold coins he traded were only a few thousand, not even half a day's tax revenue for a large city. There was no reason for them to kill him. If they were to kill him, it would be by assassination, not openly. After all, if even a whisper of his mistreatment of nobles were to leak out, other nobles would find an excuse to wipe him out completely. But Field knew perfectly well that Simon's feigned gratitude was obviously fake, fueled by iced tea. Field could see right through his wicked intentions. This is an unspoken understanding among the nobility. I just bought 20 demi-human dancers. I'm sure you'll like them. Simon winked at Field, giving him a knowing look, and laughed. You weren't satisfied last time. That was my mistake. I found out you had demi-human maids, and I immediately knew your hobby. Your sincerity is enough to move even a goddess to tears, Field exclaimed. I wish I could receive 20 uncontracted chosen gods, not just demi-humans. Yes, I have always treated people with sincerity, Simon said in a simple and honest manner, then clapped his hands, and immediately 2 maids wearing only jeweled underwear stepped forward. The so-called jeweled lingerie is lingerie that covers the crucial parts with jewels. Well, is it a little quirk? Simon always likes to find some unusual fun. Anyway, Field can't see these things, since they'll be automatically censored by the invisible forces of heaven. The gourmet food I requested was the highest grade. Sir, the chef is still cooking. It will be ready soon. Field said politely. Baron Simon, there's no need for that. I appreciate your kind intentions. You understand me. I've always only pursued battle and glory. I've only come to bring you some gifts and to conduct some trade. Upon hearing about gifts and trade, Simon's face lit up with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He whispered, It's the joy pill, isn't it? Please say yes. My God, do you know how happy I was when Florine told me this? Standing to the side, gently raised the corners of her mouth, tilted her head, and revealed a joyful smile, just like a virtuous wife. It seems that Simon has indeed encountered a difficult problem, and it has been bothering him for a long time. Putting aside physical reasons, being constantly surrounded by a bunch of beautiful women will significantly raise one's threshold for sexual desire. Having a stunningly beautiful chosen one by your side, whom you can see but not have, would make anyone feel miserable. Besides that, Field also noticed something unusual. Simon's control over Maple Leaf City was abnormally strong. Despite spending all his time holed up in his manor indulging in pleasure, he knew within hours that Field's maid was a demi-human or something related to Happy Beans. Perhaps Simon is very capable in domestic affairs, or perhaps he has a powerful intelligence agency. Don't underestimate anyone, Field thought to himself. After a moment's thought, Field said seriously, Of course, it's not just Happy Beans, but also Northern God Oil, and a special gift for you. Although they are all of the same type, Your gift is of the highest quality. In plain terms, Simon's portion was diluted a bit too much. You are my most honored guest, Simon. Simon beamed, his face and belly fat jiggling. Let me see the gift. I can't wait. Don't rush, Simon, the food is here. Don't neglect our guest. Let's eat and chat. The three took their seats according to aristocratic etiquette. Simon, sitting casually in the main seat, introduced, although there is no ball, I can guarantee that these dishes are the best in the entire High Castle province. Just as Simon had predicted, before the main meal, a sculpture was brought out. A lifelike mermaid sits on a rock, her movements graceful, as if she is singing. Sculpted food. Field had heard of this pre-dinner dessert, an exquisitely crafted treat made from marzipan, pastries, and dairy products. It was usually sculpted into auspicious animals or scenes from mythology. Yes, and this too. Have a cup to warm yourself up. Florine took the jar from the maid and poured a glass of milk for Field. It's been so long since I've had milk. Field was really craving it. Although the goat milk from Nightfall territory was nutritious, it had a very strong goaty smell. Field took a big gulp and said, It's very fragrant. This milk is just my taste. Florine frowned, her face full of doubt. Milk doesn't taste like this. This is milk squeezed from my vagina. It has a bit of a human smell, doesn't it? Puff. Field couldn't hold back and sprayed it out. Ha ha, Florine covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously. Just kidding with you. This is milk, and you can even go to the ranch right now. Okay, you're going to play it tough too, huh? I know a friend named Rosalia. You two might have a great chat. Speechless, Field wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and joked. Oh, that's such a pity. Hey, I'm still here. Simon tapped the table lightly, feigning anger, but with a smile on his face, and ordered the maid. Pour us some wine, Starry Night wine. Florine squinted her eyes and said playfully, Oh dear, don't drink so much. You get drunk after just a little bit each time. I knew the plot well, and Field immediately imagined how it would unfold. The husband got drunk, and the guests and his wife performed a natural act of procreation in front of him, who was completely intoxicated. Then she became pregnant, and her son peacefully inherited Maple Leaf territory. No way. Simon wouldn't be that stupid. I think it's better if I don't drink it. As Field was thinking this, he suddenly felt a movement on the table, and something was placed on his lap. Is this the temptation already? Field smiled jokingly. However, I'll let you off the hook for now. After quietly taking a bite of pastry, Field was about to take a second bite when he was lightly kicked again. Tisk, you're playing this high game, huh? I'm not afraid of you. Field wasn't one to back down, and he silently stretched out his leg as well. Florine shuddered and instinctively clenched her fists. Then she looked at Field with a gaze that was 3 parts doubt and 7 parts tenderness, with a doting expression that seemed to see right through Field. She then glanced at Simon. You little brat. How dare you provoke me? Field started shaking his leg, and Florine lowered her head, a half-smile on her face. However, to Field's shock, he was lightly kicked by a leg again. Then, another one. Even if you're the chosen one, you shouldn't have 4 legs. Like a crab. Chapter 95 Sudden Assassination, Pink Cat Demi, Human. Field was confused. Really felt 3 legs kicking me. It wasn't an illusion. Is this never going to end? Don't you know I'm a respectable young person? Could it be that perverted Simon? Field's pupils dilated. He wanted to lift the tablecloth and look down, but that was against aristocratic dining etiquette. The sensation on my leg doesn't feel like a man's. Besides, Simon's legs aren't that long. If he could kick over a table, he could easily defend Kobe one-on-one. Before Field could figure out what was going on, another leg came flying at him. Could Florine be a spider demon? Field's face was full of black lines. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he tried to kick Florine with both legs. Florine hummed softly, casting a confused and curious glance at her. Was baffled by this expression. He thought to himself, so it really wasn't you. This is embarrassing. The pervert was me. Simon had no idea what was happening. He was still preoccupied with the happy beans. Field, could you tell me more about the pleasure pill? I'm really curious, but unfortunately, the sample I bought from the brothel was taken by Florine. Florine would undoubtedly use it to test the drug's efficacy or check its toxicity. Field nodded silently. It would be strange if she gave it directly to the Lord without a word. Simply put, he can make you invincible, strong, and brave. Field raised an eyebrow. Oh. I heard from those cooing girls that the men in Nightfall territory can take on 10 men at once and can't stop for an hour. They are the strongest men they have ever seen. Simon's face was filled with envy. As the seller, Field praised Simon highly. This is nothing. If you obtain these divinely bestowed medicines, you will be even more powerful. Please enjoy yourself. I can't wait. Simon wanted to try too directly. Oh, The dancers I bought have arrived. Seeing a group of flamboyant women lining up to enter the hall, Simon suppressed his impatience and immediately called out to Field. Look, these are the demi-human dancers I just bought. You have good taste, don't you? I can use them to try out my happy beans. We're definitely several levels below the chosen ones, but they were all top-notch beauties, more than enough to be internet celebrities. However, his expression seemed too tense, or rather, too murderous. Demi-human dancers clenched their fists tightly or hid them behind their backs, their sharp eyes fixed on their positions. The alarm blared, and Field instinctively reached for the iris brooch, but then relaxed, silently picking up a piece of rare monster meat and savoring the hard-to-find delicacy. They couldn't have been sent by Simon to assassinate him, so there's nothing to worry about. Quick dance. Like before, take off your clothes and wag your belly. Simon laughed heartily, imitating the dance as he spoke, looking extremely happy. He kept waving his arms. Dance. Don't get excited, Simon. It seems you've bought a rather unruly cat. Florine stood up, leaning slightly forward. She had clearly noticed the problem, and her eyes were filled with savagery. What happened? Simon got up, puzzled. Wait, why is someone kicking my leg? Field was speechless. The person was standing up, so how could they still have legs? Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately bent down and lifted the tablecloth, only to be met with a pair of pink eyes. Holy crap, watch out. The moment their eyes met, Field's hand trembled, and a dagger fell from his left sleeve. He unleashed his first-level battle chi, retreating backward at top speed. At the same time, he had already gripped the iris brooch in his right hand, ready to fight at any moment. A sharp flash of light streaked across the room, accompanied by a crisp tearing sound. The high-end solid wood table was cleaved in two without any resistance, and the delicacies on the table were blasted away. What happened? Simon was horrified. Before he could even cry out, a pale white dagger was already pressed against his neck. At the same time, the cat-like dancers pulled out their hidden daggers, knives, or rapiers. Uffed. Several maids who screamed and ran away were caught and killed by the cat-like beings. Don't move, you filthy human. The cat-like creature that jumped out from under the table held Simon hostage with a dagger in hand. Its long, light pink hair fluttered without wind, making it look both beautiful and dashing. Don't be impulsive. Field put away his dagger and gestured with both hands. Demi-human, let's talk this out. Don't hurt him. We can discuss anything. The cat-eared alien glanced at Field, a look of disdain on his face. Hypocritical human, tell me, where did you kidnap our pink cat-eared children? Ah, this. Without a doubt, Simon had brought this upon himself. Field shrugged. He had been polite enough, and there was no need to drag him into the mess. He looked at Florine, who seemed completely unconcerned. Then, Field scrutinized the cat-eared girl before him. Peach, pink hair reached her waist, and her white tulle dress, adorned with pretty lace, was absolutely stunning. Beneath the dress, her flawless white feet resembled those of a rabbit. One glance was enough to tell that the tiny feet that had landed on her earlier were definitely those of the cat girl before her. The dress also concealed a slightly puffy patch of skin, and her neck and collarbone exuded a delicate and beautiful physique, truly embodying the ideal of ice-cold skin and jade-like bones. Florine sneered. They've all been bought by the rich and powerful for their own amusement, and some have been sent to the arena to fight against hungry gnolls. Even if I tell you now, it's no use. The weak cat people can only be torn to pieces, then eaten by the gnolls, and finally turned into excrement. The surrounding cat-like beings were enraged, all of them ready to die. Dancing butterfly, let's fight her to the death. Friends, don't be impulsive. Let's take that bastard Simon away first. The cat girl, Butterfly, who was holding Simon hostage, was clearly the leader. Florine remained completely unfazed, leaning lazily against a nearby pillar. She turned to Field and apologized. I'm sorry, I startled you. It was a security lapse. I'm not very good at reconnaissance, and that little bug slipped in. Needless to say, this cat girl is definitely the chosen one. The chosen ones, making it impossible to distinguish them even when they meet, unless divine power is used. Only Ashina has extraordinary perception, able to find the opposing chosen ones from the slightest clues. Field checked the mini-map several times to make sure there were no green dots marked on it, and could only sigh regretfully. He had already been contracted, otherwise he would have just taken him away. Wait, who said you can't be captured by a contract? Field rubbed his chin, but he couldn't move around too much right now. Then, Field nodded to Florine, indicating, I'm fine, but your family's barren. Haha, I'm fine. Simon acted like a complete idiot, showing no fear whatsoever. He even tilted his head and tried to lick the cat girl in a perverted way, but the cat girl slapped him hard, and he immediately became obedient. Chapter 96 Assassin, but unable to cut through the warrior. A first-tier chosen god dares to sneak in. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. I'm too lazy to even make a move. Florine chuckled, then clapped her hands seductively. Chosen guard, heed my command. Field consciously stepped back, slowly leaving the battle circle, his eyes fixed on the cat-eared girl's every move. The Chosen Guard, interesting. The so-called God-Chosen Guard is a special unit that the God-Chosen provides to the Lord after the Lord and the God-Chosen have made a pact. Just like Ashina offered herself 50 slots for Tier 1 wolf riders, but couldn't be officially appointed because she lacked giant wolves. As for Simon, with his rich background, he naturally wouldn't encounter such an awkward situation. Don't make any rash moves, or I'll slit his throat. Dancing Butterfly threatened loudly, but Florine remained unmoved, not even blinking. Field shook his head when he heard this. If such a playful threat could intimidate anyone, then something's definitely wrong. In fact, Field believed that the cat-like assassination attempt was nothing short of a farcical comedy. They seemed completely unaware of the situation inside the manor, unaware that they were facing a third-tier chosen one, and unaware of whether Simon had any means of self-preservation. They simply rushed over with reckless courage to carry out the assassination. The only surprise was that this butterfly was incredibly bold, hiding under the table instead of directly stabbing Simon. I guess they really wanted to kidnap him, not kill him on the spot. However, either idea is suicidal. Field rubbed his temples. Underestimating humanity, one of the world's dominant powers, would only lead to slaughter and crushing. And that was indeed the case. Demi-humans did not have powerful empires, and many tribes were slaughtered or enslaved. The next moment, a brown lizard man dressed in mage's robes appeared out of thin air from behind Florine. With a rapid chant, the lizard man mage pointed his staff and said, "Etherealize." Simon's round, plump body immediately became blurry, turning into an impenetrable phantom. It actually passed right through Wu Dai's arm and casually took a step away. Oops! Wu Dai's pupils widened sharply, almost as if her eye sockets were being torn apart. She immediately thrust out her dagger, only to find that she had missed completely, unable to attack the ethereal Simon. A sense of foreboding spread rapidly through her mind, and Wu Dai's expression turned panicked at a visible speed. The pounding of his heart, born of extreme tension, could be heard even from a great distance by Field. Ha ha! Simon laughed and slowly walked back to Florine's side. Well done, Florine, very well done. Now kill them all. Oh, and leave the demi-human chosen one behind. Her fresh flesh and blood will be very valuable and delicious. Yes, dear Simon. Florine licked her lips. Come out, children, and crush my enemies. Dong dong. Amidst the loud footsteps, a large number of strange-looking creatures emerged from the corridors throughout the hall. There were two-headed ogres, swamp lizardmen, dwarf spearmen, and even green-skinned berserkers. But unlike in their normal state, they all had simplified Cupid's mark on their bodies, presumably the special symbol of the Chosen Guard. These monsters are completely different from those described in the encyclopedia. Field carefully observed each monster. For example, the swamp lizardmen had 4 arms, each wielding a kite-shaped shield, a long sword, a chain mace, and a spear. The green-skinned berserkers had twisted spider claws growing from their backs, making them look extremely terrifying. Could the Chosen Guard alter the physical form of living beings? Field wondered. Let's fight humans to the death. Avenge our compatriots. The subhumans swarmed in. The dwarves at the front suddenly threw their spears, and with a powerful whooshing sound, 3 cat-like beings were instantly killed by the spears, flying backward and pinned to the wall behind them. Surround and kill. The monsters seemed incredibly stupid, but their teamwork was extremely seamless. After throwing their spears, the dwarves immediately raised their shields and spears, forming a hollow circle that completely surrounded the cat-like creatures. Then, the lizardmen, clad in heavy armor, leaped into the fray from behind the dwarves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. The dark, swampy lizardmen, like armored tanks, surged forward like a torrent. Ding ding dang dang. The cat-like beings were fearless, gritting their teeth and raising their slender, fair arms to try to break through with short weapons. They desperately thrust out daggers or rapiers, but this was not the nonsense depicted in movies and TV shows. Light armor is as brittle as paper, while heavy armor would never allow paper to be folded in half. After a sharp crack, the heavily armored lizardman remained completely still, without even a scratch on his armor. With a simple, unadorned gesture, the lizardman raised his greatsword and swept it wildly. The sound of tearing flesh, accompanied by screams and spurting blood, instantly wiped out a large number of assassins. Then, it was another swing of the sword. Dirty blood flowed onto the ornate floor beneath the lizardman's feet with each swing of his blade. In just 1 minute, the previously murderous cat-like beings were all reduced to pieces. Only the chosen one of the cat-like beings, Dancing Butterfly, remained, panting heavily, desperately defending herself with a dagger using her divine power. TSK, still an assassin-type chosen one, so weak in direct combat. Probably can only last another 15 minutes before the defeat animation starts. Field realized that the cat girl in front of him was not only incapable of assassinating Simon, but even if she came to assassinate him, Rosalia or Ashina could easily deal with her if she couldn't succeed in one strike. Florine and Simon approached, both smiling, seemingly unconcerned about the bloody scene. Please don't let a little incident spoil your fun. Of course. Field accepted the glass offered to him, politely raising it in acknowledgement. In his mind, he was thinking that he needed to improve his strength quickly. The strength of the old Baron was truly terrifying. Can be stationed on the border to guard the Empire are all ruthless individuals. Dancing Butterfly gradually weakened under the attack of the 3 lizard men. Divine skill, Shadow Strike. At the critical moment, facing the fierce blades slashing from different directions, the butterfly dancer's divine powers surged, as if melting, transforming into a black shadow that quickly traversed the floor, bypassing the monster's attack. As the shadow rapidly approached Simon, Butterfly leaped out of the shadows, its dark energy carrying a profound aura, the divine power swirling around the dagger, slowly receding into a terrifying sharpness. Stabbed by a dagger like that would definitely hurt. Oh, that's quite an approach, Florine exclaimed, then casually took a sip of wine. But it's useless. 3rd-tier magic, Aurora Barrier. The lizard man mage quickly cast a spell, creating a barrier around the ground. Boom. Wu Dai let out a painful groan as her head slammed solidly into the suddenly appearing magical barrier. Before Wu Dai could even land, the green-skinned berserker swung his spiked club hard, and with a sickeningly loud slapping sound, Wu Dai was sent flying like a pretty rag. Chapter 97 Friend of Female Demi-Humans. The Chosen One possessed remarkable resilience. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wu Dai rolled several times on the ground, her beautiful clothes stained with blood, looking utterly disheveled. Then, gritting her teeth, she used her remaining divine power to transform herself into a black shadow and vanish from the spot. Field was surprised and secretly pleased. Although this had nothing to do with him, watching Simon cruelly kill and even eat people was still unsettling. Of course, the demi-human was not his kind, and besides, they had been bound by a contract, so he had no obligation to protect her. Now that the cat girl has run away on her own, everyone is happy. You don't even need to watch Simon eat people, just consider it a free and exciting performance. Sensing Flornie's gaze, Field feigned shock and surprise. Did she escape? Will she continue the assassination attempt? Martial law is in effect. Guards, search the place thoroughly and find the assassin. After giving the order, Florine changed to a sweet and gentle expression and invited Field. My dear Baron, don't be nervous. Let's move the banquet to another place. Field was really not in the mood for food. Ahem. Thank you for your kindness. Let's get down to business. The Joy Beans, also known as the Joy Pills, aren't as effective. But the Northern Divine Oil, and the ones specially prepared for you, are much more effective and are only available to the noble. After introducing the products he brought in detail, Field smiled and said, These are divine medicines that Cupid sent to me in a dream. I trust you won't let me waste your efforts. Of course not. The Maple Leaf family motto is, put down your guard. Everyone is a brother, Simon proudly explained. Although there were still a pile of corpses in the hall, he spoke with unusual seriousness. We'll discuss the price after I've tried it and seen the results, Simon added with a grin. Until then, please, take a short break. There won't be any more assassins, will there? Field said jokingly. I don't have any powerful chosen ones protecting me. Don't worry, that demi-human has lost the ability to attack. I guarantee we'll find her soon, Florine assured her confidently, holding up 2 fingers and saying earnestly. Of course, if you're worried about not having anyone to protect you, I can accompany you. Let's skip it. Spending one night with Florine means I probably won't see the sun rise the next day. A human with a whole army of monsters. There's no doubt she possesses mind-controlling abilities. As for her previous vows, they were probably just lies to fool children. Field had a vague idea of how she controlled the monster. The room arranged for Field was on the 2nd floor. It was an incredibly luxurious Gothic room with flowing curtains. The rare plants, insect specimens, and oil paintings on display alone were worth as much as several ordinary stone houses. My lord, please come to the nude bath. We are very sorry that you were sweating during the assassination attempt. Two maids walked in. People in the Middle Ages also bathed. It was the commoners who were dirty, not the nobles. For example, Her Majesty the Empress of the Griffin Empire was famous for her love of bathing. Taking a bath once a day, even on holy Sundays, is mandated by the Church. Therefore, His Holiness the Pope wrote letters of protest on several occasions. Natural bathing? Field scratched his head awkwardly. Nudism, in this context, refers to a large group of men and women bathing together in an open-air public bathhouse. Generally, after bathing, the men are clean, but the women are left unaccounted for. Nude bathing was a great hobby of the nobility. But Field is a decent man and can't stand seeing this kind of thing. Well, it's not that he's afraid of being punished by the great law. No need, just get me a big bathtub. Field stretched. Soon, a silver platter filled with roses and herbs was brought in, along with a golden goblet filled with wine and various fruits. At the same time, an enormous bathtub was brought in. Rose petals and herbs were poured into the bathtub, filling the air with a pleasant fragrance. The maids obediently removed the remaining clothes from their bodies, revealing their magnificent surroundings. Sir, please. Holy crap, that's amazing. Field rubbed his temples. What normal man could tolerate such emperor-like treatment? No wonder Maple Leaf territory was so wealthy. Countless nobles emptied their savings to live there. They couldn't keep up. However, we cannot indulge in it. I'll tolerate it. Wouldn't it be better to form a chosen maid corps in the future, which is far superior to them? After repeating it to himself several times, Field waved his hand and said with a very plausible reason, "You can all leave. I only use my own personal maids. I don't need you." The maids obediently left, closing the door behind them. "Yes, sir. Please call us if you need anything." Field lay comfortably in the bathtub, the perfect water temperature allowing every inch of her skin to relax. "This place is so pleasant, I don't even miss Nightfall territory." Field rambled on for a bit, already conceiving how to build a territory that would surpass the prosperity of Maple Leaf territory. About 10 minutes later, Field was about to get up. A dark figure descended from the sky. Plop. It fell into its own bathtub. Damn it. Why did you have to fall there? Field was startled, but quickly calmed down. He activated the iris longsword he had prepared and pressed it against the figure's neck. Hee hee, little kitty. I knew you would come looking for me. Cat-like beings are terrified of water. Wu Dai struggled to climb out of the bathtub, but a silver longsword was pressed coldly against her neck, leaving her stunned. This is a divine artifact? Why aren't you surprised at all? How did you know I would come? Field snorted coldly. A reckless idiot like you who doesn't do any reconnaissance and has no sense of reason. I could guess your next move even if I thought with my maid's arches. Oh. The cat girl, still soaked in water, stared at Field with her peach-colored eyes full of confusion. I'm afraid this is the only place in the entire estate without guards or spies, Field said with a confident smile. So, I guess you would definitely come here, but I didn't expect you to go this far. It seems you can't escape the mixed bathing today. Field had this in mind when he asked the maids to leave. Wu Dai was already in a state of confusion. You? How do you know there are no guards? If I had, you wouldn't have come, and I would have known that Simon was watching me. If I didn't, you would have come, which means that Simon respects and trusts me. Do you understand? Pink cat head. Field's patience and other dancing butterflies straightened out the logic. When Field saw that Dancing Butterfly's eyes had become clear, he took the initiative to sheath his iris longsword. Let me introduce myself. My name is Field, Baron of Nightfall, and I am known as the friend of the female demi-humans. Humph, you despicable human. Do you think I would believe you? Chapter 98, 3 million gold coins. Dancing Butterfly immediately thought of her tragically deceased companions, her eyes welling up with tears, and she drew her dagger, pointing it at Field. Don't be so stupid. Your enemy is Simon, and has nothing to do with me, Field. Kill me, and you will surely die. Besides, in your current weakened state, do you think you can kill me? Wu Dai calmed down and asked in a cold voice. What? What do you want to do? I want you. Field answered without hesitation that even if assassins were of little use to the development of Nightfall territory, Field was a man who valued talent. Puff. Wu Dai was so startled that she aggravated her internal injuries and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pretty face turned red, and she raised her hand to scratch someone. Damn it. You humans are all the same. I want your loyalty to me. What are you thinking? Field said slowly, his fingers interlaced. That's out of the question. I already have a lord I'm loyal to. and humans can't possibly form contracts with demi-humans, you idiot. Field knew, of course, that Dancing Butterfly had been bound by a contract, but he still wanted to test the waters. The Trader Chow was actually myself. Oh, that's even more interesting. Who says you can't change masters just because you have a lord? No means no. I'd rather die before you. The cat-like creature grew increasingly agitated, as if it might pounce at any moment. Come on, let's die together. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Her trump card is undoubtedly the artifact of disintegration, but judging from her refusal to surrender even at the cost of her life, it's clear that the contract with the Chosen Ones is very binding, much stronger than a marriage certificate, and not so easy to seduce. Take it easy. Field gently reassured him, then raised his hand to pat the cat-like creature's furry ears and patted its head. Dancing Butterfly, hee, I'm feeling a bit happier now. Wait, don't touch me. Hey, why are you so skilled at this? Because Field was at home, he would fuss over Ashina every day, and even instilled in her an incorrigible habit. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't get fussed over a couple of times a day. The cat ears twitched, and Wu Dai exclaimed in alarm. Someone's coming. Field frowned and slapped the cat's head into the water. Hide. Hold your breath. Don't move. Then pour red wine and rose petals into the bathtub. Lay down a towel, and stop only when you can't see the bottom of the water. The flawless touch and the tingling pressure are too much for most people to handle. Gurgle. A bubble rose on the surface of the water, stopped moving, and calmed down underwater when the knocking sounded. Lord Field, we just heard some noise and suspect it's an assassin. For your safety, may we come in and search? Of course, please feel free to make yourself at home. Field remained completely unperturbed. Even if the cat-like creature was discovered, he could claim that he had been coerced. The manor soldiers didn't dare to be too presumptuous. After making a round of the room and checking the hiding place, they said, "Excuse me," and left. Wu Dai's face was flushed, as if she were boiling, and she emerged from the water, stunned. Her eyes were wide, tears welling in the corners, and she murmured, "It's not clean anymore. It's not clean anymore." Who told you to move around and disturb little Field? Never mind that. Let's talk about the important thing. You want to live, right? To avenge your companions, or to find the missing children of the catfolk? Field asked earnestly. Dancing Butterfly seemed to see a glimmer of hope. She thought of her dead companions and pleaded, "Yes. Can you help me kill Simon?" "No. Why would I help someone else's chosen one to go against my own trading partner? Besides, Simon is not someone to be trifled with." Without hesitation, Field refused outright. He's not someone who's controlled by his underlings. Firstly, everyone here is a human noble, and secondly, their interests are intertwined. Wu Dai's lips trembled, and tears began to stream down her face again. Don't be so fragile. Simon and I can have business dealings, and so can you. Field patted her head to comfort her. Dancing Butterfly, meow. Among nobles, lasting friendships are rare, but lasting interests are possible. Simon and I can get along very well simply because we have no conflict of interest. On the contrary, I can bring him benefits. If we wait for nightfall to develop, disputes over trade, population, and land will inevitably arise. Simon would be an enemy sooner or later, especially since he was a ruthless psychopath. Field knew that very well. Therefore, seeking his own benefit was of paramount importance. However, there was no need to tell these things to the cat-like man. Don't touch my head. You human nobles are so despicable, turning on your allies in the blink of an eye. Although she said this, Wu Dai was not so agitated anymore. Instead, she curled up in a corner of the bathtub and patiently waited for Field to continue. If you switch sides and pledge allegiance to me, I will avenge you. Wu Dai replied without hesitation. This won't do. Everything else is negotiable. Then let's try another one. You can recover your divine power in my room, and I will cover you. I can even help you escape the manor. The reason you can't escape as a shadow is probably because your divine power is insufficient, or there are surveillance methods outside. Right. Name your terms. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Dai nodded. When my essence, cough cough. Just kidding. Seeing the cat girl about to pounce and bite, Field quickly changed his tune. Let me see your artifact first. I'm very curious about its functions. The Shadow Lady's makeup box can also transform into a shadow dagger. In Wu Dai's hand was entangled by a dark shadow, transforming into a beautiful black makeup box. It can change my appearance and evade detection. After saying that, Wu Dai used the small gadgets inside to smear her face for a while, and she actually transformed into the older sister who had spoken to Field before. Well, do you recognize me? The Baron from the Moon. So it was you who was telling me about the state of the Empire during the day. Field slapped his forehead. No wonder she looked like a young girl despite being a married woman. Impressive, isn't it? Butterfly was overjoyed, very satisfied with Field's reaction, her cat ears swaying incessantly. Haven't you ever seen anything like this before? A poor lord like you without a chosen one can only envy you. What's there to envy? The Iris longsword is of the same type as her divine weapon. Not only can she transform her entire body, but her Iris longsword is also longer than her dagger and is more concealed. Unfortunately, the Iris brooch's ability to transform can only transform into people it has seen before, while the makeup box can be dressed up at will. Alright, if you bring me 3 million gold coins, I'll help you escape. Otherwise, I'll call the guards right now and make you perform a high-intensity defeat animation on the spot, and I'd be happy to be the first one. Despicable humans. Wu Dai rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from anger. 3 million gold coins? Do you know what you're saying? Not much. A single Tier 1 divine artifact can sell for 1 million gold coins. Does that mean a chosen one isn't worth 3 million? Chapter 99 Agreement reached. I'm not asking you to pay this much all at once. I believe you, and your lord can afford it. Of course, you can also use important intelligence or supplies to pay off the debt, or even work for me, as long as it's worth 3 million. That's too much. We demi-humans don't have that much money. Demi-humans are among the poorest races, except for a few noble demi-humans, such as dragon demi-humans or fox demi-humans who are skilled at making money. The rest of the demi-humans basically live in small tribes, suffering from hunger and cold. As she spoke, Wu Dai pitifully pulled out a pretty handkerchief, inside which were carefully wrapped 1 gold coin, 6 silver coins, and 3 copper coins. That's all I have. I like to buy pretty clothes, and it's hard to save money. You're a thief? Or maybe an assassin. You must be able to find treasure or artifacts, right? Your clothes aren't worth much. After cruelly taking her gold coin, Field played with it while coldly saying, repay 1 gold coin, and now swear by your God-chosen contract. If you can't pay it back, you'll have to pay it off yourself. You also want to live and take revenge yourself, right? Don't forget how your comrades and people died tragically. Only by living can you seek revenge on Simon. We are partners in mutual benefit, so don't treat me as an enemy. If you need help, you can come to me. There was no other way now. She was injured, and although the makeup box could disguise her, the manor forbade her to leave, so she couldn't escape disguised as a maid. By her words, Wu Dai made a vow and signed a repayment agreement without fully understanding what was going on. Okay, now listen to me. I'll help you survive and escape. After explaining the precautions, the two remained silent all night. In the darkness, Field listened to the little girl's soft sobs, unsure whether she was grieving for her people or worried about her future. Field simply went to sleep quietly. With Field present, no guards came in to search, allowing Butterfly ample time to recover her divine power. The real event was on the second day. Field and Simon went into the hall to discuss the price of Happy Beans. Simon looked exhausted, but he couldn't hide his pride and excitement. He said excitedly, I was really fierce last night. I played with 3 without taking a break. As expected of you. Field gave him an approving look. Tell me the formula for the joy pill, and I'm willing to pay a high price for it, Simon said, changing the subject to a simple and honest tone. I'm willing to offer 50,000 gold coins. If we consider Happy Beans as a magic potion, the formula should be worth at least 300,000. 50,000 is pure fantasy. Field had anticipated this and smiled, saying, This is a divinely inspired recipe, but Cupid forbids me from sharing it. Sorry, let's talk about pricing instead. A flash of anger and resentment crossed Simon's eyes, though he concealed it well, but Field still caught it keenly. Because the process is complex and the raw materials are extremely rare, I think you won't disappoint Cupid. Field sat calmly in his chair. Happy Beans cost 50 copper coins, while Northern Divine Oil costs 10 gold coins. Judging from his tone, Simon seemed to be open to negotiation. Sorry, no. Field's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic, crisp sound. His tone was completely flat. Don't be fooled by the number of pills I brought. You know perfectly well that there's only one in the entire empire, even the whole world. I've supplied it exclusively to you. I don't need to elaborate on how profitable a monopoly is. Field flashed his white teeth. 40 silver coins for Joy Beans, and 80 gold coins for Northern God Oil. Are you kidding me? 80 gold coins. That's enough for a potion. Simon was getting impatient. This was the first time Field had ever seen Simon so agitated. Besides, no lowly person would spend 40 silver coins for an hour of pleasure. Don't be so rigid. You can cut the Happy Beans into 40 pieces, each worth 3 silver coins. Wouldn't that double your earnings? Besides, you don't necessarily have to sell them all to the lower classes. You can follow the trade routes and sell them to major cities. There are plenty of people who will buy them. With a monopolized product, Field had him cornered. Simon also fell silent. This pill was extremely important to him, not only because it could fix his own problems, but more importantly, because it would work for Florine. Feeding orcs berserk potions would completely drain their life force, but the joy pill wouldn't. Your price is too high. I can offer some conveniences, but you must lower the price. Convenience? Please elaborate. Field was invigorated. After careful discussion, the two decided to sell the joy pill for 30 silver coins and the Northern Divine Oil for 50 gold coins, even better than Field had predicted. A total of 30,500 pills and 200 bottles of divine oil were provided, totaling 19,150 gold coins, of which Simon actually paid 19,000. In addition, Simon also provided what Field had been longing for, a craftsman. There are 2 stonemason apprentices, 2 carpenter apprentices, and 1 blacksmith apprentice. Craftsmen are the foundation of a lord's power and are not easily distributed. This time, being able to give 5 apprentices to Field is already a huge windfall. Great. Now we need to accelerate the construction of Nightfall territory. Of course, Field also had to meet Simon's demands. Happy Beans and other products could only be supplied to Simon alone. Furthermore, the price had to be lowered next time. Field didn't plan to live off Happy Beans forever. He just wanted to make a quick buck a few times. Nightfall still needed to rely on industrial development. Goodbye, Baron Simon, and the charming Miss Florine. Don't regret the gold coins. They'll still be used in Maple Leaf territory and eventually return to your pockets. Florine winked at Field and said sweetly, "Goodbye. Remember me." Simon looked helpless, feeling sorry for his lost gold coins. With a hearty laugh, Field nodded to the slaves pulling the cart and shouted, "Load the empty barrels, and let's go." Just then, a hidden dark shadow emerged from the house and, as if liquid, quickly entered an empty barrel. "Hey, this is so heavy." One of the slaves noticed the problem. "Ahem, stop dawdling and slacking off," Field scolded sternly. "Haven't you eaten yet? Hurry up." "Yes, yes, sir." The slave was startled and quickly loaded the cart. The manor guards witnessed this scene, but since it was perfectly normal for nobles to reprimand slaves, they didn't take it seriously. Field only breathed a sigh of relief after the carriage crossed the restricted checkpoint. "Let's go back to the post station first." Field drew back the curtain of the carriage and saw Rosalia waving at him from not far away, so he nodded and smiled back. Upon arriving at the post station, Field saw a crowd blocking the entrance, some dressed in aristocratic attire and others in clergy robes. "The debt collectors are here." Chapter 100 Nibelungen. An elderly priest in a papal robe, surrounded by papal knights, slowly walked up to Field, casually dipped his finger in the holy water from the golden goblet, and flicked it onto Field's body. "Lost lamb, may the holy light protect you." "Thank you very much." Field smiled and nodded, guessing the purpose of their visit. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" "The heretics are wreaking havoc on the sacred land of the holy light goddess. The church needs to form a divine punishment army to defend the people and freedom. We need your strength. Please provide gold coins, food, soldiers, or chosen ones to join the war against the heretics." Hiss, just as I thought. The money had barely been received and hadn't even been enjoyed before someone had their eyes on it. "I'm sorry, I need the Queen's order to provide military supplies." Field shrugged, looking distressed. The old priest declared with righteous indignation, "We are fighting for all of humanity. The Queen will agree. It's just that the decree has not yet been issued." If Field hadn't studied continental history, he would have been completely fooled by his righteous appearance. The church does organize the Divine Punishment Army, and has done so 7 times already, but they only provide the nominal force and never deploy actual military power, especially high-end combat power. Each time, they would only send out small armies of 3,000 or 4,000 men, all composed of old thugs and hooligans, who would burn, kill, and plunder all the way to the front lines, and then flee at the sight of the enemy. It was a complete looting operation. As for everyone's donations, they all turned into cute little boys, villas, and gold bricks for the people of the Holy Light Church to enjoy. The battles against the heretics were almost entirely fought by the dukes, marquises, earls, knightly orders, and regular armies of various countries. Although they also enjoyed burning, killing, and looting, they were truly dedicated in battle. The previous Divine Punishment Army, the Silverwing and Polyfederation Empire, known as the Spear of Holy Light, even lost their newly enthroned emperor, leaving the imperial family without an heir and plunging them into the awkward situation of the council temporarily taking over. Field laughed and said, "Okay, I will pray every day and hope that the goddess of light will bring miracles to the warriors. As for asking for money, let's forget about it." The old priest almost choked on his words. Wasn't this the kind of thing they often use to fool people? Don't take any short-sighted actions. Once the heretics march on the Griffin Empire, you'll probably regret it too late. The old priest's words were laced with threat, his eyes sharp. Field was not intimidated and said directly, "Then I will personally lead the troops and have a head-on battle with the invaders." Instead of giving money to complete strangers so they could maintain their extravagant lifestyles, Field spared him the last part of his sentence. "Ah." Several people laughed. "He's just a country baron. He doesn't understand the horrors of heretics. Arrogance and conceit will inevitably lead to self-destruction. Madness." Looking at the people who were mocking him, Field was furious and was about to speak. "Lord Field is right. Knights should fight invaders, not hide in the back and pay to keep them at bay. Of course, the most important thing is loyalty. We should not act rashly before the Queen makes a decision. Griffin Empire is on the verge of breaking ties with the Papal States, a fact well understood among the nobility. Of course, it wasn't because the Queen bathed on Holy Sunday." Field turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance, wearing a noble robe. However, the clothing was not the focus. It was the family crest on his chest, a blue dragon holding a sword in its mouth. The Nibelung family? A ruthless figure in Morningwind Province, one of the Queen's true swords, possessing a blue dragon and the real power of a sixth-tier chosen one. "Rain Nibelungen," the uncle said with a smile. "I've heard of you, the kindest nobleman, Field, who is always willing to help the poor." Field took the initiative to give a noble greeting. "Greetings, Your Excellency. I am indeed a kind man. It was a coincidence that we met you. We just happened to be visiting Baron Maple Leaf. His economic and food support is crucial to our suppression of the rebellion." Laying didn't mind revealing the information. "There are more cultists than we thought. They have completely brainwashed the people of the entire Viscount's territory. You old man, you here to freeload too." "Then our Ross family," Field said with a hesitant expression, "should do our part for the Empire." Laying asked doubtfully, "Of course, the governor's personal letter was sent immediately, didn't you know? Fulon City is right next to the Viscount's territory, and your brother is already preparing his military strength. It's never too late to know." Field suppressed his excitement. "I've been in the dark and gloomy North Province for the past 2 days, and I've only just come out." "Oh, it's true that you took office as the leader of Nightfall. Poor child, how could your father bear to send a child who has just come of age to that godforsaken place? I will mention this to Her Majesty the Queen. I should be able to get her assistance. After all, you are expanding the country's territory. You are a hero." This was unexpected by Field, who not only didn't mention donations or support, but instead offered him benefits. Regardless of whether it was just polite talk, Field immediately felt much more favorably disposed towards the man in front of him. "Thank you very much, but I hope to participate in the suppression of the rebellion, not by contributing money, but by contributing troops." The familiar laughter rang out again. "This is not a picnic," a young man dressed in a flashy outfit said, one hand on his hip and chest raised. "Do you have any soldiers? You look all alone, without even a follower. You don't look like someone who can earn military merit. The hell are you? You were just mocking me." Laying frowned and said, "Farid, please put away your spoiled attitude. Everyone who serves the Empire deserves respect." The man called Farid was unimpressed, his arms crossed over his chest with a mocking expression. Field didn't even bother to look at him, and said seriously to Ray, "I will bring troops to support the suppression of the rebellion." "Excellent. This is the Knight of the Empire." The uncle nodded in satisfaction and took out a letter from his pocket. "Open it privately when you get back. It records the specific location and time of the assembly. Every bit of strength is indispensable. It's all quite mysterious." Field touched his chin curiously, eager to open it and take a look. "Ignore that spoiled brat. This battle might just earn us a fiefdom. Keep it up, maybe we'll charge into battle together." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Field." Several minor nobles who had accompanied Rayleigh came over, nodded amicably to Field, and introduced themselves. Many nobles owned no land, or even only held honorary titles. They longed to gain military merit and then live the life of true nobility. Therefore, they felt a great deal of sympathy for the equally miserable Field. Left with the group of nobles. Chapter 101: A Sneak Attack from the Mercenaries. Late at night, at the post station outside the city, the small carts couldn't be put inside the post station's walls, so they were piled up outside. Field, without any guards, chatted with 2 chosen ones outside while rummaging through the cargo in the wagon. Has she already left? Field searched every empty bucket but couldn't find Dancing Butterfly. She didn't even say goodbye. Sniff, sniff. Ashina's nostrils twitched slightly, revealing a playful expression, There's a lingering scent of a female beast, like a weak, cat-like creature. The scent is very faint, with a hint of urine, indicating a state of panic. Field exclaimed in astonishment. You even noticed that? That's amazing. Even Flory couldn't find the existence of the dancing butterfly. Damn it, another demi-human has hooked up with Field again. I was worried about you, Mississippi. Rosalia was furious and stomped her foot. I've only been away from you for a short while, and you're already having an affair again. Let me explain in detail, Field said, rubbing his temples with amusement. I'm going there on business. Excuse me, can I have something to eat? A dirty, homeless little girl emerged from the darkness, tears welling in her eyes, and trembling as she walked towards Field, carrying a tattered vegetable basket. Please, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Sure. Field instinctively reached into his pocket, intending to give away 2 copper coins. Danger! Just as the little girl was walking forward, Ashina's pupils contracted sharply, and she immediately lunged at Field. The next moment, several red butterflies flew out from the little girl's sleeve. With a burst of intense light, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and towering flames burst forth. The surging heat scorched the surroundings into a fiery inferno, and the little girl was torn to shreds by the explosion. 3 mercenaries rushed into the fire, armed with swords and wearing leather armor. That magician's spells are terrifying. He can complete the task just by grabbing a little girl. Hee. Hurry up and find the body. Let's go collect the bounty. I hope it wasn't blown to pieces. As the 3 looked around, a figure appeared behind them, wielding a ferocious greatsword, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. The mercenaries felt a chill behind them and turned to see Field carrying a greatsword. The gluttony greatsword exuded a chilling killing intent, and its writhing eyes stared intently at them. Their blood went cold instantly. What is this? The intelligence was wrong. Damn it, we've been tricked. The mercenaries were stunned. Sensing the aura emanating from Field and the terrifying greatsword in his hand, they immediately felt something was wrong. A late-night snack was delivered to my door, and I was just about to get hungry. Rosalia's voice echoed in his ears. She had already entered the greatsword of gluttony and was completely under Field's control. Of course, they must die, or I will never be able to eat or sleep properly. To launch a sneak attack on yourself, and even use an innocent little girl, is truly courting death. Without any mercy, Field swung his sword, his powerful, corrupt killing intent contained to the extreme. With a casual swing, he cut all 3 mercenaries, armor and all, in half at the waist. The mercenaries let out heart-wrenching screams as the corrupting divine power raged through their remaining bodies, tormenting their souls. For a moment, even dying seemed impossible. Damn it, let's get back to camp. Bloodhand, from miles away, used eagle-eye magic to see everything clearly. The 2 mercenaries beside him immediately mounted their horses, and the 3 of them galloped wildly through a dense forest in maple leaf territory. The guards, thinking they were under attack, rushed out and saw Field outside. At this moment, Field's face was extremely ugly. Many possibilities flashed through his mind, but he dismissed them all. He was not someone to be easily manipulated. Instead of killing you all with my own hands, I'll just scald your little brother with boiling water. If it weren't for the 2 chosen ones present, they might have really been blown up. Human bombs are too hard to defend against. Ashina, can you track their scent? Yes. Ashina summoned the dragon wolf, letting it remember the mercenary's scent. Ashina, you protect the post station. I'll borrow the dragon wolf for a bit. Field mounted the giant wolf and sped off into the distance. Bloodhand returned to the temporary camp, where the mercenaries were engaged in recreational activities. You idiot. Still being stubborn? I'll find out where Greyhound went. 2 mercenaries kicked a naked woman repeatedly until she was bruised and battered. Wah, I was wrong. The woman managed to utter a few words before being beaten again by the mercenaries. Greyhound was recruited by Kuchi, and Field also inquired about Greyhound. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? The red-robed mage pondered idly. Could it be that Field intercepted Kuchi? No, that's impossible. That kind of trash isn't even worthy of carrying our master's shoes. Hey, Viper's lackey, your little gadget is useless. Bloodhand's face froze. He dismounted and strode over to interrogate him. He had lost 3 good brothers in one fell swoop. You should know that he had traveled all over the country and rarely suffered such a great loss. The Baron you ordered us to kill not only survived the explosion, but also killed 3 of my brothers in an instant. Are you sure you've got the right person? The red-robed mage stood up in disbelief, about to question him, when he saw a figure slowly walking towards him from not far away. The moonlit night was dim, and the ferocious dragon-like black wolf, set against the backdrop of the enormous moon, resembled a hideous monster. Field, carrying the savage gluttony greatsword, sneered. So you were hiding here. I've been running for ages. Holy crap. So fast. Bloodhand was so frightened that goosebumps rose on his skin. Countless killings had long since honed his unparalleled intuition. His intuition told him to run. Don't look back. Didn't we ride back on horseback? The underlings were dumbfounded. One of them instinctively tried to mount his horse and run away, but before he could even grasp the reins, Field landed lightly. The chains of the gluttony greatsword wrapped around the mercenary and lifted him high into the air. Field gave a cold laugh. Weren't you here to kill me? Why are you running away now that I've appeared in front of you? The next moment, the chains suddenly tightened. Oh! Amidst screams, the entangled mercenary was crushed into a mangled mass of flesh and blood. This is power. Even though it belongs to Rosalia, it's incredibly addictive. Holy crap. The mercenaries were terrified. Despite having killed countless people, Field's aura at this moment was terrifying beyond belief. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such a brutal method of killing. Cuffing someone to pieces with chains. It's just first-tier battle chi. Nothing to be afraid of, Bloodhand stubbornly shouted, retreating while ordering his men to attack. Two mercenaries, both possessing first-tier battle chi, gritted their teeth and charged forward. Oh really? Field casually swung the gluttony greatsword, which, wielded by Rosalia, swiftly tore the two to pieces like a steel serpent. The pure life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. Evil Demon. Chapter 102 Mass Production of Great Swordsman with Fighting Aura. She is. Field noticed that the woman, who had been tortured beyond recognition, was barely breathing and was barely exhaling. She was Greyhound's old flame, a prostitute, and the one who recommended Greyhound to Field. It seems to be my brother who sent people to investigate the disappearance of the caravan. However, Field didn't expect her to be so stubborn, not revealing that she had recommended Greyhound. He wondered what she was after. Perhaps there's always something one holds onto deep down. Die? How dare you be distracted on the battlefield? You underestimate me. The red-robed mage chanted a complex incantation before unleashing. Second-tier spell, Flame Impact. A surge of fire erupted from the mage's palms, the intense heat instantly igniting the surrounding vegetation. Ouch! The dragon wolf instantly stood in front of Field, effortlessly blocking the flames. The frenzied fire magic didn't even leave a mark on the dragon wolf scales. Damn it! How is this possible? The red-robed mage was filled with shock. He was using second-tier magic, which would have been more than enough to attack a first-tier battle or a knight. Yet it was blocked by a giant wolf with no magical energy fluctuations. A terrifying thought popped into the mage's mind. Could it be the Chosen One? Impossible. In fact, the monk's guess was correct. He appears to be fighting Field, but he's actually battling two Chosen Ones. You deserve to die. Charging like that, you deserve a beating. Field was furious. He used the chains of the gluttony greatsword to bind the mage, tying him up in a turtle shell bind. Field didn't hold back and started punching and kicking him without even using the greatsword. Do we still need human bombs? Are you going to kill me or not? Speak up. Say it. The monk was pinned to the ground and rubbed against the ground. Don't just stand by and watch. Come and help. Oh dear. The mercenaries around him, seeing the arrogant mage being beaten like a child, not only had no intention of helping, but even turned around and ran away. Who sent you? Do you have any accomplices? Field picked up the mage, whose head had already been beaten into a pulp. The monk slurred. Tell me and I'll let you go, but you have to swear an oath. Field lifted his mage robes and, sure enough, saw a simplified version of the Chosen Mark. Without a doubt, he was a member of the Chosen Guard, but his younger brother's Chosen One. You dare to negotiate with your mother? With a snap of his fingers, the mage's head was crushed by the chains, and the crimson life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. Bloodhand turned around and saw this scene. His pants were soaked, so he ran even faster. The nonsense about trash, easy to deal with, only worth 500 gold coins, echoed in his mind. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would have rushed over to snatch the mage's corpse back and then whip it like crazy. Field, don't kill them all, Rosalia's voice reminded him in his ear. Field asked, puzzled why. The filthy are well suited to be infected and transformed into corrupted creatures. They can become our Chosen Guard. Yeah, I got carried away with killing and almost forgot about it. Like Ashina, Rosalia can also provide the Chosen Guard, but she doesn't have the same army bonus. Open the investiture section of your Lord's panel. Conferment, Giant Wolf Cavalry. Promote 50 Wolf Cavalrymen to Tier 1, provided by Ashina. Corrupted Greatsword Master. Corrupts 50 sinners to Tier 1, provided by Rosalia. Field brought Rosalia out this time, along with potions, in order to acquire the chosen guard. However, the original plan was to purchase a group of death row inmates. Blood trickled down her spine as Rosalia emerged from the great sword, licking her lips with delight. Second-tier magic is delicious. I'm very satisfied. How exactly will the investiture be carried out? Field asked. I need a tier 1 potion, any kind will do. Please go and fetch it for me. I need to capture the mercenaries first. Oh, and don't forget to bring back some robes. Otherwise they'll frighten the ordinary people. After saying this, Rosalia caught up with the fleeing mercenaries, ignored their terrified screams, and bound them with chains. With the presence of the dragon-like wolf, it would only take Field 2 or 3 minutes to retrieve the potion. Captured all the mercenaries. She selected the 50 strongest, hung them on a tree, and watched with great interest as they struggled and begged for mercy. Spare me, or I'll kill you. I really haven't done anything bad. Help. Stop struggling in vain. Becoming corrupted creatures is a blessing for you. Rosalia's chosen mark flashed with a terrifying light, and then countless blood threads surged from the gluttony greatsword, forming writhing corrupted hearts. Field gasped. Could it be? The next moment, under Rosalia's control, blood silk disemboweled all the mercenaries. Then insert the corrupted heart and pour in a tier 1 potion. It's unclear what methods Rosalia used, but the mercenaries remained conscious throughout, and their screams echoed across almost the entire Maple Leaf territory. Residents of many surrounding villages were awakened by the noise. My God, is it the devil? The villagers trembled with fear. The mercenaries stopped moving. Their reason had been completely extinguished. Their eyes turned the grayish-white of corrupted creatures, leaving only a frenzied, killing intent and a destructive desire. To confer titles, Field already knew what to do. Activate the Lord's skill. Instantly, simplified versions of the Goddess of Corruption's mark were etched onto the mercenaries' right hands. The next moment, 50 First-Order Battle Chi auras burst forth, all of them containing terrifying corrupting battle chi. This is outrageous. They can actually mass-produce chi soldiers. Even knowing the power of the conferred titles, Field was still shocked. No wonder Rosalia said that chi is only good for self-defense, and there's no need to take it too seriously. Who can withstand this wave of hot-blooded soldiers? The investiture is complete. Their fighting skills are exactly the same. There may be differences in physical attributes, but their combat strength will not differ by much. They will only obey your and my orders. Rosalia put her hands on her hips. The maximum number is 50. Their profession is greatsword infantry. Equipped with heavy armor and greatswords, they can start cutting people down. Field also swelled up and put his hands on his hips, and Nightfall began to radiate martial spirit. Put on a burqa and hide in the woods. Field caught a glimpse of patrolling soldiers approaching and immediately ordered them to conceal themselves. The sudden appearance of these 50 corrupt soldiers, just like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, might frighten the soldiers. Rosalia pointed to the woman on the ground. By the way, this woman has been dead for quite some time. That mage not only abused her, but also used torture magic on her body. There was no time to save her. Well, Field sighed. This world is so cruel. Weakness is the original sin. Chapter 103 The Terrifying Meat Grinder. Dig a hole and bury her. Oh, and have the guards find out about her family and send them some gold coins. Rest in peace. I will avenge you. Field vowed coldly that he would hang up his brother's chosen one and beat him to a pulp, and in front of his brother, or else he would chop up little Field. After finishing everything, Field jumped onto the dragon wolf and quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, Field received a letter of condolence from Simon. He expressed his deep regret for the attack and also told him that the upcoming underground ball had been postponed until after the war due to the rebellion. It seems Simon has blew a lot of money. He has to give face to the Nibelung family. They're even canceling the underground ball. Come to think of it, I never said I wanted to attend the ball. Let's go. We need to recruit soldiers and purchase supplies. Field burned the letter to ashes on the candlestick, then stood up and had the maid's scissors tidy his clothes. Recruit soldiers? Don't we need soldiers from the Nightfall territory? Ashina sat up in bed, yawned, tidied her messy hair, and then smiled happily as if savoring the moment. Field said mysteriously, yes and no. Sending the elite soldiers they had painstakingly assembled to the battlefield for cannibalism and to fill the front lines was never Field's plan. Field knew that fighting head-on on the front lines offered little benefit and was far too risky. After the outbreak of war, the number of slaves skyrocketed, and the slave market in Maple Leaf territory was overflowing with slaves. Field bought 800 slaves in one go, 500 men and 300 women, for only 130 gold coins. Among them were 100 demi-humans. The quality was much better than the previous batch. They were all strong, new slaves. Nowadays, human lives are much cheaper than animal lives. Buying slaves is easy. The difficult part is sending them back to Nightfall and feeding them. However, with 2 chosen ones and 50 great swordsmen this time, Field became bolder. Next, Field bought all the purification potions and fog lights, as well as 3 months' worth of rations for 1,000 people, spending a total of 3,422 gold coins. Although the price of slaves decreased, food prices increased several times over, causing Field great distress. Then, something even more heartbreaking happened. 50 complete sets of Tier 1 refined heavy armor and 60 heavy Tier 1 two-handed greatswords cost a total of 15,000 gold coins, almost making Field's jaw drop. This was only after Field had negotiated with the border officer for a long time and barely managed to get a discounted price. Every year, the Empire supplies a large number of high-quality weapons to the border. The commander of Maple Leaf Fortress would secretly embezzle a batch of them and sell them for money. If it weren't for the fact that the officer happened to be dealing with damaged equipment, Field wouldn't have been able to obtain this batch of excellent weapons. No wonder heavy infantry and cavalry are always the trump cards. The speed at which they devour money is enough to drive Field crazy. Leather armor and spears were much cheaper. Field bought 200 sets for 1,000 gold coins. After doing all this, Field had 448 gold coins left. Subsequently, the 448 gold coins, plus the 1,000 gold coins given by Shirley, were used to buy a batch of pack horses and a large amount of hay. Looking at the long line of cars, Field finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had a premonition that Nightfall territory would soon be able to produce and sell its own goods. He was fed up with the days when everything depended on imports. After having his guards secretly drop 15 gold coins into the home of the deceased prostitute, Field stopped disturbing their lives and quickly left Maple Leaf Fortress. Ray's letter required him to arrive at the Pass Fortress in Morningwind Province 20 days later. He had to hurry and deal with the affairs of his territory and also train a barely usable army. Upon entering the gray fog, Field was eager to have the corrupted greatswordsman demonstrate his power. Roar! The corrupted greatswordsman wore thick, first-tier refined heavy armor and massive helmets. The armor reflected the torchlight, yet emitted a dark, eerie glow. Due to the effects of their investiture, their height had been increased to 2 meters, and the robes they wore gave them an intensely fierce and menacing aura. It's terrifying. Although Field was their master, he instinctively got goosebumps when facing a group of corrupted greatsword warriors. Go, clear out the horde of corpses ahead. Upon hearing the command, the greatswordsmen turned around in unison. Their massive, heavily armored bodies moved with lightning speed, and they charged in a straight line against the surging horde of corpses. The rotting corpses howled, completely unaware of what kind of being they were about to face. The greatsword master raised his massive sword high, surging battle aura clinging to it. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound and chaotic sword energy, fragments of blood mist and black and red intestines were sent flying by the sword energy. Each swing of the sharp greatsword severed limbs in pieces. It was like a series of meat grinders advancing, the greatswordsmen slicing through hordes of charging corpses like wheat being harvested, the skull markers on the minimap melting away like snowflakes. Soon, 600 or 700 corpses were all slaughtered, the ground littered with severed limbs. How terrifying! Hammer and the others were stunned. They had no idea when Field had acquired such a terrifying army. The way people looked at Field had changed. Before, there might have been only respect and admiration, but now there was more fear. The slaves were so terrified they almost wet themselves and had no will to resist. Let's go home. Field decisively leaped onto his warhorse, and after several trips back and forth, he was already very familiar with the road. It took Field 4 days to reach the Grand Estate camp. Beep beep. As soon as Field entered the large manor estate, he heard a sharp whistle, which startled him, making him think the estate was under attack. However, Ashina, who had been scouting ahead, came through the gray fog to tell him that the estate's guards had mistaken them for corrupted creatures. After all, there were more than 800 people this time, which was quite a commotion and could easily be mistaken for a zombie horde. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. Wiping away his cold sweat, Field stepped into the territory and saw that the guards had been arranged in 3 rows to prevent an attack, with halberds overlapping and cavalry in the rear, and 2 wooden forts scattered around. The adults are back, you bunch of idiots. Iron Hammer was furious and stepped forward, shouting. Seeing this, the lynx standing in the middle of the line was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. He slid down to his knees and rushed to Field's warhorse. Because he was uneducated, he could only manage to squeeze out a few words after a long time. "My lord, it was my fault." Field waved his hand, looking pleased. "You did a good job. You should have this kind of quick thinking. Take me to the butler, Cal, and Tate." The first person they found was Tate, who was as busy as ever. Because there was no purification potion, the task of expanding the land was put on hold, so he led the slaves to build cobblestone roads and repair Starry Night Castle. Chapter 104. Building an Earthen Kiln. "My lord, the cobblestone road is expected to be completed in 15 days. As for Starry Night Castle, that will be much more difficult. I have no experience in repairing castles, and they are more complicated than I imagined." Tate looked disheveled. "It's all right. I brought back stonemason and carpentry apprentices with me this time. They will definitely be of good use." "Great!" Tate exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist in celebration. The two chatted all the way to the winery, which is now Finchy Town. The town is finally starting to look like a proper place. The mud houses for the free people were completed, while the houses for the slaves were dilapidated huts. A large area of these houses had been built, but fortunately, the original plan was good and the layout of the houses was relatively orderly. "Run! The monster cow is here." Tate's daughter, Alexia, leaped out of the cowshed and rushed over like a whirlwind. "Daddy, save me. Mr. Cow has captured Miss Wormwood, and he'll eat people." In his panic, he ran headfirst into Field's arms. This behavior nearly scared Tate out of his wits. "Alexia, don't be ridiculous. You've offended the Baron." "Oh, I'm sorry." The dizzy little girl took a few steps back, her pretty face flushed, and put her small hands behind her back. She said weakly, "Everyone says that the Baron is the best. Please forgive me." "It's all right." Field patted the little girl's head to comfort her. "Compared to this, would Cow eat people? It's our game. He plays the corpse, and we play the little girls picking mushrooms." "Ha ha." Humans are highly adaptable and can quickly find joy even in hardship. Within 3 minutes, Field saw the menacing Cow, who swaggered out with an arrogant gait and a strange shout. "I want to eat." "Cough cough, Lord Field, you're back." Cow nearly choked on his own saliva. He quickly stopped and awkwardly changed the subject. "My lord, how did the trip go?" Field shrugged. "Not bad. I brought back 800 slaves, and I'll only stay for 10 days before embarking on a military adventure." Cow almost fainted. Both the 800 slaves and the military adventure were tests of his heart. "Tate, select 300 strong male slaves for me from among the slaves, human only." "Cow, put the supplies I brought back into the warehouse and take inventory. Also, tell the stonemason apprentice to come see me tomorrow morning." Field encouraged them. "Get moving, everyone. This is about our future. I'll be personally supervising the recruits tomorrow." After making the arrangements, Field took the opportunity to rest. The corrupted swordsman, on the other hand, hid in the basement of Starry Night Castle. The next morning, Field was still fast asleep, exhausted from the journey. He felt a slightly cool foot stepping on his face. Submit to my feet." The crystal-clear toes would poke the cheeks and pinch the nose. Field frowned and groaned uncomfortably. "Why are you giving me such a cold look? You're clearly in the throes of intense happiness. Haven't I been attentive enough? Stick your tongue out like a dog drinking water." Rosalia sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, looking smug. Field barely opened his eyes and saw Rosalia about to step on him. "You're toxic. Don't do this. You're trying to give your lord athlete's foot, aren't you?" "Damn it. This sudden turn of events is unbearable. It smells nice and is cool. Hateful." Field sat up abruptly and flipped Rosalia, whose face was flushed red, over. "You bastard, you actually pulled this on me." Field was wide awake and furious. He reached out to grab Rosalia. "I'll teach you a lesson." I thought she'd changed her personality after being well-behaved for a few days, but she's still incredibly rebellious and has stirred up a huge controversy for me. Don't misunderstand me. You're having a nightmare. It's all fake, a hallucination. Rosalia made a face and quickly hid inside the gluttony greatsword. "You come out here." Field shook the greatsword. Rosalia silently pretended to be dead, and even the eye in the center of the gluttony greatsword silently glanced in another direction. It's unbearable to watch. All right, you're still too idle. Go to the quarry tonight to cut stone." Field couldn't do anything about her. After all, she was his chosen one. "Also, you'll be handling government affairs alone later. I'll have someone put the documents on the table." Rosalia once said that she was an expert in housekeeping. With the help of the maid, Field got dressed and met 2 stonemason apprentices. "Sir, what are your orders?" The 2 apprentices timidly looked up at Field, then quickly lowered their heads again. They had seen Field's black-robed swordsman, Those terrifying warriors who could easily kill countless corruptors, which instilled in them a deep fear that the person before them was utterly tyrannical. I have no interest in your past. Now, shrouded in gray fog, all you have to do is obey my orders. Only then can you survive, understand? These apprentices may or may not be spies planted by Simon. But Field didn't care, because Nightfall was a melting pot. Once ordinary people entered, they couldn't leave. Moreover, with his hidden forces, he is no longer afraid of internal conflicts. Yes, sir. The two men prostrated themselves on the ground. We will obey any of your orders. Very good. You can try to build this thing first. Just ask my advisor and butler for the materials. Field handed him a piece of parchment with a rough sketch of the structure of a clay kiln carbonization furnace. This is the carbonization chamber, the flue, and the combustion chamber, and then this is... As the two stared at the lines above and listened to Field's explanation, their initially bewildered expressions gradually turned to shock, eventually transforming into profound awe. This is an earthen kiln from the early days of the People's Republic of China, a veritable industrial miracle. This is something Field remembered from books he read in his hometown before his time travel, such as The Friend of Dual-Use Talents and The Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Holy Griffin Empire today, only blast furnaces are widely used, and earthen kilns are almost non-existent. It is said that some places use earthen kilns to fire glass, but they are definitely not that advanced. They were immediately stunned. The trees in Nightfall territory are rotten, but I have studied them and found that rotten wood can still be made into charcoal by heating it in an oxygen-free environment. Therefore, I request that you build earthen kilns as soon as possible to produce charcoal in the future. Yes. The two exchanged a glance, both looking on with anticipation. They had never seen such skill from their master, so they immediately went out to put it into practice. By the way, Cow, bring the backlog of official business to my room. After Field finished settling everything, he went outside to the field, where 300 slaves were standing haphazardly on the ground. Chapter 105 Violet April. When Field first witnessed the Chosen One's combat power, he was momentarily confused about the army. The Chosen One's terrifying combat power seemed to make the army unnecessary. But ever since Ashina's battle with Rosalia, Field firmly believes that the army will not be eliminated by the Chosen Ones. They can only be considered different types of soldiers. An army composed of ordinary people would be like infantry in modern times, while Aura Knights and mages would be like tanks, and the Chosen Ones would be like aircraft carriers. Although individual combat capabilities differ greatly, they are all indispensable to the entire military system. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, ordinary people will also gain powerful combat capabilities. Field glanced at the mini-map. One veteran leads 10 new recruits, 33 per team. They will train through combat, attacking from all sides to clear out the remaining rotting corpses. By the way, today we'll focus on demonstrations by the veterans, and tomorrow they will engage in actual combat. Huh. The slaves were dumbfounded. Who would start with something this big? What? Line up. With us here, what are you afraid of? Lynx and the others were already dressed and marching in a coordinated manner, urging them to line up. The corpses in the Starry Night Manor have been mostly eliminated. The remaining scattered corpses are perfect for testing one's courage. We'll come back this afternoon to practice marching and military posture. Field himself rode his warhorse and, along with his cavalry, provided support in various locations. Amidst chaotic footsteps and the sounds of flesh colliding, Nightfall led the extermination of the rotting corpses. The north, facing the night sky. Puff. Blood splattered, accompanied by a low groan, and a body, with only its head and torso remaining, crashed straight into the mud pit like a kite with a broken string. Violet, you're so good. A pure, ethereal voice, devoid of any malice, drifted over. She was sitting on a tree branch, swinging her legs, her delicate tongue licking the corner of her mouth. Buddy, it's delicious. The enormous monster that emerged from the music box in her hand quickly devoured the torn flesh and blood and continued to express its hunger in an incomprehensible voice. 3 more figures landed beside them, like hyenas that had smelled blood. You're not allowed to bully Violet. The corrupted Chosen Ones can't kill each other, okay? Pure White emphasized the rules. The monster in the music box stretched out countless tentacles, driving away all the surrounding corruption. Pure White then happily sang a little tune. Violet, grow quickly. Violet's empty eyes gazed at the boundless gray mist above her head. She slowly closed them and softly hummed, under the violet moonlight. 10 years ago, in April, she wasn't yet a corrupted creature, nor a vampire. Violet, come out quickly and see your father off. No, I don't want to go and deliver those bad guys food. They promised to celebrate my birthday and bake bread together, but instead I have to go to war. Violet huddled under the covers and protested loudly. This child is still so willful, even though she's already of marriageable age. The mother checked the food bag for the third time, and it still contained steaming hot oatmeal pancakes. Haha, it's my fault. The father scratched his head and slung the shield behind his back. The orcs' offensive is too fierce. I must defend my beloved country. Her Majesty the Queen will surely send reinforcements, won't she? Definitely. The Empire will not abandon its people. Maybe I can even come back at the end of May, in time for Violet's birthday. That would be perfect. What gift should I bring back? The father asked loudly, deliberately. Sure enough, Violet quietly lifted a corner of the blanket, peeked out, and seeing her family's gaze, immediately covered herself with the blanket again. I don't want a gift, Humph. Although everyone knew that defeating the orc invasion in 2 months was completely impossible. After the couple kissed goodbye, the father packed some dry food and left the village. The mother hummed the folk song, Under the Violet Moonlight, and prayed silently. Violet cried incessantly in her bed. She didn't want to see her father's departing figure, not because she didn't want to see him. Defend our beloved country. When Violet opened her eyes again, it was already evening. Her limbs had grown back, but she felt weak all over. Defend the country. Violet glanced at the corrupted creatures that were constantly gathering in the distance. Her eyes filled with deep confusion. What am I doing? It's so painful. Moving her feet, Violet slowly walked south. Nightfall. So tiring. Cleaning up the rotting corpses is really tiring. Are those decaying creatures perpetual motion machines? They can keep running nonstop. They should be caught and used to generate electricity. Field plopped down at his desk, but thankfully Ashina immediately came over and massaged his shoulders, which made him feel a little better. A perpetual motion machine? Rosalia asked, puzzled. She snatched Field's tea, took a sip, and pondered 2 unfamiliar words. Going mad. That's not important. By the way, corpses are tireless, right? Don't they need to eat? Rosalia explained, they need it. The gray fog is their nourishment. Without the gray fog, they can only survive by devouring flesh and blood. At the same time, the creatures killed by corruption will slowly generate gray mist, which will soon create a comfortable environment. Of course, the chosen ones are an exception. Field stroked his chin. It sounds like the air is polluted. By the way, how's your government work going? Rosalia patted her chest triumphantly. Don't worry, my domestic affairs skills are definitely the second best in Nightfall. That's wonderful to hear. Field chuckled, taking the document from her hand. The beautifully printed text, resembling artistic calligraphy, was a pleasure to behold. It looks very professional. Having a secretary to help with paperwork makes things much easier. They handle tasks when needed and other tasks when not. The first thing is that Yangti, a freeman from Fengqi village, stole 3 loaves of bread from another freeman. What should we do? Rosalia's verdict was, the goat's head and hooves to be beheaded, to be carried out by Miss Rosalia herself. Puff. Field nearly choked to death, glanced at Rosalia who was elegantly sipping her tea, and continued reading the second item. The demi-human slave wolf hair and the human slave chicken dung have a verbal dispute. How should we handle this, sir? Rosalia's sentence was, 2 people to be beheaded, to be carried out by Rosalia herself. Hee, you're amazed by my intelligence and competence, aren't you? Handling territory administration is a piece of cake for me. Oh, this tea is really delicious. Rosalia's expression. Afrollo. I'll give you a chance to praise me. State. Field treated Rosalia to a roasted chestnut dish. You son of a bitch, you're actually surnamed Bow, aren't you? Nightfall seems too urbanized. Why did you hit me? It felt good, but please don't do it so suddenly. Chapter 106 The Military Flag and the Violet in late April. Luckily I checked it carefully, otherwise everyone in the territory would have been killed. Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Rosalia, your handwriting is good. From now on, you will be in charge of taking meeting minutes and transcribing texts. Rosalia put down her teacup, incredulous. You're not letting me handle government affairs? My handling of them was perfectly fair and reasonable. If you kill both the plaintiff and the defendant, wouldn't that be absolute justice? Whether it was due to aristocratic manners or the bloodthirsty desires inherent in corruption, in any case, it was definitely not feasible to ask her for help. Field crossed out Rosalia's work. Don't even think about it. Field refused decisively. I will re-annotate these internal documents. Then, he stood up, rummaged through the bookshelf, and took out some papers. Because we are going to war, we need military flags, ones that belong exclusively to Nightfall. Whether it's to make our presence felt or to mobilize the army, we need them. For military aristocrats, banners were the most important external symbol. In war, They served to assemble troops and guide the direction of battle. They also carried connotations of the aristocracy's influence on family, marriage alliances, and domestic affairs. So, what elements should we add? Field picked up a quill pen and sought the opinions of the two chosen ones. It should be something cool. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the Allied forces because the flag is too cutesy. Giant wolf. Greatsword. The two answered without hesitation, then exchanged hostile glances and expressions of contempt. Then let's do it this way, combine them. Field drew a giant wolf standing upright, and even though it was abstracted with rough lines, it still exuded a powerful aura. The giant wolf held a two-handed greatsword, with the tip pointing downwards, signifying conquest. It's somewhat similar to the lion flag of Nassau, but more imposing. This time, both of them nodded in satisfaction. I have no objections. Oh, right, we also need to draw a black raven flag. Field drew a black raven flag based on the Prussian eagle flag from his previous life. It features a black body and bright red claws, with one claw holding a skull and the other a sword. The flag itself is white. We'll hang this flag when we're doing dirty work, similar to a pirate flag. Field participated in this battle not for any damn glory, family, or any other reason. Purely for personal gain, especially for visiting his own brother. Ashna, we'll have the free women, so the military banner. As for the Black Raven banner, we'll have the castle maids make it. Scissors is an excellent tailor. Yes, sir. On the other side, near the border of Nightfall territory, Violet stood there, looking at the road leading to Nightfall, with its decaying swords and tattered banners, and she was once again lost in memories. It was the same time as 10 years ago, at the end of April. Violet, in the flower field, idly picked flowers, fantasizing that her father would appear on the horizon. Then, she saw the Imperial banner, seemingly growing from the horizon. Are they coming from the direction of Lionheart? A victorious army, returning home? The flowers I have will come in handy, even though they're meant for the Lord to dye cloth. My father must be in the army, chest puffed out, proudly welcoming the cheers of the people. However, Violet's smile quickly froze on her face. She saw many tattered and blood-stained military flags, as well as a patch of undulating severed limbs. Her mother rushed towards her anxiously, grabbed her terrified daughter, and ran towards the direction of the night. The Orc vanguard has arrived. Orcs' rough fingers cannot sew beautiful banners. Only Orc shamans can make rugged totems and war banners. In addition, they collect the flags of human armies. Those broken, blood-stained banners were used as trophies by the Orcs, tied to their backs. The banners were adorned with severed hands, feet, and heads. Devoured bones hung from the waists and necks of the Orcs, a testament to their bravery. Run, Violet, lead us into the night. The villagers, like wasps burned by fire, shoved and jostled each other along the muddy Claudia road. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the sound of war drums, the enormous Kodo beast crashed into the crowd, biting off a whole group of people and swallowing them whole. Blood and screams were everywhere. Shaman grinned maliciously and raised his staff, chain lightning. With a deafening explosion that tore through space, many villagers were blasted into pieces or turned into charred remains by lightning. The village guards, well, they're much faster than the civilians. We can't go any further. Quick, we need to hide in the cave. Seeing the village chief and the others running towards the cave, the mother immediately thought of the natural mines in the Viscount's territory. Once the Orcs are gone, we'll head straight to Nightfall territory. But what about the flower field, the house, and Dad? Violet barely regained her senses. She was still hoping for her father's return. The mother gritted her teeth, pulled Violet along, and plunged into the dense forest, a hint of certainty on her face. He will come back and find us. Orc Vanguard was extremely strong, consisting entirely of dire wolf riders, berserkers, and orc mages, with no goblins, pigs, or other cannon fodder creatures. Violet glanced one last time in the direction of home. Her best friend, Latoto, had been caught by the Orcs for running away with the family's old cow. The Orcs had torn her in half and chewed her up. The beautiful Violet field had been trampled into mud. The Orcs had also broken into her home, smashing doors and windows and searching for food. Run! Violet awoke from her memories. Lead towards the night, she murmured as Violet embarked on the Claudia road. The area was eerily quiet, filled with skeletons and decay. Violet, where are you going? Suddenly, a corrupted chosen one, wielding a bow and arrow, appeared behind her with great interest. Go to Nightfall, Violet replied, turning her head. No, Pure White's orders are that we can't go to the outer 3 territories. We need to patiently wait for the Empire to reinforce the border, the stronger the better. Of course, we can't rush things either. We can't push the Empire too hard. We need to maintain our mystery and not always hang around in front of humans. Killing a few humans won't help the overall situation. The violet ignored her and continued on its way. Hey, it's just that Pure White took a couple of bites. Don't be so upset. She's much better now. She used to finish eating me whole. The archer said nonchalantly. The mission of the corrupted gods chosen is to eliminate all living things. As long as the result is correct, the process doesn't matter. If Pure White wants to eat me, I'd be happy to. I'm going to Nightfall. With that, a drop of blood flowed from Violet's hand, transforming into a long, crimson-purple sword. But you seem to be trying to stop me. Sigh, your weird speech disorder seems to be cured. Even your thoughts have become strange. I will stop your foolish behavior. The archer conjured a unique feathered arrow. Violet brandished her longsword. Then let's go. Chapter 107. The expedition begins. 10 days later, Field stood on the second floor of the Grand Winery, watching the jogging exercises in the distance. Squads of soldiers marched in formation, jogging and shouting 1, 2, 1. The dust they kicked up always made the slaves who were watering the plants stop and watch. If anyone falls behind, the guards will whip the empty air, making a terrifying sound. Field incorporated all the military training content from his previous life as a university student. It's impossible to train a usable army in 10 days, but it's still possible to make them look capable of fighting. There have been no slave revolts in recent days. Firstly, the unfathomable fighting power of the territory instilled fear in the slaves. Secondly, the food they had eaten for the past 10 days had far exceeded their expectations. They could drink hot soup with oil at every meal and eat 3 loaves of bread a day. This army is all show and no substance. They have no fighting power. Ashina's eyes showed worry as she kicked at a pebble on the ground. They can't protect you. I only need to have the cavalry launch one charge, and they will scatter. Yeah, I know, but I never intended to be a forward. Don't worry, I will protect Field. Rosalia, dressed in a black robe, whispered in Ashina's ear and laughed. The happy time alone with Field has only just begun. I will train him hard until he becomes my foot slave. Ashina was furious. You bastard. I'm going to bite you. Rosalia made a funny face. You can only bite Field, but for a while, you won't be able to bite him anymore, and it'll be my turn. Damn it, she's spouting nonsense again. Field pinched his philtrum to make sure he wouldn't be driven mad with anger. Black Crow flapped its wings and flew in through the window, landing on Field's shoulder. Strange, there are far fewer corpses around Nightfall. I just sent Black Raven to check, and they were all killed by sharp weapons. Field was puzzled. Could there be human survivors, or perhaps soldiers from the church or the Empire? Isn't this a good thing? We're all about to go on an expedition. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice. There's no strong scent near the territory. I'm just curious, but we're already gradually taking back the walls of the manor. Starry Night Manor has an outer wall, and Field entered through the main gate. Although the manor's wall is only 2.5 meters high and is badly damaged, it can still hold off small hordes of zombies. The corpses around the manor had been mostly cleared away by the 2 chosen ones and the Great Swordsman. Repairing and restoring the wall will provide an extra layer of protection and buffer. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Rosalia crawled into the great sword of gluttony. Field straightened his collar and said, Come in. My lord, the morning exercises are complete. The army is ready to march at any time. Silver Claw, the demi-human cavalry captain, straightened his back and said loudly, Very well. Field tied the great sword of gluttony with a black cloth and carried it on his back. Let me inspect the army and prepare for battle. Field went downstairs and saw a well-organized army of 300 men, most of whom were wearing leather armor, carrying spears, and carrying ration bags on their backs, usually consisting of wheat cakes and black bread, with garlic as a side dish. That's right, it's garlic. This stuff can not only be used as a seasoning during marches, but it can also numb the sense of smell and help people get a good night's sleep. After all, your comrade in arms may not have showered for 10 years, and his sense of smell is too sensitive. He might be unable to sleep because of the stench. These 300 men were named the First Army of Nightfall Territory by Field, since there was no other army, and the territory guards did not go on expeditions. Only a small number of them would receive log shields or better armor, such as a breastplate, as a reward for those who trained exceptionally well. A log shield is a small wooden shield resembling a pot lid, made from wood scraps. It's not even good enough to be a tortoise shell. Carried on the back, it's like a sun hat, but better than nothing, as it can be worn on the head during rainy days. The original plan was to provide one to each person, but Nightfall Territory's industrial capacity was completely zero, making handcrafted wooden shields a luxury. The organization of armies in various countries today has not escaped the clan system of husband leadership. Following the decimal system, Field also uses it, with 10 men forming a 10-man commander and 100 men forming a centurion. The first army stood in a row, looking quite professional. Field mounted his warhorse and paced back and forth twice, drawing curious, indifferent, fearful, or timid glances from the slave soldiers. "Listen, I am your lord, Field. Do you want to live? Do you want food, wealth, or freedom?" The slave soldiers looked at each other, and one of them shouted, "Yes." "Think." Then, everyone started shouting. Talking about glory or ideals with people from the lower classes is useless. It's more practical to talk about money and women. Then you only have one thing to do: obey my orders. Obedience means having food to eat, money to receive, and the possibility of freedom. Now, obey my will and follow the banner of the Nightfall. Field held his lance horizontally and raised his steel longsword. "Let's go." Hammer, carrying the newly sewn Black Wolf banner, strode behind Field. This time, Field only brought 3 of Nightfall Territory's most elite guards, including Hammer, mainly to carry the banner or perform some guard and auxiliary tasks. As the first army entered the gray fog, Ashina mounted the Dragon Wolf, and a black crow landed on her shoulder. "Hee hee. Ashina, don't look so sad. I can see everything," the Black Raven said. Field could communicate without barriers using this corrupted Black Raven. "All right, you'll have to chat with me more often." Ashina patted Black Crow's head and chuckled. Black Crow protested. "Hey, how did you learn this trick too?" Ashina said smugly. "Who told you to use it so often? Let's go around to the front of the adults and clear the way for the army," Ashina commanded loudly. "Yes, ma'am." Silverclaw rolled up the Black Crow banner and carefully stored it in his personal bag. It would soon come in handy. The second team was named the Raiders by Field, serving as a covert force. Of 15 elite demi-human cavalrymen clad entirely in black robes, and 50 Black Raven greatsword warriors. The corrupted swordsmen were renamed by Field and would henceforth be called Black Raven greatsword warriors. As for the guards, they stayed behind to guard the territory. "Wah!" Cow cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Lord Field, oh my God, I'm so sad." "Why are you crying?" Scissors glanced at the butler. "Maintaining the castle is a help to the adults." "Yes, sir, you are a nobleman, and you must pursue the glory of battle." Sparrow also had snot running down his face. "You've only been back for a few days, and you're already going to war." Chapter 108: The Golden Legend. Ever since he made a deal with the commander of Maple Leaf Fortress for tens of thousands of gold coins, the soldiers have been more enthusiastic about Field coming and going than if he were seeing his own father. Subsequently, the First Army of Nightfall used the teleportation array of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower to teleport directly to Morningwind Province. The raiding army left en route, hiding during the day and moving at night, heading to Fulon City in Rick Province. As for the rebellious province of Idavin, sandwiched between the provinces of Morningwind and Rick, one to the south and the other to the north, it is now largely decayed, reduced to a living hell. Morning Breeze Province, in an unnamed forest. Field rode his warhorse toward the agreed-upon fortress. Take a deep breath of the slightly damp air. The environment in Morning Breeze Province is excellent. The morning mist, which smells slightly of earth and water, fills your chest and makes you feel indescribably refreshed and comfortable. You can often see birds and beasts or various fantastic plants. However, the soldiers had developed a conditioned reflex and were afraid of the fog. Something's not right. We haven't seen any other noble armies along the way. Field looked around on his warhorse and checked the surrounding area on the minimap, but found no large-scale army. In his vision, the noble armies from all directions should be as magnificent as streams flowing into the sea, stretching as far as the eye can see. Are we late? That shouldn't be the case. There aren't even many footprints on the ground. Looking back at the footprints and axle tracks left by their own first army, there was a long string of them, stretching for miles. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Field instinctively thought the worst, but quickly dismissed the absurd idea. The nobles took war very seriously. "Let's ask someone." Rosalia, hidden inside the great sword, communicated telepathically. "That's all we can do." Just as Field was about to go ahead and find the villagers himself, he heard the sound of horses' hooves. "Don't set foot in my territory. Get out of my way." Cough, cough, who are you? A 5-man cavalry squad came running towards Field from the narrow path, stopping only when they were 30 meters away, close enough for Field to see their weapons clearly. At the very front was a knight in full armor, with a beautiful green feather adorning his helmet. His attendants were a cavalry squire wearing half armor and 3 riders in leather armor, 2 of whom carried bows and 1 carried a triangular flag, a typical knight and his henchmen. He had originally intended to reprimand them, but upon seeing the army of over 300 men, he immediately shut his mouth. It's a pity I don't have any cavalry attendants. How embarrassing. And demi-human cavalry isn't suitable for showing off. Field muttered something under his breath, but with an arrogant expression on his face, he didn't need to say anything. He just needed to raise his eyebrows and look at people with a mocking gaze. Aren't you supposed to be so awesome? Stop calling me that. As expected, the knight couldn't withstand the pressure and lowered his posture, saying, "Good day, esteemed sir. This is my knightly territory. May I ask what brings you here?" "I am a baron from the Ross family, sent to Atavan to quell the rebellion," Field chuckled. So early." The knight seemed hesitant to speak, but in the end, he could only twitch his lips and praise. "Your bravery and loyalty to the queen are admirable." "Is it early? Did he get something wrong?" "There are only 2 days left until the agreed deadline. Is the war going to be moved online?" "Of course, I received a call-up order, and it will be another 2 weeks before I can go to the front lines." "Hiss, I understand." The case is solved, and Field is furious, without a doubt. That old man, Raymond, he's just playing favorites, giving different people different allegiances. "I can't wait to fight the cultists and gain glory," Field said with a speechless expression, showing no sign of eagerness. As nobles of the province of Morrowind, Nibelungen would naturally prioritize their own people, sending troops from other provinces first to fight the enemy's main force, while their own people would reap the rewards and achieve a decisive victory. Quite a clever little scheme indeed. This is only human nature. To be honest, Field would have done the same if he were the commander. However, since you want to profit from Morningwind Province, I will naturally collect some interest from Morningwind Province. Please let me show you the way." Field shook his head. "Leading the way is out of the question, but my soldiers are starving and freezing. If they don't get food supplies soon, they might riot or loot." Glancing at the soldiers behind him, he saw no signs of hunger. The First Army supply wagons were piled high with food. In fact, many had even gained weight. Soldiers were fed much better than slaves. But when Field said they were hungry, they really were hungry. "Yeah, I've been starving for 3 days. My eyes are practically glowing like a night owl." "Sir, let's go rob someone." Hammer instantly understood Field's hint and immediately cheered. "Yeah, I want to get close to pretty girls. I want to be a hunky guy. I want to play with sheep. 3 of them. Is there a village ahead?" The crowd began to discuss it excitedly, and some people were even taking off their pants. "Grass." The knight cursed under his breath. Could they be any more shameless? To make matters worse, the army of over 300 men in front of him looked quite formidable. Everyone was wearing leather armor, not just bare-chested vagrants. Field himself rode a tall horse, wore a proper noble robe, and carried a great sword on his back, making it impossible to discern his strength. A direct confrontation is definitely not going to work. This knight is very clever. Even if he complained to the governor after being robbed, the governor would only accept Field's fine, but would not compensate him for the fine. Then he would be scolded by his own lord. The knight's face turned green. Clearly, the person before him had none of the demeanor of a nobleman or knight. "Of course, I will do my best to provide food for all you brave warriors who are fighting for our country." Field smiled broadly. "Ahem, I will certainly do my best to praise your generosity before the governor." Soon, Field received a cartload of black bread, a small bag of goat cheese, 2 chickens, and plenty of cabbage. The first battle to quell the rebellion was won without bloodshed. Field praised his chivalry, then ran off without even asking his name or giving his name. Having found an auspicious location, Field announced that he would set up camp there. "Since we're here early, let's enjoy life to the fullest and maybe even practice our skills." Field habitually opened the mini-map, wanting to see what beautiful scenery was around him. Then, I saw a golden dot. Holy crap, the golden legend. Invincible. Field was stunned. Since Rosalia joined, Field has not had the opportunity to become a new chosen one. Field hadn't seen the marked point in so long that he thought the mini-map was broken. Now that he saw the gold marker, he rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. He immediately sat back on his horse and spurred it towards the gold marker. "Make me a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. I'll be right back." Chapter 109: The Dragonborn Appears. Following the gold marker on the map, Field arrived at a large, shimmering lake. "This is what it shows, that's correct." Field looked around, circled the area several times, and finally set his gaze on the lake. Could it be a mermaid? Or perhaps the chosen one is taking a bath? Should I hide first? Field couldn't help but let his mind wander, his eyes fixed on the lake's surface. where the possibility of being underwater was extremely high. Why aren't they out yet? Could they be drowning? Field directly used the artifact, the Eye of the Fog. Complex magic circles bloomed from his black pupils, instantly revealing the scene within the lake's surface. His gaze pierced through countless swimming fish, extending downwards. The dark lake resembled an abyss, its bottom completely unseen. It's so dark. Field frowned. Nothing's working. Looks like we're going in the wrong direction. Before Field could look away, the darkness at the bottom of the lake seemed to tear apart instantly, and a huge dragon's eye opened. Five-colored dragon, black dragon. Shouldn't black dragons live in tropical swamps? Why is there one here? Field was bewildered. The earth trembled, the lake's surface boiled, and countless fish leaped out of the water, restless and agitated. A gigantic figure burst forth from the water, as if a massive mountain had been pulled out of thin air. The silvery white lake water was carried high into the sky and then plunged back down like a waterfall. Let's go. Rosalia's anxious voice rang out, and the chains of the Gluttony Greatsword immediately prepared to unfold. Just as Field was about to use the power of the Greatsword to leave, he was pulled off his horse by a lithe figure. Don't move if you don't want to die. Feeling dizzy, Field was pulled down and pressed to the ground by a strong force. All he could see was snow white, soft skin, and the silky feel emanated from all parts of his body. A woman had saved him. First-tier magic, invisibility. The first-tier dragon roar vanished into nothingness. Strange, low growl was heard. Field was astonished to find that he had become invisible. The black dragon that emerged from the water was emaciated and resembled a dark, skeletal dragon. It circled twice in the air before landing, its nose twitching as if wondering where the humans had gone. This is a real dragon, an epic creature, the kind of final boss that only appears at the very end of a chivalrous adventure novel. Logically speaking, aside from the blue dragons of the Nibelungen family, there shouldn't be any other dragons in Morrowind Province. The dragon's oppressive aura was suffocating. Field's hand unconsciously slid down his savior's shoulder, the curves suddenly contracting, revealing a slender waist. The greasy peach flesh, with its cotton-like softness, made little Field breathless. Damn it, we can't do anything weird right now. If the dragon finds us, we'll definitely be eaten. Field was sweating profusely, praying that little Field wouldn't cause any trouble at this moment. Her smooth skin was slightly sweaty, as warm and fragrant as a freshly baked egg tart. Was she actually more excited than I was? The black dragon didn't necessarily want to eat people. After glancing at them casually, it devoured the warhorse in one bite, as if it were eating dessert. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away into the distance, seemingly unsatisfied. You owe me my horse. Field felt a jolt in his heart. His warhorse, which had accompanied him through thick and thin, had not died on the battlefield or in the stable, but had been eaten by the black dragon. It was unbearable. Phew, that was dangerous. Thankfully, there was the ethereal dragon roar. The woman waved her hand to dispel the power. Of the dragon's roar comes from the dragons themselves, and they cannot fathom its secrets. I was scared to death. Field wiped away his cold sweat and saw his savior. She was barefoot, her heels and slender ankles exposed. Her pale blonde hair and star-purple dragon eyes. Her looks and figure were in no way inferior to Florine's, and she exuded a poppy-like allure, breathtakingly beautiful. Another chosen one by Cupid? Field was stunned, but seeing her cold expression, he dismissed the guess. The woman stood up, bit her lip, and said coldly, "Let's go quickly. Black Dragon could come back at any time, and then we won't be so lucky." The gold marker on the mini-map didn't move, which means the chosen one is the person in front of us. Besides, she's so beautiful, she's definitely the chosen one. Damn it, my warhorse. Field gritted his teeth, feeling both relieved and saddened, and stood there silently mourning his brother who had shared life and death with him. I'm sorry about this, and I thank you for being the bait. The woman glanced at Field, pouted, and stomped her foot angrily, but a hint of shyness appeared on her face, which was immediately covered by her coldness. She wiped the dirt clean with her palm. I didn't do anything. To Field's surprise, the woman said nothing, but turned to look at the lake and conjured two iron swords out of thin air, as expected of the chosen one. Hello, my name is Field, Baron of Nightfall. My name is Iria, a free citizen of Morrowind. Iria looked up at the sky from time to time and waved her hands incessantly. Get out of here quickly. What are you doing? Field couldn't just give up on a chosen one like that. Slay the dragon and obtain its soul. Oh, Field was shocked. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a high-class chosen one, who was actually a dragon slayer. I am the chosen one of the dragon god. I need to kill dragons to advance in rank, absorb dragon souls, and obtain their knowledge and inheritance. The dragon god's chosen one actually wants to kill a dragon to advance in rank. Field's pupils dilated in shock. Isn't this a clear case of being a traitor to the dragon? There are very few useful documents about how the chosen ones advance. The few records that exist only state that the prosperity of a city and the faith of its residents will enhance the strength of the chosen ones. Advancing by slaying dragons. This is unheard of. Yes, I am a dragonborn. Although my body is human, my soul is that of a dragon. And my mission is to kill every dragon I see to prevent them from multiplying too much, becoming too powerful, and destroying this world. Field was filled with awe. He had indeed heard of the legends of the Dragonborn from the Bard. It is said that there are two types of dragon descendants, Dragonblood dragon descendants and Dragon Soul dragon descendants. Dragonblood dragon descendants possess a lineage and are responsible for guarding the gates of the abyss to prevent the invasion of abyssal demons. Dragon Soul dragon descendants, on the other hand, are born with a mission. They possess immense power from birth, but are dragon traders who specialize in slaughtering dragons and absorbing their souls to prevent the dragons from destroying the world. The specific reasons are unclear, but the mainstream view is that dragons are powerful, have a strong desire to reproduce, live a long time, can recruit followers, and have a strong desire to destroy. If their numbers are too large, ordinary species really cannot survive. After the extinction of ordinary species, the dragon race will also face certain death. Dragon Soul and Dragon Descendant are the means by which the dragon race regulates its own population. Of course, the specific reasons are unknown, and humans cannot understand the thinking of dragons. Chapter 110, I'll beat you up. Field stroked his chin and asked suspiciously, "You couldn't possibly be a match for that black dragon. Otherwise you would have already made your move. Could it be that there are dragon cubs here?" "Yes, they are my targets. I'm here to help you. I have to avenge my warhorse. It's not my style to just suffer in silence and leave." Field was furious. He didn't care what kind of dragon it was. If it messed with him, there was no way he could get away unscathed. He would take it down whenever he had the chance. A hint of admiration flashed in her eyes, but Iria still shook her head. "You're too weak. Even a fledgling dragon is far stronger than an ordinary magical beast. You should leave here. You can't say a man is weak. My current strength is about the same as yours." Field crossed his arms, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He emphasized now, because Rosalia was right behind him. Iria is only a first-order chosen one, but with Rosalia included, there are at least 1.01 chosen ones. This wave is far ahead. Iria's eyes were deep and calm, like an ancient iceberg. She said indifferently, "Humph, liar. I hate people who talk big. Please get out of my sight immediately." That tone is so unpleasant. Okay, you look down on your brother Faye, huh? They must be severely punished, and then the defeat animation must be handed over. Field emphasized, "I don't make empty promises. TCH, get out of here." Field frowned, annoyed, and said, "You'll know once you try. I really want to help you." Uffed. Iria chuckled and stuck out her tongue. "Then come on, beat me and we'll go together." "No problem." Field drew his great sword and unleashed a simple, powerful strike that exploded through the air, carrying with it unparalleled force. Iria hadn't taken a first-tier battle Oronite seriously, especially since she had saved Field's life. She hadn't expected Field to act so decisively. So, caught completely off guard, she found herself with a great sword at her neck. Divine power fluctuations? Heh, even a dragonborn cannot see through a chosen one, so she was unaware of Rosalia's existence. Iria was furious, but she didn't use her divine power. She could sense that the weapon in front of her had the potential to kill her, so she shouted, "Let me go. You're so despicable. Who gave you the right to mock me? Let's keep things separate." Field grinned wickedly, looking around haphazardly. Iria laughed in exasperation. "Have you had enough? If you make me angry, I'll tear you to pieces. Now who's the liar? Apologize, and I'll even help you slay the dragon." Field let out the laughter of a Soul Temple elder. Even her usually icy demeanor, which betrayed no joy or happiness, couldn't help but blush. Damn, this bastard is shameless. Is he really a nobleman? Being scrutinized by strange looks was really embarrassing, especially since other nobles treated me with utmost respect. Iria was too eager to slay the dragon to care about anything else. If she delayed any longer, such a good opportunity would be wasted. "I surrender. I'm a good girl. Let's team up." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it was exceptionally beautiful, especially the pleading tone with its aggrieved quality, which contrasted sharply with her disgusted face. How come she's easier to train than I imagined? This seemingly proud, icy beauty almost got completely out of control by Field. Is this the contrast everyone's been talking about? Looks like the third chosen one has a good chance. However, judging from Iria's tone, it sounded like she was teasing a kitten or puppy, though I don't know if it was just my imagination. Okay. After releasing Iria, Field immediately began to remove his robes. Hey, what are you doing? Iria's pupils dilated in shock, and she put her hands in front of her to protect herself. I don't want to hurt humans, but you've gone too far. I'll fight back. Going to slay a dragon underwater? How can you do it without taking off your clothes? What are you thinking? Iria rubbed her temples. Although black dragons can live underwater, they usually hide their nests in swamps. Stay close to me for a moment. After saying that, Iria took a deep breath. Dragon's roar, spatial dislocation. Ancient and terrifying dragons might emanated from Iria's mouth, slowly enveloping the water's surface. Above the original lake, space distorted, forming a zone resembling the northern lights. Iria threw down the iron sword in her hand, then pulled it out with her divine power. Seeing that the sword was intact, she nodded. The space is stable, my plan is fine, hurry up. After saying that, Arya grabbed Field and jumped into the Aurora. Space distorted, and Field felt as if he were falling from a great height. The terrifying feeling of weightlessness had just appeared when Field felt himself land on the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a sweltering swamp. Roar! 3 young black dragons, each the size of a saber-toothed tiger, took to the air with excitement upon seeing the intruders, as if they were food delivered to their doorstep. The largest and strongest of them was the leader. They were no longer helpless chicks. Their combat power already surpassed that of almost all low-level magical beasts. All dragons, they crave battle and possess an inherent inheritance within their dragon souls, making them exceptionally powerful in combat. They treated us like food. Field felt a surge of pressure, being targeted by a top predator, his heart inexplicably racing, and cold sweat involuntarily pouring down his face. Terrifying. Even a young dragon can be so imposing, and it has mastered flight. This is not easy to deal with. A black dragon was seen swooping down, its corrosive breath already gathering power. Don't worry. Iria waved her hand dismissively. Dragon roar, dragon break. A powerful, storm-like pressure swept out of its mouth like a tornado, causing the 3 black dragons in the air to tremble violently, as if struck by lightning. Their wings became uncontrollable, and they plummeted straight down. Boom! 3 figures crashed into the ground one after the other, blasting up countless specks of mud. Holy crap! Previously arrogant black dragon instantly wilted, struggling to emerge from the swamp in a disheveled state, its eyes filled with intense fear. The being before it was a true monster that eats dragon children. From a human perspective, imagine 3 children being away from home when a child-eating pseudo-human suddenly intrudes upon them, who is also intimately familiar with human behavior. Anyone would be terrified. Nature, there is yin and yang, and all things are mutually generating and restraining. Even legendary dragons have beings that can restrain them. It makes sense. Even the chosen ones can still be restrained by other chosen ones. Perhaps, the only perfect being is that ethereal and elusive deity. Dragon Break can only last for 20 minutes. All their skills are nullified, and their attributes have been weakened by more than half. Kill them quickly. Iria's eyes were filled with intense excitement and fighting spirit, and a dragon soul in shades of purple and silver slowly emerged from her body. First-tier divine skill, True Dragon Illusion. Chapter 111 Field vs. Iria, a crackdown on discrimination. There are so many skills, no wonder it's marked in gold. Field was shocked. Other first-tier chosen gods only had 1 skill, but how could she have magic, dragon roar, and even divine skills? The next moment, Iria casually threw a punch, and the ferocious dragon phantom behind her followed Iria's movement, slamming out a palm strike. A surge of immense energy overflowed like a burst dam, suppressing the emerging black dragon with a single blow, even causing the space itself to tremble. My good daughter is amazing. Field exhaled a breath of stale air and gripped the greatsword of gluttony. However, we are not to be trifled with either. The grudge of the warhorse must be settled in blood. Chains swayed around him, and wisps of fishy and corrupting stench emanated from him, making the air seem exceptionally malevolent. The corrupting divine power emanating from Rosalia made the air feel particularly evil. With Rosalia's divine power assisting him, Field flashed to the side of a black dragon and unleashed a furious slash with his great sword, striking the dragon's body. Instantly, the newly grown scales shattered, and the corrupting divine power seeped into the dragon's body through the wound, wreaking havoc. A blood-curdling scream rang out from the black dragon. It wanted to fight back, But the power of the dragon break sealed most of its strength, and even its strong tail and sharp claws were now weak and powerless. Field showed no mercy, swinging his greatsword with tremendous force. Although he had a good impression of dragons and wanted to capture one as a mount, the five-colored dragons were extremely evil dragons, insidious, cunning, and cruel. He should not raise bombs until he had the strength to crush them. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the young dragon was cut down without any resistance. With murderous intent, countless chains restrained the black dragon's limbs, and Field swung his sword at the leader to deliver the final blow. First-tier divine skill, Endless Slash. At the same time, Rosalia also cooperated by activating her divine skill. The sword energy, capable of crushing the void, rolled out and cleaved off the black dragon's head without any resistance, splattering blood everywhere. The slain young black dragon struggled and rolled twice before becoming still. Rest in peace, my dear warhorse. Field shouldered the great sword of gluttony. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Sigh. Invincible, can beat the boss at level 1. Who else can do that? Field felt as if he had achieved a new milestone in his life. Although this dragon was in its juvenile form, Rosalia dealt the vast majority of the damage, and it was Iria who weakened it. Rosalia grinned smugly. The dragons taste so good. I feel my life energy surging. Field, following you was the wisest choice I've ever made. That's right. Field puffed out his chest and put his hands on his hips. The two of us together will go on a killing spree. The two, who were becoming increasingly cooperative, both let out the laughter of a Soul Hall elder. He's even faster than me. That sword technique just now was unbelievably powerful. Aurelia witnessed everything, her face filled with disbelief. Could that man really possess combat strength comparable to hers? She couldn't help but be curious, but in the midst of battle, she stretched out her hand, dragon soul stripping. From the slain black dragon's corpse, a faint dragon soul surged forth, filled with resentment and pain, and was absorbed by Iria. After acquiring the new dragon soul, Iria's dragon soul phantom became more solid, and her combat power increased. In less than 3 breaths, he used the phantom of a true dragon to grab the 2 young dragons, crush them to death, and absorb their dragon souls. Oh, what a pity. If we could add dragons to the army, we would be invincible. Field longs to be a dragon knight, but with his current strength, he is no match for a dragon. But becoming a dragonborn knight is still a possibility. Just a little bit more, and you'll be able to advance to the 2nd tier. Thank you for your help. After absorbing the dragon soul, Iria looked very happy, and the gentle smile on her lips could not be hidden. Miss Iria, be my mount. No, be my chosen one. Field stopped and said solemnly, not wanting to let any chosen one he could subdue slip by. No. Without a second thought, Iria refused outright, her smile vanishing and replaced by her previous icy expression. You are insulting me. She raised her head arrogantly, tossed her flowing hair, and turned her face away, saying, Don't think that just because I'm a free person now, my soul is a divine dragon. How could I submit to you? Cooperative battle is fine, but making me form a contract is impossible. He was just hanging up on me a moment ago, calling me dad, and now he's acting so arrogantly. Was it all a facade? What a wicked woman. That's so hurtful. It's also possible that absorbing the dragon soul gave them more confidence. Field narrowed his eyes. If you disagree, then you disagree. But how is being my chosen one an insult? Besides, what have humans done to you? Humans can still slay dragons. Even if the Nibelungen family came to me with their family's dragon as a gift, I wouldn't even glance at it. As for other great nobles, they visited me many times as well. You are no different from a kitten, puppy, or insect. Saving you was simply out of kindness. Iria wasn't exaggerating. She possessed 3 divine artifacts, all gifts from nobles. However, with a human body and a dragon soul, her way of thinking was different. She only saw these gifts as offerings and felt no goodwill whatsoever, accepting them with a clear conscience. As a descendant of dragons, the reincarnation of a divine dragon, she bears the natural mission of protecting all living beings and is inherently shrouded in holiness. No human noble would dare to disrespect her. On the contrary, they would do their best to provide her with convenience. From the moment I awoke, my door was trampled down by visitors. She is gentle and kind to everyone, simply because no one can meet her standards. Just like how humans view cute puppies and kittens, they can easily crush them. But because they are cute, they indulge and spoil them. However, this does not mean that puppies will become human owners. The dragon was even more proud. That's how Iria sees everyone. Just pet dogs, including the Empress. Although you have some ability, You are ultimately just an ant, unworthy of my noble dragon soul. Give up on that idea. Damn it. I hate it when people show off in front of me, especially when they look at me with a discriminatory expression. Field's face turned green. Fine, fine. Even if you beg me now, I won't take your contract. But I want to see how powerful your dragon soul is, that you can treat me like an ant. You're challenging me? Very well, foolish. Iria released a phantom of a true dragon. This time, I'm going to get serious. Thank you for saving my life. I will repay you in the future. Field raised the great sword of gluttony. But now, let's fight. The loser will have to hand over the defeat animation. Hee, this is the true Lord Rosalia. I'm quite full now. Rosalia's cold laughter rang out. Corruption fears no living thing. As long as it's alive, I'll kill even a god for you to see. Chapter 112. Aria's defeat. The man who defeats the Dragonborn. Large harmony. Hee. Iria rolled her eyes coquettishly. You simply cannot understand the power of the Dragonborn. I am proficient in all conventional magic except for god-chosen magic. Moreover, I have absorbed 3 dragon souls. What do you have to fight me with? First tier dragon roar, flaming dragon breath. First tier magic gale. With a wave of her hand, Iria unleashed a torrent of flames from the dragon phantom behind her, which, amplified by wind magic, swept across the area. Wherever the dragon flames touched, everything turned to scorched earth, and the thunderous energy explosion echoed through the space. Leave the rest to me, Rosalia said seriously. I know you want to form a contract with her and won't go too far. But don't go too far, she saved my life. Leave it to me. Field emptied his mind, allowing Rosalia to control him. Feeling a sudden lightness in his body, Field didn't retreat but advanced, fiercely swinging his greatsword. Divine skill, endless slash. A chilling wave of sword energy traced a breathtaking arc in the air, layer upon layer, intertwining with the dragon flames. The two completely different energies devoured and repelled each other, emitting a thunderous explosion. Interesting. Iria smiled slightly and said in a disdainful tone, but it's not enough. I haven't even used 70% of my power yet. She was initially very curious about Field. It's illogical for a man to possess such immense power. I just wanted to test the waters and see where Field's true strength lay. However, she was disappointed. Using 70% of his strength, he seemed capable of overwhelming him. Humph. You ant, let me show you the power of a dragon. Iria's divine power surged, and the dragon flames of the true dragon phantom intensified once more. The raging dragon flames swept across the sky. Boom! Without a doubt, an unstoppable force struck, sending Field flying. The pain made him grimace. Rosalia, teach her a lesson. She didn't hold back at all. Rosalia's confident voice echoed in my ears. Of course, the unending slash has only just begun to gather its power. Divine skill, endless slash. After using the endless slash for the 3rd time, 13 gigantic sword energies were unleashed. Rosalia's divine skill was extremely unique. It could be used continuously by burning her life force. Having just slain the dragon, she had gained a large surge of life force, and now she had plenty of it. They dare to fight back again. Iria said this, but after casting 2 amplification spells on herself, she released her fire dragon breath again. Dragon breath and sword energy intertwined once more, the chaotic energy nearly lifting the swamp away. What's going on? How can such a high energy consuming skill be used continuously? Iria thought to herself in shock. We can't lose to humans. This time, Iria held back, unleashing a continuous stream of divine power. The sword energy was shattered, and the dragon flames were about to crush him. Countless threads of blood surged from the gluttony greatsword, forming a large shield that blocked the damage from the dragon flames, but Field was still sent flying backward. Sigh, I've noticed that fighting together reduces my divine power consumption a lot, Rosalia said in surprise. But are you alright? Since we're using your body, the gluttony greatsword can't heal you. I'm fine. Field staggered to his feet. Rosalia is really awesome. As expected of a guard, she's tanky, deals high damage, and can even possess others to protect herself. Alright, I don't want to kill you either. It's not too late to surrender now. Don't even think about making a contract with me. You're not worthy. Iria didn't want to fight anymore and gave Field a way out. Surrender my foot. We're still as strong as ever. Rosalia's divine power is immense. The life energy from slaying the dragon is inexhaustible. Seeing that Iria still had a mocking look on her face, Field got really angry and said, Don't think you're so great just because you have a dragon soul hanging on your back. You're just a reincarnation of a western lizard. I'm a descendant of the dragon. I'm not afraid of you for anything. A woman as arrogant as you. I'll beat you 8 times a day from now on. You can only call me brother, and you have to speak softly to me from now on, understand? Iria was also furious that someone had dared to tell her to call him brother and speak to her in such a gentle tone. Even though her mission was to protect living beings, this was the first time she had ever seen anyone dare to speak to her like that. Die? First tier dragon roar, flaming dragon breath. Even a dragon's roar dares to clash with a divine skill. A first-tier divine skill, endless slash. The world of the chosen ones. Magic and dragon roars are useless. Boom. This time, Iria didn't witness the clash between dragon flames and sword energy. The almost endless, continuous sword energy cleanly and decisively blasted away the dragon flames, incidentally destroying her dragon soul phantom. Damn it. We underestimated them. Iria's pupil earthquake is a powerful skill that can be stacked, making each subsequent use stronger than the last. Feeling dizzy, Iria flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing headfirst into a pile of rocks. It hurts. Iria's limbs trembled as she struggled to her feet, her face filled with disbelief. A human body with a dragon soul is not a dragon after all. Even if you have a dragon soul, you are essentially a first-order chosen one. Field sneered. Looking at Iria's bewildered expression, he couldn't be happier. Even if you were a dragon, you are only first order right now. This is a classic case of a mismatch between cognitive level and practical ability. Iria is indeed the reincarnation of a dragon, but she is currently in a human body. The chains of the Gluttony Greatsword were already impatient, and they directly bound Iria, hanging her up again. Are you convinced now? Iria's white rabbit heaved and throbbed, looking utterly disheveled. She spat out a mouthful of saliva. Humph. A noble dragon will not yield. You Aunt Ba. Rosalia, give her some Nightfall specials. Defeat animation. Field snapped his fingers, annoyed, but then coughed lightly. Just treat her to a shot of roasted chestnuts. You're so gentle. Rosalia found it funny and immediately launched a candied chestnut attack. No, this is too humiliating. Iria struggled desperately and was hit on the head. Although it didn't hurt, she gritted her teeth. How is this possible? How can a human defeat me? Field felt his anger subside a bit. Wah, let me go. Iria threatened tearfully. Or I'll disintegrate my dragon soul. Then we'll all be doomed. Scumbag. Field squinted. Still dare to be arrogant? Rosalia, tickle her. The chosen ones possess formidable physical abilities that allow them to heal wounds quickly, but they still retain normal sensations, such as a ticklish feeling. Ha 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 ha. Iria laughed so hard she almost choked. Who's the puppy? Field crossed his arms. Are you surrendering or not? Don't do this, I'll make a contract with you for 3 days. How about it? Iria reluctantly gave in. What did I just say? Call me brother, Field said seriously. Iria's cold, beautiful face was filled with resentment as she cried out in surrender. Please stop this nonsense. If the black dragon returns from hunting, we'll all die. I surrender unconditionally, okay? Field nodded. Doesn't that solve the problem? Chapter 113, The Third God's Choice, but experience card, large harmony. Who said I wanted to make a contract with you? Field stood with his hands on his hips, looking smug. Wah, I feel like I need to pee from all this tickling. The human body is so weak. Iria's pretty face turned bright red. Her once icy demeanor was now completely broken. Brother, I was wrong. Please, make a contract with me for 60 days. Why are there additional deadlines? Field complained. Seriously, they can even add deadlines? This is my special contract. Besides, this is the bottom line. Otherwise, I'd rather die together. Woof. Iria's eyes were resolute, and her divine powers surged again, looking like she really wanted to explode. Only after dismantling the artifact did the chosen ones truly fight desperately. Field knew the power of the artifact's disintegration and saw no need to fight it head-on. Besides, he didn't want Iria to actually die in battle, not even for a single day. All right, I'll let you off this time. Just don't look down on humans again. Field felt relieved and relaxed. As expected, gaining the approval of the chosen ones is not so hasty. Field sighed, looking at the Gluttony Greatsword in his hand. Once people are blinded by greed, they are prone to doing outrageous things, especially when they have power that does not belong to them. Field looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Violence should be used against enemies, but not against neutral or friendly forces. Rosalia's wicked laughter rang in my ears. You're right, but it's not entirely your fault. The Greatsword of Gluttony will affect your sanity. You need to be careful with all the corrupted chosen ones. Their artifacts are likely to have an even greater impact on sanity. It's just like the Lord of the Rings. Field laughed rather rudely. Haha. Actually, I was just rambling on and on, expressing my thoughts to make myself seem profound. You're a madman. Rosalia almost died laughing, giving Field a coquettish glare. No wonder you're my lord. All right, stop fooling around. Taking a few deep breaths, Field regained his usual composure and rationality. Iria let out a long sigh of relief, turned her back, and wiped away the tears on her face. My mission is to stop the dragons from destroying the world. Think about it again. It's best not to form a contract with me. Whether there's a contract or not, there's no necessary connection between that and saving the world, is there? Field said, puzzled. Besides, I can help you. I'm about to leave Morningwind Province. Wouldn't that mean you've wasted your only contract slot? If I don't go, there will be terrible consequences. He is very considerate of others. Field was shocked. You're not going to Skyrim, are you? Don't forget to bring me the complete, energetic Argonian maid. What place is Skyrim? I need to find the place where the ancient dragons fell to collect their knowledge, and I can only go alone. Anyone else will be killed by the Dragon Soul Guardians. Iria clearly hasn't played the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Of course, no problem, Miss Iria. Now that you have joined Nightfall and made contributions to me, I will do my best to help you in the future. Nightfall will fight alongside you. Field gave an okay sign. I still hope to form a contract with you, even if it's only for 60 days. Of course, you can leave at any time, even now. Hearing this, Iria felt inexplicably happy and less resistant to Field. The mark is on my back. Iria hugged the dough ball, pulled open her dress, and revealed the goddess mark on her snow-white back. The chosen mark shone with a domineering and intense light, and a powerful dragon's might surged forth, converging into a sacred phantom of a goddess. Then a divine force connected tightly to Field's body. Iria's name has appeared on Field's Lord panel. Name, Iria Akatosh. Contract for 60 days. Rank, Tier 1, chosen by the Dragon God. Occupation, Dragonborn. Divine skill, True Dragon Phantom, manifests a phantom of a divine dragon, copying and greatly enhancing the original skills to assist in combat. Artifact, Akatosh's Dragon Soul, possesses the potential to master all dragon shouts, conventional magic, and conventional combat techniques. Furthermore, by devouring the souls of other dragons, it can acquire their knowledge and heritage, and possesses various incredible powers. Artifacts, not included with the main character Bow of Daylight, Tier 1, Bone Dragon Spear, Tier 1, Emerald Quiver, Tier 1. Legion skills, none. Territory bonus, none. Lord buff, none. Wow, she really wasn't bragging. Field broke out in a cold sweat. Iria really did have someone give her artifacts, 3 of them at that. When did artifacts become so worthless? Simps are really something else. Fortunately, she underestimated her opponent. Otherwise, if she had pulled out a bunch of gadgets, Field might have had his head knocked off. As for the control panel, it's a long story. It's completely useless to the territory, the Legion, and oneself. She was absolutely right that contracts were of no benefit to lords. If there was only one contract slot, it would be a waste. Let's go. Dad, the Black Dragon is coming back. Iria's voice was much gentler, as if she were communicating on equal terms. Field laughed out loud. I was just joking before, just call me Field. Dad, let's go. Iria retorted. Iria keeps my word. That's the pride of a dragon. I feel like my affection level has inexplicably increased, and I'm even being a little doting on you? This was not an illusion. Field, having observed so many chosen ones, discovered something interesting. That means the chosen ones truly possess divinity. Simply put, they don't treat people as human beings. The simplest example is Rosalia, who treats the corrupted as her own kind, yet shows no mercy in killing them, even eating them. When the pink-haired butterfly was killed, her teammates perished, but she quickly recovered and chatted and laughed with Field. Even Ashina has a similar trait. She never sided with her own kind, treating humans and demi-humans equally. The chosen ones only care about the lords. They don't even give anyone else a second glance. Once the contract is signed, the chosen ones will treat the lords as equals. The most obvious sign is an increase in favorability, and one's speech becomes much gentler. So, forming a contract first and then cultivating feelings might be feasible, though it's a bit underhanded. Field rubbed his chin. But it's difficult to do, because those who don't accept their chosen ones won't cooperate with the contract. In the future, we should use violence sparingly and cautiously. Iria, could you take the 3 dragon corpses with you? They might come in handy. Field had previously speculated that Iria possessed spatial abilities after seeing her conjure objects out of thin air. No problem. With a distortion in space, all 3 dragon corpses were taken away by Iria. Let's get out of here quickly. My army is probably getting impatient. After saying that, Iria grabbed Field and left, simultaneously unleashing her skill. Dragon Roar. Purify the sky. In the swamp, the aura on the two was purified to prevent the black dragon from finding them by smell. After leaving the lake, the two hurried back to their territory, which was already in the afternoon. Chapter 114 Arrival at the Front Lines, Field's title. The soldiers were already in a panic, and Field had no choice. His warhorse was gone, and he couldn't very well ride Iria back. So the journey took quite a while. With Iria's addition, the First Army's combat strength has doubled. In the following period, Field did not fawn over Iria. Instead, he was busy with his own affairs, extorting all the villages he passed through and training the First Army. Apart from running and marching, the rest of the time was spent in simple pike formations. They can't form more complex formations, but being able to skillfully set up a defensive spear formation already makes them a fighting force. On the third day, Field finally saw the First Army heading to the front lines, followed by the second, the third, and more troops. The dull thud of hooves and the clatter of footsteps seemed to tremble the very earth. Large and small noble armies surged in from the horizon, like rivers of people rushing to the surface. All right, let's go. Field mounted his warhorse. This spare horse wasn't as good as the previous one, but it was still usable. Yes, sir. The guards tossed aside the chicken bones in their hands, letting out a satisfied burp. They had extorted so much food these past few days that they were living like royalty and were extremely grateful to Field. That's how many nobles are participating. Field exclaimed in amazement. The noble armies I saw on the road were carrying all sorts of family banners, wearing different clothes, and even had different accents. Of course, they also had something in common. The knights all looked swaggering and arrogant, while the regular soldiers and guards carried their weapons and marched solemnly. As for the serf soldiers or slave soldiers, they could only waddle along the road, carrying piles of supplies with pained expressions, and were constantly whipped or verbally abused. There are also many mercenaries, carrying all sorts of equipment and loot on their backs. Mercenaries are often the least disciplined and will almost never miss any opportunity to plunder. In the province of Morningwind, Field only extorted, not plundered. Firstly, high-value items were scarce, and extortion was enough to ensure a sufficient food supply. Secondly, his immediate superior was a Morningwind native. These mercenaries will become the first wave of cannon fodder. Field was eager to go to the front lines, and he followed the other noble armies, advancing slowly. Hello, Sir Field. I've heard of you. A young man dressed in navy blue rode up on a white horse and smiled kindly. My name is Laurent, from the Northwind family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Never heard of it. But Field feigned a look of sudden realization. Oh, the Northwind family. I've heard your legendary stories before. Laurent immediately beamed with joy. Excellent. As expected of Sir Field, you know, the whole Morningwind is talking about your title. Holy crap. Is this true? I've actually become famous. Is it the Lion of the North? Or the Demon Muscle Man? Field was smug, and a confident smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Not those. Your title is Baron Joyful Bean, the one who brings good news to men. What? Field nearly fainted. The outrageous name I casually came up with back then has unexpectedly become a boomerang, hitting me hard on the head. Your army is very strong, and I look forward to fighting alongside you against the enemy. Laurent, seated on his warhorse, gestured to Field. The First Army, which he had hastily trained, was considered the weakest of the weak by Field, but nobles like Laurent saw it differently. The troops were well disciplined, marching in orderly steps, and everyone was clad in armor. They were already considered a superior legion. My God, they didn't just fall behind or run into the woods. They were able to maintain the queue the whole time. As expected of the Ross family's elite, the minor nobles stopped to watch, casting envious glances. Apart from themselves and their retinues, they only had some serf soldiers using broken wooden sticks and farm tools. Of course, there were also a few unfriendly glances. Baron Happy Bean made a lot of money, which is said to have made Simon cry poverty. I heard he's very weak. We'll see how it goes during the battle. Field ignored them and continued marching. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the border fortress of Morningwind. Large swathes of troops were stationed here, stretching for miles, with campfires, huts, and barricades forming a long, continuous encampment. Large areas of trees were felled and used to build makeshift huts, and tents stretched as far as the eye could see, some for living and others for housing the wounded. Ouch, that hurts. Please, don't saw off my arm. I'll scrape together the money to buy healing potions, please. The wounded wailed, and the unlucky ones were either treated by bloodletting or had their ulcerated limbs amputated. What genius came up with this arrangement, leaving the wounded at the assembly point? Their morale is about to plummet before the battle even begins. Field's lips twitched as he turned to see the look of terror on his soldiers' faces. No one wanted to become a cripple or a corpse. Baron Naslu returned to the embrace of the goddess and died in an attack by cultists. Sir Siefton has left us. He died on the charge. People kept reporting the names of the deceased nobles, and special officials recorded them. A group of nobles were mourning. Alas, they were all warriors who devoted themselves to their country. Rest in peace. Did he die in an enemy attack? Field leaned closer to mourn, bowing his head and asking in a low voice. After making a pattern on his chest, a kind-hearted nobleman turned around and said, "They died on reconnaissance missions, some died probing the cultist fortifications, and some died in ambushes." Alas, without a doubt, these hotheads arrived early, and most of them were full of enthusiasm, but happened to have no connections. Then the governor assigned him some dangerous missions, which led him right into the crossfire of a powerful enemy. Rosalia couldn't help but sigh. Alas, they were all warriors of the Empire. My Starry Night family also died defending the Empire. They are indeed warriors, but unfortunately those nobles would love for more of them to die. Field sneered. He had long seen through the nobles' scheme. Why do you say that? Rosalia asked, puzzled. Because they nurture bandits to enhance their own power. The bigger the cultist disturbances and the more nobles they kill, the bigger the spoils they get after the rebellion is quelled. Where do you think the Itavan province and the land and wealth of the nobles who died in battle will go? In the bellies of certain nobles, Rosalia said immediately. So you want to expose them? Of course not. We should be the ones dividing the cake, not the cake itself, nor the ones flipping the table. Field arranged for the army to set up camp and then went to the fortress to show his face. This was a good opportunity to boost his reputation. Maybe he can finally shed the idiotic nickname, Baron Happy Bean. Chapter 115, An Old Acquaintance I've Never Met. After passing through several gates, Field entered the heavily guarded fortress. Immediately, someone came up to him and said that Laying wanted to catch up with him. Good day, Happy Bean. Baron Field. Laying wanted to follow etiquette and address him by his title first, but seeing Field's frighteningly dark face, she quickly changed her words. You're late. Elsa and I have been waiting for a long time. Wait for me. And who is Elsa? Field was filled with questions. I'm sorry, sir. I encountered a terrible problem on the way. You might not believe it, but I was attacked by a black dragon. Field drew a huge circle in the air with his hands, shook his head slightly, and then let out a long sigh. I almost couldn't serve the Empire. Fortunately, my mount saved me, but the warhorse was eaten by the black dragon. This is terrible. Field looked apologetic, tears welling in his eyes, and leaned forward slightly as if to bow. So, I'm very sorry for being so late. Oh, thank you. Goddess, thank goodness you're all right. You actually ran into that black dragon. I've heard about the black dragon, but it was driven away by the Nibelung family's chosen ones last night, so at least you don't have to worry when you go back. Ray put his arm around Field's shoulder and said to his attendant, pick a warhorse with the bloodline of a magical beast for Field from the stables. The black one is quite good. It has the bloodline of a Deathclaw magical beast, so it's incredibly fast and has a strong impact capability. So generous. A warhorse with Warcraft bloodline is worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Thank you for your generosity. Field was a little confused. He couldn't understand why Ray was being so enthusiastic. Then, Laying looked herself up and down with a drooling gaze, and then licked her lips with satisfaction. Holy crap, what kind of look is that? Field instinctively took a step back. Could this old man be gay? Haha. Field, do you remember Elsa? Ray nudged Field's arm, then winked and grinned mischievously. Here's a hint. She's my niece. I have no recollection of it, nor is it in the original owner's memories. Seeing Field's slightly embarrassed expression, Ray said regretfully, it's a good thing Miss Aisha still remembers you. It's not the behavior of a knight to let a young girl down. Field was speechless. Sorry, please stop keeping me in suspense. Isa Volga Nibelungen, one of the Count's granddaughters, the family's newly chosen one, and also your childhood playmate. Do you remember when you were little? You always followed her around, and she called you a giant slug. Holy crap, this is an absolutely enormous slug. Although his mind was still blank, Field pretended to say, oh, I remember now, the lovely and charming Miss Elsa. Yes, I'll take you to meet her. She's mentioned you many times. What's going on lately? I'm getting so many suitors, and they're all chosen ones. I can't even handle it all. Soon, Field saw Elsa, who looked like she was forced to work. Her beautiful face was extremely gloomy at the moment. She was sitting in a chair, holding a teacup gracefully, and wearing a long black and blue silk dress. See my niece? an elegant and beautiful noblewoman. I think a true knight would never back down in the face of love. Ray gave Field an encouraging look. Your charm is absolutely irresistible. Field found it all rather strange. This enthusiasm was just not right. Ever since he became a nobleman, his understanding of nobility had become increasingly clear. That's something that doesn't bring profit, so I almost never do it. There are exceptions, like Heafield. Introducing him to a chosen one. Impossible. He's not some overpowered genius who'd be so terrified he'd immediately prostrate himself in worship. And her lord? Field asked tentatively. Aisha's contractor is her second uncle, Baron Baron, but he didn't come today. Ray clearly didn't expect Field to bring this up. Shouldn't a typical young person, upon seeing the chosen one's stunning good looks, fawn over him and grovel before him? Don't overthink it. If she finds someone she likes, she can change her contractor. Chosen ones naturally respect their lords and look down on others. It's baffling that old man, Rayleigh, would make him grovel before a contracted chosen one. Wait, could this be some kind of aristocratic incestuous relationship? Inbreeding is quite common. After all, it's to ensure the purity of the bloodline. Then, once they have children, they just find any honest man to take them in. Just like his older brother, who was having affairs with his sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandmother, it was all something Cal told him. Field chuckled and teased. Oh, aren't they getting married? I'd love to attend the party. It's not a knight's job to arrange Miss Aisha's affairs. The contract is a family decision. Miss Aisha is still a pure girl and has no experience in love. Laying was embarrassed, but remained serious. Field gave him a questioning look. How do you know she's innocent? Did you check her? Oh, that would be wonderful. I love being with beautiful ladies. Field raised his eyelids, feigning excitement, and turned to walk towards Aisha, but a mocking smile played on his lips. In his mind, Field had a suspicion about their tricks. Elsa was surrounded by 7 or 8 handsome and confident noblemen who were telling boring jokes to try and amuse her. Why do soldiers always bring a chair to the battlefield? Because they want to sit and win. Haha, this joke is hilarious. You're so funny. The men flattered each other, but their eyes remained fixed on Elsa's stunning beauty. Aisha managed a weak smile, the veins on the back of her hand bulging slightly. If it weren't for the public setting, she would have loved to twist the heads off all those annoying flies. Hello, Miss Elsa, do you remember me? Field walked over, waved and greeted her, saying in an aristocratic tone that even he found disgusting. I am Field from the Ross family. You are the brightest star today. Of course I remember. Aisha stood up, apologized to the men around her, and walked out of the crowd. She glanced at Field, hiding the disgust in her eyes, and placed her hands neatly in front of her, saying indifferently, Let's go. It's too stuffy in here. Let's go out for some fresh air. Field immediately felt dozens of unfriendly stares. It doesn't matter, being able to strike up a conversation with a chosen one who has a lord. These handsome men are all incompetent fools, either ignorant of internal affairs or lacking background, trying to hitch a ride on the Nibelungen family's big ship. Field's purpose was different. He wanted to use the other party's identity to gain some benefits. At least on the battlefield, the Count's granddaughter would never be allowed to be on the front lines. The two left the fortress and went outside for some fresh air. Chapter 116, Crossing the Border to Meet the Enemy, Part 1. Of course, outside the fortress, there was nothing pleasant to smell except for the stench of soldiers, the smell of excrement, and the stench of blood. Field was extremely annoyed. This awful smell, I miss Nightfall. Nightfall territory was so poor that it was drafty, at least you didn't have to worry about stepping in poop. I heard you defeated a 3rd-tier rat demon. Aisha kept a distance and didn't turn her head when she spoke. Truly heroic. It was my knights and soldiers who did the work, and I must thank the goddess for her favor. Aisha was very curious about this. You really survived in Nightfall territory? It's full of rotting corpses. You should move to another territory. There's no other choice. Who would want to go and reclaim Wasteland? Field rambled on. I'm just struggling to survive. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll come back. At worst, I'll give up my noble title. Actually, I'd rather be a bounty hunter, huh? No, that's just foolish. I mean having ideals is good, but giving up a noble title is unwise. Aisha was startled by Field. She was annoyed and wanted to curse. Without a noble title, one was just a lowly servant. What was the point of talking about that? But she opened her mouth and changed her words. I believe you will make a rational choice. It's hard to hold on. Look at my army. Forget about knights. We don't even have many horses. As for weapons, they were all lost in the battle against corruption. That's not a problem. I'll send you some horses and weapons. Our family can offer some assistance. I will. You are truly an angel. Field was laughing so hard He was almost dying. He had confirmed his guess and even gained some benefits along the way. Stroking his chin, Field sighed inwardly. It seems my adoptive father, Count Kurt, is on his way. The Nibelungen family is already eager to get a share. Sigh. I haven't even been thinking about the inheritance myself, yet someone else is already thinking about it for me. What an honor. According to the map of the Empire's family power, the Ross family is mainly based in the province of Rick, but also has enclaves in the province of Morningwind, including 2 cities, 3 fortresses, and a large area of directly controlled land. Nightfall territory is also one of the Ross family's enclaves. Back when the Ross family's 6th-tier chosen god was still alive, they were at their zenith, with enclaves and properties everywhere, and the family's power was extremely strong. But now, even their ancestral land has been targeted. They said I was a nice guy the first time we met, but it turns out they had already found out and were just taking advantage of honest people. After the Earl of Cottage's death, Field, as an heir, would be entitled to some land. If Field were to marry Elsa, the Nibelungen family would then have room to maneuver. First, through interpersonal maneuvering, help Field acquire Morningwind territory. Then they had Field killed, and Aisha, as his wife, inherited all the land. The Nibelung family could easily reap enormous benefits while acting as if nothing had happened. The fact that Elsa has already entered into a contract but is still looking for a husband definitely reveals a problem, because they never intended to actually get married. Of course, it could also be true love, although the possibility is zero, Field muttered to himself. He knew his own limitations. What are you thinking about? Aisha tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's nothing. I was just thinking about the war. After exchanging a few casual words, Aisha left. But Field believed that if he took a little more initiative, Aisha would be happy to approach him, even though her face clearly showed she was being forced into the relationship. Soon, soldiers delivered equipment and horses. There were 6 war horses in total, one of which was exceptionally handsome and possessed the bloodline of a magical beast. In addition, there were 20 hickory crossbows, 50 square shields, and 50 standard military knives. Great! Field was delighted, toying with the shield and longsword in his hands. Woo! In the distance came the bugle call to assemble. Field found a high platform, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked out for a while. He immediately came down and urged, Iron Hammer, distribute the weapons. The rebels have launched an attack. Prepare for battle. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, amidst the muffled blasts of horns, countless people dressed in tattered hemp clothing, wielding wooden sticks, pitchforks, or machetes, mingled together densely. There were men, women, and even children. Their expressions were filled with fear, and they moved with trembling, uneven steps. Yet they shouted slogans. Shadows descend upon the world, blood sacrificed to the true God. More than 50,000 villagers, corrupted by the eye of desire, began to assemble under the orders of the cultists. They spread out for miles, preparing to attack the fortress. The nobles have been holding the cultists captive in a Taven for almost a month. If they don't break out, they'll just be waiting to die here. In the middle of the procession, surrounded by villagers, a group of about 3,000 armored warriors stood out. They wore gray and white robes. Their faces were covered with unknown runes, and they roared loudly. The will of God commands you to take the fortress. The Imperial Army's commander-in-chief in this battle, Governor Takorin, fully exemplified the pride and arrogance of the nobility. He didn't take farmers and cult members seriously at all. Instead of relying on fortress defenses, they took the initiative to attack head-on. Amidst rousing roars and prayers, the noble coalition poured out from the fortress's gates, forming various ranks across the plains. This battle included the elite private armies of nobles from the 3 provinces of Qatar, Morrowind, and Rick, as well as the Imperial Legion and the Griffin Knights, and knightly orders composed of adventurers, patriots, and minor nobles from the surrounding areas. Before long, military flags were flying everywhere. Mages continuously cast ranged spells and scouting spells at the enemy formation. Meanwhile, the soldiers shouted excitedly in unison, their cheers deafening. Fight for the Empire. Fight for the Queen. Fight for glory. Very good. Almost ready to form ranks. Have Liv Reza lead 1,000 heavy cavalry in a frontal assault on the rebels. Then the entire army will advance. Takorin stood atop the fortress's watchtower, his spirits rising. He slammed his fist on the railing and roared. I will make these peasants pay the price. My lord, should we send out scouts to probe the enemy? We haven't seen the enemy's chosen ones yet, a nobleman asked. Takorin waved his hand dismissively. No need. They're just a rabble. We'll crush them head on. Yes, as you command. Use telepathic magic to notify everyone to prepare for the attack. The rebel commanders, for some unknown reason, were completely bewitched. Despite having a ragtag bunch of emaciated and weak men under their command, they showed no fear in the face of tens of thousands of noble allied troops. The heavy bugle call sounded, echoing in everyone's chest. The controlled people trembled violently, tears welling in their eyes from fear, but their bodies moved forward involuntarily, surrounded by the shouts of soldiers and cultists. Blood sacrificed to the true God. Blood sacrificed to the true God. Chapter 117, Crossing the Border to Meet the Enemy, Part 2. Field's 3rd Army Corps was on the left flank of the Allied forces, and this corps consisted entirely of small square formations made up of aristocratic private armies. In the context of Chinese warfare, such large, disorganized small square formations were practically a major taboo in warfare. If any nobles retreat, it could very well lead to a collective rout. The governor orders. Full-scale attack. Annihilate the enemy. As the commander of the left wing, Raymond moved back and forth between the ranks, constantly encouraging and issuing orders. His roars, imbued with fighting spirit, made Field's ears ring. Attack! Attack! Countless soldiers shouted in unison and marched forward, while over 10,000 noble private troops on the left flank slowly advanced. At the same time, mages from various families began chanting, and all sorts of buff spells rained down on the Allied forces as if they were free. Unfortunately, Nightfall had no mages and offered no buffs. Field shook his head helplessly. Second-tier magic, Light Feather. Field felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, as if his armor were nothing. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Knight Loran he had encountered earlier. His family's mage had generously given Field a buff. "Hey, Baron Field." He gave Field a thumbs up, then raised his lance with a triumphant expression and shouted, "Give those damned rebels a piece of their minds." To the nobles, the rebels were nothing more than a starving rabble, a walking saga of achievements. Of course. Field returned the smile, then put on his helmet. He was wearing 2 layers of iron armor, and the pounding of his heart could still be heard clearly. The 3 armies, with banners waving, pressed forward in full force. Without any probing, they launched a direct attack. And Liv Reza, the chosen one from the Empire, roared, "Imperial heavy cavalry, charge with me. 3rd-tier divine skill, Comet Impact." She transformed into a streak of sky-blue flame, charging towards the cultist ranks. In her path, all who stood in her way were crushed to dust. Even those not directly attacked were instantly engulfed in flames upon contact with her, their bodies bursting into flames almost immediately. Everywhere, there were pitiful screams and the explosive sounds of people being burned to ashes. Liv Reza was like a high-speed train, crashing straight into a bloody track. With Liv Reza clearing the way, the heavy cavalry followed in a wedge formation, using the bloody path as cover. To actually use precious heavy cavalry to charge the first wave, that's really confident. Field was shocked. This governor was really a tiger when it came to fighting. Don't you need to use arrows to wear them down? At least let the mages bombard them a few times. Similarly, they can let the chosen ones charge straight in without fear of being caught alone by the enemy's chosen ones. The Empire's griffin banners fluttered high, and the heavy cavalry had closed to within 100 meters, urging their horses on with all their might. The rebels' stones and arrows clanged against the armor, unable to penetrate it. "Watch out for the scorpion crossbow," someone shouted, and the rebels pushed out small crossbow carts, each about the height of a person, much smaller than the city's defensive crossbows, but capable of easily piercing armor. The field weapon known as the scorpion crossbow suddenly fired, dozens of giant arrows piercing the heavy cavalry formation, instantly killing 20 or 30 heavy cavalrymen. Even worse, some were nailed together, man and horse. Such losses could bankrupt most barons instantly, but for the entire coalition, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. The heavy cavalry charge arrived in the blink of an eye. Despite the rebels setting up countless halberds and spears, the heavy cavalry charged forward without fear. Bang! It was like one wall crashing into another. The front line was instantly shrouded in a cloud of blood mist, and the sky was filled with chunks of flesh smashed by war horses. Large numbers of rebels were pushed and shoved to the ground, then trampled into the mud by horses' hooves. The Allied heavy cavalry also suffered considerable losses, with many heavy cavalrymen being strung together like candied hawthorns. It was too late for Field to check the situation ahead, as his left flank was about to engage the enemy. Swish swish. A dense barrage of fireballs streaked overhead and landed in a square formation not far from Field. The private army of some small family was doomed. Under the saturation of fireballs, the general's formation was instantly reduced to a pile of fragments. leaving only the nobleman standing there, stunned and bewildered as he looked at the blood splattered on him. In extraordinary battles, ordinary people only expend their magic and battle aura. If they expend their divine power, then they gain a huge advantage. While ordinary people could potentially kill the Chosen Ones by sheer numbers, this was not possible in open field battles, nor by cannon fodder units. Damn, it's even more brutal than I imagined. Through the throng of heads, Field saw that the rebels had brought in archers and immediately shouted, "Raise your shields." With their minds highly focused, the first army of Nightfall immediately raised their shields high and slowly advanced. The sound of arrows piercing the shields rang out incessantly, and several soldiers fell as the arrows pierced through the gaps in the shields. Fortunately, the rebels' bows and arrows were mostly hunting bows, which were fine for hunting rabbits, but they had very low lethality against soldiers wearing leather armor. Only 3 or 4 people were hit, and they were all slightly injured. Let's keep firing. Seeing that the enemy had fired a volley, Field was not one to suffer a loss. He immediately took advantage of the lull and ordered his own soldiers to fire arrows. The supplies they had obtained earlier were now coming in handy. A burst of machine gun fire, more than a dozen rebels fell. Before a second volley could be fired, the Allied forces at the front clashed head-on with the rebels, and the two armies immediately descended into chaotic and brutal hand-to-hand combat. Swords, spears, and halberds relentlessly reaped lives, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Even knights or warriors with fighting spirit have no room to dodge when they are trapped in a crowd. There are people all around them, in front, behind, left, right, and even under their feet. Fighting skills or combat techniques are useless. If you are unlucky, you can't even raise your hand. At this moment, only strength and armor are the most reliable. Field witnessed firsthand how a strong warrior, unleashing his second-tier battle aura, swept through several groups of rebels before his aura dried up. He was stabbed to the ground by a hail of bullets, and finally had his head smashed open by farm tools. There was no formation between the two sides. It was a pure clash of flesh and blood. In just 10 minutes, heads were being kicked around and blood was pooling out. Hold your formation. He's just here to slack off. He doesn't really intend to annihilate the entire army here. Field had already dismounted and had no room to charge, so it was safer for him to stay within his own lines. He ordered the first army to maintain its defensive gun emplacements and halt its advance. As the saying goes, if you don't rush to the front lines will come to you. Soon, Field was surprised to find himself face to face with the rebels. The other troops ahead of them either collapsed or were all killed. The howling rebels charged forward, brandishing their tattered weapons, their morale terrifyingly high. Under their control, they had no chance of escape, just like the rotting corpses of the Nightfall territory. Chapter 118, Crossing the Border to Meet the Enemy, Part 3. It really is like a dream come true, Nightfall. Field was shocked. Did he have a grudge against the corpses? But the enemy was already at his doorstep, and avoiding battle was pointless. He drew his great sword and commanded, "Prepare, stab." The soldiers crossed their spears and thrust them out in unison. The slender rebels were instantly pierced and felled, their blood spurting out. Keep the rhythm, thrust. Once again, guns were fired in unison, and the rebels were peeled away layer by layer like an onion. Before the hysterical screams had subsided, more rebels surged forward, crashing against the gun emplacement like giant waves. Fortunately, their thin linen clothes and crude farm tools were no match for the formidable gun emplacement, and the rebels could only fall one after another, like wheat being harvested. Both the rebels and the Allied forces fought haphazardly, and the battlefield gradually descended into chaos. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, resembling a pot of congee with preserved egg and lean meat, a mixture of black and white. The Chosen Ones also joined the battle, going to the rear of the rebel army to fight against the rebel Chosen Ones. This did nothing to help the main battlefront. All that could be heard was the thunderous roar of the battle in the distance. Soon, magic disappeared from the battlefield. The various world-destroying spells that had been used before were almost extinct. Occasionally, a mage would manage to conjure one, but it would be dispelled by defensive or purification spells. Ordinary soldiers who were originally cannon fodder gradually became the main force on the battlefield. After an hour, the mages were almost all exhausted and had to retreat to the rear to replenish their magic, while the Aura Knights were still able to continue fighting thanks to their physical strength. The battlefield turned into pure hand-to-hand combat. Due to the governor's unrestrained fighting style, there were no reserves, and many people were exhausted, especially the heavily armored infantry. At this moment, the Nightfall army displayed an extremely tenacious will. Stab, stab, The relentless thrusting of spears maintained an excellent rhythm, relentlessly reaping the lives of the rebels. The first army of Nightfall firmly occupied a small hill, their wolf banners flying high, and soon a wall of corpses was piled up around them. The soldiers, on the other hand, remained unfazed. They discovered that this place was no different from the familiar Nightfall territory. It was even more pleasant, because the rebels weren't as terrifying as the rotting corpses. More and more noble soldiers, or those who had been scattered, gathered under Field's banner and stood firm together. Damn it, I was trying to keep a low profile. Field was embarrassed, with a bunch of minor nobles gathered around him, all staring at each other in disbelief. No one expected that these fearless peasants could be so ferocious when they went berserk. Fortunately, Field sensed that the rebel army's formation was crumbling. After 2 more hours of fierce fighting, someone shouted, "The rebels have retreated. The rebels have retreated." Like the receding tide, the rebels retreated amidst the clamor and bloodshed, but only the strong men retreated. The elderly, women, and children who had been coerced were reduced to mangled corpses. Annihilate the enemy. Glory bows down to me. With an excited roar, the fortress gates opened again. Governor Takorin, shouting glory, rode his magnificent lion-like beast and, with his well-rested guards and 3,000 light cavalry, launched a pursuit of the fleeing rebels. The crimson sunlight shone on the blood-stained earth, where corpses lay strewn everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers, and there were ownerless warhorses and wailing soldiers all around. Phew, my arms are sore. Field plopped down on the mountain of corpses piled up by the rebels, panting heavily. He couldn't even remember how many people he had killed, and even with Rosalia's blessing, he still felt exhausted. Thanks to you, Baron Field. I never expected the rebels to be so tenacious. Laurent looked like a bloodied man. He was also in bad shape, breathing like a bellows. Field was parched with thirst. He licked his lips and clicked his tongue, saying, "This is the power of a 5th-tier artifact. Tens of thousands of people have been turned into fearless monsters. It really is astonishing. My lord, water." Iron Hammer came closer, and surprisingly, he still had the strength. He tore open his armor, and a bunch of arrows clattered out. He chuckled, then tore open his inner armor, wiped the bloodstains on his hands onto his clothes, and then handed over a water bottle. Ton. After drinking it, Field felt much better. Give some water to the other adults too. Field didn't mind making a good impression, so he stood up, mounted his horse, and headed ahead to take a look. After crossing a small hill, one could see the governor's light cavalry chasing after the fleeing army, and further away was the battlefield of the Chosen Ones, where all kinds of dazzling skills burst forth, and the surrounding beautiful mountains and rivers had been flattened. The 3 Chosen Ones of the rebels had already fled. Sure enough, the stronger you are, the less likely you are to die. I heard that the Empire hasn't even sent out a 6th-tier Chosen One. Field shook his head, then planted the wolf flag on the hill. The 6th Order Chosen Ones do not act lightly. Each one guards the core of the Empire. A moment later, Field saw the returning Imperial Chosen. Damn it, that idiot actually let the heavy cavalry charge head-on into the spear formation. I was surrounded and beaten by 3 Chosen Ones, and almost died. Livresa, her red hair disheveled, half her shoulder festering, revealing the bone beneath. Her artifact had already disintegrated, and she rode a unicorn, complaining angrily. I almost returned to the embrace of the goddess of war. The artifact has been disintegrating for half an hour. Why didn't you come sooner? We also have to obey orders, so why don't you just rush back? One of the Chosen Ones said dismissively. I'm sorry, Livresa, I'll heal you. A fellow Imperial soldier offered words of comfort. Keep your voice down, or he'll let you charge the city walls next time. The Nibelung family will provide you with the best conditions. Field also saw Aisha, but as a First Order Chosen One, she could only walk at the back and had no say in the matter. That must be the Chosen One who crashed in at the beginning. He certainly suffered a lot. Field looked around for a while, but didn't see the figure he wanted to see. He was very disappointed, and the bloody wind made him feel nauseous, so he returned to the First Army of Nightfall territory. The First Army of Nightfall suffered 17 dead and 61 wounded. What's impressive is that they managed to gather over 100 unclaimed soldiers, whose masters were either dead in battle or had disappeared without a trace. Night fell, and everyone at the camp was resting. Everywhere there were the cries and wails of the wounded. We've only just left the fortress gate. Field rubbed his temples. In this battle, the Noble Coalition did not suffer many elite casualties, given their superior equipment. However, many soldiers scattered and fled. In the era of cold weapons, such scattering was common, and the victors could simply regroup their forces. The heaviest casualties were suffered by Livresa and her heavy cavalry legion, with over 360 knights killed in the encirclement due to exhaustion. She herself was severely wounded after her artifact was destroyed, and it will take her a long time to recover. In the first battle to quell the rebellion, one of the chosen ones was forced to leave the battlefield. Chapter 119. Finally I saw you. Thankfully, I didn't give up. Iria was simmering the vegetable soup, stirring it in the pot with a spoon. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she seemed worried that it would fall into the soup, so she used one hand to hold it back. Fearing that her dragon heritage would be exposed and she would be ridiculed by the dragons, Iria specifically asked Field for a black robe and wore a veil. Does this guy really care that much about the pride of the dragon race? He's dressed like an Arab. Field shook his head helplessly, then looked down at the new orders on the parchment and the map of Itavan province. The cultists' plan to break through the fortress and spread throughout Morningwind province was thwarted. The governor's plan to quell the rebellion was to launch a six-pronged attack, taking all the fortresses and cities in the rebellious territories, and finally encircling the cultist stronghold in the Viscount's territory. Field, it seems you found someone new. I'm so glad. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Field looked in the direction of the sound and saw two unforgettable figures. His younger brother Adrian, and his chosen ones. You're still alive? I thought you'd die like a pig or a dog in the cult's attack. Adrian licked his lips, his greedy eyes fixed on the dragonborn who was cooking. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, and despite the veil and black robes covering her face, he was still shocked by the alluring woman in the veil and made no attempt to conceal his desire. Hee, long time no see, my dear brother. Field was overjoyed and quickly stood up. He was not annoyed by his words at all. Instead, he looked at him with the expression of looking at a dead man. Then he showed a harmless smile and slowly walked forward. You have changed a lot. Your nose is not as prominent as before. When he first arrived in this world, Field punched him in the face. What did you say? The younger brother narrowed his eyes. Field shrugged. You're still as irritable and twisted as ever. I thought you'd matured a bit. Mature? Like you? You don't dare to go to your fiefdom to take up your post, but instead hide in Maple Leaf territory or come to Aton to pretend to be someone you're not. The younger brother shouted loudly, as if he wanted everyone to hear. I will expose your cowardly behavior. The nobles camped nearby, who loved watching the spectacle of the fight, immediately gathered around. What's going on? Aren't they all from the Ross family? It is said that Field was very cowardly, and he did not retaliate when his lover was tortured to death by his brother. Oh my God, this is hilarious. I think it's unlikely. Field fought very bravely. The nobles whispered among themselves. Field rolled his eyes, but he was very excited because he saw his brother's chosen one here, which meant one thing. His brother's territory was extremely vulnerable. He participated in the suppression of the rebellion step by step, all for this moment. As you wish. After saying this, Field waved his hand and turned to walk back to his tent. If you want me to keep quiet, I can let you play with your new favorite for a few days. I'm tired of the maids I have. Don't worry, I'll keep her alive. The Dragonborn had never encountered this situation before, and his eyes were filled with anger. Field paused, turned around, and looked his brother up and down. Didn't you hear me? I order you to give me your woman to play with for a few days. Adrian seemed to enjoy provoking people, emphasizing it in an unquestionable tone. Heh. Field's dark eyes flashed like knives, his tone turning chilling. Play? Play your mother's ass. In a flash, Field appeared in front of Adrian and punched his brother hard in the face. Tie. The punch was both fierce and sudden, knocking Adrian straight down, smashing his nose, and causing blood to splatter everywhere. The people around gasped in surprise. You dare hit me? You're finished. You bastard. Adrian's eyes were filled with shock and hatred as he staggered backward. Kill him. You dog-like thing, barking incessantly. Field was not polite either, wanting to punch him again, but when he saw his brother's chosen one raise his hand, he immediately took a few steps back. Field still remembers the last time she was choked and thrown out. Although she couldn't possibly kill a nobleman in public, she could certainly give herself a good beating. To have harmed my lord is unforgivable. Allison never expected that Field would dare to attack her lord a second time in front of her. She was both shocked and furious, and immediately her divine power surged, sending out fire butterflies, each containing astonishing amounts of fire energy. Field instinctively reached for the gluttony greatsword. Kill that bitch, Field. Rosalia's mind was already screaming. I'll chop them into countless pieces. That's enough. A terrifying slash of battle aura descended, carving a bottomless crack in the ground. Laying crossed his arms and warned, Are you going to fight amongst yourselves in public? We're suppressing a rebellion. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on us will be dealt with according to imperial military law. Who do you think you are? He hit me first. Damn it, my face. Adrian covered his nose, blood gushing down, and he could barely speak. Lei Ying's tone was completely flat, and he pointed his long sword at Adrian. Don't make me say it a second time. Please maintain the dignity of the nobility and do not bring shame to your family. Field released the great sword and shrugged. We still have to give you face, sir. He knew a fight was unlikely. He couldn't be killed by other nobles in public, and similarly, he couldn't kill Adrian. That would be challenging the authority of the entire empire. Besides, I wouldn't gain anything from a fight. Getting a punch from him is already a bonus. Very good. Lei Ying nodded. He liked people who knew what was good for them. Damn it, Adrian was furious. Field walked up to them with a smile and said softly, remember, this punch is only 1/10,000th of the interest. Also, there's something I want to return to you. I will take away your beloved and then ravage her mercilessly, hee. After saying this, Field smiled coldly, turned and left, leaving Adrian shouting incoherently. Holy crap, they actually dared to confront a lord who possesses a chosen one. They're truly role models for us minor nobles. Some minor nobles exclaimed with admiration. TCH, just a greenhorn. To actually hit his own brother, that's not something a moral person should do. It's so cold-blooded. It was Adrian who provoked them. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but the Ross family had undoubtedly lost all face. Field didn't care. After returning to his tent, the Dragonborn actually came to him and expressed his gratitude with a shy expression. I didn't expect you to stand up for me. Thank you so much. Chapter 120 The Raising of the Black Crow Banner, Part 1. I beat him up not just for you. This grudge has been going on for a long time, so you don't need to take it to heart. The original owner's blood feud, the abuse and death of Greyhound's old lover, the innocent little girl killed by Firefly, and the repeated threats he received from Field that made him extremely unhappy. All these accumulated to create an irreconcilable conflict. I'm going to rest now. Field yawned, gave a few instructions, and went back to his tent to sleep. But the moment I lay down and closed my eyes, in a small border ravine in Adrian's Fulon territory, a corrupted black raven, its body gleaming with the luster of steel, slowly opened its eyes, its terrifying gaze fixed on the distance. The sun had already set, and a veil of darkness spread across the ground, enveloping everything. The night is dark and the wind is high, but the weather is nice. In the woods on both sides of the stone road, 60 or 70 figures dressed in black robes were either leaning against trees or sitting on the ground, all of them silent. Ashina's scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings, finally settling on the distant manor. Field lowered his voice and whispered, Ashina, my lord, you've arrived? The girl's face lit up with surprise, and she turned to Black Crow with a bright smile. How's the situation in Eton province? Can Rosalia protect you? If she doesn't do her job properly, I'll go back and bite her. I'm fine here. Have we arrived in Fulon territory yet? This is the border of Fulon territory. We arrived here this morning as instructed and will rest for a day. Ahead is a knight's manor, and his village is not far to the east. It is a wealthy place. The manor has watchtowers, stone walls, and even small crossbows. We await your orders. Great. Field was overjoyed. The suppression of the rebellion was merely a cover for the plundering army. The war of revenge had only just begun. Whether the owner of the manor is a great philanthropist or a great villain, one's perspective is determined by one's own position, and it's time to reconsider. Without saying a word, Field immediately controlled the Black Crow to spread its wings. Black crows soared high above the manor, their defenses laid bare, and Field relayed the intelligence he gathered to Ashina. The soldiers on the stone wall were somewhat lax, some holding halberds, some sleeping against the battlements, and others pacing back and forth. They didn't even notice that a black crow had completely exposed their defensive positions. Caw-caw, a sharp cawing of a crow. The guard was startled awake, nearly dropping his halberd and stumbling to the ground. Damn crows, what bad luck, the soldiers cursed, their attention completely drawn to the black crows, so much so that they didn't notice the series of dark figures that swiftly reached the city wall like cheetahs. Then, one after another, corrupted greatsword warriors, their fighting spirits surging, gripped the wall with their claws and climbed up quickly like spiders. The vertical wall was as flat ground for them. Did you hear anything? Like a mouse scurrying in and out of the wall. I don't know. The soldier holding the bow said, looking completely bewildered. I guess I've been too hot-tempered lately and am hallucinating. When am I going to go to the village and pick up a couple of women? Guarding the wall tapped his ear a couple of times with his fingers, looking annoyed, and peeked out to check what was happening below the wall. Puff! A silver arrow, like a silver meteor, struck the captain squarely in the face. With a crisp bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. Enemy. Before the archer could speak, a large group of tall, menacing figures nimbly and easily scaled the wall. One of them thrust his sword straight at the soldier, the greatsword piercing through the back of his neck, blood still dripping from the sharp tip. With a flick of his wrist, the headless corpse tumbled to the ground like a rag doll. Without any hesitation, the great swordsman quickly found a sentry post. His corrupt, gray-white eyes scanned through the crack in the door and saw two soldiers chatting and another man lying down taking a nap. Bang! He kicked the door open with such force that he flipped the door panel off its hinges. The sudden commotion startled the two soldiers who were chatting, causing them to shudder and instinctively assume it was their superior officer. When they saw that the newcomer was a heavily armored soldier covered in blood, wielding a menacing great sword, they were horrified. They instinctively reached for their weapons, but the terrifying great sword, carrying a powerful gust of wind, had already swept out horizontally. Blood, like a magnificent red curtain, was splattered onto the wall behind. The two soldiers, armor and all, were cut in half at the waist, their intestines flying everywhere. This scene was witnessed by a soldier who had just woken up. His pupils dilated in shock, his legs went weak, and he rolled off the bed. He opened his mouth a few times, but he was too scared to utter any words of pleading. "Let me go." After finally managing to squeeze out the words, the great swordsman cleaved his head off with a single sword strike, the chaotic sword energy shredding the bed behind him to shreds. The order is to kill everyone. A decaying throat squeezed out a string of barely audible words. Beep, 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 the alarm whistle sounded outside. The entire manor erupted into chaos, like boiling water poured into a hornet's nest. Everyone panicked. The guards lined up, while the servants scattered in terror. Before dying, a soldier used his last strength to sound the alarm. But it was too late. All 50 great swordsmen had already poured into the manor and quickly eliminated the most threatening ballistae and outposts. After defeating the 3 great swordsmen, he turned and left the outpost, only to see 2 of his kind jump downstairs and slowly open the door. "Break them apart. Don't let them line up," Field roared. "Cavalry charge." The next moment, Ashina, leading her demi-human cavalry, burst through the open gate. The 30-odd soldiers who had just assembled were scattered by the cavalry. The Black Wolf's terrifying impact directly smashed 6 soldiers into a bloody mist. The corrupted great swordsmen and cavalrymen quickly followed, reaping lives with their spears and great swords. Almost instantly, the battle turned into a brutal massacre. All the guards and servants of the manor, as long as they were alive, even a dog, fell into pools of blood. The manor's owner, the Knight Clorin, was still enjoying his time with his maid when he suddenly heard deafening sounds of battle outside. "What's going on?" "Sir, it seems someone has broken in." The guard inside the house replied tremblingly, glancing furtively at the lord. "Could it be those mountain bandits?" "You actually dare to ask me, you piece of trash. You think you can get through a city with walls? I'll have to hang everyone here later." Klaus was furious. Before he could even put on his armor, he grabbed an axe and cursed. "How dare you run wild in my territory? You damned bastard. Come with me. Let them witness the combat power of a second-tier battle or a knight." Chapter 121, The Raising of the Black Crow Banner, Part 2. Klaus, accompanied by all the guards inside, pushed open the door. "Goddess above, is this hell?" The guards were dumbfounded as soon as they opened the door. The manor was in chaos, filled with the thick stench of blood. The cries and pleas for mercy had completely disappeared, replaced only by the whistling of the cold wind. Piles of corpses lay on the ground, and even his hunting dogs had been killed. Black crow flags were planted on the pile of corpses, and the blood splattered on them added to the eerie atmosphere. "Who are you?" Klaus suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. A terrifying atmosphere pressed down on him, making it hard for him to catch his breath. Ashina smiled and said, "Tell me everything you know, any valuable information, and I'll give you a quick and easy answer." "Isn't it a bit too early to say that now?" Klaus Ling's fighting spirit surged as he held the axe horizontally in front of him. However, he discovered, more than 20 heavily armored greatswordsmen had already scaled the walls of the house, cutting off their retreat. Their 2-handed greatswords gleamed with a chilling light, and each contained first-tier battle chi. "They're all chi-wielding soldiers? How is that possible?" Klaus was dumbfounded. He knew that someone with battle aura could at least become a knight and have a fief. What heavenly law did he break to be surrounded and attacked by so many warriors wielding fighting spirit? Clearly, this group was not mountain bandits, but a powerful regular army. "Say the valuable information, don't make me repeat myself." Klaus was already considering retreating, his mind racing. Although they were all soldiers with battle chi, I possessed second-tier battle chi. If I could seize a warhorse, I could escape to Fulon City for help. So he quietly moved his feet and said defiantly, "Do you know where you are? This is the Ross family's territory, ruled by the noble Baron Adrian. Leave here immediately, or the Baron will not let you off." Since this is Adrian's territory, then we didn't kill the wrong person. Ashina noticed all of the enemy's subtle movements. Seeing that he had no intention of surrendering, Ashina sneered and immediately lost her patience. Clang! Ashina casually drew her spear, and a vast ripple of divine power surged forth as she thrust the spear forward with tremendous force. So fast. The Chosen One's casual move was so fast that it was impossible for the Battle Knight to catch it with the naked eye. Klaus's pupils constricted. Not daring to be careless, he quickly mobilized his battle chi, and the surging battle chi energy within his body allowed him to unleash a peak attack. A crisp metallic clang rang out as the floor, unable to withstand the sudden pressure, shattered. Klaus grunted, staggering back 10 steps, his hand torn, a trickle of blood snaking from the corner of his mouth. His gathered battle aura had been dispersed, leaving his body in disarray. I tell you. Seeing that the great swordsmen around him were about to capture him, Klaus immediately made a gesture of pushing them away with both hands, looking ingratiating. Tell me about it. Ashina watched him move backward with amusement. Sure enough, the next moment, Crowling unleashed his inner battle aura, blasting away the nearby great swordsman. He then turned and ran, crashing into a house and intending to escape through a window. Humans are so cunning. Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow straight out, piercing the wall and severing Crowling's leg. Crowling felt dizzy, and before he could figure out what was happening, he rolled to the ground like a gourd. My legs. Yes, humans are cunning, except for me, who is pure and innocent, like a white lotus growing in a swamp. Field said shamelessly, maneuvering the black raven to land on Ashina's shoulder. Yes, sir, you're the best. Ashina wiggled her wolf ears. Whatever the Lord said was right. But her treatment of enemies fully exemplified the cruelty of a white wolf demi-human. Black wolf, devour that aura knight piece by piece. I told you before, providing valuable information is the only way to avoid torture. Talking crows, you are evil, demons. Several guards were so frightened that they didn't even have the courage to stand up and huddle together. Ashina flicked her tail. If you don't want to be eaten piece by piece and then go to hell, say something useful. By the way, you guys split up and talk. Whoever says something different from the others will also be eaten. Hearing Crowling's screams, the guards were terrified. There was no need for torture. They knelt down and confessed everything they should and shouldn't have said. The guards revealed the surrounding knight's manners, sentries, trade routes, and villages in detail. Search all the weapons, coins, and high-value items in the manor, then hide them in the nearby mountains. We need a small base to conceal the spoils. Oh, and if the crossbows on the wall can be removed, pack them up and take them with you too. The main focus is on ensuring nothing is wasted and nothing is missed. Field said methodically. As for the livestock on the estate, you can all be treated to a feast. Eat your fill and don't eat any more dry rations. There's more meat than you can eat. Yay! Ashina was overjoyed and shouted hooray. Next, we'll continue with the same strategy of operating at night and hiding by day, attacking every place we can capture. Kill everyone who needs to be killed, and take everything that's ours, Field said in a cold tone. It's time to give Adrian a little shock with our looting. If you've got the guts, you come and rob me in the shadows too. I'm fair, you're welcome anytime. Soon, chests full of gold coins, gold and silver jewelry, and magic potions were found. These were the fruits of generations of hard work, enough to support such a large number of soldiers, demonstrating their wealth. Everyone spent the whole night happily looting. The next morning, Field yawned, got out of his cot, walked out of the camp, and took a deep breath of the blood-smelling air. Didn't you sleep well last night? You look so tired. Perhaps because he stood up for her yesterday, the Dragonborn's attitude was much better today. She held up a freshly baked loaf of bread and stuffed it into Field's hands. To be honest, I used an alternate account yesterday and blew up a heavily guarded manor in one go, defeated the guarding knights, and then looted it all night long, even taking the city's crossbows, Field said seriously. I never lie to my chosen ones, not even temporarily. TCH, boring. Iria rolled her eyes. A liar is a liar. You didn't leave your bed yesterday. You didn't do anything except giggle in the middle of the night, grind your teeth, and mutter that you wanted to touch the animal-eared girl. You freaking observe me? Field's pupils dilated, and he shrank back. Little girl, you're not lusting after me, are you? Get away. Arrogant, Iria walked away and went back to the campfire to bake her own bread. Sigh, sometimes the truth is the only thing people believe. Field rubbed his temples. Knight Loran greeted him early in the morning. Good day, Baron. Chapter 122 from the Griffin Province. Field immediately returned the smile. Good day. I've heard some bad news, which may be very important to you, Loran said mysteriously, lowering his voice and glancing left and right. Farid, who you've had some friction with, is also in the 3rd Legion and is a military advisor accompanying the army. Farid? He is. Field felt the name was familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Elsa's admirer, a spoiled brat from the imperial capital, who is said to be the illegitimate son of a high-ranking nobleman. Field slapped his forehead and remembered. Isn't he just that guy who looked at me with a mocking expression in Maple Leaf City? No wonder she was inexplicably hostile towards me. She must have heard about the Nibelung family's plan to match me with Elsa. That is indeed a minor problem. Field nodded, surprised. He's a military advisor? I never imagined he was so capable. You jest. Ability can never beat noble blood. Besides, whether someone is capable or not is all up to the word of a great nobleman. If I say you're capable even if you're not. If I say you're incapable even if you are. Although he chuckled a few times, Lawrence's face was full of bitterness. He vented his frustration by kicking 2 pebbles away with his boots. The governor who quelled the rebellion was not very good at commanding, but that did not prevent him from getting the greatest credit. Anyway, you'd better be careful. Thank you so much for your help. I will take note. Field gave him a grateful look. Loran scratched his head, then looked shy, fidgeting with his fingers as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Holy crap, what kind of expression is that? Are you gay? Planning to quit the game? Field's pupils dilated, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Well, I hope you can look after me during the battle. All the serf soldiers I brought have deserted, leaving only my 6 knight squires and my wife, who is a mage. But for the honor and future of my family, I cannot be a coward. Wiping away his cold sweat, Field nodded in agreement. No problem. He was overjoyed to receive the help of cavalry and mages for free. The governor orders all troops of the 3rd Army Corps to break camp and march toward Howling Fortress. After thwarting the cultists' plan to spread their influence, the Allied forces are about to launch a counteroffensive. The mage used telepathic magic to notify everyone. Amidst the clamor, the surrounding troops began to scramble to pack up, with shouts and curses echoing from time to time. Nightfall, lead the army, move out. Field gave the order. With Field's orders, Hammer and the others began to pack their bags and load the supplies onto the vehicles in an orderly manner. This scene greatly shocked Loran. Suddenly, I feel like I can really earn military merit this time. Loran was very happy and secretly vowed to do more. Is Sir Field here? A pleasant voice called out. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw it was Elsa, who gracefully leaped down from the carriage. A beautiful day begins with seeing the lovely Miss Elsa, Field said shamelessly, spouting a corny pickup line that even he found disgusting, as he glanced at the goods the woman had brought. We meet again, you boastful country baron. I heard you've been diligently researching things to please Kuan Nu, he. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Before Aisha could reply, Farid hurriedly dismounted from a magnificent warhorse and quickly stood between the two, blocking Field's view. Field frowned. This guy was determined to go against him. I guess he took my lack of concern for me last time as a sign of weakness, and now he's taking advantage of me. To call the Ross family country bumpkin is ridiculous. If the family had been at its peak, he would already be halfway to his grave. But now, he is so hostile to himself that his left leg is already in the coffin. You've used Happy Beans? Field's focus was different. Happy Beans were selling even better than he'd imagined, and their spread was incredibly fast. How much do they cost? It seems that selling to Simon for 40 silver coins was a loss, even though the price was higher than expected. No, of course I've never used it. But you? I'm afraid it won't work. So that's why you developed the joy pill? Field got angry. I can solo the chosen one, and I made that white wolf demi-human meow like a banshee, and you're saying I can't. If you have a wife, I can vouch for her to your wife, Field said with amusement. Elsa almost couldn't hold back. Pervert. The Dragonborn couldn't bear to look at him, giving him an expression as if he didn't know him. Phalai almost choked on his breath. You bastard. What are you saying? All right, we're allied now. Let's stop with this nonsense. Hiding things isn't the style of a nobleman. You should introduce yourself, a nobleman from the big city. My name is Farid Gale, and I come from the Griffin province. Farid was very proud. Coming from the capital city, he certainly had reason to be proud, as everyone there was either rich or noble. However, the surname Gale is a fake surname. All illegitimate children from the Griffin province use this surname. If his biological father acknowledges him, he can obtain his real surname. Field raised an eyebrow. A title? Phalai was embarrassed. What kind of title could an illegitimate child have? He blushed and said with his neck stiff, "After this battle, the best place in Itawan province will be designated as my fiefdom, and then I will be able to have a title." No title, no fief. Oh, so he's just a nobody. Field rolled his eyes. Go away. I only want to chat with nobles right now, not commoners. Come chat with me when you get a title. He never imagined that one day he would actually use class to look down on people. Field shook his head inwardly, realizing he had fallen into depravity. Countless people have gone bankrupt, even risked their lives, all for the sake of obtaining a title, perhaps for this very moment. These words immediately drew sneers from many nobles. Phalai was furious and filled with hatred. He clenched his fists and remained silent. That field is finished. Phalai is very vengeful. There's going to be some fun. Several people who had also come from the capital whispered among themselves, looking on with expressions of amusement. All right, Mr. Farid, I believe you will rise to great heights. A capable man will shine wherever he goes. At the crucial moment, Aisha offered a way out, comforting him with an encouraging and admiring tone. Only then did Farid's expression improve, and he turned to Aisha with an admiring and grateful look. I will become a pillar of the empire, and then marry the woman I love. Field observed everything, nodding inwardly, thinking, the Nibelungen family's diplomatic skills are not to be underestimated. Even a young girl who has just come of age can easily manipulate men. They have clearly invested in the Griffin province's influence and are handling it with ease. Chapter 123 Hatred and Conspiracy, Part 1. Turning her head, Aisha smiled at Field again. Your heroic performance on the battlefield is remarkable. My uncle wanted to help you several times, but you solved the problem yourself. Thanks to the soldiers' bravery, Field replied without hesitation. That's all thanks to you. I brought 10 sets of large leaf scale armor. I hope they will be of some help to you. Field accepted it sheepishly. This makes me feel very awkward. Thank you. Why not take it if it's free? It's all gold coins. Oomph, I specially got these for you. Armor is very scarce right now. Aisha's tone was much gentler today, full of friendliness. Most men would probably have fallen for her if a beautiful woman treated them like this. She smiled and said affectionately, Come and tell me about what's happening on the battlefield. It would be my great honor. The two walked side by side, chatting idly. This scene almost made Phalai die of anger. You actually chatted with the woman I was supposed to marry? Very well, you've already found your way to death. Without saying a word, Phalai walked slyly to Field's right side and suddenly bumped him on the shoulder. Field was knocked off balance and stumbled towards Elsa. Then, accidentally, he buried his head in Elsa's broad chest, so deep that he seemed to brush against something unusual along the way, something quite protruding. Elsa cried out in surprise. Even though she had been raised to be a lady, she could not suppress her rage and immediately unleashed a surge of powerful divine energy. Damn it! Phalai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he almost went crazy. This isn't my fault. Field touched his face, feeling incredibly good, but then innocently complained, Don't push me. Farid, that's not gentlemanly. These milk buns are really good, super fragrant, and super soft. Snort. Aisha glared at Farid and turned to leave. No, that's not how it is. Let me explain. Farid hurriedly chased after her. Watching them leave, Field shook his head and said to his soldiers, Issue the scale armor to the 10-man captains, and then we'll set off too. Itawan province was never a wealthy province, but it used to be a beautiful place with clear waters and lush mountains. Now it is devastated and ravaged. After traveling for half a day, the various minor nobles were given the task of suppressing the rebels, including Field. The attack targeted Shanquan village, a once peaceful village with clear mountain springs where villagers made their living by growing fruit trees. Now, it had become a rebel outpost, where the rebels had built a wooden fortress and provided signal fires for their troops. If you take Shanquan village and wipe out the rebels, I will give you credit, and you will also receive funding from the Empire. Ray patted Field on the shoulder encouragingly. I will do my best. For Field, taking a village was easy. His army contained 2 chosen ones. Of course, he wouldn't attack too quickly or too aggressively, as that wouldn't fit his plan to slack off. Baron Field, in this battle, I will record your achievements, serve as your supervisor, and provide you with military assistance at crucial moments. A resentful voice sounded from behind. Field turned around and saw it was Farid, whom he had met that morning. He rode a war horse, wearing a magnificent robe of various colors and a brightly gilded armor. He was accompanied by 30 knights, only 2 of whom possessed aura fluctuations, and both were at the first level. Even as the illegitimate son of a powerful family, it would be difficult for him to be equipped with a large number of Aura Knights, let alone a chosen one, as some chosen families would beg to give him their real name. Field clicked his tongue in annoyance. This guy was like a fly, never-ending. Clearly, he had a very strong sense of pride and couldn't tolerate the slightest grievance, even if that grievance was imagined by him. Don't worry. Although you were very rude to Miss Aisha, I will not let you die at the hands of the rebels for the sake of my fellow Imperial colleagues. I will generously provide you with assistance. Phalai was now feeling very relieved. Although he was an illegitimate child, he was only a hair's breadth away from receiving a title. His father had connections everywhere, and this campaign to quell the rebellion was merely a gilded journey for him to legitimize his status and gain recognition. He's now a military advisor to the Third Army and can do whatever he wants with him. In his view, the number of rebels in Mountain Spring Village is definitely beyond Field's ability to handle. He thought to himself, I won't send out cavalry until the very last moment. Of course, whether they're crippled or not after being rescued depends on my mood. Oh, then it's a pleasure to work with you. The greatest hatred in life is killing one's father and stealing one's wife. Although he had no interest in Elsa, he still became her mortal enemy. Field felt a surge of murderous intent. He certainly didn't want a knife hanging over his head. However, Field feigned nonchalance and shrugged indifferently. He glanced at Ray, who simply shook his head helplessly, indicating that he couldn't help her. Rest assured, the lives of nobles will certainly be protected, Laying promised. All right. Field had completely lost hope in this group of selfish bastards who loved infighting and scheming, though he had never had any expectations of them before. Nightfall's first army has now expanded to 370 men, 87 of whom are recruited unaffiliated soldiers with extremely poor training and no loyalty whatsoever. Field uses them as free labor and cannon fodder. Urged on by Farid, Field led his troops to change direction and head towards Springs Village along the path. After about 2 hours of rapid marching, Field arrived at an area where dense forests and mountain paths intertwined. The ground was littered with makeshift chevaux frise and antler barriers, and there were many corpses along the way, mostly villagers stabbed in the back. The children lying in the bushes brought a moment of silence to the Nightfall soldiers. Beware of traps, temporary troops, scout ahead. 20 recruited soldiers trudged along the mountain path. Field observed the terrain on both sides while comparing it with a mini-map. Hey, you're too slow. You peasants, you stinking reptiles, get moving. A supervising knight rode up on horseback, cracking his whip loudly, which drew the attention of Field soldiers. This is necessary reconnaissance. Field, a protective man, immediately responded coldly. If you're in a hurry, you can rush up first. Fine, disobeying orders and delaying the battle. Phalida smugly wrote something down. I will report all of this truthfully. Damn it, how dare they disrespect our elders. Iron Hammer gripped his weapon tightly, wishing he could smash their heads open. Don't get excited, let the dust settle. Field chuckled twice and waved his hand dismissively. I think I've heard adults say that before, Hammer said, scratching his head in confusion through his helmet. Reporting, sir, there is no danger ahead. The scout returned with a beaming smile, his face crinkling with wrinkles. Chapter 124 Hatred and Conspiracy, Part 2. All right, let's continue. Field had already checked the mini-map, and there was indeed no sign of the enemy. However, the Knights of Farid were very hostile towards him. Walking along the narrow mountain path, you can see the mountain village halfway up the mountain, where a complete set of wooden defensive structures has been erected. They even used ropes to hang the corpses of several allied soldiers as a demonstration. The rebels patrolled back and forth in the village, and their long spears could be seen moving up and down from a great distance. Attacking from a low position to a high position, especially when the enemy has villages as defenses, would normally be impossible to conquer. Field found a high vantage point and kept looking around before returning to the woods, where his troops temporarily hid. Attack now. The charioteer's impatience grew, and he kept urging. Otherwise, delaying the battle will only hold back the entire allied forces. After a moment of contemplation, Fieldshang feigned helplessness and said to his troops, this battle can only be won, not lost, and escape is absolutely forbidden. Hammer, take men and collect all the barricades and roadblocks on the mountain road. Pile them all up at the exit at the foot of the mountain, and make sure to block the retreat. Yes, sir. Iron Hammer replied sternly. In this battle, I must cut off our retreat. Besides, with the senior officers of the command team watching over us, no one should even think about retreating. Field glanced at the members of the oversight team, who all wore smug expressions. When we launch our attack, I hope your troops will not just stay in the woods, but assist us in reaching the stockade, Field earnestly requested. Heh, I know what I'm doing. Phalai was incredibly arrogant. Listen up, cavalry. No one is allowed to step out of the forest without my order. You? Field turned and left. Once Iron Hammer and his men had blocked the retreat route at the foot of the mountain, Field gathered everyone into formation and silently marched towards Mountain Spring Village. Haha, that's great. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to wag your tail and beg for my favor. Let's dismount and rest and enjoy the show. Throughout history, alliances of several factions have often been defeated by a single entity. A major reason for this is that each faction has its own agenda and interests, making it difficult to concentrate their efforts in one direction. This is simply human nature. Field hadn't even gone far when he heard bursts of laughter behind him. Fard burst into laughter. Laugh, but I'm not the one who's truly going all in. Filt turned his head and glanced back with the look of someone staring at a dead man. No one noticed that he wasn't carrying the greatsword behind him. Inside the best house in Mountain Spring Village, a master of the Shadow World cult sat by the fire pit, making strange hand gestures in prayer. On the fire, a small goat was being roasted with an iron fork. Priest, all the high-end combat forces have left. Shouldn't we return to Screaming Fortress as well? An old man dressed in religious robes knelt before a master. This place has no value anymore. Praise be to God. Amashur did not reply, but instead raised his hands as a closing remark to his prayer. Listen, everything we have should be dedicated to the true God. Do not fear the enemy. The foolish coalition has begun its counterattack. First, sacrifice all the women you have captured, then drive the men to attack the coalition. Sacrifice the woman now? I haven't had enough fun yet, haha. Damn, I've been playing here for a month, and I'm still nostalgic. Several fanatical believers laughed maliciously. Wait, what's that sound? As everyone was talking, they suddenly heard a cacophony of noises outside, roars, screams, and wails, all mixed together, creating a very noisy scene. Amita, who was about to cut the meat, threw the knife on the ground with a displeased look. Did those sacrifices escape again? I want to see who's on guard, and I'll tear him to pieces. A master and the fanatical follower were about to leave when they bumped into a soldier who was tumbling and crawling towards them to report. It's terrible, High Priest. The Imperial Allied forces have launched an attack on us. It's faster than I expected. Let them witness my magic. No, I'll start with you. Amashur brushed the dust off his robe, annoyed that a soldier had bumped into him. He stretched out a skeletal arm from under his robe and quickly chanted a spell at the terrified soldier. Snap! The soldier, as if possessed, collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Then, his flesh and blood suddenly exploded, and a blood-soaked skeletal monster rose from the shredded flesh. Let's go, let's show the Allied forces what we're capable of. The soldiers around them, seeing this, were not afraid at all. Instead, they shouted excitedly. A master pushed open the door, climbed the wooden wall, and saw the well-disciplined First Army of Nightfall. They look like the Empire's elite, but it's wishful thinking for such a small number of people to take this place. Amsta is very confident. Should I just charge in? Seeing the fierce look on Field's face, Iria mistakenly thought he was under a lot of pressure. I've been eating your food for the past few days. As a thank you, I'll help you in the fight. Iria resolutely refused to mention the contract. No need. Whether it's siege warfare or street fighting, these are all things our army needs to hone. We can't limit our vision to the present. You just need to help us break down the gate later. We don't even have siege equipment. All troops, listen to my command. Form ranks and attack. Field did not ride a horse, but stood on foot with the army, responding to his command. The 100-man column advanced slowly in a shield wall formation, their spears resembling a forest of reeds, stained with blood or entrails. The soldiers tried their best to hide themselves behind their shields, but their eyes were fixed on what lay ahead. Launch! The rebels on the wooden wall immediately began to fire arrows, but their hunting bows and fine arrows, like a drizzle, did nothing but leave small white marks on the shields. Although archers were among the best soldiers, strong and powerful, the difference in equipment was too great. Soon, Nightfall led the First Army to the foot of the city wall. The rebels, on the other hand, had buckets filled with boiling water or were holding up stones, ready to throw them down. Crossbowmen, fire a volley at the wooden wall. Timing the moment the enemy's upper body peeked out from behind the wall, Field decisively ordered the soldiers hidden in the ranks to fire in unison. Crossbows are incredibly easy to use. Anyone with fingers and eyes can easily kill an enemy. A burst of intense machine gun fire erupted, and a cloud of blood mist burst from the wooden wall. The rebels who had intended to block Field fell in an instant, a dozen or so of them collapsing and dying against the wall. The boiling water in their hands spilled onto their teammates, causing widespread chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Field roared, "Iria, blast open the gate." Dragon's roar, flaming dragon's breath. Magic gale. The thickened gate was instantly ignited, and scorching flames roared. The next moment, an invisible whirlwind spread out and crashed into the gate, shattering the wooden gate into pieces. Chapter 125, Hatred Never Ends. The rebels lined up behind the gate were suddenly attacked, and many of them were blown away and burned to death. Holy crap, what's going on? A master was startled. There's such a powerful mage, damn it. Fanatical believers of the Shadow God, hold off the enemy. A master's fanatics, clad in a motley collection of armor, charged forward, brandishing their weapons and shouting incomprehensible scriptures. Blood sacrificed to the true God. Not to be outdone, the first army of Nightfall immediately erupted in a loud shout and surged in through the broken gate. Charge for the Baron. Iron Hammer held a shield in one hand and a mace in the other, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. He spotted the charging fanatic captain at a glance, and without saying a word, roared "Die!" and swung his hammer with all his might. The village was small to begin with, and there were many people on both sides, so there was no room for anyone to retreat or move around. The fanatic could only grit his teeth and raise his decapitation axe to block. Was heard. Wow. In just one exchange, the fanatical believer, lost in wine and women, felt a tremendous force strike him. His hands went weak, his tiger's mouth tore, and his weapon was knocked away. Before he could even be alarmed, he was smashed to the ground by the iron hammer and shield, followed by another powerful blow. The fanatic's head was smashed to pieces, and his mangled body continued to twitch. The Nightfall soldiers simply held up their shields to protect themselves, then thrust their spears wildly, killing the rebels in any direction they stabbed. Come forth, servants of the evil god. Seeing the dire situation, a master immediately unleashed all his magical power, creating 5 more blood skeleton soldiers. Kill them all. Before he could finish speaking, a crossbow bolt swiftly pierced Ameshida's forehead. The priest didn't even utter a sound before collapsing to the ground, dead. Seriously, a mage dares to be so arrogant. Does he think I can't see him? The minimap had already marked the enemy Tier 1 mage. Although mages are highly destructive, they can still be killed by ordinary weapons. Field put away the crossbow bolt that had missed its target, transformed the iris brooch into a long sword, and unleashed a whooshing strike with a divine light. The blood skull looked terrifying, but it wasn't even a Tier 1 creature. It was immediately blasted apart by the iris longsword, its bones shattering into pieces. Kill, kill, kill. Long live Lord Field. Inspired by Field's bravery, the crowd surged into Springs Village like a flood, launching a fierce massacre against the rebels. Looking out over the distant forest, Phalai looked at the boiling mountain Spring Village, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt, and his smile gradually disappeared. Something's not right with the script. Field shouldn't have been repeatedly repelled by cultists, suffering heavy casualties, and then kneeling before him begging for mercy. My lord. It seems they've broken through. One of the knights was shocked. Could the intelligence be wrong? Even the legal principles are confusing. It doesn't matter. We'll launch our own attack later and get a share of the spoils. No matter what, I won't suffer any losses. The knight asked timidly, what if Field comes after us? What can he do? Surround me with his soldiers? If even one soldier leaks the secret, his aristocratic career will be over. Besides, he's no match for us at all. The law is absolutely sound. He waved his hand and said, Mount up, let's go. I led this battle well. It's time to take over. Hey, where are you going? This road is blocked. An elegant figure strolled out from the woods. Rosalia wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and said gently, My stomach is empty. You all look a little delicious. Who goes there? The knights drew their swords warily. Hey, woman. Who are you? Phalai's pupils contracted sharply. He wasn't blinded by beauty. In a war-torn land, seeing a stunningly beautiful woman walking out with a smile was definitely not a good thing, because she might very well be a chosen one. Cough, cough. Blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice, what was it again? Blood sacrifice corruption. This young lady is going to kill you all. Rosalia gave a sickly smile, and the gluttony greatsword flashed out from behind her, its demonic eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. Run! It's the chosen one. The knights were so frightened that their underwear almost flew off. Damn it! Why are there enemy chosen ones here? Of encountering an enemy chosen one in the woods outside a remote village is almost zero. Run, run, and it will taste even better. Rosalia licked her lips with her bright red tongue, Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of powerful divine energy erupted. She flung the Gluttony Greatsword, which instantly pierced through space and blasted a knight who had just mounted his horse in half at the waist. It's not over yet. It's food for human tastes. Rosalia recalled the Greatsword, and the chains on its blade brought back 2 knights. Uft! The 2 terrified figures were torn to pieces by Rosalia's raised hand, and a large amount of life energy was absorbed. The chosen ones of the Shadow World cult are so terrifying. Farid's pupils dilated in shock. He whipped his whip, leaving afterimages, and desperately urged his warhorse to flee. Despite having 30 riders, the group had no desire to resist and only cared about escaping. Screams and the sound of flesh bursting open echoed in his ears, and Farid was terrified. Fortunately, he could see the mountain path leading down the mountain. Once we descend the mountain, the plains will be more suitable for warhorses to gallop across. And if we can find the allied forces for help, we can survive. However, Phalai quickly became stunned. Because he saw a wall, a pile of debris at the exit of the mountain road, bound together with barricades, roadblocks, and ropes. Damn it, the road is blocked. He suddenly remembered that Field had blocked off his retreat route before the attack, and he had been watching the joke with him, but he never expected that this thing would backfire on him. Field, you are my mortal enemy. The 3 remaining knights were filled with despair, and they cursed Field at the top of their lungs. Rosalia nearly died laughing. Of course she knew what was going on. Then, in a flash, Rosalia swung her sword and killed all the surviving knights. I've wanted to join the Shadow World cult for a long time. Phalai burst into tears, knelt down with a thud, and begged for mercy. Rosalia didn't bother with words. She swung the chains and violently snapped his limbs. The corrupting divine power immediately began to ravage his soul, and his painful cries echoed through the mountains. As the sun set behind the mountains, the Battle of Shanquan village came to an end, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. The moonlight bathed the fluttering flags, and the soldiers of the First Army of Nightfall were not idle. They pushed cartloads of rebel corpses out and piled them up on the open ground outside. Where did the warlord go? Why haven't we heard from him all this time? Anyone who isn't injured, come with me to go find him. Field came out of the house, put the Gluttony Greatsword back on his back, and asked the crowd a question he already knew the answer to. Chapter 1:26 Mutton. Killing a fool is certainly easy, but this person has a powerful background and is also a military advisor to the Imperial Army. It would be impossible to do it openly. That would be treason. Field disliked roundabout acting, but if a traitor in the army betrayed them, things would escalate significantly. To be on the safe side, having Rosalia act secretly was the most reliable approach. The group descended the mountain with torches and quickly found the missing cavalrymen. To be precise, they are heroic fragments of the cavalry. What did they go through? The hastily recruited soldiers were terrified. Looking at the rubble all over the ground, their legs trembled. They kept looking around, ready to run away at the slightest sound. Shall we run away? Someone whispered. Good riddance. Iron Hammer laughed heartily, feeling very relieved, and without another word, he took off his pants and urinated. Other, more carefree Nightfall soldiers, by the light of the fire, eagerly searched for the scattered valuables. Field didn't show any emotion, but instead stroked his chin. Everyone, search the area and see if you find anything else. My lord, we have found the governor's horses. They are in the woods. Soon, a squad of 10 soldiers returned, leading the cavalry's warhorse, their faces filled with disbelief. Not a single one of the 30 warhorses is missing. The squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Ahem, this is a wild horse, you've got it wrong. Field coughed twice, ignoring the saddle and reins of the warhorse, silently giving Rosalia a thumbs up in his heart. These warhorses are extremely expensive, and 3 of them even contain trace amounts of magical beast blood. This is a huge profit. The squad leader immediately grinned and said, Yes, this is a wild horse, we caught it. At the end of the mountain path, the group found Farid, who was everywhere. Fortunately, he was dressed in fine clothes, and the group managed to piece together a picture. The roadblocks at the foot of the mountain were also cut open. The despicable attackers have obviously left. The Lord fought to the last moment. He was a brave warrior. Field sighed, his face full of emotion. Although I had some unpleasant experiences with him, we fought together after all. Everyone search carefully and collect all of the Lord's fragments. Iria frowned, squatted down, and began to examine the body. This was a massacre, and the killer was no ordinary person. Yes, in the days to come, we'll wait to assist Lord Lei Ying with the investigation. We can take a few days off. Field wandered around for a while, then ordered the soldiers to collect the remnants of the supervisory team and sent someone to inform Lei Ying. Afterward, everyone returned to Mountain Spring Village. Perfect timing. The rebels even prepared roasted goat for themselves. He cut a large plateful with a knife, sprinkled on the seasonings, and ate while warming himself by the fire. The lazy and comfortable feeling made him feel languid all over. Field, you can still leisurely eat roast lamb. Seeing Field eating with his mouth full of grease, Iria rushed over and grabbed him, saying, "Gather your troops and leave quickly." Those knights were wiped out so silently. It must have been the work of the enemy's chosen ones. If she continues her assassinations, I can't protect you. Thank you for your concern, but my army is exhausted. If we act rashly now and run into the enemy, we will suffer heavy losses. Field didn't expect that the cold-blooded Dragonborn would actually care about him. Let's wait for Lord Raing to arrive. We still need to assist with the investigation. But, my dear daughter, have a bite. Field immediately forked a piece of roasted lamb and held it to her mouth. Aunt. Iria brushed her hair aside with her index finger, leaned in to take a small bite, and then gave a serious evaluation. It's a little overcooked. No, that's not the point. You should leave now. Don't blame me if you get assassinated. I don't have the ability to protect people. Field pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Don't worry, my dear daughter, I know what I'm doing. Sigh, I just can't do anything with you. Iria rubbed her forehead, looking helpless. I'm going to cook. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? Since joining the army, Iria has been working as a cook, which has significantly improved the quality of the army's meals. The army was full of rough, uncouth men. Nobody knew how to cook, and what they made could barely be called pig swill. Give me a bowl of tomato soup. Okay, we have to finish it all. As Iria pushed open the door, she turned back and added, This is about the glory of the dragons. Glory? Humph, I don't believe it. As soon as Iria left, Rosalia slipped out of the gluttony greatsword, lifted her skirt, twirled around twice as if dancing, and then wandered aimlessly around the room, looking here and there. Are you looking for something? No. I'm just waiting for my pet to feed me, and then kneel down to lick the dust off my feet. She glanced at Field with a slightly annoyed look, pouted and muttered, You biased guy, I don't want to talk to you anymore, for 30 seconds. Hey, when did I become your pet? Also, don't slander me. Field was both amused and exasperated. Was this little girl jealous? I'm sorry, dear Miss Rosalia, it's my fault. He immediately forked a piece of mutton for Rosalia. That's more like it. Rosalia, like a child, proudly leaned over to eat. But a serious expression immediately appeared on her face, and after a moment of silence, she swallowed the mutton. It's quite delicious. Rosalia wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, but her tone revealed no satisfaction whatsoever. Field noticed something was amiss and stood up, asking softly, Don't force yourself. Can't you eat regular food? I've never seen her eat anything other than tea. Rosalia seems to be able to obtain food only by killing living things. No, I just don't want to eat. Rosalia turned her head away, stubbornly denying it, but then wilted and asked cautiously, Okay, ordinary food tastes bland. Are you afraid of me? Like you're afraid of the devil. If she's a devil with a great figure and can even act cute with me, what's there to be afraid of? I'd be overjoyed. Field laughed and reached out to pat her head in comfort. How much can be believed in the words of a nobleman? Rosalia grabbed Field's outstretched hand, looking at him with a flirtatious smile, her body trembling slightly, exuding an aura of charm and joy. Considering you've served me for so long, I'll reluctantly believe you, but I don't want to be patted on the head. All right. Rosalia felt a surge of joy at the sight of Field's regretful and disappointed expression. She felt needed, able to guide others' emotions, rather than being feared as a corrupted being, or respected or used as a tool simply because she was a chosen one. Chapter 127 Tomato Soup is here. Every bright and positive woman longs to be admired, without any political or financial considerations. This is the joy brought by vanity and a sense of being cared for. Rosalia suddenly had an expression of realization. I know, it must be because you're feeding me the wrong way. Field asked, puzzled. What does the feeding method have to do with the taste of the food itself? Of course it's related. It's definitely lacking the aura of a living creature. Rosalia placed Field's hand on her waist, then snuggled up to him like a ticklish kitten, exhaling cool breath. Your body temperature is truly intoxicating. Now, my servant, feed me with your mouth. Goodness, this girl, I can't even keep up with her pace. Field almost choked. He really didn't expect Rosalia to take the initiative to flirt. It's a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. Field's hand immediately began to wander. Her lower back, with its inward curve, has an extremely beautiful silhouette, and further down it becomes an astonishingly rounded shape. This is only in her teenage years, and her figure is already a 99 out of 100. Field dares to say that in her mature, sophisticated state, her figure is absolutely a 120 out of 100. She has the kind of S-shaped figure where if you untie the belt, the dress will only fall halfway down without touching the ground. Field's mind went blank, and he was about to stick to her. Squeak. Suddenly, the door opened, and Field only felt a gentle breeze pass by. Rosalia instantly hid back inside the gluttony greatsword, so that he didn't even get a hair on her head. I'm going to rest now, my dear lord. Rosalia's sweet laughter echoed in my ears, and then she fell silent. Meow meow. Hee hee, tomato soup is here, Iria said, holding the plate with a sense of accomplishment. Field was speechless for a moment, his mind in turmoil because of Rosalia, and then she just ran away like that, leaving him with a strong sense of loneliness. Sigh, the food's all here, why aren't you eating? Iria tilted her head, her eyes turning cold again. You don't actually want to drink it, do you? I'll drink. Field drank the soup in one gulp and nearly died from the sourness. It's just the right amount of salt, not too bland, and tastes absolutely delicious. Even if it tastes good, you don't have to drink it so fast, do you? Iria scratched her head shyly. She was still happy that her cooking skills were recognized. Sir, we have found villagers who have not been corrupted. What should we do with them? Came the guard's voice from outside the door. Wait a minute, let me go take a look. Field stood by the window for a while to let the wind blow on him, and only after he had completely calmed down did he open the door. They followed the soldiers to the pigsty. Yes, it was a pigsty. Field was even stunned for a moment. The first thing he saw were two brown pigs, only a quarter the size of modern pigs, with pointed noses and long faces, much like wild boars. Then he witnessed an outrageous scene. More than 30 women huddled in the northwest corner of the pigsty, covered in excrement and mud, all tortured beyond recognition, many missing limbs and with dazed expressions. Those damn cultists. Field punched his fist. Killing them would be too easy on them. Next time, we should torture them to death. First, clean up the survivors, question them one by one, and see if we can get any useful information. Then give them some food and hand it over to Lei Ying when he arrives. After taking Shanquan village, there was so much food that they couldn't finish it all. Even after filling the supply wagons, there was still plenty left over. Giving away some of it wouldn't be a big deal. Next, Field went to visit the wounded. In this battle, Nightfall's army suffered 1 dead and 1 seriously wounded. The hastily assembled soldiers suffered 13 dead and 6 seriously wounded. They nearly scattered. Thanks to ample medical supplies, minor wounds healed quickly, but the fate of the seriously wounded was left to luck. By the time the duty roster was arranged, it was already late at night. Field was exhausted. I'm so sleepy. If Ashina were here, she could help me with so many things. War is not a computer game where you can just select your soldiers to attack the enemy. It's already exhausting to manage both troop deployment and logistical support. As for the trivial details, such as reconnaissance, terrain awareness, or timing of attacks, Field believes he hasn't done a good job. Ashina is skilled in reconnaissance and raids. The only way to hone skills is through combat. Field rubbed his temples and muttered to himself as he lay on the bed. We need to train a quartermaster quickly and put him in charge of logistics. But who should we choose? Someone who is literate and absolutely loyal. Iron Hammer Lynx and his crew are loyal and reliable, but unfortunately, they are all roughnecks. Cal can read and write, but unfortunately, he's unreliable. Let's think about it later. The next morning, Field was woken up by Iria. Field, Lord Rayleigh has arrived. So fast. Wait for me a moment. Field changed his clothes silently. Since there were no maids, it took him a long time to put on the complicated clothes. Upon opening the door, Field saw Rayleigh arrive with a formidable knightly order. The 100 men moved in perfect unison, exuding a chilling and composed aura. Each wore vibrant blue feathers atop their heads, and every one of them was a ruthless warrior capable of overwhelming any foe and disrupting the masses. Their azure armor, their lances gleaming with magical light, and most striking of all, their mounts were truly captivating. A blue velociraptor? It has long claws and beautiful feathers on its arms and head. They are all third-tier battle chi, whether they are knights or mounts. Rosalia whispered to Field. It's all right. Field remained completely calm. He glanced at the mini-map and saw that the knights showed no intention of attacking. It must be the guard of some chosen one. Baron Field, I'm glad to see you're all right. Amid the neighing of warhorses, Ray rode up to Field quickly and nodded heavily. Thank you for informing me immediately. I bear a great responsibility for this tragedy. I never expected that the chosen ones were lying in ambush here. Those cultists caught us completely off guard. It must be said that Lang did a good job in leadership, daring to take responsibility instead of simply blaming his subordinates. Please don't blame yourself too much. Nobody wants to see something like this happen. Field wasn't pretending to be very sad. After all, everyone knew he and Farid didn't get along. Your coming to meet me made me feel a sense of friendship and justice. Let me introduce you. This is Milani, who is married into our family and is a third-tier chosen one from the Imperial Army. Hello. The woman greeted her casually. Field looked at Milani, a woman dressed in brightly colored clothes, holding a court feather fan commonly used by noble women, which she waved from time to time, looking as if she had just attended a noble ball. She was also riding a velociraptor, but hers was larger and had a fiercer look in its eyes. She looks like a chosen one of the cavalry class. Could she be a chosen one of the same type as Ashina? Chapter 128 The Black Crow Banner Flies High. This is a blue feather dragon beast, a unique magical beast raised by our family, Ray explained, seemingly noticing Field's confusion. Upon hearing this, Field immediately lost interest. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lang began investigating the cause of Fa Lide's death. Contrary to expectations of aggressive questioning, Ray didn't even interrogate Field. Instead, he put Milani in charge of the investigation while he went back to command the Legion. Looks like I've been overly cautious again. Field shook his head. Even in a world of magic, current criminal investigation methods can't compare to those of the future. More importantly, the principles of life are valuable to them, but become a disgusting nuisance after death. If Raying hadn't needed to give Farid's father an explanation, he wouldn't have even come. Over the next few days, Field spent his time relaxing in Mountain Spring Village, fishing and occasionally teasing the Dragonborn and Rosalia. However, the atmosphere in Full-On territory grew increasingly tense and panicked. This once peaceful and prosperous land was being ravaged by terrifying demons, and rumors of the three-eyed Black Raven and the demons' massacres were circulating everywhere, causing widespread panic. Bang! Hurry up, you useless slaves. A man with a flat nose cracked his whip. We must reach Clovertown tonight, or we'll have no food. So tired. Lumi's vision was blurry, and she could only feel the world spinning wildly in front of her. She stopped because the ropes on her feet were tethering other members of her race. Her stop immediately caused the others to trip and fall to the ground, and the slaves rolled into a heap. Damn it! How dare you hold me back? The man with the whip showed no mercy and lashed Lumi across the back. Like scraping bone with a steel knife, Lumi was immediately slapped over, her face contorted in pain. She collapsed to the ground, curled up in a ball, and bloody saliva involuntarily dripped from the corner of her mouth. Playing dead with me, huh? The man raised his hand as if to strike again. All right, flat-nosed girl, don't beat her to death. How many slaves have you killed along the way? Every slave is money. Do you know how difficult it is to catch a cat-like creature that's running around like a madman? His companion spat, looking thoroughly displeased. You don't understand my good intentions. The territory of Full-On has been quite unsettled lately. Rumor has it that demons from hell are plundering and slaughtering everywhere, and even several knights have died. It is said that they will appear at night with blood-stained Black Raven flags and return to hell during the day. So it will be safe for us to get to the town as soon as possible. Are you kidding me? Killing knights? That's just a story to scare kids. Everyone scoffed. But it's true that cat-like beings are dangerous. It's said that the Baron of Maple Leaf Territory was assassinated by a cat-like being. Nonsense. They bit me when they were doing an oral examination on the cat-like beings. Ha 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 ha. Slave hunters burst into wicked laughter. Boom. A clap of thunder sounded, and the sky darkened at a visible speed. Damn it, it's going to pour rain. We're not going to make it to Alfalfa Town today. Let's go to Jim's villa. It's nearby. I know him a bit. We were mercenaries together back then. Later, he made his fortune selling addictive drugs and returned to Morningwind to become a nouveau riche. The flat-nosed person had just angered everyone, so he immediately seized the opportunity to win over the crowd. That's great, brother. I don't want to be out in the wild during a downpour and get infected by evil spirits. It's just a cold, but for ordinary people in this era, a cold is almost the same as evil spirits entering the body. Both can lead to death. This cat-like creature seems to be dying. Flat-nosed Poof poked Lumi's head with its toe. Seeing that she was barely moving and exhaling more than inhaling, it kicked her in the stomach twice. Damn, she's really going to die. Cat people are useless. I don't know what use they are to the rich and powerful. Lumi moved her fingers weakly, tears streaming involuntarily from the corners of her eyes. No. Don't abandon me. Let's go, flat-nosed one. Since everyone still needed him to lead the way and shelter from the rain, they didn't say anything. Yeah, came the cawing of crows from the sky. Field, piloting the Black Raven, followed the axle tracks of the caravan and found the merchant's whereabouts. During his time assisting Milani's investigation, Field had a great time with his trumpet. In total, they captured 3 night manors, 5 wealthy villas, and 2 caravans. The upper echelons of Fulan territory were completely depleted due to the suppression of the rebellion, leaving Ashina with virtually unchallenged power within the territory. The only thing limiting Field's raiding speed was their lack of manpower and the inability to transport goods. I need more manpower, and the lower the possibility of betrayal, the better. Capturing villagers won't work. Those who are forced to come have the lowest loyalty. In fact, Field already had someone in mind, a demi-human slave. Crows that lingered in the sky, thinking of the terrifying rumors. Could we be being targeted by demons? Stop talking nonsense. I just want a glass of barley wine right now, said a member of the slave-catching team. Then he suddenly listened intently and heard a continuous rumble of thunder in the distance. He wondered, why doesn't this thunder stop? The slave-catching team was horrified. Fool. It's cavalry. Cavalry is approaching us. The second-in-command leaped out on his horse, waving the caravan flag repeatedly. We are a caravan heading to Fulan City. We're one of us. One of us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a brilliant silver streak flashed across the dim sky, an arrow instantly killing his deputy. The powerful impact sent him flying off his horse. Holy crap, it's not Fulan City's cavalry. It's an enemy attack. Before anyone could even see where the enemy was, the entire caravan erupted in excitement. Lumi seemed to hear wolf howls carried on the wind. The trembling sound of those howls filled her with dread. She lay on the ground, unable to move, yet she felt a strange excitement. She could see the horizon and the flags slowly rising. A chilling, murderous aura swept through the entire caravan. The Nightfall cavalry, like a giant eagle, descended towards the caravan's location in a neat V formation. Silver Claw and his men had all gained experience through countless killings in Nightfall territory. It could be said that ever since they mounted their warhorses, they were either killing or on their way to kill. Therefore, once they launched an attack, their killing intent was palpable. The slave-catching team was a ruthless man. Hold on. If we repel them, each of us will receive 10 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the men immediately became fierce, all of them ruthless thugs who had tasted blood on the edge of a knife, and they mounted their warhorses and launched a countercharge. The 2 cavalry charged at each other, and the contact happened in an instant. Court Death. Chapter 129, Recruiting Demi-Human Slaves. Silver Claw effortlessly deflected the lance thrusting from directly in front of him. Then, gripping the spear with both hands, the White Wolf demi-human's unique agility, coupled with the Chosen One's personal training, meant his martial arts skills far surpassed those of ordinary people. He immediately drew his spear with lightning speed. The spear tip is fired and retracted in an instant. Uft! The enemy riders who were passing by suddenly felt a pain in their throats and collapsed to the ground, clutching their bleeding throats. The 2 cavalry units clashed and maneuvered, with the slave-catching team's cavalrymen constantly being stabbed off their horses. In the blink of an eye, only a few empty horses remained, trotting helplessly. The leader of the slave-catching team tried to escape, but was immediately cut down from his horse by a long cavalry saber. Ouch! The cavalrymen roared and seized the opportunity to crash into the caravan, like wolves among sheep. They killed anyone who dared to resist, and the curtain of blood kept being splattered, never seeming to fall. Ashina, dressed in a black robe, slowly strolled over on her giant wolf. The caravan had already been captured. The resistors were all still warm corpses, and those who had surrendered were all kneeling on the ground. To deal with savages, you have to be even more savage than them. Field maneuvered the Black Raven, which landed on Ashina's shoulder. You're right. Ashina smiled and patted the Black Crow's head. The rumors about the devil are true. His flat nose and widened pupils trembled, and warm urine immediately soaked his pants. The demi-humans were terrified, huddled together, trembling, and dared not look at Ashina. Huh? This slave is still alive. Lumi was crawling on the ground with difficulty, hoping to stand up, but she had almost no feeling in her lower body. She didn't know if she had been crippled. Her strong will to survive made her crawl blindly. Black Crow circled once and landed beside Lumi. Looking into those lifeless but fiercely determined eyes, Field was deeply moved. These lowly ants knew nothing, yet they could survive as tenaciously as weeds. They simply lacked the support to unite. Hello, cat-like human, Field greeted him. Lumi didn't react at all and continued to crawl stubbornly. Field had to call her several times before the cat in front of her regained some of its spirits. Do you want to live? Black Crow approached the little girl. Yes, Lumi wants to live. Field nodded. Ashna, give her the medicine. If she survives, take her with you. Yes, sir. Ashina scanned the slaves with her scarlet eyes. She smelled urine and glanced at the raiding cavalry. I smell cowardice, she said, puzzled. We're not that scary, are we? The cavalrymen, covered in blood, were either wiping their grease and blood-stained sabers or finishing off their victims, piling up their heads to form a small mound of heads, all gifts for their younger brother. What's so scary about it? The knights revealed their kind smiles. Yes, it's all right. Field had seen it all before. The corrupted greatsword master didn't participate in the battle, otherwise it would have been even more terrifying. The demi-humans were terrified, and many even huddled together with the slave hunters, praying to the goddess and muttering things like, demon. I am a white wolf demi-human. Ashina was speechless. She took off her black hood, shook her wolf ears, and said, I am not a demon. I came here to save you. It's the Holy Maiden. Great. We white wolf demi-humans have a saintess now. May our ancestors bless us, and thank the goddess of winter. The 20 or so wolf-like beings all jumped up, their previous timidity with their tails between their legs vanished instantly, replaced by excited leaps and howls, their smug eyes looking down on the other beings, and some even wailing loudly. The low status of demi-humans is due to their lack of large cities and chosen ones, and they also suffer from constant oppression. The saint? Field asked, puzzled. They are chosen ones, but there are very few chosen ones among the demi-humans, so they are even more sacred. Ashina shrugged indifferently and whispered to Field, You don't need to worry about it. Just order me around as you please. The girl is still so considerate. All right, since we're all family, it'll be much easier to manage. Field was pleased. Ashna, appoint your own kind as the backbone, and let them manage and incorporate the other demi-humans at each level. But isn't this nepotism? Ashina was very nervous and looked at Field gently. I don't want to build my own power base. I just want to be your chosen one. Let's choose people randomly. Field waved his hand, and the crow flapped its wings in response. I trust you completely, so there's no need to worry about that. However, if you don't even take care of your own people, all the demi-humans will feel uneasy. I need the power of the demi-humans right now. Leave the issue of power to me. I'll handle it. It's like the same school not taking care of its own students, and even suppressing them, while giving some trash from other places extremely high treatment. Not only will you fail to win over your own family, but outsiders will also think you are trying to please them and will look down on you even more. As for the issue of power, Field has plenty of ways to resolve it. Very well, you are all incorporated into my lord's forces. He will generously grant you freedom and food, Ashina announced in a cold voice. Then her crimson eyes swept over the group. Any objections? We are willing to follow you, master. The wolf-like beings immediately raised their arms and shouted, including some gray and black wolf-like beings. Very good, where are the others? I want to leave. We rabbit people are vegetarians, weak, and probably of no help to you. A man with rabbit ears trembled like a quail. I don't like fighting, and I get dizzy at the sight of blood. I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. Ashina waited quietly for 3 seconds, and seeing that he still wanted to leave, she had Black Wolf slap his chains off, then smiled and said, You can go first. Thank you. Thank you. The male rabbit-like being thanked profusely, then ran off into the distance. Seeing this, other weaker races all showed pleading expressions and were about to speak. Whoosh. Ashina suddenly drew her bow and knocked an arrow. Without even aiming, the arrow flew like a comet. The rabbit-like creature's head exploded with a loud thud as it fell like a ripe watermelon. The bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Those who were truly willing to go were the first to leave. Some people seem not to have heard clearly. You have been incorporated into the organization. If you have any objections, you can raise them. But I have never said that anyone who has objections can run away. Everyone was dumbfounded and dared not utter a single word. Field watched this scene and was amused by the rabbit's innocence. He's seen through his own forces and the chosen ones. How could he let him escape? Are we waiting for him to betray us? However, Field also noted down the names of others who wanted to leave, and will keep a close eye on them in the future. Good. The wolf people were overjoyed. They loved cold-blooded and violent leaders, and they were ecstatic. Chapter 130 Lumi will work hard. We have no objection. The demi-human's legs went weak, and they all submitted. Field suddenly gained 163 more laborers, including 28 wolf-like beings, and the rest cat-like, dog-like, and rabbit-like beings. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have important information. Field looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man with a flat nose and ugly appearance lying on the ground, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy. What important intelligence. If it really works, I can forgive you. The flat-nosed boy pleaded without hesitation. Are the adults robbing us? I know where rich man Jim's villa is. He has lots of shiny gold coins that the adults will love. He made his fortune selling moon candy and has plenty of gold coins. Moon sugar is an addictive substance in this world. Originally intended as a gift and painkiller for the army, it is extremely addictive and has irreversible side effects on the mind. The Empire has banned it. I used to be a mercenary with him. We have some acquaintance. Let me trick him into opening his door, and you can break in without lifting a finger. The flat-nosed man smiled obsequiously, rubbing his hands together incessantly. I've wanted to join the demi-humans for a long time. Don't underestimate me just because I'm human. I have demi-human blood flowing through my veins, I swear. Field was speechless. This guy was shameless. This news is indeed interesting. We've questioned many people before, but no one has mentioned this tycoon. The man with the flat nose immediately shouted, because he has an illicit affair with Moan, the trusted minister of Baron Falon. A Jim provides money and addictive substances, and Moan provides cover. Field immediately sensed that he had grasped some key information. He paced back and forth, connecting the pieces of information one by one, and then clenched his fist and said, Okay, let's take down a Jim's villa now. But before that, there are some things to take care of. Don't kill Flat Nose yet. Kill the others to save energy from dealing with them. Yes, sir. Listen, you demi-human slaves. I grant you permission to take revenge on the slave-catching team. Ashina raised her chin, signaling Silver Claw and the others to hand over their weapons. The few remaining members of the slave-catching team had no time to struggle before they were overwhelmed by the enraged demi-humans, their screams echoing throughout the area. Field left the flat-nosed man to lead the way, not letting him try to trick his way into opening the gate, because there was no need. A Jim's villa was well hidden in a reed bed, where 20 gangsters were stationed. But they were no match for the raiding army. Silver Claw led the charge, and within 15 minutes, they had taken over the villa. Lumi stubbornly pulled through. She was led into the villa in a daze, and was even given food. At this moment, she was drooping her ears, looking very listless, huddled in a corner of the hall, stuffing a pancake into her mouth and slowly swallowing it. But her eyes were fixed on the pot set up in the hall. These pots on the racks were all simmering with fragrant meat, both beef and mutton. The luxurious furniture in a Jim's villa had all been chopped up for firewood. A torrential downpour began outside, but the atmosphere inside was wonderful. Silver Claw and the others gulped down the slightly chilled olive wine, all from the villa's wine cellar. Silver Claw tore off a roasted goose leg from the grill, put it in his mouth, and took a big bite, instantly filling his mouth with the aroma of meat. Haha, I never dreamed I could live such a good life. Silver Claw has been eating meat every day lately, and he looks radiant. Even the fur on his tail has become much shinier. Yes, back in the Wolfman tribe, we were always hungry. Now we live such a wonderful life, it's incomparable. Serving in the army for my superiors was the wisest choice I ever made. Praise be to the Sir. The crowd clinked their glasses, exchanging toasts and creating a lively atmosphere. Lumi wants to eat meat too. The little cat girl was practically drooling with desire. Of course you'll get to eat meat. This meal is on me. Work hard in the future, and you'll get to eat meat too. Field maneuvered the black crow to land beside her. Although Lumi was still very weak, she managed to give Field a silly smile. Really? Mr. Crow? Once the meat is cooked, everyone will get some. Of course, vegetarians are an exception. Field was shocked to discover that many of the rabbit-like people were vegetarians. He had previously thought that the animal characteristics of the rabbit-like people were just ornaments, but he did not expect that there were really big differences in their habits. Yes, thank you, sir. Lumi will work hard. Soon, Field fulfilled his promise and distributed the meat to the demi-people. Since it was all taken from his brother's territory, he didn't feel bad about giving it away and let them eat as much as they wanted. People gathered in twos and threes, praying. They cherished this hard-won feast, and for them, today was even more important than the new year. Lumi held the hot, large piece of mutton, munching away and occasionally glancing up at Field with a happy, silly grin. Eat up, and from now on, work hard for me. Field rubbed his hands together and smiled like an elder of the Soul Temple. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Field summoned Silver Claw. My lord, you wanted to see me? Silver Claw knelt down respectfully. I need you to do something. Field beckoned, his face full of mystery. Something very interesting. A group of demi-humans appeared, most of them dressed in rags, but some fierce-looking warriors mixed in, and they easily subdued them. What should we do? A maid cried, tears streaming down her face. Those demi-humans escaped. They've gone mad. Instead of being slaves, they rebelled. Quiet, I'm thinking. A Jim roared. As long as someone tells the guards of Fulon City that Moan will come to our rescue. But this place is so remote. Who would pass by? By the time we were discovered, we would all have starved to death. Damn it. I'm tied up tight. I want moon candy. Several drug addicts were screaming wildly. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Silver Claw, reeking of alcohol, walked in with two equally drunken cavalrymen. Haha. Hiccup, you humans have finally fallen into my hands. Silver Claw sneered and slowly stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at a male servant with a forced smile. The servant trembled with fear, his anus loosened, and the stench of urine seeped through his trousers. Then, Silver Claw looked at the maid and mischievously reached out to play with the big ball for a while. The maid was not afraid but pleased and showed a fawning smile. Sir, let me serve you. Please put the long bread into my oven. Get lost. Don't you know how saggy it is? It's drooping down to your belly button. It's disgusting. Chapter 131, Eating and Skinning. Silverclaw, hiccuping from the alcohol, waved impatiently at the maid. He then walked up to the plump, white butler, this time beaming with satisfaction, his scarred face crinkling into a smile. This one's not bad, curvy and shapely, white and tender. Silverclaw licked his lips, scanning the woman up and down with greedy eyes, his face full of perversion. Holy crap. He actually likes this kind of thing. Everyone was stunned, and they looked at the butler with a mixture of pity and unease. The plump housekeeper gritted her teeth, revealing a shy expression, and wriggled her body, striking a seductive pose. As long as she could survive, sacrificing her looks was nothing. However, a sneer shattered his fantasy. Tie this guy up in the kitchen, starve him for 2 days until he's emptied his belly, then skin him alive. I want to eat his heart and liver raw. Silver Claws patted the fat on his belly with a sinister look, his mouth watering. This terrified everyone. It turned out that all that picking and choosing was actually about eating people. A Jim shouted, Grandpa, I have plenty of ways to get money. I know powerful and influential people in Fulon City. I can give you whatever you want. Silver Claw didn't even glance at him, but instead grabbed the fat butler with his companions. Wow, goddess above me. No, I don't taste good. The fat butler was horrified and immediately soiled himself. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The 3 men took him away, tied him up, and threw him into the kitchen. Seeing Silver Claw and the others leave drunk, the fat butler cried and wailed for a while, but when he realized no one paid him any attention, he started to feel sorry for himself. He had finally become a butler, and a bright future awaited him, but now he was going to be eaten. Being eaten was bad enough, but being skinned alive was simply unimaginable. As evening fell, the portly butler realized that no one was paying attention to him. He looked around and spotted a meat cleaver in the corner. After sharpening the knife for a while, the fat butler felt a sense of relief as the rope fell to the ground, and he was overjoyed. He immediately climbed out the window, and taking advantage of his familiarity with the villa and the cover of the downpour, he sneaked out of the villa, then ran like the wind and disappeared into the reeds. However, Field saw all of this. Black Crow slashed through the night sky and landed next to Ashina, who was sitting amidst a pile of gold coins, counting them on her fingers. My lord, why did you let him go? Ashina bent down, her wolf tail swaying incessantly, puzzled and questioning. And when we attacked the villa, you didn't let me and the main force attack. You must have had a reason, right? Yes, I do have a purpose. That steward, in order to continue living a good life, will inevitably go to Fulon City to report and come to save his master. Ashina nodded thoughtfully. We haven't shown any real fighting strength from beginning to end, and the demi-humans we've recruited are just a rabble. The army of Fulon City certainly won't be afraid of us, Field slowly advised. Oh, so Fulon City is very likely to send troops over. Firstly, to protect the territory, which is their responsibility. Secondly, Fulon City's advisor, Moan, is very worried about his moon sugar profits. Ashina suddenly realized. Then we can stay here and wait for Fulon City's army to come to us. Yes, if there are few people, we'll annihilate them. If there are many, we'll eat some of them. Either way, we won't lose out. Their numbers are limited, and they have no chance of winning if they launch an offensive against Fulon City, but they still have a good chance of wiping out a portion of the mobile forces. Field considered using a gym to extort Moan, but that didn't fit the persona of a slave demi-human and would arouse their suspicion. After all, demi-humans are generally simple-minded and not so cunning and despicable. Therefore, I should get the demi-people to build up their defenses as soon as possible. Ashina tossed down the gold coins and hurried off to make arrangements. Field smiled and said, "Don't rush, Ashina. Do as I say." On the other side, the first thing the fat butler did after escaping was to use his connections to get a fast horse and rush to Fulon City. Fulon City has been placed under martial law due to the recent frequent looting and massacres, which have caused widespread panic. The advisors, retainers, and knights who remained behind were in a state of utter panic. What do you think of the recent killings? An advisor stood by the conference table, a map of Fulon City spread out in front of him, with about a dozen small red flags stuck in it. The attacks were almost random. There were no survivors. Not even third-tier battle chi knights were spared. Moreover, in the places where they were slaughtered, there were piles of corpses with heads piled up. Fortunately, all the valuables were looted, otherwise I would have thought it was demons. They are absolutely demons from hell. I went to the scene and saw that the position of each of the dead seemed to be known in advance. It was as if someone was watching from above. Even those who hid could not escape the pursuit. They were all-knowing. These words sent chills down everyone's spines. We'll stick to the same strategy. Wait for the Baron and the Chosen One to return before dealing with this. All the powerful forces that Fulon City can mobilize have been deployed to the war zone, the Chief Knight said in a deep voice. Right now, the most important thing is to defend Fulon City and the surrounding important facilities. Have you been able to contact an adult? The messenger has already been sent. It's not easy to find someone on the battlefield. Everyone was silent for a while. Report, a fellow claiming to be the steward requests an audience with Lord Moan, saying he has urgent business. Moan frowned and went to see the fat steward. He returned hurriedly in just 5 minutes and said in a deep voice, "A manor near Sheephoof village has been attacked by demi-humans. I request that troops be dispatched immediately." Demi-humans? The crowd was a little confused, and some even wanted to laugh. Those trash can attack humans? Villages can repel them. They are demi-human slaves, reportedly dressed in tattered clothes, numbering no more than 100. It is estimated that they rioted after killing the slave-catching team. There is one survivor who can testify that they have cannibalistic tendencies, and it would be very dangerous to leave them unchecked. It would be unwise to mobilize troops to exterminate the demi-humans at this time. The Chief Knight shook his head. The nearby garrison or knights will wipe them out. The demons have terrified you. If the Lord knew about us, he wouldn't even dare to intervene in the demi-human slave rebellion. Guess how he would punish us? Moan's eyes narrowed, his fingers constantly fiddling with the ring. He had to get involved in Ajim's affairs, not out of friendship, but for his own interests and safety. His dealings with Ajim were meticulously documented in his accounts, and Ajim was a ruthless man. Both sides had leverage over each other. If anyone else were to wipe out the demi-humans first and then discover their weakness, we'd be doomed. He doesn't want to encounter any form of extortion, whistleblowing, or threats. Everyone remained silent, not daring to offend the Baron's favorite, and besides, Baron Adrian was indeed very cruel. Give me 200 infantrymen, and have Unova, a third-tier Aura Knight, lead 50 light cavalrymen with me. We'll set off immediately, wipe them out that day, and return the day after tomorrow. There's nothing to worry about. Chapter 132 The Destruction of Opium at Wolfgate. That's true. After all, the enemy is a demi-human, and with such power, ordinary forces wouldn't dare to attack. Not daring to offend anyone, they reluctantly agreed. Moan sneered and immediately went to the barracks to mobilize troops. Unova and his light cavalry regiment had 3 second-tier battle chi knights, 10 first-tier battle chi knights, and the rest were also outstanding riders selected from among the best. They were an extremely strong mobile force in Fulon City. The next afternoon, "Hurry up, you lame sick dogs." Moan, mounted on his horse, cursed at the straggling infantry. "Too slow. You're all useless. The adults' food should be used to feed the dogs, not you. Forward, faster, faster, faster. If we don't reach Sheep's Hoof village tonight, everyone will be whipped." Moan was sweating profusely as he cursed, sweat streaming down his face. He loosened his bow tie and kept fanning himself with his hand. Even Knight Unova couldn't stand it anymore. "My lord, is there any need for such a rush? If we hurry over there, the soldiers will be too exhausted to fight. They should be allowed to rest for a while." "Absolutely not. If that group of demi-humans were to wander off to other places, the Baron would suffer enormous losses." Moan was worried that if he arrived too late, the demi-humans would be defeated by the surrounding knights, and when he arrived, he would be stared at with amused eyes. In that case, he would have to spend the rest of his life in prison, being ambushed by disgusting prisoners, and his chrysanthemum would turn into a sunflower. The best-case scenario is that all the demi-humans have left, and Ajim has been killed, so he only needs to deal with the evidence. Unova wanted to persuade him further, But Moan interrupted her, provoking her. What? Are you afraid that the demi-humans can defeat you? Of course not. Even the roaring legion of the forest bears is no match for Knight Unova. The two immediately urged the army to speed up their journey to Ajim's villa, guided by the fat butler. Fulon City arrived at the reed marshes before sunset. Did you hear the sound of gongs and drums? Unova asked, looking puzzled, and stopped the group. It's right up ahead, all in a chaotic manner. Moan couldn't wait any longer. I'm not a battle knight. I don't have such good hearing. Forget about all that. Let's just charge in. Soon, the group arrived at Ajim's villa. The sound of gongs and drums came from inside the villa. The soldiers rushed forward, but the expected fierce resistance from the Central Asians did not occur. The group broke open the villa door and filed in. The villa's open space was piled with various odds and ends, reeds, planks, and furniture. Moan immediately spotted the moon-shaped candies on the ground and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Unova merely frowned and looked around without asking any questions. The group found the source of the drumming sound, 2 sheep and 3 kunkin. Their bodies and legs were tied together, and every time they struggled, they would bump into the surrounding utensils, making various noises. Reporting, sir, the demi-people seem to have left. The soldiers circled the villa twice. Moan felt reassured and called over 2 trusted men, saying loudly, I'll search the house. You two wait outside. Unova, please keep watch outside. Yes. Unova looked annoyed and cursed inwardly. Old Biden, no wonder he ran so fast. So he came here to make some extra money, and he didn't even take me with him. However, they did not notice at all that Field was maneuvering the crow to take off from the roof of the villa, and then making the crow squawk 3 times in a sharp voice. Ashina, in the distance, twitched her wolf ears slightly, and a beautiful smile curved her lips. Set it on fire. The subterranean people had prepared torches in advance, using wood wrapped in cloth and then filled with oil, which ignited instantly. It was the transition from spring to summer, and the weather was dry. Even with the heavy rains of the past 2 days, the villas and reed beds remained highly flammable. The demi-humans set fires in various parts of the reed marshes, while Ashina drove the dragon, Wolf to quickly reach the villa, where the black wolf breathed dragon flames into the villa. They had stockpiled a large amount of flammable materials in the villa beforehand. Moan hadn't even gone up to the 2nd floor yet. He was still staring blankly at the mountain of reeds inside when flames shot up outside, and the soldiers screamed in panic. Run! It's a trap. Unova turned his head and saw a black wolf as big as a bear clawing at the villa wall and breathing fire into the yard. His heart clenched. Even a fool would understand what was going on. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn stupid pig, I'll kill you first. A flick of his lance, the steward leading the way was instantly struck by the violent fighting spirit and shattered into pieces. Unova yanked the reins, his fighting spirit surging. Brothers, follow me and fight your way out. I'll clear the way for you. 3rd-tier combat skill, Mighty Strike. Unova lived up to his reputation as a 3rd-tier battle knight. With a single strike, he shattered the wall and also drove the Black Wolf back. A 3rd-tier Aura Knight can already hold his own against the Chosen Ones for a long time, not to mention so many cavalry and armored infantry. Ashina chuckled softly, showing no intention of lingering in battle, and urged the giant wolf to leave at a terrifying speed. Captain, Lord Moan is still inside. A knight quickly stepped forward to remind him. He kept coughing, and for some reason, he felt like he couldn't breathe, but he was also inexplicably feeling dizzy. Unova gritted her teeth. You guys escape first, I'll go rescue people. After saying this, he dismounted and rushed into the villa that was burning the most intensely. The entire reed marsh instantly turned into a sea of fire. To make matters worse, some dark corners were still damp because of the previous rain. Damp tinder was difficult to ignite and only released a continuous stream of thick smoke. What a thick fog! Ashina rushed out and blocked the exit of the reeds, her eyes scanning the area. Anyone who rushed out would be dealt with by her. Similarly, the demi-humans and the corrupted great swordsmen have already formed ranks, ready to release the enemy at any moment. Interestingly, each of them is wearing a simplified version of a mask. That's called poisonous smoke, not fog. Try not to smell it, or you'll get hallucinations, and I won't blame you. Field chuckled. I call this operation the Wolf Gate smoke destruction. The burning of opium at Wolf Gate. Ashina didn't understand at all, but still smiled indulgently at Field. The tons of moon sugar found at Ajim's villa were spread out in the yard. When lit, the thick smoke released would definitely make the enemy exclaim, "Holy crap! Ice!" The raging fire spread rapidly, and the cavalry of Fulon City attempted to charge out, but they either got lost in the flames or were overcome by the smoke. The warhorses, naturally afraid of fire, reared up in panic, trampling and crushing infantrymen. The unfortunate infantrymen were either burned alive or pushed and trampled to death. Everywhere was filled with screams and cries of agony, a scene straight out of hell. Whoosh whoosh. After waiting for a while, no one rushed out. Bored, Ashina took it upon herself to teach archery. She used sound to pinpoint the location of screams, throwing arrows wherever they came from. The wolf-like creature, with its exceptional archery talent, immediately began to imitate her, throwing arrows haphazardly. Chapter 133 Betrayal. Arrows flew wildly, smoke and fire filled the air, and the entire army of Fulan City was wiped out. Occasionally, only the Qi Knights managed to escape, but the scattered Qi Knights were no match for the group and could only be hacked to death by the chaotic swords. The scene was extremely horrifying, with screams and flames resembling hell. Finally, Unova, carrying Mon on his back, ran out in a disheveled state. Seeing the Nightfall soldiers waiting in ambush outside, he gave a wry smile and dropped Mon on the ground. As expected of a third-tier battle Aura Knight, there isn't even a trace of flame burns. Field couldn't help but marvel. Unova's armor and weapons were still intact, only his mount was gone, and Mon was also well protected by him, with no obvious burns. Demi-human chosen ones, what a grand display. No wonder you were able to take down a Jim's villa. Mon sneered, struggling to his feet. Flames raged behind him, but the screams of the soldiers had vanished. Most of the soldiers had traveled all night and were already exhausted. Being in the fire zone, they had no strength to escape, and the battle ended in a crushing defeat. The only saving grace was that all the evidence against him was reduced to ashes in the flames. Mon smiled bitterly. It's my fault. My greed has ruined everyone. At first, I just wanted my family to have a better life, for my son to become a fighting knight, and for my daughter to marry into a good family, but things got out of control. Unova didn't know what Mon was talking about, and shook her head at him. It's too late to say these things now. Yes, so I will atone with my death, hoping to exchange one or two for it. Mon laughed wildly. You demi-humans are nothing but freaks born of animals and humans, destined to be wiped off this world. When Lord Adrian returns, he will kill you all. I surrender. Unova calmly laid down her weapon and discarded her armor, then knelt down with a fawning expression, chanting a hymn of praise. From now on, you are my queen, and I am your knight. I am willing to charge into battle for you, even at the cost of my life, until eternity. Huh? You're not planning to resist? Ashina was stunned. She had thought Unova would fight desperately. At least the human knights she had encountered were all tough opponents. However, she didn't relax at all, her fingers gripping the arrow, ready to attack at any moment. What are you saying? Mon was stunned, his eyes widened, and he turned his head in disbelief, spitting as he shouted. You are betraying Lord Adrian. Where has your damned chivalry gone? After saying that, Mon picked up the long sword from the ground and shouted angrily. So what if it's death? Humans will never submit to monstrous creatures. Get up. Unova remained unmoved. Then I'll chop you down first, you damn traitor. Enraged, Mon swung his sword to strike, but Unova easily disarmed him. Unova then unleashed a powerful sword strike, its immense battle aura emitting a sharp explosion that sliced Mon into 3 pieces. Your Majesty, he was the Baron of Fulan's trusted minister. I killed him. Please believe me. I fell in love with you at first sight. Unova spat on the corpse, her face full of flattery. I can bring you more benefits. You can ask me to kill anyone. That's ruthless. I admire ruthless people the most, but unfortunately, ruthlessness has nothing to do with intelligence, nor with fate. Field nodded silently, leaned closer to Ashina, and whispered, get some valuable information out of her, then kill her immediately. The ruthless ones in Nightfall, I alone am enough. Field, on the other hand, preferred Moran, who, despite his greed, was loyal and resolute. Perhaps people see different scenery depending on their location. Field is undertaking a military adventure, so the fewer variables the better. Yes, sir, I also hate betrayal. This guy is like a despicable rat. Ashina agreed wholeheartedly. She nodded slightly, then lied in a flat tone. Tell me what you know. If he's valuable, I don't mind having another subordinate. In Shanquan village, Field felt an itch in his nose. Achoo. Opening her eyes, Field saw a snow-white toe. Her gaze instinctively shifted away, revealing a snow-white calf that looked like glass, and a black dress adorned with bright red accessories. Rosalia has the air of an elegant and proud princess, but her current actions are rather bizarre. She sat on the bedside table, hugged her legs, and poked Field's nose with her toes. What the hell are you doing? Field sat up speechlessly, giving Rosalia a good, roasted chestnut, a sarcastic remark. He was both amused and exasperated. You'll get athlete's foot sooner or later, and then your lord will die young. I'm perfectly clean, not dirty at all. Though I'm corrupt, I'm spotless, humph. Rosalia waved her hand dismissively, then revealed a disdainful expression. I don't mind that you're dirty, but next time I'll lick your feet. Damn, what kind of porridge bar guy is this, reincarnated? Field rubbed his temples, trying to reassure himself. Corrupted creatures are just like that, so don't take it seriously. Just kidding. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Rosalia's eyes regained their clarity, and she seemed much more normal. Her usual arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by a sly smile. Want to play Tiger Chess? If you lose a game, you unlock one piece. Tiger Chess is a common asymmetrical competitive game. Simply put, black pieces can capture white pieces, while white pieces can surround and kill black pieces. In Field's original world, a similar game existed in northern China. Field looked Rosalia up and down. Her beautiful black dress gave off an extremely precious feeling, light and gorgeous. This was the first time Rosalia had ever played chess with someone else. Before, she would just play by herself, and sometimes she would even use the chess pieces as marbles, bouncing them around. She was clearly a complete novice. You only have one? Field asked. Rosalia winked playfully. This is clothing made of divine power and bloodlines. It's very covering, so it won't affect your combat. You probably peek at it sometimes, but you can't see anything beautiful. No wonder. Field wiped away his cold sweat. No, I never peek. I always admire things openly. I'm very generous. I'll just accept one item. All right, you said it yourself. He quickly put on his military overcoat and robe, and sneered disdainfully. You'll lose badly. My nickname is Chess Saint. Field thought to himself, I am a cunning human, and I also know how to play chess. How could I possibly lose to the stupid, corrupt chosen one? Besides, if you include your pants and socks, you have at least 12 or 13 chances with your entire outfit, while she only has one. Isn't that a sure win? Oh, I'm really looking forward to you winning. Rosalia raised her eyelids, her smile, doting. Chapter 134 Siege War. Field, new orders have been issued. Stop sleeping all day. Figure whose entire body could be blurred out stood in the room. Iria froze for a second. Wow, you pervert. Iria immediately covered her face and screamed, stomping her feet in anger. Why aren't you wearing clothes in broad daylight? Why didn't you knock first? Get out now. Field was furious. He lost every game of Tiger Chess. Not only was he ridiculed by Rosalia, but he was also caught by Iria, which ruined his aloof image. Pervert. Iria blushed and ran out. After getting dressed and heading out, Iria gave Field a look of utter contempt, as if he were some kind of creepy old man. Milani has finished her investigation and wants us to go to the front lines with her to provide support. Their attack on Screaming Fortress failed, right? Iria looked at Field in surprise. I didn't expect you to guess it. Screaming Fortress is a fortress built on an iron mine. It has strong defensive capabilities and produces a lot of high-quality defensive equipment. What about the chosen ones of the Allied forces? The Allied forces do not have any chosen ones with siege capabilities. Besides, the enemy also has chosen ones to block us. The city walls are also full of crossbows and magic. One wrong move, and we might be killed. Okay, let's go. After fishing in Shangquan village for so long, Field got bored and immediately reorganized his troops to head to the front lines. On the 6th day, Field arrived at Screaming Fortress. Giant catapults outside the city kept hurling boulders, while the enemy retaliated with ballistae and catapults. Bodies piled up like mountains below the city, blocking the roads, and blood flowed like a trickle. The moat was filled with mud and corpses, but the city walls remained intact. The fortress walls were now made of magical materials, making them extremely difficult to breach. Attack the city. Lei Ying gave the order, and the banners waved. Battering rams and siege towers, escorted by soldiers, slowly advanced. On the city walls, the rebels lit arrows and crossbow bolts and braziers, and in conjunction with the city's ballistae, unleashed wave after wave of arrows, a rain of fire like meteors falling from the sky, instantly killing and wounding many Allied soldiers. Then, hot oil was poured onto the wall, and the siege weapons, along with the soldiers inside, were instantly ignited by the flames. The flames shot up and turned the Allied soldiers into human torches. This siege is a disaster. We reusing our bare hands to wear down the enemy's arrows. Field clicked his tongue. Those who rushed up were all people. It takes at least 13 or 14 years for a person to develop into someone with even a modicum of fighting ability, but they died instantly on the battlefield, meaningless deaths. In the era of cold weapons, A siege lasting 6 months was a common occurrence. Milani, you finally arrived. It's your turn to attack. Field looked in the direction of the sound and saw a chosen one from the Imperial Army. He had seen her a few times before. She was very gentle and always visited the soldiers, bringing them food. However, she was in poor condition now. Her pink dress was badly damaged, and her body was splattered with dried blood. She looked extremely weak, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Livenrota, what's wrong with you? Milani spoke up, a rare occurrence for her. She waved her feather fan and showed a disdainful expression. At all times, please maintain basic decorum. Did you wash your face today? As a chosen one, don't you even have time to wash your face? Seemingly already used to Milani's personality, Livenrota puffed out her cheeks and wiped her eyes. You'll understand when you attack. I advise you to be careful. The heavy ballistae on the wall and the magic towers are not strawberry decorations on the cake. Besides, the rebels' chosen ones are no weaker than us. Humph, they can't even take down a mere rebel army. Just wait and see what I do. Milani sneered and turned to leave. Field was about to report to Ray and hurried after him, but felt his sleeve being tugged. Turning her head, she saw Livenrota covering her mouth with her hand and giving a friendly, sweet smile. You're new here and don't know how terrifying the defenses of Screaming Fortress are. Please make sure the soldiers are careful. Of course, you should too. If you get injured, please come to me for treatment. Thank you so much. Field didn't want to crash headlong into the towering city walls. He would simply lead his troops, waving flags and shouting, and if an attack was necessary, he would stop short of it. After circling the city walls, Field encountered Raying, whose hair was disheveled and who had a stubble beard. Raying was issuing commands or studying maps from time to time. When Raying saw Milani arrive, he was overjoyed. Milani, I need your ability to suppress the fire on the wall. This damned fortress was designed by the Imperial Defense Master, but I never expected it to be used against us. No problem, Milani said confidently. This is my stage. Go. I found a weakness in the city's defenses. If we launch a surprise attack, we might be able to take it in one battle. Laying nodded, then called out to Milani. Don't be reckless. We fought this far, and we still don't know how many chosen ones the enemy has. This little, known Shadow World cult is simply unfathomable. Order the 3rd and 4th Legions to launch a 4-sided attack. Cover Milani's operation. The bugle calls and drums resounded through the sky. Squads of soldiers marched in disarray, pushing towers and battering rams, or forming shield walls to launch attacks. Numerous knights and minor nobles shouted encouragement, urging the soldiers to maintain their formation. Upon his arrival, Field postponed the attack under the pretext of traveling through the night. He himself observed the battlefield from afar, and with the help of his divine telescope, he could easily observe the situation on the battlefield. The Howling Fortress is a fortress built on a mountain, which is naturally protected by natural barriers. The outer wall is 30 meters high, and the inner wall is 50 meters high, which is even more awe-inspiring. The walls are equipped with countless arrow holes, which can be used to shoot arrows or extend spears to stab. The Allied soldiers roared, like a raging torrent crashing against the gray-blue embankment. Immediately, a barrage of stones, boiling oil, spells, or arrows rained down from the city wall. Whatever it was, dropped from such a high wall, would be incredibly powerful. In an instant, the Allied soldiers suffered heavy casualties. 3rd-tier divine skill, Azure Sparrow Feather. Milani flicked his feather fan, and countless feather arrows condensed around him. With another flick, the feather arrows transformed into countless streaks of light, shooting towards the fortress walls like a storm. Each arrow pierced the firing ports of the wall with precision and easily pierced the bodies of the rebels, elegant and efficient. With a series of muffled groans, the entire wall seemed to be bleeding, with countless streams of blood bursting out and flowing down the wall. One person, with a single divine skill, easily dismantled the firepower of an entire defensive line. Milani covered her mouth with a royal feather fan and said smugly, "Isn't this simple? Seize the opportunity. 2nd Legion, launch a fierce attack." Laying was overjoyed and immediately ordered his troops to launch an attack. Chapter 135, A Sacred Sudden Backstab. A corrupt opportunity for advancement. They're nothing but filthy rats. Milani flicked her fan, firing arrows the size of crossbow bolts. The arrows pierced the wall steadily, extending all the way to the top of the city wall. She lightly stepped on the arrows and jumped into the city. Holy crap, she got there first. No wonder she acted so arrogantly. She really has the power. Field was shocked. Suddenly, he exclaimed, as if he had seen something. Wait, who was that woman on the city wall? Field had a feeling that a very familiar figure had flashed by. As Milani leaped onto the city wall, a faint sense of crisis slowly enveloped her. After sweeping away the soldiers who had surrounded her with her fan, she hurriedly tried to jump down from the wall, only to find a barrier of light appearing out of thin air, blocking her path. Then, space distorted, and Milani found herself in a magnificent church, surrounded by sacred murals, with an endless dome, like heaven. What's going on? Since you're so eager to die, you'll be one of the sacrifices. A faint laugh came from behind Milani. Her body stiffened abruptly, and she slowly turned her head to see two chosen ones radiating holy light. This aura, the Church of Holy Light? My God, so the so-called flaw was a trap. Eliza, wearing a veil and carrying a massive divine cross, said in a transformed voice, "You guessed right. Your reward is death." Milani was shocked. Her heart was pounding. She never expected that the church would get involved, especially on the other side. Just as she was about to turn around and run away, a beautiful figure blocked her way, her pure silver eyes filled with a hint of pity. "You can't leave the realm of the Immaculate Church. There's no need to struggle anymore." "Damn, that's terrifying speed." Milani gasped, a dark cloud hanging over her heart. Her arrogance seemed to have brought her trouble. She gritted her teeth and assumed a defensive stance. "The outcome is still uncertain. I never expected that the Holy Light Church would actually turn against its own people. The taxes paid to the church every year are countless, and what has it gotten in return?" Eliza took out a bunch of strange materials, drew runes on the ground, and looked up, saying, "Kardorian, stop wasting time talking to her, and judge her crimes as soon as possible." "Yes, rest in peace. Countless poor souls who were killed." Kaldorian crossed his arms and swung them forcefully, causing two exquisitely crafted, pure white divine swords to resonate with a golden sound. "Please accept the judgment of the church. Judge your mother, Aminos. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing to fear anymore." Milani roared in anger, unleashing a surge of immense divine power. With a flick of his feather fan, 7 feathered arrows shot out, creating spatial ripples. "You have no right to resist during the trial." As Kardolian slashed his twin swords in a cross pattern, the crisp clang of the blades seemed to bring the entire space to life. The various allegorical stories depicted on the murals appeared to come alive, unfolding scenes both sacred and absurd. Clang. Space surged, and the brilliant divine power of both sides collided fiercely. The violent explosion generated by the collision reached the real world, and a group of rebel heads suddenly heard a buzzing sound and exploded all at once. Oh! The surrounding rebels were stunned and retreated in unison. Who would have thought that their comrades would suddenly explode? Although they were crazy lunatics, it didn't mean they were idiots. While they were distracted, the Allied forces climbed the city walls. Ray noticed Milani's disappearance and immediately led the other Chosen Ones to the front line to rescue her. For the Chosen Ones, charging forward is not difficult. The challenge lies in withstanding the relentless bombardment from the enemy Chosen Ones. As expected, the rebels' Chosen Ones immediately launched an attack, and the two sides clashed in a chaotic melee at the spot where Milani had disappeared. They unleashed a variety of dazzling skills, which actually blasted down half of the city wall, crushing countless people into dust and creating a scene of utter chaos. There's hope. Field, through the magical telescope, saw rebel forces from other lines rushing to reinforce the breaches, causing the defenses to crumble everywhere. Are they going to take this fortress? Field, let's attack too. I feel taking this city could be the key to advancing. Rosalia suddenly spoke up. The whole city is filled with fear and chaos, and the smell of it is so sweet that I can't look away. Really? That's wonderful. Field was overjoyed. The way the Chosen Ones advanced had always been a mystery, and territory building was not something that could be accomplished overnight, which often made him feel anxious. Rosalia's words suddenly excited him greatly. Although she spoke in a cryptic way, he would not give up any hope. Warriors of Nightfall, launch a full-scale attack. Yes, sir. Iron Hammer and the others responded loudly. Without hesitation, Field chose a section of the defensive line far from the main battlefield, pushed a siege tower, and decisively launched an attack. Blood spread and pooled, gushing like a stream. Limbs and severed bodies were everywhere, and countless crippled or seriously wounded soldiers crawled haphazardly on the ground. Ignoring the hellish scene, the crowd silently pushed the siege towers, slowly approaching the city wall. Buzz! A volley of crossbow bolts, each as thick as an arm, struck the siege tower. The thick tower body withstood some of the damage, but some were still pierced and killed. Hold on, keep pushing. Pushing aside the dead warriors, the group braved the arrows and gritted their teeth to move forward. Fortunately, The great melee of the Chosen Ones absorbed most of the fighting power, and Field and the others reached the city wall at a very low cost. "Watch out for boiling oil," a soldier shouted, his voice trembling, as boiling oil could seep into the cracks of the attacking towers, causing them a burning pain. Once the enemy launched fire arrows, it would be an even greater disaster. "Iria, leave it to me." Iria showed no fear, casually leaping to the top of the siege tower, her aura surging. Dragon roar, invisible impact. The boiling oil seemed to have bumped into an invisible hand, and was actually pushed back. What's going on? The rebels who poured the boiling oil were dumbfounded, watching helplessly as the oil flew back towards them. First-tier magic, fireball. Iria raised her hand and added another flame, instantly causing the boiling oil to surge like a large mass of magma, gushing out with a whooshing sound as it splashed onto the city walls. Wow! The defensive line was instantly engulfed in flames. Countless burning rebels, like moths without light, fled haphazardly, twisting their bodies and falling from the city walls. Good opportunity. The group hurriedly pushed the siege tower up the section of the wall that was not engulfed in flames. Field wielded the gluttony greatsword wildly, slicing through the crowd like vegetables, and then helped Nightfall lead his army up the wall. The group immediately formed ranks on the spacious top of the wall. Field glanced around and saw a dark mass of rebels surging towards them, attempting to drive them off the city walls. Chapter 136: The Advancement Methods of the Chosen Ones. Maintain formation. Shield line. Hold the line. Archers, prepare. The rebels, marching in disarray and carrying a jumble of weapons, surged down the stairs. Among them were followers of the Shadow Cult, who shouted slogans that fueled the rebels' frenzy with each loud cry. Rapid fire. The Nightfall army immediately pulled the triggers of their crossbows. They didn't even need to aim. The city walls were wide, but the enemy had filled every gap, and they could hit the target with their eyes closed. The rebels in the front row were immediately struck down as if by lightning, but more rebels swarmed in like army ants. At this point, Field realized the difference between crossbows and bows. Bows have a faster rate of fire, especially during bursts of fire, allowing for rapid-fire bursts, but the reload speed of crossbows is a major problem. After only 2 volleys of arrows, the 2 sides clashed violently on the top of the wall. The shield wall was crowded with rebel soldiers. Nightfall soldiers thrust out their spears and harvested the rebel soldiers like wheat. The rebels also used their spears and clubs to stab the Nightfall soldiers through the gaps in the shield wall and armor. Spears wildly, and amidst screams and cries, the crowd fell in an instant. Even more frenzied rebels would jump directly onto the shield wall and slash wildly with farm tools or machetes. But as long as the soldiers shook the shields forcefully, the unsteady rebels would fall off the city wall. Dragon roar, invisible impact. Seeing the increasing pressure ahead, Iria once again used her dragon language magic. The powerful impact was like a storm, and 60 or 70 rebels were blasted off the city wall, screaming as they watched themselves fall from the sky. Field turned the city's crossbows around and opened fire on the densely packed rebel positions. This city defense crossbow, capable of firing 5 cannons side by side, uses a winch to charge the power and is enhanced with magical runes, making it incredibly powerful. Buzz. The ballistae sliced through the air with a deafening roar, piercing through a string of rebel soldiers like a skewer of candied hawthorns, pinning them to the stone wall. "I need to get to the inner city," Rosalia whispered, then said in a serious tone, "I think I understand the path to corruption advancement. Find the city's life-gathering points, and then destruction, bringing despair and death to life in the city, right?" Field suddenly realized this. "Yes," Rosalia replied, but her voice was weak, as if she was worried that Field would be frightened. "I can control my killing urges, so don't worry." Field reassured him in a relaxed tone. "It's okay. I won't be on guard against you." Then the normal way of advancement for Chosen Ones can also be deduced. Field figured out many things. The rumors are pretty much true. The normal Chosen Ones are closely related to the prosperity of the city. The more prosperous the city is, the more people it has, the higher the happiness level, and the more active life energy or things like faith it can provide. Rosalia, representing the evil pantheon, achieves breakthroughs in life levels by destroying cities. This is war. The enemy should have been dealt with long ago. The rebels are just puppets of the Shadow Cult. Don't feel guilty. We will cover you. Rosalia was surprised that Field would comfort her instead, which moved her deeply. Field is no saint. He deals with enemies with heavy blows. Many Nightfall soldiers have perished here, not because he's doing charity work. After blasting another swathe of rebel troops with ballistae, Field roared, "Advance into the inner city." Seeing more Allied soldiers scaling the city walls, Field knew he had to act decisively and reach the inner city quickly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despite the heavy casualties suffered by the Allied forces, more soldiers were on their way to reinforce them. The vastness of the empire was simply beyond the reach of a small sect. The feeling of being alone deep in enemy territory was terrifying. Field was filled with apprehension, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, their 200-man force escaped the attention of the enemy's upper echelons, who were locked in fierce combat with the Allied chosen ones. The thrill of secretly seeking advantages for themselves right under the noses of two powerful forces was particularly exhilarating for Field. The group fought their way to the high walls of the inner city. From now on, it's up to you. If you encounter danger, retreat. I won't let you down. Field shoved the Gluttony greatsword into an arrow hole in the inner city, then led his men to a secluded spot where they defended themselves against the walls. As the greatsword of Gluttony landed, the rebels inside the walls surrounded it in a daze. They thought the enemy would continue their attack on the city, but instead, a weapon was thrown in, leaving them extremely confused. What is that person doing? A believer stepped forward, puzzled, wanting to find out. What is that thing? Unexpectedly, countless lines of blood surged from the Gluttony greatsword, and Rosalia appeared instantly, surrounded by chains, making no attempt to conceal her surging killing intent. You guys seem a bit too delicious. Rosalia smiled coldly. At the same time, the mark of the goddess of corruption transformed into a stream of dark gray light, falling into the ground beneath her feet. Then, like a spider web, the invisible mark marked all the points where life intersected throughout the city. Each of the magnificent orbs of light was marked by the mark of God's chosen ones, and they were neither visible nor touchable under normal circumstances. In the distant east, the ancient chosen ones have a more systematic summary of these points where life intersects, which are composed of the Earth's veins, feng shui, fortune, and the race itself. Simply put, heaven, earth, and humanity together constitute the source of the chosen one's power. Of course, it is the source of power for the benevolent pantheon, while the evil pantheon is the opposite. Divine skill, endless slash. Rosalia's greatsword slashed out fiercely, the massive sword energy slashing out and bringing with it a huge wave of energy. Hundreds of low, muffled sounds echoed as the surrounding rebels were swept away. The land was corrupted by the sword energy, and a deathly haze slowly emerged. The surrounding rebels were terrified and tried to call for reinforcements, but soon, death came upon them. As the environment was polluted and the rebels were killed in large numbers, the nearby point of life intertwining seemed to have suffered a severe blow. Countless energies transformed into thousands of rays of light, surging into Rosalia's body. Unlike the energy provided by the Gluttony greatsword, the power from the point of life intertwining brought permanent attribute increases. So that's why the corrupted creatures are so eager to destroy human settlements. Sensing her power growing wildly, Rosalia gripped her greatsword, cast aside all distractions, and plunged into the residential area, where life intertwined the most. The Eye of Desire, the people in the residential area worked tirelessly, frantically forging all kinds of weapons. When they saw the enemy coming, they could only scream in despair, unable to move an inch. I'll help you find liberation. Rosalia smiled coldly and swung her sword wildly, unleashing a devastating barrage of sword energy. Chapter 137 Second Order Corrupted God's Chosen. In another space, the sacred church bells rang out continuously, clang clang. Sharp sword flashes clashed, and Milani screamed as he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Before he even hit the ground, a huge silver cross followed by another massive explosion. Bang! Cardolian's figure flickered, and he vanished from his spot in a strange manner. When he reappeared, he flashed behind Milani and stabbed Milani to the ground with his sword. The trial is over. A silver cross fell, piercing Milani's back, exiting through his chest, and then hammering into the ground. Ugh, I'm so unwilling. Milani's hand gradually loosened, his pupils dilated, and trickles of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Eliza drew a strange magic circle, from which a twisted shadow emerged, opened its mouth, and sucked away Milani's soul. The shadow revealed a satisfied smile and chuckled. The chosen one of the goddess of war. Only his soul is a little weak. After speaking, he returned to the magic circle and disappeared. Clang clang. The sound of sacred bells all around signaled the end of the battle. Eliza tossed her hair and put one hand on her hip. In that case, the third-tier sacrifice is done, and we only need the first-tier sacrifice. Rest in peace. Cardolian closed Milani's eyes, then silently prayed. This is all for the future of humanity. All right, Cardolian, we have to escort the offerings to the Viscount's territory. We don't have time to waste. Eliza waved her hand, and the surrounding church seemed to melt, gradually crumbling and disappearing. Eliza tossed out a bottle of potion. Don't forget to drink the invisibility potion. It would be terrible if the Empire found us. They're treating us like thieves, even though we haven't done anything wrong. Wait, why do I feel like the life-gathering points around us are disappearing at an alarming rate? This can't be. Eliza looked shocked. A normal Chosen One would never attempt to destroy the intersection point, nor could they. Even Slaughter could not destroy the local ley lines and destiny. The damage could be repaired by immigrants afterward. The problem is, Rosalia is not a normal Chosen One. Space distorted for a moment. When Milani's body fell, everyone in the combat zone froze for 3 seconds. Lei Ying's pupils dilated in shock, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. A Chosen One has fallen, a fallen god. Someone stammered something, and only then did everyone realize they weren't dreaming. Under normal circumstances, even if a Chosen One cannot win, they can dismantle their artifact to gain a brief burst of power, and then either leave the battlefield or endure the onslaught. In the first battle, Livresa ventured deep into enemy territory alone and was besieged by 3 Chosen Ones for half a day, yet she was only severely injured. And now, one has truly fallen. Lei Ying's eyes were bloodshot. Her future was mostly ruined. A Chosen One, and a Chosen One of the Imperial Army, born into nobility, had actually died in battle under his command. He couldn't even imagine what awaited him next. Even severe injury or complete crippling wouldn't be as serious as dying in battle. Kill him. Lei Ying roared, unleashing his fighting spirit, and charged into the crowd, engaging in a frenzied battle. The two sides were engaged in fierce combat when a rebel Chosen One heard a cry of alarm behind him. He glanced back and nearly died of fright. What's with this fog? Is this death smog? Both sides were dumbfounded, staring at each other for a moment. They were shocked to discover that the inner city of Howling Fortress was shrouded in a deathly haze, with rotting corpses constantly emerging and indiscriminately attacking the allied forces and rebels. How despicable! Lei Ying's eyes widened in fury, and he nearly suffered a stroke. He thought it was the Shadow World cult's doing. The death of one Chosen One is serious enough. If an entire fortress were to be shrouded in the fog of death, the Queen would skin them alive. No, before the Queen does anything, the Count of Nibelungen will do it himself. What's going on? I don't know. The rebels, Chosen Ones looked at each other in bewilderment. Previously, whether it was the Chosen Ones, the Knights of Aura, or the mages, both sides were focused on fighting fiercely, and no one paid attention to what was happening in the inner city. Many of the allied knights noticed, but they hadn't even breached the outer walls, let alone the inner city. Besides, aside from lords and Chosen Ones, who the hell would dare to venture into the death fog? Rotting corpses were everywhere. Chains covered the entire inner city, and the chains of the gluttonous greatsword were stuck in key points everywhere, frantically absorbing the city's life force. As the last bit of energy surged in, a terrifying aura erupted, and the chains, like steel snakes, began to rapidly retract from the buildings. Field received the news immediately. Besides the significant boost to my attributes, the option of advancing to the God-chosen realm quickly came to mind. 1. New divine skill. 2. New army bonus. 3. New territory bonus. 4. New features. 5. Qualitative change in existing skills. Holy crap, the Lord actually made the decision? Field scratched his head, flattered and speechless for a moment, unsure which to choose. Boom. The gluttony greatsword blasted through the city wall, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that crashed not far behind Field. The greatsword had evolved into a second-tier divine weapon, its black and red blade wreathed in intense blood-red light, its spine gray, and it now possessed a scarlet eye. Strange patterns covered the surrounding area, making it extremely terrifying. The chains wrapped around the white cloth and slowly closed, concealing its powerful aura as a divine artifact. Field casually pulled the greatsword from the ground and slung it back over his shoulder. Burp on full Rosalia's light laughter came. I can't wait to go chop someone up. Ahem. Before that, which advanced skill do you want to choose? Field asked in a very democratic way. You choose, Rosalia answered without hesitation. My new knowledge tells me that skills are related to the condition of the city you attack, and of course, to you, the Lord, and that accounts for the vast majority of it. Huh? It's related to me too. Field had no idea. To be precise, advanced skills are bestowed upon the Chosen Ones by the Lord. I don't know the specific criteria. Anyway, I can't choose them, so you should decide quickly. I trust you. Lords and chosen ones are meant to grow together. Military and territory bonuses should be excluded first. After all, corruption leans towards destruction, and Rosalia is purely a combatant. She lacks any construction or support abilities. Field doesn't believe she can acquire good construction skills. Even if she did, the benefits wouldn't be significant. Let's forget about the special features, it's too risky. Rosalia's most powerful trait is corruption immortality, which is incredibly strong, but practically useless in normal circumstances. If you happen to acquire a trait you'll never need in your entire life, it's a huge loss. Chapter 138 New Divine Skill. I want both the new divine skills and the transformative skills. After much deliberation, Field struggled with the decision for a long time. The transformative skill is very appealing, and the endless slash itself is an extremely terrifying skill. Field was looking forward to the power of the unending slash after its qualitative change, but unfortunately Rosalia had too few options at the moment and was helpless once she encountered a targeted enemy. Finally, Field gritted his teeth. I want both. Fine, I'll choose the new divine skill first to make up for the problem of having only one method. Next time, we'll see what kind of power the qualitatively transformed endless slash will have. After making his choice, Field felt a mysterious power shared with Rosalia. He also received information about the new divine skill. Divine skill, Bloodstained Constellation, passive skill. As damage taken increases, all physical attributes rise exponentially with the increase in injury. After leaving combat for a period of time and healing, the attributes will return to normal levels. After a careful review, Field exclaimed, "Perfect. A very suitable skill. It won't get weaker as the game progresses." Field breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a useless skill. Rosalia has always fought recklessly, and getting injured is commonplace for her. As her life energy is depleted, Rosalia will eventually revert to her lowly form, with her combat power greatly reduced. However, the opposite is true now. The greater the injury, the stronger the combat power, a completely positive boost. You know, this little girl was blasted to smithereens by the Black Wolf, yet she was able to recover. Field didn't even dare to imagine how many attributes such a terrifying injury could bring her. If it were a normal chosen one, this skill would be useless, since no one wants to risk their life for a buff. Humph, from today onwards, I am also a second-tier chosen one. I should go and show off the power of my new divine skill now. Field stood with his hands on his hips, looking utterly invincible. Stop grinning like an idiot. Those damned rebels have released a death fog. We need to get out of here quickly. After sweeping away a wave of rebels, Iria turned around and saw Field grinning foolishly. She was extremely anxious and immediately grabbed him. This place is going to become a dead zone. If you don't want to die, run. You're right, let's retreat. Dazed and immediately issued orders. He turned to look at the Screaming Fortress, now a carnage, where large numbers of rebels had been corrupted and were now standing up again, launching indiscriminate attacks. The Screaming Fortress will be rendered unusable after a period of time and will require fog lights and purification potion to clean it up. Fortunately, it's not as bad as the northern provinces. The death smog at Howling Fortress is extremely small. With gradual purification, it's expected to be cleared within 3 months, and the land will return to normal within 2 years. With the inner city destroyed and all logistics paralyzed, the rebels' morale collapsed instantly. Damn it, at least we could have held the fortress for half a month. Those damned nobles actually used such despicable means. The rebel high priest roared, his nose twisted with rage. He assumed the death fog was the work of the allied forces. Damn it, they're even more insane than us. All the sacrifices have turned into rotting corpses. Damn it, damn it. Lei Ying, believing the death smog was caused by the rebels, was so angry her stomach ached. They actually used such despicable methods. Kill them all. Seeing that defending the city was pointless, the rebel chosen ones turned and fled without a word, taking several high priests with them. The remaining high-ranking combatants also decisively abandoned their comrades and fled towards the Viscount's territory. Cavalry, follow me and give chase. Lei Ying personally led his cavalry in pursuit, while the remaining rebels in the city became prizes in a head-snatching contest, all becoming the achievements of the nobles. The slaughter continued until late at night before the battle at Screaming Fortress finally ended, with cries and sobs echoing everywhere. Field's camp was set up on a hillside far from the fortress. Iria was fast asleep in her tent, exhausted from the battle. Field had just returned from visiting the wounded and was sitting by the campfire, the warm, flickering flames a calming sight. He casually picked up some firewood and threw it into the fire. The greedy flames immediately rose, making the porridge in the pot gurgle and simmer. Field thought to himself, Now that I have second-tier combat power, it's time to go head-to-head with my brother, beat her chosen one to a pulp, and then beat my brother to a pulp. All I'm missing now is a good opportunity. I'll be unhappy every day until this hidden danger is resolved. Many of your soldiers are wounded, aren't they? Here, take this. A gentle voice rang out, and Field looked up to see Livenrota, the chosen one who could heal wounds. She looked haggard, with tear stains on her cheeks, but she had clearly washed up and changed into a black robe for mourning. As the saying goes, a woman should be beautiful in mourning, and at this moment, she had a kind of endearing aloofness. Livenrota took a bottle of golden potion from the basket she was carrying and handed it over. She was distributing healing potions everywhere. This is a special potion I made. It is very effective in treating external injuries. After diluting it with water, it can be used to treat the soldiers. Field was taken aback, then stood up and quickly said, "Thank you very much. Please accept my condolences regarding Lady Milani's matter." Although Milani's words were sharp, Field could tell that they had a deep bond of camaraderie. "Yes, we will find the murderer." Livenrota lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, then clenched her fist and clenched it. Only by completely defeating the rebels can more people survive. Thank you for your bravery. Everyone saw you climb the city wall so early. You were very brave. You are a true knight. It should be. Field scratched his head sheepishly, explaining that he was only there to earn a benefit, although he had objectively helped. Suddenly, the roar of a griffin echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw more than a dozen majestic griffins spreading their huge wings and soaring across the starry sky, landing towards Lei Ying's command camp. "Excuse me, I think the Imperial Griffin Knights have arrived." Livenrota nodded to Field and slipped away. Watching Livenrota leave, Lei Ying is going to be in trouble. He's actually a very nice person. Although this guy has quite a few bad intentions, most of them are for the sake of family interests. In aristocratic circles, he is already a person of extremely high moral character, and Field really doesn't want this resolute uncle to be severely punished. He handed the medicine to Hammer so he could apply it to the wounded. Field sat back down by the campfire, ladled out a bowl of porridge, and was about to drink it when a white hand reached out and snatched the porridge away. Iria held a bowl in one hand, revealing her fair, lotus root-like arm. A smile appeared on her icy face. "You actually ate alone. I am your chosen one, and you didn't even invite me to eat. That's too much. Weren't you sleeping?" Field's face darkened. "If you wake up some female dragon, I'm afraid I'll get beaten up." Good to know. The Griffin-s cries were giving me a headache, so I woke up. Chapter 139 Arya's Treasure. Arya moved closer to Field, which shocked him greatly. In all the days they had known each other, this was the first time Arya had taken the initiative to come up to him, and so close at that. Field leaned back slightly, his eyes wide, and said incredulously, "What are you trying to do? You're not going to strangle me, are you? That's illegal." "I'm not that bad. You'd better give up the dragon's lair." The dragon's lair. You mean this piece of wood?" Her inexplicable Chinibu, middle school syndrome, left Field speechless. Field immediately moved half a body away, and Iria sat down on it. Then she stared blankly at the campfire, occasionally licking a couple of mouthfuls of porridge. The warm backrest made Field feel as if there was a plump, high-quality cushion next to him. Lost in thought, Field poured himself a bowl of wheat porridge, blew on it gently, and waited for it to cool down before eating. Seeing that Iria remained silent, Field keenly sensed her emotions and asked softly, "What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood. Tell us what's wrong, and we can discuss it together." "Thankfully, I'm fine." Despite saying that, Iria stared intently at Field. Women's emotions are truly unpredictable. Feeling embarrassed by her gaze, Field turned his attention back to the fire and tentatively asked, "Is it Milani's passing that has caused you so much distress?" "Yes, even the chosen ones can die." Iria nodded silently, throwing some firewood into the fire. "I'm not afraid of death, but I'm worried that I won't be able to fulfill my mission." "Indeed, I'm worried about you." Field nodded silently to himself. Even though he was a second-tier chosen god, he still didn't dare to say anything about saving the world or preventing the apocalypse. This woman, with her current strength, was only thinking about protecting living beings, and she was indeed living a very tiring life. "Don't say such things. Please cherish your own life." Field was very disgusted by Aria's disregard for life. "Don't interrupt me, Iria said hesitantly, then blushed. "Come closer." Field made a huh sound, his eyes widened, and he quickly took a sip of the porridge, smacking his lips carefully. "There's no medicine added to it." "What medicine?" Iria tilted her head in confusion, then took 2 deep breaths and whispered, "Let's go to the tent. I'll show you something good, my most precious thing." Holy crap. This is awesome. It's a new game. Field gasped. He knew that under the cover of darkness, this woman was about to do something indecent to him. Who would have thought? This guy looks so aloof, and I haven't even touched her head, yet she's already getting all worked up. Women really are all different. Hee hee. After saying this, Arya finished her porridge in one gulp, waved to Field, and then immediately went into the tent. Ahem, I'm actually a decent person. Why would I use something like this to test an old cadre? Field didn't even bother with the porridge. He rushed into the tent, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then pulled the tent flap shut. Why are the curtains drawn? It's so dark. Arya lit a candle with magic, looking puzzled. You do those interesting things without closing the door? Field frowned. But lighting candles is fine. I guess we'll need them. Why did you close the door? I usually just relax in the open. Oh, that's not the point. Arya waved her hand, ignoring Field's shocked expression. It's like this. I've felt happy spending time with you. You're not as bad as I thought, although you are definitely a pervert. Why weren't you wearing clothes last time? That's not the point. Compared to doing that in the wild, can what I did really be called perverted? Arya glared at her angrily. You're a pervert. Otherwise, please give me a reasonable explanation. The explanation is this. I played chess with Rosalia and lost 15 games in a row, then lost all my clothes. That's perfectly normal, okay? Okay, I am a pervert, Field readily admitted. But I am a pervert with principles. It is worth mentioning that perhaps thousands of years from now, this will not be considered perverted behavior. Arya received a satisfactory answer, crossed her arms, and nodded, saying, I will soon be leaving you to search for the dragon's ruins. This journey is fraught with peril, so I think. Should we leave a seed first? For words popped into Field's mind without his noticing. So, I want to give you the most precious thing, to the friendship of dragons. As if by magic, Arya produced a piece of parchment. So the most precious thing you mentioned is actually a piece of paper? Field almost had a stroke. He took the parchment, which had 2 huge stick figures drawn on it, along with a bunch of messy lines. Magic? Runes? Or something strange? Look, this is you, this is me, and there's your dog flag and the Nightfall army. I drew this in Mountain Spring Village. Arya pointed out the contents of the parchment with great interest, especially emphasizing the meaning of the 2 stick figures. I've been really happy during this time. This is actually a wolf flag, not a dog flag. Field held back for a long time, but still couldn't reveal the cruel truth. Ha 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 ha. Ashina will be furious. Rosalia laughed so hard she almost choked. Yes, it's very well painted, with the style of the great painter Picasso. Field gave a thumbs up, both amused and exasperated. So, what she meant by liking to do interesting things in the wild was actually painting in the wild. Although she didn't know who Picasso was, Arya still smugly hummed, tossed her hair, and pointed at the parchment, saying, Of course, look at the details on the flag. I even drew the cleaver the dog was holding very clearly. That's Black Wolf wielding the gluttony greatsword. Honey. Rosalia's laughter abruptly stopped. She could no longer laugh, and a chilling voice spoke in Field's mind. Dear Field, would you like some roasted dragon blood? I accept your painting. Thank you very much, Miss Arya. Field carefully put the parchment away. Get some rest, Field. We're heading to the Viscount's territory tomorrow. After saying this, Arya extinguished the candle, pulled back the tent flap, paused at the door, turned around and smiled. Good night, my lord. Well, good night. Field waved his hand. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Laying left an army to garrison and clear out the rotting corpses, while he hurriedly led the main force toward the Viscount's territory. Field knew very well that Rain desperately needed achievements to make up for his mistakes. Chapter 140: Arya's Departure. At the same time, Arya also officially bid farewell to Field. She was going to fulfill her mission, even though the contract hadn't been in effect for 2 months. The inheritance of the ancient dragons is about to begin, and I have to get there. Arya forced an awkward smile, then magically produced a magnificent potion bottle. Remember the black dragons we slew? I've condensed their blood. It might be useful to you. Thank you. Field knew it was useless to try to persuade him to stay, so he handed him a letter. In exchange, you can take this. Inside is a voucher for 1,000 gold coins and a letter from me. If you encounter a difficult enemy, give this letter to him. Oh. Arya opened the letter curiously and read aloud. Field Ross, Lord of Nightfall, demands that you release Comrade Arya immediately. If you dare to disobey, you will be punished no matter how far away you are. Anyway, take it easy, my good daughter. Field patted Arya's head. If you come back, don't forget to visit Nightfall. Arya nodded obediently. Okay, definitely. The soldiers were also deeply saddened. Take care, Lady Arya. Wah, from now on we'll only be able to eat pig swill. Arya remained silent for a moment, then carefully placed the envelope away and waved to everyone. Then, she left everyone's sight and disappeared completely on the horizon. We'll meet again in the future, Field had a strange intuition. After bidding farewell to Iria, the group had no time to grieve. Instead, they traveled day and night with Rayleigh, arriving at Viscount Lucius's territory. There, they saw Nogaisk, the last and largest city occupied by the rebels. The governor's army has already surrounded the rebel stronghold. Outside the city, there were trebuchets, with huge stones 2 or 3 people high or burning barrels constantly flying across the sky and being thrown in. Boom, boom, boom. A variety of dazzling battle auras, magic, and divine skills were continuously rained down on the city. Explosions were everywhere, and from a distance, the city looked like a living hell, with corpses and collapsed buildings everywhere. The holy light will protect you, lost children. A dozen or so nuns from the church, led by a priest, prayed for everyone. Field had just set up his tent when he turned around and was splashed with holy water. He wiped his face, speechless, but still had to politely say, "Thank you very much for your blessing." "You're welcome. We have great respect for the soldiers who defend our country. Wherever there are lost sheep, we will be there." The priest strode around the territory with an air of indifference, looking around for a long time. Seeing Field frowning and looking displeased, he left as if nothing had happened. "These guys seem to be watching my defenses?" Field pondered, rubbing his chin. "I don't know why, but when I see those curvy nuns, I think of someone." Just to be on the safe side, Field had everyone re-establish camp, setting up barricades around the territory and placing ballistae on high ground. This heavy ballista was dismantled by Field from the walls of Screaming Fortress. Unfortunately, only one was captured, and it was pulled by 4 horses. By the time everything was finished, it was already getting dark. "Hey, Baron Field, you finally arrived." Knight Loran and 5 knights, riding war horses of various colors, came over and greeted Field warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. After this battle, I'll definitely treat you to champagne." Field was shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat. That was a death sentence. In the past, when watching TV dramas, if any guy said something like, "After this war, I'm going home to get married," he would definitely get killed, and he would bring misfortune down with everyone around him. "Commander, the vehicle is ready. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back alive." Field rattled off 3 death declarations in quick succession as a form of hedging, before wiping away cold sweat. "I'm also very happy to see you all. You're a day too late. Otherwise you would have witnessed a truly spectacular show." Loran dismounted and rode alongside Field, gesturing animatedly. "Just yesterday, the rebels killed a 4th-tier Chosen One. Can you believe it? A 4th-tier one. The rebels have such strength." Field's eyes widened in surprise, deeply astonished. A 4th-tier Chosen One, plus the other Chosen Ones, their strength is enough to be ennobled as earls, right? It's hard to understand why they would riot. What are they after? Based on existing intelligence, advancing to the next level is extremely difficult for Chosen Ones. Even Rosalia's advancement to the 2nd tier caused such a commotion. The rebels must possess incredibly deep resources to cultivate a 4th-tier Chosen One. Field glanced around almost imperceptibly, a chill running down his spine. How come there are hardly any safe places in this empire? There's definitely a mole funding them, and that mole is someone with considerable influence. I don't know what they're after, maybe it's for the thrill. But it's worth mentioning that the Allied forces also lost a 2nd-tier Chosen One. She came from the province of Rick, and her lord died shortly after. Loran removed his helmet, and according to law and etiquette, when speaking of the Chosen Ones and nobles who died in battle, he should remove his hat in mourning. "The Empire will remember your contributions, and your glory will be transformed into the feathers of griffins to protect the Queen's people." Field wasn't wearing a helmet, but he still read it aloud. "I never imagined that after the Chosen One died in battle, the Lord would also die in battle. It's truly tragic," Field sighed. Loran gave him a look that said, "Why would you think that?" and waved his hand. "No, that's not it. It's true that the Chosen One died in battle, but her lord got drunk, fell headfirst into horse manure, and choked to death." "Okay, actually you don't need to tell me the truth. I want to be serious for a while. I long to have my own Chosen One." This time it was Lawrence' turn to sigh. "Without a Chosen One, it's really impossible to move an inch. I yearn to obtain the title of Baron and restore the glory of my family." Field shrugged. "Find one." After saying this, Field realized that Chosen Ones were indeed hard to find. A large city like Golden Eagle City might only produce one every 10 years or so, while only the imperial capital could consistently produce one every 2 to 3 years. Worse still, the cities that could produce Chosen Ones were all controlled by powerful families. The probability of chosen ones appearing in rural areas and small towns was extremely low. It's tough, Laurent sighed. Don't worry, look at me. I don't have any either, Field shamelessly comforted her. I'm already a baron, and I still don't have any. So relax and enjoy life. I hope you find your chosen one. Laurent generously offered his blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, a green suddenly appeared on the minimap. Chapter 141, The Decisive Battle to Suppress the Rebellion Part 1. A green dot, dozens of miles away, surrounded by a multitude of exclamation marks, moved swiftly in her direction. Her steps abruptly halted near the army. Field knew this all too well. It meant an uncontracted chosen one was nearby. Those chosen ones who have been contracted are not displayed on the minimap, including even their own chosen ones. For example, Ashina and Rosalia were marked by Field from a great distance before they were contracted, but after the contract was formed, they disappeared directly from the minimap. The pink cat head was also hidden under the table, and he didn't even notice it. And the exclamation mark, enemy attack. Field exclaimed in alarm. Blood sacrificed to the true god. A deafening roar erupted from the distant city of Nojesk. The rebels surged out of the city's exits like a dark swarm of ants, charging desperately at the allied forces like maddened beasts. The rebels' fanatical followers, even after being struck by more than 10 arrows, continued to fight frantically. Devils. They are devils. The serf soldiers of the allied forces were so frightened by this scene that they retreated, and the surrounding serf soldiers immediately cowered and tried to flee. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a spear pierced his chest and lifted him high into the air. Laying roared, "Whoever retreats dies. Hold the line." At the same time, 2,000 or 3,000 elite rebels suddenly appeared from the outer rear of the allied forces, where Field was located, attempting to attack from both sides. They appeared out of thin air. The sentries didn't report them at all. Laurent was utterly bewildered. Could it be that the gods are truly on their side? It's an invisibility potion. I've heard of this kind of potion in Maple Leaf City. Field had prepared in advance. Hammer, get me the Italian, get the ballistae, and blast them. Buzz. If the winch of a crossbow high up in the city were released, a row of crossbows would fire straight out. Wow. The rebel cavalry at the forefront seemed to have crashed into a wall, their bodies suddenly halting before they were sent flying backward, merging with the knights behind them. Great. We'll help you too. The soldiers of Nightfall quickly formed ranks, and Laurent brought his remaining troops to reinforce them. Many minor nobles and wandering knights also gathered around to form ranks for defense. Damn, the enemy's chosen ones are here. Field's eyelids twitched, and 3 beautiful women dressed in bizarre clothes appeared. Seeing a beautiful woman on this world's battlefield is a terrible thing. We have to leave here. Ordinary soldiers might be able to fight, but against the chosen ones, it's best to run away. Field didn't hesitate and immediately decided to abandon the position, just about to issue the order. A few little mice actually ran behind our troops, trying to ambush us. Did they think they could hide from me just because they were invisible? A majestic female voice resounded through the sky, its murderous shout instantly drowning out all the shouts of battle. A flash of golden light appeared in the sky, and a stunningly beautiful woman wielding a golden longsword stepped out from the air. Her figure was graceful, and her smooth golden hair flowed freely. Strangely, her eyes were covered by a white eye patch, making her appear mysterious and dazzling. The woman instantly unleashed a terrifying killing intent, which alone repelled the 3 chosen ones who were attacking her. Field and the others felt their legs go weak, and they were almost paralyzed with fear. The oppressive feeling was like the horror of suddenly seeing a large transport truck with 4 front and 8 rear wheels, carrying a load of steel coils, crashing into them. Sneaky and unscrupulous. I know without even thinking whose style it is. Peril, long time no see, you're still as ruthless as ever. A blurry shadow flew out of Nojesk at the speed of light. Unscrupulous? The most unscrupulous one is actually the Empress you serve. Completely different from the fanatical cultist Field had imagined, the figure stood calmly, his dignified and elegant demeanor making him seem like the center of attention at a ball. It seems there's no need to continue this discussion. You've become a complete madman. Peril snorted coldly, then casually raised her slender hand. 5th-tier divine skill, falling stars sinking. A deafening buzzing sound was heard. The clouds in the sky were instantly blasted apart, and the stars were nowhere to be seen. A giant meteorite fell rapidly, and the atmosphere emitted a sharp explosion due to the intense friction. Let me show you the power of the Eye of Desire, Elysium Garden. Space tore open, and a strange eyeball slowly opened in midair, its bone-chilling coldness making people unconsciously want to go mad. The Eye of Desire for a period of time. They will become its puppet, a machine that works frantically 24 hours a day and obeys unconditionally until their body breaks down. Fortunately, the Eye of long-cherished wishes appeared only for a moment. The next moment, the shadow, peril, and the giant meteorite she summoned all vanished. It's a domain. Rosalia, with her extensive knowledge, answered Field's question. Field said with lingering fear, "It was terrifying. When that big eye opened, I even had the urge to kneel down and worship it." "Humph, that's a good idea. Keep it up. You can kneel before me later, and I'll let you lick my toes. Get out of the way." By Rosalia's outrageous idea, Field felt his mind clear and immediately retreated back to the camp to assist Nightfall's army in defense while assessing the battle situation. Several chosen ones also flew out from the Allied forces, most of whom were unfamiliar to Field. Field guessed they were reinforcements from the Empire, and they quickly found their respective opponents. Before the two sides could exchange more than a few words, a chaotic battle broke out, with all sorts of powerful skills being unleashed. This was bad news for the ordinary soldiers around them, who were indiscriminately killed. Soon everyone kept their distance from the Chosen One. The rebels have no hope of winning. Our Chosen Ones outnumber them by a wide margin. Field looked around. The coalition's Chosen Ones usually outnumbered the enemy, making defeat impossible. But the rebels still chose to take the initiative. I don't think that Shadow is a madman with a death wish, unless the rebels have other plans. Opening the mini-map, Field found that the green that was still there and was slowly moving towards the city of Nojesk. That's right, they're covering up their actions. Field immediately withdrew all the soldiers of Nightfall, grabbed his spear, mounted his horse, and quickly arrived near Green, only to find no one there. With a slight frown, Field pulled out a cone-shaped artifact. If I'm not mistaken, the Eye of the Fog. My vision blurred for a moment, and I saw a 200-strong elite infantry unit, led by a Chosen One, transporting 20 large wooden crates. Very well, they actually used a feint to cover up their true intentions while secretly advancing their own. Field sneered, almost losing his mind in the earth-shattering battlefield. Fortunately, he came to his senses and realized that securing his own interests was the most important thing. Crossbowmen, fire your arrows in the direction I'm pointing. Chapter 142, The Decisive Battle to Suppress the Rebellion, Part 2. The people of Nightfall were completely baffled, but the days of battle had made them 100% obedient. Of machinery immediately filled the air. A burst of blood suddenly appeared in the air, followed by the crashing of 4 or 5 corpses riddled with crossbow bolts. The invisibility potion will become ineffective when attacked or when an attack is initiated. Damn it, we've been discovered. The invisible Chosen One was shocked, realizing his whereabouts had been exposed. He glared at Field hatefully and immediately led his troops in a charge, shouting, "You're going to die." As the enemy charged, the entire escort convoy was completely exposed. The uncontracted Chosen Ones are hidden in those boxes. We have to snatch them. Field remained calm, drawing his hickory crossbow from the right side of his warhorse. He aimed at the beautiful face of the other person and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bolt whizzed through the air and shot off. Field didn't even need to check if he hit it. He roared, "There's another enemy, Chosen One here." Upon hearing this, 2 members of their own side immediately rushed out, intercepted the enemy, and launched a righteous attack on him. Very good. Field was overjoyed. He glanced around and immediately urged the soldiers, "Grab those crates for me. Quick. Charge." The Nightfall faction charged forward, howling and screaming. "Everyone who sees it gets a share. Let's go up and grab it too." Seeing this, the surrounding Allied forces' eyes instantly turned red. Seeing the impressive escort of the convoy, they knew the boxes must contain valuables, and greed took hold. Robbery was something everyone, nobles and soldiers alike, loved. They immediately abandoned their fight with the rebels and joined the looting frenzy. Those 200 poor infantrymen, no matter how elite, could not withstand the noble army that surrounded them from all sides. Despite their desperate resistance, they were still hacked to pieces. Taking advantage of having a mini-map, Field easily found the chests containing the Chosen Ones, and the soldiers also seized 3 large chests. It's like playing teamfight tactics. Field cursed angrily as he saw many people grabbing boxes and running away. They were the ones who discovered the enemy, so they should take the lion's share of the spoils. Forget it, just take the most valuable stuff. Otherwise, given the nature of nobles, they'll probably throw up as much as they take. The battlefield was too chaotic for him to keep all the spoils. In fact, he was also picking up the scraps. Theoretically, all the spoils on the battlefield should not be touched and should be handed over to the governor for a personal counting before being redistributed. However, in the time it took to drink a sip of water, the box was completely divided up. Full of potions. Ha ha, I'm rich. A nobleman opened a chest, his eyes wide with amazement. The chest was piled high with potions. Before he could even rejoice, someone reached out and snatched 2 bottles from his side. Quick, quick, grab it for me. That's mine. I refuse to accept this. Why should I fight the rebels to the death while you get the benefits? The crowd scrambled for the prizes, and the nobles who missed out were filled with envy. When they saw that Field had taken 4 portions all by himself, they panicked and immediately sent troops to seize them. Shameless. Field cursed, and seeing that the nobles had become ruthless, he immediately gathered his troops, turned around, and ran away. Staying here would only mean being robbed. The tide of victory quickly turned in favor of the Allied forces. The rebels were driven back and retreated back into the city. The greedy Allied forces had long lost their will to fight and began to plunder the spoils of war. They not only looted the rebels' property, but also stole the belongings of their own people. Even the execution of more than a dozen men by the supervising officers did not change the situation. Field retreated back to his camp, where barricades and troops held off the greedy nobles. He quickly took stock of his spoils. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Field said with delight, "It's like opening a blind box, so exciting." Upon opening the first box, one finds bottles of exquisite magic potions, stacked layer upon layer, separated by cotton. Is marked with the number 3 in the language of this world. Holy crap, take off. Tier 3 Battle Chi Potion. Field exclaimed incredulously, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. If all of these are Tier 3 potion, I'll eat 1 spicy snack and then throw away the whole pack. After inspecting the box, Field was pleasantly surprised to find that it was indeed full of Tier 3 potions of immeasurable value. After his initial excitement subsided, Field rubbed his chin, a resentful look on his face. Those stolen boxes, could they have contained 4th or 5th tier magic potions? Oh no, I'm suddenly feeling down. I need to write this down in my little notebook. The other 2 boxes contain magic cores. Because he had been living in Nightfall territory, Field had almost no contact with magical beasts. The magic cores came from magical beasts and were often used to make high-end equipment or for use by mages. Although we don't need them now, they are all valuable items. Save the best for last. Field licked his lips and used a halberd to pry open the last box. A young girl, bound and thrown inside, her mouth gagged with silk cloth, had gray hair and gray eyes. Her long, silky hair cascaded down to her waist. Her body was slender and exquisite, her skin as smooth as jade. Her tearful eyes glared at Field with resentment. Then she immediately lowered her head pitifully. God's chosen one. Field let out a laugh like an elder of the Soul Hall, then realized that he was being perverted. He immediately changed to a gentle tone and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm not with them. I'll take the cloth out of your mouth now, so don't scream." The girl stared timidly for a moment, then nodded vigorously. With a pop, Field removed the silk cloth. Cough, cough. The girl coughed twice, gasping for fresh air. She twisted and turned, but couldn't break free of the ropes. She turned to Field. "Please, don't kill me. I. The girl hesitated for a long time, unable to find a reason to stop being killed. "I didn't say I was going to kill you," Field laughed. After a moment of silence, the girl asked, "Where is this?" "This is Nojesk City in the Itavan province." Seeing that the other person still looked confused, Field immediately added, "The Holy Griffin Empire." "Huh? I've actually gotten here." Field glanced at the ropes binding her and asked, puzzled, "Huh? Aren't you the chosen one? Why can't you even break free from these ropes?" "What do you know? I was paralyzed. Besides, I only recently awakened. I'm not powerful yet." The girl barely recovered from her fear, and upon hearing this, she felt embarrassed and uneasy. "Wait, how did you know I'm a chosen one?" Field waved his hand. "Seeing you being escorted alone, you must be quite important. Just a wild guess." "Then you guessed right, untie me now." The girl writhed and rolled on the ground like a caterpillar, her purple dress being pulled up by the ropes, revealing her snow-white thighs and outlining her breasts in a high, pert shape. She cried out, "Don't look." Chapter 143, The Decisive Battle to Suppress the Rebellion, Part 3. "This guy doesn't seem very bright." Field was ashamed. "Untie the rope quickly, it's making me uncomfortable." Seeing Field bend down to untie the rope, she immediately blushed and warned loudly, "Don't look, turn your head away." "Are you sure?" Field found it amusing. How could he untie the rope if he couldn't see? Wasn't this just giving away freebies? "Certainly." Okay. Field immediately closed his eyes, tilted his head, and reached out his hand. The next second, It was like sticking your palm out of the window of a speeding car. The warm resistance was immediately transmitted to your palm. Hey, where are you touching, you idiot? The rope is a little lower. The girl trembled, feeling her body burning up and her heart pounding. Please watch your step. Don't do anything inappropriate. Field followed the spot he had just touched downwards, but couldn't reach the rope. His fingertips brushed past his abdomen and were about to reach his navel. You did this on purpose. Turn your head around right now. The girl's voice was trembling with tears. I'll allow you to turn your head and look. That's right. It's a very simple thing. Don't mess around. Is this what they mean by bars are warm and cozy, while subways are fraught with danger? Field couldn't understand this inexplicable situation. He pulled hard on the rope, letting the dagger pry it open. As the rope hit the ground, the girl jumped up in an attempt to escape, but she tripped and fell flat on her face after only 2 steps. My legs are numb. Field's lips curled into a wide grin. He was certain he'd picked up a complete idiot. Why are you running? There's still a war going on outside. Playing with the dagger, Field leaned closer with amusement. No, don't come any closer. As Field's shadow drew nearer, the girl was terrified and trembled uncontrollably. Am I that scary? Field asked Rosalia, touching his nose sadly. It's not scary at all. It's kind of cute, Rosalia chuckled. Cute is out of the question. That word doesn't suit me. It would be more convenient if I had a mirror. He looked down at himself and saw that he was wearing a black robe and a menacing heavy armor. His body was splattered with blood, and human tissue was stuck in the gaps of his armor. Blood dripped onto the ground from time to time, and the smell was foul. Behind him was a demonic sword that exuded an evil aura. He seems probably not a good person. Take this. The girl suddenly sprang up and threw a punch. Field's alarm blared. Being attacked head-on by the Chosen One was an extremely terrifying thing. He immediately surged his fighting spirit and went all out to defend himself. Tai! Hearing the dull thud of her limbs hitting steel, the girl clutched her fist, tears welling in her eyes. Ouch! 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 So weak. Field leaned back slightly, mercilessly exposing her weakness. This was the weakest Chosen One he had ever seen, without exception. You're not allowed to say that. Enraged, the girl immediately raised her leg high and attempted a kick, but Field effortlessly grabbed her ankle, revealing her long, white legs. The shimmering white light was dazzling, and all that could be seen were smooth, silky lines. The thug's excited punch. Field was initially very serious, but her antics made him feel hot all over. She's not a combat-type Chosen One, and she's weakened by control skills. At her peak, she could barely handle a Tier 1 Oronite. As for now, even a homeless person could take her down, Rosalia explained promptly. Chosen Ones are also divided into categories, such as combat, life, support, research, or other strange and unusual categories. Then there are subcategories and professions, making the types even more numerous. I see. Her weakness saved her. If she had truly posed a threat to you, I would have torn her apart the moment she made her move. Rosalia's words were devoid of warmth, clearly not a joke. Field snapped out of his daze, easily subdued the girl, and only after she had completely calmed down did he say solemnly, All right, I don't want to play games with you anymore. If you dare to move again, I won't be polite. What's your name? Seeing that her escape attempt had failed, the girl hesitated for a long time before stammering. My name is Xia Luowei, and I come from the Purple Gold Empire. The Purple Gold Empire has perished. Are you a refugee? Judging from her hair color, Field guessed that she came from a country near the Inner Sea, but he didn't guess that it was the Purple Gold Empire. You're also a remnant of the Purple Gold Empire, aren't you? But you don't quite seem like it. Xia Luowei observed carefully for a long time, then shook her head regretfully. Except for your hair and eye color, nothing else seems to match. With a slight smile, Field didn't bother with pleasantries. My name is Field, and I'm from the Griffin Empire. Let's not get sidetracked. Please form a contract with me. That's why I saved you. Upon hearing the word contract, Charlotte seemed to have taken a Snickers bar and instantly perked up. She was no longer afraid of Field and instead adopted a wise expression that seemed to see through everything. She raised her eyebrows, revealed her little tiger teeth, and chuckled. Heh, I knew you greedy brutes. Your minds are full of Chosen Ones. Charlotte said arrogantly, counting on her fingers as she asked, It's not impossible for you to form a contract with me. But what is your title? How big is your fiefdom? How many troops do you have under your command? Field frowned, feeling a sense of déjà vu about someone demanding a house, a car, and a dowry. I come from the Ross family, and I am now a baron. My fief is in the Nightfall territory, and my army numbers about 200. After listening carefully, Charlotte shook her head. I'm sorry, Your title does not meet my minimum requirements, but you are a good person, and I am very grateful to you." After saying that, Xiao Luowei casually waved her hand, said goodbye, and was about to leave. Field was bewildered. After coming to this other world and going through all that trouble, could he really get a friend zone card? That's impossible. Boom. The greatsword Gluttony slammed straight down in front of Charlotte, the flying chains blocking the exit, and the bandages binding the sword fell off, revealing the greatsword Gluttony's hideous demonic eyes. You're violating the code of chivalry." Charlotte immediately smelled an extremely strong stench of blood. Her hair stood on end, her whole body trembled, and she staggered back 2 steps, mustering her courage to protest. "I believe you are a gentleman, please. Please let me leave." Field picked up a heavy iron lance and patiently roasted it over the stove in the center of the tent. Because he seized the Chosen One's orders, more than 10 people in Nightfall were killed or wounded, not because of her useless "thank you." If he didn't rescue her, Charlotte would be sent to the Shadow Cult and would almost certainly die. He could say he saved her life, but Field was a lazy and hypocritical person, and he saved her entirely for his own benefit. "I'm sorry, I have neither chivalry nor gentlemanly conduct." Field stood up, holding his blazing lance, and leaned close to Charlotte's beautiful face, staring into her tearful eyes. He said coldly, "Either you are messed to death by this thing, or you form a contract. I will not let you go. I would be very unhappy if I did. Do you understand?" Chapter 144: The Decisive Battle to Suppress the Rebellion, Part 4. Of course, if Charlotte forms a contract, she can expect to join the Maid Troop. Ahem, I'm thinking about something strange. Field patted his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and exhaled a breath of stale air. The Chosen Ones he had recently encountered all seemed to have a bitter and resentful look on their faces, as if contracting them would cost them their lives. Charlotte clenched her fists, wanting to refuse, but the red-hot iron was right beside her, radiating a terrifying aura. Charlotte imagined it for a moment, and cold sweat immediately broke out. Looking at Field's indifferent face, she struggled again and again, finally nodding softly. "I agree," Charlotte agreed through gritted teeth, but I also have a request." Tell me." Seeing that the matter was settled, Field was curious about her reasons for insisting on not being bound by the contract. If it were possible, please help me take revenge and restore my kingdom." Charlotte's lips trembled, and she began to sob, plopping down on the ground. Then, tears streaming down her face, she curled into a ball, hugging her knees. "My people have all been killed by heretics." She was filled with hatred, so she hoped to find a powerful nobleman to help her take revenge on the heretics. I see, that makes sense then. The hatred of national subjugation and family destruction can drive someone to give anything. Seeing her crying so hard that snot bubbles were coming out of her nose, Field sympathetically handed her a handkerchief and sighed. "Although I sympathize with and understand your plight, I must point out that even a powerful empire could not stop the infidels. Which nobleman can help you take revenge?" Xiao Luowei's crying stopped abruptly. She blinked, pondered for a moment, and then her eyes lost their luster. "Why do you say that?" And I suddenly feel even sadder. "The tide of history cannot be changed by individual will." Field shrugged. "Besides, even if there is a powerful nobleman in front of you who can defeat the heretics, why would he make a contract with you? Reputable nobles only make contracts with the strongest members of their families. If you ask him to abandon a 6th or 7th tier Chosen One and turn to you, he will be kicked out by his rival the very next day. In this world, each person can only contract with one Chosen One, and that Chosen One must be of the same race. All those who hold high positions are chosen by the gods through contracts, and they are all top tier." Aye. After stammering for a while, Xiao Luowei finally understood and stood there dumbfounded. So the revenge I've been longing for was just a bubble. A nobleman can be an idiot, but the harsh reality will filter them out. Those in high positions must have sufficient strength to support them. While it's impossible for a Chosen One to be unwanted, having only first-tier strength isn't enough to enter the core circle of top nobles. To become a wicked and treacherous woman like Daji, you at least have to be a fox spirit. Don't be so sad. The Griffin Empire is close to the Purple Gold Empire. The Empress will have a war with the heretics sooner or later. You still have a chance for revenge." Field drove his lance into the ground and drew a large pie in the air with his right hand. "The more you contribute to Nightfall, the more enemies Nightfall soldiers may kill in the future. Doesn't that make you feel better?" "Yeah, it's really much better." Charlotte stopped crying and smiled, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, then blew her nose hard before handing the wet handkerchief to Field. "Thank you. Here you go." "No need, you can keep it." Field's lips twitched, and he silently took 2 steps back. Charlotte dusted herself off, stood up, cleared her throat, and said with a haughty expression, "Although you are only a baron and your strength is weak, I acknowledge you. Humph, I am the most promising lord in the northern province. You can go to the northern province and ask around. It's an open secret." Field let out a long sigh and raised his eyebrows. Really? That would be wonderful. Charlotte was as happy as a lark spreading its wings, her face still covered in dust and tear stains, and she looked like a silly goose when she laughed. Field thought to himself, after all, I'm the only lord in the northern province. All the other lords are dead, so they probably won't have any objections. Brushing aside her hair, Field saw a new mark of goddess. The goddess's mark emitted a soft golden light, forming a gentle and approachable phantom of a goddess. Then, a link of divine power surged into Field's body. Name, Charlotte Vallejo. Rank, Tier 1, chosen by the abundant god. Occupation, nature priest. Divine skill, song of abundant harvest, sings praises to 1 acre of farmland, greatly increasing yield and with a small chance of producing golden crops. Consuming this skill slightly increases strength, with the effect gradually decreasing with each consumption. Amazing device, seed bags full of hope. The plant seeds stored inside will gradually improve the varieties. Legion skills, none. Territory bonus. Within the Lord's territory, the yield of grasses, oats, wheat, rice, increases by 10%. Great, agriculture in Nightfall territory is settled. Field was overjoyed, his eyes shining. Don't underestimate the fact that territory bonuses only increase production by 10%. When combined with divine skills and artifacts, the production output is absolutely terrifying, and it can support a much larger population. Some are happy, and some are sad. Space tore open, and Shadow and Peril appeared simultaneously, neither of them faring well. Without uttering a single wasted word, Peril was about to continue the attack when Shadow flashed back into the city. Inside the city of Nojesk, in the Lord's Hall, all the rebels' elite forces were gathered. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. The men and women bound to the altar cried out loudly. The Shadow flew back to the Lord's Hall, glanced at the injured people, and without saying a word, waved its hand sharply towards the altar. Puff! The man and woman above were crushed into pieces by the invisible pressure. Their blood gathered along the patterns on the altar and eventually flowed slowly into the dark gold Holy Grail in the center. However, the large amount of blood flowing in only slightly increased the amount of blood in the Holy Grail. This is the last batch. The priest, dressed in a magnificent robe, knelt down. Half of the pure souls in Ataan province can only refine this much. Shadow was very displeased. She picked up the Holy Grail and drank it all in one gulp. Her figure immediately solidified by 30%, and it was barely possible to tell that she was a human female. She said in a trembling, excited voice, "Only 70% left? Almost there." Being reborn is no easy feat. Otherwise, resurrected beings would be roaming the streets long ago. Eliza emerged from the darkness, offering a gentle smile to the Shadow. "I hope you won't forget our friendship. Whether it was lending the Holy Grail of rebirth or stealing the Eye of Desire, we paid an immeasurable price. Of course, I will remember your selflessness and righteousness." Shadow took out the Eye of Longing and watched it turn into dust. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever. The success of Ataan province is hard to replicate. Relying on a Shadow, he was able to hold out for so long under the 5th tier chosen one, Peril, thanks to the Eye of Desire. Chapter 145, The Decisive Battle to Suppress the Rebellion, Part 5. "Where is the pure chosen one I requested?" The Shadow turned its head and asked the priest kneeling beside it. Purity means never having been punished. Due to the chosen one's abnormal regenerative abilities, even if they are broken, they will return to their undeveloped state. Therefore, the chosen ones use purity to replace the ordinary meaning of undeveloped. "Please forgive our incompetence. The convoy didn't rush in, they just stepped." Raising his hand to stop the priest's explanation, Shadow waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. This small setback is normal. The Allied forces aren't stupid. You did your best, and I saw it all. If Screaming Fortress had held out a little longer, the roads there wouldn't have been blocked by the Allied forces," the priest said, glaring at his rival with dissatisfaction. "The chosen ones are hard to detect. We've spent countless efforts to find pure chosen ones who haven't been bound by contracts. And in the end, those idiots at Screaming Fortress ruined it." The high priest defending the Howling Fortress was furious, but he couldn't speak. "Enough. Plans and accidents are always intertwined and hard to separate. We need to unite." Shadow gently eased the tension among the crowd, then asked, Which of the chosen ones present is still pure? Eliza chuckled, grabbed Cardolian, who was about to raise his hand, and vanished from the Lord's hall in a flash. Everyone remained silent, lowering their heads and not daring to look directly at each other. Is that you? The shadow walked up to a girl. About a month ago at a bar, I drank too much, and then... The girl's eyes darted away. The alcohol couldn't actually get the chosen one drunk. She was just doing it on purpose. Okay, is that you? The shadow asked another one. Ahem, on a stormy night, I lost my virginity. Even the shadow was annoyed. Then, don't joke with me. I'm over 60, and my grandson is having an affair. The chosen one, dressed in a mage's robe, looked embarrassed. Although she was in her 60s, she looked no more than 30 and still had a charming appearance. No wonder she was mistaken for someone else. I am. In the end, one person raised their hand, looking completely bewildered. The believer who raised her hand and her contractor stay here. The rest of you go and pack up the supplies. We'll be leaving soon. The crowd cast sympathetic glances at him, then fled as if their lives depended on it. After a 2-hour rest, the Allied forces, urged by the governor, launched a full-scale offensive against Nojesk. The extraordinary combatants and elite troops within the city had already withdrawn through unknown means, leaving only ordinary believers, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. Valuable supplies had been completely removed. The Allied forces won the final battle without lifting a finger. Who would have thought that the suppression of the rebellion would end in such a farcical manner? This battle is a great victory. I, Takorin, have not disappointed the Queen's expectations. Takorin tore down the rebel flag, and a guard immediately and respectfully presented him with a magnificent box containing a griffin flag woven with gold thread. Takorin kissed the flag tenderly and personally raised the Empire's griffin banner. Long live! We've won! Countless soldiers cheered and waved flags. They had survived. The nobles gained glory and were entitled to a share of the spoils. The ordinary soldiers, on the other hand, were given the chance to return home and reunite with their families. Everyone had a bright future ahead of them. I will escort all these heinous thugs to the imperial capital and show my achievements to the beloved empress. Takorin patted his belly and chuckled. Perhaps I will even have the opportunity to dine with Her Majesty. If that happens, it will be worth dying for. This victory is entirely due to the governor's skillful command. The governor is truly a pillar of the empire. The nobles on either side immediately smiled and flattered him. It's finally over, but the gains are too little. Field glanced at the people around him, then immediately put on a show of being very sociable, pretending to be extremely frustrated that he had gained nothing. Luo Lang looked tense. I hope our heroic actions in holding the rear and intercepting the enemy convoy will be recognized. I believe the master will see it. Field patted Laurent on the shoulder, then glanced at the impoverished nobles and wandering knights around him, and said generously, although I have gained almost nothing, I have some gifts for you as a token of my appreciation. These impoverished nobles and wandering knights did indeed help him a lot. From the very first battle, they banded together for mutual support, greatly reducing Nightfall's casualties and providing him with a great deal of useful information. Field shared the leather armor discarded by Nightfall's army, the cattle and sheep plundered along the way, and about 350 gold coins. Privately, he gave Laurent 5 Tier 1 magic cores and 2 warhorses. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to give away such precious things. Otherwise, it would lead to a situation where a small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. Even so, it still brought tears to everyone's eyes, and Field gained a wave of prestige and goodwill. Perhaps we'll need their help someday. Field saw off the rangers, his mind now filled with thoughts of returning to farming. The previous development had been so poor because of a lack of initial capital. However, we still can't miss the chance to share the cake. Field licked his lips, determined not to let go of even a small benefit. After reclaiming the lost territory, everyone held a grand ball in Lily of the Valley, the rich land of morning breeze, to celebrate their victory. Aristocratic balls are not just about singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. They are a game of domestic politics, diplomacy, and military strategy. A skilled diplomat can forge alliances and curry favor with powerful nobles. A skilled domestic official, on the other hand, can use various sources of information to understand the empire's next move. Of course, a master at picking up girls can encounter countless beautiful noble ladies, wives, and even elderly noble women. Field, can I participate? Charlotte puffed out her cheeks, her gray eyes welling up with tears again, looking pitiful. I'm your chosen one. I want to dance and eat cake. Sigh? I'm sorry, this is something I owe you, but not now. I'll bring you some delicious food later. Field patted her head to comfort her. He was also conflicted about it, as revealing his divine favor had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was immediate access to status, investment, and imperial aid. The downside is that they are easy targets, especially since the rebel leader has not been caught. Who knows why they specifically kidnapped Charlotte? For insurance purposes, we'll have to wait a while longer. After Field patiently explained, Charlotte's mood improved, and she took the initiative to help Field with his clothes. Hee, my lord is still quite charming. Charlotte chuckled to herself, but then she suddenly remembered something and said in a serious tone, "You are not allowed to seduce other chosen ones. They are all bad women. Also, make more friends with the great nobles. I still have the great cause of restoring my kingdom to be done." Field's lips curled up as he thought, "This little girl is so cute and silly. Luckily she met me. Anyone else would have sold her for money long ago." Chapter 146 The Ball. To the strains of melodious music, men and women danced with elegant, sophisticated steps, their gorgeous gowns billowing in the air, accompanied by the giggles of women. This ball was of exceptional class. The aristocracy from the capital had arranged the banquet in a way that easily surpassed that of any other province. Even Field, who had seen many grand occasions, couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, he had never attended such a grand ball in his previous life. As soon as I entered the hall, a well-dressed male servant handed me a wine glass, poured the wine, and then bowed respectfully before leaving. It seems that aesthetics and pleasure always progress faster than science. Field held up his wine glass, looking around the sapphire-toned ballroom. The nobles from great families were all imposing and elegant, some beautiful women attracting everyone's attention, others handsome gentlemen. Well, of course, there were also freaks of incest who needed servants to take care of them around the clock. Those from minor noble families or impoverished areas would be noticeably different in terms of skin color and clothing. Finally, there were the speculators who bought tickets at high prices to get in. These were usually merchants who, despite the dislike or strange looks from the nobles, spared no effort in promoting their goods. Merchants are so annoying. They make even the fresh air smell pungent. A plain-looking but elegantly dressed young lady took the initiative to walk up, pretending to be nonchalant. Her eyes swept over Field, and she arrogantly quoted a classic text, saying, "It is harder for a merchant to go to heaven than for a camel to go through the eye of a needle." Nowadays, merchants are far below nobles in status, so it's normal for them to be disliked. But the person in front of me is just deliberately trying to attract my attention. If I don't give them face, negative news might spread tomorrow, like I'm a cross-dresser or something, since even beautiful noble ladies aren't interested. "Yes, noble lady, may I have this dance?" Field extended his hand. "Since you've put it that way, then, no problem." The woman chuckled softly, pretended to think for a moment, and then gracefully offered her hand. Field immediately smelled a strong scent of perfume. Field was clumsy at dancing. Although the original owner had learned it when he was a child, he never had the chance to practice, so he stepped on someone's feet 3 times. "I heard your last name is Ross, such a romantic name. Yet you're so adorable," the woman teased, then moved closer. Field immediately noticed a hidden vertical line. Even the fine hairs on it were visible. She chuckled. "You rarely dance? Then I should be the one who has the honor." If it were an innocent young boy, he would probably already be half fallen, blushing and fantasizing about having several children in the future. Unfortunately, Field was spoiled by Ashina and Rosalia and became arrogant, with extremely high resistance to good looks. "Yes, my surname is Ross, but unfortunately my territory is in the northern province, which is full of rotting corpses, smog, and death." Field spoke the truth without hesitation, and he could clearly feel the other person tremble in his hands. She was obviously frightened. Field watched as the happiness on her face disappeared and her eyes began to dart away. Someone's dream of becoming a rich woman has been shattered. The woman absent-mindedly let go of his hand, lowered her head, and straightened her skirt. "I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Please go ahead. By the way, I often rest there. If you want to chat with me or look at the stars, I'd be happy to." After saying this, the woman turned and left. "Looks like I'm pretty charming." Field stroked his chin, and his last words meant, "Although you're a poor bastard, you're good-looking enough to spend the night with her. Looks like someone's going to have a sweet dream tonight. How enviable." A pleasant voice rang out, and Elsa, dressed in an elegant long dress, walked gracefully towards them, her face cool and aloof, lifting her blue gown as she moved her snow-white lotus feet. She was surrounded by a group of men, all their eyes fixed on her. It was truly baffling how they could even see where they were going. As a gentleman, since Miss Elsa is envious, then the opportunity is yours. Field imagined the 2 women wrestling. Elsa rolled her eyes. You're still so funny. Gentlemen, could you please give us some privacy? Aisha said to the crowd that had gathered around her. She hid her impatience well, even though she wanted to twist everyone's heads off. Her manners made her speak as gentle as a spring breeze. Okay, dessert. I will wait for you, even in my dreams. You'll have to dance with me later as punishment. The men left, spouting cheesy pickup lines, and then gave Field a fierce glare, wishing they could challenge him to a duel on the spot. Field rubbed his temples and sighed inwardly. Ugh, this guy is such a nuisance. He keeps making enemies for me. I'm not afraid of him, but it's so annoying. The key issue is that Elsa has already been contracted, and Field has absolutely no interest in her. Then, use her family to gain some benefits, and then stay far away from her. On the night of the decisive battle, we all witnessed your bravery and command. If it weren't for you leading the army to repel the rebels' charge, we would have been attacked from both sides. You also captured Shanquan village. You were extremely valiant. After praising you earnestly, Aisha naturally transitioned to the important question. Are you curious about what you gained from this battle? Can we acquire land? Field's primary concern was territory. Even a small town represented immense wealth. Aisha's eyes sharpened, like swords piercing the heart. Hard to say, because you ended up stealing those boxes. You know, imperial law requires that all spoils of war be distributed by the army leadership. Can you tell me what you got? Things that minor nobles envy but major nobles disdain, such as some potions and magic potions, are all low grade. Nothing else important? Aisha squinted. What good stuff could I possibly get? A cute and adorable chosen one. Field remained calm and silently ate a piece of cake. Haha, that's impossible. Aisha chuckled, leaned close to Field's ear, and whispered, I think you've misunderstood me. You can fill 4 large wooden chests with gold and silver treasures, and then send them along with a divine artifact, returning them to the governor under the guise of returning spoils of war. Perhaps then you can get what you want. So that's what you were talking about. Field wiped his sweat, thinking that his secret of making a pact with the new chosen god had been exposed. He had certainly considered it, but unfortunately, he didn't want to do it because it wasn't worthwhile. With so much money, managing Nightfall territory well was the priority. As for Atavin's territory, it had already been ravaged by war and would have to be rebuilt from scratch. It's more worthwhile to cut down a piece instead of wasting that time. No, I don't have any money. Thank you for reminding me. The Eye of the Fog that Sherry gave you. You used it to discover the Invisible Army, right? Chapter 147 Comical Military Achievements. Please don't misunderstand, I haven't investigated you. Shirley and I are friends, and she mentioned this in a letter. Seeing Field frown, Aisha immediately realized she had crossed the line and gestured with her hands to push him away. Forgive me for being blunt earlier, I was only considering things from your perspective. Do you understand? When a noble lady's words sound harsh to you, perhaps that's when she's being sincere. Oh, Field felt inexplicably uncomfortable. You wanted to keep your title and stay away from the northern provinces, didn't you? Actually, I don't want you to stay in a dangerous place either. A knight as outstanding as you should be contributing to the empire. An artifact in exchange for a piece of land is definitely a win-win situation. It is only right to serve the country. When I eliminate the rotting corpses in the north, I am also serving the country. Field abruptly ended the conversation, lightly touched Aisha's cup, and left. The empire appears calm on the surface, but undercurrents are surging beneath. It is filled with scheming and intrigue among a group of shrewd nobles. Although one can enjoy the pleasures of power struggles, a single misstep can lead to disaster and annihilation. Relying on territory development, frantically amassing troops, and forming a chosen army to crush everything is what attracts Field more. The banquet ended amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Due to the unspoken rules of aristocratic social interactions, Field still sent the governor 1,000 gold coins that evening. The next afternoon, the governor finished compiling the statistics of everyone's battle achievements, carrying one copy with him to the imperial capital and making a copy for publication. But clearly, his judgment was highly problematic. Fielder led the Nightfall army and assisted Sir Petter in capturing the strategic village of Mountain Springs. In the first battle before leaving the Great Wall, he killed a total of 12 enemy soldiers, 3 more in the final battle, and 6 more along the way. He performed exceptionally well and was awarded the Blue Heart Griffin Medal. Charlotte held the battle report and read it aloud in her soft voice, trying her best to make sure the soldiers of Nightfall could hear it clearly. Huh? That can't be right. One soldier looked confused. I killed more than that by myself. How did they see that? Did they see it with their asses? Iron Hammer glared, his resentment evident in his eyes. Hey, we clearly scaled the walls of Screaming Fortress and held out until our allies arrived. By the way, Who is this Sir Pat? The soldiers were completely bewildered, and Field himself wore an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Sir Pat is probably the illegitimate son of some nobleman. As a nobleman, Field knew them best. If they didn't get credit through legal means, other illegitimate sons would naturally try to take credit for it. Field chuckled. That's not important. This military merit record was wrong to begin with. Damn it. I quit. Sir, let's just storm Griffin Hills and take MMM. Iron Hammer had barely uttered 2 outbursts when his comrade covered his mouth. Don't worry, I will never forget your contributions, including those of the fallen soldiers. When we return to Nightfall territory, we will still reward you according to your merits. Field stood up, patted the shoulders of several soldiers beside him, and encouraged them, moving them to tears. Field clapped his hands and said loudly, "All right, you guys pack up the supplies first, and we'll set off as soon as possible." The governor and several powerful families first divided up the most fertile land and mineral resources in Atan province. The contractors of the Chosen Ones divided up the better farmland and towns, while the remaining rotten land was awarded to minor nobles who had suffered heavy losses or to speculators. Field returned to his tent and carefully tallied up his rewards, which were clearly recorded in the military merit book. The tax revenue from Nogaisk's 3rd Commercial Street for the next 3 years, along with a Tier 1 standard battle aura lance, a blue griffin flag, and a blue heart medal. That's it. Field clicked his tongue and shook his head. It's like treating a beggar like this. The tax revenue from one street sounds like a lot, but rebuilding Nojesk and getting it into trade will probably take a year. The total reward is only around 1,000 gold coins, and it will take 3 years to receive it. Okay, is this how you play? I'll steal yours next. What a loss. I should have known better than to send that old man, Bitden, gold coins. I'll write this down in my little notebook. He wasn't just saying it casually. He tugged at his collar to calm himself down. Field was already planning to give that old man blessings. I'll probably give him credit for the 1,000 gold coins. Seeing that Field was unhappy, Charlotte cautiously approached him, patted him on the back, and encouraged him with a fist. Don't be sad. As long as we work together to build the territory, everything will be all right. Charlotte squatted on the ground, her fair collarbone and delicate shoulders partially exposed, and tilted her head back to give Field a silly smile. You're already very good, killing so many enemies. This guy probably has no concept of killing enemies. He's clearly more like a child, yet he's trying to comfort himself with the tone of someone coaxing a child. You're right, I expected it too, so I'm not exactly unhappy. In fact, I've gained quite a bit this time, like the lovely Miss Charlotte. Field smiled slightly and patted Charlotte's head. Hee, you know that much. Charlotte happily picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into her mouth. Hurry back to Nightfall territory. I can't wait any longer. I have to let you see the power of the Chosen One. Besides Charlotte, Field also acquired a heavy city defense crossbow, a large box of Tier 3 battle aura potions, 2 boxes of magic cores, and about 30 war horses. He had already made a huge profit, not to mention the gains from Fulon territory. His original purpose was to plunder Fulon territory. The gains here were secondary. These days, Ashina and her Black Crows have made almost friendly visits to Fulon territory, except for the main city. Then hurry up and pack your things. I have another place to go. I'm going to my brother's place to fight bandits. Haha. Okay, wait until I finish eating the delicious food. Charlotte kept stuffing pastries into her mouth. I eat really fast. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Field pinched Charlotte's cheek, ignoring her fierce protests. He slung the gluttony greatsword over his shoulder and stepped out of the tent, only to hear an annoying voice. Field, you've actually returned unscathed from the battlefield. Adrian rode his warhorse into Field's temporary encampment, letting out a disgruntled chuckle. Is hiding in the rear fun? Coward. Now that he had the power, his mindset was completely different. Field was much calmer and slowly walked up to Adrian, looking at him with a mocking gaze. My younger brother didn't even know about the territory. He thought my brother had already gone home. It is estimated that the messenger was either intercepted and killed by Ashina or by the rebels. Oh, isn't this my dear brother? Field's eyelids closed slightly, his lips twitched, and he barely managed to suppress a laugh. He glanced casually at Allison, the chosen one he had almost strangled. Hello, charming lady. Chapter 148 Fulon City. Allison remained expressionless, even turning her face away with a look of disdain. Wow, you're pretty cocky. Just wait till your brother Faye beats you up. He'll make you kneel down and sing conquer. As for Adrian, Field just wanted to send him to hell as soon as possible. To waste a single word on him would be disrespectful to himself. Sizzle. The space rippled, and a dazzling spatial portal opened, from which a 1.6-meter-tall girl jumped out, wearing a classic black pointed hat typical of mages, looking rather lazy, while beside her stood a muscular man as strong as Schwarzenegger. "Oh, hello there, my two older brothers," the girl greeted them, drawing out the last syllable of her voice. Jianan. Field instinctively called out her name. She was his half-sister. All 5 sons of the Ross family were half-siblings. If the old count were in China, he would definitely be considered a wife killer, as his wives would basically die after giving birth. Only this stepmother has lived the longest, and she even managed to outmaneuver the old count, squeezing him dry. Kanan adjusted his hat brim, puffed out his thin chest, and tilted his head in surprise. "Brother Field, you actually participated in the war? You used to be so afraid to even kill a bug. It seems you've grown a lot since you came of age, which is very gratifying." "Your old-fashioned tone is quite cute," Field said, amused by the little girl. "This younger sister is one of the few people in the family who treats her well. Please don't describe me as cute." The girl stomped her foot, turned her head, and said to Adrian in a completely emotionless tone, "Let's not talk about this anymore, Adrian. Your territory has been blown up." "Huh?" Adrian clearly didn't understand her meaning and sneered. "You're the one who's exploding, you annoying little thing." "See, that's why I'm too lazy to talk to you." Jianan rolled her eyes in annoyance, flipping through the magic book in her hand aimlessly. "Let the Knight Kalian of Fulan territory tell you himself." Field immediately remembered. Quirion, that 5th-tier knight? Although the Ross family would grant land, they would also station a powerful force there, firstly to protect the territory, and secondly to increase the old Earl's control over his sons. Although Quirion's fiefdom is in Fulan territory, it is not under Adrian's command, which is very suffocating. "Good day, my lord." Quirion's expression was grave. "While we were away, the territory was attacked by thugs." "Huh? Bullshit. What did I just hear?" "The territory of Fulan is burning. Apart from Fulan City, the rest of the country is engulfed in war." Adrian's eyes instantly turned red, as if filled with bloodlust, and he immediately roared. "I came here because I was worried that the rebels would break through a Taven and flee into my territory. But it still happened, so that's your fault. My life's work is destroyed." Allison's pupils dilated in shock. The prosperity of the territory was closely related to the Chosen Ones. If the territory were destroyed, the Chosen Ones would be even more heartbroken than the Lord. It's not just rebels, but multiple forces, including rebellious demi-humans, prisoners, and unknown groups. You should go and see for yourself. Quirion's tone softened slightly, but his 5th-tier strength made him unafraid of Adrian. "I was conscripted by my family to investigate the movements of the elves. The elves from the northwest are coveting the Empire's territory. The elves have always been the sworn enemies of the Ross family, and each generation has actively fought against them alongside the Imperial army." Damn it, damn it. Adrian was enraged, his jaw clenched and his chest heaving. "All right, I'll just use my teleportation magic to go back and defend. It won't take long." Kanan showed off her gray-purple magic book, which was covered with countless mysterious runes. Field watched this scene and sighed almost imperceptibly. With Adrian's 5th-tier knights returning to defend and his sister also present, his plan to permanently eliminate Adrian would have to be postponed for a while longer. Plans can't keep up with changes, which is really frustrating. He originally planned to team up with Rosalia and Ashina to kill Adrian and then crush Allison. Now that things have come to this, Field said helplessly, "I will come to help, and I'll be going back to my own territory anyway." Adrian was unmoved and roared, "You're just here to laugh at us." "You guessed it. Ahem. I've received professional training, so I don't usually laugh. It's just that it's on my way," Field said with a smirk. "Brother Field, you're still so kind. If it weren't for the fact that we're family, I wouldn't have bothered to teleport here." Jialan shook her head helplessly. "You guys go and get ready. Let's set off as soon as possible." As everyone was knocking down the tents and packing their belongings, Field caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. "Sir Laurent, you look so lost. What happened?" Seeing Laurent's distraught state, Field had already guessed what was going on. "It's about your military achievements, isn't it?" "Yes. I gave away the family's sacred artifact, the only one, which my father passed down to me before he died, but the governor did not keep his promise. I just want a town in a better location. A Tier 1 artifact is worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Theoretically, it could easily buy the entire town." Field didn't buy the town for 2 reasons. Firstly, the surrounding nobles were too powerful, making it impossible to keep his secrets. Secondly, Nightfall territory's development potential was no less than other places, at least enough to capture corrupted Chosen Ones. Huh. Field was stunned, speechless for a moment. This is too shameless. Laurent got tricked. It's like a different world version of Yangji. After all, He was bribed under the guise of spoils of war, and he had no connections, so there was nothing he could do if he was framed. Come to Nightfall territory, you'll definitely find a place to use your talents. Thank you for your generosity, but I cannot let my entire family take risks. Laurent was moved to tears, but he still shook his head. I'm going back to my hometown to make my way in the world. Perhaps in 3 years, you will hear my name. Yes, I look forward to that day. Field gave a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to Laurent, the Nightfall territory's army was ready. Fortunately, Fulon City hasn't been breached, and the teleportation anchor point is still there. Let's go. Jian took out a magic core from her bag, and as she chanted a complex incantation, a huge sea blue magic circle enveloped everyone. Magic, teleport. I felt my vision twist, and when I opened my eyes again, I had already arrived in Fulon City. All I could hear were heated arguments, insults, and crying. Field led the Nightfall soldiers out of the teleportation array. Fulon City were filled with refugees fleeing the disaster. The refugees had built shacks on the streets, and excrement and garbage were piled up like mountains. In the distance, people were looting, and the arriving security team dragged them away like dead dogs. Goddess above, how did Fulon City become like this? Chapter 149 Meeting. Field gave a sympathetic look and said with a smirk, what a terrible disaster. There are refugees everywhere. I heard someone say that Fulon City is a great place with beer, goats and horses. Have we come to the wrong place? Fulon is now overflowing with refugees, a chaotic and unpleasant place. You've come to the right place, Adrian. You should focus on developing your territory. I've been here before. It was very wealthy then, but now it's so disappointing. I'm afraid some bandits will jump out and steal my spell book. Kanan shook his head and put away the magic book. You guys, damn it. Adrian's face turned bright red, and he almost fainted. He could only rage helplessly. I'm taking my leave. Field shrugged, enjoyed watching his brother's furiously contorted face, and was in high spirits before swaggering around town twice. Fulon City itself was only slightly affected by the looting. Next time it will be Fulon City and the City Lord's Hall, Field silently added to himself before leaving Fulon City. My brother will be on guard for a while during this raid, and the Ross family will also provide support. That's the advantage of having a family as a backer. It will be difficult to kill him with petty tricks, and the benefits gained would be much less. Field had a new idea. He couldn't quell his resentment without crushing him head-on. He would let Fulon territory recover its strength, and then reap the rewards all at once. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Field shook his head and gave a cold laugh. Before leaving, Kanan pulled Lara Field's sleeve and said, Nightfall territory is dangerous. Why don't you run away? When I come of age and have my own fief, you can be my knight. It's all right, I like quiet. Corpses aren't that scary. Field felt relieved that someone cared about him. The rotting corpses themselves aren't the real danger. What's truly terrifying is the horde of corpses led by the corrupted Chosen Ones. Furthermore, the situation within the Empire is also alarming, as those Shadow World members who escaped will inevitably reappear. You're just bragging. You're the kind of guy who'd wet his pants at the sight of a caterpillar. I'm going back to the academy now. After saying that, the girl made a face and ran away, skipping away. Field led his army through many twists and turns in Fulon territory, finally arriving at a mountain ravine on the border. Along the way, villages were shrouded in smoke, and all sorts of debris lay scattered along the roadside. Half of Fulon territory was already ruined. Field didn't actually plunder villages because the loot was too meager. He mainly raided the manors of knights and the wealthy, as well as caravans. In this era, villages without knights stationed there were easily attacked and extorted by bandits and robbers. As a result, all the villagers flocked to Fulon City, filling it to capacity. Field, it's too dangerous outside. Charlotte poked her head out of the carriage, nervously looking around. She had a feeling that a bunch of guys wearing pointed hats and speaking different languages might suddenly jump out of the bushes. Charlotte shrank her neck and called out weakly in a trembling voice. It's too dangerous for you to stand on the warhorse. Come and ride in the carriage with me. I can protect you. Field almost burst out laughing. You're a production-type Chosen One, and you're protecting me? Don't worry, the bandits are no match for my army. Rest assured, I'll take you to see your friends. There won't be any danger. I'm worried about hostile Chosen Ones appearing. This scale of destruction is far beyond the capabilities of bandits. Charlotte, seeing Field's unmoved attitude, grew increasingly angry, rocking back and forth in the carriage. Come back. Come back. Lady Charlotte, just sit tight. The Baron is incredibly powerful. Any Chosen One he encounters will be subdued after 3 seconds of eye contact. A veteran soldier from Nightfall, who was driving a carriage, laughed heartily. Soldiers were used to boasting. Shaw, I don't believe it. I'm very smart. Charlotte glared at Field from afar, then shrank back into the carriage, still filled with fear, occasionally pulling back the curtains to peek outside. The heretics breached her home, and she and her family were hunted down for a long time until she was the only one left. Therefore, she felt extremely uneasy whenever she was on the road. As Field approached Ashina's hiding place, he could hear the neighing of war horses from afar. We've met up. Field did not approach, but instead had the hammer strike the flag, which waved continuously. Of wolf-like people dressed in fine armor sprang out of the forest, armed with bows and arrows or spears, and surrounded the area from all directions. Under the cover of bushes and trees, their numbers were unknown. Holy crap, we've been ambushed. An unsuspecting soldier immediately raised his shield, looking tense. Don't panic, we're all on the same side. But there are too many unfamiliar faces. The veteran from Nightfall territory was used to it. You're saying those wolf-like beings are one of us? Look, even the Baron isn't panicking, so why are you panicking? He must have a plan. The soldiers whispered among themselves. Oh no, it's a demi-human. Charlotte was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She wanted to hide in the carriage, but she was worried that Field was no match for the demi-human. So she drew her short sword for self-defense, got out of the carriage, and ran to Field's side. Tears welled up in her eyes. I told you it was dangerous. Don't rush into the crowd later. They are the Nightfall army. They didn't tell you before because they were afraid of being overheard by outsiders. Field quickly reassured her. He had already experienced Charlotte's timidity. You're just trying to fool me. Demi-humans hate humans, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, Ashina appeared on the hillside riding a giant wolf. When she saw Field, her eyes lit up. Finally here. Lady Ashina, are we going to have a war? Catgirl Lumi was equally terrified, her legs trembling like leaves. Although Ashina often led her army out to plunder, no human army had ever come so close to her camp. Lumi thought that humans had come to attack. Don't talk nonsense, that's the Lord. Silverclaw recognized Field at a glance and was very excited. Huh, Lumi was shocked. But he's human. With a single leap, the black wolf reached Field, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. Damn it, it's a combat-type chosen one. Charlotte's eyes seemed to lose their luster, clearly stunned by the ferocious dragon wolf. She muttered, I think we should run away. Field, you'd better run. Long time no see. I've missed you terribly. Field spurred his horse closer and reached out to rub Ashina's furry animal ears. Field, what are you doing? Charlotte's pupils dilated in shock. She could already imagine Field being torn to shreds after angering a chosen one. Run, don't look back. However, Ashina smiled sweetly, then nimbly pounced into Field's arms like a kitten, nuzzling him affectionately before playfully scolding. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chapter 150 Paradise. How could that be? I came to pick you up as soon as possible. This scene shocked Xia Luowei even more, leaving her completely petrified. Who the hell can tell me what happened? Charlotte felt dizzy and suddenly remembered a soldier's words. Any chosen one he encounters will be subdued if they make eye contact for 3 seconds. Really? No way. Xia Luowei's pupils dilated in shock. What's wrong with this child? Ashina poked Charlotte's cheek. Oh. She's probably just too happy. Little did Field know that Charlotte was having a meltdown. He introduced her. This is Ashina, also the chosen one of Nightfall. Let's all get along well from now on. Okay. Charlotte was dizzy and didn't come to her senses until she followed the others into the makeshift mountain village. We found a band of mountain bandits, dealt with them, and then took over this place. Ashina explained. Why are there gold coins everywhere here? Charlotte exclaimed, looking around in disbelief. The mountain stronghold was filled with gold and silver treasures. Several little girls, dressed in ill-fitting clothes, sat in a pile of gold coins, carefully stacking them into a box. Various jewelry and gorgeous clothes were piled up on the ground. The trees in the camp were covered with smoked cured meat, and a large number of livestock gathered there, including cattle, sheep, and horses, making it feel like a pasture. Human warriors were slaughtering pigs and sheep, while the weaker demi-humans were doing what they could, such as cleaning, polishing their armor, or sharpening their weapons. All you can eat today. Field announced to the soldiers of Nightfall that they had looted so many cattle and sheep that they could not take them all. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Field immediately announced some encouraging news. Yeah, long live. Praise be to our beloved elders. The crowd cheered in unison, while the demi-humans were completely bewildered. However, Ashina, who held immense prestige, had mentioned her human lord many times, so the demi-humans dared not voice their opinions. It's like a paradise on Earth, Charlotte exclaimed incredulously. Did you really find a treasure? It's not a paradise. It's all an illusion. Ashina winked at the girl in front of her. Although they were the same age, their experiences were completely different. But saying we found a treasure is not wrong. We've been digging for treasure these past few days, haha. You've grown a lot. Crow on many things. Ashina not only did them well, but also had her own ideas. Humph, I am your sword. Ashina put on a humble expression, but her wolf tail spun like a propeller. Their relationship is quite unusual. Wait, shouldn't the demi-human chosen ones only be contracted by demi-humans? Charlotte exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the Lord is a minotaur? He kidnapped someone's wife? The rumor that he kidnapped a chosen one in 3 seconds is actually true. Could it be that I've been infected too? Charlotte looked at her hands in disbelief. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and help count the money and the livestock. You'll get a whole roasted lamb as a reward tonight. Field patted Charlotte's head. Charlotte was born into nobility, could read and write, and had good math skills. In this era, she was already a remarkable intellectual. Okay, I'm coming. Xiao Luowei shook her head and lifted her purple dress. The inventory wasn't finished until the afternoon of the following day. Rounding down the odds, this raid yielded a total of 86,000 gold coins, 183 warhorses, 52 pack horses, and countless other supplies. Ashina hasn't had a rest these past few days. She's either looting, killing people, or on her way to set fires. They uprooted numerous knightly families and wealthy merchants, ransacking their homes and seizing nearly 1 or 2 years' worth of revenue from the Fulon territory. The most valuable items were the warhorses. They could have gained even more, but upon hearing of the looting, the wealthy and knights fled to Fulon City, and bandits and robbers from all over also got a share. So many warhorses? Field exclaimed incredulously. That's enough to build a powerful cavalry force. Ashina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, we captured a horse farm, but unfortunately, some of the horses were rescued. This time, I still need a human-organized cavalry force, otherwise I won't even have any prestige when I go out. During the suppression of the rebellion, I was stuck on my horse and couldn't even chase down the fleeing soldiers. Ashina strongly agreed. Perhaps forming a heavy cavalry would be a very good choice. Heavy cavalry is an extremely powerful unit. 5 heavy cavalrymen can deal with a Tier 1 Aura Knight. A first-tier Aura Knight has extremely limited aura. Once the aura is exhausted, he is nothing more than a stronger heavy cavalryman. Of course, the comparisons here are made between warrior knights trained and quickly trained by the Imperial Army and warrior knights who are nobles or self-taught. They may be stronger or weaker, and there is no absolute answer. Let's talk about it when we get home. This isn't the place to do that. After packing up their supplies, the group burned down the stronghold. It was impossible to establish themselves here. The high-end combat forces of Fulon City would eventually come to search for them, and the imperial laws would not allow it. The group traveled day and night and finally arrived at the familiar Maple Leaf City. Field immediately ordered his soldiers to buy the same 3 things: slaves, food, and purification potions. After buying 300 human slaves, they also bought enough food for 1,000 people for 3 months, leaving the entire caravan with no spare labor force. Even the warhorses were loaded with food sacks. Then she bought seeds of different plants and had Charlotte store them in her magical artifact. Her magical artifact can optimize seed varieties. It looks like a cute little pouch, which she usually hangs on her waist. It is embroidered with a golden wheat ear pattern. We bought 100 bottles of second-tier battle chi potions, which cost 50,000 gold coins. It really is a case of money flowing like water. Nightfall territory needs to produce its own potions. Apart from that, the population cannot be increased any further. We must wait until Nightfall territory has food production before we can consider increasing the population. As Field was making statistics, Ashina ran over to report. My lord, a messenger has delivered 2 letters to you. Oh, I actually received a letter too. After taking the envelope, Field checked the seal to make sure it hadn't been opened, then randomly picked out a neat and simple one to read. To bring the respect of the Garcina family to Field Rose. Shirley sends her greetings, and I hope you're not reading this letter in that drafty winery. Elsa mentioned to me that you participated in the Atavan rebellion. She's a friend of mine, so you can ask her for help if you encounter any difficulties. Informed Her Majesty the Empress of the threat posed by the rotting corpses, and I expect that the Empire will soon strengthen its border defenses and encourage adventurers to exterminate the corrupted creatures. Chapter 151, A Touch of Green in a Gray World. Unfortunately, the Elven War was about to break out, and Franvia was also eyeing the Empire's wealthy southern region, so the Imperial Army was unable to mobilize. The Queen also learned of your lone struggle in the Nightfall, and she affirmed it. allocating funds to support you. Please also write back and tell me the story of Nightfall. In tribute to our friendship, signed by Shirley Garcina and Walter. Oh, you're exceptionally popular. Charlotte smiled brightly, swaying her head happily like a sunflower. I've heard of the Garcinia family. They're a very active military family. Yes, they once stayed at my manor. Field looked at it for a moment. Adventurers? That's interesting. If more of them came, it would boost the economy of Nightfall. By establishing guilds, taverns, and inns, one can make a fortune from adventurers. As for the imperial allocation, don't get your hopes up. Another letter came from Simon, and its contents were concise and to the point. The gist of it was an invitation to an underground ball a month later, where not only would there be stunningly beautiful women, but also all sorts of rare and exotic treasures for sale, including the giant wolf that Field had been longing for. He reminded Field to bring more gold coins, as well as a new batch of joy pills, which he urgently needed. It's happy beans, not happy pills. Field was very dissatisfied with these guys for changing the brand name without permission. They have such a weak sense of patents. From now on, Nightfall products will need to have their own exclusive labels. Otherwise, if piracy becomes rampant one day, the competitiveness of their genuine products will be gone. I need to assemble a giant wolf cavalry, so it seems I have no choice but to attend this underground ball. Field put the letter away and continued his stroll without stopping. The group arrived at the border that very day and saw endless gray fog, with shadowy figures of corpses looming within it, and terrifying wails echoing everywhere. This isn't right, is it? Charlotte slapped her forehead, shocked. Could this be the northern province, the province shrouded in deathly smog? Seeing Charlotte's incredulous expression, Field gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. I've walked this road many times, and my territory isn't so bad. She thought Charlotte would be scared to tears or start making a scene in anger, but she shook her head. It must have been very hard when we were first clearing the land, right? It would be best if I could help. I'm all right, but Ashina is really having a tough time. Ashina had already rushed into the gray fog to slaughter the horde of zombies. Otherwise, she would have happily flown away. Although Xia Luowei was trembling with fear, she still encouraged herself. I will also help with the construction. I will not lose to anyone. Oh ho, looks like you're in a good mood. You can rest in the carriage. Once we get to the territory, that's when you can show your skills. Field raised his spear and swung it forward, and the Nightfall army began to slowly advance. With the chosen ones and the army clearing the way, the group arrived at Starry Night Manor without any losses, 5 days later at dawn. Countless worries about the destruction of his territory, Field breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw it enter the marked area on the mini-map. Looking at the mini-map, only half of Starry Night Manor is currently shrouded in gray fog. Starry Night Fortress is now connected to Windrise Town, and passage is possible even without fog lights. The outermost edge of the fog-free zone even extends to the manor walls, about 3 or 4 meters away. Arrived at the main gate. Wooden chevaude frise and deer antlers were placed in front of the heavy wooden gate, with dried intestines hanging from them. The holes in the wall had been filled with stone, but it looked terribly unsightly. The mottled old stone wall and the newly built sections looked extremely awkward. A wooden watchtower stood at the back of the stone wall, and the guards on it, suddenly seeing the crowd, were clearly startled and immediately raised their crossbows to aim. Lord Field. Upon recognizing Field, the soldier immediately lowered his weapon, waved excitedly, and then shouted down towards the watchtower. You lame, mangy dogs, stop sitting there like idiots. The Baron is back. The master is back. Open the door quickly. Squeak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Lynx and the others excitedly ran out to greet them. Is the territory all right? Has it been hit by a zombie horde? Has there been any damage? As soon as Field opened his mouth, he asked the question that concerned him most. No problem. Everything is fine in the territory. There are a few scattered small groups of corpses, but Lynx seemed hesitant to speak, but seeing Field nod in agreement, he added, but there are fewer and fewer rotting corpses, which is strange. They might be raising pigs, planning something big. Since Rosalia's advancement, Field has come to understand many things. That means the rotting corpses are waiting for more people to gather in their territory so they can feast on them all at once. Of course, they're not targeting themselves, but all the territories along the border. Sherry's intelligence indicated that the zombies would launch a full-scale attack in 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Field's speculation is very likely to be true. Field was not afraid at all, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Then let's see if the head of the rotting corpse is harder, or our wall is harder. Upon entering the gate, the view suddenly opened up, and the overhead light felt noticeably brighter. One of the major changes at Starry Night Manor is that the decaying trees have been completely cut down. Although it looks bare now, the air is much fresher. The wheat had already sprouted, and the stalks looked like weeds, all wilted and bare, but the patches of grayish-green still gave people a glimmer of hope. Peas, cabbages, and onions had also grown, and these plants with shorter growth cycles would be ready for harvest in another month or two. Even if the output is a little less, as long as there is production, it is the best news. The primary industry is the foundation of the secondary and tertiary industries. Without agriculture, everything else is just a castle in the air. Field walked slowly along the farmland, admiring the rare greenery amidst the gray fog, and led his army to Windrise Town. When the Nightfall army returned to the front of the Grand Winery, they were immediately greeted with cheers, and villagers and slaves lined the streets to welcome them. Long live the Lord. Finally back, boo-hoo. The food rations have been getting smaller and smaller lately, thank goodness. It wasn't because everyone was of high quality, but because the army brought a massive amount of food, replenishing the territory's reserves. Field had been gone for 2 months, and the territory only had about a month and a half's worth of food left. Cow and Tate had to reduce food supplies, causing great anxiety among everyone. Even the slaves missed their lord. Now that Field has returned with food, all worries have vanished. Who would hate an army with a mountain of food and wealth? Field thought to himself with amusement. The butler, Cow, practically crawled over. He cried out as if he had seen his own father. "My lord, please don't go on any more long trips. We were so worried about you. For the past 2 months, I haven't been able to sleep at night, and I even had trouble pooping. Cough, cough. It's good that you're back, my lord." Chapter 152 Task Assignment. Anyone who has experienced the anxiety of watching food dwindle would know what to do. Ahem, no problem. From now on, I won't leave the territory for too long unless absolutely necessary. Field gave an okay sign, jumped off his warhorse, and stretched his shoulders. Long marches on horseback were particularly tiring. He waved his hand and said, "Now that I've returned victorious, I'll arrange for the villagers to cook for the army. Also, I'll let everyone have a taste of meat, at least a small piece for each person. With limited fodder, the livestock that need to be fed cannot be spared too much." "Yes, sir, I will make the arrangements immediately. In the meantime, I will arrange lunch." Cow eagerly opened the door to the Grand Winery. "Plates, put your utmost effort into making the most exquisite dishes. The master is back." Cow shouted into the house. "Maids, quickly change the bedding and clean the master's room again, especially the table." Cow turned his head, wanting to say something, but when he saw Charlotte, he paused. "And who is this young lady?" "Hello, butler. I am Charlotte, the chosen one of the goddess of abundance." "A contract." Cow's eyes widened as he looked back and forth between Field and Charlotte, incredulous. Charlotte clearly didn't understand why everyone was surprised. She put her hands behind her back to make herself look more authoritative. "Yes, the one who made the contract is your baron." "Excuse me for asking, are you human?" "Yes, I am human. But do I not look like one?" Charlotte asked, puzzled. "By the goddess above, this is simply a dream. The master has finally stopped being a pervert." Cow was overjoyed, trembling with excitement, and shouted into the room. "Stop everything and prepare the best room for the esteemed Miss Charlotte. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Field was speechless. This guy was too biased. Just because Charlotte was human, he directly took sides with his backside. He even stopped cleaning his room to give priority to Charlotte. Actually, it's not necessary. It would be better to help Miss Ashina tidy up first," Xia Luowei said awkwardly, afraid that Ashina would be unhappy. Ashina just smiled generously. She didn't care at all because she didn't plan to spend the night in her room. Field coughed lightly. "I'm giving you a task. Go and tidy up the rooms together." "All right, Miss Ashina, let's go pack together." Charlotte immediately understood Field's arrangement and quickly pulled Ashina to get to work. At noon, the chef's plates displayed his life's work. "I love that thing called egg tart. I've never eaten such a delicious dessert before," Charlotte said happily, wiping her mouth. Ashina remains a staunch carnivore. "I still prefer to eat meat. After you finish eating, you two come to my room for a moment." Field called over 2 people. "Huh? It's not dark yet." Xia Luowei suddenly thought of something wicked, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She shook her head vigorously. No, it's too fast. I'm a good girl. Hey, want to come along?" Ashina gave her a teasing look, licking her lips. "Can you handle it?" "You can't say a man is no good." Field looked invincible, then realized what he meant and flicked each of them on the forehead. "No, I'm here to discuss serious business with you. Don't let your imaginations run wild." Even so, Xia Luowei still gripped the hem of her skirt, looking nervous. until they opened the door. Holy crap, who is this? The mature version of Rosalia sat lazily at her desk, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders and right chest, partially concealing her large breasts. She crossed her long, snow-white legs, swinging her right leg back and forth with her toes holding a slipper between her toes. She leisurely sipped her black tea and only put down her teacup when she saw everyone arrive. A demon, a devil? And one chosen by God at that. Charlotte was startled when she saw the tiny bone wings on Rosalia's back. And even though it's right in front of you, you can't sense any life force. It's clearly a chosen one. So she's become a second-tier chosen god? The pressure is immense. Even though Rosalia didn't do anything, Ashina instinctively clutched her chest, took a couple of deep breaths, and barely managed to stay calm. It feels like being targeted by a monster. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. Hello, everyone. Rosalia rose gracefully, straightened her long dress, and in her mature and sophisticated state, she was extremely intelligent and would almost never say anything outrageous. Rosalia is my second chosen one. From now on, we should all get along well. Field patted Charlotte's head and introduced her to the other girl. Charlotte's pupils dilated in shock, and she blurted out, You've turned into someone else's chosen one again? No way. It'll be terrible if they find out. What is a minotaur? It's safe here, so I'll tell you the real secret. Field wiped away his cold sweat. This idiot hadn't even guessed yet. He immediately explained, I can form cross-species contracts, and I have more than one contract. Ashina and Rosalia are both my chosen ones. Oh. Field gave a brief account of his story. Xia Luowei gradually understood everything, and her eyes lit up. This is wonderful. As long as the number of chosen ones increases, the Lord's power will grow, and then he will be able to take revenge. All right, let's discuss the territory and the upcoming mission. I plan to fully reclaim Starry Night Manor and dispel the gray fog in the other half of the manor. Before that, we need to eliminate the corrupted creatures in the fog. Field looked back and forth on the mini-map. In fact, there weren't many enemies left in the other half of the manor. This task will be given to Ashina. The guards will also assist you. Yes, sir. Ashina replied without hesitation. Rosalia, in a couple of days, could you please take my Black Raven and explore the entire Nightfall territory to learn about its products and resources? The Empire's adventurers are coming soon, so I need to find all the valuables in Nightfall beforehand. Who knew the lumberyard would hide such a powerful artifact? I should search all the necessary supplies first. While we're at it, let's also learn about the terrain and mineral veins. Finally, Charlotte, I'd like to ask you to use your abilities on the crops in the territory. The future food supply for Nightfall territory will depend entirely on you. No problem. Everyone accepted the task. After giving instructions, Field was about to leave when Rosalia stopped him. I almost forgot something important. What's up? This was also the first time Field had seen Rosalia in her mature, alluring form. She exuded an aura of voluptuousness. Her voluptuous figure, along with the large patches of glossy white light on her chest and legs, emphasized her graceful femininity. Chapter 153 Problem Solving. She stood on her tiptoes and stretched, her smooth instep and long, flowing legs forming a beautiful straight line. Her pearly toes were also slightly red, a rare sight, because she was standing on her tiptoes. I called you to discuss the second-tier battle chi. Have the maid prepare a bathtub. Rosalia's tone changed, becoming calm yet authoritative, like a powerful businesswoman. After advancing, impurities will be expelled, so preparing a bathtub in advance will be much more convenient. Leave it to me to prepare. Ashina's eyes lit up when she heard about second-tier battle aura. She knew Rosalia could provide the Lord with battle aura advancement. She stopped arguing with Rosalia and happily went off to do her work. Thank you for your help. No need to be so polite with me. Rosalia casually tossed her hair and effortlessly manipulated the gluttony greatsword, from which countless powerful life energies surged and flowed into every cell of Field. Feeling his cells greedily absorbing energy, Field's power was increasing wildly. Half an hour later, Rosalia finally recovered her health bar, clapping her hands wearily. Done. I feel like I could punch an elephant to pieces. Field casually threw a punch, and the air immediately exploded with a violent bang. Don't forget to buy some battle aura manuals and techniques next time, otherwise you won't be able to unleash the power of battle aura, Rosalia kindly reminded her. Also, like I said before, don't overexert yourself. You are a lord, and only secondarily a battle aura knight. No problem. I didn't expect obtaining second-tier battle chi to be so easy. Field found it hard to believe that ordinary people would go bankrupt or study hard to obtain second-tier battle chi. I obtained it easily, and its quality is even better than theirs. I don't think it's easy. Rosalia crossed her arms and rolled her eyes coquettishly. I'm punishing you by making you massage my shoulders for a month. I'm exhausted. Okay, but all I want to do right now is take a shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable all over. After taking a long shower, Field felt refreshed and invigorated, as if he had inexhaustible energy, and he was extremely satisfied with his 8-pack abs. I really want to test the strength of second-tier battle chi. Field was itching to try his hand at it, but instead of finding some rotting corpses to practice on, he revealed a wicked expression and called Ashina over for an in-depth discussion of some mathematical problems. As soon as the door was closed, the sound of students doing their homework came from inside. What is 1000 minus 7? Ugh, don't ask me that question now. Ashina was panting heavily, her face pale and covered in sweat. She had been driven mad by the difficult mathematical problem. Have you figured it out yet? Stop. This is so hard to think of. My brain is going to break. You don't even know this? What about 20 plus 3? Field was very angry. Why couldn't he just study properly? Oh, I don't want to do math problems anymore. Ashina cried, her chest heaving as she grabbed her hair. I surrender, it's impossible. Sorry, but the knowledge I need to learn must be mastered to the highest level. Field gave a terrifying laugh. The next day, Field, who had nearly died from exhaustion, dragged his tired body, yawned, and muttered, Second-tier battle chi is truly terrifying. It's incomparable to first-tier battle chi. He casually wrote, office, on a piece of paper and handed it to Cao, asking him to stick it on the entrance of the winery. Inform the people that those who can be freed from slavery can do so today. I'm about to move to Starry Night Castle, and the winery will become a combination of the city hall and the fortress. Yes, sir, you should take care of yourself, Cao advised, shrinking his neck. I know, Field said, scratching his head awkwardly. Sigh, Lady Ashina is a devil, and the Lord is as perverted as ever. Cao muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, before taking 2 guards to inform the people. Soon, a long line of people excitedly formed, the vast majority of whom were slave soldiers. Sister, what are they doing? Kuroba asked, carrying a bag of seeds. She needed to deliver the seeds from the warehouse to the newly cultivated farmland. The farmland is expanding because Field brought back more purification solutions. They are gaining freedom. Bai watched enviously for a long time, then snorted. It's not fair. They can easily get a lot of money by killing corpses, but we can only get a little bit of copper coins for our work. But their work is very dangerous. Kuroba scratched his head. These days in Nightfall territory, they hadn't lost weight, but had actually gained some weight, and their faces had regained color. And I'm already very satisfied. I have food every day. The Lord must be a warlike, bearded man who also likes to drink with his soldiers. Otherwise he wouldn't treat his disliked soldiers so well. His knight, on the other hand, is a very gentle person. Kuroba steadied the large bag in her hands, feeling that her sister might have made a mistake, but she didn't dare to disobey her sister. The 2 sisters chatted idly as they walked toward the farmland. As gold coins were deposited into his account, Field destroyed the slave contracts one by one. I was busy until 2 p.m. before I finished processing the business for 113 people. Great. We have 113 more taxpayers, hee, and we've also recovered over 100 gold coins. Field fiddled with the gold coins in his hand. These were all the wealth accumulated from the soldiers' bounties. In another month or 2, I estimate that some of the slaves who did farm work or quarrying will be freed. With nothing else to do, Field decided to take a tour of the territory. Leaving the Grand Winery, you arrive at Windrise Town. The town has already reached a certain size, and the mud houses of the free people have been built, which are several times more luxurious than the dilapidated wooden houses of the slaves, making Windrise Town look like a village. Starry Night Castle is still under renovation, but the debris and decaying remains inside have been cleaned up. Besides that, the biggest change is that near the logging camp, the decaying trees have been cut down and replaced by 5 earthen kilns. A steady stream of decaying wood was thrown into the earthen kiln and turned into charcoal of varying quality. Sir, there are piles of charcoal everywhere, but we can't use them all. A stonemason apprentice, his face dark with soot, pointed to a mountain of charcoal and said, following your instructions and blueprints, we successfully built a proper kiln and produced a large quantity of charcoal. It's a miracle, but we don't seem to have anywhere to use it. In this era, artisans need to constantly provide value to their lords. If what they make has no value, their good days are over, so they are extremely worried. Chapter 154 Recruiting Maids. You'll never have too much fuel. Field snapped his fingers cheerfully. I'll give you the new blueprints in a couple of days. I'm going to make bricks. And once we've mined iron ore, We can use the charcoal to make pig iron. Sir, but we've encountered a problem, a craftsman said timidly. Field calmly nodded. The biggest problem is that there's no problem. Go ahead and say it. We don't have enough manpower. If we go to fire, you know? Right, bricks. What about the charcoal? You can teach some apprentices. Field blurted out the words, but seeing everyone's troubled expressions, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. This era had artisan guilds, which would recruit children from poor families and sign contracts with professional masters for mutual benefit. Generally, masters would not avoid the guild and teach privately. Field pondered for a moment, then said mysteriously, "It's time to pay attention to the future of the territory. I'll let you know in a couple of days." Upon returning to the Grand Winery, the first thing Field did was summon Caulfield and Tate. "Do you even know how many children are in your territory?" Field's gaze swept over the bookshelf. The existing data didn't even cover the population, but thankfully the Lord's panel had records. "Your Excellency, we have too few civilian staff to keep very detailed statistics, but we do know the general numbers," Tate replied. "I plan to gather the children in the territory." Before Field could finish speaking, Cal stumbled and nearly fell. He immediately said in a trembling voice, "Sir, this is not good. It's not good for your physical and mental health. Ahem, I'm here to cultivate highly educated talents, not to have them for amusement." Field was speechless. Was he some kind of weird uncle? "Is that so?" Cal smiled awkwardly. "I suggest that we only teach the children of free citizens," Tate said, tilting his head and pondering for a moment before adding, "If free citizens and slaves are treated the same, the free citizens will be dissatisfied, and the slaves will be complacent." Field had already considered this, but he didn't want to say it himself. It was the Lord's job to let his men use their brains. "You're right, leave this to Cal. Tate, you've done a great job so far. Keep it up, and I'll reward you. As for the task of developing the other half of the manor, that's still your responsibility." "Thank you, sir. Here, I can experience my own value." Tate spoke seriously, but he meant it. At least there wouldn't be any complicated interpersonal relationships to deal with here. No need to worry about the threat of gangs, and he could participate in the construction every day. "Great. Does anyone have anything to add?" Cal immediately raised his hand and said in a high-spirited tone, "My lord, there are too few servants in the castle. This is not in keeping with your status. I suggest expanding the number of servants, especially maids. At least maids should be assigned to the chosen ones, especially Lady Charlotte." "That's true. We should increase our servants. As a baron, I have fewer servants than knights. Starry Night Castle is much larger than a winery. If I were to move there, with my current number of servants, I wouldn't even be able to clean it once a day." Since Charlotte's arrival, Cal and the others have been extremely smug. With their own races, chosen one backing them up, they can instantly gain confidence in front of the demi-humans, and their backs are straighter than before. Although the two sides have never clashed, they do have a certain sense of self-assurance, which Field can understand very well. "Don't forget to bring some more beast-eared maids. I mean demi-humans, you know what I mean. Bunny girls and cat girls. It would be so cool to keep a couple of them in the castle." Your will is obeyed. Soon, the news that the castle was recruiting servants spread like wildfire. For a small territory, the Lord's affairs are the most important. If the Lord were to fall down one day, the children in the territory might not be able to sleep at night. "Have you heard? The Baron is recruiting servants." The woman chatted as she loosened the soil and secretly glanced at the overseers in the distance, who were usually guards on rotation. Of course, the entire Nightfall territory knows about this. "If only I could become a maid, I could live happily in the castle like a noblewoman. Do you know Scissors? She only has to clean the room twice a day and wash and dry the clothes, and she gets high pay, rest time, and good food. More importantly, the castle's servants also enjoy hidden benefits. A 7th-rank official standing before the Prime Minister's gate will always be surrounded by an aura of prestige wherever he goes. It's a pity that only people aged 16 to 18 are eligible, otherwise I would like to participate too." An old woman who was stirring fermenting manure leaned over and whispered something. "The geranium, who's always surrounded by a bunch of stinky men, will be chosen for the castle." "Shaw, so what if she's a little prettier?" "Impossible. She always looks unhappy. Even the Lord gets upset when he sees her." The group got more and more engrossed in their conversation, eventually disturbing the foreman. After being reprimanded, they reluctantly stopped chatting. On the day of the interview, all the eligible women in the entire Nightfall territory came. The interview took place in the open space in front of a large winery. The scene was far from glamorous. Don't expect free people or slaves to be as elegant as noble ladies. Most of them were dirty, emaciated, and quite unsightly. They were excitedly making a ruckus in the hall, which was just like a marketplace. Field himself wouldn't make the selection. He would only need to make a brief appearance at the final stage to give a quick look. After all, it wasn't a wife selection, so married women were also eligible to participate. The key to this job is being quick and efficient, having a presentable appearance. And if you're good at cooking, you can even work in the kitchen that everyone dreams of. Quiet down, line up, and come with me. I'm going to check everyone's body and appearance. Scissors put his hands on his hips and shouted at the crowd. When he saw that someone was still talking, he just glared at them with his sharp eyes, and they wilted. I won't allow anyone to bring dirty diseases into the castle. No one can get away with it. The scissors are so powerful. Even the earthenware pot was frightened and timidly took a step back. Sparrow casually remarked, "She might become a housekeeper." Meanwhile, Cow is constantly reviewing the situation. "The way you fold the blankets is terrible, so it's out of the question." "Good heavens, is this sweeping? It's like tickling Mother Earth." "Eliminated." "Woo woo woo." The unsuccessful interviewee ran out with tears in his eyes. When the butler, Cow, demonstrated his professional skills, he instantly became reliable, ruthlessly rejecting one interviewee after another, mainly assessing their speech, personality, and professional skills. The selection process lasted for half a day, and in the end, only 4 people were chosen, one of whom was a dog-like human, and the rest were humans. Chapter 155: The Maid and Starry Night Castle. Field's dream of a bunny girl didn't come true. Rabbit people generally marry young, and some even start having 3 children by the age of 16. They couldn't possibly be expected to carry a bunch of children while working in the castle. What a pity, what a pity. This bad habit should be changed. They're all even more ruthless than me. Field shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Rabbit people are born with the body of a serf. They give birth quickly, eat poorly, and are cowardly. However, because they get pregnant too early and lack nutrition, rabbit people do not live long and have extremely poor strength. Cat-like beings in the territory, and the only one with potential, Lumi, is only 14 years old. Field plans to send her to school. After asking a few simple questions about their family situations, Field approved all 4 girls. The maid would take them to wash up and change into maid outfits, which would mark them as officially part of the staff. After the maids finished washing up, they boarded a carriage bound for Starry Night Castle, accompanied by the maid's scissors. In another open carriage, 12 newly purchased female slaves were crammed in, guarded by 4 guards in leather armor. They were going to sow grass seeds in the open area of Starry Night Castle. Geranium sat upright in the carriage, which was not the luxurious carriage that gentlemen rode in, but a simple wooden basket without a lid, with 2 wheels turning and being pulled by a horse. She saw that her companions were all hugging their knees, curled up, and with their heads down, seemingly afraid. Even the demi-human was like that. His dog ears drooped, and he still looked like a refugee. But Geranium was different. Her slightly immature features showed no trace of immaturity. She straightened her back expressionlessly. She had heard that the Baron liked his men to stand up straight, even for his fierce soldiers. Geranium glanced at the carriage crammed with slaves ahead. The slaves in the carriage had been staring at her with envious eyes the whole way, which made her feel a little pleased, but she wouldn't show it, or even look at them directly. She had her own pride. It was already quite late when we arrived at Starry Night Castle. "Wow, that's the castle." A gasp came from the carriage ahead. Even the slaves were awestruck by Starry Night Castle. It's like a 30-year-old high priest who never leaves his home, suddenly seeing Master Miho Ichiki and being deeply shocked by its magnificent scale. The maids covered their mouths and looked up, unable to describe the shock they felt. Geranium was no exception. Starry Night Fortress is not as magnificent as it once was, but its ornate decorations and grand scale, simple yet elegant and exquisite, still deeply impress everyone. The massive buildings constructed of giant stones crushed all the other buildings in Wind Village, to the point that the villagers felt a deep sense of inferiority when they thought about their own shacks. "Stay close to me. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my orders. This is the first and most important lesson I'm teaching you. Don't act on your own and invade adults' privacy. That's a fatal mistake." Everyone nodded eagerly. Scissors nodded in satisfaction, then gestured for the guards to open the side door. She said, "From now on, this will be your workplace. Servants are not allowed to use the main entrance. They can only use the side door. Please remember this." Upon entering the building, they found themselves in a grand hall with expensive carpets, crossed swords hanging on the walls, and thick curtains that covered an entire wall, scenes they could never have imagined. Starry Night Castle is still under renovation and will require further decoration in the future. Scissors was pleased with their surprised expressions. When she first went to work at the Ross family's castle, she was so scared that she trembled when she entered the house. "My God, Does such a luxurious place really need renovation? A freckled girl asked, her eyes wide. Of course, this place is quite shabby for a noble baron. Scissors crossed his arms and instructed the girl who had asked the question. Little Spot, your cleaning area is on the first floor. Except for the rooms with signs and the locked rooms, you need to clean every corner twice a day. The rest of the time, you need to go to the garden to water the plants. Uh-huh. Scissors led everyone to the second floor, which was entirely composed of rooms. These are all bedrooms, covered in gray fur. The second floor is your responsibility. Besides that, you need to serve Lady Ashina. I think you know her. It was Lady Ashina who saved you back then, wasn't it? Yes, I will do my best. The female demi-human with black animal ears and a tail nodded obediently, her fluffy tail swaying incessantly. Demi-humans not only categorize themselves by animal, but also by color. For example, the black wolf demigods have black tails and ears, and green eyes. Of course, their skin isn't black, otherwise they would only appear in cotton fields, not castles. Besides the bedrooms, the third floor also has an exhibition room, a private reception room, and a study, each containing various collections and books, but it was empty at the moment. Adults often use the study, so it is especially important. Geranium is in charge of cleaning the third floor, and it must be spotless. Geranium's heart pounded. She knew Field liked to stay in the study, which meant she could spend a lot of time with the Baron. Yes. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke, though she thought she would remain calm. Are you nervous? Scissors tilted his head. A little. It's normal to be nervous. Finally, Marigold, you'll be in charge of serving Miss Charlotte. Just do whatever she tells you to do, and don't worry about anything else. The maids were still very biased. After all, she was a chosen one of humanity, so they were naturally closer to her. Next, I'll take you to your rooms, 2 people to a room. As for going home to visit your families, I'll arrange the dates. I'm already looking forward to the rest of my life. Me too, can we share a room? The maids were overjoyed, whispering among themselves that having their own room in the castle was truly a source of great pride and honor. Starry Night Castle also has a 4th floor, a top floor, and a basement. Scissors and the others will take care of that themselves. In fact, there is still a shortage of servants, but we would rather have fewer than use the wrong ones, so we can only make do with what we have for now. Field, on the other hand, gathered the children aged 12 to 15 from the territory in Windrise Town. They were all free people, both boys and girls. Actually, there weren't many, only 11 in total. Field knew most of them. Tate's daughter Alexia, the cat girl Lumi, the little girl Absinthe rescued by the Bull Territory, and the children of the free people. Lumi was a slave, but the wolf warriors contributed their precious silver coins earned from killing enemies, making Lumi a free citizen and giving her the opportunity to study. This really surprised Field. We can't let Lady Ashina down. The demi-human is also very smart, and she won't let her down. Silverclaw said this. Healthy competition. Field's lips curled up. Chapter 156. Throughout the entire empire, no one was there to help the Empress. Field plans to dedicate an hour each day to personally teaching them. Only by personally training highly skilled workers can we use them smoothly and with peace of mind in the future. Generally speaking, in this era, to learn literacy, one needed to serve as a squire to a knight and learn the 7 traditional knightly skills: riding, swimming, javelin throwing, swordsmanship, hunting, chess, and poetry recitation. Of course, there was also serving the nobility. Field did not intend for his children to learn these things. He believed that composing poetry would not be of much use to the territory, and he planned to use the rote learning methods of later generations. The afternoon consists of 2 hours of cultural study, focusing solely on literacy, arithmetic, and the concept of loyalty. Field did not feign evasion regarding loyalty. He trained them to serve himself and his territory, not to cultivate a bunch of guys who were ready to overthrow him or to do the work for others. In addition, they will spend an hour in the army to learn how to march in formation, military posture, swordsmanship, and horseback riding, cultivating a spirit of martial arts and unity. Horse riding is extremely important. The territory may have cars in the future, but it's best not to think about it for at least 40 or 50 years. There are very few decent roads in the entire empire, so horse riding is a must. Science, martial arts, and magic are taught based on talent and loyalty. Field made a plan and immediately began to implement it. Tom, if you don't learn what the Baron teaches you, you can forget about eating from now on. A free woman stood with her hands on her hips, pointed her finger at her son's nose, and gave him a fierce warning, as if she were about to go to war. I will, Mom. The boy was terrified and turned to run away. That afternoon, the children went to the winery for class. They were used to hardship and were extremely eager for knowledge from the upper levels. Even if there are naughty kids, their parents will order them to study hard. Otherwise, they will be beaten when they get home. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to jump social classes. Everyone's here, let's start class. Field beckoned for a guard to bring over a blackboard and chalk. These two items were very simple to make. All you needed was a piece of wood stained with black paint. As for chalk, it was just a block of lime mixed with water and solidified, barely sufficient. But despite their simplicity, they weren't truly used in education until after the Industrial Revolution. Before this, teachers would lecture on their own or do their own thing while occasionally offering a few pointers. What students learned depended entirely on their comprehension. The teaching methods have also evolved from individual manual production to industrialized production, ultimately resulting in the mass production of intellectuals. At the same time, Field also brought in several army captains, the Butler and Tate. From now on, I will try my best to educate students according to my teaching methods. Tick tick. Field wrote his name on the blackboard. Let me introduce myself. I am your Lord, Field Ross. This name is the first word you will learn. Next, I will teach you letters and numbers. In stark contrast to the poverty of Nightfall. At this moment, in the study on the second floor of the Golden Wing Manor in the Griffin Province, the capital of the empire, Empress Lydia the Golden Griffin sat on an exquisite royal-style chair, inlaid with countless gemstones of various colors, and cushioned with incredibly comfortable velvet pillows. But the last rays of the setting sun were blocked by the window, so only shadows fell on her. She looked out the window at the beautiful garden, where 3 or 4 gardeners were mowing the lawn. Even though the lawn was perfect, the gardeners were still thinking about how to make it even more pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty, Governor Takorin wishes to dine with you, the courtier said, bowing deeply, not daring to look up at the most powerful man in the empire. Tell him to get lost. Lydia didn't even lift her eyelids. Use a tactful way. But he won the battle, which is disheartening. Perhaps you could give him a chance to pursue you. The advisor paused for a moment. Then, remembering the 3 cartloads of gold coins that Takorin had given him, he still advised, with a husband and children, the empire will be more stable. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Yes, I respect your will. Your Majesty, you seem rather sullen. Should we summon the court jesters? The jester is the king and queen of a deck of cards. Lydia casually flipped through the battle reports on the table. I have no interest in clowns, you may leave. The close advisor had no choice but to leave the study. A miniature griffin, about the size of a cat, leaped out of the shadows and landed on the table, nearly knocking over a wine glass. It chased its own tail around the table once, then spread its wings. Why are you still so gloomy after the victory, my dear Your Majesty? The griffin spoke in human language. See for yourself. The Empress tapped on the battle report. The griffin approached, examined the body for a moment with its sharp claws, and immediately revealed an angry expression. What a miserable victory. I didn't even see any familiar enemies killed. Milani is dead. If I remember correctly, she was a spy sent to marry into the Nibelung family. That's right. This battle has ravaged half the province, lost a pawn that oversees the imperial nobles, and now we have to face a bunch of useless people who want to claim credit. I really can't think of anything to be happy about. Lydia snorted coldly. I really want to kick them all out of the palace. Haha, I wanted to. The griffin cackled. However, both the man and the griffin knew that was impossible. Because every official in the empire represents the interests of various families, provinces, and classes. If she dares to touch them, she will be the only one to suffer, even if she is an empress. The griffin pulled out another piece of paper and exclaimed in surprise. Someone has established themselves in the northern province? Field Ross. Is the Ross family about to regain its former glory? It's probably just a publicity stunt, unlikely. Previously, the empire had considered many ways to reclaim the northern provinces, such as advancing little by little in the border areas. But they were quickly overwhelmed by the overwhelming hordes of zombies and could only retreat behind the walls of the major cities. There seem to be many core areas in the gray fog. If we don't occupy those areas, the number of rotting corpses will be infinite. If we adopt a war of attrition, the empire will be immediately bogged down in the quagmire of war. It may seem like you're killing thousands of corpses every day, but they'll just grow back like weeds. Reclaiming the northern provinces is no different than waging war against a nation. Oh, it was written by Sherry. She was a truly loyal person to the empire, and her family shed their blood for the empire. I suspect it's true. Yes, the Garcinia family is loyal to the empire, not me. Lydia's lips curled up slightly. As for this matter, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. The northern province is worthless and cannot be reclaimed by a single family. Haha, you are the embodiment of the empire. The griffin heard footsteps coming down the corridor and slowly retreated into the shadows. Is there anyone in the entire empire who can make my life easier? Lydia gently rubbed her temples, lost in thought. Chapter 157 The Cemetery and Acorns, Part 1. In the western plains of Nightfall territory, Rosalia darted swiftly through the gray fog. She reverted to her teenage form, and it's unclear whether she was worried that her voluptuous figure would affect her combat ability. All around were shadows, tentacles, and rotting corpses, all sorts of filthy things. From time to time, shrill screams echoed through the dense, decaying dark forest, sending chills down Field's spine. The goosebumps that had just subsided returned, even though he was only controlling Black Raven from afar. The corpses here had only been dead for a short time. Someone had killed them in a brutal manner. Rosalia suddenly stopped and bent down to examine the wounds of the dead, decaying corpse closely. Oh, could it be that the adventurers have already been here? They're really fast. Not really. More like the work of my kind. Rosalia licked her lips. It's very likely the chosen ones, just like I used to, who would kill their own kind when they were hungry, and they would kill for all sorts of reasons. The chosen ones? Let me look for them. Field maneuvered the Black Raven to ascend in a spiral, and after only 5 minutes of looking down, he saw signs of a fierce battle. Found it, come with me. Following the traces of the fight, the two quickly arrived at a 2-story stone building. The building was covered with decaying plants and surrounded by a huge cemetery with various tombstones, some made of stone and others of rotten wood, stuck in the ground. The broken door of the stone building was ajar, and a conspicuous bloodstain, along with drag marks, extended into the room. This is the large cemetery in Nightfall territory. That house is for the gravedigger, and farewell ceremonies are held here. The gravedigger here is an old man. He is always helpful and actively assists the people in the surrounding villages, but everyone dislikes him because his eyes are always red and surrounded by flies. Rosalia knew the Nightfall territory inside and out. After all, according to the law, she was the one who should inherit the Nightfall territory. Perhaps the gravedigger has conjunctivitis. Pink eye? What's that? I heard he was cursed by the devil, and his wife and daughters were also cursed to death. Rosalia shrank her neck and tightened the black ribbon around her neck. It's a scary story. When I was alive, I didn't even dare to pass by here. Haha, the word fear sounds strangely out of place coming from you. Field manipulated the crow to hop onto a branch. That's the end of the memory. Did you hear that disgusting noise inside the house? Be careful. Unfortunately, Black Crow couldn't inherit his mini-map ability, and Field didn't know if there was any danger here. I will. Rosalia blinked hard with her right eye, then, carrying the gluttony greatsword, tiptoed gracefully towards the stone building. Puffed crack crack. A chilling chewing sound came from behind the door. The smell of fresh flesh and blood, but not human. Rosalia, like a perverted gourmet, took a greedy sniff and sneered. It reminds me of a delicious old friend. With a hum, Rosalia cleaved the stone tower's main gate to pieces. The crow's terrifying eyesight allowed Field to see the situation inside the house clearly. Holy crap! Field shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Bo Gang from Jackie Chan Adventures, covered in rotting flesh and swarming with strange insects, was frantically gnawing at a beautiful figure, creating a horrifying scene. Huh? Isn't this Violet? Long time no see. Why are you so pale? Rosalia wasn't afraid, but rather showed a surprised expression. If you're not dead, just say something. Violet was the corrupted chosen one who chased Sherry back then. Get out of my way, fellow human. This is my food. The obese monster twisted its head, unleashing divine power that carried a strong stench of blood, demonstrating its strength as a second-tier chosen one. Field realized the approximate combat strength of the creature and suddenly felt something was wrong. He exclaimed in shock. Can even the chosen ones be this ugly? Wait, why is the voicemail? Rosalia shook her head. The true chosen one should be growing on his body. It's very peculiar. It is a fusion of a fourth-order corrupted creature, 2 second-order corrupted creatures, and the chosen one. The monster chuckled and turned its back. A face that was both beautiful and terrifying was sewn onto the monster's back. Facing Rosalia, it said in a pitiful voice, "Hello, my name is Acorn. Please don't disturb my family's meal." Hee hee, your whole family seems a bit delicious. Rosalia licked her lips. I'll give you a choice, submit or be killed by me. Without even a second to think, the monster flashed forward, hurtling towards them with incredible speed and a terrifying gust of wind. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm already in the form of a baron. No, I mean, I have the aura of a baron. Rosalia was not surprised that after she made a pact with Field, even ordinary corpses would become hostile to her, let alone this kind of creature that would eat its own kind. Boom! A sharp whooshing sound came as Rosalia was thrown back into the air. She had plenty of chances to dodge, but she was too lazy to do so. You're so weak, I want to change my food. Acorn looked at his twisted hand in confusion. He hadn't used his full strength, yet he had still hit the enemy, which meant the enemy was weak. If you can eat something at level 2, then you should never eat something at level 1. The acorn casually released its control over the violet and tossed away the violet that it had half-eaten. The earthquake that shook Field's pupils occurred. Violet instantly turned into a pool of blood and fled into the bushes. Huh? It's still alive. The vitality of the corrupted chosen ones is truly terrifying. Field's lips twitched. He had originally intended to loot the artifacts. Hee, you'll soon find out whether you're weak or not. Rosalia was spotless, and she gracefully bowed. Divine skill, bloodstained constellation, combat power increases exponentially with increasing injuries. Anyway, I'll definitely get hurt fighting someone of the same level, so I'm too lazy to hide. Rosalia revealed her white teeth, and black and red flames blazed around her, her aura rising steadily. Miss Acorn, you can start to resist now. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Acorn's youthful face showed a hint of doubt. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion boomed overhead. When Acorn immediately looked up, only to find Rosalia giving her a sickly sneer, accompanied by a sky full of gluttony greatsword phantoms. Roar! Acorn immediately turned around. As a corrupted creature, it was perfectly normal for her to merge with other creatures. She, however, merged with all her family members, who were all sewn into one body. Chapter 158 Cemetery and Acorns, Part 2. Her support came from her father, who was a fourth-order being. The male corpse, its eyes bloodshot, suddenly roared with murderous intent and rage. The gaping maw ripped open, and countless flying insects poured out of the male corpse. Rosalia showed no emotion. The gluttony greatsword slammed down with a low sonic boom. The mixed divine power, along with the flames ignited by the blood-stained constellation, instantly annihilated the flying insects. Having just shredded the swarm of insects, Rosalia advanced instead of retreating, her greatsword flashing with blood as she slashed down fiercely, creating a violent explosion in the air. Bang bang. The next moment, the two second-tier corrupted creatures sewn onto the monster were instantly pulverized by the greatsword and annihilated on the spot. This is very disappointing. Rosalia retreated swiftly, dodging Acorn's counterattack. Then, wielding her greatsword, a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. The fourth-tier corrupted creature that Acorn relied on posed no threat to her whatsoever. Combat-type chosen ones are generally able to defeat ordinary creatures 2 levels higher. For example, a first-tier chosen one can defeat a third-tier battle knight, and a second-tier chosen one can defeat a fourth-tier one. Of course, it is not necessarily one-on-one. They can even fight multiple opponents. It depends on their individual combat strength. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The acorn, writhing in pain and rage, let out a piercing scream. Divine skill, corrosive blood pillar. The next moment, divine power surged, and a towering column of blood gushed from the mouth of the male corpse, accompanied by a strong stench of blood, rushing towards Rosalia. What a disgusting skill. I'd better not take it head-on and just block it. Rosalia frowned slightly. Although she wanted to see the limits of the blood-stained constellation, she couldn't bear having blood splattered on her face. With a thought, the gluttony greatsword immediately gushed forth a large amount of blood, and the chains rattled loudly, together forming an impenetrable defensive shield. Like a torrent, blood splattered against the shield, divine power intertwined and collided, and ripples of power spread outwards, instantly shattering the surrounding graveyard. However, once the impact subsided, Rosalia dispersed the broken chains and bloodstains, acting as if nothing had happened. The even more intense black and red flames burning on his body prove that the bloodstained constellation has been triggered. The bloodline is an integral part of her. By weaving defense with the bloodline, her main body will inevitably be injured, and the injury will trigger her divine skill. She actually withstood a second-tier divine skill so easily. Black Crow had already flown to a distant tree, only able to look on from afar. If he got too close, he would be blown up by the energy ripples. Field gasped, extremely surprised to see Rosalia withstand the divine skill so effortlessly. Damn, Rosalia is already a pure numerical monster. This defensive ability is a bit abnormal. What? I don't understand. Acorn trembled, and with his heavy body, he actually chose to run away. Stop. People of the same kind should not hurt each other. Field's face darkened. Double standards, huh? My current strength and speed are roughly double what they were before, but I'm still far from reaching my limit. I just wonder if the endless slash will be enhanced. Rosalia plunged her great sword into the ground and casually waved her slender, white hand, causing the air to crackle. The aura she exuded was far stronger than that of the acorn. No wonder it scared away the brutal, corrupted creatures. I'll use you as a test subject. Rosalia swiftly swung her sword, watching the enemy who had already fled into the forest. Divine skill, endless slash. Grabbing the chain at the end of the great sword, as if a towering mountain had been uprooted, 3 black and red sword energies swept out, tearing a crack in space that lingered for a long time. Pure destruction, without any dazzling light effects. Wherever the sword energy went, all obstacles collapsed and disappeared, silently turning into particles that could not be detected by the naked eye. Wow! The fleeing acorn was struck squarely by the sword energy. Even though she tried her best to dodge, the sword energy, though seemingly slow, arrived in an instant. Buzz! The ground cracked rapidly, and the surrounding trees were swept away. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread to the location of the black crow. Field had no choice but to send the crow flying in the opposite direction. Otherwise, his only drone would crash, and he would have to play a resurrection match with the boss. When Field returned with the black raven, he saw only a huge crater. Half of the cemetery had been destroyed, and he almost didn't recognize it as such. Are you all right? Seeing Rosalia standing there, her bright, starry eyes wide open, with a rather ominous expression, Field quickly asked her with concern. Damn it, Rosalia was sweating profusely. I accidentally killed her. I didn't expect her to be so weak. She was so big, but she wasn't a tank. And she didn't even manage to disintegrate. I thought, sigh. I have reason to suspect you're in Versailles. Field wiped away his cold sweat. I'm glad you're all right. Judging from her amazing skill just now, I guess she was a ranged archer. But considering she was using a tier 4 creature as a meat shield, it's surprising that she was killed in one move. Although it was a bit of a pity to capture one less corrupted chosen one, Field was still very happy. The bonus from Bloodstained Throne is frighteningly high, even stronger than I expected. Yes, thanks to my dear lord. Rosalia lifted her skirt and twirled happily. I suspect that the skills provided by the Lord are more powerful than those obtained in the wild. Huh? But a chosen one needs to form a contract with a lord in advance in rank to acquire new skills, right? Field was puzzled. There are many possibilities. For example, the corrupted chosen one contracted with a small corpse and gained skills after advancing. But the small corpse is mindless and dies easily, so it will continue to be wild in its second-tier state. This kind of state is common for corrupted chosen ones, even if it is an advancement in the wild. Normally, chosen ones will only associate with those who are powerful and influential. Field stroked his chin. The corpses have no intelligence, and the wild corrupted gods won't be very smart either. They might choose skills randomly, or they might not get enough energy when they evolve. The skills of the chosen ones are also closely related to the development of their territory and the Lord himself. Wait, could it also be related to cognition? Like the magic-type chosen ones, they may already possess magic, and the healing-type chosen ones are already apothecaries. Living in places without snow all year round, it's unlikely that they would have ice and snow-related skills. Field suddenly grasped something crucial. What if our territory has nuclear weapons? Could we develop the skill of manually crafting nuclear bombs? A sunny-side-up egg? I don't want to eat human food. Rosalia tapped her chin with her index finger, looking thoughtful. Well, never mind. We'll see when we get more technology points. Overthinking can lead to neglecting other important aspects. Let's go see what kind of amazing artifact we got. Chapter 159 Temporary Skills and Divine Power for Farming. The conditions for obtaining the artifact are extremely strict. Only if the chosen one has not disintegrated the artifact, and the artifact is not damaged, can one have a chance to obtain the chosen one's weapon. The acorn clearly meets this condition. A beam of blood-red light surged from her body, gathered and solidified in the air, slowly forming a divine artifact shaped like an insect. You all belong to the same pantheon, so this artifact should be useful to you, right? I can use it. Rosalia shook her head subconsciously. But I am your chosen one, and you should distribute the spoils. There are 2 ways to use divine artifacts. One is for ordinary people to use, which grants them a stripped-down version of their abilities. The second is for people of the same pantheon to use, which allows the chosen one to obtain a temporary skill or equipment. Since it works, there's nothing to hesitate about. Considering how cute and hardworking you are, this one is yours. Cute. I have reason to believe you're being sarcastic, but thank you anyway. Rosalia smiled shyly, a rare occurrence for her, and fiddled with the hem of her skirt. Field, you're really something. The process of subduing the artifact was simple and did not require a contest of wills. Rosalia gently touched it with her bloodline, and the acorn artifact disintegrated on its own, turning into a stream of light that entered the gluttony greatsword. Field immediately saw Rosalia's panel, which showed that she had gained a temporary skill. Second-tier divine skill, temporary bone-corroding worm, consumes a small amount of divine power to parasitize a special divine power worm inside the enemy's body. The worm will continuously absorb the enemy's life force, causing slowing, bleeding, and marking tracking effects. After retrieving the worm, the absorbed life force is regained. Oh, a support skill, not bad, but it's only temporary. This is a temporary skill and cannot be upgraded as the Chosen One's level increases. When Rosalia reaches Tier 3, this skill is still at Tier 2. Furthermore, the skill will immediately disappear once the artifact is removed. We eliminated a threat and gained a skill. This is a win-win situation. We've won twice. Field happily maneuvered the Black Raven into a circle, looking around, and said, "The escaped Chosen One. Can you still find her?" "My senses are only SOSO. Ashina might be able to find her, but by the time Miss Ashina gets here, the ball will have already ended." Field nodded helplessly. "Then let her go for now. A first-tier Chosen One isn't that much of a threat to the territory." Cutting off Black Crow's line of sight, Field came out of the winery and saw a group of people gathered together. It's really strange that such a scene would happen in Nightfall territory. This was the first time Field had seen his people gather spontaneously. Normally, they would either go to work or hide at home trembling with fear, worried that the rotting corpses that came from the gray fog would bite them to death. O goddess who sows food for the world, let her scatter the seeds of splendid gold. Divine skill, a song of fruitful achievement. Charlotte, like a kindergarten teacher, struck some cute and silly poses, chanted complicated incantations, and then waved her hand towards the wheat field in front of her, as if a golden rain had fallen. Countless golden starlight scattered across the sky, landing on the wilted wheat seedlings in the paddy field. The next moment, the wheat seedlings grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, surpassing the growth of normal wheat seedlings, with a few even turning golden. "Wow, this is so effective." Field was astonished. No wonder the old farmers back then confidently declared that only magic and the Chosen Ones could increase food production. The immediate effect is so obvious that it's bewildering to anyone. "Phew, done." Charlotte happily wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Wow, that's amazing. My lord, please also perform a miracle for our family's farmland. I'm willing to give everything. Please grant my farmland a chance." The onlookers knelt down in a sea of astonishment, some even shedding tears of excitement as they crawled towards Charlotte's feet. But they were immediately driven away by the guards. As Field's earliest guards, the territory's guards did not hesitate and immediately blocked their path with their halberds. "Get out. Get somewhere else." The guards, utterly lacking in manners, loudly berated and drove them away. They were complete advocates of the Lord's interests. Field only forbade them from extorting money or slaughtering civilians. But in terms of character and conduct, firstly, there was no time to educate them, and secondly, due to the limitations of the era, if he played the good cop, he needed soldiers with strong intimidation skills who could play the bad cop. The people were immediately terrified by the fierce soldiers and retreated to outside the warning area. "Ahem, I will pray for all the farmland in the territory, but I must start with the adults' farmland. Please be patient." Charlotte gave an apologetic look and smiled at the people. When she caught sight of Field out of the corner of her eyes lit up, and she curled up her lips, deliberately giving off a "I'm so great" look. "That's amazing." Field walked over slowly and patted Charlotte's head. "Hee, that's right." Charlotte tilted her head and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the soil fertility is too poor, otherwise I could have increased the yield even more. Perhaps a plow can make up for it." Field drew his long sword, plunged it into the soil, bent down and gestured. "We need a heavy plow. Current farming techniques are just scratching the surface, digging only a little bit." Charlotte asked, puzzled, "Is there a reason for this?" "That's right. I've observed the land of the Empire. Without exception, every arable area is shallowly tilled fertile soil. The only thing farmers need to pay attention to is water." Field's gaze shifted to the simple farming tools beside him, and he shook his head. "Demand determines supply. Intensive farming techniques haven't been developed, which is a huge waste. After all, casually planting some land is enough to support oneself. Besides, much of the land isn't even cultivated for oneself. The yield is the Lord's business, so there's no need to put in the effort to cultivate it deeply. Therefore, we need to plow again." Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, When the territory extends to the iron mine, we will forge heavy plows. With intensive farming and your abilities, we might be able to eliminate the need for food imports altogether. I'll try my best. Charlotte pumped her fist to cheer herself up, then ran and jumped into the construction of her territory. Next time I'll have to get her a sun hat, so she doesn't get sunburned. Even though it's hard to see the sun at night, plants still grow, so I guess she doesn't get any less sunlight. Seeing her working with such energy, Field inexplicably felt a sense of guilt, suddenly feeling like a miser, and could only try his best to make amends to her. Sir, there's also the matter of the water tank. Perhaps we should dig a reservoir or pond. Just as Call had finished assigning tasks to the new slaves, he came over and brought up the matter. Chapter 160, even the beautiful and virgin Violet has betrayed and become corrupted. Sure, but we need to plan the area first. Field called Cow to his study to discuss the location of the water reservoir. Just as Field was pondering the water storage tank, Rosalia encountered an unusual situation. Thank you, alien. A soft and familiar female voice suddenly rang out behind Rosalia. You don't need to thank me, Violet. I saved you only to secure a chosen one for my lord. Rosalia turned around, exuding an elegant aura, completely different from the aura she had when she was wielding weapons. However, she muttered to herself, when did this elusive fellow appear behind me? Her perception is terrible, but luckily she has high HP and isn't afraid of being ambushed. Violet was clearly badly injured. She had been able to stand shakily, but soon she leaned against the boulder, panting heavily. Don't serve those filthy humans. They'll only use you. Enough nonsense. I've been human longer than I've been a corrupted creature. There's no need to try to sway me with ridiculous logic. I'm very satisfied with the present. Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled as she thought of her increasingly powerful territory and lord. Perhaps I'll be even more satisfied in the future. Besides, the way you really look like you've stolen a carrot with that little mouth. Rosalia, in her girl form, was clearly not very bright. Looking at the trembling Violet, she smiled wickedly and immediately began to speak out of turn. Shut up, I really don't want to talk to you. I came here to tell you something. There are fewer corrupted creatures recently, but that's only because I'm the one killing them. Violet spat out a mouthful of blood with disgust, and with a flick of her lips, she revealed the shocking news. But now I'm seriously injured, so you'd better pray for yourselves. Huh? I didn't expect that you, Violet with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray the corrupted creatures. Rosalia was momentarily stunned. She grabbed the gluttony greatsword, and her eyes sharpened. You're lying to me. It's clearly the corrupted creatures that are gathering outside Nightfall territory. That's one reason. But you have to understand that corrupted creatures have territories. Not all corruption obeys Pure White's orders, the same guy who gave me those orders before. So, don't get too complacent. Even now, their territories are still being attacked. Violet coughed up a mouthful of blood and continued. In Kaitu village, there is a group of extremely weak humans. They entered the gray fog a month ago, thinking they had established themselves, unaware that I had wiped out the nearby zombie horde. But a new zombie horde is coming soon, and they are doomed. Perhaps you can save them. After saying this, Violet turned into a pool of blood and left. Why would she help me? Is she repaying a debt of gratitude? And she doesn't seem to be siding with humans. Rosalia was full of questions. It's a pity Field isn't here. He could definitely get more useful information from her. Wait, why don't I just let her grab me? Suddenly realizing what was happening, Rosalia stomped her foot in exasperation. Damn it. Damn it. Come back here. On the other side, Field had already discussed the reservoir with Cow, and he planned to have the first army of Nightfall territory dig it, along with 2 more wells. Nightfall territory's resources were insufficient to support such a large disbanded army. By the way, I need to go to the military camp. The army structure is a mess right now. Field called Ashina, who had just returned from clearing the zombie horde, and they went straight to the military camp. The military forces of Nightfall territory need to be reorganized. The demi-humans have always been led by Ashina. Although they did not dare to rebel after Field took over, they could not be left unattended. The Nightfall commander summoned all forces except the corrupted Greatsword Master and conducted a simple count and review. Nightfall led the first army of 220 men. There are 55 guards in the territory. Ashina previously led a group of 30 wolf-like thugs, 18 demi-human cavalrymen. Summoning Lynx and the others, Field made his demands. I want to form an archer unit, composed of the wolf-like thugs I've taken in. They will need training in both longbow and shortbow. Similarly, the raiding cavalry will need to learn mounted archery. Silverclaw will serve as the captain, and he will be in charge of the entire wolf-like unit. His monthly salary will be increased from 3 silver coins to 8 silver coins. Yes, sir. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Silver Claw immediately knelt on one knee, trembling with excitement, and swore an oath. From the first army of Nightfall, select 30 outstanding and strong men. Use an elimination system to screen them layer by layer. I need to build a heavy cavalry force of 20 men. The first army will be led by Lynx, and the territory guards will be led by Iron Hammer. The monthly salary of each captain is 8 silver coins. The first army and the demi-human archers only train for half a day and work for the other half. Their first task is to dig a water storage pool. As for daily food and lodging, human and demi-human soldiers are placed together, and no one should be separated from each other or form small groups. Yes, Your Excellency. Everyone excitedly went to carry it out. Having finished everything, Field yawned and was about to catch up on some sleep when he habitually checked on Black Crow's situation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Rosalia staring straight at him, almost at zero distance. Holy crap! Field was so startled, he almost fell over. Imagine you're playing on your phone in class, and suddenly you look up to find your teacher staring at you with a death stare. Even if it's a beautiful, curvaceous teacher, such a sudden, dramatic change in demeanor would startle anyone. Rosalia laughed maliciously. Ha, scared you, huh? Didn't expect pranks to be so fun. When you come back, I'll spank you. Field was speechless. She was almost scared to death. Then I can look forward to it. Go all out then, but the premise is that you can win the chess game. As long as you beat me, you can do whatever you want with me. Rosalia giggled and licked her lips without any hesitation. There is something important, news about Kaitu Village. Don't talk nonsense. I really miss your mature and sophisticated self. Field was getting all hot and bothered by this guy. But unfortunately, he was all talk and no action. She could see him, but couldn't touch him. She simply hid back inside her greatsword. She couldn't exactly pierce through steel plates, could she? Besides, the gluttony greatsword was a divine weapon. Tell me about Kaitu Village. Rosalia recounted the story of the violet in detail. How credible is it? Rosalia asked Field after finishing her story. It looks very convincing. Could it be a trap? It should be true. If the enemy is strong enough, there's no need to go to such lengths. If the enemy is weak enough, we have nothing to fear. Field stretched comfortably. I'm curious who would come to Nightfall. Nightfall territory is ours. No one can build a village without our permission. That's illegal. We need to teach those ants the most basic rules. We should wipe them all out. Chapter 161 Kaitu Village. Rosalia was very unhappy about the encroachment on her territory and brandished her greatsword to vent her dissatisfaction. Kaitu Village seems to be undergoing some urbanization. It's time to teach them some manners. You go ahead, but don't make any rash moves. Wait for my troops to arrive before taking any further action. Well, actually I can handle it by myself, but you're the one who decides. Field wasn't afraid that she couldn't win, but he was worried that if Rosalia was allowed to perform at her best, she would treat the villagers like dessert and slaughter them all. That night, Field gathered all the demi-human cavalry in his territory, took 2 wagons filled with infantry, and 10 spare warhorses, and set off that very night. With his younger brother's assistance, the territory's warhorses were so numerous that all the soldiers could ride them. Unfortunately, only a few people know how to ride horses. The next evening, after arriving at the ruins far from Kaitu Village and resting for a night, Field led his troops slowly toward Kaitu Village. After passing through a sparse woodland filled with decaying vines, Field spotted Cabbage Village on the mini-map. Cabbage Village was one of the villages directly under the jurisdiction of Nightfall territory and had once grown beetroot for the Starry Night family. It was not far from Bull territory. Looking through the magical telescope, thanks to the peeping eyes ability, Field not only gains farsightedness, but can also see through the gray fog. Like other villages shrouded in gray fog, Beetroot Village was now a ruin, with only mottled remnants remaining. However, unlike other villages, ugly shacks had sprung up within the village, almost all built against the remains of existing houses. The outer walls were filled with scrap wood and stones to fill the gaps. Soon, 7 or 8 young men, carrying large and small bags and holding a small fog lamp, ran back to Kaitu Village in a panic, with a group of rotting corpses chasing after them. 2 men with spears stood on a low wall at the village entrance, constantly shouting and preventing them from entering. Only after the young people painfully threw their packages in first, allowing the guards to take 90% of their spoils, were they finally allowed in, wiping away tears. Soon, smoke began to rise from the territory. The villagers with spears, positioned on higher ground, stabbed the rotting corpses below. Very good. They've actually managed to establish a basic system. so there must be something we need in it. Field's eyes lit up. He knew that illiterate farmers couldn't possibly last that long, and judging from the amount of smoke rising from the chimneys in the territory, food was plentiful. The infantry, clad in armor and holding up shields, advanced slowly, while the cavalry positioned themselves on the flanks for maneuver. After fighting in one war, Field became familiar with basic battle command. My God, it's a night. What do we do? We're doomed. Mommy, wah. As soon as Nightfall's army showed its face on the outskirts of Beetroot Village, it was met with a cacophony of howls and wails. The entire village erupted into chaos, as if a hornet's nest had been doused with boiling water. Clang, clang, clang. As the alarm bells rang, the entire territory was a scene of frantic running, not to defend themselves, but to flee in panic. The men were frantically running around, accidentally knocking over shacks or other people. The women were wailing and crying, or collapsing to the ground, clutching their bundles, completely bewildered. Damn it, I'm not a bandit or robber. The villagers looked like they had seen a ghost, as if they were even more frightened than if they had seen a rotting corpse. Field gently tugged on the reins, stopping the warhorse that was galloping faster and faster. The horse, clearly possessing the blood of a warlike beast, was already excitedly preparing to charge after hearing the villagers' helpless cries. We are clearly a righteous army. Field frowned, turning to look at his own troops, whose eyes were gleaming red, their faces contorted with greed and malice. The cavalrymen were already swinging their lassos or cocking their crossbows. Field slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. They're used to robbing. They certainly don't look like good people. My lord, let us split into scouts and shoot down the guards on the city walls first. Silver Claw punched his chest, his eyes fierce. I guarantee that no creature taller than you will appear in your line of sight. They haven't learned mounted archery yet, but they can still fire a burst with crossbows, though they're not as easy to control as bows. Not yet. Keep the cavalry on alert. Field ordered his infantry to advance to within 50 meters of the village, while he himself led 6 riders to call out from a distance. I am the Baron of Nightfall, and you have invaded my territory. Provide an explanation immediately, cease resistance, and submit to me. These words immediately caused a commotion in Kaitu village. It's not Baron Mountain Monkey's army. It's all the same. When nobles kill us, do they ask for our addresses? The old villager said with a mournful face. What should we do? We absolutely cannot surrender. After a period of chaos, Kaitu village calmed down. Field waited patiently for a while, but no one answered. His patience gradually wore thin. Just as he was preparing to launch his attack, the wooden gate blocking the road in Kaitu village was moved open by the villagers. A dozen or so villagers emerged, dressed in tattered clothes and carrying crude weapons, mostly sharpened wooden sticks or rusty iron tools. Their formation was chaotic and disorganized, clearly showing they had never been tested in battle. Oh, with such weak fighting power, not only do they not surrender, but they even dare to come out of the village to fight head-on. The villagers tried their best to put on fierce expressions, and after lining up at the village entrance, they stopped advancing. Clang! The demi-human cavalrymen drew their long swords in unison, the gleaming blades radiating a cold, sharp light. Silver Claw led the cavalrymen in a slow, deliberate trot, ready to charge forward at any moment, chop off the heads of the villagers before them, and pile them into a mound of skulls as a warning to others. No, please don't act rashly. 2 men and a woman emerged from behind the villagers, their hands gesturing as they tried to calm the thunderous hoofbeats with trembling voices. Seeing the well-equipped army and the roaming cavalry, they all felt a sudden sense of relief. They dared not make a move, nor dared they fight for the village. The earthen wall, less than 2 meters high, offered no protection whatsoever. Field held the reins in one hand and a lance in the other, observing the group before him with great interest. He originally thought that other nobles had come here to develop the area, but he didn't expect that they were all villagers dressed as refugees, except for the 3 people in front of him who were dressed somewhat like human beings. However, he admired the villagers' courage in going out of the city to fight, and recruiting them as soldiers would certainly be a good idea. Who among you will explain this to me? I am a merciful man. All you need to do is obey my orders. Field scanned the 3 men's faces. They looked at each other for a long time, and finally the strongest man stepped forward, keeping his head as low as possible, and said with an awkward smile, Sir, we did not know that Nightfall had a master. Yes, now you know. Lay down your weapons and submit to me. Huh? This. When the topic of submission came up, the man lowered his head and looked awkwardly at his shoes. These shoes are just too good to be true. Chapter 162, The Vanished Girls. Ha ha. Nightfall led to a burst of laughter from the soldiers. Is this guy trying to assassinate me? Field remained calm and unaffected by the man's comical behavior. He had previously noticed that the man's left hand was waving very little and was always concealed at his side, so he guessed that the man was hiding a weapon. However, as a second-tier battle or a knight, he was not flustered at all. Sir, we are willing to compensate you for your losses, and we will move out of here in just a short time. You have some unspeakable reason for acting on your own? I'll be frank, the zombie horde is coming soon. If you don't come with me, staying here will only make you food for the rotting corpses. Field gave an angry snort. This. The burly man remained silent for a moment, gritted his teeth as if making a difficult decision, gave an awkward laugh, and turned around to wave. Two villagers grabbed a woman by the hair and dragged her over like a dead dog. When the burly man saw that Field did not move, he immediately squatted down, grabbed the woman's chin, and forced her to look up. Look, this woman is very beautiful. We offer her to you. Please let us go. The villager spat on his hand, then wiped it on the woman's face, removing a lot of the mud, and forced a fawning smile. The woman struggled fiercely. She wasn't particularly beautiful. She simply hadn't done farm work before, wore a pretty dress, and had relatively good skin. Perhaps in the villager's eyes, she was already stunningly beautiful, but to Field, who was used to seeing beautiful women, she was just another face in the crowd. Sir, help. They're all madmen, thugs. When the woman saw the knight in front of her, her eyes immediately brightened. She tried to get up from the ground, but because she was tied up, she fell headfirst to the ground and landed face-first in the dirt. What do you take me for, bandits? I'm just here to recruit you. Field frowned. He hated the behavior of betraying his own people at the drop of a hat. He impatiently glanced around and lightly swung his lance. I hate this kind of thing the most. I'm giving you a second chance. Tell me who you are, and then surrender, or die. Many villagers trembled and urinated, but surprisingly, no one ran away. The villagers stammered, My lord, my name is Grova, daughter of Baron Mountain Monkey. They are a group of rebellious thugs. Kill them immediately. The woman stumbled and rolled under Field's horse's hooves, nearly startling the horse. Fortunately, Field steadied the horse, otherwise she would have trampled it to death. Ha ha, brothers, our kidnapping of nobles has been exposed. If we don't resist, we'll die. Let's fight them. The burly man's face was deathly pale, and he laughed maniacally, as if he had made up his mind. With a roar, he pulled a dagger from his pants and thrust it straight at the enemy. This person was determined to burn his bridges. My lord, be careful. Before Field could even make a move, the demi-human knight beside him swiftly thrust out his spear, its cold light flashing and arriving in an instant. Use your strengths to attack your weaknesses, and your height to attack your low. Puff. Without any suspense, the spear pierced the man's left arm, which was holding a dagger, and exited through his chest, the spear going straight through his heart. Blood gushed from Depeng's chest, drenching the villagers behind him. The warhorse, propelled by its momentum, charged forward 2 steps. The rider casually tossed the strong man's corpse to the ground like a rag, where it twitched a couple of times, and then lay still. The whole process was as easy and comfortable as drinking water. Oh my God! The villagers had never seen anything like this before. Their initial surge of anger vanished, and they were terrified, running away in a panic, crying loudly. The knights drew their swords, preparing to leave the city, but Field waved his hand, and Silver Claw immediately understood Field's intention, shouting at the villagers, "Drop your weapons and kneel down, or you will be killed." The villagers, as if receiving a royal decree, eagerly rolled on the ground, sticking their buttocks up high, trembling with fear. The Nightfall soldiers immediately pounced, kicked away their weapons, and then caught them all like chickens. They won't cooperate unless blood is drawn. Field held a long spear and thrust it in the air in a flourish. Being a lord was easy. He had too many underlings and didn't even have a chance to make a move. However, Field felt quite pleased. Nightfall had always been at a disadvantage, and had to be wary of any force it encountered. This was the first time he had met such a weak enemy. Good. We should all kill those damn bastards. You did a great job. Grova stood up excitedly, her face full of joy. She spat and kicked the villagers on the ground repeatedly. Damn beasts. How dare you touch me with your filthy hands? That's enough. Field glanced at her. Grova raised her head. Kill them all, and I'll have my father reward you. All right, take this lady to a safe place. Field waved his hand and smiled at Grova. Please cooperate with my soldiers. Grova pouted, looking displeased, but dared not say anything more, and reluctantly followed the soldiers away. Now, you can tell us about your origins. I came here to escape Barren Mountain Monkey's exorbitant taxes, a villager said tremblingly, his eyes darting around. Sir, I truly cannot survive. It's not that I don't want to pay taxes. I'm not afraid of death. I'll be frank, it was Barren Mountain Monkey's vile wife who kidnapped our daughter. It's fair that we kidnapped her daughter. Another villager stood up. Oh, there are other people here. Field nodded, a look of confusion gradually appearing on his face. This situation seems familiar. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. Seeing that Field was not going berserk but listening, the villagers immediately began to tell him all about their reasons for fleeing to Nightfall and their experiences. It turns out that this group of people was a complex group, consisting of 3 different types of people. The villagers of Mountain Monkey territory, who kidnapped Barren Mountain Monkey's daughter, and some criminals. The one just killed by the cavalry was the leader of the criminals, and also the leader of this group. But they all had one thing in common. Their daughters had been taken away by Barren Mountain Monkey. No wonder they dared to resist. Capturing a nobleman's daughter is enough to warrant being hanged 100 times over, even though they didn't harm her. Field tilted his head and pondered for a moment before asking. Capturing a daughter. I've heard about this in Bull territory as well. Field remembered. It came from Bull territory. Ever since Baron Bull visited Barren Mountain Monkey, this damned nightmare has begun. The man who spoke first angrily waved his fist, becoming more and more agitated as he spoke, and finally roared. I will repay you in kind. What's all the noise about? Don't be rude to adults. When the Nightfall soldiers saw him yelling at the Lord, they were immediately enraged. They rushed up and slapped the man, making him spin around and fall to the ground. Field looked at the man who had calmed down. Did you get any information from that young lady? Chapter 163 Fog Light Recipe. No, that noble lady knows nothing. The man covered his swollen cheek and said indistinctly. Later, Barren Mountain Monkey led his troops to attack, and in desperation, we were forced to flee to the northern province. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm not Barren Mountain Monkey, and I have no interest in your children. You are my slaves now. Just work obediently for me, and you won't starve. Congratulations on escaping with your lives. Only an adult like us could be so kind. Silver Claw snorted coldly at the villagers, and many of them, realizing what was happening, prostrated themselves on the ground in gratitude. Having silently remembered the child's disappearance, Field had the guards tie the prisoners together with ropes so that if anyone tried to escape, they would be tripped up by someone else. Field dismounted and walked into the village of Cabbage, where the ground was littered with debris and excrement, and the stench was unbearable. Field walked over to a small pot on a stand and peered inside. Inside was a clump of something that looked like a paste, grayish-white in color, and filled with an earthy smell. What have you been eating these past few days? Field picked up a small stick and stirred it around in the container, but he still couldn't recognize what it was. It looks like Ollie Gay, a popular internet slang term for a cute or energetic person. Hey, no worries about 3 meals a day. Just eat the special small mushrooms from Shan Howling. This is a special product of our territory, square mushrooms. After one batch is eaten, we fill it with water, and another batch will grow in about half a month. The only problem is that you can't eat too many, because the more you eat, the thinner you get, and it tastes bland. Good stuff. Field's eyes lit up. He had found a special plant in this world. The villagers led the way and showed the cart loaded with square mushrooms, which were growing inside sections of hollowed-out tree trunks filled with water. Take all the mushrooms with you. Field nodded in satisfaction. These mushrooms alone made the trip worthwhile. By the way, I noticed you have a lot of fog lights. Where did they come from? Fog lights cost 25 gold coins each. I did it. I'm the worker in charge of mixing the potions. The woman spoke up from the previous 3. When I was mixing potions for the church, I heard that my daughter had been kidnapped by Barren Mountain Monkey and had not been heard from since. So I stole the precious ingredients, intending to make them myself and then sell them to find my daughter. However, there's obviously nowhere to store it. The woman took out an elegant crystal bottle from her bosom, which contained a pale white liquid. Holy crap, really? You can make this? The woman was startled by Field's reaction and took 2 steps back in a panic. I just followed the instructions they gave me step by step. I don't understand what it is or how it works. Field's pupils dilated in shock. The fog light raw materials he had been longing for were right in front of him. Once the raw material formula is deciphered, we can produce and sell our own products in the future. Okay, this one is mine. You're in charge of making the fog lights for me. After looting everything of value from Cabbage Village, Field returned to Nightfall territory. Having failed to kill anyone, Rosalia could only regretfully continue her mission. Ashina, can you smell what this is? The first thing to do upon arriving in the territory was to summon Ashina and have her figure out the materials for fog lights. Sniff, sniff. Ashina's nostrils twitched slightly, and a blush crept onto her jade-like, icy skin. With a comical smile, she said, "This is milk. What's wrong, little Field? Are you hungry? But I can't produce this, you know." Puff. Field, who was drinking tea, was relieved to have choked on his tea when he saw Ashina's expression that seemed to say, "It's better left unsaid." "This is the first time I've seen you so playful." Field wiped his mouth. "Haha, I guess it's from one of the chosen ones, because I can't smell the scent of people or animals. Combined with its ability to dispel fog, it must be from the chosen one of the holy light," Ashina explained with a serious face after teasing Field. Field felt that the world was a bit out of place. The world of H-games, right? Squeezed from the milky white snowflakes. What else? Ashina blinked and added, "It could also be another skin color." Would a nun have such a thing? The thought of those holy-looking nuns made Field's head itch. "I don't know. Other potions are added, but the most important ingredient must be milk," Ashina said with a smile. "Many products made by the Chosen Ones are related to the Chosen Ones themselves. I've heard that the Fox Clan Chosen Ones use fur to weave lucky bracelets to bring good luck to the wearer. Of course, it's fur that has fallen off their tails, not some strange place." How amazing! After thinking for a long time, Field put down the hot crystal bottle. He had a strong urge to take a small sip. Finally, he straightened his collar and said calmly, "Keep a small sample so that woman can continue making fog lights." Good. No sooner had Ashina left than the maid announced that the guards were requesting an audience. "My lord, Miss Grova wants to see you. She demands that you execute all those who kidnapped her, in the most cruel way possible. This is a matter for Nightfall, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Besides, I'm still not sure of her identity." Field put the quill back in the pen holder and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Keep an eye on her, and keep an eye on those villagers too. They've just arrived, and they're restless. Don't let them cause any trouble." "Yes, sir." The guards who received the order set off immediately. Field did not allow Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter to enter Windrise town. Instead, he arranged for her to stay in a side room in Starry Night Castle, where she was provided with only 2 meals a day and supervised by 4 guards, and was not allowed to leave the room. In fact, there's no need for guards. The entire territory is filled with corrupted greatsword masters. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will only face one fate: death. A domineering noblewoman might bring some benefits. Field was calculating his own scheme. "Wow, I'm so tired." Charlotte walked in listlessly from outside, closed the door casually, and then, like an ostrich, buried her head in the covers. "Thanks a lot." Hee. Charlotte gave a tired, silly laugh. "I blessed so much land today. No need to rush, take your time." Field called over the maid Sparrow. "Make Miss Charlotte a fresh egg tart. Oh, and make Miss Ashina a dry pot beef dish in the evening. She'll be back before nightfall." "Yes, sir." Sparrow was surprised and thought to himself, Miss Ashina's favor has not diminished. It seems that neither side can be ignored. The maids assumed that Field would be like them, focusing only on the human chosen ones. Charlotte waved her hand. "We can't be slow. We must develop quickly. I will never allow the enemy to continue to destroy our homeland." Chapter 164 Horseback Riding. When the topic of enemies came up, Charlotte immediately perked up, rolling around and protesting. "I want to learn powerful sword and spear techniques too. You went to war yesterday, didn't you? How awful. You didn't take me with you. Learning martial arts is no problem, but your logistical responsibilities are no less demanding than those of the frontline soldiers. As the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach. ABA, what grass, what horse." When the topic of military thought came up, Charlotte's mind immediately went blank, her mouth slightly agape, revealing a clear-eyed ignorance. Field covered his face. "It's all right now." "Oh." Charlotte scratched her head, her delicate feet clad in white stockings swaying slightly, her toes slightly spread apart, each toe maintaining a small gap just big enough to grip something, thus stretching the white stockings out and making them even thinner and more transparent. Hey. Charlotte chuckled to herself, fiddling with her feet, and she actually found it quite enjoyable. Territory to attend an underground ball sometime later, and also return Grova, that spoiled noblewoman, to her family. Before that, let's finish writing Sherry's reply, and then return the Survey Corps' belongings. To Miss Shirley Garcina, with best regards from Field. The brilliant sun sank into the sea, and the stars were hidden in the gray fog. The hope you left behind became the light that led the darkness into the night. When you've just finished showering, your wet hair draped over your shoulders, feeling the gentle breeze caressing you. Have you ever thought that since I can hardly smell the fragrance of flowers in the darkness, you might bring a touch of scent here? When you have some free time, please be sure to visit my Starry Night Manor. Field Ross. After finishing writing, Field chuckled darkly. Don't forget to bring a whole bunch of gold coins and supplies. That's so cheesy. Is she your beloved? Xia Luowei felt inexplicably unhappy, her face full of resentment, but she stubbornly said, I want to see how pretty she is so I can give you my opinion. This is just a literary pursuit. I have no interest in even half a copper coin from her. Field patted Charlotte's head. It's rare to find a friendly nobleman. This is a necessary diplomatic maneuver. Love rarely blossoms between nobles. It's mostly driven by considerations of interest, power, and influence. I don't believe you. I'm smart enough not to fool me. Xia Luowei breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyebrows relaxed, and she clearly believed her. Haha, it's very meaningful to get to know more noble ladies. In the future, Nightfall will be able to produce all kinds of goods, many of which are targeted at women. Thinking of gold coins, Field's eyes lit up, and he drew a big pie in the air with his hands. Don't underestimate women's purchasing power. Soap, perfume, or luxury goods will all depend on them in the future. Fine, just like how you saved Miss Grova. Pretty much. If it brings any benefits, then it's a win. Speaking of which, I should go visit her, otherwise it would be too impolite. Field tidied his desk, put away the important documents, and then smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes. Of course, it would be best if I could get some valuable information out of her. I used to think that Baron Bull was just harassing girls to satisfy his fetish. But now it seems that this is not the case. Seeing Field tidying himself up methodically, Charlotte nodded appreciatively. You are truly a nobleman. When I first met you, I thought you were only good at fighting and killing, with a mind full of bloodshed. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous and kind. Well, actually I used to be quite a homebody, and I was unkempt. I was even shy when talking to women. Field blinked and sighed. Money, power, and influence are really catalysts for people. Many times, a person looks terrible simply because they don't even have a stage to showcase themselves. You're lying to me again. You're even shy when talking to women, but I didn't sense it at all. Charlotte crossed her hands, showing no belief whatsoever. Pinched Charlotte's cheek and Field said with a smile, All right, have your egg tart. After you finish, let's go for a drive. Going for a ride? I can't ride a horse. I'm scared. What nobleman doesn't learn to ride a horse? Field was quite surprised. It's all right. I'll take you for a ride. Then you won't be afraid. All right. The cobblestone path leading to Starry Night Fortress was already completed, extremely smooth and beautiful, with wooden railings on both sides. Further to the sides, there were paved dirt roads. The gravel road is for the people. If you're riding a horse, you should walk on the dirt roads on either side, otherwise your horse's hooves will get injured. The two arrived at the stable. Come on, get on your horse. No, I dare not. Charlotte's legs trembled. It's too high. This horse is taller than me. I'll be flattened if I fall off. Field's warhorse was a magical beast bloodline warhorse obtained during the suppression of the rebellion. Although it did not reach the level of a first-order life form, it was magnificent and ran much faster than a motorcycle. Come on up. Charlotte gasped as she realized that Field had grabbed her legs and hoisted her onto the horse. Wow, no. Feeling weightless, the girl frantically grabbed at Field's head. Don't grab my head. Field was stunned. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes as two soft, feminine-scented objects were pressed hard onto his head. Then came a heavy, suffocating feeling. Ugh, let go. It's too high, I'm scared. Charlotte clung tightly to Field's head, like a giant facehugger, holding on tightly. Ugh, 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 feeling dizzy. Field knew he couldn't hesitate and immediately opened his mouth. Wow, why did you bite me there? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and Charlotte let go abruptly. Fortunately, Field, who had caught his breath, lifted her up with one hand. Otherwise, she would have fallen flat on her back. Even if it doesn't break, it would be a laughingstock for the whole world if a chosen one were to fall to their death from such a height. That was close. I almost suffocated. Field took a deep breath of fresh air and wiped away his cold sweat. This little girl was really strong. No wonder she was a farmer. Unexpectedly, she not only knows the excitement punch from the villains, but also the holding a girl in my arms move. Looking at Xia Luowei again, she clutched her chest with a wronged expression, her pitiful smile tinged with a blush, her lips parted slightly, and she exhaled a charming breath. He nervously looked around, and seeing that no one was around, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the original plan was just the two of us going for a drive, without any guards or servants. If the people had seen us, my life as a lord would have been over. He didn't want the story to spread. Shocking, Baron of the Night, nearly died from a breast attack. It hurts, Xia Luowei wanted to cry, but had no tears. She knew it was her own fault. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Field muttered, his face darkening. What can I do? I'll rub it for you. No, thanks. The girl wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Oh, you should take the carriage. Chapter 165 Noble Character. After arriving at Starry Night Castle, Field told the heartbroken Charlotte to rest, while he himself, accompanied by maids and guards, went to see Grova. Hello, esteemed lady. Please forgive the modest conditions here. Nightfall territory has limited resources, but I have done my best to provide the best treatment. Hello. Grova struck a ladylike pose, placing her hands respectfully in front of her. I was truly terrified by the thugs. Can you understand? I had just finished distributing bread to the poor and was on my way to church to pray when suddenly a dozen or so thugs barged in and roughly took me away. It's as if I'm recalling some terrible memories. Heaven have mercy, I wouldn't even dare to crush a tiny insect. Grova covered her face and wept. Well, I have deep sympathy for your tragic experience, Field said softly. Why did those bastards kidnap you? Can you tell me? I will use that as grounds for sentencing them. Oh, poor me. How could I possibly know what the thugs were thinking? Perhaps they were lusting after her beauty, or maybe they were extorting gold coins. You know, the lower classes will do anything for gold coins, unlike us, who are only doing this for noble virtues. Field almost burst out laughing. All right. She definitely knew about the monkey leader kidnapping the girl, but the villagers didn't know how to use torture to extract confessions, and they still had the illusion of returning to a normal life, so they didn't hurt her and didn't get the information out of her. Field chuckled inwardly. The villagers hadn't been disrespectful to her. Otherwise, with 30 or 40 thugs taking turns attacking, she wouldn't have stood there talking to him. Besides, many of the thugs were female villagers. They couldn't possibly be after her beauty, unless they were from Lily Village. As for gold coins, that's unlikely too. If it were really for gold coins, they wouldn't be so desperate as to hide in Nightfall. If it weren't for Violet, that corrupt traitor, protecting them, they would have become food for the rotting corpses long ago. Field wanted to ask more questions, but seeing her slightly mocking and smug expression, he knew he wouldn't get any answers. He smiled and said, Please stay in Nightfall for a few days, Mississippi. I will gather my troops and escort you out. When she heard that she would have to stay a few more days, her face turned very pale. How much longer? It'll be the end of this month soon. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, kind-hearted knight. Also, I sincerely hope you can execute those thugs. They'll only bring you trouble. Yes, no problem. Field verbally agreed and, with his servants, closed the door. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Grova's face immediately fell. She paced quickly back and forth in the room. Damn bastard. How dare you defy me and restrict my personal freedom? This place is so shabby. I want to go home. Right now. The woman slammed her fist on the bed and cursed in a small, vicious voice. Humph. You dog. I'll put up with you for 2 days. When I get home, I'll see how I torture you to death. Any normal man would immediately kneel before me and escort me in a gilded carriage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she even began to curse under her breath. However, what she didn't know was that everything she said, even in her low voice, was clearly heard by the corrupted greatsword hidden in the shadows. These special monsters, as first-order life forms, have astonishingly good hearing. That evening, the greatswordman told Field, who was designing the brick kiln, about the news. Grasp. When Field learned that he had been insulted, he immediately cursed the national treasure. What the hell? If I hadn't saved her, she would have been dead for sure. She turned around and was ready to bite me. Not only did she not repay my kindness, but she also cursed me. Field was very unhappy. He paced back and forth in the study, drew his long sword and pondered for a moment, then calmly sheathed it. No, killing her like this is too easy for her. She's eaten several meals from me. How about, after interrogating them, we just give them to the villagers as a reward, and then have them get pregnant at high intensity for 24 hours to increase the population of the territory. How perverted. Field was so angry that he started having wild thoughts, but he quickly dismissed the bizarre idea. No, I can't be like those perverts. Besides, those women only give birth to bad babies, right? Dong dong. There was a knock on the study door. My lord, your tea has arrived. A maid's voice came from outside. Hold on. Waved to the corrupted greatswordsman who was kneeling on one knee, and the greatswordsman stood up and jumped out of the window. But if you looked closely, you could see the black corrupted battle aura on his palm, sticking to the wall. He looked like a giant spider, crawling along the wall. If the people saw this, they would be terrified. Field cleared his throat. Please come in. The maid who came in was the new maid, Geranium. She carried a tray, took a deep breath, walked slowly to the table, put down the teacup, and carefully adjusted the position of the rim. My lord, Is there anything else you need? Zhu Kuei asked in a slightly expectant voice, rubbing her knees together. That's all. I'll call you if I need anything else. Field took out a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and intended to write down the steps and precautions for firing bricks. Suddenly remembering something, he waved to the disappointed maid who was leaving and said, Wait. What do I need to do? Geranium was overjoyed and seemed ready to take off her clothes at the slightest provocation. I suddenly remembered a recipe for a drink. Tell the chef the recipe and let him help me study it. Ah, okay. The maid was extremely embarrassed. First, boil some tea leaves with water. Then, pour the brewed tea into milk and sugar and continue boiling. Finally, add a little cheese and salt. That's it. Have Mr. Plate try it a few times. I never force anyone to do it right the first time. Hiss, my lord, this milk tea is too expensive. Geranium exclaimed in surprise. Sugar and salt are expensive enough, let alone tea. The Griffin Empire hardly cultivates tea, and the few tea trees that exist are rare treasures in the royal gardens. Therefore, the price of tea is measured in gold coins. Yes, it's very expensive. Tell the chef to be careful. After the maid left, Field wrote, Cultivate tea trees on his Nightfall development plan. The cost is very high, but I need to master this technology first, so that I can have it readily available if I ever need it. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. It's impossible to fill your mind with achievements from various professions in your past life. Knowing the general direction is enough. Leave the implementation to the people. It's exhausting to use both your hands and brain, and it could arouse suspicion from those with ill intentions, which would be disastrous, since there is magic here after all. Speaking of which, it's time to introduce some incentive measures. Field continued to add to the development plan. If you discover unfamiliar stones and plants, submit them to the Lord, and they are identified as valuable, you can receive rewards of coins and food. Chapter 166 Niche. Late at night, Rosalia, holding Black Raven, casually found a large tree and curled up on a branch. The chains of the Gluttony Greatsword were woven into a nest shaped like a bird's nest. Even corrupted creatures need rest and to clear their minds. If she thinks for too long, she loses control and starts making outrageous statements. Corruption, my kind. A clear, cool female voice echoed in my ears. Rosalia suddenly opened her eyes. The Gluttony Greatsword appeared in her hand, and she quickly moved to a new position, her alert eyes scanning the surroundings. What's that sound? Am I hallucinating? Rosalia patted her head. However, the voice commanded again. Fellow citizens of Nightfall, gather in Starry Night City. Who left their public channel microphone on? The Nightfall Fellowship, gather in Starry Night City. Rosalia frowned and looked around. The rotting corpses that had been wandering aimlessly suddenly seemed to have turned on, roaring and running quickly towards Starry Night City. Damn it, there are corrupted chosen ones controlling them. They're definitely after the territory. It's a pity I don't have the ability to control the corpses. Rosalia gritted her teeth. Even before she was bound by the contract, she couldn't control the corpses. Rosalia casually shredded the approaching corpse and shook Black Raven twice. Field, wake up, the situation has changed. Seeing that the Black Crow did not react, Rosalia directly injected divine power and forcibly activated the empathy magic. Rosalia whispered, if you don't reply in 3 seconds, you'll have to be my foot slave. Rosalia was smug. Haha, he definitely can't hear me. Wait 3 seconds, then shouted him loudly. What do you want? Field was startled, opening his sleepy eyes, but still mumbled a reply. If you don't rest, you'll really become an idiot. I'm perfectly sober right now. The chosen of corruption is gathering corpses, so you'd better prepare in advance. Rosalia pouted. I'm coming back to defend my territory now. The enemy should be a commander-type guy, and his level should be about the same as mine. Upon hearing this news, Field was wide awake and sat bolt upright in bed. What's going on? This is so sudden. It's likely that there's a vacancy in Nightfall's ecological niche. After Acorn was killed, the corrupted chosen from other places took over Nightfall and are subduing the corrupted creatures here. The good news is that her control is limited. Rosalia clearly saw that a first-tier corrupted creature simply shook its head and left on its own. Okay, I got it. Be careful. Of rotting corpses is the most deadly form of damage to territory. Phew, life is unpredictable. It came so suddenly. I finally had a few days of peace farming. The plan to take over Starry Night City must be put on the agenda. This city is a ticking time bomb. Field shook his head, casually put on his coat, and shouted, Ashna, gather the army. The next day, Field mobilized the Nightfall Territory's combat forces. Clang. The dull tolling of bells echoed through Starry Night Manor. Field, clad in 2 layers of iron armor, stepped out of the gate. The Nightfall Territory's fighting force was already assembled. The old guards, accustomed to fighting corpses, were eager to try, their sharp eyes fixed on Field, awaiting their lord's orders. My lord, there are approximately 3,000 rotting corpses gathering at the post station outside Starry Night City, their target being the main gate of Starry Night Manor. They are probably preparing to attack Windrise Town. 1,000 rotting corpses are advancing from the direction of the logging camp through the eastern forest area. Reporting to my lord, a large number of rotting corpses have been discovered in the direction of Starry Night Fortress, and the exact number is difficult to determine. The cavalryman went back and forth, constantly relaying information to Field. It seems our new friend has a unique way of greeting people, being so impatient. Field's anger flared up. I haven't even come to you yet, and you've already delivered yourselves to my door. If you won't let me farm, then so be it. Huh? How come there are so many rotting corpses? We were having a smooth trip here. We're doomed. Should we run away? The newly captured villagers trembled with fear. They had been well protected by Violet before, and this was the first time they had ever seen such a scene. Trying to escape? Lightning cyclone, oh no. Field cleared his throat. 2 guards, take the new slaves to dig trenches. Whoever slacks off will be whipped, and whoever tries to escape will be killed. The wisest course of action is to send all these utterly disloyal and naive individuals to dig holes. Leaving them in the territory is like setting them on fire. Field spurred his horse and roared at the remaining soldiers and conscripted young men. Do you know what those rotting corpses are here for? To eat people. If you don't fight, they will devour you, your family, and destroy everything we've built. 5 villagers brought a cartload of tools. Young men, go dig trenches and build temporary wooden walls. Soldiers, obey my command and hold the line to the death. We will defend this position to the death. The soldiers raised their arms and shouted, raising their swords and guns. We will defend this position to the death. The people were also ignited with fighting spirit, and the shouts of hundreds of people soared into the sky. Ashina's eyes were sharp. With a casual flick of her spear, she unleashed a dozen or so spear flowers. I have to make those dead people die again. Very good, Ashina. You lead the Earth Guards to wipe out the rotting corpses in the logging camp. Today's soldiers are no longer a burden to the Chosen Ones. They can greatly alleviate the pressure. Yes, sir. Ashina didn't waste any words and led her troops toward the logging camp. The rest of you, follow me to Fengqi Town to meet the enemy coming from the post station. My lord, there are many enemies coming from Starry Night Fortress. Is our main force? Link stepped forward and asked cautiously. I have other plans. The corpses in Starry Night Fortress are more than enough for the great swordsman to handle. Besides, Starry Night Fortress has extremely strong defenses, and there are no people or products there, so there's no need to worry about any losses. The key is Windrise Town. Under the leadership of their respective commanders, the soldiers marched in relatively orderly fashion in all directions. In the open space in front of the outer wall of Starry Night Manor, nearly 100 able-bodied men, including both slaves and free men, were digging pits with all their might. They were gathered together, a rare sight, wielding shovels and scooping up piles of soil, which they then piled up on the open space. There were also able-bodied young men on the open ground who would push the soil into walls. Although the defense was almost zero, as long as they could stop the rotting corpses for even a minute, they would be considered successful. Rosalia chose to hide in the greatsword and carry it on Field's back. Although she could quickly eliminate the weaker enemies, it was best not to use her trump card before knowing the enemy's exact strength. After all, the other party seems to be intelligent, so it's best to be cautious. This is a good opportunity to test the effect of the trench. Chapter 167, Tide of Corpses, I. A hiding place somewhere in the gray fog. Surrounded by several twisted monsters, a beautiful figure was hidden among them. She casually played with the sky-blue magic orb in her hand, and a 3-dimensional map of the entire Nightfall territory appeared on it. Where are the second-tier chosen ones of humanity? Why didn't they come? My lord, could they have killed Acorn with the help of soldiers? The one who answered was a mage dressed in black robes, with fingers as withered as twigs. He was severely hunched over, and looked like an old witch from a fairy tale. If there are enough soldiers, killing the chosen one is not impossible, especially since they have city defense ballistae. Within the magic orb, the ballista being erected at the territory's gate is clearly visible. No, I've observed the battlefield where the Acorn fell. The battle was clean and efficient. The enemy has warriors or assassins among their chosen ones. We can't act rashly. Let's observe how they deal with the zombie horde first. The woman hidden in the shadows reached out and stroked the magic orb as if caressing her cheek, and said coldly, "The more power we force out of the enemy, the better. Food 1, move the fog lamp further away. The power of the holy light makes me feel nauseous." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, the monk trembled and slowly took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with even greater fear and despair. Who would have thought that a human mage like himself would now be forced to obey corrupted creatures? "You're next, so you'd better be prepared." The monk was so frightened that he almost dropped his staff and turned to run away. Fortunately, the woman said gently, "If you take over this territory, they will be ahead of you in the queue, and you might become food number 1,000. Yes, your subordinate will do everything in his power." The monk knelt deeply on the ground. Temporary fortifications in front of Starry Night Manor were under construction, while Field, on the watchtower behind the stone wall, looked into the distance and soon saw a throng of rotting corpses surging towards them. Then, one of the lone figures ran forward. "This is a messenger of the rotting corpse?" Field asked, puzzled. Once the rotting corpse entered the range of the fog lights, it very humanely raised its hands and slowly walked over. The demi-human archer standing on the stone wall immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow. "Wait, it seems to have something to say." Field crossed his arms, curious about what the other person was going to say. "Hello, humans." As expected, it's an intelligent enemy who can control corpses. Field's eyes lit up, and he immediately mobilized his battle chi. His voice, amplified by the battle chi, made the air buzz. "Hello, Miss who controls corpses. Please state your purpose." "I do it to get food," the corpse replied, "just like humans kill cattle and sheep." "I'm sorry, but I disagree. Your actions were like a leopard trying to ambush a lion." Field crossed his arms. "Don't make killing humans seem like a perfectly legitimate thing to do. Corrupted creatures can live just fine without killing people." "Hee hee, an interesting idea, but I have the wisdom, and I'd rather do business with you." Oh, this was the first time Field had ever met such an interesting guy. "Offer me 20 people every month, and a whole village every year for my harvest. I will not only refrain from unleashing a zombie horde, but I will also provide you with protection and help you transport supplies." The rotting corpse stretched out its decaying tongue and licked its lips. Undoubtedly, the entity controlling it was doing the same thing. Hiss. Field was shocked, his scalp tingled, and he thought to himself, "This guy actually knows how to raise livestock scientifically. We must take them down. If we can't, we'll kill them. If this guy grows up, he'll definitely unleash a catastrophic corruption." "Isn't that a great suggestion?" the corpse asked expectantly. "You son of a bitch, Arminus. If I don't chop you to pieces today, you won't know what a black hand is." Field casually took the bow and arrows from the side. The bow is like a crescent moon, the arrow like a shooting star. Whoosh. The shot missed. The arrow was far from its target, but luckily there was a large patch of rotting corpses in the distance, so the arrow only killed one unlucky fellow, which was barely considered shameful. "How embarrassing. I forgot my archery skills are mediocre." Field was speechless. "I've been ruined by wine and women. From now on, I'll abstain from alcohol." "Excellent, sir. Your archery is superb." They managed to hit it from that far away. Amazing. Some of the soldiers nearby were quick-witted and started flattering him without even looking. "You'll regret this. The power of the Corpse Legion will crush you into dust." After the corpse finished speaking, it paused for a moment. Then its eyes flashed with ferocity as it lunged forward. A loudspeaker rang out, and the charging, rotting corpses were shot down by crossbow bolts. "Heh, can't even do Legion enhancement. Clearly not Tier 3. You're a pushover." Field patted the crossbow in his hand. "This thing is simpler. According to known information, when a Chosen One reaches the 3rd tier, the Chosen Mark will undergo a qualitative change. During battle, the mark of a commander-type Chosen One strengthens the Legion he leads, and the Legion also feeds back its power to the Chosen One. This is the power of a commander. Combat-oriented Chosen Ones who specialize in a particular type of unit, such as Ashina, only provide buffs to cavalry and only benefit from cavalry-based buffs. However, they generally possess considerable one-on-one combat abilities. Only those chosen by God, who possess the triple blessings of an army, territory, and lord, are in their complete state. Thinking about those things is too far off. Right now, we're all noobs, so who's afraid of who?" Field stopped thinking about those things. He hadn't even seen a first-tier corpse, so he wasn't afraid at all. The battle flags fluttered wildly in the stench of the wind, and hordes of dark gray, rotting corpses began to surge toward the outer walls of the manor. The dense sound of footsteps and the eerie growls emanating from the corpses created an overwhelming sense of oppression. The able-bodied men retreat behind the stone wall, and split into two teams. One team loads the crossbows, and the other continues digging trenches. The army advances and forms ranks behind the trenches. The cavalry circles around to the rear of the corpses and uses angled tactics or rear attacks. Field gave bold instructions. Nightfall led the first army to complete their formation behind the trenches, their long spears resembling a field of reeds. Each 10-man commander continuously issued orders, commanding the soldiers to hold their ground. Only 300 or so, the corrupted chosen one, hidden in the distance, sneered. 3,000 against 300, the advantage is in my hands. Just finish speaking. Field brandished his spear. Crossbows fire. Boom. The city's crossbows fired first, 5 cannons firing in a row straight out, carving out 5 straight bloody paths through the horde of corpses. That was awesome. It wasn't for nothing that I abandoned a bunch of loot to bring this back. Field pumped his fist excitedly. Archers, prepare. The wolf archer immediately drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and drew his bow. Volley. As soon as the rotting corpses entered the range of the arrows, a series of crisp bowstring snaps rang out, and a mass of corpses exploded, followed by the sound of arrows piercing the air. Unarmored, rotting corpses were, in the end, just a bunch of terrifying-looking mobs. Chapter 168 Zombie Horde, Part 2. A rain of arrows fell, and the densely packed, rotting corpses instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless unfortunate souls were tripped over by their comrades' corpses and trampled to death. Nightfall territory is filled with powerful bows and heavy arrows, not weak hunting bows. The horde of zombies even reached the defensive line. They were hit by 3 consecutive waves of dense arrow rain. Roar. Braving the relentless long-range fire, the rotting corpses rapidly approached the temporary defensive line. Cavalry charge. Charge. A frenzied roar erupted from behind the corpses, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves. The demi-human cavalry and the newly formed cavalry, though numbering less than 50, had a force that overwhelmed thousands of corpses. The distance of tens of meters passed in the blink of an eye. The galloping warhorse crashed heavily into the back of the horde of corpses. Before the rotting corpses could even turn their heads, their backs made a teeth-grinding, crunching sound. Many corpses were knocked down or stabbed over with spears, and all that awaited them were the heavy hooves of horses. The rotting corpses, realizing what was happening, tried to retaliate, but the cavalry had already turned their horses around and retreated, then regrouped to prepare for the next rear charge. During the previous campaign to quell the rebellion, it was already unthinkable for the governor to have cavalry charge the infantry square head-on. Field would never make such a mistake. Those wretched cavalrymen are nothing but corrupted creatures, not vermin that can be easily manipulated. After seeing everything through the magic orb, the woman said coldly, "Corrupted hounds, drive away the human cavalry." The corpses of the rotting corpses paved a bloody path. Silver Claw, wielding a long sword, led his cavalry into the rear of the rotting corpses for the 3rd time. With sweeping and powerful strokes of his longsword, he instantly cut down 2 tall rotting corpses. The surrounding corpses immediately pounced on them from all directions. Such a fast reaction speed. A hint of doubt flashed in Silver Claw's eyes. It's like they have eyes in the back of their heads. However, such an encirclement and attack did not deter him at all. He gripped the horse's belly with his silver claws, drew the iron spear from his side, glanced at it quickly, and then swiftly thrust the spear in different directions, cleanly and neatly killing several rotting corpses before bursting out. Woof woof. Before he could catch his breath, a small pack of blackish-gray, decaying dogs, drooling disgustingly, appeared out of nowhere and chased after the knights. Whenever the warhorses stopped, the dogs would leap up and tear at them. Left with no other option, the cavalry had to deal with the pack of dogs first. Without cavalry to hold them back, the main force of the rotting corpses quickly rushed to the trench, howling as they charged forward. Raise your spears. Do not retreat without permission. Field dismounted from the city wall, mounted his warhorse, and rode from the gate to the side of the army formation. I will fight alongside you. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers simultaneously raised their spears horizontally, their eyes fixed on the terrifying face magnified before them. Puff, puff. There was no need to make any assassination attempts. The rotting corpses lined up and crashed into him like tiny insects on a summer road, frantically flying at his face. In an instant, strings of rotting corpse-themed candied hawthorns were freshly made. More corpses jumped into the dug trenches, which, though not deep, greatly hindered their progress. The soldiers, standing on top, could easily puncture the corpses' heads. Buzz. The city's ballistae opened fire again, and the archers fired indiscriminately, leaving blood everywhere. A large, decaying corpse grabbed the spear and dragged a soldier down, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Heh, be afraid, run away. Corrupted Chosen One, Ophelia, smiled confidently. They're finished. The human mage beside him shook his head regretfully. Only the knights and the royal guard have high morale. The militia that are conscripted are nothing but cannon fodder that will collapse at the first touch. In his view, the next step would be for the terrified soldiers to drop their weapons and run away. He had seen this situation with his previous companions. Being attacked by enemies many times their size was a huge test of one's mentality. However, they clearly underestimated the power of university military training. Even with the most basic modern military training, the soldiers trained still possess an incredibly high level of obedience. Even when wielding a spear, their combat effectiveness far surpasses that of soldiers with the same training duration, not to mention their diet is far superior to that of civilians. As soon as the soldier in front died, the soldier behind immediately stepped forward resolutely and stabbed the rotting corpse that had crawled out of the pit back down. The number of corpses disappeared like snowflakes, but they could hardly advance any further. The human army's formation exerted a force greater than the sum of its parts, with spears covering each other and forming an impenetrable wall. Is that all? Can't even touch the city wall. Field gathered his fighting spirit into his heavy lance, and with a whistling sound, slammed it into the horde of corpses, instantly blowing off 7 or 8 heads. He smirked slightly. You can't even handle spears? If you switch to iron bars. No, I mean, muskets, you'd be sent flying to heaven on the spot, wouldn't you? Despite saying this, Field showed no sign of underestimating the enemy. At most 10 minutes, we'll have to retreat behind the wall. Unfortunately, the wall is too low and too long. It's better to use multiple layers of defense. While defending the city walls is good, the walls of the large manor are too long, and the troops are not enough to cover all the areas. With a flash of golden light, Field drew his iris longsword with his left hand. With a longsword in one hand and a spear in the other, Field relied on his second-tier battle aura to charge into the horde of corpses and slaughter them madly. Before his battle aura was exhausted, killing the rotting corpses was like playing Dynasty Warriors. The intense battle was clearly visible to Ophelia through the magic orb, and her initially indifferent expression gradually turned to one of doubt and confusion. The mage was dumbfounded and said, "This shouldn't be the case. Soldiers with signs of battle shouldn't have such a strong fighting spirit. Interesting. No wonder they can survive in a corrupt world." Ophelia spun the ball again, looking at the other 2 battlefields. Ashina and the corrupted Greatsword Master both used the terrain to their advantage and firmly blocked the zombie horde's attack. "Perhaps we should send a stronger force to attack," the mage said obsequiously. "If you, Master, were to cast a buff on the horde, everything would be fine." "No, my level is the same as the enemy's Chosen One. Every piece of information and divine power must be used precisely." Ophelia directly rejected the mage's suggestion. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye, and long, sharp claws suddenly shot out from her fingertips as she demanded sharply, "Who's there?" "Hello, powerful fellow human. I was inspired by you last night, and I also want to conquer human cities." She turned on the microphone for the entire Nightfall channel, and even a corrupted creature could hear her. Violet emerged from the decaying forest, placing her hands behind her back with an innocent expression. Her youthful face looked pitiful yet sincere, though her complexion was deathly pale and the gruesome wounds on her body were still throbbing. She craned her neck to try and see Ophelia hiding among a bunch of corrupted creatures, but was blocked by a second-tier corrupted creature. "That's wonderful. Your addition has greatly balanced the scales of power." Chapter 169 Zombie Horde, Part 3. Ophelia smiled happily. "You're just right to deal with that demi-human, Chosen One. I never expected that among corrupted creatures, there would be such a clever person as you who knows how to assess the situation. I'm very pleased. It would be my pleasure." Violet's lips curved into a beautiful smile, her long dress fluttering as she tilted her head and inquired, "Shall we go now?" "Yes, prioritize killing the soldiers. Don't get too entangled with the enemy Chosen Ones. We have plenty of time to slowly wear them down. Once the soldiers are exhausted, we can use the zombie horde to wear down the enemy Chosen One's stamina." Ophelia flashed a confident smile, like a demon king. "I firmly believe that this is the most correct decision." "That's truly remarkable." Violet leaned back slightly. "It's an honor to fight for you. It's a wise decision. You take this." A scroll was thrown out of the shadows. "This is a 3rd-tier defensive spell. Use it when you encounter danger." Ophelia was very generous. "Fight for me." and I will not treat you unfairly. Yes, I will always be loyal. Violet crossed her fingers in front of her chest, tears welling in her eyes, and nodded firmly before setting off. In the blink of an eye, Violet arrived at the logging camp. It's rare to see rotting corpses in the logging camp. The ground is covered with a thick layer of ashes that feels soft and greasy underfoot. A second-tier corpse, following behind dozens of ordinary corpses, passed through the obstacles set up by the guards, baring its teeth excitedly, as if it could see countless pieces of flesh waiting for it to devour. Then, they were greeted by eerie blue dragon flames. The second-tier corpse, still running, was identified by Ashina and killed with 2 arrows. The corpse fell heavily to the ground, rolling 7 or 8 meters before stopping, and the ferocity in its eyes gradually faded. Long live. The rotting corpses in the direction of the logging camp were completely disintegrated. The exhausted guards erupted in a deafening roar. Phew, the defensive battle was exhausting. We couldn't let the rotting corpses get into our territory. Thankfully it's over. Time to go support Lord Field. Ashina wiped the sweat from her brow. Her wolf ears drooped listlessly. She was better suited for offense and guerrilla tactics. The endless stream of rotting corpses drained her divine power, prompting the black wolf to breathe fire and annihilate them. Demi-human, damn it. Violet's cool voice suddenly rang out. Ashina, hearing the sound, located the enemy and immediately fired an arrow. Her brow furrowed slightly. Although she had prepared for a strong enemy, she was unwilling to retreat easily and allow her territory to suffer losses. Violet's body twisted and turned into a pool of blood. She easily dodged the attack and arrived in front of Ashina in a few flashes. Die! Violet roared and brought her blood-red scythe down. Clang! A flash of silver light appeared, and Ashina's spear steadily blocked Violet's scythe. It's you? Ashina was bewildered. She had heard about Violet's betrayal before, and now she had encountered her again, which was quite unexpected. Listen to me, demi-human, I have important news to tell you. Violet still maintained her fierce expression, but spoke in a very low voice. Your opponent, the corrupted chosen one Ophelia, is hiding in the border area between nightfall and dawnfall. Ashina was confused for 3 seconds. She could sense that Violet had no intention of fighting, and her attacks were weak and ineffective. Also, that guy seems to have a bunch of human subordinates, which is really interesting. Okay, but why are you helping us? And why are you being so mysterious? Ashina subconsciously whispered in response. Violet showed no awareness of being corrupted and revealed everything. Because Ophelia has excellent reconnaissance and situation control abilities, she can see what we are doing. I understand. The two exchanged blows in perfect unison for dozens of rounds. I'll eat you up another day. Violet suddenly clenched her fist, and the blood-red scythe in her hand instantly turned into blood. With a flick of her wrist, the blood was drawn back into her hand. After saying that, Violet disappeared from Ashina's sight. Strange fellow. Oh well, corrupted creatures are just incomprehensible. Ashina shook her head and curled her lip in disdain. I hate traitors the most, but this news is very important to the adults. On the main battlefield, Nightfall's army had retreated behind the city walls and was beginning a brief rest. Nightfall's army suffered very few losses, but human strength is not limitless. After fighting for so long, every soldier was soaked to the bone, like a drowned rat. Hopefully this low wall can hold them off for a while longer. Field panted heavily, his second-tier battle aura almost completely depleted, though he had killed 200 or 300 rotting corpses. If that doesn't work, I'll have to use the Gluttony Greatsword. Engaging the enemy in this state will inevitably result in a very high casualty rate. Field had already surmised, through the fact that his cavalry was being targeted, that there were unseen eyes watching the battlefield. Therefore, he didn't want to reveal his hand unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the patched manor walls halted the advance of the zombie horde. Even after losing nearly 2,000 companions, the rotting zombies maintained their morale at 100% and charged forward relentlessly. Soon, outside the manor walls, the rotting corpses began to pile on top of each other, using their companions' strength to climb the walls. Prepare the crossbows. Field remained expressionless, his face as calm as ever. Don't shoot those on the wall. Wait until they land before attacking. One of the great advantages of the crossbow is that it requires little effort. Even if the soldiers are exhausted, they can still pull the trigger without any problem. As for cocking the gun, that can be left to the able-bodied men. Ready, release. Before he could finish speaking, a straight, dark blue plume of smoke swept across the area. The small mountain of smoke piled up outside the wall was instantly ignited, and countless figures struggled and writhed in the flames until they turned into a pile of ashes. Lady Ashina has arrived. The soldiers roared like a tsunami. Ashina immediately controlled the Black Wolf, crashing into the remaining horde of corpses like a cannonball, charging left and right like a wolf among sheep, instantly turning the place into a river of blood. Field smiled slightly and roared. Do you have the strength now? Yes, the soldiers cheered. Take back the walls. Kill all the corpses. Field charged straight out. Kill. After killing the rotting corpses that crawled in, the group climbed onto the wall and used crossbows to support Ashina. Around 2 p.m., the group rushed out of the manor again. At this time, there were only scattered, decaying corpses outside the manor, scattered and unable to gather into a large group. The rotting corpses were everywhere, completely blocking the ditches outside the walls. The battle is nearing its end. We're here to help. 2 figures suddenly emerged from the gray mist, a mage dressed in black robes, and a handsome young man dressed as a warrior. First-tier magic missile, first-tier combat skill, sword light, flash strike. The 2 immediately engaged in battle, mercilessly slaughtering the few remaining rotting corpses. Oh, there's actually a force from outside the territory helping us. Could it be adventurers? Chapter 170 Zombie Horde, Part 4. Field's eyes lit up, but he glanced at the map instinctively. His initial surprise vanished instantly, replaced by a furrowed brow. He looked back and forth between the mini-map and the 2 people in front of him, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Why are they marked with red exclamation marks? It seems they're hostile towards me. Strange, when did I offend them? The 2 swiftly and efficiently killed a large number of rotting corpses. They attacked the zombie horde in Nightfall territory, completely disintegrating it. The pile of corpses gathered together, creating gushing streams of filthy blood. The dark purple blood practically flowed into a small creek. Hello, we are adventurers, and we mean no harm. The handsome young man plunged his broadsword into the pile of corpses, and a bright smile spread across his resolute face. When we saw the rotting corpses attacking you, we couldn't help but intervene. Humans should help each other. Thank you very much. Field nodded and smiled, but before he could say anything else, Ashina tugged at his sleeve. Ashina winked at him, then carefully leaned closer and recounted the information about Violet. Oh, they actually have human subordinates? Then the appearance of these 2 is too much of a coincidence. Ashina's crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Just in case, I'll go and kill them. No rush. Field pondered for a moment, smiled confidently, and looked at Ashina's wet hair, feeling a pang of heartache. You rest first, I have other plans. The 2 men outside the manor were growing increasingly anxious as Field remained silent. Please open the door, we'd like to buy some food. Well, that's nothing. Field jumped onto the city wall. You throw the money in, and I'll throw the food out. The 2 looked at each other, and both saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Isn't that too cowardly? We've worked so hard for nothing. The mage shook his head with a wry smile, then called out in a slightly angry and aggrieved tone. We want to come in and rest for a couple of days, sir. Please, for the sake of humanity, let us in. It's not impossible, but I can't be sure if you're good people. Go straight from here, and you'll reach Starry Night City, which is full of monsters. Bring me the heads of 200 ordinary corpses and 10 first-tier corpses, and I'll let you in immediately. Don't try to fool me. I only want freshly killed corpses. Field pulled out a handkerchief, wiped the sticky blood off his hands, and then began to wipe the longsword at his waist. He was certain that the 2 people in front of him still harbored the same hostility towards him. Damn it, this man-eating monster who doesn't spit out the bones. The handsome young man was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He tried several times to draw his sword and charge forward, but when he saw the powerful bows and crossbows in the soldier's hands, he immediately gave up. He was only a first-level Chi warrior and couldn't withstand more than a few crossbow bolts before being riddled with holes. Calm down, Leshchek. The mage grinned as he looked at the gritting Leshchek. Nobles are all like this. It would be strange if they let us in so easily. But, master's orders. Shoo, the mage felt a chill run down his spine. Don't mention any keywords. She's placed a spell on us. If we say certain words, our brains will explode like a rotten watermelon. The mage clenched and then relaxed his 5 fingers, demonstrating to Leshchek what it meant to explode. All right, then what if we actually attack the corpse and she gets angry, Mr. Judah? No, based on my experience of surviving for so long. The mage wiped the cold sweat from his brow, straightened his back with his staff, and tried his best to make his voice louder. He shouted to Field on the city wall, "We will do it. Don't forget to keep your promise." Field shrugged. Of course, my nickname is the first truth, goodness and beauty in the north. Left with no other option, the 2 went to hunt down the rotting corpses. Watching the 2 figures disappear, Field touched his nose. It felt really fun to issue a quest, like impersonating a game NPC for a bit. Should I kill them when they come back? Ashina twitched her wolf ears. You don't need to lift a finger. I'll squeeze every last drop of value out of them. However, I have another important task for you, which I'll explain later. Field turned his attention to the army. The lynx. I'm here, sir. The lynx immediately ran over. Arrange for soldiers to patrol here, and the rest of you to take turns resting. Call Tate over, organize the people, and burn all the corpses outside the manor. The stench is disgusting. Yes. The lynx immediately and efficiently carried out the task. As night fell, the territory remained brightly lit, with torches everywhere, their flames dispelling the fear of the people. Little sister, you seem a little different than before. Loosen the pile of burning firewood, while above the flames sat a steaming bowl of wheat porridge with diced cured meat inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kuroba puffed out his cheeks and blew air into the fire. I've discovered something very interesting. Blowing air into a fire actually makes it burn even brighter. Kuroba smiled gently at her older sister, then asked in confusion, Different? How is it different? I have grown a little taller, but I'm still not as tall as you, sister. I understand. Bayu looked her sister up and down. At this moment, she was completely different from her usual timid and hesitant self. She snapped her fingers. You get especially excited when it comes to war. Don't you realize it? Oh, because there will be delicious food. Kuroba scratched his head, sticking out his little tongue shyly, and said, We don't usually get to eat meat, except when there's a war. I wish I could join the Nightfall Territories army, where we'd have good food every day. Besides, I really want to repay the Lord. Don't have such bad thoughts. Her sister gave her a sharp rebuke without any mercy. She lowered her voice and said, Nobles are all bad people, and their armies are even worse. Everything now is a deception. Once they've used us up, things will only get worse. Okay. Kuroba covered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Hey, what are you two little brats doing? Is the porridge ready yet? A middle-aged woman in an apron hurried over. Don't be lazy. The men are building wooden fortresses. If they don't have dinner, they won't have the energy to work. The Lord says the zombie horde isn't just one wave, and we need to strengthen our defenses, the woman said angrily, hands on her hips. Curse those damned rotting corpses. Any sheeptail, we've already cooked the porridge. The two girls answered immediately. Well done, kids. Auntie will give you extra portions later. The woman pinched the two little faces, then carefully used a wooden stick to pour the porridge from the pot into the rice bucket. I'm going to deliver the food now, so don't wander off. Chapter 171 The Surprise Attack, Part 1. Dawnfall Territory, once known as the land where the Empire's sunrise began, is located in the far west of the Empire, bordering the mysterious sea. It has built countless inland sea warships for the Imperial Navy, and its soldiers are skilled in naval warfare, having killed countless mermaids, sea creatures, and ocean elves. Of course, that's all in the past now. Dawn Territory and Night Territory lies a pass, now reduced to ruins, where rotting corpses wander aimlessly. These two good-for-nothings are ruthless when it comes to killing my own kind. Ophelia looked at the two people in the orb with disgust. They were working hard to kill the rotting corpses, and the sight of the rotting corpses bursting with fluid made her tremble with anger. Humph, I'll spare you for now, but once I take over this territory, the first two I'll kill are you two. His snow-white hands, clenched so tightly the veins bulged, showed no more interest in the scene. Bored, he buried his head in the pile of gold coins on the table. Few gold coins are so great, so hard and crunchy. Sigh, why isn't Violet back yet? That kind-hearted and loyal little thing. She clearly wasn't defeated. It's a pity my spies can't monitor the entire Nightfall Territory. Ophelia rested her chin on her hand, worried about her fellow human beings. Suddenly, a feeling of palpitation welled up inside me, as if an invisible hand was squeezing my heart. Alert triggered, enemies are approaching. Ophelia carefully gathered the gold coins into the treasure chest, then took out the magic orb. Her face was grim, and her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? That lord actually came to find me on his own initiative. Wait, how did he know I was here? Field sat atop Ashina's giant wolf, draped in a black cloak, and sped through the night. I've got it. Violet was right. The enemy is hiding nearby. A red dot suddenly appeared at the edge of the map, indicating that Ophelia had entered the detection range of the mini-map. Any chosen one who has not been bound by a contract will be detected on the mini-map. Taking the hits passively has never been my style. If you dare to attack my territory, don't let me catch you. Sister, head to the left front. The enemy is hiding in those ruins. Field pointed out the way, while drawing his iris longsword. Ashna, prepare for battle. I'm going to make her hand over her defeat animation. Yes, sir. Ashina's divine power surged, and the Black Wolf immediately shot off into the ruins at an astonishing speed. The other side is using both zombie hordes and spies to test us, which shows they are cautious. Field doesn't want to fight a monster every day. The red dot on the mini-map didn't move much, but she was manipulating the corpses. It seems the enemy has realized my plan, but it doesn't matter. When dealing with something that can summon a horde of zombies, it's best to cut to the chase quickly. Field remained calm. Move in the direction I'm pointing. Don't waste too much energy on the grunts before engaging them in combat. When Ashina led Field into the ruins of the pass, Ophelia could no longer sit still. A streak of light flashed by, followed by a cold laugh. Your annihilation of my kind initially put me under some pressure, and I was even thinking of testing you further. But I didn't expect your intelligence to be as weak and pitiful as a firefly. You actually dared to come directly into my territory. Without soldiers to share the burden, only death awaits you. Look in the direction of the sound. A tall, elegant woman with a plump, silver, blue dragon tail swaying behind her. Or perhaps an anaconda or a lizard's tail. Lacking dragon wings, she possessed a slender, supple waist, yet her upper body was rounded and full, while her lower body was defined by curves, giving her a voluptuous and rounded appearance. Her expression, a mixture of anger and mockery, added a unique charm. The only drawback was that they wore tattered slave clothes, had no shoes, and wore iron rings on their feet and necks, which made them look extremely burnt. It's very smooth, but it would be even better if you changed into a maid outfit. It would definitely look great with leg rings and ribbons. Field said instinctively, "What kind of look is that? I'll gouge your eyes out. You dare to challenge me with a first-tier chosen one." Ophelia roared, waving his hand. "Listen up, my kind. Kill them." The next moment, a massive number of rotting corpses surged out of the ruins, all letting out deafening roars, and rushed towards Field like a tide. Among them were many first- and second-tier rotting corpses. "Rosalia, you've taken care of the enemy chosen ones. We'll hold off the corpse." Field turned his head toward the gluttony greatsword and said, "Rosalia is hiding among them. Without Ashina's high-speed mobility, it might take Rosalia a week or two to get here. Leave it to me. I'll handle things well this time." Rosalia's response came from beside my ear. After saying that, Field's fighting spirit surged, and he attached his powerful fighting spirit to the great sword, then shot it out fiercely. "What did you throw at me? Did you think it could hurt me?" Ophelia chuckled dismissively, the magic orb burrowing into his body. At the same time, he extended two sapphire-like claws from his left and right hands, casually attempting to swat away the gluttony greatsword. However, it was precisely this nonchalant attitude that immediately caused her to bleed. Uft! 3 or 4 chains suddenly shot out from the gluttony greatsword, piercing Ophelia's delicate body and leaving gruesome penetrating wounds on her snow-white skin. "Oh no, I was careless." Her phoenix eyes widened slightly, her pupils dilating rapidly. Ophelia quickly retreated, but she immediately sensed something strange, which slowed down her perception. Something crawled in through the wound. Ophelia found it difficult to repair her wounds. Beneath her thin skin, several small bumps were slowly moving, each movement causing excruciating pain. "Damn it, what is that?" Ophelia had to use a lot of divine power to forcibly block the insect's movement. This is the legacy left by the acorn, the bone-corroding worms. Rosalia landed gracefully, carrying the gluttony greatsword on her back. She flashed a bright smile at Ophelia, revealing her white teeth. "You've been looking for the chosen one who killed the acorn, haven't you?" "It was me." "Humph, even rotten food tastes good." "You why? We're clearly the same kind." "No, your aura has changed." Ophelia's pupils dilated in shock as she stared at the person before her in disbelief. "You actually helped humanity fight corruption. You deserve to die." "Heh, acorns also eat their own kind." Rosalia shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about the street stall. "That's a matter between corrupted creatures." Rosalia raised her eyelids slightly, thinking, if she were to reveal that Violet was also a corrupt traitor, would Violet have a mental breakdown? "How about this? If you're willing to be my lords, cough cough, be a chosen one, I'd be happy to spare your life." Chapter 172 Surprise Attack, Part 2. Bang bang. The dull, nauseating sounds of bodies exploding echoed continuously above the ruins. Ashina and Field worked together, frantically fighting their way through the horde of corpses. Their iris longswords sliced through the rotting flesh as easily as cutting tofu. Each breath of Black Wolf's dragon fire reduced a large swath of corpses to ashes. A gust of wind sent dust flying everywhere, but perhaps to the rotting corpses, it was nothing. But for the intelligent Ophelia, this scene was like a horror movie. Damn humans. Ophelia's eyes widened in fury, his heart bleeding. Every single extraordinary corpse he had painstakingly nurtured was now being slaughtered indiscriminately. His plump tail thrashed wildly in anger, leaving a crackling sound in the air. Don't get distracted. A strong wind howled as the gluttony greatsword slammed into Ophelia's back. With a crisp cracking sound, Ophelia vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. As soon as Ophelia landed, Rosalia pressed her advantage, her greatsword sweeping out with ferocious force. With a distortion of space, the gluttony greatsword hurtled towards Ophelia's slender waist. If this blow hits, it will surely result in being cut in half at the waist. Don't even think about succeeding. I will avenge my kind. A savage power surged forth from Ophelia. Second-tier divine skill, Sapphire Dragon Transformation. A force that swept across the sky surged forth, and brilliant sapphire wings quickly solidified on Ophelia's back, while a pair of delicate dragon horns appeared on his forehead. With a deafening clang, the greatsword and the gem-encrusted wings clashed violently. The newly formed wings were instantly torn apart, cracked, and then shattered. Fortunately, the broken wings bought Ophelia some time, allowing her to catch the greatsword with her claws. Oh, you finally forced out your divine skill. Don't underestimate me. Ophelia snapped, raising his left hand high. This isn't over yet. A deep blue ring surged out like a wave, enveloping the rotting corpses within the ruins. The corpses immediately emitted a blue light, and sapphire-lustered scales gradually grew on their vulnerable areas, such as their necks. Holy crap, the corpses have been enhanced. Field exclaimed incredulously. When he tried to slash at the corpses with his long sword again, he could clearly feel the blockage. Ashna, be careful, they've been enhanced by more than just a little bit. Roar. A gigantic, corrupted bull charged out, its body covered in blue crystals. Originally a third-tier creature, its aura had now reached the peak of the third tier. Leave it to me, sir. You hold on tight. It's very dangerous if you fall. Only after feeling Field grip her waist did Ashina feel safe enough to let the black wolf move at full speed, dodging the trampling of the corrupted bull while constantly inflicting wounds on it. An even more astonishing battle erupted in the distance. I'm going to beat you into snow, Come on, let's play Van games. The two sides clashed, and clashed fiercely repeatedly. Ophelia forced Rosalia back, then suddenly pulled out a scroll from behind her and tore it open. Countless fireballs rained down on Rosalia like a meteor shower. Divine skill, endless slash. Rosalia was about to swing her sword. Two rotting corpses buried underground suddenly burst out of the ground and grabbed Rosalia's bony ankles with their hands. Caught off guard, Rosalia was briefly immobilized as the fireball approached. Left with no other option, Rosalia could only defend herself with her chains. Boom, boom, boom. Rosalia's figure was directly engulfed in flames. They actually hit a trap. What a cunning fox. That's right, this attack is to avenge our kind die. Ophelia sneered, her aura exploding in an instant as she unleashed a claw attack with astonishing speed, piercing through the dense fireballs. Rosalia ceased her defense and slashed down with her greatsword. Amidst a shower of blood, Ophelia's claws plunged straight into Rosalia's heart, and a burst of red blood mist erupted immediately. Rosalia's greatsword nearly ripped half of Ophelia's chest cavity apart. Whopft! Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood. A battle between corrupt elements, a bloody and brutally terrifying spectacle. I dodged the fatal blow, but I shattered your heart. You are doomed to die. Ophelia endured the excruciating pain, using her divine power to heal her wounds as she struggled to her feet, but she witnessed an extremely horrifying scene. Countless lines of blood gushed from the gluttony greatsword, and with the healing power of these bloodlines, Rosalia's wounds had healed. She was blinking her big eyes, looking at him with a compassionate gaze. Who said you avoided vital points? I clearly didn't aim for your vital points. With each strike, Rosalia slayed the rotting corpses hidden underground. Carrying the gluttony greatsword, she elegantly lifted her skirt and said, I'm sorry, that last attack cost me a lot of my life force, but I won the resurrection match very easily. I wonder if you can win. The next moment, an even more ferocious and tyrannical killing intent surged from Rosalia's body, and the black and red flames ignited on her life seat rose high into the air. Ophelia's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. She sensed that the enemy was not only not seriously injured, but that their combat strength was actually increasing. She gave a disgruntled sneer. As expected, there's still too little information. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Don't be sad. You're not suited for one-on-one fights. Rosalia rarely encouraged him. You're suited to nursing children, Oh no, I mean, you're suited to commanding armies. Damn it, I'd rather die in battle than be humiliated by you. With that, Ophelia pulled out a magic orb and roared. Disintegrate, return to nothingness magic orb. Without the slightest hesitation, Rosalia immediately jumped back to Field's side and raised her greatsword to defend herself. Most artifacts disintegrate by self-destruction. Huh? Why do you guys always self-destruct at the drop of a hat? Field was also startled and pulled out the shield he had specially brought, holding it to his head. However, the expected dazzling light or explosion did not occur. Ophelia's artifact shattered, turning into an icy blue liquid that enveloped her. It then slowly solidified, gradually shrinking until it finally became a piece of blue crystal, only the size of a figurine. Roar! Suddenly, the surrounding corpses seemed to have lost their internet connection. Without the blessing of the Sapphire Dragon transformation and without unified command, they all turned into mindless creatures, buzzing around like flies. Easily defeating the remaining corpses, the three of them gathered in front of the blue crystal, staring at each other in disbelief. What's going on? She's hiding inside. Rosalia tapped the crystal. Field looked at the miniature girl curled up inside, took her, and shook her a couple of times. She seemed to be in a dormant state. Field rubbed his chin. This situation is just like the Lich King. Is this a miniature version of the Frozen Throne? It would be nice to put it on the table as a figurine. Slurp. Ashina licked it and said, "It has no taste." "Let me lick it too." Slurp. Rosalia went up and licked it as well. "It really has no taste. Try taking a bite." An extra chapter for the readers. Watching the two of them struggle to chew on the crystal, Field's face darkened. You two are really something else. The chosen ones of the Nightfall territory are filled with wisdom from top to bottom. Now the problem is, how do we get her out? Field was puzzled. If we leave her alone, she'll run away as soon as we leave, and all our efforts will be for nothing. But if we keep an eye on her, we don't know when she'll come out on her own. Ashina raised her weapon and said mercilessly, "Just blast it to smithereens. It's better to have one less potential threat. It's time to draw a diagram. Her artifact has already disintegrated. If we kill her, we won't even get any equipment." Rosalia fanned herself with her hand. "I've worked hard all day. I can't leave empty-handed. Besides, no power is eternal. Her defensive stance will inevitably collapse over time. We can afford to wait." Older sister made with a collar was more appealing than the potential risks. After discussing it for a long time, the three of them finally decided to take her back and have Rosalia keep an eye on her for easy supervision. Let's search the area for supplies. There must be something special about her using this place as a base. After a search, the three found Ophelia's hidden room. It was a relatively intact room on the first floor of the past ruins, very clean inside, with a few strangely beautiful decaying plants. "There's a treasure chest. I smell money. Wait, there's more than one." Ashina's eyes sparkled, her nostrils flared, and she found the treasure chest hidden in the secret passage by following the scent. "You're amazing." Field immediately gave a thumbs up. "Pull out the terrifyingly heavy treasure chest and open it." Wow, the golden legend. The crowd was nearly blinded by the golden light. The chest was full of gold coins, mixed with various jewels, magic scrolls, and weapons of different grades. "Holy crap, I'm rich. Let me take stock of everything." Not counting gold coins and jewels, there are 5 Tier 3 magic scrolls, 23 Tier 2 magic scrolls, and 1 Tier 3 longsword. Even the well-informed Rosalia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, saying with a hint of resentment, "Third-tier items are extremely rare." Even when the Starry Night family was at its peak, third-tier weapons were only supplied to the top combatants. I didn't have any back then. He took out the long sword to examine it. The blade was slender, and the material was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It seemed to resemble mithril, as described in books. Weapons forged from mithril could inflict terrifying damage on ghosts, monsters, and other demonic creatures. Upon closer inspection, the handguard also bears the inscription, Silver Key. The sword is engraved with intricate and dazzling patterns, making it look extremely ornate. It's a pity we don't have a master blacksmith. Otherwise we would know the capabilities of this weapon. Field waved it lightly twice, and a crisp cutting sound immediately filled the air. "Very good, let's store it in the warehouse for now." There are 2 more boxes inside, but they are very small. Ashina plunged directly into the secret passage, desperately reaching for the treasure chest inside, leaving only half of her body sticking out. Her enormous peach-shaped body swayed back and forth, her snow-white tail wagging in accompaniment. The sheer force of her hind legs caused a subtle undulation of flesh, making one yearn to plunge in and inhale their aroma. She unreservedly displayed the vitality of a wolf-like being. Someone couldn't take their eyes off it. Rosalia teased. That's right, I'm being honest. Field said with obvious appreciation. You perverted lord. Ashina emerged, dragging 2 treasure chests, her pretty face flushed. I'm never going to do treasure hunting again. Field remained calm and patted her head, saying, Don't be angry, don't be angry. We won't stoop to the level of a bad woman. Okay. Ashina nodded obediently. You? Rosalia was furious. It was clearly Field who did the bad thing. You sycophants. It's a wolf. Ashina was not intimidated at all. Open one of the treasure chests, and inside lies a gorgeous pink jewel. It's a divine artifact. Ashina exclaimed in surprise, but then lost interest. If it doesn't belong to the goddess of winter, no one in Nightfall can use it. Only the chosen one can use the corresponding artifact when there is only one goddess, so neither of them can use it. Then it's mine. Field didn't stand on ceremony and immediately dripped a drop of blood, his ability instantly appearing in his mind. Divine gift, orb of life, tier 1 artifact, one-time use. Source, goddess of life. Effect, eliminates all injuries, restores the body to its peak condition, and increases lifespan by 100 years. One-time use, will break after use. Special effect, available only to those chosen by the goddess of life. Holy crap, that's awesome. This world has many treasures that can increase lifespan, but they are hard to find. Although I am still young, as a wicked feudal nobleman, who would complain about living too long? Field said with satisfaction. It can also help heal injuries, so it can be used to maximize benefits when you get injured again in the future. With me here, you have no chance of getting hurt. Rosalia tossed her hair triumphantly, deliberately letting her blonde hair smear onto Field's face. Don't make any promises you can't keep. Field tossed his hair aside speechlessly and immediately rattled off a string of strange remarks about retiring after the war. The last treasure chest was opened with great enthusiasm, only to find it empty except for a map. It's a treasure map. Field looked it over from all angles and complained. Who's so bored as to draw these treasure maps all day long? Is it even interesting? I don't know what they're after. But isn't it interesting? Look, it says, contains technology of the high elves of the underworld. Wait, high elves of the underworld. The 2 chosen ones looked at each other and said, Burn it. It must be something from the devil. The word devil, coming from your mouth, Rosalia, sounds strangely comical. Field laughed, then asked, puzzled, Why do you react this way when you mention the high elves? Ashina shook her head. My chosen one heritage tells me that the high elves of the underworld are blasphemous beings. They suffer from unimaginable curses, and the farther away the better. Yes, they are a group of beings who are extremely obsessed with technology. They use the chosen ones who appear in their race as human test subjects, trying to cultivate invincible machines that can kill gods. They even absolutely prohibit magic. They all died 750 years ago. Overnight, all the high elves of the underworld vanished completely. This could only be the work of the gods. Our ancestors even went to explore the cities they left behind. The food was still hot, but the owners were nowhere to be found. They had vanished into thin air, as if they had evaporated. The 2 finished speaking at once. Huh, that's terrifying. But it's too far in the future to talk about this now. I'll save the map first. Chapter 174 Internal Affairs Department. Field was shocked, but not intimidated. He rolled up the map and said, By the way, what about their territory and cities? Were they all demolished? They live underground, and humans wouldn't like underground cities. Rosalia shook her head, covering her mouth and chuckling. Now those cities have been taken over by monsters and insect monsters. Those insect monsters love to capture females to lay their eggs. Okay, it's still the H-game world, so there's nothing to worry about. Field wiped away his cold sweat. He had been serious for a moment, after all. The 3 of them, carrying large and small bags, finally made their way back to the manor with great effort. They had barely entered the manor when someone came to knock on the door. We've killed the number you wanted. Now you can let us in, right? Ophelia's human subordinates, panting heavily, shouted, their feet surrounded by round, rotting corpse heads. They were clearly unaware that Ophelia had already been defeated. I almost forgot about that. They're quite efficient, very good. Field pondered for a moment, then spoke bluntly to the 2 men outside. Enough. Gentlemen, I know you are spies sent by the corrupted creatures. The monk Judah trembled in fright. What are you saying? Field scolded. I see you don't understand at all. You are spies sent by the corrupted creatures. Don't think you can fool me with such petty tricks. I'll give you a chance to break free from the control of the corrupted creatures. Damn it, Leshek roared, drawing his sword in fury. He knew our identities all along, yet he still toyed with us. Let's just charge in and kill him. I don't believe those damn trash are a match for Master. Don't be impulsive. Do you think you can defeat an army, you brute? Chota said calmly. Why don't we turn the tables and infiltrate their territory first? Then we can poison their food and water. Heh, and then offer them all up to the corpses to eat. Yes, I'm going to make that bastard pay the price. The two men quickly reached an agreement and slowly approached each other. We surrender. We admit that the corrupted creatures sent us, but please give us a chance. We were forced into this situation. Field glanced at the mini-map. The two were still glaring at each other with a red exclamation mark. Tell me, what does your master look like, and what abilities does he possess? Field asked, his eyes lowered. He was a male monster wearing heavy armor, and he had. Before he could finish speaking, Field waved his hand in disappointment. Release the arrows and send these two idiots who are determined to die on their way. Although he longed to acquire a mage, the potential threat posed to his territory by a treacherous individual was immeasurable. As the urgent blast of the loudspeaker filled the air, the two men's insults and curses vanished completely in a moment. Over the next few days, Nightfall resumed operations. Organizing military equipment, cleaning up rotting corpses, and resuming production kept them busy until the end of the month. The other half of the estate has been restored, and the people are busy there farming, planting trees, and repairing the damaged walls. Field has moved to Starry Night Castle. The furniture on the ground floor of the Grand Winery has been removed and replaced by two neat rows of uniform wooden tables, which serve as the territory's internal affairs department, as well as the finance and statistics department. Field was very satisfied. Finally, it has a bit of a modern feel to it, like I'm back in an office building. Cal is leading a group of kids in learning how to count the resources in the territory. After this period of study, only 9 children remained in school. 2 other children couldn't even write their names or count from 1 to 10. Left with no other option, Field had them learn skills from stonemasons and carpenters. This, on the contrary, made the people of the territory envious. After all, craftsmen in Nightfall territory were among the highest paid people, and they didn't have to worry about food or finding wives. Little Lumi, why do you look so gloomy? Field moved closer to the cat girl, who was clutching her cat ears with a pained expression, looking like a crying cat. Lummy, I feel so dizzy. Statistics are really hard. The cat girl pointed to the messy words, data, and even graphics on the paper, and then pointed to the abacus next to her. You can't complain like that. These are gifts from the goddess of wisdom. You need to approach them with a devout attitude. Statistics had always been taught by Cal, so complaining about how difficult it was made him stand up sharply and say sternly, before doing statistics, did you wash your hands thoroughly and pray? Yes, it is. I'll do it again. Seeing how serious Cal was, Lumi resolutely decided to do it again. Is it really that mysterious? Let me see. Field didn't like to attribute problems to God at every turn. After only a couple of glances, Field was stunned. The statistics in this world were not in a clear and concise table format, but rather in a mixed form of text and numbers, such as 30 arrows. If you encountered an unfamiliar word, it would be replaced with an image of an object. Once there were many entries, it was like reading advanced mathematics. Pointing to the scribbles on the table, Field exclaimed in shock, "Is this how you usually do statistics?" "Yes, it's like a beautiful aria." Cal stroked his mustache proudly. "It's a talent bestowed upon me by the goddess of wisdom. Even in Rose territory, no one does it better than me. Even the good man Dam, who slaps sows, can't do it. I have no doubt about that. This old guy is indeed meticulous when it comes to his work. Then I'll say, I can come up with a better statistical method." Cal became anxious and said without hesitation, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although you, sir, seem to have been kissed by the goddess of wisdom and are full of novel ideas, there is absolutely no better way to conduct statistics." "I really do." Field raised his eyelids slightly, picked up a quill pen, and dipped it in ink. Everyone gathered around to watch. "Haha, you're really funny," Cal retorted. "If you can come up with something better, I'll eat all the shit from Nightfall." Without saying a word, Field grabbed another piece of parchment and used it as a ruler, drawing a straight horizontal line and then a vertical line on it. "Sir, would you like to have a painting done?" Cal found it amusing. In his opinion, the adults were simply having fun and teasing the children. But at the very top of the form, Field wrote down the categories, names, quantities, outbound, and inbound information. This isn't right, is it?" Cal was dumbfounded. Neatly recorded the information of each item. "This is how we'll do the inventory statistics from now on." Field tossed the quill pen aside. "My lord, are you, perhaps, the chosen one of the goddess of wisdom?" The butler was so shocked that he could hardly speak. "If it weren't for the fact that only women are chosen ones, I would definitely think you are." "This is nothing. I'll write out another multiplication table, which will definitely help you with your math. Chapter 175 Adventurer Team. After Field finished writing the multiplication table, Cal went from being dumbfounded to shocked, and finally looked at Field with a suspicious gaze. He thought to himself, "My lord, could it be that you slept with the goddess of wisdom? Don't look at me like that. It's just a few tricks." Field patted Cal on the shoulder and laughed. "Memorize these. They will make things much easier in the future. Of course, you should also teach the children to memorize them." Current Griffin Empire still uses a counting system that combines wooden sticks and an arithmetic board, similar to an abacus. Long wooden sticks represent 10, short wooden sticks represent 1, and the arithmetic board looks like a game of chess. Many countries in later generations did not use multiplication tables and instead used the line-drawing method for arithmetic, which resembled Gamoku, 5 in a row. After hesitating for a long time, Cal finally admitted in defeat, "My lord, you are one of the few people I admire. You can attribute it to a miracle. I dreamed of a goddess who told me these things." Field comforted him, saying that being defeated in one's area of expertise is a painful thing. "I've merely copied the wisdom of my predecessors. There's nothing to be proud of. Yes, this must be a blessing from the goddess. I will definitely pass on the knowledge of the gods." Cal's eyes shone. "Children, memorize it all. If you can't, you'll get a slap on the hand." The children were on the verge of tears. "All right, I'm very satisfied to see the Ministry of the Interior on the right track." Field stretched his shoulders, looking in high spirits. "Prepare a carriage for me. I'm heading to Maple Leaf territory." "Yes, sir. I prepared the goods for this trade last night." Cal immediately reported seriously. "Please return as soon as possible, sir. Nightfall territory cannot do without you." Field found it amusing that the old man was acting like a eunuch. "Haha, I'll be back after I've seen Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter off." For this trip, Field only dispatched 50 infantrymen, 10 demi-human cavalrymen, Rosalia, and 2 personal maids who would also be going. "I'm increasingly reluctant to leave the manor." Field glanced at Starry Night Manor. The sown grass seeds had already begun to sprout, and he believed that it would soon return to its normal state. "After some time has passed, and the other half of the manor has been restored, we'll build another village. What should we name it?" "Hurry up, I can't wait to go home. Every second I spend in this awful place is torture." Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter, Grova, was frantic and was urging the soldiers on. "You lowly bastards, hurry up and get to work." Field rode forward on horseback. "Please, miss, do not make a loud noise. Corpses are extremely sensitive to sound." Grova wanted to argue, but seeing Field's expressionless face, she was a little frightened and shrank back, no longer speaking. The soldiers secretly cast grateful glances at Field. Everyone in the territory knew that Field was very protective of his own. "Let's go." The journey was monotonous and boring, so fighting off the rotting corpses became one of the people's sources of amusement. On the 4th day of their journey to Maple Leaf territory, the group set up camp in a ruin. This place was affectionately called Comfort Nest by the soldiers, and they would rest here almost every time they went to Maple Leaf territory. This place is very close to the Maple Leaf territory city walls, so there are relatively few rotting corpses. The makeshift shacks and campfire pits that were set up and dug when I passed by before can still be used today. Soon, flames rose, the meat broth in the earthenware pot gurgled, and the aroma of meat spread freely. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a campsite. "Sir, I've prepared some bread for you." Sparrow handed over a gleaming plate. The golden bread smelled wonderful, and bread spread with butter was a luxury in this era. "It's very well cooked. You're the best cook among the castle maids." Field nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." Sparrow excitedly lifted her skirt and bowed. For the maids, gaining the Lord's approval was more joyful than anything else. Someone's coming. That's rare." Field, who was constantly monitoring the mini-map, spotted a small squad of 5 people slowly making their way in his direction. They weren't marked in red, they were likely just passers-by. Therefore, Field did not give any prior warning and patiently finished the bread. A group of people wandered aimlessly through the gray fog. Mr. Appy, is it really all right for us to go like this?" The blonde girl holding the priest's staff looked around at the hellish scene and instinctively held the staff to her chest. "I think we should be prepared before coming back here. You're only asking this now that you've come all this way. Don't you think it's a bit too late?" The female mage in the group put her arm around the girl's neck and said in a nonchalant tone, "You should at least complete the quest and get some Adventurers Guild points." "Don't worry, Miss Lydia, the corpses aren't even monsters, they're just some living dead." The lead warrior was dressed in simple equipment, with an iron plate hanging on his chest and bandages wrapped around his wrists. He held a broadsword and took a bronze badge from his waist, saying proudly, "Don't worry, Miss Priest. I, Appy, am a bronze-level adventurer. No matter how many corpses there are, I can kill them all. I am a man who can fight a first-level Oronite for 10 rounds. Tisich, don't be so arrogant." The martial artist next to him waved his fist. But the rotting corpses are indeed the worst monsters. Even villagers can kill them with farm tools. Look, we haven't encountered many rotting corpses along the way. I guess they've all been wiped out by the Nightfall Baron's army. Don't worry, I'll protect you. After all, you're the team's healer. A red-haired youth with a knife, looking just like a hooligan, glanced at Lydia's chest with a wicked look. Please don't do this. Lydia blushed, but seeing everyone's indifferent attitude, she was encouraged by them. I will do my best to heal everyone. Beep beep. The adventure team had just stepped into the Nightfall army's warning range when they were immediately startled by the sound of a whistle. An army clad in full armor and wielding long spears stood in formation, blocking the way. Simultaneously, a troop of cavalry in black cloaks swiftly circled around to their rear, attempting to cut off their retreat. Holy crap, are you kidding me? We've actually run into a noble army. This was the first time anyone had encountered such a situation, and they were immediately on high alert. The timid Lydia was so frightened that she almost dropped her staff. Yapi was startled, but remembering that there were 2 cute girls watching, he immediately put on a cool expression and said calmly, oh dear, who are you blocking our way? Get out of the way." However, the only response he received was the sound of a crossbow being cocked. How can you be so unreasonable? Yapi was sweating profusely. Chapter 176, Underground Ball. Please don't get excited. We are an adventure team from the Adventurers Association. The resolute-looking martial artist rolled his eyes at Yapi. We have been commissioned to find a wealthy man's old house from 10 years ago and retrieve his family's belongings. That's more like human speech. Don't move, I'll go and report to the master. The soldier in charge immediately reported the matter to Field. How arrogant, Yapi muttered unhappily. All right, that's enough. The martial artist shook his head. The Lord says he wants to see you, come with me. A moment later, a soldier came over and beckoned to them. They're not going to do anything weird, are they? The 2 girls were inevitably scared. The crowd looked at each other, feeling both angry and nervous, since the group in front of them didn't seem like good people. Lydia lingered as she was led to a warm campsite. The first thing Lydia noticed was the young nobleman in a magnificent robe, a faint smile playing on his lips as he polished a long sword, giving him an enigmatic air. He seems to be about the same age as me, right? Hello, sir. The members of the adventure team greeted Field. Don't be nervous. I just have some questions. Field gestured for them to sit down and went straight to the point. Any big news lately? No. If we're talking about big news, the Queen's encouragement of adventurers to exterminate the rotting corpses should count as one. By the way, I heard that an organization called the Night Owl Sisters has suddenly become active. The martial artist said, glancing timidly at Field. Seeing that he didn't react, he boldly continued. They keep attacking and killing nobles, saying they want to overthrow the tyranny of the Griffin Empire. Oh, interesting. Field raised an eyebrow. Do you have any specific information? Not yet. They are very mysterious. All I know is that they are extremely powerful. After a moment of contemplation, Field thought to himself, could it be that the Griffin Queen is living in the script of the late Ming dynasty under Emperor Chongzhen? How come she is facing such severe internal and external troubles? Could it be that she also has a defeat animation? Field made a decision. From now on, we need to strengthen security and learn more combat skills. I don't want to get taken down. Thank you for your help. You can rest here for the night. I will provide food and water. Nodding kindly to everyone, Field reminded them, the corpses are dangerous. I advise you to be well prepared or come in a larger group before exploring. As soon as they were out of Field's sight, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I have a feeling that I'm being watched by some monster, like I'm about to be eaten. Yes, he must have killed a lot of people. I actually think he's a very nice person, Lydia said, pulling her hat down low. Our little Lydia, is she dreaming of becoming a noble woman? The female mage teased. No. After saying goodbye to the adventure team, Field spent 2 days arriving in Maple Leaf City. After sending the letter to Sherry and the Survey Corps' belongings, Field arrived at Simon's Manor. His plans were twofold. First, to purchase a pack of giant wolves to form Ashina as chosen guard, and second, to hunt for some treasures. But now, looking at a striking green dot marking the ground beneath Maple Leaf Manor, he fell into deep thought. Will uncontracted chosen ones attend the ball, or as commodities? Unlike in the past, Maple Leaf Manor was unusually low-key. Field did not encounter any scantily clad maids. Instead, he was greeted by the butler. This was the first time Field had met the Maple Leaf Manor's butler, a gentle but elegant elderly gentleman. Honorable Mr. Field, I suppose this is your first time attending Maple Leaf Territory's unique ball. That's right. Any wise and ambitious nobleman would not miss an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Field made no attempt to hide it, as he was now quite accustomed to interacting with nobles. Take me to meet some old friends. Simply put, one of the polite exchanges among nobles is to subtly express their nobility while avoiding the issue itself. If someone hasn't tried a high-end food before, they'll say, "It wasn't made by a royal chef, it's not authentic, it's not genuine, I wouldn't bother eating it." For the imperial nobility, pretentiousness was a more effective way to gain respect than honesty. Our Maple Leaf Territory won't disappoint you. I believe that after you play here, you'll not only broaden your horizons, but you might also meet a beautiful woman. Hee. That beautiful woman might be someone's fiancée, mother-in-law, or even a chosen one. Everything here is full of fantasy and the unknown. The butler winked at Field with his left eye. Everything was understood without a word. I'm already looking forward to it. Field smiled gently, but he didn't care at all. The two men's tone and manner of conversation resembled those of elegant poets, but the content concealed a sinful intent. Beast. As Field passed a gardener sweeping the floor, he clearly heard the gardener mutter a curse under his breath. A thought struck him, and Field carefully examined the gardener. He was unremarkable, except perhaps for the headscarf he wore. Pink cat head. Is this thing coming to its death again? I hope it's just my imagination. He immediately thought of an old friend who owed him 3 million gold coins. Field shook his head and silently prayed that she wouldn't be so stupid, otherwise he would have saved her for nothing. Follow the butler to Simon, who is checking the accounts. Look who's here, my savior. Simon eagerly tossed aside his ledger, laughing exaggeratedly as he greeted Field. Did you bring the joy pills? I can't wait. I swear, those adorable beans will shine tonight. Of course I brought them. I'm hoping to trade them for the giant wolf. It will happen, it will happen. After exchanging pleasantries, Simon mysteriously produced a letter, a set of black clothes, and a mask. This outfit is a one-time enchanted item, made by the chosen ones, so you can rest assured of its quality. Once you wear it, no one will be able to detect your identity. Of course, you can just wear a mask and attend without any clothes, which is what many people do. To be even wilder, you can attend without reservations, which will also win everyone's favor. Every year, the wildest person will be selected. Field nervously accepted the clothes, realizing that attending an underground dance party was a bit too much for him. After taking 2 deep breaths, Field calmed himself down. He was very curious about what the most corrupt side of Maple Leaf Territory looked like. This magical letter contains the exact address of the ball and also indicates your eligibility for entry. The ball isn't just about fun. There's also an auction and a black market where you can buy and sell anything, including the giant wolf you want. Please cherish this opportunity and enjoy it to the fullest. Not all nobles are qualified to attend. I will. Chapter 177. Pink cats appear again. Since it wasn't time yet, Field returned to the post station and was about to go into his room. Wait, someone's been here. Maybe he's hiding inside. Rosalia, in the greatsword, immediately warned, and Field's action of opening the door paused. The red thread I had in the door crack fell to the ground. You instructed us beforehand not to let anyone in. Field took a step back imperceptibly, slowly drawing his iris longsword. Who is it? There is no marker on the mini-map, so if there are people inside, they must be chosen ones who have already been contracted. The Empire is now rife with undercurrents, and we must be vigilant at all times. Boom. Field took 2 deep breaths, prepared himself, and suddenly sprang into action, kicking the door open. Wow. Who is it? A delicate pink figure was so frightened that she flew out, her head hitting the roof hard before falling to the ground with a thud. It hurt so much. Wu Dai rubbed her head, tears welling up in her eyes. So it was the guy who owed me money. No wonder the soldiers didn't notice. Putting away his weapon, Field let out a long sigh of relief. It was normal that Dancing Butterfly could turn into a shadow and run around unnoticed. Then he looked up and was stunned. Damn it, my ceiling. Stared at the catgirl head that had been smashed onto the ceiling and nearly fainted from anger. He roared, "This will cost us money. I haven't even had my gold coins to warm up yet. You scare me first." Catgirls are very sensitive creatures. Dancing Butterfly kept patting her chest, glancing guiltily at Field. All right, still being stubborn, huh? He casually closed the door and walked forward without any politeness. His fingers ran through Dancing Butterfly's hair, grasped her slender neck, and pushed her over. His left hand swept over her silky calves and went straight up. I know you don't have the money, so let's make a verbal repayment. Including the cost of the damaged wall, you'll need to make 3,100,000 repayments. Stop calling me a beast, I admit I am. Huh? 3,000,000 times? How many kittens would that make? The cat girl's pink pupils widened in shock. Wah, don't touch me. A strange feeling quickly welled up in her heart, and Wu Dai's heart began to beat rapidly at an abnormal frequency. Even her breathing became rapid. No, don't touch there. That's a place only a husband can touch. I have a way to pay back the money. At the crucial moment, Butterfly transformed into a shadow and escaped Field's control. Field rubbed his fragrant left hand, crossed his arms, and sneered. Let's see if you dare to barge into my room again next time. This is a lesson learned, remember? I'll remember, but what else can I do if I don't sneak in? Wu Dai was quite frightened, wiping her sweat and quickly apologizing, but then suddenly realized, wait, I'm a chosen one. Why should I be afraid of you? After saying that, the cat girl put her hands on her hips with a smug look on her face and said confidently, tear up the debt agreement for me, or I'll beat you up. No one here can threaten me. You try it. If I take a step back, I'm not a man. Field shrugged indifferently. He was still carrying the gluttony greatsword and wasn't holding back at all. If she dared to make a move, she'd experience the thrill of being chained up and walk like a dog. Since you want to get beaten up, then I won't be polite. The cat girl circled Field several times, raising her pink fists a few times, but in the end she struggled and helplessly let go. Forget it. I'm not as despicable as you humans. I will pay back on time. Baseness is the passport of the base. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Field spontaneously quoted a famous saying. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Dai agreed. I never expected you to say something so philosophical. It's truly eye-opening. No, that doesn't apply to you. If you had acted despicably just now, you would be the one lying in your grave. Wu Dai turned her head away disdainfully. Arrogant bastard. Field poured himself a cup of tea, took a leisurely sip, and said, You're here to repay the loan, right? You're smart to know what's good for you. I'm sorry, I can't do that right now. Seeing that Field's eyes were looking strange again, Wu Dai quickly tucked her legs together and hit her cattail, saying timidly, But please don't worry. I've already found a target, and I promise to bring you the repayment next time. I came here just to let you know. All right, so you're still lurking around Maple Leaf Manor, planning to continue your assassinations? This is a secret of us cat-like beings. After finishing her sentence, Wu Dai made a playful face and vanished in a shadow. She deserves a beating, Field sighed. I hope I don't end up watching her defeat animation at the ball. Rosalia chuckled softly. The cat-like people are in a terrible situation, and I believe they are not far from extinction. At 8 p.m., Field put on the special suit Simon had given him, donned the mask, and arrived at the agreed-upon location. As Simon said, the outfit could conceal his identity. At least when he looked in the mirror, he saw a different man, which was very strange. It's pitch black here. There's nothing there. Following the information in the magical letter, Field arrived at a meadow, and looking around, he could only see a tranquil meadow. As soon as he finished speaking, the magical letter emitted a black light, forming a miniature magic circle on the grass. I see. Upon stepping into the magic circle, my vision was distorted. As if appearing out of nowhere, a sudden cacophony of voices arose. Melodious sound of a sauté played in his ears, and then the surrounding light made Field squint. As soon as Field opened his eyes, he saw a screen full of censored images. Large numbers of naked figures chatted, laughed, or even conceived in public. What shocked him even more was that the people around him did not make a fuss at all, as if they were watching something perfectly normal. The distinctive features of the maple leaf collar reappeared before me. I think I've become an oddball. Field straightened his clothes. He was dressed in a full suit, which made him quite conspicuous. Haha, where did this little cutie come from? Come here, let your big sister collect them. A voluptuous woman, carrying a strange device, approached with difficulty, breathing out hot air and grinning foolishly. No, I'm not interested. Field quickly turned his head, thinking to himself, I can't look around carelessly. Being punished by the great law is no joke. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he wasn't interested. Although the scene was filled with incredibly impactful images, and a quick glance was enough to cover the entire age category, Field really didn't want to share the fun with a bunch of men, animals, or monsters. Boring. The woman rolled her eyes and left. Phew, is this the real Maple Leaf territory? I have this feeling that if I touch it casually, I could get infected with tens of thousands of diseases and die. Sir, your magic envelope will display your chips, which can be used for shopping or gaming. Chapter 178 Black Market. A maid respectfully said that Field opened the envelope, which showed a sum of 80,000. This came from the goods he was carrying, as well as from his savings. Have fun, but please do not use violence, as it could be life-threatening. Here, no one has a real identity. After speaking, the maid took a wine glass from the silver tray and handed it to Field. Before the words were finished, a commotion was heard from the hall. An old man was forcibly clinging to a beautiful woman, swearing and his snake-like head probing around like a snake's tongue. The woman looked disgusted and sneered. "Get off me, or I'll twist your head off. What can you do to me, you slut? You're not even wearing a piece of cloth, yet you're putting on an act. Let me show you the power of binding magic." The old man was clearly a mage. After chanting a spell, a series of purplish-red magical chains bound the woman. What a scumbag. Field's brow twitched. No wonder the Empire was beset by internal and external troubles, so rotten to the core. How could the Empire possibly prosper when surrounded by such vermin? "Huh, you dog, you're asking for it." With a casual wave of her hand, the chains binding her suddenly burst open, turning into countless starlight and disappearing. A horrifying scene unfolded. The woman's slender, pale fingers easily pierced the old man's head. Before he could even scream, his head and spine were ripped off. The woman's face was contorted with pleasure, blood splattered all over her, and she rolled her eyes back in ecstasy. All right, kill 2 more. This is amazing. I must draw this scene. Miss, I've tipped you 10,000 gold coins. Please accept this as a reward." A group of men surrounded him, showering him with praise, while servants quickly came over to clean up the scene. The maid smiled and said, "You see, please don't resort to violence first. The strength of everyone here is unpredictable. Besides, if things go too far, there will be a powerful figure in charge who will personally take action." A striking warning. Shrugging, Field calmly walked into the ballroom, thinking to himself, many of those attending the ball are chosen ones. The magic-breaking ability I just displayed is definitely not something an ordinary person can easily achieve. However, the most noteworthy is that uncontracted chosen one. The minimap clearly shows the uncontracted chosen ones nearby. Without lingering on the dance floor and declining numerous invitations, Field crossed the magnificent music hall and arrived at the black market. Leaving the hall, the eye-watering scenes decreased dramatically. Aside from a fat woman leading 3 young men around, there was nothing noteworthy. Amidst the sounds of crying and laughter, Field immediately noticed a large number of slaves, all of them fair-skinned and beautiful, or handsome and dashing. Curious, Field approached, scanning each slave with his own gaze, and then asked in bewilderment, "What's the difference between the slaves here and the slaves outside?" The slave trade was not prohibited in the Empire. On the contrary, slave hunting activities were strongly supported. For example, the pink cat, like Demi, humans suffered greatly from slave hunting. Some minority demi-human races were even eradicated. There was no reason to secretly sell slaves here. The merchant, also hidden in a black robe, didn't waste any words but instead tapped the wooden board next to the cage with a stick. Count Girardi's youngest daughter of the Silverwing Empire, 13 years old, virgin, possesses 1/16 of the bloodline of a 4-winged angel. Her intelligence has been erased, and she can only obey. Hiss, Field gasped. No wonder they were secretly selling slaves. These were nobles. After a moment, Field asked, "The offspring of foreign nobles, how much?" "Not expensive, only 300,000 gold coins." The slave trader held up 3 fingers. Her maternal grandmother was a 6th-order chosen one, the 4-winged angel. Her bloodline must contain the noble elements of the chosen one and the holy light. 300,000. That's half a year's income for Golden Eagle City. Field shook his head. Besides, the chosen ones have absolutely no relation to bloodline. Otherwise, this world would have long ago been a matriarchal or theocratic society. You dare to arrest this? The Silverwing Empire's strength seems to be no less than that of the Griffin Empire, right? The Silverwing Empire, officially known as the Silverwing and Polyfederation Empire, is 1.5 times the size of the Griffin Empire. Located in the northeast of the empire, it boasts chosen ones from both the Holy Light and Primal Pantheons, making it a formidable force. Ashina's winter goddess belongs to the Primal Pantheon, which generally includes natural climates, animals, and totems, and primarily features only combat-oriented chosen gods. The Holy Light Pantheon, on the other hand, is the faith promoted by the Church and includes various types of pantheons and is very effective against evil pantheons. The Empire's mainstream pantheon is the God of War pantheon. Of course, these things don't need to be considered for now. Generally, nobles can be happy to find a chosen one, and they have no room for choice. The man in the black robe remained silent, like a piece of wood, not uttering a single word. "Humph, it's obvious you're here for the first time. Merchants won't tell you their secrets to making money. A woman's gentle voice reached my ears. Few they seem even more interested in me now that it's my first time here. Field shook his head. He'd already been approached by several girls on his way here, more than he'd ever done in both of his lifetimes combined. Field turned his head, about to refuse, but found that the woman in front of him had no intention of inviting him to reproduce. She gently waved a fan in her hand, dressed in perfect attire, elegant and composed. The woman smiled and said, "Let me guess, you're here to buy something?" "Yes," Field said bluntly. "I want to buy." "Shoo," as if anticipating this. The woman put her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. "If you say it out loud, someone with ulterior motives will know who you are, and your life will be in danger." "But," Field frowned slightly, "after you buy the items, you don't need to take them away on the spot. Simon will deliver them to you in the normal world in his name. That beast, although vicious, still has some integrity in running the black market." "I see. Thank you for your help." The woman lazily waved her fan. "I admire your rationality. It's best not to cross your bottom line, because once you do, you'll find that people have no bottom line at all." "That's right." Field nodded in agreement. "So, you want to buy magical items? I also have artifacts." The woman crossed one arm over her chest and rested the other on her chin. Then, as if by magic, she pulled out a wooden carving of a lizard that looked like a dried corpse. A first-tier artifact, a wooden mud lizard. It can transform into a ferocious earth elemental lizard and kill anyone who threatens you. "I can't afford it." Field shook his head directly. "I need a lot of magical materials. If you have any, that would be great." Chapter 179 Procurement. I'm a merchant. Just tell me what magical materials you want." Rosalia is already at Tier 2, and the chosen guard she provides can also advance to Tier 2. However, unlike before, advancing the chosen guard to Tier 2 requires not only Tier 2 potions, but also a large quantity of rare medicinal herbs. Field pulled out a list. "I need blood serpent grass, calamity flower." "No problem, but the price will be high, a total of 1,400 gold coins." The businesswoman nodded repeatedly. "Many of them are magical plants, and it will take time to collect them all. But I don't have the flower of calamity. Perhaps you can ask around for it." "Finding so many materials has already exceeded my expectations." Field nodded happily, since theoretically no one could contract corruption of the Chosen Ones, and therefore there was no need to upgrade the Chosen One's guards, making the relevant materials very difficult to find. The two agreed on a price, and Field generously made the payment. The price was very reasonable. "You're very wealthy. You must be a lord somewhere. An adventurer or mage wouldn't have so much money, nor would they need such a large amount." Having been a lord for so long, Field had even stopped regarding gold coins as gold coins, always thinking that 1,400 gold coins were insignificant. In fact, 50 gold coins were enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably. Field blinked. "Like you said before, don't pry into my little secrets." "Certainly." The two clinked glasses, took a couple of sips of wine, each lost in their own thoughts. A batch of rare demi-humans are being sold at a low price. They are guaranteed to be unique to this market. Gentlemen who are interested, come and take a look. Another merchant walked into the black market, seemingly having just finished his business, his steps unsteady. He led a long line of demi-humans on chains. The demi-humans looked desperate and numb. The youngest probably only 5 or 6 years old, their tearful eyes evoking pity. Oh, a pink cat-like demi-human and a blue weasel-like demi-human, indeed very rare. I thought they were extinct. The female merchant casually handed her wine glass to a servant beside her, swaying her beautiful waist as she stepped forward and asked, "You are the famous hunter, right?" "I never imagined I'd become so famous." "That's right. I am a hunter, specializing in capturing rare slaves." "Let me see. They don't seem very healthy. They look like they're about to die. How much anesthesia did you use?" The businesswoman touched this and looked around, then grabbed a catgirl and rubbed it incessantly. "Don't touch it if you're not buying. Take your hand away." The hunter drew a gleaming longsword and smiled sinisterly. "Want to buy a demi-human? 1,000 gold coins for an adult, 500 gold coins for a minor." "You're insane. You're like a skinning demon. I can't afford such an expensive price." The businesswoman rolled her eyes, waved her hand, and turned to leave. "Stinking dog that needs to be disciplined. It smells like a demi-human." The hunter licked the tip of his blade, sheathed it, and turned to smile coldly. "Do you need one, sir? These types of demi-humans are nearly extinct. If you don't enjoy them now, you'll regret it later. They are extremely valuable collectibles and will make a very respectable guest." "Sorry, I don't have what I'm looking for." Field raised his eyelids slightly, nodded politely, and left. 1,000 gold coins. All the slaves in Nightfall combined wouldn't cost 1,000 gold coins. Slaves on the black market command ridiculously high premiums. Uncontracted chosen ones aren't on the black market. The mark is clearly nearby, so why can't I find it? Could it be underground? Field wandered around for a while, but couldn't find the location marked by the green dot. It's probably some nobleman. This is troublesome. Kidnapping nobles and taking them back? It sounds crazy, but it's not impossible. Field has already begun to consider the pros and cons of doing so. As he walked and pondered, Field suddenly saw what he had been longing for. Giant wolf of Ruijin grassland for sale. Ah, giant wolf. I've finally found one. A burly woman was driving giant wolves, the largest of which was half a person's height and about 2.5 meters long. They were all mixed colors, resembling huskies. Compared to the majestic and imposing dragon-like wolves, they were simply incomparable. Field had expected to encounter a formidable pack of wolves in a breathtaking display, but they all turned out to be rather clumsy and smaller than he had imagined. How much for this giant wolf? Field hurried over, pointed to the largest wolf, and asked impatiently. This one is not for sale. It belongs to my husband. Field was dumbfounded. Are all those wolf pups following behind yours? Reproductive isolation warning. Haha, don't look so shocked. Have you ever heard of druids? The woman waved her hand. Druids can transform into more than just bears or eagles. They can also turn into wolves and even sea creatures. Field suddenly realized. I see. I was just mentioning it casually. They actually have nothing to do with druids. Field's face darkened. Kids, this isn't funny. The woman laughed heartily. It was just a joke. I come from the distant grasslands. This giant wolf is the Wolf King, and I'm not selling it. The others are available for purchase. You can choose for yourself. They're all healthy wolf cubs, 300 gold coins each. I must mention that this breed of giant wolf is excellent at herding sheep and hunting, but don't even think about riding it. The wolf's back is too fragile to bear heavy loads. These animals are similar to dogs. They can survive on swill and offal, so the cost of domesticating them is not high. Thanks for the reminder. Field sighed inwardly. Even in this world, wolves are still not suitable for riding. However, with the genes of the black dragon mixed in and further enhanced by Ashina's chosen mark, the outcome remains unknown. After all, the dragon wolf is an anomaly, as strong as a bear, easily carrying 2 heavily armored knights. Living artifacts are the most valuable type of artifact because they can give birth to new species. With proper subsequent screening, it's possible to create a wolf that can transform into Godzilla or Ultraman, although the chances are almost zero. Field bought 10 in one go, and before he even had a chance to enjoy the 3,000 gold coins, he gave them away. Sir, the goods will be temporarily stored at Baron Simon's ranch, and you can take them away at any time. The servants led the wolf away. Yes, it's very convenient. Field gave the servants 5 silver coins as a tip. Just then, the green dot on the minimap moved, and Field immediately focused his attention on the minimap. After all, this represents a chosen one who can be contracted, and the benefits of winning such a contract would be immeasurable. Ladies and gentlemen, a new survival game has begun. Place your bets. Guess whose pet will survive the bloodthirsty bear's attacks to the very end. That's it. Field noticed that the green dot had moved to the recreation area. She was in the basement just now, and now she's been moved to the recreation area. Chapter 180 Silver Fox Demi-Human. Without giving it another thought, Field strode into the entertainment area. This place was even more lively than the main hall, packed with enthusiastic people who were spending lavishly here. Double the amount. Pour Auntie a glass of sparkling wine. Haha, you think you can beat me with 16 cards? I'll eat this marble table today. But the largest crowds gathered around the central arena. The arena itself was a huge stone pit, and spectators could see the fierce and bloody battles below simply by looking down. The 2-headed demonic lion leaped up effortlessly and pounced on a terrified, screaming female slave. The lion, which had been starving for over 10 days, did not stop for a moment. It tore open its mouth, ripped off the woman's leg, chewed it greedily for a couple of times, and then swallowed it whole. Help, help! Blood splattered. The screams gradually subsided, and the 2-headed demonic lion, engrossed in its meal, even began to tear its 2 heads apart. Great! That was so much fun. I won. I knew she was the smartest. She was the last one to be eaten. Some cheered, some were angry. It's actually a slave arena. Could that uncontracted chosen one be one of the contestants? Field witnessed what had just happened, suppressed his anger, and let out a cold snort. Humans are just as cruel to their own kind. These slaves, who could create immense value in Nightfall territory, are nothing more than amusement for the nobles here. Hey kid, want to place a bet with me later? Trust me, I can definitely guess who will survive to the end. A grinning man approached, trying to put his arm around her shoulder, but Field casually dodged him. The man, who had been turned away, showed no embarrassment and instead said familiarly, "Lend me 50,000 gold coins, and I'll definitely make it back." Field was puzzled. This guy was really shameless. He didn't even know him. Why did he want to borrow money? I have no money. No, you have money. I saw it. A full 80,000 gold coins. The man's tone carried a hint of threat. You were following me. Field's murderous intent flickered. So what if I saw it? What's it to you? The man tilted his head, laid his cards on the table, and threatened. Give me 50,000 gold coins, or I'll kill you. Don't you even want the last bit of dignity? Field calmly drew his long sword and said coldly, I won't lend it to you. Get lost. Then you'll definitely regret it. The man sneered, casually patted Field on the shoulder, and turned to leave. The next time you see me, you'll be a dead man. Get your coffin ready. Yeah. A smile curved the corners of Field's mouth. He's tampered with you, my dear little lord. Gamblers who've lost everything have gone mad. They'll do anything. A familiar, languid female voice came from behind. Give me 10 gold coins, and I'll use a purification spell to undo it. Otherwise, he'll be after you. Your behavior could easily lead me to mistakenly believe that you're in cahoots with him. Who knows if you're casting a purification spell or a tracking spell? Field turned around, and behind him stood a businesswoman selling magical plants. You seem to already know about his actions? A strange glint flashed in the businesswoman's beautiful eyes as she rested her chin on her hand, seemingly pleased with herself. It seems my warning was completely unnecessary. I'm more wary of you than him. You've been around me all this time, but I don't think you've fallen in love with me or that this is some kind of guidance from the goddess of love. What could be a more absurd fantasy than finding true love at a decadent dance party? Aside from stories like Aunt Wong Next Door, who married a Dubai prince at the age of 50 and received a dowry of 100 billion yuan. Don't be nervous, it's just a coincidence. The businesswoman tilted her head and pointed down with her fan. Look, a new round of beast fighting is about to begin. Guess who will be the last one to be eaten? Looking in the direction the businesswoman pointed, a purple mantis cautiously leaped out of the open gate in a contorted posture. Hiss! Mantis let out a low growl, instantly spread its wings, and swooped straight down towards the audience above. What an energetic little guy. Before the monster could even leap out, a naked man casually jumped from the stands and slapped it down. The surrounding crowd remained unfazed, already used to such sights. A third-tier battle aura knight. What terrifying power. Field nodded repeatedly as he watched. The mantis was only a first-tier magical beast, so it was naturally no match for a third-tier knight. Aside from the chosen ones who can fight beyond their level, all other life forms are strictly limited by their level. Unless they rely on equipment or numbers, it's very difficult to fight beyond their level. It's true that nobles seek thrills, but they also value their lives. They wouldn't play with higher-level monsters, as it's easy to lose control. Bang! Mantis slammed down, wobbled a couple of times, and then stood up again. A deep fear flashed in its insect-like compound eyes. It cowered, too afraid to look up. If the knight hadn't held back, that slap would have crippled it, if not killed it. Welcome, distinguished guests. Now the beasts have made their appearance. Next, we will release 8 pets to engage in a tense and exciting battle royale. Whoever survives to the end will be the winner, although they will all die. These little pets were just caught and are guaranteed to have not been trained in any way, so there is no possibility of cheating. A magical chain restrained the mantis. At the same time, the gate opened, and 8 girls were pushed out. Humans, demi-humans, and even a halfling. Halflings are a race similar to dwarves, also known as hobbits. They like to live in log cabins in the forest and are close relatives of humans. Everyone can place their bets now. The host smiled and waited quietly for everyone to place their bets. Which one do you think is better? I think human number 4 is pretty good. Her muscles aren't just for show. Once she gets a weapon, she'll have a certain ability to protect herself. To make it more exciting, the organizers placed a lot of swords and clubs in the arena, although they weren't very useful. Field glanced around. Then you see the green dot on the mini-map, which lands on the most inconspicuous number 7. A fox. The businesswoman shuddered inexplicably and immediately turned to look at Field. Seeing her staring blankly at the slave, she followed Field's gaze. Girl number 7 is a silver fox demi-human with silver hair and gray eyes. She is a cute and delicate lowly who looks pure and innocent. Her slender legs tremble incessantly, but her eyes reveal a calmness that does not belong to her age. Do you think number 7 will be the winner? The businesswoman laughed and said, She's just a weak fox-like creature. I guess she has no other abilities besides serving men. She'll probably be the first one to be killed. Field sighed silently. Damn it. Of all times, I was born to be a slave used for beast fighting. Chapter 181 Beast Fighting, Part 1. The Colosseum involves the interests of gamblers, and many nobles have staked their fortunes and even their lives on it. Let's just buy it before the game. Field made the decision without hesitation. The Silver Fox demi-humans were not a rare race, and a few thousand gold coins should be enough. Before he could speak, someone pointed at the girl in number 1 and shouted, "Sister, I finally found you. You damned bastard, that's my sister. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins to release her." The people around him burst into laughter. Another person looking for relatives has arrived. Finding this place was no easy feat. It's truly touching. I can't wait to see him break down. The host wagged his finger. No. Once you enter the arena, no matter who you are, you're not allowed to leave. Otherwise, you'll be the enemy of everyone here. Taking the corpse back is fine, though It seemed that buying slaves was not feasible. Field was helpless. Was he going to rush in like a fool? Although the potential gains are substantial, the risks are equally high. Field gritted his teeth and quietly circulated his internal fighting spirit. I can give it a try. Before he could make a move, a cold snort rang out from behind. You festering sores of the Empire, daring to kidnap my fiancée. You're asking for death. I'll see who can stop me today. The next moment, a young man in black outfit flashed out, unleashing a powerful third-tier battle aura, and charged straight down. So imposing, truly a warrior. Field nodded appreciatively, silently giving a thumbs up in his heart. There are still good people out there, so let him take the lead. However, the next moment, the emerald green wind blade tore through space, carrying a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. With a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive, it easily entered the body of the boy in the tight-fitting clothes, passed through his body, and slammed heavily into the stone wall of the arena. Uffed. When the boy fell, he was split in two right in the middle, and blood splattered all over the ground. This scene caused the boy's fiancée to scream in despair. Damn, do we have to go this far? Field wiped away his cold sweat. Sure enough, not all times are suitable for showing off with force. There are really a lot of strong people here. It's definitely not worth risking your life. How should we do this? Time is too short, making it difficult to design a perfect plan, but we can't act impulsively. Field began to think anxiously, his fingers tapping incessantly on the railing. I've got it. Since these perverts take pleasure in human suffering, I can turn the tables on them, but it all depends on her luck. Field's eyes lit up, and he instantly regained his composure. He snapped his fingers and swiped the magic envelope. I'm betting on number 7 to survive to the end. I'll bet 200 gold coins. Sorry, the Colosseum is charged in units of 10,000, with a minimum of 10,000 gold coins. A servant standing nearby reminded him. Is it that expensive? Field scratched his head, feigning annoyance. Then bet 10,000. Bet on number 7 to survive to the end. So bold. This is unlike your cautious style just now. The businesswoman was surprised. Fox humans don't have much combat talent. I think your gold coins are going to be wasted. Field leaned against the railing. Nothing is certain. If the returns are high enough, it's worth the risk. Besides, that girl is cute, so she deserves more investment. Humph. I hope you can remain this calm after this is all over. Clang. The controlled mantis, moving with near-imaginary speed, hurtled towards the slaves. It had been starving for 12 days, and now, smelling the delicious aroma of human flesh, it was already impatient. The businesswoman standing nearby instantly changed her expression and tore the betting voucher in her hand into pieces. What bad luck. Huh. Field didn't understand. The next moment, a bright red jet of blood shot onto the wall. Number 4, the strongest and fastest, became the first target. She tried to grab the spear on the weapon rack, but even though it was so close, she found herself unable to hold it. Where's my hand? Number 4 stared blankly at her right hand, the slice smooth, without even a spurt of blood. Her pupils trembled violently, and when she turned her head, she saw a twisted, terrifying worm using its mandibles to devour her arm like a snack. No, help. Mantis slashed down, and the audience erupted in cheers. They loved watching brutal scenes. Good riddance, good riddance. Thank goodness I didn't buy number 4. This is my last gold coin. How could you do this to us? Damn it, give me my money back. Mantis devoured the entire person in a minute and immediately charged towards the second one. As expected, the young man's fiancée became the second victim, as she walked blankly toward the monster, her eyes devoid of any light. Mantis accepted the takeout without any hesitation. The people on stage cheered again. They all scum. Field's eyelids twitched as he watched, not out of any saintly sentimentality, but simply because he felt this killing was utterly meaningless. These people would be better off being sent to Nightfall to cultivate the land, or assigned to unmarried soldiers, instead of having their lives used to please nobles. The slaves began to rebel, picking up various weapons to defend against the monster's attacks, but with almost no effect. A young girl attempted to repel the mantis with a hammer, only to have her head chopped off with a single blow. Phew, it's eating slower now. Looks like I'm lucky. Field looked down at the monster. Its attacks were less ferocious, and it began to pick and choose its food, only consuming the brain or the internal organs. Fox-like beings are a relatively intelligent subhuman race. Goglios trembled violently. The stench of blood made the fur on her tail stand on end, and the overwhelming fear made her stiff and rigid. She could only pinch her thighs hard with her nails. Only the stinging pain could ignite her will to survive. Where can we escape to? As long as we survive to the end, that's enough. The people in the arena didn't tell them the truth, that everyone would die, but instead said, those who persevere to the end will live and gain freedom. This is to stimulate their will to survive, rather than leaving them helplessly waiting to die. The girl stepped barefoot onto the cold, slippery stone floor, completely ignoring the jagged stones that cut her soles. Taking advantage of the time the others had bought her, she quickly escaped to the weapons rack. Goglios took a deep breath, then a deep breath, took a shield from the shelf, and scanned the weapons again. It's impossible to break through the monster's defenses. As long as I can avoid being killed by my own companions, that's fine. Goglios's slender hands grasped a long sword, but it was so heavy that she almost fell on her toes. In desperation, she had to take a dagger instead. Buzz! Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and the girl quickly fell forward. A gleaming silver javelin grazed her shoulder, leaving a gruesome scratch. Chapter 182 Beast Fighting, Part 2. Who? Goglios rolled twice on the ground and caught a glimpse of a human girl charging towards her with a spear in her hand. Although they were about the same age, her young face was full of ferocity. Perhaps out of fear, she was crying with her eyes closed as she charged at her. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Please, you die first. In her view, she would gain freedom once everyone else was dead. I won't give up. She quickly raised her shield and curled up behind it, bracing herself for the impact. However, the human girl charged with the spear with her eyes closed and missed. Instead, the end of the spear pressed against her lower abdomen, and the intense pain made her scream. Her screams will attract monsters. We can't stay here any longer. Goglios rationally tried to run away, but when she looked up, she saw foul-smelling saliva dripping down. No, really. Sweat streamed down her snow-white neck, mixing with the wound and causing excruciating pain. However, all that pain was nothing compared to seeing the mantis monster before him. With her last ounce of reason, Goglios raised her shield. Buzz! A sonic boom erupted instantly, and the mantis's terrifying claws slashed straight out, hurtling towards them. Its lingering afterimage remained for a long time, demonstrating its terrifying power. Uft! Wood chips flew everywhere, and the shield shattered instantly without any suspense. Immediately afterwards, a curtain of blood splattered out. A first-tier monster has no room to maneuver when fighting an ordinary demi-human. The claws slashed into its chest and pulled out through its abdomen, causing blood to gush out. The severe blood loss left Goglios's head spinning, followed by a dizzying spin and blurred vision. I'm going to die, so be it. This world is too filthy. I hope that the last person can live a good life. Goglios felt herself being lifted up lightly, the mantis drooling, ready to suck her brains dry, the fox-like girl already smelling the stench. Damn it, my 10,000 gold coins. Just then, Field mobilized all his fighting spirit, transforming it into a powerful aura that erupted fiercely. The shout of 10,000 gold coins was so loud it made people's eardrums hurt. Holy crap, that scared me. Why are you yelling so loudly? If you have a problem, talk to the host. Amidst the surrounding murmurs and curses, Field immediately felt 3 or 4 killing intents locked onto him, a thick layer of malice poised to erupt. Field was certain that if he dared to make any disruptive move, he would be killed by the powerful figures present. Damn piece of trash, he can't even do this properly. Field pretended not to know, maintaining his aristocratic demeanor as he continued to hurl insults. But strangely, the mantis casually abandoned the dying Goglios. Tilting its head, it glanced at Field, its compound eyes darting around before its attention was drawn back to the other girls. Leaving a blur, it chased after them. Phew, it worked. My observations and judgments were all correct. Field secretly broke out in a cold sweat. When the mantis attacked the audience, it was slapped down by a Tier 3 Aura Knight and developed an extremely strong sensitivity to battle aura. When the young man in the tight-fitting clothes unleashed his fighting spirit, Field clearly noticed that the mantis became wary and fearful. This kind of magical beast is extremely timid and constantly pays attention to its surroundings, especially to fast-moving creatures. Field nodded to himself. The fastest one before, number 4, was defeated because of this. He suddenly unleashed his fighting spirit, distracting the magical beast. What are you muttering about? I thought you were calm, but you're still just as agitated after losing money. The businesswoman cleaned her ears, rubbed her head, and complained. Stop making so much noise. You almost scared me to death. Ahem, sorry. Field made a casual remark and then refocused his attention on the arena. The killing intent that had been locked onto him vanished. After all, he had only let out a howl, which hadn't affected the outcome. I lost 10,000 gold coins. Can I even vent my frustration? As long as their brains aren't drained, with the vitality of a demi-human, they shouldn't die anytime soon. From now on, it's up to fate. As the green duff faded, Field nearly crushed his glass in nervousness. Fortunately, the mantis didn't cause any trouble and cleanly killed the remaining girl in a minute and a half. The winner is number 3, the host announced excitedly. Those who guessed correctly went wild with excitement, while those who lost cursed in frustration, grabbing men and women nearby to vent their anger. I spent 10,000 gold coins and have the right to take the corpse away. I'm going to whip it severely. Field roared and leaped down, rushing to Gogree's side. The gruesome wound had severed almost every organ and bone that could be cut. The sight was too horrific to bear. Even in later times, there would be no chance of saving her. Keep an eye on him in case he tampers with the field. Let him take the body away. Even if a goddess came, she couldn't save that slave. Besides, who would save a slave? The powerful figures in charge of the arena initially intended to drive him away, but Field's perverse behavior won them favor, so they laughed and tacitly approved of Field taking the corpse away. You must survive, and I'll reward you with 10,000 gold coins. Field picked up Goglas and quickly jumped onto her. Are you really going to desecrate a corpse? The businesswoman's eyes flashed with anger as she stepped in front of Field. Have some decency. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Field raised an eyebrow indifferently and kissed Gogrees on the cheek. Sorry, I just like this kind of thing. Please don't block my way, I'm busy. Yes, sir. I support you. You re a pervert, and I like it. Here's 1,000 gold coins for you. If you perform in public, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. To Field's utter astonishment, a few freaks ran over and excitedly gave him a bonus. Field thought to himself, damn perverts. I almost forgot, they also rank perverts. I'm going to have some fun now, but this is a matter of privacy. Seeing that Gogrees had no heartbeat, but thankfully the green that hadn't completely disappeared, Field stopped talking and rushed straight out. Using the magic envelope again, Field's vision distorted, and he returned to the grassy area he had been on before. Field, are you all right? Rosalia, who was waiting outside, staggered out of the woods. Seeing that Field was all right and the strong smell of blood on him wasn't his, Rosalia breathed a sigh of relief, regained her previous elegant demeanor, calmly walked up to him, and angrily rebuked. If you ever act alone again, you can forget about sleeping from now on. Chapter 183 Life and Hatred. Yes, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm not the kind of person who jokes about life. More importantly, please help me save her. She has the potential to awaken as a chosen one. Field quickly laid the fox-like creature flat on the ground. It's perfectly normal not to bring Rosalia. There's no reason to bring a girl to the uncensored convention. My healing abilities can only be used on myself. You know that. Rosalia bent down, glanced at the bloody wound, and licked her lips. I thought you brought me some snacks. I was just about to praise you for being thoughtful. What are you thinking about? Field raised his hand and offered her a roasted chestnut. Use your bloodline to clear her trachea, expel any debris from her body, and then help her heart beat. Buy me some time. Can the heart still assist in beating? I didn't know that. Rosalia couldn't understand, but she obediently did as she was told. Field first took out the awakening stone and placed it in Gogrees' hand. If she could awaken directly as a chosen one, it might be able to heal her. Sure enough, there's no response anymore. After waiting quietly for 3 seconds, Field shook his head helplessly and gritted his teeth, saying, I can only use the life jewel. It hurts me to death. I haven't even had a chance to warm it up yet. The little girl in front of me has not yet awakened and is an ordinary person, so the artifact can be used on her. No, keep the life jade for yourself. What will you do if you encounter danger in the future? Rosalia objected vehemently, but seeing that Field still took out the life jewel, she knew that once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. She immediately stamped her foot in anger. You really are nothing like a proper nobleman. Even though you seem very reliable, sigh. Normal nobles would rather let their gold coins and treasures rot in a secret room than let others use them. Field shook his head. I'm not being overly kind. I'm just looking further ahead. Without the jewel of life, we can just find another chosen one of the goddess of life, or steal from others. Saving her will strengthen the Nightfall territory. Get a Tier 1 artifact and exchange it for a Tier 1 godly chosen, a sure win. The life jewel was placed into the little girl's hand. The next moment, a vibrant power surged from it, with thousands of brilliant rays of light intertwining to form a colorful and dazzling figure that slowly landed on the little girl. Immediately afterwards, the organ began to heal at a visible speed, granulation tissue emerged, and the green marker on the minimap became clear again. Pain. The little girl murmured, but remained unconscious. Phew, it worked, but it cost me a lot. Field wiped his sweat, but found a lot of blood on his forehead. The sticky feeling was very uncomfortable, but Field didn't care. He let out a laugh like an elder of the Soul Hall. From now on, you'd better work hard. Rosalia rubbed her forehead, looking helpless, and handed her a handkerchief. It's not safe here. Let's go back to the inn first. You have to be careful in the future and don't get hurt. Okay, Field said with a smile. Before obtaining the life gem, didn't we still take risks? But she's right. The situation in the Empire is getting more and more complicated. We should be careful. With Gordris by their side, the two disappeared into the night. The underground dance party in Maple Leaf territory will continue until the early hours of the morning. But the hunter Orcus chose to leave the ball early, even skipping his favorite part of the uninhibited gathering. Damn it, the heart palpitations are getting stronger. Who the hell is targeting me? Space distorted, and as the magical envelope shattered, Orcus appeared in the mountainous woodlands on the edge of Maple Leaf territory. Tree branches swayed, rocks jagged, and nocturnal animals emitted eerie, terrifying cries. The boss is out. About 20 men dressed in haphazard clothes surrounded them and asked in a wicked tone, "Boss, did you have fun? Please take me with you next time." Take me with you too. I want to experience what it's like to be a lady of leisure. Is business bad? Why haven't we sold many of the demi-humans? Yes, I'm still counting on this money to cure my mother from the evil spirits that have entered her body. Damn it, shut your mouths. They're stinking worse than loincloths. They're hurting my ears. Load the demi-humans onto the trucks. We have to get out of Galbao province as fast as we can. Some damn guys are watching us. Okas irritably tossed the chains to his accomplice and kicked the guy closest to him. Get it over with. It must be the Eagle Eye Gang. They're after the gold coins of our Green Lizard slave trapping group and want to steal them. Hurry up and pack your things. Maple Leaf territory is no good place. No one questioned it. Okas was born with the talent of a hunter and was extremely sensitive to danger. This talent made them invincible, allowing them to capture rare demi-humans and magical beasts in the dangerous primeval jungle. However, the next moment, hiss, a spatial portal was opened. Human warriors, both men and women, emerged from the group, dressed in leather armor and carrying standard weapons. Damn, a magical teleportation portal? What a big deal. Orcus was startled. Normally, a small warp portal spell requires a third-tier mage to master and an incredible talent for spatial deduction. Therefore, anyone who can cast this spell is definitely very strong. Of course, this kind of magic is extremely dangerous. If it is discovered by an enemy mage and interferes with the spatial node, the person being teleported may be torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. However, the members of the slave-catching group clearly did not have such a high-level mage. Okas's heart skipped a beat. He spat out a curse and drew his long sword, looking wary. Help! Help! Thank goodness. By the goddess of the moon, please save us. Woo woo woo. The demi-humans, who had become numb, erupted in chaos upon seeing the warriors of their own race. Despair was replaced by hope in their eyes, and they cried and struggled to beg the demi-human soldiers for help. Beware of enemy attack. Prepare for defense. The slave-catching group roughly kicked and herded the demi-humans into cages, drawing their weapons in preparation. Damn humans, how dare they mistreat our own people. He's a demon. The demi-human soldiers gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush forward immediately to rescue their comrades. TCH, daring to run wild on our human territory. Okas sneered, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. I haven't abused my own kind. I only killed alien races. Am I a devil? Those damned demi-humans should all be wiped out. Butterfly leaped out of the portal, dagger in hand, her eyes filled with hatred. It was you who kidnapped the children of our tribe. We have always lived in our own homeland. You are the invaders. by the boar-like beings, and I witnessed this damned scene while hiding under the bed. You barbaric beasts deserve to die. I swear, as long as I live, the slaughter of the boar-like beings will not stop. Chapter 184: The Continuation of Hatred. A burning hatred ignited in Orcus's eyes, as if he had returned to that day of despair. What does that have to do with us? Wu Dai gritted her teeth. We pink cat abominations have never invaded anyone else's homeland. Heh, all demi-humans are the same to us humans, nothing more than the sinful offspring of humans and beasts. Orcus raised his longsword, his battle aura surging. Nothing more to say, come on. You're right. According to the contract, I will kill the hunter. Besides, I'm really upset right now and need to vent. A tall woman, clad in a deep crimson robe, walked with alluring steps out of the portal and casually waved her hand, closing the magical portal. Miss Ghostly, thank you so much. Thanks to you, we were able to find the hunter. Wu Dai was very pleased. The commission was well worth it. Although I cannot kill Simon, who is on the demand side, killing the hunter, who is on the supply side, can still help the race. You are welcome. A pair of black fox ears twitched slightly, and her alluring, snow-white long legs emerged from her robe, revealing her fluffy tail. The woman, simply standing there, exuded a captivating charm that was impossible to look away from. A black fox demi-human. No wonder he knows magic. Even though Orcus couldn't see his face, little Orcus reacted uncontrollably. He licked the blade of his long sword, his eyes filled with undisguised malice. Damn it, I've actually become interested in demi-humans. What did you do to me? The black fox demi-human, known as the Ghostly One, waved the fan in her hand and said in a seductive tone, racial talent. This smell is so familiar. Heh, you must be that merchant who sells magical materials. How dare a demi-human infiltrate a human gathering? What is Simon doing? As long as you pay, you can get in even the royal ballroom if you have enough gold coins. How are you going to fight me? Take off your clothes, bend over, and then use your prized body to drain me dry? You slut. Orcus laughed. I've already captured a bunch of fox-like beings and sent them to the arena to be tortured to death. You'll be next soon. You won't be laughing for long. With a flick of his wrist, the ghostly fan transformed into a gleaming, sinister-looking divine weapon, a longsword. With a wave of his left hand, a ball of ghostly blue foxfire appeared in his grasp. Damn, a chosen one? Or a demon warrior? Orcus was stunned, and cold sweat instantly poured down his back. He had initially thought it was an ordinary mage. Magic Warrior is a class that combines magic and melee weapons. Anyone who uses both can be called a Magic Warrior. Similar to a melee mage, but with a stronger emphasis on warrior skills. Both sides exuded a chilling aura, and a battle was about to break out. Kill. Wu Dai flicked her wrist, drawing a dagger. Her figure vanished mysteriously, transforming into a shadow that, under the cover of darkness, instantly appeared before the slave hunters. A flash of black light, and the dagger plunged upwards into the unsuspecting member's neck. Uft! Blood gushed out like a fountain. As if on cue, everyone sprang into action, and a chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Kill them all. Third-tier battle chi, death slash. Orcus roared, and before his eyes seemed to reappear his childhood village. Layer upon layer of boar-like people rushed into the village, cutting off the legs of anyone they saw, and then eating them alive. He laughed wildly. This time, I will not run away. I will not pity you. Ghost waved his left hand, third-tier magic wind wall. Buzz. With a loud bang, a whirlwind that was so fast it almost tore through sight suddenly swept through the calm forest, and a wall of wind formed by countless wind blades twisting and spinning suddenly took shape. The fallen leaves caught in it crumbled and turned to dust. The last breath slash and the wind wall collided violently, producing a loud explosion as their powers clashed and tore at each other. Orcus's heart suddenly pounded, and he quickly turned his head away. A streak of silver light flashed across his cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. So powerful, no wonder he is the chosen one. Using the impact of the collision, Orcus was thrown back, and a chip had broken off his longsword. Where are you now, you poor thing? Ghostly left hand flickered with foxfire. Magic, invisibility. Looking at the enemy who had vanished into thin air, Orcus's face turned pale, and sweat streamed down his forehead. What kind of fighting style is this? Damn it, the chosen ones have too many tricks up their sleeves. His heart pounded wildly. Orcus's years of hunting experience made his hair stand on end, and he immediately chose to pounce to the right. The next moment, a sudden, jet-black blade of light slashed out from nowhere. Uft! Ocaston felt dizzy, like a sack of flour crashing to the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, A strange sense of imbalance caused him to inexplicably trip and fall. My hand. When Akaz looked again, his left hand had been severed, and blood was gushing out like water. He quickly wrapped it in his clothes and rolled away to dodge the second slash. Looking up again, the fox-like creature had vanished once more. Damn it. Come out here, you bitch, fight me head-on. Akaz roared furiously as he saw his teammates, who were already on the verge of collapse. The slave-hunting team and the demi-human warriors intensified, already outnumbered, and with the demi-humans clad in leather armor and armed with standard longswords and spears, they held a significant advantage. Orcus watched as 3 or 4 of his trusted men were impaled in the chest by spears and fell to the ground. Their wide-eyed men were still facing him, their mouths agape as if they wanted to say something, but they were immediately struck twice more by the berserk demi-human soldiers, and their last glimmer of life vanished. What troubled him even more was that the enemy also had a chosen one. Although Butterfly was not strong in direct combat, she could still easily crush ordinary people with little armor. In just a brief exchange, some members of the slave-catching team fled or surrendered. Akaz frantically brandished his longsword, trying to force the fox-like creature out. Come out. Come out. Do you feel scared too? Accompanied by the aura of the blade, a ghost suddenly appeared, and Okaz's legs were separated in an instant. We're both at the 3rd tier, yet I'm like an ant, easily manipulated. This world is so unfair. I trained so hard. Akaz gave a bitter laugh, using his broken sword to prop himself up. I failed today, but someone will inherit our will. We have it too. The ghost didn't strike him easily. Instead, it gracefully emerged from its stealth state and said, the struggle between races is a matter of life and death. Don't look so bitter and resentful. Face death with equanimity. 3rd tier divine skill, ink painting curse breaker. The violent black and white blade energy transformed into strange, tadpole-like runes, slashing out layer upon layer, followed closely by fierce foxfire, like a massive torrent that instantly engulfed the struggling Akaz. Chapter 185 The Non-Existent Holy Land. The forest before them had been flattened into a fan shape by the chaotic sword energy, and Akaz had already turned into dust. Saved? Long live. The demi-humans swiftly annihilated the slave-catching team, and the crowd embraced the liberated slaves tightly, celebrating their hard-won freedom. Thank you so much, Miss Ghost. Wu Dai breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to the ghost, and bowed deeply. No need to be polite. I'm just doing this for money. The ghost didn't reveal its true form, but waved its hand. What are you planning to do next? Go back to your homeland. My people will go back first, but I still need to find another group of kidnapped people and find a way to make money. After Wu Dai finished speaking, she lowered her eyes, stared at her toes for a long time, and then looked up hesitantly and asked, is it really impossible for humans and demi-humans to live in peace? We haven't done anything wrong. That pig-like beings eat people has nothing to do with us cat-like beings. Of course not. This is not something you or I can decide. In fact, conflicts have little to do with race. Look at humans. They kill each other endlessly, and demi-humans even more so. Think about it carefully. Are the superior races who come to the tribe every year to collect taxes and slaves any different from Simon? Wu Dai fell silent. Animals like lions, bears, wolves, boars, and the most terrifying dragon-like people not only didn't worry about extermination, but instead relentlessly invaded surrounding races. Conquered tribes were required to pay enormous sums of wealth and manpower each year. The best outcome for the slaves they took away was to become playthings and servants. They were generally only sent to the front lines as cannon fodder or used as mobile rations. The Demi-Human Alliance and the Griffin Empire have had countless small-scale conflicts. As a result, the superior races have become richer and richer with each battle, while these small tribes have been oppressed by both sides and are on the verge of extinction. The ghostly figure pinched the cat-like human-esque face. All right, stop looking so bitter and resentful. This isn't something we should be thinking about. Weakness is the original sin. Wu Dai blinked her big eyes and said sadly, if only there were a place willing to accept us equally, where we could work and get food in return and have enough to eat every day without being enslaved or killed. My dear cat girl, even though there are stars all around, don't dream while you're awake. The ghostly figure rolled her eyes coquettishly. How could such a place possibly exist? Even elves can't escape becoming slaves. Only the sacred places described by priests can have such a place. You don't seem very happy today. Is there anything I can help you with? Sensing the resentment emanating from the woman hidden in the long robe before her, Wu Dai deliberately inquired. She longed to cultivate a good relationship with this powerful senior. Having a strong person to rely on was always a good thing. Don't even mention it. I was furious when I saw the fox human being tortured to death today. Then I ran into a bastard who actually took the body away and whipped it. Unfortunately, he was extremely cautious, and I couldn't find a suitable opportunity to tamper with it. The towering white rabbit, throbbing with anger, clenched the woman's fists so tightly they cracked. Don't let me catch him, or he'll be in for a world of hurt. That's so perverted. Wu Dai wiped away her cold sweat, thinking to herself, sure enough, everyone has their difficulties. Even such a powerful ghost lady has enemies she can't handle. After everyone finished packing, they disappeared into the night. Goggles felt dizzy, as if she had returned to the legendary homeland of the Silver Fox demi-humans, the sacred plains of Yuzum, which had been praised countless times by priests and shamans. It was said that there were countless cattle and sheep, fertile farmland, and rivers flowing with milk. After the Silver Fox demi-human dies, it will return to the Holy Land. Stepping onto the soft grass, Goggles felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. The grass felt exceptionally smooth. They rolled around on the grass for a long time, having a great time. She came to the riverbank and indeed saw a snow-white river flowing gently. There really is a river of milk. It's incredible. Although reason and life experience told her that it was impossible for any river to be filled with milk, she stubbornly believed that St. Petersburg existed, and now she had actually seen it. Quickly gathering her hair that was swaying in the wind, Goggles bent down and stuck out her small tongue. Slurp, slurp. The rich milk flavor lingers on the lips and teeth. I've never felt so comfortable. Phew, this is wonderful. Goggles lay down on the ground, a smile playing on her lips, and pinched her cheek. I hope this isn't a dream. Ouch, that hurts. Goggles suddenly woke up and sat up in bed. It really was a dream. Where am I? Looking around, he found himself in a stone house, a warm fire burning in the hearth, the wood crackling softly. A young man in a black nobleman's robe, holding a book, was asleep. On the bedside table sat a wooden tray, a beautiful pitcher emitting the aroma of milk. Goggles reached out and touched it. It was already cold. Looks like I've slept for a long time. I need to get up. The little girl shook her head. Her head still ached. She wanted to lift the blanket, but couldn't move her hand. It's so soft. The blanket is so comfortable. In the past, blankets were made of dry straw that would rub against the skin and cause pain. After struggling for a long time, Goggles reluctantly lifted the covers. She saw her intact body, naked, but that didn't matter. The key was that there were no gruesome wounds. Her stomach was smooth. All the way down to her abdomen, it was slippery. Is this another dream? The little girl pinched her cheek again, and this time it hurt. He saved me. After carefully examining Field for a moment, Goggles remembered many things. She had lost the beast fight and was taken away by someone. She couldn't remember what happened after that, but her intuition told her that the person in front of her was the one who saved her. He's human. Why is that? But since he saved me, he's probably the only one I can rely on. Goggles knew in her heart that she harbored hostility towards humans, but in this world, she had no one to rely on and no way to survive. Even if the creature before her was a two-headed ogre, all she could do was obediently submit. She got up quietly, grabbed the wool blanket from the bed, and covered Field with it. You're awake. Even though the little girl moved very gently, Field still woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a fox spirit whose body was covered up, standing on her snow-white toes. Even when she bent over, her flat chest remained flat. She was struggling to cover herself with a blanket. I never expected that he would care about me so soon after I picked him up. Field was quite surprised, thinking it would be like in an anime, with its thunderous scene playing out. I don't need it. Field took the blanket and draped it over the little girl's shoulders, wrapping it around her body. Field clearly felt her body tremble, but she quickly calmed down. You're not wearing clothes because you struggled so much that the maid didn't put a nightgown on you. Yes, it's okay. Chapter 186 The Clever Fox. Goggles waved her hand, her sorrowful and aloof face forcing a smile with two dimples. You saved me, so I'm yours now, and you can do whatever you want with me. Put your clothes on first. Field put down the book in his hand. It was a cliché story of a knight fighting a dragon and rescuing a princess, and it was also a bestseller in this world. Pointing to the maid outfit beside him, Field smiled and said, From this day forward, you are a member of my Nightfall territory. Of course, my purpose in saving you is to make you my chosen one. Oh. Goggles paused, looking at Field in confusion, but then obediently picked up the maid outfit and put it on. No questions at all. I thought she would ask a classic question like, can humans and demi-humans make a contract? You chose to save me, not someone else, and I believe you've arranged everything. The little fox wagged its big tail, its bright eyes blinking, filled with anticipation. She was lucky to have survived, let alone become a chosen one. How could such a good thing happen? It felt like a dream. Gorgrys felt lightheaded and unreal. Smart enough. Nodding approvingly, Field patiently waited for her to finish dressing. If I had to ask a question, I would like to know your name. Gogrys straightened her maid outfit, which was the first time she had ever worn such clothing. She had previously only been able to wear rough linen clothes. My name is Gogrys. Field Ross. Yes, master. Ahem. Normally you can just call me sir. Field, feeling hot all over, pulled up his collar, rubbed his hands together expectantly, and took out the awakening crystal. This is the awakening crystal. Hold it and feel it carefully. The moment Goggles touched the crystal with her right hand, red and yellow starlight surged forth, converging into a powerful, ethereal image of a goddess. Her features were obscured, but it stirred the blood of all who beheld her. Red and yellow starlight converged to form a rune cluster resembling a hammer and silk threads. Gogrys' eyes widened, and her slightly trembling hand reached out to touch it. The rune was instantly engraved on Gogrys' right shoulder. Gogrys' already stunning beauty was further enhanced by divine power. Her gray eyes shone like jewels, and her beautiful hair cascaded over her petite, soft body. Dressed in a maid outfit, her small, white feet touched the floor, and her fluffy tail swayed back and forth. The little girl looked utterly adorable, like a porcelain doll. It would be very comfortable to use as a pillow, and you wouldn't have to worry about not having a hand warmer in winter. Without a word, Gorgrys' chosen mark shone brightly, and an invisible divine power link was established, instantly completing the contract between the two. In Field's mind, information about Goggles appeared. Name, Goggles. Rank, Tier 1, chosen by the God of Machines. Occupation, mechanic/city defense planner. Artifact, puppet, tool fox type. The fox-shaped shell is extremely sturdy, and the internal tools can be generated at will according to Goggles' ideas. The produced equipment has the quality of an artifact, but has no offensive capabilities. The defensive weapons it makes will be engraved with special runes. Divine skill, mechanical overload. When used on mechanical equipment, it increases performance 5-fold. When used on a mechanical puppet, the pet fox will transform surrounding machinery into powerful attack weapons. Characteristics, skilled craftsman, makes machinery with twice the result with half the effort. Territory bonus. Within the Lord's territory, city walls and fortifications will be enhanced by divine power, increasing their defensive capabilities by 10%. Huh? This is a type I've never heard of before. Field was puzzled, but still extremely excited. It's exactly the kind of territory that's scarce. The Nightfall region is facing a severe shortage of skilled technical personnel. My lord, am I really that useless? After a moment of silence, Gallese, her beautiful and delicate eyes not daring to look directly at Field, said with great concern, I don't seem to be very capable. How could that be? Field promptly used a head pat, rubbing her fluffy fox ears. They feel amazing, so soft and warm, so silky smooth. Just these exquisite animal ears alone are worth the price of admission. The little fox blushed immediately after just having her ears touched. Such a big reaction. Field exclaimed in surprise. Is an ear a private part of the body? I don't think I've ever asked about it. Whenever he sees a demi-human, he touches its ear. Does that mean I'm a complete pervert in the eyes of the demi-humans? No, I'm just a little ticklish. Besides, the sudden change has caught me off guard. Goggles waved her hands repeatedly. Please, feel free. Indeed. After all, their lives were hanging in the balance yesterday, and today they inexplicably became God's chosen ones, and we're not even that familiar with each other. Field reluctantly let go of her hand. Let me explain the whole story first. Oh, and let me tell you about the situation in Nightfall territory. It took Field an hour to introduce himself. That's about it. Oh, by the way, this is Rosalia. We should get along well in the future. Hello, miss. Goggles greeted her. Good, fox-flavored food. Rosalia licked her lips, revealing a charming smile. You must work hard to serve the Lord. You're so young and already so beautiful. When you grow up, you'll definitely be a great beauty, no less than me. You flatter me. Goggles scratched her head sheepishly and subconsciously took 2 steps toward Field. The dangerous aura emanating from the corrupted creature would put any living being on guard. Even Ashina, who is very familiar with Rosalia, doesn't usually hang out with her. Fortunately, both of them like to play by themselves, otherwise Field would worry about their mental and physical health. You should be more modest. Field covered his face. Every time Rosalia appeared, she would take the scene to a strange and bizarre place. It's rare to be this happy. Rosalia plopped down on the desk, crossing her long white legs. Actually, I also have a lowly form, but I rarely use it because Field really likes to look at White Rabbit, so I reluctantly cater to him. Goglius didn't quite understand. White Rabbit, is it for eating? Fox-like people love to eat rabbits, but they don't display them. I can eat and drink. MMM. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Stop it now. Field nearly vomited blood and hurriedly stepped forward to cover Rosalia's mouth, stopping her from continuing her defying nature. Seeing the two getting along so well, Goglius couldn't help but be influenced, a slight smile playing on her lips. It was wonderful to have met such an approachable lord. A surge of intense happiness suddenly welled up inside her, a rare emotion that left Goglius momentarily bewildered. For some reason, her nose suddenly wrinkled, and her eyes rippled like a lake. Although they had only just met, the sudden sense of familiarity made her feel the warmth of home. Chapter 187 Fox Crossbow. After the fooling around, Field snapped his fingers cheerfully. Let's go test the little fox's abilities. Upon arriving at a deserted wasteland, Field first ordered his soldiers to stand guard and patrol the perimeter. After confirming that no one was spying on them, he summoned Gogris. This is my magical artifact, which can modify mechanical devices. After speaking, Goglius's bracelet flashed with silver light and transformed into a silver, mechanical fox, hairless and purely mechanical. It didn't resemble a modern robot, but rather exuded a steampunk and gothic style. He bent down and tapped the ingenious fox's body, producing a dull, textured sound that defied description. Goglius's abilities seemed complicated, and Field couldn't figure them out for a while. Let me demonstrate first. Field took out a standard crossbow commonly used in the army. Can you modify this? Can. The fox puppet split open, revealing all sorts of strange tools, which quickly dismantled the crossbow into pieces. Simple structure, yet highly effective. Having understood the crossbow's construction, Goglius immediately channeled her divine power. First-tier divine skill, mechanical overload. A beam of light surged into the puppet fox's body, and the puppet's size rapidly changed. The dismantled crossbow was also absorbed into the ball of light. The light subsided, and a menacing crossbow appeared. Its gleaming body was engraved with mysterious runes and fox patterns, and the entire crossbow shone with the luster of a divine artifact. Holy crap, they've turned the puppet fox into a different kind of weapon. What is this, a fox crossbow? Yes, this is already a divine artifact quality crossbow. Unfortunately, it will return to its previous state after the overload ends, so I cannot mass-produce divine artifacts for the time being. Field nodded in satisfaction. That's pretty good too. Let's test its power. Aiming at the giant tree 100 meters away, Goglius, holding a crossbow half her own size, pulled the trigger. Bolt, imbued with divine power, hummed as it struck the giant tree. With a loud bang, the bolt snapped the two men and the massive tree in half. Holy crap, you can do that. Field was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly. Could it be turned into a dongfeng or a self-propelled artillery piece? Creating a gust of wind in the Middle Ages would put you ahead of its time by many versions. Eastwind. Cannon. My lord, I don't understand. I can only enhance the artifact after I disassemble the machine and understand its structure. Ahem, I was too hasty. With a wave of her hand, Goglius deactivated the overload and handed the assembled crossbow back to Field. But I will also improve the weapon. If there are any design requirements, leave them to me. A skill with great potential. Field understood. Go back and get some siege equipment so you can take it apart and play with it. Field guessed that this skill became stronger against stronger opponents and required more powerful equipment to unleash its full potential. It's a pity I don't have any city defense ballistae on hand. Otherwise, I would have tried the overload ballistae. Yes, I won't let you down. The little fox said earnestly. After testing their physical fitness and combat skills again, the group returned to the post station. Goglius is essentially similar to Charlotte in that they are both in charge of logistics. She couldn't easily crush a third-tier battle or a knight like a combat-type chosen one, and she couldn't even beat Field. However, its demonstrated RD and craftsmanship talent shows great potential. Reporting, Sir, we have found what you were looking for. Field had barely sat down when two soldiers returned to report. Sir, this is Miss Grova's missing person reward. It was posted as 500 gold coins a month ago, and then it was raised to 2,000 gold coins. The soldiers respectfully handed over the bounties for different dates. You did a great job. Field glanced at them twice and rewarded them with 2 silver coins. It's much cheaper than I expected. I thought I'd get tens of thousands of gold coins, but it turned out I only got 500 at first. After being a lord for so long, I subconsciously started to see gold coins as just a number. Tell everyone to prepare to depart. We'll escort Miss Grova home. Field tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a dull thud. I'm very curious about what exactly happened in Mountain Monkey territory. Do. As soon as the two soldiers left, Goggles, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but tremble. What's wrong? Are you okay? Field saw her pupils dilate and her legs tremble uncontrollably. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was playing Master's Mission. I've seen her. After a moment of internal struggle, Goggles pointed to the portrait on the wanted poster and said tremblingly, "My lord, I shouldn't speak ill of nobles, but you don't need to have any worries with me." Knowing that her mindset wouldn't change anytime soon, Field quickly patted her head and patiently comforted her. That's right. Goggles recalled terrifying memories, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. When her tribe was invaded by a slave-hunting caravan, she, having no one to rely on, was naturally captured. Because she was so thin, no buyer was willing to purchase her. After all, many people buy slaves simply to use them for work. While fox-like beings are beautiful, they are considered an unclean race born of humans and livestock. Those old bachelors who buy female slaves will also choose women with large breasts and large nipples, since they are more fertile. Both a demi-human and a lowly, no one would buy a useless lowly fox just because of its appearance. After changing hands several times, she was bought by Simon, but still no one was willing to buy her, so she could only be used for animal fighting. The human companions I was imprisoned with were bought by that woman. Field hesitated for a moment. Is she a girl too? Yes, she's younger than me, but she only wants humans. I overheard the guards talking about it. She buys girls to become more beautiful. Become more beautiful? Field was very confused and couldn't understand it at all. What does buying a young girl have to do with becoming beautiful? Don't be afraid. It's all in the past. With me here, no one can bully you. This woman has nothing to do with us. I sent her back simply to make some money. Besides, I'm very curious about what exactly happened in Mountain Monkey territory. Field knew why the little fox was trembling with fear. She was afraid that she was in cahoots with Grova. After all, she was carrying someone's portrait and was supposed to take them home, so anyone would have some suspicions. Uh-huh. The little fox nodded obediently, its eyes brimming with tears, and buried its head in Field's arms. Don't be afraid. Field patted her on the shoulder. The little girl's soft, delicate breaths, seeping through her clothes, tickled her skin. After calming Goggles down, Field pondered. Since you've seen her, you should be wary of her seeing you. Let's proceed cautiously and avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 188 Mountain Monkey Territory. Field took out a mask and gave it to Goggles. I guess the whole world thinks you've ascended to heaven, so let's disguise ourselves so that no one with ulterior motives will be curious. As you wish. After the army had assembled, Field led his troops to Mountain Monkey Territory. Mountain Monkey Territory is located at the border of High Castle Province and Rick Province, not far from Maple Leaf Territory. The popular explanation for the name is that there is an animal called the Iron Mountain Monkey in this area, whose eyeballs are important magical materials, and people make a living by raising monkeys. But the nobles all knew that Baron Mountain Monkey's grandfather was a vicious bandit known as Mountain Monkey. He commanded a bandit army skilled in guerrilla warfare, robbing and plundering to amass a fortune. Then, through unknown means, he acquired the baronial territory. After becoming a baron, he lost his brilliance. Without martial prowess and bloodline, he found it difficult to move forward in aristocratic circles. Therefore, the Mountain Monkey clan had no allies or chosen ones. If Mountain Monkey City hadn't been easy to defend and difficult to attack, and not been so poor, it would probably have been annexed long ago. The group marched quickly, and after 2 days, Field arrived in the territory of the Mountain Monkey territory. As we traveled, the surrounding environment changed noticeably. Maple Leaf territory was filled with flowers and maple trees, but Mountain Monkey territory was full of natural atmosphere. The lush trees and secluded mountain paths were created by people walking on them. The vegetation is so lush, and there are also mountain products. At first glance, there are edible things everywhere. Field dismounted and took a deep breath. Such a beautiful view could not be seen in the Nightfall territory. A casual glance revealed a cluster of mushrooms, and several deer occasionally darted through the forest. Field also sensed the presence of a small magical beast. In the mountains, I can hear the calls of all sorts of animals, Field said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. This is a snow leopard, this is a lynx. This is a fox. Field patted Goggles, who was clinging to him. Goggles, Sigma, huh? Rosalia, hidden inside the great sword, was completely bewildered. I didn't hear anything. Ahem, one look at a thimble, and it's identified as a cute creature. Amusing the two bewildered chosen ones, Field couldn't help but sigh. The natural resources here are truly abundant. In comparison, Nightfall territory is so poor that it has nothing at all. Rosalia retorted. Night belongs to me, and to my kind. Field rallied. Indeed, the greatest resource of the northern province is actually a bunch of lovely chosen ones, just a few unfriendly ones. As darkness fell, Field decided to set up camp as soon as possible to avoid falling off a cliff while walking along the mountain path. Let's rest for the night on the flat land across the stream. Field gave a loud command. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, Field was in high spirits. Instead of composing poems, he found a good spot, peed on a pretty wildflower, and then set up a makeshift campsite. The army stopped to rest. Grova heard the commotion outside, opened the small wooden door of the carriage, and complained, "This carriage is terrible, it creaks and groans. As a nobleman, can't you even afford a decent carriage? Please bear with me a little longer, miss. You'll be able to get home soon." Field, too lazy to say more, jumped onto a boulder and used his magical telescope to observe everything around him. Grova rolled her eyes. Seeing Field's indifferent attitude, she made no attempt to hide her anger and muttered in a voice only she could hear, "A useless country lord, and he even has the surname Ross. He's probably an imposter. This is already the territory of the mountain monkeys, my land. I've tolerated you for a long time. How dare you speak to me like that?" Grova immediately stepped off the carriage and strode to the boulder, intending to curse, but seeing Field's indifferent gaze, she suddenly remembered how he had cut down corpses without batting an eye in Nightfall territory, and immediately changed her tone, saying, "My knight, you should give a noble lady the proper treatment. I think everyone with noble blood would do the same." "Oh, what do you need?" Field raised an eyebrow. "Your maid," Grova said without any politeness. "She'll do. She's just a lowly demi-human. Just give her to me." Gogliel's ears twitched, and she immediately became anxious. Luckily, she was wearing a mask, otherwise her eyes would have been filled with tears again. Despite possessing extraordinary power, a fragile heart cannot be transformed in an instant. Without a second thought, Field replied, "No way. She's mine, the kind that's right next to me. I can't sleep at night without her." "Call." Goglius hid her hands behind her back, let out a long sigh of relief, and secretly rejoiced. "So what if she's close to you? She's just a toy. How many gold coins would that cost?" Grova rolled her eyes. "If all else fails, sell me your human maid. I'll offer 5 gold coins. How about that? That's enough to buy a better-looking female slave." Field sat on the rock, propping his cheek with his hand, and said in a flat tone, "I don't want to say it a second time. Get back into your carriage, or I can't guarantee your safety. This is mountain monkey territory. No one dares to touch me. This is our family's territory." The woman shouted sternly, "Oh, I've heard there are many bandits around here. They might not even know you." Field's eyelids were slightly closed, his left hand resting on the hilt of the sword. This fine steel longsword had already slain countless creatures, and he clearly didn't mind slaying one more. Just kill her, then raise the Black Crow flag and loot the entire mountain monkey territory. In this era, physical attacks are especially effective against unreasonable fools. Grova suddenly felt a chill down her spine, glared at Field, and without turning around, obediently returned to the carriage. "Forget it. Let's first take down Baron Mountain Monkey for a bit of rice, then plunder. Direct raiding isn't efficient enough. Let's check out the Baron's castle first." One team goes to pick fresh fruits and vegetables, and the second team goes hunting. Be careful not to stray too far from the camp and return before sunset. "Yes, sir." The soldiers were overjoyed, knowing this was a great opportunity for an extra meal, and they set off eagerly. The mountains and forests were the private property of the nobility, sacred and inviolable, and ordinary people dared not touch them. But Field, who was also a nobleman, didn't care at all. Baron Mountain Monkey was not only on the same level as him, but also had no background. At least he could intimidate others by mentioning the Ross family. The most fatal flaw was that Baron Mountain Monkey had no chosen one. Soon, the soldiers returned to camp with a large amount of game. A warm campfire was lit, and bamboo shoots were cooking in a pot. The maid, Sparrow, painstakingly skewered the meat and grilled it over the fire, and the aroma of the meat quickly spread throughout the area. The soldiers also secretly learned from the maid's methods and clumsily cooked. Mountain monkey territory is too quiet. Has its deurbanization been too successful? Field had a bad feeling and released the corrupted Black Crow to take a look at the surrounding environment. Chapter 189A Family. The crow flew for a long time before finally finding a village in the mountains. Why are 9 out of 10 houses empty? The village was deserted, with no smoke rising from the chimneys. Only an elderly man sat at the village entrance, looking helpless. Field frowned and made the Black Crow circle around twice more. Apart from the disappearance of the villagers, There was nothing strange or unusual. "Sir, your dear ribs." The maid, Sparrow, brought the food over and carefully wiped away the sauce stains on the edges of the cutlery. Just as Field was about to eat, he suddenly heard a commotion and faintly heard dogs barking. His perception had been greatly enhanced after becoming a second-tier knight. "Someone is approaching this way. You should step back." Field gestured with his right hand, signaling the maid to step back, and picked up his longsword. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, the whistles of patrolling soldiers could be heard from the woods. The soldiers reluctantly put down their food and began to line up, while Field went ahead and headed towards the source of the sound. A young boy, about 12 or 13 years old, riding a small mountain horse, with fair skin and slightly curly hair, led 17 guards into the camp. They were accompanied by a large pack of hunting dogs and had deer on their horses, clearly passing by on a hunting trip. Seeing that he was dressed in aristocratic attire, Field had a general idea of what was going on. Field straightened his collar, gestured for the soldiers to make way, and stepped forward confidently with a standard, polite smile. "Hello, I am the Baron of Nightfall. You must be the son of Baron Mountain Monkey." "Heh." The young man sneered and gestured with his chin toward the guard. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Field was also confused. What was he trying to do? Was he sharing his prey with him? "What are you standing there for? Unleash the dogs and kill him," the young man said, surprising everyone. The guard's teeth chattered. "Huh? Young Master Payer, but the other party is a baron, not a lowly commoner who can be dealt with at will. I said release you, so I will release you, or I will kill you." Payer shouted sternly in his still childish voice. "Are you disobeying my orders? You cannot be disloyal to your master." "Yes, sir." The guard's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and did as he was told. He had to obey his lord's orders. He muttered to himself, "If I just bite him to death, no one will hold me accountable." "Ah, I admire your courage." Field found it amusing. His army was already out in the open, yet he still dared to be so arrogant. Reality, it seemed, didn't need logic. Woof, woof, woof. As the guard released his grip, the ferocious mountain hound opened its blood-red maw and howled as it pounced on Field. "Kill these dogs." Field snapped his fingers casually. "Kill." With a shout, the Nightfall soldiers quickly formed a shield wall to meet the charging hounds. They thrust out their spears in unison, the sharp tips piercing the bodies of the high-speed charging hounds without any resistance. In an instant, most of the hunting dogs died. The dogs running behind couldn't stop in time and crashed into the soldiers' shields. All that awaited them were cold cleavers and spears. In a single encounter, the hunting dogs were all slaughtered. "How dare you kill my dog?" Payer's lips twitched, and he howled angrily. From childhood to adulthood, in the mountain monkey territory, he had never seen anyone dare to defy him. From a young age, his father told him, "Kill whoever you want, do whatever you want, because he is the son of Baron Mountain Monkey." That's what he did, and this situation never happened before. Where did this brat come from? Faced with this sudden, idiotic question, Field almost had a mental breakdown. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a brat in this world. "Baron from Nightfall, greetings. I'm sorry for this conflict. Young Master Pay is the son of Baron Mountain Monkey. Please go to Mountain Monkey City to discuss this further." One of the soldiers, seeing that Field's soldiers were not to be trifled with but Field seemed very mild-mannered, immediately made a suggestion. Field chuckled, a feeling of displeasure welling up inside him. "Why didn't you do this earlier? Now that you see your own army is not easy to bully, you're trying to appease everyone. Why can I still hear dogs barking?" Field raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Have you forgotten my orders? Kill all the dogs, just leave the child." "Yes." Without hesitation, the soldiers raised their spears, formed an encirclement, and charged forward. "Please restrain yourself. Run. We are Baron Mountain Monkey's men." The guards were shocked, never expecting Field to retaliate so immediately, especially since their young master was still present. Before they could even plead or beg for mercy, the guard who had first tried to calm Field was the first to be shot through the throat by the Nightfall soldiers who surged forward. The guard, clutching his throat, made a hoarse sound, felt his whole body go limp, his eyes widened, and he collapsed unwillingly. These guards were used to running rampant in their territory, and while they could bully the villagers, they were no match for the battle-hardened soldiers. They futilely swung their weapons a couple of times, and were quickly stabbed and killed by the soldiers. Screams echoed through the mountains. If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Field didn't even take them seriously. "Kill him! Kill him!" Grova witnessed all of this, her eyes fierce, her fists clenched so tightly that the veins bulged. "Kill my brother, and all the family property will be mine." However, she soon witnessed a scene she did not want to see. "My lord, We have apprehended the person who offended you. The soldiers killed Pell's guards, dragged Pell off his horse, kicked him twice, and threw him in front of Field like a dead dog. Let me go? I am a nobleman. Field stepped forward, lifted him up, and slapped him 5 or 6 times, knocking him to the ground. I reasonably suspect that you are an impostor. Furthermore, your actions constitute an attack on a nobleman, which is an act of war, so you have been captured by me. Payer immediately backed down. My father will give you money. Please don't kill me. Hey, weren't you so arrogant before? Why did you attack me? Field was very curious. Because, sister, come save me. Pell's eyes darted around, and when he saw Sparrow, Field's maid, he showed a strange appetite, like a carnivore seeing fresh meat. However, he put on an innocent expression, pouted and cried. No, I thought you were robbers, boo-hoo. I just wanted to drive away the bad guys. Field scoffed dismissively. Birds of a feather flock together, he thought. The siblings are just like peas in a pod. Grova rushed over, her fingers clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. Pell is just a child. You are a brave knight. Please don't take it to heart. Of course not. Field smiled slightly. The offspring of nobles will certainly not be killed. Only a ransom is required. After saying that, Field put Pell down. But the siblings were unaware that a strange red line had emerged from the greatsword of gluttony and silently burrowed into Pell's neck. Chapter 190 Armed Visit. Second tier divine skill, bone-corroding insects. Rosalia has silently parasitized Pell, and in fact, Glova has already been parasitized as well. With just a thought from Rosalia, the two can recreate the classic scene from Alien where they give birth. However, the two of them remained unaware of the deteriorating nature of the situation because their morbid desires had not yet manifested. Field gently invited the siblings into the carriage, his murderous intent well concealed in his eyes. No words were spoken that night. The following day at noon, Field arrived at Baron Mountain Monkey's small town. It was very small, with only 50 or 60 houses scattered around. It was not even as large as Starry Night Manor, although the outer stone walls were quite impressive, thick and reliable. The castle, situated on a high ground in the northeast corner of the small town, was nothing more than a 2-story stone building. The town was dirt poor. Cities high in the mountains are destined to be limited in size. Ding dong, ding dong. Before Field's army had even reached the front, the church bells were already ringing, and a flock of birds was startled from the woods to the west. Of Mountain Monkey City slowly closed, and a dozen soldiers climbed the city wall, warily eyeing Field's army. A short while later, mercenaries dressed in haphazard clothing also climbed the wall, cursing and swearing. Oh, finally, I see a proper army, even though you can't even see any iron plates on their bodies. The guards I killed earlier were about as strong as the militia. The soldiers in front of them seemed to have some fighting ability, but they were poorly dressed, all wearing animal skin clothing. Their numbers were also small, including the mercenaries. There were fewer than 50 of them. Hello, sir. Please state the purpose of your visit. The commander on the city wall appeared extremely nervous, asking loudly in an accented voice. Field's army far outnumbered them, putting him under considerable pressure. Hello, I am Baron Field of Nightfall. I have found your daughter, and son, and have come to pay a visit. The warhorse slowly stepped forward, and Field calmly stated his purpose. I think Baron Mountain Monkey's way of entertaining guests is rather unusual. After speaking, Field gestured, and the soldiers grabbed the siblings and led them out of the ranks. The way you visit and give gifts is really unusual. The commander wiped away his cold sweat. Please wait a moment. I will inform the Baron. Field shrugged and smiled gently. Go ahead. I've come with the friendship of Nightfall. You see, I don't even have siege weapons. Before long, a man and a woman, accompanied by 10 guards wearing half-body scale armor, hurriedly arrived at the city wall. My child, the beautiful woman exclaimed. Open the door quickly. My dear Grover is back. You sewer rats, don't you recognize your future master? With a creaking winch, the gate slowly rose. Madam, please be careful. Baron Mountain Monkey was clearly not a decisive man. He appeared flustered and ultimately only advised his wife to be careful. The woman ignored her husband's words and jogged out to greet him. Duong duong. Lady Mountain Monkey was a woman of imposing stature, befitting a mother of 2. When she ran, it was like dribbling a ball and crashing into people. She had a high, straight nose, and her alluring triangular eyes were half open, as if she could lie down and sleep at any moment, exuding a mature woman's charm. The pupils of everyone in Nightfall followed the large rabbit's movements up and down. Wow, that's amazing. Is she their stepmother? She's much prettier than Grova. Field tilted his head back, then glanced at Baron Mountain Monkey. His appearance perfectly matched his nickname. He was skinny and looked just like Reward Guy, exuding an aura of kidney deficiency. "Wait, Your Excellency." Field casually waved his lance in front of the siblings. "I can understand a mother's love for her child, but you should know that I went to great lengths to save Miss Grova." "I understand. The bounty has been prepared long ago." The noblewoman quickly covered her face with her hands and bowed respectfully to Field. "Also, my son, has he caused you any trouble?" "Unfortunately, he attacked my troops, and I thought I had encountered bandits." "You're lying. You know perfectly well who I am." Payer became agitated and protested loudly. Field remained unperturbed. Nobles needed to maintain their dignity. If Baron Mountain Monkey didn't want to, he would make them look dignified, though it would take a little more effort. I think he was frightened. His guards were terrible, probably from a chivalrous background, too much of a bandit. The lady bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry to have troubled you. We've spoiled this child, Payer." Yes, please don't mind." Baron Mountain Monkey chuckled awkwardly, his eyes scanning the Nightfall army. They were completely different from his soldiers. The Nightfall soldiers were all menacing, as if they were killing people every day. "I thought Baron Mountain Monkey was a domineering man, given how arrogant his son was, but he seems quite cowardly. And it seems his wife is in charge of the territory's affairs. We are willing to compensate you with another 2,000 gold coins." The noblewoman pondered for a moment and then proposed. "We cannot afford any higher price. As you can see, our territory is depopulated, and 2,000 gold coins have almost emptied the treasury." "Make a deal." Field agreed without hesitation. "But, sigh." Baron Mountain Monkey's chest heaved. He hadn't even managed to say a word before inexplicably giving away the gold coins, and he was so angry he almost fainted. "It's getting late. Things have been unsettled in the mountains lately. Please, Baron, come into town to rest. Please allow me to properly thank you, Your Excellency." The noblewoman's eyes sparkled, as if they could squeeze water from them, and her thighs and abdomen cast a triangular silhouette against the hem of her skirt. "Damn, are you going to play a trick on me right now?" Field was shocked. "Be careful, Field. I sense a slight threat in the direction of the castle. The city is filled with a deathly aura." Just as Field was about to take a step, Rosalia's voice came through. "Yes, I will be careful." Field opened the mini-map and glanced at it. In the direction of the castle, there was a bunch of skull icons. Judging by their size, they were all monsters without any rank. How many monsters can a 2-story stone house, even with a basement, hide? Field became increasingly wary of what they were doing by kidnapping the girls. "Then I'll have the army stationed here." Field looked at Baron Mountain Monkey and asked for his opinion. He nodded with a grim expression. Upon entering the town, Field finally saw the entirety of the small town, or rather, the entirety of the mountain village. Dilapidated stone houses, their cracks filled with mud. Monkey jerky hung to dry alongside tattered clothes, and the dirt roads were mixed with excrement, making walking on them feel like being in a pigsty. Field had the men set up camp near the entrance to the city walls. "Please come to the castle. I must let you taste the special delicacies of the mountain monkey territory." Chapter 191. They're all lusting after my body. The noblewoman told the children to return to the castle first, while she patiently waited for Field to finish setting up camp. She then stepped forward, clutching her chest, and introduced herself. "My name is Mai, from the Alfaro family. I have long heard of the Ross family's great reputation. It is a great honor to meet a true nobleman." "Hello, beautiful lady." Field, not wanting to waste words, glanced around and calmly said, "I'm more concerned about my gold coins. May I ask if I can receive my payment?" "I've already asked my husband to prepare." After waiting patiently for a while, 2 soldiers brought over a large wooden box. Field gestured for the soldiers to open the box. The old wooden box made a creaking sound that made your teeth ache. The box contained a pile of silver coins, mixed with a pitiful amount of gold coins, and also some odd gold ornaments, such as a gold candlestick, which might have been made of bronze. The fact that they were willing to use ornaments to pay off their debts showed that Baron Mountain Monkey had indeed been thoroughly exploited. "There are no 4,000 gold coins here." Field glanced at her briefly before looking at Mai with a questioning gaze. "These items are worth 1,000 gold coins, no less. Sir Field, please count them. As for the other 3,000 gold coins, it will take us time to raise them, but we will certainly not shortchange you. There's no need for an inventory. I trust Ms. Ma's character." Field waved his hand dismissively, and the soldiers expertly loaded the boxes into the carriage. "Now, Sir Field, are you willing to keep the appointment?" Mai smiled. "We would be heartbroken if you didn't even come to the castle." "I would be delighted." Field readily agreed. He was there to investigate the girl's disappearance. Baron Mountain Monkey's strength was far inferior to Baron Bull's, so starting the investigation with him would be much simpler. Following Ma-E into the castle, along the way, the residents, with their blank expressions, stared at him with strange eyes, making Field feel a chill down his spine. You can't even see a Kuan in the town. It would be a miracle if things were normal. He muttered to himself. No wonder it was unusually quiet. I walked all over town and didn't even see the most common domestic animals. Pushing open the castle gate, a faint, fishy smell, like the fragrance of heather, wafted towards him. The pungent odor made Field's nostrils twitch slightly, and he fanned his right hand, trying to freshen the air. Sorry, it's always like this here, very damp. Ma-E looked embarrassed. Besides, the mainstay of our territory's economy is monkeys, and slaughtering them produces an unpleasant smell. It's all right, I've smelled worse smells before. Stepping into the dark stone castle, Field was like a bowstring ready to be drawn, and Rosalia was also prepared to attack, ready to deal with any possible threat. My dear daughter, I miss you so much, came Baron Mountain Monkey's voice from upstairs. Good heavens, why are things always so bad? Our castle should be torn down, renovated, and made magnificent. Instead of being as dilapidated as it is now, not even as good as Starry Night Castle in the countryside. Child, our finances are in deficit, do you understand? Damn it, I shouldn't be living this kind of life. I should be living like a princess. There was a constant commotion upstairs, followed by the sound of things being smashed. Field was astonished upon hearing this, never imagining that a nobleman could live in such dire straits. He had initially assumed the siblings were rolling in wealth, given their arrogant demeanor. I'm sorry, you must have found this amusing. Ma-E lowered her head, so embarrassed she wanted to bury her face in the ground. Because we had such high expectations for our two children, we always gave them whatever they asked for. Unfortunately, life has become increasingly difficult. The eyes of the Iron Mountain Monkey are no longer used as magical materials, and their value has been greatly reduced. Field waved his hand and walked slowly forward, his gaze sweeping over the stone wall, where there were faint sticky water stains. Turning his head, Field gently comforted him. Everyone has their difficulties. Live each day well, and everything will be all right. There are ways to live even when you're poor, and ways to live even when you're rich. So difficult in the beginning, but now it's gradually getting back on track. You are such an elegant gentleman. Ma-E wiped his eyes and smiled back. Your wife must be very happy. I am not married yet. Field did not have a legal marriage. Ma stared at Field for a long time with a meaningful look. A gentleman as elegant and handsome as you needs a companion. This woman wouldn't be interested in me, would she? Field rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, why are they all lusting after my body? How shameless. Lord Field, please join us for dinner. Baron Mountain Monkey walked downstairs looking dejected, his eyes filled with deep frustration and resentment. Just call me Field. I'm not eating. I've been doing holy bath prayers these past 2 days. I'm praying to the goddess of light for my father's health to improve, which is why I can't eat. Field lied through his teeth. He simply didn't want to eat strange things inside the castle. Prayer is the best excuse. That's such a shame. You're missing out on the best food. Baron Mountain Monkey breathed a sigh of relief, then said awkwardly, your room is on the 2nd floor, the first one in the corridor. Give us 2 days, and we'll definitely raise the money. Also, I'm sorry, our castle can't afford maids, so... Yes, I understand. Field smiled, but what he was thinking was, there were hardly any women in the entire territory. It would be strange if there were maids here. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Field went to his room to rest. Not long after I returned to my room, the sky gradually darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall from the mountains. The view of the dark town outside the window creates a sense of oppression and gloom. Exhausted from the journey, Field quickly fell asleep. This sleep was terrible. He felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, especially in his chest, making it hard to breathe. With each breath, a pleasant female scent filled his nostrils, and his hands were filled with exquisite tactile sensations. Strangely, he couldn't wake up, perhaps because the heavy thing posed no threat and even made him feel safe. It wasn't until late at night, when the mountain rain was pouring down and the wind was howling, that Field was finally awakened. I hope Gorgris isn't afraid in the military camp. Looking out the window, Field, still half asleep, mumbled to himself. Humph, you're holding one in your arms while thinking about another, huh? A muffled sound came from under the covers. Holy crap, Field exclaimed in surprise, revealing her playful bunny-like figure in an alluring pose. Her pale golden hair cascaded down, dazzlingly bright. She picked up a small tuft of hair and idly drew circles on Field's stomach. No wonder I couldn't breathe. It's because you were on top of me. Field was wide awake. How did you suddenly get on top of me? I'm always lying on top of you. Why don't you say that's strange? Chapter 192 Octopus Monster. Well, to be precise, you were hiding inside the greatsword, and I was just carrying you around. How did you make it sound like a horror movie? Rosalia grinned lazily. I haven't rested at all because I was afraid you'd get attacked while you were sleeping. And you're so carefree, you just fell asleep right away. It's not safe here. Thanks a lot. Field instinctively reached out to touch her head, but his hand froze in midair because Rosalia wasn't susceptible to head pats. If you want me to pat your head, go ahead. Honestly, I won't stop you this time. Okay. Field's lips curled up. You said it. Next second. Ugh, where are your hands going? Feeling the restless claws moving towards her collar, Rosalia trembled slightly, but her eyelids closed. I need to sleep too. If I don't rest, I'll become stupid. Huh? This time you're quite obedient. You didn't run away. Seeing that she was pretending to be asleep, but her eyelashes were trembling incessantly, Field immediately let out the laughter of a Soul Hall elder. He very rudely handed over his hand. For more exciting content, please click expand. Phew, that felt really good. Rosalia's voice was hoarse, and she was having trouble breathing. Didn't you say you wanted to pat my head? What? That head is still a head, so I won't hold back from now on. Field couldn't wait any longer, and quickly tossed his pajamas aside, ready to open the lid and eat. Wait, someone's coming. Rosalia's eyes changed. She stuck out her tongue at Field, and instantly returned to the gluttony greatsword, adding in a cheeky tone, "We'll explore the next area later." Damn it. Field nearly exploded on the spot. Click. The door opened, and surprisingly, it was Ms. May who entered. She looked at the glaring Field and mistook him for someone staring at her silk pajamas, and immediately said in a coquettish voice, "Baron Field, why aren't you asleep either? Are you as lonely as I am?" Field sneered, "Heh, lonely my ass." Mai paused in her steps. The person in front of her hadn't said anything, just smiled. So why did he sound so angry? Although Mai is good-looking, she's not even worthy of carrying Rosalia's shoes. Imagine you're at the peak of your career, like Liu Yifei or Fan Bingbing, and suddenly you get slapped, only to be replaced by an auntie from a street-side foot massage parlor who has ulterior motives. Are you angry? Baron, I can't sleep. Go out and carry 2 bags of flour, walk around the castle twice, and then come back and fall asleep immediately. Field said irritably, but then his anger subsided and his clever mind immediately took over. Knowing he couldn't continue like this, Field quickly smiled and said, "I was just kidding. May I ask what brings you here, Ms. May?" Mai swayed her hips and leaned closer, sniffing the air. "Baron, you smell so good." "Oh, really? I just like things that smell good." Field was embarrassed. As he kneaded and rolled Rosalia, her body odor seemed to permeate his very being. "I smell really good too. I'm sure you'll like it." Mai grinned mischievously and was about to pounce on him. "Oh my God, the old grass is going to eat the calf." Field quickly pushed the oil lamp with both hands, lighting it and making the room bright. Field said bluntly, "I don't believe in love at first sight. Just say what you want to say. The person in front of you may not be a normal human being, so you can't be careless." On the minimap, the number of monsters inside the castle suddenly began to increase rapidly. Seeing Field's righteous and indignant demeanor, Mai remained silent for a long time before finally saying helplessly, "My husband is becoming less and less like himself, and I'm very scared." "Please elaborate." Mai slumped into a chair, dejected. Ever since Baron Bull arrived, he's changed completely. He's become gloomy and haggard. And they even kidnapped the daughters of our people. Although I am a nobleman, as a mother, I am deeply shocked and terrified by this behavior. Field frowned, pulled his pajamas back onto his body, and sat up straight. No wonder there are so few people in the mountain monkey territory. I was wondering about that when I came here. Do you know why he's kidnapping young girls? I don't know, but I'm terrified because I've never seen those girls again. I'm worried that soon it will be my child's turn, and then it will be my turn. Field nodded thoughtfully. So, you need to find someone to take you away from here. Yes, it would be better not just to leave here, but I hope to find a reliable, considerate, and strong man. Mai raised an eyebrow meaningfully, her right hand reaching out unceremoniously. "I think you're waiting for me too." Before she could finish speaking, a strange red shadow fell from the ceiling, sticky and falling right onto Mai's neck. "What the hell?" The woman gasped and began to jump around wildly, as if dancing, waving her hands erratically in an attempt to shake the thing off. Field was already prepared. He obtained a magnificent brooch, which, with a flash of dazzling light, transformed into a holy longsword. His fighting spirit surged wildly, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. Field thrust out his longsword with a fierce thrust. Uft. The long sword pierced the red figure's body with precision, and with a hissing sound like insects chirping, the little monster turned into a pile of rotten flesh and fell to the ground. What is that? Overwhelmed with fear, Mai instinctively asked a question, then swayed and collapsed to the ground. Field put his finger under her nose, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Looks like she's fainted from fright." Rosalia emerged from the greatsword. "Very good. You are very vigilant. I thought I would have to take action." Field turned his gaze to the slain little monster, bent down and fiddled with the iris longsword a couple of times. It is an octopus-like monster, about the size of a fist, with a cracked structure on its head containing large eyeballs. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Never seen it before. Rosalia shook her head in confusion. Never seen it before, but one thing is certain. It's not a corrupted creature. Never mind. Let's go outside and check the situation first. Despite still having many questions, the monster had been exposed, and there was no need for him to remain hidden. He hid Mai in the closet and then closed it. At the same time, released the black crows and contact the little fox, telling her to be on guard. As his fingers gently brushed against the iris longsword, the divine weapon immediately emitted a clear, resonant sword hum. Pushing open the door, the hallway was already full of octopus monsters, crawling all over the walls and floors, leaving behind strange slime. Upon seeing Field emerge, the octopus monsters all rushed towards him. "Leave it to me." Rosalia swung her greatsword, and countless chains surged forth, the ear-piercing sound of steel drilling into flesh echoing continuously in the corridor. The octopus monster looks disgusting, but it doesn't have much fighting power. Chapter 193: Baron the Mountain Monkey and the Cthulhu Red Monster. The octopus monsters were all wiped out. The two followed the octopus monster out of the corridor to the room at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and embarrassing sounds came from inside, including a man's slightly painful groans. What kind of sound is that? Does Baron Mountain Monkey have hemorrhoids? A hint of surprise flashed in Field's eyes. Without further hesitation, he used his longsword to push open the slightly ajar door. Holy crap, this is so bizarre. Is this really something I can watch for free? Baron Mountain Monkey and another monster were seen performing a strange ritual. The monster was about 1.5 meters tall, made up of writhing chunks of flesh and octopus tentacles, exuding Cthulhu elements. Those little octopus monsters grow continuously from the bodies of Cthulhu-related monsters. How disgusting. Could these little octopuses all be Baron Mountain Monkey's children? No wonder he's so weak. What a brave man. Ugh. Judging from his expression, he even seemed to be enjoying it. Field gagged twice, and goosebumps rose all over his body. What has happened to the Empire? It's filthy everywhere. Rosalia's face darkened, and with a swift movement, she slashed her greatsword directly at the red monster. With a deafening roar, the gluttony greatsword, imbued with terrifying power, struck the red monster hard. Uft! The red monster was completely blasted apart, and the little octopus inside its body was crushed into dust by the violent, corrupting divine power. Roar! This action was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The roars of monsters echoed throughout the castle. One after another, red monsters, as if conjured out of thin air, emerged from every corner of the castle, wriggling and surrounding the two. You're late. I'll torture you to death. Let you feel the pain we went through. A strange, mocking laugh emanated from inside the red monster's body. Although its mouth was not visible, a sound was indeed made. It can actually talk, and it's a girl's voice. Field took a step back in shock, a bad feeling creeping into his mind. Could these monsters all be the missing girls? The monsters stopped talking and pounced on the two of them. Field's pupils widened slightly, and he could see fine bone spurs and tentacles on the red monster's body. If he were to be pounced on, something bad would definitely happen, like turning into Baron Mountain Monkey and being drained dry by the monster. Boys should also take care of themselves when they go out. Field sighed, deciding not to hide behind Rosalia but to fight alongside her. He immediately took a deep breath, his fighting spirit surging, and thrust his longsword out. The red monster was not intimidated by the fighting spirit. Its tumor throbbed, and its two large hands grabbed fiercely. Bang! The giant hand and the longsword collided with a deafening roar. The iris longsword passed through the giant hand without any hindrance, and Field pierced straight into the monster's body at a tricky angle. The dazzling holy light instantly illuminated the room, and the red monster let out a miserable scream as it was burned to ashes by the holy light. A holy artifact? The red monster's previous arrogance vanished instantly, and his tone became panicked. Holy light also has a strong restraining effect on this kind of monster. Field looked at the iris longsword in his hand with surprise and muttered, "It seems necessary to snatch a chosen one of the holy light and take him home." The monsters swarmed forward, and Rosalia raised her greatsword, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Don't touch my lord. He's mine. Die." Countless sword shadows flashed through the air, slashing down layer upon layer, and the red monsters were instantly, and without any suspense, to be blown to pieces and killed. Rosalia continuously absorbed life energy, and she licked her lips. "It tastes good." Corruption, corrupted creatures? Remaining red monsters cried out in alarm and turned to run away. The monsters looked disgusting, but they hadn't even reached the first level of life, so they were no match for the two of them. "Don't even think about escaping." Field caught up with one and killed it, then knocked another over with the hilt of his sword. "Tell me, what are you?" Field stepped on the monster. "Blood sacrifice to the true god. Lady Hina has been fully healed. Now, let me show you the greatness of darkness." That it was the Shadow Cult. When the news of the arrest of the girl started to spread, Field guessed that this was not a simple matter, but he never expected that the Shadow Cult was behind it. "Look at you, so cocky. Why don't you just fly to the sky?" He pressed the iris longsword against the monster's body, and it was like throwing a red-hot iron into water, instantly boiling it over. The monster screamed in agony as it was burned. Field then asked, "Who is Hina? Is she the leader of the Shadow World cult?" "It doesn't matter if I tell you. Lady Hina is the leader's right-hand woman, possessing the combat power of a second-tier chosen god. Prepare to meet your death. Just say what you want to say. Why are you acting so arrogant?" Field killed it with a single sword strike and pondered. "I understand now. After the campaign to quell the rebellion, the chosen ones of the Shadow World sect were seriously injured, so they all went into hiding to recover their strength. Speaking of which, shouldn't the chosen ones recover very quickly?" Field looked at Rosalia. "The constitution of the chosen ones cannot be generalized. I once experienced extreme anger. Well, as the level of life increases, the energy required to restore vitality is enormous. Furthermore, it requires the support of territory, and without suitable means of recovery, it takes a long time to recuperate." Rosalia shrugged. "If I were to recover my life naturally, it wouldn't be too fast." Field understood immediately. Although the higher the level of the chosen one, the stronger their recovery ability, the amount of energy they can use is very limited. There's only so much gasoline. No matter how powerful your engine is, once it runs out of fuel, it still won't be able to keep running. Therefore, the noble chosen ones recover faster because they have territories and cities that provide a continuous source of energy. Shadow World cult can only live off others' territory, sneaking around or slowly recovering in the wilderness. Since Hina isn't a big shot in the Shadow World cult, let's just beat her up." Field was invigorated. "My head is spinning." Baron Mountain Monkey slowly woke up, clutching his back as if he had been choked. "What happened?" He nearly fainted again at the sight of body parts scattered all over the room. "You still have the nerve to ask me?" Field sneered, lifting Baron Mountain Monkey up. "You betrayed the Empire, slaughtered your own people, and most despicable of all, you even tried to murder me." Field threw a whole host of accusations at him, and Baron Mountain Monkey was completely stunned. "Huh? I swear, I don't know anything." "Heh, your deurbanization of your territory is so successful. Don't tell me you're just paying homage to the legendary environmentalist, Mr. Bo." "I am not like that." Baron Mountain Monkey shrank his neck. "I only sold the pure maidens of my territory for gold coins. I don't know anything else." "Tell me more." Chapter 194, A Stormy Night, Part 1. After Baron Bull visited my castle and saw that I was in dire straits, he recommended a merchant who promised me gold coins in exchange for pure maidens. I figured they were all useless commoners anyway, so I gave them to him. But I never expected that the population of the entire territory would dwindle and my body would grow weaker and weaker. "Scumbag." Field elbowed him, knocking him down, then lifted him up. "He's a traitor to the Shadow Cult. You collaborated with the traitors, causing the deaths of countless people. Treason can send you to the gallows." Please, please don't tell anyone. I'm a victim too." "No, any evil will be brought to justice," Field declared righteously, then rubbed his fingers together. "However, if you can pay a sufficient price." Field had a plan. Wait until he revealed all his assets, then kill him. First, he would see his chosen one, and second, this guy was scum. Nobles are very good at hiding things. If they hide their wealth in a remote mountain valley, they will never be able to find it themselves. When money was mentioned, Baron Mountain Monkey's face contorted with rage, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, 50,000 gold coins, but it will take 3 years. You should discuss this with the governor of Rick Province. I need something more valuable." Field crossed his arms, unmoved. $50,000? He could just sell 2 Happy Beans himself. Help! Screams could be heard coming from other rooms. My children are in danger. Go save them. Baron Mountain Monkey was startled and stopped struggling. He seemed to swallow all his broken teeth and said helplessly, Our family has an ancestral artifact left by my grandfather. I'll give it to you, but you must save my children first. Deal. Field snapped his fingers cheerfully. By the way, your wife is in my closet. Pick up your sword and defend your castle. Oh, why would my wife be hiding in your room? Baron Mountain Monkey couldn't quite grasp the situation. Field ignored him, pushed open the door, and hurried to the room of the son of Baron Mountain Monkey, only to find the room empty. Running to the broken window, all I could see was a group of red monsters carrying 2 children and Ms. Ma-Yi heading up the mountain. Damn, those monsters have intelligence. I clearly hid Ma-Yi. Field was shocked. Beep. Enemy attack. Monsters are approaching the city walls. Nightfall led the army to sound the alarm. In the fierce mountain rain and howling wind, countless red humanoid monsters, writhing in the wind, surrounded Mountain Monkey City from all directions. Under the fierce wind and torrential rain, it resembled a raging torrent. A demon. It's a demon. Oh God, someone save us. The devil has returned to the world. Of the Mountain Monkey territory panicked and jumped down from the watchtowers and city walls with screams. A fool, in his panic, stumbled and fell headfirst onto a rock at the foot of the city wall. The force of the fall shattered his head into a puddle, from which blood and sweat gushed out. The soldiers of Nightfall, cursing and swearing, took up arms and occupied the nearby city walls. Field quickly used the Black Crow to inform Gogrees, as he was worried about the little fox, not only for her safety, but also for her mental well-being. Having grown up in a high-pressure and enslaved environment, Field suspected, based on their interactions over the past few days, that she had a severe people-pleasing personality and was also very timid and introverted, and might have other psychological problems. A smile at someone who oppresses you is more likely to earn you preferential treatment than a show of force. Therefore, even though he was a human being, after saving her, she seemed to accept reality without any hesitation and kept trying to please him. You know, even someone as good-natured as Ashina used to snarl at me for quite a while. Field is worried that mental health issues will affect her. Inside the tent, Godlius was indeed gripped by inexplicable panic. Although she had become a chosen one, the various shouts and curses outside terrified her so much that she pursed her ears. Are you all right, little fox? Black Crow entered the tent. He saw Gogrees huddled up in a ball. Field immediately let Black Crow land on Gogrees' shoulder. My lord, I will fight immediately. Gogrees was startled, mistakenly thinking that the lord was going to hold her accountable, and hurriedly picked up the weapon in her arms. Don't be so nervous. Even if we don't fight, I won't blame you. Just take care of yourself. The Nightfall army isn't just sitting around doing nothing. If you're scared, you can stay with Miss Sparrow. She's in the next tent. Go quickly, Rosalia and I are here. Nightfall has always been a unified whole, and you have the right to be afraid. After speaking gently, Field noticed that the little fox had run off to find the maid Sparrow, so he turned his attention back to himself. How could this be? Where did those monsters come from? Baron Mountain Monkey also came to the window and saw monsters all over the mountains. His bluish-purple lips trembled wildly. Those are your villagers. They've come for revenge. Field patted him on the shoulder, knocking the weak-kneed Baron Mountain Monkey to the ground. Pick up your weapons and gather all the fighting force in the territory. We have to defend the city. Field pushed open the castle gate, and little octopus monsters were running and jumping all over the street. 2 villagers screamed as they rushed out of the house, their necks and bodies covered in octopus monsters. The villager who was bitten by the octopus monster walked a few steps aimlessly and slowly merged with the monster. His skin rotted, and strange tentacles and tumors grew, turning him into the appearance of the red monster. Damn, so that's how the red monster came to be. Rosalia and Field exchanged a glance, then raised their weapons and began slashing at the infected villagers. The long sword hummed, and the 2 infected individuals instantly collapsed, crashing into the pool of rainwater. This place is just like Innsmouth from the Cthulhu universe. After making a comment, Field heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw that the soldiers of the Mountain Monkey territory had been recruited. There were also a few local mercenaries and rangers, about 15 or 16 people in total. The rest of the soldiers were either dead or deserted. Let's go to my base. More red monsters are running out of the streets. Rosalia moved swiftly, her slender hand reaching out to grab the ugly head of a red monster. With a casual squeeze, it exploded into a large pool of blood. She swung her greatsword in her right hand, a seemingly effortless strike that contained immense power, fiercely dodging 5 or 6 red monsters that surrounded her. With a series of explosive sounds, the monsters that rushed at them were instantly blown to pieces. What a terrifying power. This scene completely stunned everyone in the Mountain Monkey clan. Field urged, "Go, don't stop." After a bloody rampage, the group quickly arrived at the Nightfall Army's encampment inside the city walls. Chapter 195, A Stormy Night, Part 2. You actually have a chosen one. If I had a chosen one, things wouldn't be like this today. Baron Mountain Monkey was clearly jealous, looking at Rosalia with longing. Rosalia stared at him with an expression as if she were looking at delicious food, and even gave a strange smile. Holy crap, this guy feels kind of scary. Baron Mountain Monkey felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by an even more terrifying monster, and he almost peed his pants in fright. Field looked around and said seriously, "Life and death are at stake now, so don't try to hold back. I'll have you defend the easternmost part of the city wall, while my troops will handle the front, rear, and west." It would be best if he could share some of the pressure, but I didn't expect much from him. Okay, but my family. Field patted his chest and assured him, "I have arrangements. I'll send someone to rescue them right now." Reluctantly went to the defense zone after hearing this. "I'll go rescue them now. Be careful." Rosalia prepared to leave. "No rush. Massacre the city first." Rosalia was taken aback. "Huh? Kill everyone in the town." Field's voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. "All the forces we can muster have come. The people in the town will only turn into monsters and threaten our rear. So kill them. It will also provide you with the energy for your advancement." "Oh, I thought you would try to save them." Rosalia's lips curled into an unexpected smile. "Anyway, they're not my people. There's no need to risk our soldiers' lives to save innocent people. Now is not the time to be indecisive." He didn't even dare to imagine the extent of the damage it would cause to him if at least several hundred people in the city were all turned into red monsters. Rosalia nodded in agreement. A very decisive decision. "I'll stay here to oversee things. You take Black Crow and head out. After you've dealt with the people in town, go find Hina, the one the monsters mentioned. By the way, be very careful, and don't believe those monsters' nonsense. Those monsters are intelligent and may not be telling the truth. If you encounter danger, just run away. But it certainly wouldn't be particularly powerful, otherwise it would have already come out to slaughter people." Field knew this. "Okay, I won't let you down." Of the corrupted chosen one transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the ground, marking the point where life intertwined in Mountain Monkey City. Rosalia licked her lips, shouldered her greatsword, and charged into the residential area. Soon, heart-wrenching screams echoed through the town. "Release the arrows." The red monster entered the range of the crossbow bolts, and a large number of bolts immediately shot out from behind the city wall. Although the mountain rain greatly reduced the power of the crossbow bolts, a volley of arrows still killed more than 10 red monsters. The red monsters were not targets, and they didn't need to worry about the rainy night. They quickly traversed the complex terrain and approached within 20 to 30 meters of the city wall. Puff! The sounds of spitting filled the air as the red monster launched hordes of small octopus monsters, which slammed against the walls and turned into a bloody pulp. Some of the monsters landed on the soldiers, writhing as they tried to parasitize the humans. "Help! This thing is going to crawl in." "You can't go there, that's where you pee." When they felt the monster crawling on their bodies, some soldiers were startled and tried to shake it off. "Don't panic." Field grabbed the soldier and scalded him with his iris longsword, killing the octopus monster with holy light. The soldier was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and thanked him profusely, saying, "Thank you, sir." Field patted him on the shoulder and shouted to everyone, "Don't be afraid of those little monsters. The more you move, the more dangerous it becomes. Just let your teammates take them down." The unrest at the defensive line was quickly quelled, and the red monsters braved a hail of arrows to reach the city walls. They seemed to secrete a strange liquid that allowed them to cling to the city walls. They roared, waved their tentacles, and began to climb the walls. Although Mountain Monkey City was extremely poor, its city walls were high and dangerous, and there were still polished stones on the walls that could be picked up and smashed down. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere beneath the city wall, and disgusting fragments of limbs were scattered everywhere, piling up like small mountains. One of the lucky few managed to climb up, only to be killed by Field himself. "Wow!" Screams echoed from the east side, and soldiers immediately shouted, "The east side of the city wall has been breached." Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Baron Mountain Monkey leading 5 or 6 deserters, running happily back to his own territory. During their escape, They lost all their weapons and armor. Several soldiers, in their panic, stumbled off the city wall or plunged headfirst into the monster's arms. It's been breached so quickly, even releasing a bunch of pigs wouldn't have made it this fast. Field was shocked. They hadn't even held out for a quarter of an hour, had they? He had only been away from them for a short while, and their defenses had already collapsed. The red monster quickly climbed up the city wall through the gap on the east side and followed behind Baron Mountain Monkey, surging towards Field. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Field remained completely calm, slightly arching his body as he shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the surging red monsters and sending 3 of them flying. Using the momentum, Field swiftly slashed with his longsword, wiping out the red monsters that were chasing Baron Mountain Monkey. Where's your family's heirloom artifact? If you don't use it now, you probably won't have the chance to pass it on to your son. It's hidden. The artifact is hidden in the mountains, and we can't get it now. Baron Mountain Monkey, with a mournful face, pointed in the direction of the castle. We can't hold this place anymore. Let's go to the castle to defend it. No sooner had he finished speaking than wisps of smog drifted up from the town. Trees withered, everything perished, and the town echoed with the mournful howls of rotting corpses. Large numbers of rotting corpses surged out of the gray mist, attacking indiscriminately. They crashed into the defensive lines Field had set up at the rear, clashing with the soldiers. But many more corpses were tearing at the red monsters. What's going on? Field feigned shock, grabbed the bewildered Baron Mountain Monkey, and accused him first. You old man, you actually made a deal with corrupt creatures, you beast. Oh, I really don't have that. Baron Mountain Monkey nearly fainted from frustration, his pupils dilating. It's over. It's really over now. He didn't know that Rosalia was the chosen one of the corrupt gods, and most people wouldn't even think of it that way. Dreaming of returning to the Nightfall. The soldiers had gotten used to it. Ever since they went to Nightfall territory, they would encounter rotting corpses everywhere they went. Turn on the fog lights, and we'll make our way through the gray fog to the castle. Field had prepared the props long ago, all for this moment. A slight smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, the death fog will become our defense line. Now it's up to Rosalia. In the gray fog, Rosalia absorbed all the life force of the place and swung her greatsword with full energy. I'm still far from the 3rd tier, but my physical attributes have increased by another 15%. Great, but it's a pity this place is too barren and not very populated. Black Crow landed on Rosalia's shoulder and directed, let's go to that mountain. All the red monsters appear out of thin air halfway up the mountain. Chapter 196, A Stormy Night, Part 3. In other words, the enemy is likely hiding there, constantly summoning monsters. They are undoubtedly the chosen ones. If there is any danger, return to Mountain Monkey City immediately, Field said solemnly. Our army will also provide support. Field wasn't one to dance on the edge of a knife, but if he didn't take the initiative now, he figured he wouldn't be able to leave Mountain Monkey territory. Even if he managed to escape, the consequences would be dire. I suspect the enemy hasn't fully recovered from her injuries, which is why she's so hesitant. If she really does recover, that's when we'll be in real trouble. So, let's give her a good beating now. No problem. Rosalia lifted her skirt to bow, shouldered her great sword, and turned to leave. Inside a cave, Grova and her brother lay unconscious on the ground. Ignoring her unconscious child, Mai shouted, Miss Hina, why are you stopping me? I almost seduced Field. I've seen countless men, and I can tell at a glance that he's a lecher. A faint echo came from deep within the cave. Because his territory is in the Nightfall territory, you fool. That place has nothing but rotting corpses and monsters. How am I supposed to provide the cult leader with pure people, and how am I supposed to use living people to heal himself? I reckon he won't even be in Nightfall himself. This. Mai was embarrassed. I must kill the Baron of Nightfall, muddy the waters, and hide my presence. I need to move to another territory. And what about me? Mai grinned twice, his face full of madness. I gave you my entire territory and almost everyone. I deserve a reward. You don't want to leave on your own, do you? Don't worry, I'm a kind person. I sewed you a beautiful skin before, and I won't break any other promises. Touching her face, Mai nodded thoughtfully. I am several times more beautiful than before. When Baron Bull arrived in the territory, she did not only meet her husband. When will I be able to become a chosen one? Mai, hands on her hips, said, I should be a countess, not living in some remote mountain village. You can do it now. Becoming beautiful is the first step. Now let's move on to the second step. Open your mind and repeat the mantra after me. A seductive voice echoed from the cave. Really? So fast? That's great. I can't wait any longer. Mai couldn't wait to chant the incantation along with Hina. After a strange and mysterious incantation, a dormant entity seemed to come alive, and the cave suddenly began to shake violently, with countless tentacles emerging from its depths. Mai, embrace a new life. A massive swarm of tentacles surged forth, and before Mai could react, they burrowed into any open space. Crunch, crunch. Immediately following was the chilling sound of flesh being chewed. Ouch, that hurts. Stop. I'm not going to be the chosen one anymore. Please, In an instant, Mai could not bear the dual pain from her soul and body, as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at her heart, and everything about her was being torn apart. It's too late, you fool. This body is something I made for myself. After the chewing sound subsided, all the tentacles burrowed into Mai's body, and her convulsing body slowly calmed down. He opened his eyes, revealing a completely different look. Looking at her palm, Mai, or rather Hina, sneered. Heh, if becoming a chosen one were that easy, there would be them everywhere. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through her heart, and Hina half-squatted to the ground. Ahem. After vomiting a large amount of blood, Hina finally felt a little better. She wiped her mouth and stood up. The injuries are still very serious. Damn war chosen ones. Does the Griffin Empire have no elegant people at all, besides a bunch of muscle-bound idiots? However, let's kill the little brat from the Ross family first. I want to see how long your army can hold out. His chosen one should be a second-tier one. Let's take her artifact first. Hina casually pulled open her sleeve, revealing her flawless white arm, and took a bite. With a flick of his wrist, blood splattered on the ground, forming a strange magic circle. The circle was like an abyss, a sea of crimson. Third-tier divine skill, Crimson Demon Summoning Gate. Hina stretched out her hands, forming a strange hand gesture. Roar. The earth shook violently as a gigantic, fleshy monster with bull horns and an octopus head slowly crawled out of the magic circle. Its crimson eyes, filled with disgusting desire, darted around, and the aura of a third-tier creature slowly spread out. Take the city at the foot of the mountain, Hina ordered. As you wish, mother. The red devil strode down the mountain with enormous strides. Then, a second, a third, and another third-tier red demon emerged and hurried down the mountain. Trembled before absolute power. Hina looked at the misty mountain monkey city in the distance and sneered. Wait, fog. Hina frowned, rubbed her eyes, and made sure she wasn't seeing things. Why is there so much fog on a rainy day? Boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted not far away. The bull-horned red demon that had just descended was directly cut in half at the waist by a tremendous force. A round of black and red sword energy slashed through its body and blasted the red demon to pieces. Hina's face darkened, and she licked her bright red lips unhappily. They actually came to our door on their own initiative? They let the kids casually say I was a second tier, and they actually dared to come and kill us. They're asking for death. Divine artifact, the ring of flesh and blood. Closed slightly, and a halo appeared beneath his feet. A layer of red divine power rose up like flames, swirling and surging around him. The surrounding red demons also received the buff, their skin turning a deep reddish purple, and their defense visibly increased. Although I am not a chosen one in combat, I have the advantage in a third-tier battle against a second-tier opponent. With a confident clenched fist, Hina waved her hand, and a defense formed by tentacles enveloped the two children before bursting down the mountain. Near the mountainside, a beautiful figure was frantically slaughtering the surrounding monsters. Unending slash. Rosalia swung her sword domineeringly, and with a series of explosive bursts of energy, another third-tier red demon was blasted apart. Countless blood streams surged into her body, replenishing her lost life force. Phew, where did all these desserts come from? Rosalia, carrying her great sword, watched the large monster running down from afar and prepared to slay it. Watch out, something's rushing down. Crows flying in the sky only saw a blurry afterimage and were startled, immediately shouting a warning. Having fought side by side for so long, Rosalia gripped the great sword of gluttony and held it horizontally to her chest the moment Field reminded her. Boom! A dazzling shockwave erupted, followed by a series of loud bangs. Hina's fist, burning with red flames, slammed hard into the gluttony greatsword. As soon as the explosion rang out, Rosalia was shocked and spat out a spurt of blood. Her body turned into a shooting star and flew backward into the forest. Chapter 197 Rosalia versus Hina. Before Rosalia could even get up, Hina gave chase again. With a light touch of her toes, Hina created cracks in the ground, her aura surging wildly. Third-tier divine skill, Grip of Pain. Countless ripples spread through the air, and almost instantly, Hina appeared in front of Rosalia. She reached out with one hand, which turned into nothingness and passed through the gluttony greatsword, slamming into Rosalia's chest. Rosalia's heart shattered instantly, and terrifying divine power raged within her body. Puff! The blood lingered like a curtain, reluctant to fall. Hee, we've got it. Hina's face lit up with a pleasant smile. It's very simple. Yeah. Hina was startled, looked up, and met Rosalia's icy gaze. Feeling the sudden surge of power, she was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Invisible, dark gray flames rapidly gathered from Rosalia's body. The amplification provided by the bloodstained constellation was instantly amplified to an astonishing level due to the opponent's terrifying single-target attack. Energy ripples surged forth. Is it the same kind of halo artifact as me? No. How come it's not dead? Hina frowned and raised her hand, ready to continue her attack. Rosalia advanced instead of retreating, her ferocious greatsword slashing with a powerful, oppressive boom. A black line flashed by, and the gluttony greatsword slammed into Hina's left shoulder. Hina's aura cloak immediately fluctuated violently, and a large amount of energy scattered. Damn it, that hurts. This woman must have used some kind of divine skill. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to survive my attack and still be alive and kicking. A hint of surprise flashed through Hina's mind. But it's useless in the face of absolute power suppression. Although she was a third-tier chosen one, and her combat strength was relatively weak, the difference in levels was still insurmountable. The divine flames of power in his fists rapidly converged, the viscous flames making his hands resemble two snakes, revealing an eerie radiance. The two hands, carrying a foul stench, slammed down with tremendous force. Clang, buzz. The sound of metal clanging together, like the tolling of church bells, echoed through the mountains. Even the magical beasts in the mountains couldn't help but look in the direction of the battle. Hee, a third-tier chosen one is indeed very strong. By the way, you're a summoner, right? Why do you have attack skills? That sneak attack just now really caught me off guard. Rosalia stumbled backward, but this time she wasn't sent flying. The rocks beneath her feet shattered, and she staggered back more than 10 steps. Feeling her physical abilities still increasing, she licked her lips, her fighting spirit surging. Do you want to go back? Black Crow asked. After all, Rosalia had suffered an attack from a third-tier skill, and her vitality had definitely dropped significantly. No, I want to try it. Even among those of the same rank, the combat power of chosen ones varies drastically. With stacking skills and amplifying passive abilities, she is truly not afraid of the enemy before her. Rosalia turned to ask, you didn't learn the wrong skills, did you? If you choose the wrong skill, it will look like a mishmash. It's none of your business. How can you still talk? And your combat power can even increase? That's too weird. Hina looked over in confusion, and what surprised her was that a large patch of writhing bloodlines was rapidly repairing her wounds. No, you are the corrupted creature that the children encountered. Hey. Hina gritted her teeth and angrily said, since it's a corrupted creature, why would it help humans? Rosalia responded by swinging her sword. Second-tier divine skill, Endless Slash. A powerful surge of sword energy erupted, drawing a jagged crack in the air, obliterating all the trees and boulders along its path into dust. A second-tier divine skill, it actually has such power. A look of surprise flashed across Hina's eyes. Without saying another word, she suppressed the discomfort in her body and faced him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows, their two completely different divine powers clashing violently. The Black Crow flew high, fearing it would be affected by the chaotic energy waves. All it could see were explosions and afterimages, and it couldn't provide any information or assistance. A flurry of punches rained down on her, and she was met with a flurry of swords. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and energy splattered in all directions. In just half an hour, the once lush forest was completely destroyed by the bombing. Whoosh! Rosalia, who had turned into a little girl, landed on the ground in a sorry state, carrying a great sword, as if she were covered in flames. Her vitality kept plummeting, making it increasingly difficult to even maintain her youthful state, so she simply activated energy-saving mode. The ground immediately cracked, and wisps of divine power annihilated the nearby weeds. What the hell is this skill? How can a second-tier corrupted god be this powerful? Hina's expression had shifted from astonishment to shock. Despite Rosalia's disheveled state, Hina herself was in no better shape. Her legs trembled, her body was covered in wounds, and her clothes were tattered. Worst of all, her old injuries had flared up, and her confidence began to waver. How come her condition hasn't weakened at all? On the contrary, Her strength is increasing. Casually swung the gluttony greatsword, pulling back a tier 3 red monster to kill and absorb it. She shook her head in disdain. Compared to the damage caused by Hina, this recovery is just a drop in the ocean. We still need to compete on raw strength. Once a battle begins, it becomes difficult to recover from weaker enemies nearby. Rosalia beckoned with her little hand twice. Come on, let's play again. Her clothes were almost completely torn, but Hina didn't seem to care, showing off her figure since there was hardly anyone around. She thought to herself, what's the point of me fighting a brute? To make matters worse, the injuries that had just begun to heal flared up again, causing excruciating pain as if being sliced by a knife. Hina lowered her eyes and thought to herself, I'll stall for a moment. My recovery ability is much stronger than hers. Let's talk. You are very strong, and the Shadow World cult needs someone like you. Rosalia tilted her head, a slight smile playing on her bloodied lips. We can talk, but first, suck on your big rabbit and show it to me. The little girl, who looks like a porcelain doll, has an incredibly powerful way of speaking. Huh. Hina was stunned. This was the first time she had heard such a request. I am a corrupted creature, not very bright. Don't force me to fight. Anyway, when I die, I will just return to the gray fog. My soul will not perish. Rosalia had an expression that said, I'm so awesome. Especially when she emphasized that she wasn't very bright. She was full of pride. After a moment of silence, seeing Rosalia preparing to attack, Hina, who had not yet suppressed her internal injuries, could only push back with both hands and grit her teeth. To show my sincerity, I will do as you say. Watching Rosalia's every move with suspicion, Hina opened her mouth, ready to do as Rosalia asked. That's outrageous. All I can say is that these guys from the evil pantheon are always thinking about strange things. Field could see everything clearly through the black crows, and he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 198 Sneak Attack. Seeing the enemy submit, a hint of mockery flashed in Rosalia's eyes, and she said in a condescending tone, I said suck, not lick, madam. Don't go too far, cough cough. Hina was furious. Just as she was about to unleash her divine power, a mouthful of bloody sweetness suddenly welled up in her throat. Hina clenched her teeth, refusing to spit out blood, and remained silent for a moment. She opened her mouth, preparing to suck on the red heart. Laughable. Rosalia chuckled disdainfully, gracefully lifting her skirt. A chosen one of gods, acting like livestock. I am ashamed of you. Second-tier divine skill, bone-corroding insects. The next moment, the insects hidden inside Hina's body were activated and burst out of her body. This bizarre skill will inadvertently infect the target with rotting worms if Rosalia attacks them. Puff. What the hell? Excruciating pain coursed through her entire body as grotesque worms ravaged her flesh. One of the worms even leaped into her mouth as she opened it. This is the price for going against my lord, you shrew. Rosalia bowed gracefully. The bone-eating corpse is a temporary support skill with very low damage, but it is extremely insulting. Damn it, you have to pay the price. Do you know how much effort I put in to get this body? With a jolt of light beneath her feet, the rotting worms ravaging her body were shattered. Enraged, Hina charged straight at them. The two clashed again, and the space exploded once more. They held nothing back and fought a desperate battle. On the other side, Nightfall led his army to defend the monkey castle for a long time. Despite the gray fog blocking their way, the red monsters were numerous and fearless of death, surging into the gray fog to besiege the castle. The soldiers gathered at the various exits, using spears and crossbows to frantically repel the red monster's attack. Everyone knows that if they don't fight hard now, they'll have to go back to the goddess's embrace. Watch out, a monster broke in through the window. A soldier from the Mountain Monkey clan shouted, and suddenly a scarlet figure burst in through the window. The twisted figure stood up as if being lifted by someone, emitting a strange, eerie laugh, which startled everyone. Everyone already had their own defensive zones, and for a moment, no one could break away to intercept them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the monster's tentacles swept out. Oh devil! The soldier panicked and turned to run, but the red monster leaped and accurately knocked him over, its ugly head attaching itself to the soldier's neck. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of people drinking blood was enough to send chills down one's spine. Where did this bastard come from? Field snorted coldly, flashed forward, and his iris long sword tore through space, cleaving the red monster in two with a single strike. Immediately afterward, the monster spontaneously combusted. The power of holy light is unbearable for evil creatures. After dealing with the monster, we looked at the soldier again. He was dead beyond any doubt, his eyes wide open, filled with terror. How terrifying, how terrifying. Barren Mountain Monkey huddled in the corner, trembling. Don't just stand there. Help us load the crossbows. Field frowned. He was the one who caused all this trouble, and yet he still dared to tremble. If the monsters rush in, nobody will survive. Yes, yes, Barren Mountain Monkey hurriedly said, then lowered his head and went to the wooden box, took out a crossbow bolt, and strung it. The maid, Sparrow, was also busy. After abandoning the outer defenses, she moved with the army to the castle. Without blushing or trembling, she quickly pressed the arrow into the crossbow and then forcefully cocked it. Aren't you scared? Goggles huddled up and asked timidly. Me? Sparrow was surprised that this new maid would actually take the initiative to talk to her. Before, she wouldn't talk to anyone except Field. Sparrow continued her work and said calmly, Of course I'm scared. And you? Because I want to share the burden with the people I care about, even if it's just a little bit of what I can do. Sparrow glanced at Goggles and smiled. You and I were born around the same time. When I was little, my mother eloped with a shoemaker, and my father was an alcoholic who would beat me all the time. I ran to the church and asked them to take me in. Unfortunately, only those from wealthy families can become nuns. We are born into this world with misfortune. But that's precisely why you should do everything in your power to respond when someone protects you. Goggles fell silent. Just as she was about to say something, Goggles suddenly noticed that Barren Mountain Monkey had quietly raised his left hand. The tiny, glass-like dart was poised to fire, aimed directly at Field, his eyes filled with madness. Tier 1 artifact. Whisperer's Kiss. When not in use, this artifact is invisible. Once activated, it will silently fire a poisoned arrow. Field was busy defending himself against the monster that was lunging at him from outside the window. The soldiers who were originally keeping a close eye on Barren Mountain Monkey were also distracted by the monster. No. Without a second thought, Goggles lunged forward and delivered a simple headbutt that slammed straight into Barren Mountain Monkey's face. Wow. Barren Mountain Monkey felt a numbness in his nose, and blood gushed out like water. The hidden arrow whizzed past Field's ear and pierced straight into the stone wall. The dark green poison even caused the stone wall to hiss and smoke. Holy crap, what is that? Field was startled and turned to see Goggles wrestling with Barren Mountain Monkey, while the maid Sparrow was hitting Barren Mountain Monkey on the head with her crossbow. Whoa! Goggles bit down on Barren Mountain Monkey's left arm. Barren Mountain Monkey howled and swung his fists, trying to kill the maid who had ruined his plans. However, to his astonishment, he couldn't break through. Goggles lacked the awareness of a chosen one, but she possessed the physique of one. Even a reward giver like Barren Mountain Monkey was rendered powerless by her fists. Goggles attacked with a simple, unadorned method, biting hard and refusing to let go, almost tearing his entire arm off. Wah, let me go, you damned beast! Barren Mountain Monkey screamed in pain, and suddenly everything went dark. Old Biden, I've walked on thin ice my whole life, and I almost fell for you. Field's eyes were fierce. You really deserve an Oscar. Barren Mountain Monkey has always been a coward. Besides, his wife's body had been taken by a monster. His child had been captured, his territory destroyed, and he himself was in grave danger. And to make matters worse, this guy was a villain. He was inexplicably preparing to shoot him with an arrow. To be on the safe side, we secretly arranged for someone to keep an eye on him, but he still managed to find an opportunity. Luckily, the two maids were very helpful. He almost lost his life because he coveted his divine artifact. Field laughed angrily and kicked Barren Mountain Monkey over. So your whole family are villains, huh? My lord, I deserve to die. The soldiers responsible for keeping an eye on Barren Mountain Monkey were so frightened by the attack that they broke out in a cold sweat and fell to the ground. Chapter 199 Defeat Animation. Field rubbed his temples. I'll punish you with 10 lashes and half a month's wages, to be carried out after the war. Thank you, sir. The soldier wiped away his cold sweat, secretly relieved that he had survived. Why did you attack me? Field said coldly. What do you know? If we die together, my child can inherit my title cleanly and restore the family's glory. I know that Mai betrayed me and joined the Shadow World cult, but I deliberately didn't expose her because she would never harm her own child. Barren the Mountain Monkey chuckled. Whether the Empress wins or the Shadow Cult wins, our family will continue. That's great, but unfortunately, I won't leave a single one alive. I'll slap you twice first and see if you still go crazy. Field leaned down, whispered a mocking smile in his ear, and slapped him twice, leaving his mouth full of blood. Then, as if by magic, he pulled a bottle of potion from his pocket. Field narrowed his eyes. Let me try Nightfall Territory's specialty, Northern Divine Oil. Guess what its effects are? Haha, don't expect me to give in. Hina will kill you all. Barren Mountain Monkey declared defiantly. Come and be buried here with me. Yeah. After removing Baron Mountain Monkey's artifact, Field walked to the window and splashed the Northern Divine Oil directly onto the approaching monsters. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters howled, each one feeling a burning heat all over their body. Field turned around. He had to put on a show. In this world, one couldn't just kill nobles at will. He casually announced in public, "I will not pursue your offense, but I will no longer provide protection." After saying this, Field led his soldiers to abandon the first floor, which was about to fall, and broke Baron Mountain Monkey's arms and legs, leaving him in place. In an instant, the frenzied monsters burst through the doors and windows and surrounded Baron Mountain Monkey, but instead of tearing him apart immediately, they extended various strange organs. "What's this for? No, no, please, just give me a quick death. I was wrong." Baron Mountain Monkey's smug face was immediately replaced by terror, because the monsters did not kill him directly, but instead pried him open. Immediately afterwards, Field automatically blurred his vision. After all, the scene before him was too shocking. "Boy next door. Come on, let's play games. Let me see if your development is normal." Amidst heart-wrenching screams, Baron the Mountain Monkey was reduced to a mosaic, ultimately torn to pieces by the monster. "He brought this on himself. He's just causing me trouble." Field shook his head. Although he hadn't done it himself, if other nobles found out, they would make a fuss about it. Nobles were such troublesome creatures. They couldn't be viewed through the lens of Chinese thinking. Even an empress would have to be extremely cautious if she wanted to kill a nobleman. Before you know it, a nobleman could lead his relatives and his territory to betray the country. This is completely different from ancient China, where an emperor could exterminate 9 generations of a person's family in a fit of rage. "Hold the line. I have a feeling the goddess will protect us," Field calmly shouted. "The battle on Rosalia's side is almost over. I want to help too." With her mouth full of blood, Gogris had already drawn her weapon, and a newfound courage appeared in her eyes. On the other side, the two heavily injured figures collided, and the energy surged outwards violently, turning the surrounding forest into a ravaged field. Almost simultaneously, the two fell from the sky. Field was extremely nervous. Both of them struggled to get up from the ground. Madman. Hina was terrified, her eyes filled with fear. She had used her divine skill to crush Hina's heart for the second time, but she still couldn't kill her. Instead, her divine power was almost depleted. How can there be such a powerful second-tier chosen god? Is corruption inherently powerful? Corrupted chosen ones are almost all combat-oriented, their minds filled with nothing but killing and destruction, and they are even more unreasonable than their cultists. Although the Empire never speaks of corruption, as chosen ones, they still know some basic facts. However, this ends here. Hina barely managed to stand up. "Today you will die." Ho-ho. Rosalia struggled to prop herself up with her great sword. Her body trembled, and she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Are we going to lose? Field's heart sank. He could only have Rosalia dismantle the artifact and escape. However, the Shadow Cult's attacks would likely continue unabated. The ball is about to end. Rosalia forced a smile. How could I let little Field down? Hina suddenly trembled violently, unable to suppress her injuries any longer. She knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. What happened? I have no strength left. Behind Hina, a huge, bowl-sized cavity was exposed to the air. The organs inside had long since decomposed, and disgusting maggots were still chewing greedily, absorbing life force. As if the power had been cut off, Hina had no strength left and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Field was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Holy crap, they actually managed to challenge someone of a higher level. Rosalia, if you were in a movie, you'd be a main character." That goes without saying, but what is a movie? Rosalia was also shaking uncontrollably, reaching her limit. Fortunately, several decaying worms absorbed Hina's life force, swayed their bright red bodies, crawled back, and turned into thick blood streaks, which were absorbed by Rosalia. Only then did she relax her slender eyebrows, and her complexion improve. Thank goodness I have an extra skill. Is this the bond between kindred spirits? Thank you, Acorn. Dead Acorn. I have no objection. The surrounding red monsters all stopped, then looked at the fallen Hina with eerie eyes and rushed over. What are you doing? Damn it. I am the one who created you. Hina lay on the ground, scolding them helplessly. Field and Rosalia exchanged glances, both seeing the other's confusion. Huh? What's going on? The red monster didn't care about its master's scolding and didn't attack Rosalia. He grabbed Hina and let out a nasty laugh, and more monsters surged forward. Previously, they had been transformed into monsters by Hina, subjected to torture, and manipulated into killing. Now that they have regained their freedom, they naturally want to take revenge. What followed was a scene that was not suitable for viewing. Don't watch, it will corrupt the children. The scene was too grotesque, and Rosalia covered her eyes with her small hands. Various unpleasant sounds echoed through the mountains and forests. War defeat animation? As expected, this is the world of H games. Field was shocked. If there were no male characters around, he could still send his summon creature? It's a pity she's already bound to someone by a contract. Otherwise, we could have saved her. As for now, it's better not to go there. Chapter 200 Nightfall's unique team building activities. The air was filled with the fragrance of Photinia flowers. Before Hina could even disintegrate, the red monsters opened the lid and ate her, eventually leaving only her skeleton. Having avenged their great grudge, the red monsters collapsed together, turning into a pool of blood and then into a pile of skeletons of all sizes, a truly nauseating sight. Where is the divine artifact? After waiting for a while, but seeing that Hina's corpse did not materialize into a divine artifact, Field was puzzled. She shouldn't be dead. Rosalia looked around warily, shouldered her great sword, and rushed up the mountain. Field also controls the Black Crow, relying on his superior vision to search for suspicious traces. Inside the cave, Baron Mountain Monkey's son, Payer, struggled to carry a bundle on his back. The expression on his face was far beyond what a child his age should have. He said coldly, "Herna, this enemy is really tough to deal with. It's a pity that if I could eat some more fresh flesh and blood, I could fight alongside you." What Baron Mountain Monkey didn't know was that his son, whom he had been so determined to protect, had long been parasitized. It's too late to say all this now, Deacon. A small red octopus hopped out of the cave and burrowed into the body of the unconscious Grova. With a horrifying chewing sound, Grova stood up, her body contorted. She had been possessed by Hina and said hatefully, "I must avenge this. I will make the Baron of Nightfall into the next leather jacket." Heirs of Baron Mountain Monkey and escape to other territories. Let's put revenge aside for now. They've come to search. Stepping out of the cave, Hina gritted her teeth and looked up at the sky, where black crows were circling. Rosalia quickly spotted the two people. If I, a deacon of the Shadow World cult, want to leave, no one can stop me. You'd better keep one eye open while you sleep, and be ready to face our bloody revenge at any time. After saying this, Pell made a throat-slitting gesture at Rosalia, then gave Black Crow a provocative, eerie smile, casually chanting a strange incantation. A protective shield appeared, and space distorted as the two began to teleport. Too late to break through the defenses now. After their provocation, the two figures vanished quickly. Field raised an eyebrow. Trying to escape? Lightning cyclone strike. Rosalia understood instantly, casually lifting her skirt and giving the two a noble bow. I think you won't be able to leave alive. Bone-corroding worms explode. The two people, who were about to disappear, suddenly changed their expressions, and unbearable, intense pain surged through their entire bodies. Their figures, which were about to vanish, were forcibly pushed out of the space. Puff! Two streams of blood spurted from their mouths, splashing a blood-red curtain in the air that lingered for a long time. When Pearl asked incredulously, his pupils dilating in shock, "Did you discover my whereabouts a long time ago?" Black Raven landed on Rosalia's shoulder, conveying Field's words. "You two are unfortunate, parasitizing someone I already wanted to kill." Oh. The bodies the two inhabited were essentially ordinary people, and they couldn't withstand the erosion by the decaying insects, so they quickly collapsed. "We'll be waiting for you in hell, you despicable scoundrel. The cult leader will avenge us." Amidst the curses and insults, the two figures fell, and the original bodies residing within them also perished. A dark, viscous power surged from Grova's body, slowly gathering and beginning to form a divine artifact. They're really dead this time. Seeing this, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Just to be safe, we should burn their bodies. Oh, and let's search the cave one more time. Yes, sir. Lowly version of Rosalia answered crisply. After searching Pell's body, Field found a ring with the number 9 written on it. It is engraved with magical runes and seems to be used for communication. In his bag, he found an unknown potion, 2 third-tier scrolls, a terrifying-looking magic book, and about 10 high-quality magic pearls. There were obvious signs of life in the cave, and Field was deeply moved when he stepped inside. Piles of white bones, both human and animal, exuded a chilling resentment. Even Field, who remotely controlled the Black Crow, felt a chill run down his spine. I avenged them. What am I afraid of? The man and the crow searched the cave for a while and found a large box of relics, filled with rings, necklaces, and loose coins. The valuables that the missing people from the Mountain Monkey territory are probably all here. Field sighed for a moment, and Rosalia called to him at the cave entrance. My lord, Hina's artifact has been completed. Come and get it. Yes, this is the main event. A black halo floated silently in the air, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura, as if it contained endless sins. Field was shocked. Holy crap, a 10,000-year spirit ring. Huh. Rosalia tilted her head blankly, clearly not understanding what a 10,000-year soul ring was. Let's meet at the entrance of the Mountain Monkey territory. With Rosalia keeping the artifact, Field's attention returned to the Mountain Monkey Villa, where countless cheers were already deafening. Long live. God bless the Baron. The soldiers were almost in despair, their strength dwindling as they faced the raging red monsters. But just as their defenses were about to be breached, the red monsters suddenly all perished. Faced with this scene, I looked at Field, who had a calm smile on his face. Only two words popped into everyone's mind: miracle. There is no other explanation besides these two words. After all, Field himself had said that the goddess would protect him, and it really did happen. Your performance proves that you are all qualified warriors. Pick up the fog lamps, and I will allow you to plunder any items you want in the Mountain Monkey territory. Of course, divine gifts and magical creations must be inspected by me first. Field transformed the iris sword into a brooch and delivered the exciting news. This battle was also thanks to the soldiers' fearless resistance against the red monster. Now, Mountain Monkey City is a ghost town, so let them pick up some trash and have some team building. Having acquired 2 divine artifacts, the Mountain Monkey territory, already impoverished and further ravaged by the Mountain Monkey Baron, was quite capable of finding treasures. Long live. The soldiers' morale soared, and their gazes toward Field gradually shifted from awe to fervor. 2 hours later, the soldiers gathered outside the city gate, carrying large and small bags. Field had already slung the gluttony greatsword over his shoulder, with a large chest beside him. He glanced around casually and saw that the soldiers had grabbed everything they could, from chairs and benches to women's skirts. Touching his nose, Field chuckled. Don't bring chairs or benches, they'll affect our combat effectiveness. I'll just give you extra coins instead. Good. The soldiers were immediately delighted to have gotten rid of a bunch of burdens.